Zhou Chen traversed into the world of journey to the west, becoming a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch and unlocking the system of diligent reward from the heavens, thereby commencing his arduous journey of self-improvement. Son Wukong remarked, "Brother, do cease your relentless striving, I can no longer keep pace." Yang Jian added, "Why not stir up a ruckus in the heavenly palace? What gives you the right to be labeled a rebellious spirit by the celestial court without having contributed anything?" Nezha inquired, "Brother Chen, are you also striving against Li Jing?" From the humble beginnings of Mount Fangcun, step by step, he aimed for the summit. Through sheer effort, he sought to attain sanctity. Chapter 1. The System of Heavenly Reward for Diligence. Where am I? Zhou Chen, amidst the ethereal sounds of Tao emanating from the vicinity, opened his eyes in the western bull heaven at the spiritual pinnacle of Mount Fangcun. A throbbing headache engulfed him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Why am I clad in a Taoist robe? In a daze, Zhou Chen surveyed his Taoist attire and the surroundings, his mind racing with confusion. Upon regaining his composure, a profound realization dawned upon him. Like awakening from a dream, he fell into a contemplative silence. Have I arrived at Mount Fangcun? Am I truly a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch? Zhou Chen gazed incredulously at the serene elder seated on a mat, imparting wisdom to the assembly, waves of emotion surging within him, uncontainable. He had indeed entered the world of journey to the west. Here, the pursuit of enlightenment and immortality was not mere fantasy, it was a tangible reality, with exalted sages who could coexist with the cosmos. Yet, alas, he had arrived far too late. Leaving aside the fact that he had become an ordinary mortal in this world, it was true that he had become a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. However, in reality, these disciples were but inconspicuous pawns, mere stepping stones for Son Wukong's epic journey. Although one could cultivate Taoist powers here, the genuine methods to attain immortality were shrouded in illusion. Moreover, in this realm, the acquisition of the Tao was not the most arduous endeavor, nor was mastering divine powers the greatest challenge. The true difficulty lay in the act of reincarnation. The world of journey to the west emphasizes one's origins the innate beings often cultivate at a pace far exceeding that of the human race. Historically, even those who ascend to immortality as humans find themselves merely as one among countless celestial warriors. Zhou Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. After a century, a millennium of cultivation, only to discover oneself as just another celestial soldier among the myriad, ultimately struck down by Son Wukong during the heavenly upheaval. Should he ever face such a fate, his resolve would likely shatter instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing to the world of journey to the west and activating the heavenly reward system. Suddenly, a soft chime resonated in Zhou Chen's mind. What is this? A system? Zhou Chen was overwhelmed with joy. A system. He had arrived in the world of journey to the west and was fortunate to have a system accompany him. System interface. In the next moment, a rudimentary panel with a translucent border materialized before him. Host, Zhou Chen. Cultivation level, not yet initiated. Origin, acquired human. Technique, basic chi, nourishing method, not yet begun. Comprehension, 6. Dharma body, 4. Magical power, 9. Divine powers, none. Magic treasures, none. Cultivation points, 100. The simplistic system panel elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. This panel, when presented to anyone, would surely evoke tears. It was far too monotonous. Was this not an embodiment of emptiness? How does one utilize this system? Zhou Chen pondered, scrutinizing the panel with a sense of bewilderment. Behind each category lay a plus sign, though most were grayed out, save for the one pertaining to cultivation techniques, which glowed with a vibrant yellow light. Soon, Zhou Chen exhaled a long, relieved breath. Ah, I see. The so-called system of diligence rewarded by the heavens possessed a rather straightforward function. If he exerted effort in any endeavor or received assistance from others, results would inevitably ensue. However, the true essence of this system lay in its directness. Studying the scriptures could enhance one's comprehension, while physical training could fortify one's spiritual body. Moreover, during this process, every ounce of effort could be transformed into cultivation points, allowing Zhou Chen to strengthen whatever he deemed necessary. Equally intriguing, these cultivation points could be exchanged for various rare materials and treasures, even those precious artifacts that eluded discovery in the outside world. Indeed, If one merely indulges in relentless training, no matter how long one persists, it would ultimately be futile. One must find a way to strike it rich. Zhou Chen mused. However, here in this modest mountain, merely engaging in arduous training is already a challenge. Where could I seek such fortune? Do I have to fleece the ancestors themselves? With a slight twitch of his lips, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for further words. Nevertheless, there was one redeeming aspect of the Diligence system. Every item bore its own value in his eyes. Even the teachings of great masters held significance. The 100 cultivation points he had just acquired were a reward for attending Patriarch Bodhi's discourse. Let me first enhance my cultivation technique, he sighed, gently tapping on the foundational Qi cultivation method. Congratulations, host. 100 cultivation points consumed. Basic Qi cultivation method enhanced to entry level. In an instant, the small box beside the basic Qi cultivation method transformed to display the words entry level. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly perceived a powerful suction emanating from deep within his dantian, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Within mere breaths, a vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, forcefully siphoning everything in its vicinity, even affecting the cultivation of his fellow disciples. This unexpected occurrence captured the attention of Patriarch Bodhi. Zhou Chen, upon noticing the source of the commotion, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. Zhou Chen was a disciple he had only recently accepted, possessing average talent and yet to even adopt a title, with potential for enlightenment only if fortune favored him. His intention in nurturing these disciples was not for their benefit, but rather for the impending arrival of the stone monkey. The teachings he imparted were merely foundational methods for entering the path of cultivation. Although these methods could extend one's life, they were indeed fraught with difficulty. However, how could the fundamental Qi cultivation method be passed down so swiftly, allowing Zhou Chen to enter the realm so quickly? The rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy even surpassed that of his fellow disciples who were typically on the path of initiation. Fascinating. The venerable Patriarch Bodhi lightly flicked his dust whisk, gathering the spiritual energy of Mount Fangcun, which swiftly formed a vortex of spiritual essence around Zhou Chen, calming the tumultuous atmosphere. Gradually, one by one, the disciples of Mount Fangcun awakened, all noticing Zhou Chen. What is this, junior brother Zhou Chen? I can hardly absorb any spiritual energy during my practice of the fundamental Qi cultivation method. It has taken me a decade to reach this stage. Has junior brother Zhou Chen already mastered it? Look, his cultivation level. Under the watchful eyes of the disciples, Zhou Chen's aura began to rise gradually, ultimately reaching a zenith. Should he surpass it, a new world would unveil itself. Boom, boom, boom. Within Zhou Chen, it was as if the sound of resounding bells echoed. His breathing grew heavy. His body became incandescent, and a faint celestial aura enveloped him, his magical power surging like a tempestuous sea. Then, amidst the gaze of the many disciples, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, his aura condensing and releasing instantaneously. The Earth Immortal Realm. Chapter 2. The Stone Monkey's Apprenticeship. Bodhi's attention. Earth Immortal? Junior brother Zhou Chen has only just begun his journey. The master has only recently imparted the teachings, and he has already attained immortality. Have we wasted decades here? The disciples of Fangcun Mountain gasped in astonishment. Even the acolytes who had long accompanied Patriarch Bodhi cast him several curious glances. Goodness, could it be that a great power is about to emerge from Fangcun Mountain? Indeed. Such innate talent. I must admit I misjudged. Patriarch Bodhi chuckled softly, stroking his beard in high spirits. Although he originally established this place for the stone monkey, the fortuitous acceptance of Zhou Chen was also serendipitous. If possible, he could nurture him as a direct disciple. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm. The system interface has been updated. The voice of the system echoed in Zhou Chen's ear. At this moment, however, he could not dwell on such matters. He hurriedly bowed to Patriarch Bodhi, saying, "Thank you, Master, for imparting wisdom and guidance." The power of the system was indeed formidable, but without Patriarch Bodhi's assistance along the way, such a breakthrough would not have been so effortless. Foolish child. Your talents are remarkable. Achieving such a level upon entering the path is commendable, yet your cultivation remains shallow. From today onward, you shall cultivate within the library pavilion and recite the scriptures. The library pavilion was an excellent place. Patriarch Bodhi, who practiced both Buddhism and Taoism, had amassed a vast collection of scriptures therein, each embodying profound truths. Although it lacked magical techniques, it was nonetheless a fine venue for cultivation. For Zhou Chen, it was an opportune moment to refine his character and endure hardship in anticipation. "Thank you, Master." Zhou Chen bowed respectfully once more, eliciting a gentle chuckle from Patriarch Bodhi, who stroked his long beard and regarded Zhou Chen with a profound gaze. For some unknown reason, at the very moment Zhou Chen broke through, he sensed that the young man's comprehension seemed to have significantly improved, and even his foundation had strengthened considerably, nearing that of the innate human race. Perhaps, aside from that mischievous monkey, he is also destined to gain a disciple renowned throughout the realms. At this moment, within the 3 Stars cave of Mount Fangcun, a voice echoed, "May I inquire if there are any immortals present? I, the stone monkey of the water curtain cave and flower and fruit mountain, have come to seek a master, earnestly requesting to be taken as a disciple." The voice was resolute yet tinged with trepidation, clearly audible to all. Zhou Chen observed a rare flicker of intrigue on the face of Patriarch Bodhi. He slightly lowered his head to conceal his expression, his heartbeat quickening. Zhou Chen felt a surge of anxiety. If the stone monkey's emergence from the rock and flower and fruit mountain marks the commencement of the journey to the west, then this moment of seeking a master on Mount Fangcun lays the very foundation for the name of the great sage equal to heaven. Established by the sage, the grand momentum of Buddhist teachings traversed eastward, paving the way for the future flourishing of the Buddhist sect. As the final piece of a celestial puzzle, the stone monkey's innate fortune would complement the last shortcoming of Buddhism, aiding them in overcoming all adversities. Yet for that great sage, all of this was merely a calculated scheme. In the future, the one who would wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, seemingly omnipotent son Wukong, would ultimately have to conform to the prevailing forces, merely acquiring the title of the victorious fighting Buddha, embarking upon the so-called journey westward. This path was one he did not wish to tread, yet had no choice but to follow. There was no alternative. However, all of this was presently irrelevant to Zhou Chen. He was merely a minor celestial being, incapable of influencing the grand cosmic order, let alone having the opportunity to partake in it. Patriarch Bodhi remained silent, his eyes closed. Before long, a young attendant, who had been waiting outside, entered the grand hall with a monkey that had a sharp, pointed face. Upon entering, the monkey attempted to blend into the surroundings, casting its gaze around, only to fixate on Zhou Chen, who was seated nearby. It boldly approached him and squeezed in beside him. "Get down! Get down!" The nearby disciples expressed their disdain for the monkey, repeatedly waving their hands to shoo it away. Yet, the monkey insisted on remaining next to Zhou Chen, grinning as it said, "Senior brother, there is no one else sitting beside you. May I take a seat?" This monkey certainly knew how to pick its companions. Zhou Chen regarded it with a bemused smile, devoid of any strong emotion, and glanced at the patriarch, whispering, "You have yet to pay your respects as a disciple. You cannot call me senior brother just yet." This statement momentarily stunned the stone monkey, prompting it to cease its antics and promptly kneel before Patriarch Bodhi, exclaiming, "Old immortal, please accept me as your disciple." This time, the monkey's demeanor was remarkably earnest. At this moment, the stone monkey had shed its previous reckless antics, though it still bore traces of its monkey nature. It had also been tempered by the vicissitudes of life, acquiring a semblance of shrewdness. Patriarch Bodhi inquired, "From whence do you hail?" "I am from a water curtain cave and flower and fruit mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, having traversed mountains and rivers to arrive here, seeking the esteemed immortal to take me as a disciple." As soon as these words left the monkey's lips, Patriarch Bodhi erupted in fury, rebuking, "Cast him out." The flower and fruit mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is separated from Mount Fangcun by countless mountains and rivers, with vast seas in between. How did you manage to arrive here? Clearly, you are a cunning trickster, and yet you dare claim to have attained any kind of spiritual achievement. The stone monkey was suddenly agitated, hastily prostrating himself and producing a series of resonant thuds. He then implored, "Disciple has traversed mountains and rivers, braved countless hardships to reach this place. I beseech the venerable immortal to accept me as a disciple." Zhou Chen observed the scene before him in silence. The Patriarch Bodhi was present solely to accept this monkey as his disciple. The unfolding drama was merely a pretext to encourage the stone monkey to focus on his cultivation. However, to his slight surprise, despite hearing the stone monkey's plea, the Patriarch did not immediately accept him. Instead, he turned to Zhou Chen and inquired, "Zhou Chen, do you believe this stone monkey could be your junior brother?" Zhou Chen felt the gazes of the disciples from Mount Fangcun upon him, with the stone monkey casting a fervent and pleading look his way. He quickly responded, "Master, if this stone monkey is indeed, as he claims, wholly devoted to the path, then he must possess great determination and is surely worthy of entering Master's mountain gate to pursue cultivation." A look of joy and gratitude blossomed on the stone monkey's face. Zhou Chen was taken aback and glanced at the Patriarch, noticing a cryptic smile that hinted at deeper intentions. It seemed that his master truly intended to nurture him carefully. After all, why else would the stone monkey owe him such a favor? "You lack a name, thus I shall bestow one upon you. From this day forth, you shall bear the surname Sun, and your Dharma name shall be Wukong." By the time Zhou Chen regained his composure, Sun Wukong had already entered the sect, becoming his junior brother. Overcome with excitement upon receiving his name, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "I have a name. I finally have a name." Seeing this, the Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand and instructed Zhou Chen, "Zhou Chen, since you have spoken to accept this junior brother, the arrangements for him will be in your hands from now on. Rest assured, Master." Zhou Chen watched as the Patriarch departed, only to be met with the incessant chattering of Sun Wukong behind him, prompting a resigned sigh. Guiding this monkey may indeed exude an air of authority, but his ears were about to burst from the noise. Chapter 3. Setting a Small Goal. Senior Brother. Along the way, Sun Wukong was incessantly bustling about, with new questions arising at every few steps, leaving Zhou Chen somewhat exasperated and plagued with headaches. Nevertheless, he managed to bring Sun Wukong to his previous residence. Once everything was arranged, nightfall was already upon them. Seated cross-legged in a small room within the library, Zhou Chen exhaled a long breath of stale air and silently intoned. System interface. Host: Zhou Chen. Cultivation level: Earth Immortal Realm. Background: Post-Heaven Human Race, Top Tier. Technique: Basic Qi Nourishing Method, Entry Level. Comprehension: 20. Law Body: 15 Mana, 100. Divine Abilities: None. Treasure: None. Cultivation Value: 0. The interface was still exceedingly simple, with scarcely any elements present. However, this time, the changes were significant, particularly in the realm of mana. Although the basic Qi Nourishing Method was of mediocre efficacy, if he could persist in his cultivation, it would undoubtedly provide substantial support for his future endeavors. Before the master imparted new techniques, he pondered whether he could elevate this method to a greater mastery. Zhou Chen, initially skeptical about the basic Qi Nourishing Method, which bore a name suggestive of commonplace origins, began to reflect. What technique could possibly enable someone to attain immortality merely from its entry-level form? The Bodhi Master held an esteemed identity. Even the techniques he casually offered were surely not as simplistic as they appeared on the surface. Moreover, there was profound significance in the Bodhi Master's directive for him to come to this library. The Buddhist and Taoist scriptures contained the wisdom of ancestors. To speak of the Huangting scripture, it was a sacred text passed down by the Tao ancestor, containing insights that would yield immense benefits regardless of the era. Foundation is paramount. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possessed the innate physique of a stone monkey, Zhou Chen lacked the colossal fortune of the patching sky stone. The only recourse available to him was to compensate for his shortcomings through diligence, advancing steadily and accumulating strength gradually. Only then could he truly qualify to embark on this path of cultivation, genuinely engaging with the grand currents of the universe. Let us study. The journey ahead promises to be arduous. Resigned, Zhou Chen retrieved a scripture and began to read intently. Yet, before he could delve deeply, a notification chimed from the system. Host is studying the Taoist scripture, gaining deeper insights. Comprehension increases by 1 point. Cultivation value increases by 10 points. Zhou Chen was taken aback, gazing incredulously at his interface. Indeed, his comprehension and cultivation values had risen. Was this the meaning of heaven rewarding diligence? Could reading truly enhance comprehension? Zhou Chen found himself in a daze. The system's efficacy was astonishing, exceeding his expectations. How many scriptures were housed within this library? If he were to finish all this reading, would he not undergo a tremendous transformation? With his comprehension surpassing the threshold of 10,000, mastering any arcane technique would become a mere formality, effortlessly grasped at a mere glance. Let us set a modest goal. Before that monkey departs, I shall peruse every tome in the library. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, promptly silencing the system notifications, and immersed himself in his studies. At this moment, no one shall disturb his pursuit of knowledge. In the distance, in the courtyard of Mount Fangcun, the Bodhi Patriarch, seated upon his bed, seemed to sense this scene. A gentle smile gracing his features as he nodded in approval. This child is indeed teachable. Time flows like a shuttle. In the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction of years, as if merely closing and opening one's eyes could span a month. Throughout this month, Zhou Chen's reading speed accelerated, his comprehension exceeding 1,000, and his cultivation steadily advanced. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly profound. He had even begun to master the art of dual focus. At this moment, he sat within the library, perusing books, while above him, a vortex centered on the Baihui point siphoned the surrounding spiritual energy. As boundless spiritual energy surged into his dantian, it was swiftly refined and accumulated, akin to a sea embracing myriad streams. With each breath, a hint of mirth illuminated Zhou Chen's countenance. Indeed, the secrets within this foundational qi nurturing technique are substantial. Previously, he had speculated that this technique was merely a means to establish a solid foundation. Now, with his cultivation advancing, he felt increasingly certain that his initial thoughts were correct. Even a casual technique from the Bodhi Patriarch was far from ordinary. Cultivating this foundational qi nurturing technique to perfection would indeed only allow one to reach the celestial realm. To ascend further would necessitate a change in methods. However, this technique possesses a peculiar quality, maximizing one's physical potential and significantly expanding the meridians. According to Zhou Chen's estimations, for an average Earth immortal, if one were to cultivate as he had, it wouldn't be long before their dantian would be filled, necessitating a halt to avoid overwhelming their meridians. Yet, even now, Zhou Chen faced no such limitations in his practice. He could seemingly absorb an endless flow of magical energy into his dantian, as if there were no end in sight. The foundational qi nurturing technique was nearing mastery. Even through his diligent efforts, it would not take long. It was nearly time to heed the teachings of his master. Zhou Chen mused silently. In the next moment, the sound of bells resonated from Mount Fangcun. Dong, dong, dong. The three chimes served as a reminder to the disciples that today marked the day their master would emerge to impart wisdom. Whenever a disciple entered the fold, the Bodhi Patriarch would bestow upon them a method, and thereafter, every month, he would gather them for teachings, easing their concerns. Occasionally, he would also impart mystical techniques. It was time to set forth. Upon hearing the bell, Zhou Chen immediately made his way to the main hall, where a majority of the disciples had already assembled. At that moment, Sun Wukong also arrived. Senior brother. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Sun Wukong hurriedly greeted him and promptly took a seat on the cushion beside him. Chuckling with delight, Zhou Chen cast a deep glance in his direction. His expression remained unchanged, yet his heart was startled. Good heavens! Is this the cultivation speed of a primordial being? In merely a month's time, Sun Wukong exuded an aura that was both enigmatic and profound. The other disciples on Mount Fangcun, lacking sufficient cultivation levels, sensed little of this, but Zhou Chen could perceive it clearly. This aura was akin to his own, a special energy field formed as a result of nearing mastery of the fundamental qi nourishing technique. Due to insufficient accumulation and having only just embarked on his path of cultivation, Sun Wukong was not yet able to directly transcend to the earth immortal level as Zhou Chen had. However, in terms of realms, the gap was likely minimal. Even the celestial immortal realm seemed well within reach. Truly, he is deserving of being the protagonist of Journey to the West. Zhou Chen sighed softly, shaking his head, feeling little envy in his heart. The higher the realm, the less favorable it was for the monkey. At times, a bit of freedom was indeed preferable. Chapter 4. The Difficult Path of Cultivation. The transmission of teachings by Bodhi accompanied by the resonant chime of bells. All the disciples had taken their seats, with Zhou Chen positioned at the forefront. Although he held the lowest rank among the disciples of Fangcun Mountain, being just above Sun Wukong, his cultivation level far surpassed the others, already hinting at the demeanor of a senior brother. A gentle breeze swept through the grand hall. Upon raising his gaze, Zhou Chen beheld Bodhi Patriarch seated on a meditation cushion, gazing down with benevolent eyes. His gaze lingered for a moment on Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong, subtly nodding in approval. Indeed, Sun Wukong was a remarkable innate being, embodying great fortune and capable of influencing the fortunes of the Buddhist realm. In just a few months, he had achieved such a level of cultivation that he could even begin practicing divine arts. As for Zhou Chen, the Bodhi Patriarch was even more pleased. An ordinary postnatal human possessed such innate talent, having just embarked on the path of cultivation without a hint of negligence. In a few years, he might well have devoured all the tomes in the library. His future achievements could potentially surpass those of Sun Wukong. While Sun Wukong was indeed an innate being, his capricious nature made him somewhat difficult to mold, akin to a rough gem that, though promising, remained challenging to refine. In contrast, Zhou Chen was the one whom the Bodhi Patriarch was genuinely eager to nurture with great effort. Today, I shall impart the essentials of the foundational qi cultivation technique. Bodhi Patriarch announced, simultaneously reciting sacred texts and uttering profound truths. Cultivation is the essence of life, long and profound. The heart gives rise to vitality, and vitality nurtures blood. As the resonant sounds of the Bodhi Patriarch's teachings enveloped him, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement. He closed his eyes in meditation, channeling all his energy deep within his dantian, initiating the foundational qi cultivation technique. His already solid foundation seemed to settle further, gradually moving towards perfection. Beside Zhou Chen, son Wukong was animatedly fidgeting, fully grasping the profound meaning behind the teachings. The path of Tao was ineffably wondrous. Even a mere foundational technique seemed to contain countless mysteries. When Zhou Chen finally awakened from his meditative state, he realized that his cultivation had seemingly diminished significantly, with his magical energy reduced by more than 30%. However, the purity of his magical energy was far superior to before. With a deep breath, Zhou Chen opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, only to find that he remained seated in the hall, while the stone monkey stood beside him, occasionally performing peculiar antics. "Brother, you have awakened," son Wukong beamed, displaying a sense of reliance. He held a favorable impression of Zhou Chen. Although the other disciples meant no harm, it was Zhou Chen who had initially treated him kindly, even assisting him in entering the fold of cultivation. Though Zhou Chen was not recognized as the eldest brother among the disciples, he had subtly assumed that position. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. If it were left to me to toil in solitude, I would not know how long it would take to uncover the secrets of cultivation." Zhou Chen promptly rose and bowed respectfully to the Bodhi Patriarch. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and obstacles, with no guidance in sight. One can scarcely predict how long even a minor hurdle may impede progress. Zhou Chen and son Wukong stepped forward. The Patriarch Bodhi extended his hand, beckoning them to stand before him. He then spoke softly, "You have been under my tutelage for nearly 3 months, and among my many disciples. You are considered to have the highest and fastest cultivation progress, showing commendable achievement. The path of cultivation encompasses 3,000 great ways and 360 auxiliary paths, each yielding its own fruits. Which of these would you wish to learn?" With a surge of excitement, Zhou Chen recalled the accounts from the journey to the west and swallowed hard. If memory served him right, the impartation of the stone monkey's divine abilities was to occur only after several years of apprenticeship. Yet here they were, merely 3 months in, with the Patriarch seemingly eager to bestow such powers. Was it his influence that hastened the monkey's cultivation, or was it simply time for such teachings to commence? Perhaps he was merely praising the monkey in passing? Upon hearing the Patriarch's words, even son Wukong, who was typically restless and bound by his nature, fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the master. "Shall I teach you the path of techniques?" the Patriarch inquired. Before Zhou Chen could respond, son Wukong hastily interjected, "Master, what is the path of techniques?" The Patriarch replied, "The path of techniques involves invoking celestial beings, divining with yarrow stalks, and understanding the principles of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Can one attain longevity through this?" Not learning, not learning," son Wukong protested vehemently, compelling Zhou Chen to withhold his own words. The Patriarch, unperturbed, elaborated on several other disciplines. Yet, no matter what the Patriarch proposed, the monkey seemed intent on disrupting the discourse, dismissing each suggestion with his insistence on the pursuit of immortality. This provoked the Patriarch's ire. "You, O monkey, what do you wish to learn if you reject all else?" His words resonated with the authority of thunder, silencing the disciples of Mount Fangcun, who lowered their heads in fear. Only Zhou Chen appeared to see through the turmoil, maintaining his gaze upon the Patriarch with an unwavering expression. Son Wukong, undeterred by the Patriarch's wrath, declared, "I wish to learn the art of eternal life, the method of unrestrained freedom." At this proclamation, the hall fell into a profound silence. The cultivated beings of Mount Fangcun, though not particularly advanced, understood that even celestial beings have their mortal end, and immortality is but a myth. Such ambition from the monkey was indeed audacious. However, upon hearing son Wukong's declaration, Zhou Chen too slightly bowed his head, concealing his eyes. It was not only son Wukong who desired such teachings. He harbored the same aspirations. Presently, Zhou Chen's cultivation remained at the earthly immortal stage. But he was on the verge of mastering the foundational qi nurturing technique, with a breakthrough to heavenly immortal status imminent. Yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, the journey of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and the quest for effective methodologies was equally daunting. Even embarking on the path of cultivation, lacking divine powers and profound techniques, one may find themselves precariously facing impending calamities. Sun Wukong, in the journey to the west, is renowned as a formidable force. And in an era where the great figures of the three realms have nearly retreated into obscurity, his ascent to supremacy is attributed to the esoteric teachings imparted by Patriarch Bodhi. You, mere monkey, aspire to ascend in one leap? I possess none of the divine powers you seek. With these words, Patriarch Bodhi descended from his lofty platform and struck Sun Wukong thrice upon the back of his head with his bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong attempted to evade the blows, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, his usually nimble form found no means of escape from the impact of those three strikes, landing solidly on the nape of his neck. This lesson concludes for now. This audacious monkey shall not receive further instruction for the next year. You are to cultivate on your own. With that, Patriarch Bodhi turned to depart. Just before crossing over Zhou Chen, the fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, whether it was Patriarch Bodhi himself, Sun Wukong, or the other disciples, all chose to overlook this occurrence. Was this an invitation for me to join? Zhou Chen's heart surged with excitement. He gazed at the on the ground, visible only to himself, and his heart brimmed with understanding of Patriarch Bodhi's intentions. Chapter 5. The Great Immortal Decision. You, mischievous monkey. How could you behave in such a manner? It is one thing to waste your own time, but you have now hindered junior brother Zhou as well. What an embarrassment. Upon witnessing the departure of Patriarch Bodhi, a group of senior brothers collectively chastised Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong appeared bewildered, scratching the back of his head, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. However, as he glanced at Zhou Chen, an expression of embarrassment crossed his face. It seemed he had inadvertently caused trouble for his own senior brother. While the reprimands were inconsequential to him, they had disrupted Zhou Chen's cultivation. It is of no concern. How could our master blame me for this? My cultivation is still in its infancy. I am merely at the foundational stage. Delving into magical powers would only hinder my roots, Zhou Chen explained. His words incited a chorus of anger from the other disciples, who regarded Sun Wukong as the architect of some catastrophic misfortune. Sun Wukong, overwhelmed with guilt, found himself at a loss for words. Enough, let us disperse. Focus on your training, lest we face our master's scrutiny in the years to come and incur punishment. Zhou Chen stepped in to alleviate Sun Wukong's predicament, opting not to linger in the main hall and restraining a laugh as he departed briskly. Those who wish to cultivate magical powers may do as they please. If one is to study, let it be the finest. Sun Wukong gazed at Zhou Chen's retreating figure, opening his mouth, yet finding himself unable to articulate a response. His guilt deepening as he watched Zhou Chen leave. As night descended, stars twinkled in the sky, and moonlight bathed the rear mountain abode, adding a touch of tranquility. At the third watch of the night, Sun Wukong stealthily entered Patriarch Bodhi's chamber. Observing the sleeping patriarch, he remained silent for a long while, occasionally scratching his head in awkwardness. After a moment, he glanced around and began to retreat slowly. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The Tao is most profound. Do not take the golden elixir lightly. Without encountering an enlightened person to impart the wondrous teachings, mere words will ensnare the tongue and dry the throat. Just as he intended to leave, he suddenly noticed that the once slumbering Patriarch Bodhi had sat upright, his gaze fixed upon him. You mischievous monkey. Why are you here at this hour instead of sleeping? During the day, our master struck me on the back of my head 3 times. Witnessing the scene before him, reminiscent of an NPC dialogue, Zhou Chen, who had been concealed nearby, felt a stir of emotions, his grip on the ruler tightening. A sense of trepidation washed over him. This moment could potentially become a decisive turning point in determining his future. The world of Journey to the West is a continuation of the primordial era, where the paths of cultivation and the mastery of magical powers inherently dictate one's future achievements. Should one falter, they would merely be among the countless celestial soldiers. What a clever disciple. Patriarch Bodhi, having grasped Sun Wukong's intent, regarded him with admiration before shaking his head, still watching from the side. Greetings, master. Zhou Chen revealed himself, offering a gentle bow to Patriarch Bodhi. In the span of these 3 months, although his cultivation had not significantly advanced, his perspective had broadened to rival that of disciples who had entered the sect for over a decade, with his comprehension standing out remarkably. This art of concealment was something even Sun Wukong had failed to perceive. Although it was due to his incomplete cultivation and the absence of divine insight, it still sufficed to illustrate the extraordinary talent of Zhou Chen. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here?" As the words escaped his lips, he he finally noticed the held firmly in Zhou Chen's grasp. He scratched the back of his head and glanced at Master Bodhi, suddenly enlightened. Today, not only he, but Zhou Chen too had received Master Bodhi's subtle hint. The cloud of worry that had lingered in his heart dissipated, replaced by a wave of joy. While interacting with the other disciples of the Fangcun Mountain, Sun Wukong often felt a certain pressure. However, in the company of Zhou Chen, he felt utterly at ease. The prospect of cultivating alongside Zhou Chen made the future seem far less mundane. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain. The library holds a vast array of scriptures, rich with profound truths, which will greatly benefit your future, solidifying your cultivation and even enabling the creation of divine abilities. As he spoke, Master Bodhi rose and strode toward the courtyard gate, starlight cascading upon him, seemingly revealing an ethereal essence that captivated both Sun Wukong and Zhou Chen at first glance. For those on the path of cultivation, this essence is the most precious treasure in existence. Each sighting brings immense benefits. The techniques I have cultivated are as numerous as the stars, and today, since you too have encountered this fateful opportunity, I shall impart upon you a grand celestial technique, the Great Celestial Formula. Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly, and his breathing became noticeably heavier. Though the name of this technique appeared rather unremarkable, it was, in fact, the key to Sun Wukong's cultivation. It draws upon the 5 elements in reverse, allowing one to transform into a Buddha or an immortal upon completion. It stabilizes the primordial spirit with the heart of a monkey, refines the body with malevolent energy, and breaks the shackles of life and death, embodying the true path of immortality. Among the entirety of the journey to the West, the Great Celestial Formula is one of the foremost skills Zhou Chen could conceive, rivaling even the profound techniques of the 8-9 mysteries. Thank you, Master. I shall diligently cultivate and not betray your trust. Zhou Chen promptly bowed in gratitude. Observing Zhou Chen, Sun Wukong, who had restrained himself for a considerable time, could only manage a simple, "Me too." Master Bodhi chuckled softly, waving his hand. The law must not be transmitted to the unworthy. Listen to my words. As a quasi-saint, Master Bodhi's teachings often heralded extraordinary phenomena, especially when imparting the Great Celestial Formula. Upon his utterance, scriptures materialized before them, transforming into streams of golden light that coalesced into characters, lifted by blooming lotuses in the air. Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, their hearts aligned towards the heavens, wholly devoted to circulating their vital energies. At this moment, the lotus-formed scriptures descended into their minds, deeply rooting themselves within their primordial spirits. Boom! A torrent of information flooded into Zhou Chen's consciousness, causing his body to tremble violently. The Great Celestial Formula was far from ordinary. It encompassed not merely cultivation methods, but also applications for various weapons and divine techniques. Most importantly, it contained unparalleled methods for refining the physical body with malevolent energy. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen had already summoned all his magical power and begun to operate the Great Celestial Formula. In his mind, the persistent sound of the system's notifications echoed relentlessly. However, at this moment, he remained blissfully indifferent, wholly devoted to the circulation of his internal energy. The once tranquil waves of magical power, hindered by his inability to transcend his current state, now surged tumultuously, enveloping his entire being as if to shatter every constraint binding him. Even his frail physical form began to autonomously absorb the malevolent energies of the universe. The revered Master Bodhi was quick to discern the movements of his disciple, his eyes subtly widening in astonishment. What is this? The cultivation of the great immortal technique is notoriously arduous, and for someone like Sun Wukong, a being of innate prowess, it would require no less than 3 years to achieve mastery. Yet, here was his pupil, an ordinary human, who, while possessing decent talent, was still merely average. But now, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. Under the astonished gaze of Master Bodhi, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, exuding an aura akin to a tempest. The magical energy within him erupted, wild and unrestrained, transforming into bolts of lightning that entwined around his form. In that moment, Zhou Chen resembled a true celestial being, exuding an imposing presence that even left Master Bodhi in awe. Thunder? Has he, merely by beginning to practice the great immortal technique, already attained mastery over the powers of thunder? Chapter 6. The Direct Disciple and the Divine Decision of Heaven and Earth Since Ancient Times. The art of thunder has represented the orthodox mysticism of Taoism, standing as one of the most formidable techniques among various magical arts. When thunder strikes, malevolent spirits retreat, and countless demons tremble in fear. However, The mastery of thunder is an exceptionally rare gift, with few beings capable of wielding such power. Even among the innate beings, those who can command this divine technique are exceedingly scarce. In the future, if my disciple can control a bolt of divine thunder, his potential will be limitless. Suddenly, a thought flickered in the mind of Master Bodhi, but he shook his head. In this world, such fortuitous opportunities are scarce. To master the art of thunder is already remarkable, yet to command divine thunder is an even greater challenge. During the era of the journey to the west, countless magical treasures had already been claimed, and the rarest materials had long been gathered by the mightiest. Even he had little left to offer to Zhou Chen. As the thunder roared, it ceased to fall. Zhou Chen gazed upward, his eyes reflecting the heavens, while the magical energy within him gradually subsided. Yet it simmered like a brewing tempest, fraught with danger. At this moment, another aura surged from deep within his dantian, enveloping his entire being. The spiritual energy of Mount Fangcun surged like a tide towards Zhou Chen, who became a vortex, consuming everything into his dantian. Finally, Zhou Chen exhaled a long breath, releasing the stagnant energy within him. The shackles binding his cultivation shattered completely, and his previously constrained realm ascended to its zenith. The celestial immortal realm? Master Bodhi observed closely, feeling as if he were witnessing a dream. 3 months. Merely 3 months. Even the chosen stone monkey had yet to reach the earth immortal stage. Yet, his inexplicably gifted disciple had already attained the status of a celestial immortal. Most astonishingly, he had mastered the supreme celestial immortal technique. Truly, this was a divine blessing bestowed upon his disciple. Master, senior brother? Beside Zhou Chen, the previously meditative son Wukong was left speechless, unconsciously asking, Senior brother, how have you cultivated so rapidly? The complexity of the supreme celestial immortal technique was something son Wukong had experienced firsthand. Yet, his senior brother had seemingly grasped it in an instant, even breaking through. Was the disparity in their innate talents truly so vast? Son Wukong's words echoed the thoughts of Master Bodhi, who cast a subtle glance at Zhou Chen, as if attempting to unveil the secrets hidden within him. When Zhou Chen first began his training, his innate talent was mediocre, hardly remarkable even among his peers, merely possessing a slight aptitude for cultivation, with hopes of achieving immortality seeming dim. But now, a dream of immortality realized. In but a fleeting moment, regardless of the perspective taken, Zhou Chen harbored profound secrets within. Yet, as a master, Bodhi hesitated to inquire directly or seek further information. This was a lesson from his own master. His junior brother's talent surpassed his own. It was merely that he had accumulated deeper knowledge. Zhou Chen smiled. Subsequently, as if recalling something significant, he spoke. Diligence can compensate for incompetence. Perhaps this is the very reason my esteemed master has allowed me to cultivate in the scripture pavilion. At this moment, both son Wukong and the Bodhi Patriarch exchanged subtle glances. Son Wukong began to harbor doubts regarding his innate talents. During these days, he had frequented the scripture pavilion, perusing the same texts as Zhou Chen. Although he had yet to grasp any profound insights, he had at least memorized the scriptures. Yet, why did he not experience any epiphanies? His progress in cultivation seemed stagnant. In an instant, son Wukong found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, the Bodhi Patriarch's lips twitched as he closed his eyes. Diligence can compensate for incompetence? In such a world, there would be no mere mortals left. Anyone could ascend to immortality. Anyone could attain enlightenment. All could become saints. Although he understood that his disciples' words were mere jest, the Bodhi Patriarch could only sigh in resignation, shaking his head. Wukong, do you now comprehend the intricacies of my Buddhist scriptures? I understand, son Wukong replied, his expression fraught with bitterness. As a monkey, his temperament was exceedingly restless. It was already a feat for him to set aside his distractions to read. And now he was being asked to immerse himself in the study and practice. How daunting. Raising his gaze once more to Zhou Chen, the Bodhi Patriarch suddenly smiled. Let us conclude for today. Wukong, you may return for now. Son Wukong glanced at the Bodhi Patriarch, realizing that the teachings to come were beyond his current grasp, and he slowly retreated, hastening away. Zhou Chen maintained an air of utmost respect, prompting the Bodhi Patriarch to shake his head in disbelief. Zhou Chen, your talents are remarkable. Though you have been with us for a short time, you are already the most accomplished among my disciples. Today, I pose a question to you. Do you wish to become my personal disciple? Thunderous. The Bodhi Patriarch's words resonated in Zhou Chen's ears like a clap of thunder, sending shivers through his spirit and causing his pupils to constrict. The Bodhi Patriarch was no ordinary figure. He was a rare quasi-saint in this realm, possessing powers that could effortlessly forge a great sage from mere mortals. thus introducing a warrior of legend into the world. It is noteworthy that son Wukong, in the world of Journey to the West, had only practiced for a mere 3 years, excluding the 7 years spent chopping wood and fetching water. And yet, within this brief span, he had emerged as a renowned figure across the 3 realms. Now, Zhou Chen found himself with the extraordinary opportunity to become the Bodhi Patriarch's direct disciple. Disciple Zhou Chen, I humbly thank you for your immense kindness, Master. Zhou Chen quickly bowed deeply, but before he could kneel, an unseen force gently lifted him back to his feet. As master and disciple, there is no need for such empty formalities. I sense that you harbor certain secrets. Though I cannot discern them, I shall not pry. From this day forth, I will impart my knowledge to you freely, sharing various divine abilities. Today, I have already bestowed upon you the great principle celestial decision, a profound technique I have cultivated over many years, sufficient for your use. Though it is not particularly distinguished in the arts of destruction, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Although you have entered the realm of celestial beings, you will still face tribulations every 500 years, enduring 3 disasters and 5 calamities. I shall impart to you a profound technique. Take heed and practice it gradually. With these words, Master Bodhi gently tapped the crown of Zhou Chen's head. A torrent of information surged into the depths of Zhou Chen's mind, ultimately crystallizing into a grand inscription, the celestial and terrestrial divine formula. Simultaneously, it unfurled a mystical method utterly distinct from the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 terrestrial techniques, causing Zhou Chen's eyes to gleam with enlightenment. This celestial and terrestrial divine formula was derived from the master's complete mastery of the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 terrestrial techniques, encapsulating the myriad principles of heaven and earth. It subtly contained the essence of the ancient Zhoutian star array and the Dingtian divine array. By harnessing the powers of the stars and the earth, it offered a more profound means of combat than the celestial and terrestrial techniques alone, wielding unparalleled might. Now, endeavor to see if you can cultivate it. Chapter 7. Unmatched Talent, Breath that Shatters Mountains Within the Vast Expanse of the Universe. The number of mystical techniques that can be deemed divine is countless. Yet, to innovate upon these techniques requires generations of accumulation. The celestial and terrestrial fiend god technique, a culmination of years of effort by the Bodhi Patriarch, integrates the 2 primordial formations of the ancient witch and demon clans, boasting unparalleled power, placing it among the foremost techniques in the entire journey to the West realm. However, comprehending such a divine technique demands an immeasurable amount of mental exertion. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, deeply contemplating the inherited memories that had recently flooded his mind. Numerous pieces of information coalesced into vivid scenes. In one, individuals were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to attain immortality. In another, a mere finger could upturn the heavens, while a single palm could rend the earth. Furthermore, there were various miraculous techniques like the shifting of stars that left one awestruck, rendering them momentarily speechless, their hearts gripped by an indescribable terror. Most significantly, there was the technique of harnessing malevolent energy to fortify one's own physique, which, in a certain sense, could resurrect the formidable bodies of the ancient witch clan, reviving their legendary prowess. Concentrate. With a gentle exhalation, Zhou Chen summoned forth all the malevolent energy from the surrounding Fangcun Mountain, drawing it into his being with each breath. The stars in the sky seemed to respond, their luminous rays cascading down, imbuing him with an unfathomable aura, hinting at a potential breakthrough from the constraints of the celestial realm into the true immortal domain. With a long exhale of impure energy, it surged forth like a sharpened arrow, crashing against the distant cliffside. The resounding booms echoed, shaking the very earth, as the once ethereal Fangcun Mountain trembled precariously. The surrounding forests were violently cleaved in two by the force of this impure energy, thoroughly bisected. What immense power of the cosmos! The malevolent energy entered his body, condensing like an arrow. The Bodhi Patriarch was taken aback, his gaze towards Zhou Chen undergoing a profound transformation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In the past, after devising such a technique, it took him a full century to merely grasp the entry-level understanding of channeling malevolent energy into the body, without advancing further. Although this was influenced by his own mastery of the Tao, he calculated that even a stone monkey born of the earth would find it nearly impossible to master such a divine technique. Initially, he had merely intended to test Zhou Chen's talent. Should he fail, he would impart one of the foundational techniques of celestial or terrestrial to him for practice. Yet, what was the outcome? This fellow had actually succeeded. As he witnessed the distant mountain on the verge of collapse, the Bodhi Patriarch lightly waved his whisk. channeling his power to restore the mountain and quell the disturbances caused by the malevolent energy before turning his attention back to Zhou Chen. Indeed, you have grasped the intricacies of the celestial and terrestrial fiend god technique. The future looks promising. From this day forth, my disciple, you need not attend the teachings. Simply focus on your cultivation within the scripture repository. The master of Bodhi was exceedingly pleased with his disciple, Zhou Chen. Merely after a brief period of cultivation, Zhou had already begun to master numerous supernatural abilities. As his practice deepened, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Achieving a reputation akin to that of Sun Wukong across the three realms would be but a trivial matter. His future path could very well lead him to the realm of quasi-saints, attaining one of the exceedingly rare positions of great power in this world. Zhou Chen quelled the fluctuations of his internal energy and cast his gaze upon the restored mountain in the distance, shaking his head in response. Master, I am still far from sufficient. The celestial and earthly powers you imparted can conceal vital energy within malevolent aura, capable of unleashing even greater might. Regrettably, my time for cultivation has been too brief, and my Dharma body remains unrefined. Otherwise, even if this mountain were to be restored, it would still bear the marks of my power. He sighed, acknowledging the need for further diligence. Magical power and supernatural abilities are merely the beginning. The Dharma body is the true essence of strength. Currently, among the myriad war gods in the three realms, be it the already ascendant Erlang Shen, xianxia, or the future great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, each possesses an indomitable Dharma body. Those primordial beings of yore, renowned for their unparalleled combat prowess, all wielded such extraordinary skills. While the physical form may seem inconsequential, its contribution to combat is indeed substantial. There is no need for concern, my disciple. As a member of the human race, the innate foundation for cultivating the Dharma body cannot compare to that of the demon race. Apart from Erlang Shen, there are scarcely any formidable figures among humans who have excelled in this regard. Simply follow the grand celestial immortal technique and cultivate steadily. In the future, though your Dharma body may not be overwhelmingly powerful, your achievements shall not fall short of xianxia's. The master of Bodhi spoke softly, his subtle shake of the head indicating that he had discerned Zhou Chen's thoughts in an instant. Refining the Dharma body necessitates a solid foundation. While humans cultivate at an astonishing pace and possess innate physiques, the methods he had transmitted were indeed top-notch. Yet humans inherently lack the aptitude for refining the Dharma body. No matter how diligently Zhou Chen endeavored, a limit would inevitably be reached. However, with the grand celestial immortal technique and the celestial and earthly powers, any deficiencies in the Dharma body would not prove fatal. Defensive measures could be supplemented with magical artifacts, and offensive capabilities could be replaced with supernatural abilities. In any case, his disciple's innate talent was undeniable. Rest assured, Master, I understand, Zhou Chen replied with a light chuckle, his eyes shimmering. Observing Zhou Chen's demeanor, the master of Bodhi realized that his counsel bore little significance. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on the matter. It was not necessarily a disadvantage for his disciple to navigate his path too smoothly. Allowing him to encounter some setbacks could ultimately serve as a beneficial lesson for future guidance. Very well, you may return now, but do not neglect your cultivation. In 2 years, I shall assess your progress alongside Wukong. With a wave of his hand, the master of Bodhi vanished from Zhou Chen's presence. At that moment, Zhou Chen stood alone upon the precipice, seemingly reluctant to depart. He examined his hands, slowly exhaling a breath. At last, have I learned the supernatural arts? To Zhou Chen, this entire experience felt akin to a dream. The sudden onset of the system, the reverence of the Bodhi Patriarch, and the extraordinary talents displayed by Sun Wukong left Zhou Chen in a state of bewilderment and uncertainty. This feeling only intensified upon entering the realm of the celestial beings. What could he achieve in this place? It seemed prudent to proceed forward. The world of Journey to the West is fraught with peril, although there are numerous magical treasures. Most are already claimed by their owners, making the quest for a prized possession exceedingly arduous. It would be wise to cultivate to a certain level and accumulate a foundation. Then explore whether the items in the marketplace truly reflect the treasures etched in his memory. Zhou Chen devoted his full attention to the system. In an instant, a flurry of informational prompts flooded his ears. Chapter 8. Journeying and Trials. The Divergence of Cause and Effect. Congratulations, host. You have successfully comprehended the Supreme Immortal Technique. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Supreme Immortal Technique to the entry level. Reward, 10,000 cultivation points. Congratulations, host. You have elevated the fundamental Qi nourishing technique to the Great Completion stage. breaking through to the immortal realm. Congratulations, host. You have successfully grasped the celestial and terrestrial god technique. Cultivated to the entry level. Reward: 10,000 cultivation points. 4 notifications flashed before Zhou Chen. Simultaneously, he gazed at the system panel. Compared to 3 months prior, his system panel now reflected a nascent understanding, no longer as monotonous as before. Host: Zhou Chen. Cultivation level: Immortal realm. Background: postnatal human race, superior postnatal. Cultivation techniques: fundamental qi nourishing technique, great completion. Supreme immortal technique, entry level. Comprehension: 200, law body, 50, magical power, 2000, divine abilities, celestial and terrestrial god technique, entry level. Thunder technique, entry level. Treasure: none. Cultivation points: 25,000. 200 points of comprehension represented Zhou Chen's diligent efforts over 3 months. It was this comprehension that assured him he could grasp the intricacies of both the supreme immortal technique and the celestial and terrestrial god technique. However, despite this enhancement in comprehension, the accumulation remained woefully insufficient. The mere entry-level understanding left Zhou Chen feeling fatigued to advance further. He required both arduous training and an additional boost in comprehension. Without such, it was likely that his cultivation would stagnate at a certain point. As for his magical power, the 2,000 points were merely a nascent beginning. Zhou Chen sensed that after breaking through to the immortal realm, a considerable period of diligent practice would be necessary to fully cultivate his dantian. With the support of the fundamental qi nourishing technique and the supreme immortal technique, the quantity of magical power would not pose a problem in his future endeavors. Concerning cultivation points, 5,000 were acquired through his readings during this time. While 25,000 may seem modest, it was barely sufficient for his current needs, at least on this Fangcun Mountain. His sole concern was how to effectively engage in learning. He needed to maximize efficiency, ensuring he did not lag behind son Wukong. Otherwise, he would feel his journey to the west had been in vain, unable to effect any change. Once the great sage equal to heaven, he had become merely a pawn in the hands of deities, a cog in their elaborate schemes. Even as one of the protagonists of the journey, he barely managed to survive, ultimately becoming the victorious fighting Buddha. Should he find himself ensnared similarly one day, with cultivation akin to son Wukong, he would likely have no opportunity to resist, having endured such impotence for so long in this world of journey to the west. Zhou Chen silently vowed to live with the dignity of a person, to ensure his presence demanded recognition. With a steely gaze, he trembled momentarily and vanished from his original location, employing a technique reminiscent of the Bodhi Patriarch's nimble maneuvers. This action elicited a slight turn of the Bodhi Patriarch's head, stirring his spirit. Good disciple, in the scripture pavilion, there exists not merely a multitude of scrolls. Even were he to devote 3 months, or indeed 30 years, it is improbable that Zhou Chen could peruse all these tomes. However, as his comprehension deepened, his reading efficiency accelerated. Previously, he required a moment of contemplation to grasp the profundities of a single Buddhist scripture. Now, a mere glance suffices for him to understand the essence, allowing him to master the content in no time at all. As for the cultivation of his physique, Zhou Chen devised an innovative method. There was no need for arduous sitting, whether in motion or repose. He could harness the celestial and terrestrial qi to absorb myriad malevolent energies, condensing them within himself. While this energy remained latent, it continually refined his corporeal form, albeit with some discomfort. Unlike the witch tribe, who naturally possessed the Panga bloodline and the ability to solidify malevolent energy, Zhou Chen understood that utilizing such forces to hone his body came at a cost. How much time had elapsed? After a full 6 months, Zhou Chen emerged from his seclusion, gazing at the sunlight outside as he calculated with his fingers. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease, as if something momentous were on the verge of transpiring. Yet, here in Mount Fangcun, even if a great demon were to manifest in the world, he would remain entirely safe. This conundrum left him perplexed. Could it be that the karma of his former self had come knocking? Zhou Chen pondered to himself. Although he retained a significant portion of his predecessor's memories, he knew little of that individual's identity. Most of these memories pertained to mundane aspects of life, with the more specific details having largely dissipated. Even now, Zhou Chen was unsure how he had assumed control of this body. It was clear that he could not persist in solitary cultivation. Though his cultivation level was relatively low in the realm of celestial beings, he needed to venture out. Relentless introspection would not pave his path forward. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chen rose slowly and made his way to the back mountain. intending to seek an audience with Master Bodhi to inquire about his own situation. As a member of the human race, unlike the innate beings such as the stone monkey, he needed to refine himself to progress further. Mere solitary cultivation could lead only to insular development. Unexpectedly, Master Bodhi was found within his abode, engaged in meditation. As if he had anticipated Zhou Chen's arrival. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, he nodded gently. "Disciple, you have come to inquire about departing from Fangcun Mountain?" Zhou Chen replied, "Master, are you already aware? During this time, your spirit has been disturbed, and I have sensed it." Master Bodhi responded, "Your path lies in the laws of thunder, rather than in mere toil. Indeed, it is essential for you to venture forth and explore." Zhou Chen felt a sudden shock. Master Bodhi's words suggested he had been closely monitoring him, as if every action and advancement in cultivation was known to him. Yet, to Zhou Chen's knowledge, Master Bodhi had his own affairs to attend to. Could it be that a quasi-saint could effortlessly perceive every movement within Fangcun Mountain? Such a notion was rather daunting. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If a quasi-saint could not achieve such awareness, then the allure of cultivation would surely diminish. Casting a glance at Zhou Chen, the Bodhi Patriarch was well aware of the thoughts swirling within the young man's mind. He spoke, "Though my cultivation is formidable, I am not omniscient. In due time, you will come to understand these matters. Have you given any thought to your destination for this journey?" Zhou Chen shook his head in confusion. "First, you must exit the 3 Stars Cave. Someone awaits you outside. Explain your situation to him, and he will guide you on your path of training." With a wave of his hand, the Bodhi Patriarch urged Zhou Chen to depart. Yet, as if recalling something, he continued, "Upon the completion of your training, remember to return. To transcend into the realm of celestial immortals and break through to the profound immortal stage requires considerable refinement. It is not merely through arduous training that one can achieve this. Fortune also plays a crucial role." Truth be told, the Bodhi Patriarch harbored some reluctance to let his disciple venture forth. However, there was little he could do. Sometimes, destiny unfolds as it must, and all he could offer was to watch over his disciple from afar, striving to prevent any unfortunate occurrences. Yet, this destiny for reasons unknown. Even the Bodhi Patriarch found it impossible to decipher. How strange, how peculiar. Chapter 9. The Morning Star. It is uncertain how that stone monkey is faring now. I hope it does not disrupt the grand scheme of the journey to the west. Outside the 3 Stars Cave, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard ambled slowly, casting glances toward the cave's entrance, seemingly yearning to catch a glimpse of the Bodhi Patriarch, even if it were merely a young acolyte who appeared. However, after waiting for a full 3 days, it seemed that the Bodhi Patriarch had forgotten about him, as no one had come to visit for a long while, which stirred feelings of unease within him. Yet, burdened with a heavy responsibility, he could not leave so easily, and thus had no choice but to continue his vigil. During this period, the 3 Stars Cave felt eerily deserted, as if no one inhabited it. Even the young acolytes, who usually roamed outside, had not been seen for half a year, drawing the attention of the Celestial Emperor. In this journey to the west, the heavenly realm had also placed numerous spies, reaping many benefits, but should any unforeseen events occur, it could lead to disaster. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the great door. Under the old man's watchful gaze, Zhou Chen, clad in a blue-green Taoist robe, approached his side. Upon seeing the white-haired elder, Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Elder, may I ask who you are?" The elderly man exuded an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. Though his cultivation might not be regarded as high in the eyes of the Bodhi Patriarch, to Zhou Chen, he appeared profound and unfathomable, having reached the realm of mysterious immortality upon slight perception. For some reason, Zhou Chen felt a strange familiarity with the elder, as if they had met before. "Youth, are you from within this cave?" the elder asked. "I am the Morning Star of the Heavenly Court, here to seek an audience with the Bodhi Patriarch." The Morning Star waved his hand at Zhou Chen, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Such a profound foundation. From whence do you hail? How have you cultivated such remarkable prowess?" To his knowledge, the Bodhi Patriarch's involvement in this grand expedition was merely opportunistic, and the temple of Mount Fangcun was established solely to await the stone monkey's emergence. Yet, why had such a gifted individual arisen within the confines of Mount Fangcun? More critically, he was of the human race. This level of talent reminded him of the former Erlang Shen. Seeking to meet the master? Upon hearing the name Morning Star, Zhou Chen had already surmised his intentions, especially given the Bodhi Patriarch's enigmatic gaze when he departed. The master has entered seclusion and may not emerge for another 6 months. My fellow brothers have also retreated into deep meditation, and there will likely be no opportunity to meet the immortal soon. Secluded? The morning star breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as the stone monkey did not encounter any unforeseen troubles, everything would be manageable. However, he suddenly reacted, his pupils quivering in realization. Are you the disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch? I am Zhou Chen, a humble disciple. Fortunate to be accepted as a direct apprentice by the master, Zhou Chen replied. A direct disciple? The morning star was taken aback. The Bodhi Patriarch was an extraordinary figure, one of the rare quasi-saints in the world, possessing an immeasurable repertoire of Taoist arts and divine abilities, even revered by well-known ancestors who preferred to avoid confrontation. This time, had it not been for the sage's personal intervention, he would have been reluctant to partake in the grand scheme of the journey to the west. Even the stone monkey merely offered casual guidance. Yet now, this formidable being has taken on a disciple of his own. The expression of the celestial star of Venus, Tai Bai Jin Xing, shifted noticeably. His gaze towards Zhou Chen softened with an air of camaraderie. However, before he could forge a closer rapport with Zhou Chen, he heard the latter speak. My master instructed me to venture forth for exploration before his seclusion, yet I find myself at a loss for direction. Might you assist me in this endeavor? Zhou Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed as he voiced this. However, before he could finish, he was promptly interrupted by Tai Bai Jin Xing, who assumed a serious demeanor and replied softly, What you say, young friend Zhou Chen, is quite misplaced. Merely embarking on a journey of exploration hardly warrants assistance. Henceforth, do not address me as Tai Bai Jin Xing. Simply call me Tai Bai, and we shall engage as equals. In just a few brief exchanges, beads of cold sweat began to form on Tai Bai Jin Xing's forehead. After all, this was the direct disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch, a figure of immense stature. To call him a senior would imply that the Bodhi Patriarch was of the same generation as him. How could this not shorten his lifespan? Fortunately, he had not misspoken or inadvertently divulged any details regarding the journey to the west. The actions of the Bodhi Patriarch were of great interest across the three realms. And this disciple must have been recently accepted, otherwise, he would not possess merely the cultivation level of a celestial immortal. Given that he and son Wukong hailed from the same lineage, any leak could spell disaster. As for Zhou Chen's journey, it was quite simple. The heavenly court was rife with tasks. He could easily take Zhou Chen to undertake one or two, and in the process, introduce him to the heavenly emperor to strategize further. With the Bodhi Patriarch's transcendent cultivation, it was clear that his disciple also possessed extraordinary talent. Although currently his cultivation seemed modest, as long as he served in the heavenly court, his future accomplishments would likely surpass even that of Erlang Shen. Come, young friend Zhou Chen, follow me. After contemplating all angles, Tai Bai Jin Xing chuckled lightly and, riding on clouds, led Zhou Chen towards the heavenly court. Meanwhile, in the library of the Three Pure Ones cave, son Wukong looked around, searching for Zhou Chen's whereabouts. Senior brother? Senior brother? He wondered aloud. Scratching the back of his head, his internal powers surged, restoring the somewhat disheveled library to its former order, his eyes glinting with brilliance. Had any of the other disciples from Mount Fangcun been present, they would have surely cried out in astonishment. A celestial being's realm, the heavenly court, situated above the 33 heavens, has endured countless epochs since its establishment by the demon clan. Before the calamity of the Fangcun, this place appeared somewhat sparse. Yet in the years that have followed, it has evolved into an even more formidable entity than in the days of the demon court. As Zhou Chen approached, he witnessed tens of thousands of celestial soldiers patrolling the area, while celestial battalions descended to vanquish demons. Moreover, celestial warriors escorted numerous demons towards the heavenly prison for confinement. The scene exuded an aura of ethereal elegance, imbued with the unparalleled majesty unique to the heavenly court. As they soared through the skies, the journey continued. Zhou Chen beheld a magnificent gate. Was it the southern heavenly gate? He felt an inexplicable stiffness in his body. This southern heavenly gate emanated an overwhelming aura. Merely casting a glance seemed to bear down upon him with formidable pressure. Yet, these were but illusions, as long as one's heart was untainted or one's cultivation adequate. The gate's formidable aura would pose no threat to them. My young friend Zhou Chen, please wait here for a moment, Tai Bai Jin Xing said, leading Zhou Chen to the southern heavenly gate, his face unable to suppress a broad smile. Before long, several celestial attendants approached from the distance. Bowing respectfully to Zhou Chen and Tai Bai Jin Xing, they scrutinized Zhou Chen briefly before speaking. Are you Zhou Chen of Mount Fangcun? His Majesty requests your presence. Please follow me. Chapter 10. I, Zhou Chen, am a disciple of Master Bodhi. In the grand hall of the heavenly court, ministers stood in dignified formation. Immortals occupied various corners, their gazes fixed upon the exalted dragon throne at the apex. Seated upon it was none other than the sovereign of the heavenly court, the celestial Emperor Hao Yin. Hao Yin's aura was profound and inscrutable, akin to the depths of water, revealing only a faint luminescence that hinted at his considerable cultivation. He lifted his gaze, imbued with a glimmer of anticipation, toward the approaching figure in the distance, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they have arrived. Celestial Emperor, I, the Tai by Venus, along with Zhou Chen of Mount Fangcun, present myself before your majesty. Tai by Venus bowed respectfully to Hao Yin, with Zhou Chen following suit with a clasped fist. As an immortal, there was no need for elaborate prostrations, especially since he was a disciple of Master Bodhi, whose reputation he carried with him. Whether he dared to bestow a greeting upon the Celestial Emperor was another matter altogether. Enough, no need for formalities, Hao Yin interjected. Already aware of Sun Wukong's current circumstances and unconcerned about his grand plans for the journey to the west. Instead, his full attention was directed toward Zhou Chen. It was widely acknowledged that the heavenly court had progressed rapidly following the Fangcun calamity, now on the cusp of rivaling the teachings of the sages. Yet, only Hao Yin truly understood the weight of his struggles. The illustrious Celestial Emperor found himself with but a handful of formidable generals at his disposal. Most immortals, once disciples of the sages, had attained divine positions through the Fangcun list, yet they remained unyielding in their compliance. The remaining lesser immortals, though obedient, were hardly formidable, finding it challenging to contend even with formidable demons. In the end, on several occasions of trouble, he had no choice but to beseech his nephew, the true monarch Erlang, who was notoriously indifferent to authority. The crux of the matter was that the true monarch was truly unyielding. Other immortals might at least make a show of compliance in response to Hao Yin's commands. Even if outcomes were uncertain, they would at least demonstrate a semblance of willingness. Yet, Erlang was one who might not even extend the courtesy of face. As for Prince Nezha, no further elaboration was necessary. He had provided enough performances for Hao Yin to witness. At this moment, the only viable solution lay in cultivating a warrior of the heavenly court his own, capable of transforming the current predicament. Zhou Chen was the breakthrough that Hao Yin had chosen for himself. Zhou Chen truly lived up to Tai by Venus's praise, his demeanor striking and distinguished. I have heard that your purpose in entering the heavenly court is to seek opportunities for experience? Hao Yin inquired. Your Majesty is aware that I, Zhou Chen, am but a member of the human race. Though I possess some innate talent and have garnered my master's favor, my cultivation remains limited. I find myself at the threshold of the celestial stage, and without experience, I fear I may struggle to break through, Zhou Chen replied, striving to maintain a humble demeanor. This attitude undoubtedly endeared him further to Hao Yin. In contrast to the proud talents he typically encountered, such as Nezha and Yang Jian, who often put on ostentatious displays. Zhou Chen's modesty was a refreshing change. Should Zhou Chen prove obedient in the future, not only would he be rewarded with opportunities for experience, but even the treasures of the heavenly court might be within his grasp. This matter is easily arranged. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing has recently observed the rampant chaos created by demons in the mortal realm. The demon-hunting army has faced numerous setbacks. It is imperative that you arrange for a few suitable demons for him. The so-called tempering of one's spirit often entails the use of combat to exert pressure upon oneself. Assigning a few appropriate adversaries for Zhou Chen aligns perfectly with the wishes of Hao Yin, who wishes to ascertain whether this potential minister of his possesses the strength to eradicate the demons and uphold his own stature. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude to his majesty. He once again bowed before Hao Yin and, under the guidance of Tai Bai Jinxing, exited the grand hall. He faintly sensed the gaze of numerous celestial beings upon him, their eyes imbued with a myriad of emotions, vigilance, envy, and jealousy. The convergence of such sentiments created an intriguing atmosphere. My young friend Zhou Chen, you have certainly struck a fortune this time, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked as they journeyed onward, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Chen. His Majesty's recent display indicates that you shall be of great importance in the future. Your current cultivation is rather shallow, as you have yet to enter the realm of xianxia. There is no need for you to wander for long. Once you attain the xianxia stage, would you consider joining our heavenly court? Tai Bai Jinxing truly embodies the most renowned persuader in the world of journey to the west. Zhou Chen, slightly exasperated, responded with a shake of his head. Tai Bai, my master has advised me to concentrate my efforts primarily on cultivation for now, so I shall not delve into such matters at this moment. Ah, the words of Bodhi Patriarch. Tai Bai Jinxing ground his teeth slightly, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Throughout their journey, he had employed various tactics to glean information about the situation within the confines of the Fangcun Mountain, or perhaps to forge a closer bond with Zhou Chen. Yet, Each time, Zhou Chen deftly evaded him with whimsical retorts. Whenever faced with challenges, he would invoke the name of his master, which seemed rather coincidental. However, having conversed with Zhou Chen for a considerable time, Taibai Jinxing noted that the latter appeared predominantly preoccupied with celestial matters, displaying little knowledge of worldly affairs. Perhaps he does not possess ulterior motives after all. Could it be that he must simply wait and observe whether Zhou Chen could be drawn into the heavenly court after breaking through to xianxia? If that were the case, it would render their current investment a waste. With a mind swirling with thoughts, Taibai Jinxing soon led Zhou Chen to a grand hall. Within, thousands of heavenly soldiers were preparing for battle, donned in various armors and equipped for combat. Among the commanding officers, Zhou Chen recognized two familiar figures. One was a middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a small pagoda, his piercing gaze assessing Zhou Chen's every move. The other was a child, brandishing a fiery spear, adorned with the Qianquan circle and accompanied by the swirling Huitian silk, with flickers of flame dancing around his form. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, this child even winked, as if recognizing his identity, and a mischievous grin graced his lips. In the heavenly court, such distinctive appearances are easily recognizable. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing and the third prince Nezha. Taibai Jinxing, may I inquire who this is? Li Jing fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen, gently caressing the exquisite pagoda in his hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of unusual color. Although Zhou Chen's cultivation was not particularly advanced, the solidity of his foundation was indeed a rarity in Li Jing's experience. One could even assert that this individual, at the celestial realm, could rival true immortals. Should he cultivate further methods and techniques, his strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Could it be that this prodigy was something that Hao-Yin had unearthed from somewhere? However, what the Heavenly King did not know was that this was Zhou Chen from Mount Fangcun, a direct disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch, who had ventured forth specifically for the purpose of honing his skills. His Majesty commanded me to seek out several targets to challenge Zhou Chen's abilities, and coincidentally, this would serve as a means of tempering him. The Star of Venus chuckled. After providing this explanation, he intended to continue guiding Zhou Chen into the hall. At that moment, however, Nezha suddenly positioned himself in front of him, grinning as he spoke. Star of Venus, do you truly need to seek others for this task? We are about to embark on an expedition to eradicate Fangcun Mountain. It would be perfect to bring along our brother Zhou Chen. There are hundreds of monsters atop Fangcun Mountain. It would be no trouble at all to find a few suitable opponents. Chapter 11. The Selection of Treasures. King of all weapons. Is this appropriate? Upon hearing Nezha's words, the Jade Star swiftly waved his hand. Others may be unaware, but he certainly understood the gravity of the situation. The Black Wind Mountain is the territory of a formidable demon. This demon, a black serpent that has transformed into a dragon, possesses a trace of draconic bloodline, capable of commanding tempests. While it may not be on par with the divine winds of heaven and earth, it poses a significant threat. In its prime, it commanded hundreds of monsters, even disregarding the celestial soldiers of Ur, resulting in substantial losses for the demon-hunting brigade. Had it not been for the wrath of the heavenly emperor, would the mighty Li Jing and the third prince Nezha have ventured forth together? The opponent's prowess must be formidable indeed. Do you lack confidence in me, Taibai Jinxing? Nezha chuckled lightly, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Taibai Jinxing's brow. From here on, he could only comply. His beard would likely not withstand the repercussions. Enough. Nezha, do not act recklessly. Li Jing's gentle admonition instantly quelled Nezha's impetuosity. His expression grew tense as he gripped the firepoint spear, ready to strike at any moment. Indeed, just as the rumors foretold, Zhou Chen observed Nezha's demeanor and sighed deeply. The enmity between Nezha and Li Jing had been forged since the era of the investiture of the gods. Although they could not be deemed mortal enemies, their father-son relationship was merely a facade maintained by superficial ties. From a certain perspective, Li Jing was merely a pawn, tethered to Nezha's father. The exquisite pagoda was the true object of Nezha's apprehension. However, this matter was not insurmountable. Since it is a command from His Majesty, we shall alleviate his worries. With Nezha accompanying us on this expedition to Black Wind Mountain, Taibai Jinxing may rest assured. Li Jing spoke softly, casting a stoic glance at Zhou Chen. Though he may have taken a shortcut to his current position, he possessed some talent. A direct disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch, let us assess his capabilities. If suitable, forging a connection would not be unwise. This Taibai Jinxing intended to speak further, but Nezha had already jovially draped an arm around Zhou Chen's shoulder. Come, brother Zhou Chen. Let me show you the treasures of the heavenly court. At this, Taibai Jinxing was deprived of any opportunity to refuse, watching helplessly as Zhou Chen was whisked away by Nezha. Good heavens, How many who fall into Nezha's hands emerge unscathed? When he next encounters the Bodhi Patriarch, will he be ruthlessly punished? Following Nezha, Zhou Chen indeed glimpsed the grandeur of the heavenly court. According to the tales of the journey to the west, the Dragon Palace was overflowing with celestial treasures, adorned with opulence, while within this royal palace, those treasures appeared utterly pedestrian. A rare spiritual stone, measuring 100 meters in length, would be nearly impossible to acquire outside, with even a fragment capable of elevating a mortal to immortality. Yet here it lay as mere pavement. The remnants of true dragons, fallen and mingled with wondrous beasts, had become statues adorning the pillars. Amidst them, there exist living true dragons, exuding their formidable presence. They are the guardians, entrusted with the solemn duty of overseeing all within the great hall. Deeper within this hall lies a staggering array of various magical artifacts, meticulously arranged in every corner. So, Brother Zhou Chen, have you set your sights on any particular artifact? Feel free to take your pick. Although these treasures may not be considered the rarest of the heavenly court, they would certainly be classified as exceptional outside these walls. Nezha chuckled softly, giving Zhou Chen a light pat on the back, implying, without formidable equipment, one might find it difficult to withstand the tempestuous techniques of the dragon in Fangcun Mountain. Is there anything you would recommend, Nezha? Zhou Chen initially intended to address him as the third prince, but upon noticing the subtle shift in Nezha's expression, he quickly altered his tone. Indeed, upon hearing his name, Nezha cast a thoughtful glance in his direction and chuckled. Recommendations? All the items here are merely standard equipment for heavenly soldiers. The only difference lies in their weight. The true magical artifacts of the heavenly court reside exclusively within His Majesty's treasury, and none may enter without his decree. For now, make do with what you can find, and once we defeat the dragon, I shall procure its dragon bone to forge you a true artifact. Zhou Chen discerned that Nezha harbored no ill will towards him, at least not in this moment. He surveyed the various magical artifacts displayed on the shelves, absorbing their sharp, radiant essence, gradually finding tranquility. Weapons. What should I choose? Swords, spears, sabers, and halberds. He possessed knowledge of all these martial techniques, even the more obscure weapons. Yet, what he truly favored above all was the saber. The saber, the king of all weapons, a formidable tool of slaughter, and the most intuitive to wield. Upon drawing it, one must immediately determine life and death. Among the myriad types of sabers, he settled on one that bore resemblance to the Tangheng saber. As he grasped the long blade, his wrist felt an immediate heaviness. How weighty! Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed as he inhaled deeply. He practiced the great celestial immortal technique, and he had previously worried that, like son Wukong, he would find all artifacts to be insubstantial. However, it seemed that was not the case. At that moment, Zhou Chen was oblivious to the fact that Nezha, who had been smiling at him, suddenly narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Good heavens, what a remarkable specimen! How on earth is he able to lift it? Though Nezha harbored no malicious intent, his penchant for mischief was well known, and he sometimes delighted in teasing others. For instance, the location to which he had brought Zhou Chen was no ordinary treasure trove accessible to celestial soldiers. Each artifact here was crafted through immense toil by the celestial blacksmiths, each one deserving of the title of exquisite craftsmanship. While lacking any extraordinary abilities, they possessed two notable effects. First, they were indestructible. Secondly, it is exceedingly heavy. In this world, the mightier the cultivator, the more formidable their grip. A lighter weapon affects the feel of their hand. Most top-tier magical artifacts possess the ability to control their weight. However, the artifacts here can only be deemed exquisite, not top-tier. Being able to lift them relies solely on sheer brute strength. This must weigh around 50,000 pounds, right? Zhou Chen swung the Tang Dao, creating a surge of force. The weight is approximately right, yet it still feels a tad light. If it could be increased by another 30,000 pounds, I could continue to wield it even after breaking through to true immortal. Nezha fell into silence, gazing at Zhou Chen as if he were a terrifying monstrosity. 80,000 pounds. As far as he knew, it is already remarkable for an ordinary celestial immortal to lift a magical artifact weighing over 10,000 pounds and wield it with ease. Could it be that this fellow's current form can rival that of a profound immortal? Chapter 12. Contempt from Li Jing. Observing Zhou Chen, who was still acclimatizing to the Tang Dao before him, Nezha steadied his mind and shook his head, saying, Brother Zhou Chen, there is no need to continue testing. Beneath the heavens, among the treasures that can truly be considered superior weapons, apart from the nearly unattainable innate spiritual treasures, only a few exceptional postnatal spiritual weapons can rival this blade in weight. In the future, once you break through to true immortal or even profound immortal, This treasure will still serve you well. At that time, you may seek other artifacts as needed. This was indeed a sensible statement. Zhou Chen was merely determining which weapon he truly desired. May I acquire another? Zhou Chen glanced around, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with merely wielding a Tang Hung Dao. Although the Tang Hung Dao was sufficient as a weapon, being a one-handed sword, it did not allow him to fully unleash his combat prowess. Of course, you may. Nezha readily responded, watching as Zhou Chen grasped a long spear weighing 70,000 pounds. His lips twitched slightly at the sight. One hand wielding a sword, the other a spear, presented a particularly formidable stance. It was uncertain how many of the monsters atop Blackwind Mountain could withstand a strike from him. Be it spear or sword, without faltering. Are additional armors necessary? Not for the time being, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head. For him, unless it was armor of treasure quality, it would hold little value. Though his physical form had only recently begun its cultivation, the tempering through fierce energy had already revealed its efficacy, rendering him immune to attacks from ordinary artifacts. Beyond that, no armor could provide him with further protection. Nezha did not press the matter further. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's refusal, he led him back to the front of the grand hall. Upon seeing Zhou Chen emerge from the hall unscathed, Tai Jing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Young friend Zhou Chen, be cautious on your journey to Blackwind Mountain. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek the protection of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Remember, you are here for experience. It is not mandatory to engage in life-and-death battles with those monsters. Prioritize your safety. Tai Jing had initially hesitated to utter these words. However, upon seeing Nezha, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Zhou Chen sensed a subtle shift in the expressions of the heavenly soldiers surrounding him. Even Li Jing cast a disdainful glance his way. The heavenly soldiers were seasoned warriors who had risked their lives countless times for the heavenly court. Tai Jing's words undeniably separated Zhou Chen from them, creating an invisible rift and potential enmity. As for Li Jing, he harbored little fondness for Zhou Chen and held an even lower opinion of Tai Jing. His care for Zhou Chen was merely a reflection of the emperor's authority. Nezha cast a knowing glance at Zhou Chen, not elaborating further and refraining from revealing Zhou Chen's hidden strengths. Need protection? What a joke. This lad possesses formidable combat strength, even relying on his divine form. He can contend with the Black Serpent without falling, facing no immediate life-threatening risks. He is simply inexperienced, utterly unaware of his own might. The celestial being Tai Jing also sensed the shifting gazes directed towards him. Under the increasingly frigid stare of Zhou Chen, he awkwardly scratched his head and spoke. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Young friend Zhou Chen, do exercise caution. Tai Jing inclined slightly towards Zhou Chen. He had done all he could. The rest lay in Zhou Chen's hands. Should he fall, it would not be due to any inadequacies in Tai Jing's arrangements, but rather a misfortune in Zhou Chen's fate. Pack up, exit the palace. Li Jing commanded, retracting his gaze with authority. Enormous clouds formed beneath Zhou Chen's feet, enveloping them entirely as they surged downward. This was a unique cloud-riding technique of the heavenly court, capable of incorporating even 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, with a velocity surpassing that of ordinary cloud-riding methods. In no time, they could traverse every corner between heaven and earth. This cloud-riding technique. I must return to my master and learn more about it. Zhou Chen mused silently, feeling the variations of the technique. The disparity in cloud-riding techniques was indeed vast. What he had mastered was merely the most rudimentary form. Although it was of fine quality, it fell short of efficacy, lacking the swiftness of the heavenly soldier's cloud-riding. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, the cloud-riding technique could very well be a lifesaver. It also possessed its own ingenious applications in pursuit. Brother Zhou Chen, there is no need for trepidation. It is merely a demon. Even if it has become formidable, it can be dispatched with a mere wave of your hand. Nezha whispered as he approached Zhou Chen. He was genuinely curious whether Zhou Chen possessed any means to vanquish the Black Serpent. Surely, the Master of Bodhi would not send such a prodigy to face adversity unprepared. Even the extermination of a few minor celestial demons would be an affront to his capabilities. A true immortal is certainly not a foe to be trifled with. The Black Serpent alone could be deemed a worthy opponent. Nezha, do not act recklessly. Li Jing interjected, having overheard Nezha's words. That Black Serpent has already attained the level of a profound immortal, its veins coursing with dragon blood, rendering its physique unparalleled. While it has not yet undergone the transformation tribulation due to its excessive dragon blood, this merely underscores its formidable constitution and extraordinary powers. Zhou Chen is a talent specifically nurtured by His Majesty. How could you jeopardize him with your words? Li Jing's tone conveyed a sense of dismissal, viewing Zhou Chen as merely a future bureaucrat in the heavenly court, lacking in true merit. Even with some innate talent, his character and courage revealed clear limitations. If he were truly a prodigy, would he need to seek the heavens' favor? Would he require Tai by Jin Xing to open doors for him? Absurd. Kingly, I have ventured forth to confront challenges. While the black serpent may be formidable, I have yet to encounter a profound immortal. Perhaps, as Nezha suggested, I might take a chance. Zhou Chen proposed. Take a chance? What if you perish? Li Jing wished to speak, but Nezha interjected. Father, there is no need for concern. Brother Zhou Chen is under my protection. Should any danger arise, I shall take action myself. However, a mere xianxia-level demon can be vanquished with a mere wave of my hand, so why worry? As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passed through the air. Though Nezha wore a smile, it starkly contrasted with the warmth he had just shown Zhou Chen. The coldness that flickered in his eyes suddenly reminded Zhou Chen of Nezha's lethal nature, which ranked among the most formidable in the entire heavenly court. And xianxia-level demon? In his eyes, extinguishing such a foe was as effortless as eating or drinking. Very well, Li Jing finally acquiesced, but he added, though I am unaware of how long you intend to train in the heavenly court, should you encounter defeat this time, it would serve to select a few worthy opponents for your trials. At that point, you need not worry about such matters, nor the peril of life that the star of destiny, Tai Bai, spoke of. Chapter 13, The gun falls, thunder roars. Until now, Li Jing harbored a deep disdain for Zhou Chen, having lost even the fleeting desire to test the waters or forge a connection. In his eyes, a character like Zhou Chen was hardly worth his effort. He decided to grant the heavenly emperor a modicum of respect, merely dispatching a few minor demons to distract him. Considering the matter settled, Zhou Chen, however, paid no heed to Li Jing's words. His gaze was fixed on the distant mountains, particularly on Fangcun Mountain. Once regarded as a paradise of the mortal realm, it was not as renowned as the blessed lands, yet it was undeniably a treasure trove. The mountain was threaded with several spiritual veins, abundant in spiritual energy, capable of nurturing various rare treasures. Yet, at this moment, Fangcun Mountain lay in disarray, permeated by sinister energies, and even malevolent qi coalesced within. Hundreds of demon soldiers were amassed, poised for action. At the center of these soldiers coiled a black serpent upon a stone throne, its blood-red eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for slaughter. This black serpent could indeed be considered a rare breed of the heavens and earth. Nezha, with infrequent praise, gently waved his fire-tipped spear, igniting a flicker of flame. Presently, following the calamity of the Fangcun, the spiritual energy of the world had diminished significantly, rendering the birth of innate beings nearly impossible. Various extraordinary entities had now taken center stage. These beings had, through various circumstances, acquired bloodlines not originally theirs, subtly awakening their powers, mastering divine abilities, and exhibiting considerable might, even rivaling innate beings to a certain extent. While their foundation might be somewhat lacking, they were undoubtedly favored children of the heavens. If properly guided, their future potential was limitless. However, such outcomes depended on careful guidance, and with the black serpent's current murderous intent, it was clear that it had already wrought immense havoc. Leaving no room for leniency, Zhou Chen, my brother, you must exercise utmost caution. The serpent's scales are formidable, Nezha advised softly, believing that if they could breach the serpent's armor, the rest would be easily resolved. Zhou Chen nodded slightly, drawing forth the long spear he had recently acquired. Raising it high toward the black serpent, and channeling his power under the watchful gaze of the celestial warriors. With a piercing crackle, blue lightning surged from Zhou Chen's hands, and the spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, a thunderous roar echoing as it cleaved through the air. How dare they challenge our king? The demon soldiers on Fangcun Mountain looked up at the celestial warriors with a hint of disdain. Previously, dozens of celestial soldiers had arrived. Yet the black serpent had effortlessly subdued them without needing assistance, merely utilizing its divine abilities. Now, as they faced these adversaries, the morale of the demon soldiers surged, completely disregarding their opponents. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed little demon seemed to have spotted something, its face trembling slightly. Under his gaze, it seemed as though a flickering blue light, resembling a dark point, rushed swiftly towards the direction of Black Wind Mountain. In the midst of this, he sensed an ominous threat emanating from that dark spot, as if they were inherently restrained by their own kind. The Black Flood Dragon, initially indifferent to the arrival of celestial soldiers, lifted his head slightly at that moment, his serpentine eyes narrowing instinctively as he summoned his divine powers. The wind surged. A fierce gale arose, forming a colossal shield in the sky, yet the spear appeared to disregard their defenses entirely, piercing through and striking the black flood dragon with tremendous force. Accompanied by a resounding clash of metal, a terrifying force stirred up a tempest of dust, obscuring vision. Li Jing's expression shifted in alarm as he inhaled sharply. Thunderous magic? The might of thunderous magic is unparalleled among the arts of battle. Those who wield it are often extraordinary beings or possess treasures capable of commanding lightning. However, to his knowledge, Zhou Chen is a member of the human race. He possesses no such treasures, relying solely on his own abilities to manipulate the thunder. Zhou Chen, you. Just as Li Jing turned around to say something to Zhou Chen, he discovered that his figure had already vanished into the throng. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the black flood dragon's position, just in time to see Zhou Chen brandishing a tang knife, swinging it in a circular motion towards the creature's eye. You young fool, seeking death. At this moment, a gaping wound had appeared on the back of the black flood dragon, from which corrosive blood oozed like boiling magma, hissing as it struck the ground. The dragon swung its long tail, aiming to smash Zhou Chen's head, seemingly prepared for a mutual destruction. Just moments ago, he had pondered who had delivered that strike. To his astonishment, it was merely a youngling. Merely possessing the celestial realm dared to challenge him. Did he truly believe the black flood dragon to be easily bullied? Unexpectedly, Zhou Chen disregarded the black flood dragon's assault, the force of his tang knife undiminished, and he struck first, plunging it deep into the creature's eye. Blood erupted forth, splattering onto Zhou Chen, yet the long tail followed suit, crashing down upon him and sending Zhou Chen flying. The immense force propelled him through the distant forest, crashing into a precipice. Disaster. Nezha, look at the trouble you've caused. Li Jing cursed, glaring fiercely at Nezha. Hurry and take action. If anything befalls Zhou Chen, how shall we account to his majesty? He inwardly berated Zhou Chen for his reckless behavior. Earlier, Li Jing and Nezha had already warned Zhou Chen about the black flood dragon's unparalleled physique and formidable defenses, as well as its immense strength, making it exceedingly troublesome. This creature was adept in thunderous magic. Had Zhou Chen engaged the black flood dragon in a battle of wits, there might have been a slim chance of survival. Yet now, he had chosen to strike first, an act of folly. A mere celestial being. Did he truly believe he could defy a profound immortal? Fear not, father. Let us observe, Nezha replied nonchalantly. Zhou Chen's brotherly manifestation is not weak. A single strike will not render him powerless. His gaze was fixed intently on the distant cliff. As expected, when the dust settled, Zhou Chen stood unscathed at the base of the precipice, showing no signs of having been attacked. The magical aura surrounding him even had the strength to repel the blood of the black serpent, preserving the elegance of his attire and allowing him to maintain a demeanor of calm detachment. The power he exhibited was commendable, yet it still fell short in certain aspects. Fixating on the black serpent, Zhou Chen stretched his limbs, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The strength of this black serpent had indeed revealed to him the current state of his combat prowess. This grand celestial art was, without a doubt, worthy of being the direct transmission from the Bodhi Patriarch. It far surpassed the foundational techniques used for cultivating one's qi. Chapter 14. The Black Serpent's Dreadful Slash. Is it all for naught? The pupils of the black serpent flickered, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Under his formidable strike, an ordinary celestial would not only perish in body and spirit, but would also see their very essence disintegrate. Yet, before him stood an individual who had withstood his blow unscathed, not even a trace of injury upon their form. What prodigious talent is this? How can such a robust physique belong solely to a member of the human race? Shall I test him once more? My lord, your eyes. A soldier by the black serpent's side spoke, his voice tinged with trepidation. At that moment, the black serpent realized that his vision was obscured, as if half of it had been shrouded in darkness. Just moments ago, one of his serpent eyes had been utterly destroyed. You insolent whelp. The black serpent seethed with fury, momentarily forgetting the formidable prowess that Zhou Chen had just displayed. His body surged with energy, coiling in the air like a true dragon, surrounded by tumultuous winds and clouds. It is a divine ability. The black serpent had mastered the art of wind manipulation and now wielded it with complete control. Li Jing's expression remained calm, yet he couldn't help but feel a wave of concern for Zhou Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Chen was merely at the beginning stages of his cultivation. His current realm could at best be described as that of a celestial. His spiritual power pale in comparison to that of a profound immortal, and his mastery of divine abilities even more so. When juxtaposed with a primordial being like the black serpent, whose command over divine abilities was innate, humanity's shortcomings in this regard were glaringly apparent. Do not worry, father. Just watch, Nezha reassured, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Chen's every move, unwavering. He perceived that Zhou Chen undoubtedly harbored hidden cards, potent enough to subdue the Black Serpent in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would not appear so composed. Furthermore, this hidden card might well be an unprecedented technique. Divine abilities come in varying grades. Battle. Zhou Chen raised his Tang Dao, his figure flickering as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, launching himself at the Black Serpent. The long spear that had just touched the ground seemed to resonate with his summons, charging toward the Black Serpent with a velocity surpassing that of Zhou Chen's earlier throw. You truly believe I survive solely on this armor of scales? The Black Serpent snorted disdainfully, his body twisting as myriad wind blades enveloped him, merging with his scales to create a fearsome visage. Even the slightest movement exuded an aura of overwhelming power. But with just a gentle tremor moments ago, countless wind blades surged toward Zhou Chen. Thunderstrikes. Zhou Chen bellowed, his entire being brimming with concentrated energy, a torrent of malevolent aura channeling into him. Flash. With a single, decisive stroke, it seemed as if nothing in the world could stand before the blade. At that moment, the multitude of wind blades shattered into oblivion. This is not mere thunder magic. The Black Serpent was filled with dread, retreating hastily, yet it was too late to evade Zhou Chen's follow-up attack. It manifested as a blade of malevolent energy, akin to a piercing arrow. In the blink of an eye, this dark energy pierced through the Black Serpent's body, slicing across his neck. The power capable of cleaving mountains surged forth, erupting in a cataclysmic display. On the Blackwing Mountain, the hundreds of demon soldiers could only watch in horror as their lord was cleaved in two, paralyzed by fear. They were utterly terrified. It was only when the dark serpent's form was severed before their eyes that they panicked and began to flee. Run, flee quickly. Our lord has fallen. Save yourselves. Amidst the cries of terror, the demon soldiers did not hesitate for an instant, scattering in all directions. Capture them. With a sweeping gesture, Li Jing commanded the celestial soldiers, who had long been poised for action, to charge down to the mortal realm. These celestial beings, seasoned in dealing with demon soldiers, required minimal effort to strip the demons of any capacity for resistance. Only then did Li Jing turn his attention to Zhou Chen. At that moment, Zhou Chen remained suspended in the air, exuding an aura reminiscent of a true immortal, as if nothing had transpired. This presence even instilled a sense of apprehension in Li Jing. The arrow of malevolent energy he had just unleashed was a palpable threat, one that even he recognized. A moment's lapse could lead to injury. Zhou Chen exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. It is done. The Tiangang Disha divine technique truly lived up to its reputation, having been crafted by his master through the fusion of numerous divine powers and profound insights. The initial manifestation of its might, the arrow of condensed malevolent energy, was capable of vanquishing xianxia. If only I could delve deeper into my training. Harnessing both my vital and malevolent energies, the power would multiply exponentially. A faint smile graced Zhou Chen's face. In an era where great powers were concealed, xianxia had become the backbone of various factions, regarded as formidable demons in the mortal realm and distinguished among the celestial generals. Ascending further to Jinxian would bestow one with divine titles and elevated status. Now, he possessed the strength to contend with xianxia. But the karmic resonance he needed to cultivate had yet to dissipate. A subtle attunement to the heavenly path shifted Zhou Chen's mood. It appeared that his desire to break through would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Suddenly, a sound of applause broke the silence around him. Unbeknownst to him, Nezha had approached, grinning widely. Brother Zhou, your power is remarkable. What divine technique was that just now? I have never witnessed anything like it. It seems somewhat reminiscent of the methods used in our battles against the Witch Clan. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, lingering in Zhou Chen's presence. During his time in the heavenly court, apart from Yang Jian and a few other formidable beings whom he dared not provoke, Zhou Chen was the only one Nezha had discovered who could potentially match or even surpass them. Cultivating a friendship with this brother could be invaluable. If they were to undertake significant endeavors in the future, having Zhou Chen by his side would undoubtedly ease his burdens. As for the Jade Emperor, Nezha thought little of his alliances. He doubted that any unparalleled strength would willingly fall under his dominion, serving him faithfully. This is a secret passed down through my sect, indeed bearing some relation to the methods of the ancient Witch Clan. If you, Brother Nezha, are inclined, we can find a time to spar. Zhou Chen spoke, aware that he was no match for Nezha, yet eager to test his limits and discern where his current capabilities lie. However, while Zhou Chen might indulge in folly, Nezha could not afford such luxury. He cast a glance in the direction of Li Jing, smirking and shaking his head. Let us not, for if we truly engage, the commotion would be considerable. We shall seek another opportunity. For now, allow me to lead you to some unexpected fortune. With that, a mischievous grin spread across Nezha's face. Brother Zhou, follow me. Chapter 15, Abundant Harvest, How Ian's Bet Nezha, dragging Zhou Chen along, ventured deeper into the lair of the Black Flood Dragon. Although this creature had transformed into a dragon, it retained the cunning nature of a serpent, commanding its subordinates to excavate a significant portion of the mountain, transforming the entire Black Wind Mountain into its abode. The internal caverns intertwined like a labyrinth, and along the way, Zhou Chen encountered numerous treasures. However, most of these trinkets held little value for the powerful beings who had achieved immortality, and thus, Zhou Chen showed no interest in collecting them, merely trailing behind Nezha. Nezha, where exactly are you leading me? Zhou Chen inquired after calculating that they had been traversing the cave for a full 2 hours. Yet, they still had not reached the end of the cavern. Brother Zhou, do you not find it remarkable how diligent the celestial soldiers are in their mission to exterminate the great demons? Nezha chuckled. Aside from the benefits we can gain from slaying these fiends, the most crucial aspect is the treasures they hoard. Though these demons wreak havoc upon their lands, they are beings that have cultivated for hundreds of years. Even if they have only recently turned to malevolence, they possess considerable wealth, which is quite bountiful for us cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen glanced at Nezha, his mind stirred. So, it appears everyone is relying on this to earn a little extra? Do not look at me like that. Slaying great demons requires risking one's life. There is a saying among mortals, a general does not drive hungry soldiers into battle. If there were no benefits at all, who would dare to confront these formidable foes? Not even the Heavenly Emperor's treasury could sustain such immense expenditures. As they spoke, Nezha halted at a bend within the cavern. This should be the place. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, and the fire-tipped spear materialized in his grasp as he gently thrust it forward. The spear pierced through what seemed like a veil, embedding itself deeply, and with a flick, a cave appeared before Zhou Chen. This cave was modest in size, seemingly suitable for only one person to enter. Yet it emanated a remarkably rich aura of spiritual energy, with the faint scent of various magical artifacts wafting through the air, capturing Zhou Chen's attention. Goodness, the spiritual energy radiating from here rivals that of the heavenly realm, and the treasures stored within are undoubtedly of high caliber. Come, this time you shall be the main commander. Upon vanquishing the Black Flood Dragon, by custom, you are entitled to 70% of the spoils. Nezha stepped aside for Zhou Chen, who did not hesitate, and entered the cave. In the next moment, he was dazzled by the sight before him. An abundance of jewels and gold lay at the entrance of the cave, glimmering brightly and irresistibly. While immortals generally have little need for gold and jewels, Zhou Chen would eventually have dealings with mortals, making these treasures quite useful. Behind the gold and jewels were neatly arranged boxes containing rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Most of these were scarce alchemical ingredients, already deemed extremely precious in the current landscape of the journey to the west. Further back, various weapons were also displayed. Disregarding the trivial matters, Zhou Chen paid no heed to the Black Serpent, whose prowess, though commendable, yielded weaponry that Zhou Chen typically found unnecessary. Presently, a single Tang Dao and a long spear sufficed for his needs. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the innermost recess of the secret vault, where he beheld a bead radiating a verdant luminescence. Was this a magical artifact? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's movements, Nezha followed him inside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the bead. Could the Black Serpent possess such a collection? With that thought, Nezha seized the bead, inspecting it briefly before raising an eyebrow. A top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. Moreover, it possesses potential for enhancement. Such treasures are rare in the heavenly court, only found within the Emperor's secret vault. However, the craftsmanship is rather crude. Should the opportunity arise, we might seek a master craftsman to refine it further, potentially yielding a superior postnatal spiritual gem. This bead far surpasses the 2 weapons Zhou Chen previously acquired from him. Yet, to master this artifact and comprehend its true capabilities, one must undergo the process of refinement. Fortuitously, he arrived in time. Had the Black Serpent gained control over this treasure, the danger to him would have been substantial. Zhou Chen clasped the bead in his hand, gently shaking his head. The distinction between a cultivator possessing a magical artifact and one devoid of such is stark. The Black Serpent's concealment of this treasure in the depths of the vault hinted at further mysteries. Could it be that he was incapable of refining this artifact? That seemed unlikely. All right, Brother Zhou, you should claim your share. We must return. Who knows, the Emperor might summon you personally, Nezha remarked. envisioning the excitement on the Heavenly Emperor's face. Should such a prodigious talent be recruited, the influence of Hao-Yin within the Heavenly Court would undoubtedly amplify, potentially garnering the support of the Bodhi Patriarch, alleviating the burdens he currently bears. What a remarkable strategy. In the Heavenly Court, at the Yaoqi, Hao-Yin wielded the Kunlun mirror, projecting the scene of Zhou Chen battling the Black Serpent in the mortal realm. Though his expression remained unchanged, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. A celestial being, defying the xianxia. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, even in the ancient epics. It is crucial to understand that after attaining the rank of an immortal, each progression in realm significantly amplifies one's combat power, especially considering the Black Serpent's unique and formidable nature. Your Majesty? Seemingly attuned to Hao-Yin's excitement, the Queen Mother approached. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding in midair, her expression shifted subtly. Who is this human prodigy, possessing such formidable cultivation? The Queen Mother inquired eagerly. She had witnessed firsthand the extent of Hao-Yin's suppression over the years. Were it not for the Fangcun Mountain, there would be no one in the current Heavenly Court willing to extend him any favor. This human prodigy could serve as a breakthrough, laying the groundwork for the grand scheme of the Western journey and solidifying Hao-Yin's position. This Zhou Chen is a disciple of the master from Fangcun Mountain. It is said that within less than a year of cultivation, he has already attained celestial status. Hao-Yin opened his mouth with great satisfaction to introduce. Although his cultivation was rather shallow, at his current level, he would stand a chance against Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals once he entered the realm of xianxia. In the future, our Heavenly Court shall be abundant with talents. Within the vast expanse of the primordial world, nearly all who attain a certain level of cultivation are aware of the journey to the West, and the Queen Mother of the West is no exception. Upon hearing Hao-Yin's words, she chuckled softly and remarked, "Then I extend my congratulations to your Majesty on acquiring such a fine general. In my humble opinion, given Zhou Chen's capabilities, it would be prudent to bestow upon him an official title, allowing him to remain by your side for further cultivation. After all, Zhou Chen is a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi. Should we delay, this young man may become unruly and difficult to tame." Hao-Yin's gaze sharpened as he calmed himself, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Chen's cultivation is modest, and his foundation is not profound. He will require magical treasures and elixirs to aid his training. During his journey, our Heavenly Court ought to exert more effort as well. Chapter 16. The Seed of Treasures. Brother Zhou, this shall serve as your temporary residence, while I occupy the palace next door. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. After escorting Zhou Chen back to the heavenly realm and arranging his accommodations, Nezha hastily departed, having also set a timeline for their next expedition, which would likely be over a month hence, according to the reckoning of the mortal realm. Indeed, the spoils of this venture were substantial. It became evident that relentless accumulation pales in comparison to outright plunder. Zhou Chen gazed at the ring in his possession, an exquisite artifact capable of storing a myriad of treasures, a recent gift from Nezha. Within the confines of the storage ring lay a veritable mountain of assorted valuables, radiating vibrant spiritual energy. Among these treasures, the most significant was a luminous pearl, shimmering with a verdant glow. First, I shall refine this pearl, and subsequently exchange these celestial materials for cultivation value. Today, I am determined to discover what wares the system marketplace has to offer. Zhou Chen retrieved the pearl, cradling it in his palm, and channeled his spiritual essence into it. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment manifesting within. Thus, this elucidates why the Black Serpent refrained from utilizing such a treasure in combat. Zhou Chen suddenly comprehended the creature's vexation. Burdened with a precious gem, yet unable to wield it. What an unbearable predicament. The pearl he held, aptly named the Green Canopy Pearl, was indeed, as Nezha described, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, a rare gem of its kind. Its unique abilities were remarkable, allowing for the continuous evolution and mutation of various plants, simulating the primordial environments of ancient times, thus enabling the birth of celestial materials and the cultivation of long-extinct divine herbs. Furthermore, it could forcibly augment the vitality of its possessor. In the heat of battle, as long as one possessed this pearl, survival was virtually assured. However, no treasure is devoid of flaws. Despite the formidable life force imbued within this pearl, it merely guarantees survival. Should one truly be defeated, immortality would only result in a protracted torment. Additionally, the Green Canopy Pearl was not in its complete form. The craftsman who once forged it had left behind several lingering issues due to inadequate techniques. Should the wielder fail to master the pearl's powers, the life force contained within could provoke mutations in the body. At that juncture, Even the most adept of masters would find it difficult to save Zhou Chen from his fate. Ah well, at least it is still a treasure of sorts. If all else fails, I shall return to my master and seek a remedy for these potential mutations. Zhou Chen felt a tinge of resignation. He had anticipated acquiring a treasure, only to find himself entangled in complications. Yet, it was better than nothing. System, convert all the treasures I have obtained into cultivation value. Open the system panel. Host, Zhou Chen, cultivation, celestial realm, upper grade. Background, post-heaven human race, upper grade. Technique, basic chi nurturing method, great accomplishment. Grand celestial technique, entry level. Comprehension, 300. Law body, 200. Magical power, 3000. Divine abilities, heavenly gang, and earthly fiends technique, entry level. Thunder method, entry level. Treasures, verdant gem, post-heaven, upper grade. Cultivation value, 120,000. The panel appeared exceedingly simple, yet in comparison to before, it was considerably more abundant. After 6 months of arduous cultivation, the law body had subtly caught up in progress. However, the enhancement of comprehension had gradually slowed, lacking the previous momentum. There was no remedy. Most of the tomes in the scripture pavilion no longer provided sufficient insights for Zhou Chen, thus yielding little significant change. For him, reading had become a form of cultivation in itself. Sigh. Gazing at his panel, Zhou Chen let out a long sigh. His eyes becoming intricate as he looked at the series of plus signs, feeling a sense of helplessness. The Grand Celestial Technique and Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends Technique were both rare and formidable arts. To reach a proficient state in either, he would need to expend 50,000 cultivation points. The Thunder Method, while simpler, still required 30,000. And this was merely for proficiency. To cultivate all of this to perfection, he could scarcely fathom the amount of effort required. Previously, Zhou Chen had refrained from opening the shop, not wishing to look and feeling unworthy of the treasures within. The external techniques were akin to gold-swallowing beasts, let alone those in the shop. Each item he desired to exchange for was exorbitantly priced, and a single misstep could lead him to deplete his entire savings. However, presently, Zhou Chen felt a sense of unrest. Before breaking through to true immortal, he had no intention of directly utilizing the system to elevate his cultivation. A steady and methodical approach was the path of cultivation. A hasty breakthrough would only bring endless troubles, especially as he did not believe he could perfectly control the power post-breakthrough. Continuous tempering was essential to grasp the true essence. System, open the shop, Zhou Chen silently commanded, and before him appeared a transparent panel, upon which the bold characters made him unconsciously swallow hard. Each treasure listed had once emerged in the primordial era, with only a few he had never even heard of, yet merely a glance revealed their terrifying nature. Chaos Bell, innate treasure suppresses chaos, reverses time and space. Inverts yin and yang. When invoked, one stands invincible. Price, 100 billion cultivation points. Wheel of 6 paths. Innate treasure embodiment of the 6 realms of reincarnation. The abode of all living beings' reincarnations, containing the power of the 6 paths, capable of commanding fallen beings, and suppressing all with its might. Price, 100 billion cultivation points. God-slaying spear, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the world's foremost weapon of slaughter, exuding endless malice. Capable of exterminating saints and annihilating countless races. Price, 50 billion cultivation points. Before Zhou Chen lay an array of treasures, so magnificent that he nearly drooled at the sight. However, he soon discerned a troubling issue. Most of the treasures listed within the system had long been lost to the passage of time, either cast into chaos or vanished from the eyes of the primordial world, eluding even the most diligent searches of the sages. Such remarkable items were exorbitantly priced. Was there not something more affordable? Zhou Chen grimaced, sifting through the wares of the marketplace, and before long, he stumbled upon an item he had never encountered before. Seed of magical artifact can be planted within a magical artifact, nurtured day and night with magical energy. As the owner's strength increases, the quality of the artifact will also enhance, potentially elevating it to the status of a top-tier acquired spiritual treasure, depending on the magical attributes. It can cultivate unique effects for one's own magical artifact. Price, 50,000 cultivation points. A remarkable find. This was truly a treasure of great worth. Zhou Chen slapped his thigh and quickly whispered, System, exchange 2 seeds of magical artifact for me. Chapter 17. The Jade Emperor's Enticement. The Qilin Jade faced armor with the system's prompt echoing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged 100,000 cultivation points for the seed of a magical artifact. 2 streams of light surged forth from Zhou Chen's palm. These luminous trails swirled within his hand and soon coalesced into two radiant orbs. Within these spheres, there existed a faint yet palpable vitality, reminiscent of life itself, which was exceedingly peculiar. Zhou Chen could even sense a comforting aura emanating from within. Intriguing. Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming urge to unveil the seed of the magical artifact, to discern its true nature. However, he dared not squander his cultivation points at this moment, and thus suppressed his curiosity. Instead, he retrieved his Tang Dao and long spear, placing them before him. These weapons had accompanied him in his fierce battles against the Black Serpent, proving themselves to be quite adept in his hands. If possible, Zhou Chen preferred not to replace them, wishing to continue utilizing them for the foreseeable future. Go. With a command, the two luminous orbs entered the weapons, infusing them with a burgeoning power that imbued them with a distinctive aura. Zhou Chen could sense the ominous energy swirling from the Tang Dao and the tempestuous might of thunder emanating from the spear. Merely the initial infusion of the artifact seed had already commenced the transformation of these weapons. The efficacy of this artifact seed was nothing short of miraculous. Were the heavenly sovereign to learn of such treasures, he would undoubtedly spare no expense to acquire them. Zhou Chen shook his head. Despite the celestial realm's formidable reputation, high-grade postnatal spiritual treasures remained a rarity. As Nezha had stated, many artificers might never forge even a single high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure in their lifetime, let alone gather the necessary materials. Such artifacts were scarce and precious. Not even the Heavenly Emperor could bestow them lightly. And what of Zhou Chen? Merely by utilizing a few trinkets deemed worthless by the celestial realm and exchanging them for a modicum of cultivation points, he effortlessly acquired the seed of a magical artifact. With just a slight enhancement in his cultivation, he would soon attain the xianxia level, thus granting him the potential to possess a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. The artifact seed was perhaps not the system's ultimate offering. Within the system, there surely existed more treasures, possibly even superior alternatives to the artifact seed, making it conceivable to transcend the postnatal realm and achieve the innate. Zhou Chen mused silently. One day, when his cultivation reached the great Luo golden immortal level, these weapons might accompany him into the realm of the innate. At that juncture, he would no longer need to bear the burdens of worry as he did now. Entering the celestial realm would inevitably require him to serve its interests. Based on the prior arrangements made by Patriarch Bodhi, Zhou Chen foresaw that he would need to engage with the world, make his own choices, and carve his own path. Yet, before embarking on that journey, he needed to accumulate a certain foundation, with the celestial realm being one of many forces. Regardless of the choices he made thereafter, he would be obliged to pay a price. The extent of his journey would be determined solely by his current preparations. How troublesome. First, I must enhance my cultivation. Otherwise, all discussions are mere empty words. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, intending to resume his cultivation when a delicate sound of footsteps echoed at the door. Shortly after, a voice reached his ears. Where is Zhou Chen of Fangcun Mountain? It was the voice of the celestial servant. Zhou Chen rose and opened the door, immediately spotting 3 celestial servants standing outside. The leading servant, with a respectful demeanor, bowed to Zhou Chen and spoke. His Majesty has decreed that Zhou Chen of Fangcun Mountain has rendered meritorious service by slaying the Black Flood Dragon. We are here to present you with the spirit-nourishing elixir and the Qilin Jade face armor as tokens of appreciation. The spirit-nourishing elixir, renowned in the heavenly realm, possesses the remarkable ability to offset a decade of arduous cultivation with just one pill, making it a superior treasure in the realm of cultivation. The Qilin Jade face armor is even more extraordinary. It is a cherished artifact of the Heavenly Emperor, forged from Qilin hide intermingled with dragon scales. Its azure surface subtly shimmering with profound energy. Even ordinary celestial beings would find it challenging to behold such an item. Yet today, it was laid before Zhou Chen. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. Zhou Chen bowed toward the distant palace of the Heavenly Emperor and gracefully accepted the platter from the celestial servant. His expression shifting as he gazed at the Qilin Jade face armor, a peculiar look crossing his face. It seems that Hao Yan has truly exerted considerable effort. Lord Zhou Chen, His Majesty instructed us before our departure that today's event is merely the beginning. When you achieve further accomplishments, you will be granted an extraordinary rank among the celestial generals. Should your merits be deemed suitable, you may even be directly appointed as a war god in the future. As long as you are willing to serve the heavenly court, you may claim any treasures from the secret vault. The celestial servant spoke with a beaming smile, their eyes filled with reverence. Zhou Chen was now the favored one of Hao Yan, a prized asset that could not afford any missteps. The Qilin Jade face armor was merely the beginning. The future rewards could elevate him to unprecedented heights. Of course, Zhou Chen must remain obedient, otherwise, an unruly hound is of no use. Zhou Chen understood and replied with a smile, "Please convey to His Majesty that, having descended the mountain for trials, I shall certainly adhere to the rules of the realm below." The rules of the realm below, of course, were the decrees of the Heavenly Emperor. The celestial servants were exceedingly satisfied, exchanging pleasantries before swiftly returning to report. However, they did not witness Zhou Chen's expression darkening as they departed. His eyes now filled with an unfathomable chill. Invitations, beheadings, and accepting offerings as a hound. It appears that our Heavenly Emperor intends to reverse the roles. Zhou Chen did not refuse the Qilin Jade face armor. Despite Hao Yan's ulterior motives, the artifact was indeed a valuable treasure, its formidable power too significant to waste. Yet, the Emperor's hidden intentions could only be enjoyed by him alone. After all, he had clearly articulated to the celestial servants that he had come down from the mountain and was willing to abide by the rules of the outside world. But what if he were to return to the mountain? Whose rules would he then follow? It would be a wonder if he were even required to adhere to his own. To aspire to immortality is to seek the carefree existence of an immortal being. How could one willingly adorn oneself with a collar, submitting to the whims of others? If that is the case, then the position of an immortal is hardly worth pursuing. It is time to cultivate oneself. With an expression devoid of any discernible change, Zhou Chen retreated to his chamber to engage in his practice. Did he truly utter such words? Within the Yao pool, upon hearing the response from Tian Nu, a smile finally graced the face of Hao Tian. "Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Lord Zhou Chen has demonstrated his loyalty. Surely he has come to understand your noble intentions." Tian Nu replied with a beaming smile, which filled Hao Tian with uncontainable joy. "Excellent, excellent. Talents of the world are akin to spirited steeds. If I could secure the assistance of Zhou Chen, the path ahead would undoubtedly be smooth. Go, summon the great King Li Jing." Chapter 18. At the pinnacle of celestial beings, meeting Yangshan before long, Li Jing arrived at the Yaoqi, where he encountered Hao Yan. "Your Majesty, I, the King of the Tower, Li Jing, pay my respects." Li Jing bowed to Hao Yan, and then inquired, "Might I ask why your Majesty has summoned me?" Observing Li Jing, Hao Yan expressed his satisfaction with the other's demeanor. Although Li Jing's cultivation was not the highest in the heavenly court and his combat prowess was rather average, he was exceptionally obedient and held the means to control Nezha, which allowed him to retain some leverage amidst the encirclement of numerous celestial beings. Addressing his once reliable minister, Hao Yan said, "Li Jing, I have called you to discuss matters concerning Zhou Chen. What are your intentions regarding his upcoming trials?" In the matter of Zhou Chen, it was clear that the guidance of the Grand Duke of Venus was insufficient. It was imperative for Hao Yan himself to oversee the situation. Li Jing's expression shifted as he recalled Zhou Chen's lightning techniques and his mysterious divine abilities. He sighed deeply and replied, "Your Majesty, please speak plainly." He had always held disdain for individuals like Zhou Chen who relied on favoritism. After all, Zhou Chen came from humble beginnings and was utterly ignorant of righteousness and loyalty. Should any trouble arise, it would inevitably implicate both him and Hao Yan. Regrettably, it seemed that the celestial emperor had become muddled, genuinely wishing to cultivate Zhou Chen, even going so far as to bestow upon him the Qilin Jade face armor. Recently, I heard that the three holy mothers encountered a formidable demon in the lower realm. Even with the power of the Lotus Lantern, they could not subdue it, Hao Yan inquired. Li Jing elaborated, "That demon is indeed a tenacious foe, elusive in its whereabouts. Its true form is a treasure-seeking mouse with unique talents that allow it to conceal itself. In just a few days, it has caused the deaths of 1,000 in the lower realm." The three holy mothers sought assistance from the upper realm, but to no avail, resorting instead to setting traps and searching slowly. The three holy mothers, Yang Chan, sister of the Erlang god, Yang Jian, though she is not fond of cultivation, her power has already reached the xianxia realm. Utilizing the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Lotus Lantern, even an ordinary golden immortal would find it difficult to contend with her. Moreover, with Yang Jian's support, the situation would be even more favorable. If only Yang Jian had not been preoccupied with slaying demons elsewhere, he could have resolved the matter of that mere treasure-seeking mouse in no time, preventing it from running rampant. Let Zhou Chen take on this task. Though he is only at the celestial immortal level, his depth of experience may yield unexpected results. Hao Yan chuckled lightly. Wherever he trains, it matters little. It is an opportune moment for Zhou Chen to engage with Yang Chan, and ideally, encounter Yang Jian as well, fostering some enmity to better control him. Although Hao Yan had only met Zhou Chen once and exchanged few words, he could almost ascertain that Zhou Chen harbored a prideful spirit. one that would not easily yield to Yang Jian, despite the latter's superior strength. Should they not clash, their relationship would remain merely superficial. Li Jing raised his gaze to the vast heavens, ultimately conceding with a sense of resignation. He found himself rather troubled, pondering how to occupy the time of his son. Nezha had recently been preoccupied with seeking suitable endeavors for Zhou Chen's outings, seldom appearing before him. What a nuisance. The path of cultivation is an eternal journey. Within the confines of his room, Zhou Chen diligently immersed himself in arduous training. After acquiring the Qilin Jade face armor, he had not stepped outside, devoting his entire mind and body to his practice. In this process, his magical power grew more profound, and his physique reached its current pinnacle. His Dharma body had surpassed the 300 mark. His magical power had breached 5,000. The realm of celestial immortals would not see further enhancement until he stepped into the pinnacle of celestial immortals or crossed into the realm of true immortals. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh, finally awakening from his state of seclusion. Even with his relentless ambition, he could not help but feel a tinge of fatigue. It was no jest. He had truly pushed himself to the edge. What celestial immortal possesses such an extravagant prowess? Not even Sun Wukong could compare. It was fortunate to be in the heavenly court, where the abundant spiritual energy and the celestial forces from the stars could be directly harnessed for cultivation. Otherwise, Zhou Chen would not have achieved such rapid progress. Brother Zhou Chen. Nezha peered in from outside the room, knocking on the door. A forced smile adorned his face, betraying his ill mood. Upon seeing Zhou Chen had emerged from seclusion, he entered, carrying a scroll of documents. What happened? Zhou Chen inquired, puzzled. Was there truly someone within the heavenly court capable of causing this chaotic being distress? Not quite, Nezha replied. It's just that the heavenly emperor intervened and assigned you a task for training. You are to depart immediately. I originally intended to take you to the heart of the demon clan to witness the demon king, but alas, it must wait for another time. Nezha's words were somewhat alarming, yet given his status, they were not unexpected. The demon king was an entity that had already ascended to the golden immortal realm, or even the supreme golden immortal. Those who reached the great Luo golden immortal or quasi-saint status could be referred to as demon saints. Naturally, most quasi-saints among the demon clan bore their own titles, much like the renowned demon master Kunpeng, known far and wide. Had anyone else proposed to take Zhou Chen into the depths of the demon clan to seek the demon king, he would likely have turned away. However, with Nezha, it seemed rather secure. Next time will suffice. There are plenty of demon kings in this world, so I am not pressed for time. Zhou Chen shook his head, casually accepting the document from Nezha's hands. The characters inscribed upon it caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Treasure-seeking rat? Much like the Black Flood Dragon, the treasure-seeking rat is also a rare being of the heavens and earth. However, this peculiar creature is often more fixated on treasure hunting than on taking lives. As stated in the document, slaying 1,000 individuals is exceedingly rare. However, this treasure-seeking mouse, due to its extraordinary abilities, has captured the attention of all formidable beings. They have developed an exceedingly clever method of concealment that nearly melds seamlessly with their innate powers, rendering them nearly impossible to capture. Yet, regrettably, within Zhou Chen's inherited memories, there exist several methods to contend with them. The treasure-seeking mouse may be elusive, but its combat prowess is not necessarily on par with that of the formidable black serpent. Fear not, dear brother Zhou Chen. Even if we fail to locate it, there is no cause for concern. In due time, my elder brother Yang Jian shall return. And at that moment, this treasure-seeking mouse will undoubtedly be captured. You need only to give it a try. Nezha sighed and shook his head. The Jade Emperor is indeed a nuisance. A person like Zhou Chen possesses exceptional combat abilities. Why not engage in battles instead of pursuing some elusive treasure mouse? Will Erlang Shen concern himself with this matter? Zhou Chen inquired. Nezha cast him a sidelong glance and softly replied, if it were merely a trivial matter, certainly not. However, the trouble arises with his sister, Yang Chan. Speaking of which, she is currently waiting for you outside the southern heavenly gate. Shall I escort you there? Chapter 19. The Tragedy of Mount Hua. Under the guidance of Nezha, Zhou Chen hastily made his way to the south heavenly gate, where he encountered Yang Chan. As the rumors suggested, Yang Chan possessed a gentle appearance and a submissive demeanor, clad in a simple long dress. If seen in the mortal realm, she would appear to be merely an ordinary yet beautiful woman. However, Zhou Chen could sense the vigorous magical energy surging from within her, a power that even surpassed his own. The black serpent that had once fallen to Zhou Chen was unworthy even to serve Yang Chan. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Yang Chan's eyes flickered with surprise. Dressed in a modest Taoist robe, Zhou Chen resembled a rustic practitioner, his attire exceedingly plain. yet his eyes emanated a captivating aura that lingered in one's memory. Such charisma was something she had only witnessed in her elder brother. Miss Yangchan, Zhou Chen greeted. But before he could articulate further, Nezha interjected, Brother Zhou, there's no need for formalities with Yangchan. Simply call her by her name. Addressing her as Miss seems rather distant. Here in the heavenly court, you will have ample opportunities to interact with her. Yangchan held a considerable status in the heavenly court. In truth, many troubles required Yang Jian's intervention. However, Yang Jian was often disobedient. At times, in dire situations, even the heavenly sovereign had to swallow his pride and seek Yang Chan's assistance, requesting her to persuade her brother. This back and forth had significantly augmented Yang Chan's influence within the heavenly court. Indeed, as Nezha said, you may simply call me by my name. Yang Chan replied with a warm smile, explaining under Zhou Chen's puzzled gaze. The Patriarch of Bodhi shares a past with our master, so technically, we belong to the same generation. Thus, addressing me as elder brother is not unusual. This was true. Yang Chan was a disciple of the goddess Enhua, recognized as a nominal apprentice. Though Enhua had attained the status of a saint, like the Patriarch of Bodhi, she had once been among the 3,000 practitioners of the Purple Cloud's palace, allowing for such a connection. However, this statement was merely a means to draw closer to Zhou Chen. Should others take it at face value, even those of similar backgrounds might not regard it highly, potentially leading to offense. After all, forging connections with saints was no trivial matter, and even quasi-saints were merely regarded as ants in the eyes of true saints. Having established a rapport, Yang Chan finally broached the matter at hand. Elder brother, you may have heard, while common treasure mice enjoy seeking and collecting treasures, they do so without disrupting others. Most domesticated treasure mice are primarily utilized for treasure hunting. However, this particular treasure mouse is different. It has caused chaos around Mount Hua and has consumed over 1,000 mortals, having already succumbed to the path of darkness. The most troublesome aspect remains its evasion techniques. If we can unravel its concealment, exterminating it should not be overly difficult. Yang Chan's cultivation may be lacking, yet one must consider who is making the assessment. If it is Erlang Shen, indeed, few among his peers would catch his eye. A mere treasure-seeking mouse, Yang Chan could easily handle it alone. Brother Zhou, do you possess the art of dispelling illusions? Nezha inquired. I have practiced a bit. It should suffice, Zhou Chen replied thoughtfully. However, there may be issues with that treasure-seeking mouse. We must investigate further before proceeding. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen addressed Yang Chan. I shall accompany you to the mortal realm to explore the vicinity of Mount Hua. We must ascertain the capabilities of this treasure-seeking mouse to determine if it can be dealt with. Indeed, Yang Chan nodded, regarding Zhou Chen with newfound respect. Over the years, she had encountered countless fledgling cultivators who boasted grandly upon their first meeting, claiming they could resolve any issue. Yet, when faced with real challenges, they often faltered, their resolve shattered. In contrast, Zhou Chen exhibited a commendable steadiness. Mount Hua, with its perilous and steep terrain, is home to the flourishing shrine of the Holy Mother. Particularly during this period, many villages had been decimated by the treasure-seeking mouse, leading to an influx of supplicants seeking refuge. At the center of the shrine, Zhou Chen observed a jade lamp emitting a faint glow, floating in midair. Each visitor was granted a glimmer of light, coalescing around them. This was Yang Chan's method, using the lotus lamp to leave a protective seed upon them, ensuring that should they encounter danger, they could react swiftly. Sister Yang Chan, your actions are excessively draining on your spiritual energy. No wonder you are so anxious, Nezha remarked, frowning. He too had descended to the mortal realm, but his skills lay solely in combat. He had never practiced the art of dispelling illusions. Furthermore, his time was limited, affording him only the opportunity to observe and see if a resolution could be found. The lotus lamp, a congenital spiritual treasure of superior quality, possessed immense power. Yet its activation required a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. At this rate, Yang Chan would not be able to sustain it for long. What else can I do? I cannot simply stand by while those under my protection perish at the hands of that treasure-seeking mouse. Yang Chan sighed ruefully. If it were not a last resort, I would not have ascended to the heavenly court. Shall we first investigate the locations where the treasure-seeking mouse has previously appeared? Zhou Chen suggested. Since we are already here, we might as well venture out and see if we can uncover any traces. Besides, there is something undeniably peculiar about this treasure-seeking mouse. Yang Chan wasted no time, decisively leading Zhou Chen and Nezha to a nearby village. Once home to over 100 villagers, it now lay in ruin, the air thick with the stench of blood, lingering even after the passage of a month. Tragic. That treasure-seeking mouse has truly gone mad. Otherwise, it would not have unleashed such brutality. Nezha concluded grimly. Mount Hua is the territory of humanity and lies within the southern continent. This place is under the protection of the celestial realm. Any demon that dares to cause mischief here will be swiftly eradicated by the divine forces. Who, in their right mind, would attempt to hunt for blood offerings in the presence of the Holy Mother? Such an act would surely be tantamount to seeking death. As Zhou Chen descended to the ground, the overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, and his expression gradually grew somber. His awareness of causality became increasingly pronounced, the strange sensation he had previously experienced now illuminating the present moment. Is this the place? Zhou Chen pondered inwardly. He sensed that the matter at hand was more intricate than it appeared, entangled with deeper implications, yet he lacked concrete evidence. Further investigation was imperative. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Chan and Nezha, Zhou Chen closed his eyes and delved into the depths of his mental faculties, rapidly retrieving the means to address the situation. Seeking the object, tracing the essence. Chapter 20. The death of the treasure mouse. Treasure seeking, as the name suggests, is a specialized method that employs certain clues to forcibly trace the whereabouts of objects or beings. Pursuit of essence is even more enigmatic. This technique is specifically designed to locate those beings that have already departed, using the remnants of their aura to search for their traces. Both of these mystical arts are recorded within the esteemed Great Immortal Sutra and are quite fundamental, easily mastered by Zhou Chen given his innate talent. Come. Zhou Chen gently gestured towards the distant village, and an unseen force of magic penetrated into it. Before long, a single hair fell into his hand. The hair, resembling a golden needle, emitted a faint spiritual energy, yet was nearly imperceptible. Is this the fur of the treasure mouse? Brother Zhou, are you intending to track the treasure mouse using this? That creature's evasion technique is interwoven with the 5 elements, effectively concealing its presence from even the most powerful beings. Nezha interjected hastily, wishing to dissuade Zhou Chen from this futile endeavor. Ordinary methods that could trace the tail of the treasure mouse would already leave many in awe, let alone merely utilizing a single strand of its fur for pursuit. This hair should be a remnant from when I last engaged with the treasure mouse. Alas, it vanished too swiftly. Even the lotus lamp could not retain its essence, Yang Chan lamented, casting a sorrowful glance towards the village. She recalled an elderly man residing in a house nearby, surrounded by 3 generations. When Yang Chan arrived, the treasure mouse had just consumed a person, blood still staining its lips. And the entire village had transformed into a gruesome scene. Even the souls had vanished. Fear not, my methods are distinct, Zhou Chen replied with a light chuckle. Once he decided to act, he would not allow himself to falter, especially since this was not an ordinary technique. Anything included in the Great Immortal Sutra, even in the slightest mention, must have been meticulously selected by the Bodhi Patriarch. With modifications from the quasi-saint, even ordinary abilities could shine with unique brilliance. Transform. Zhou Chen extended his hand forward, and a green leaf landed in his grasp. Accompanied by his voice, the leaf instantly folded into a paper crane, grasping the hair and swiftly soaring into the distance. Seeing this, Zhou Chen quickly followed suit. Yang Chan and Nezha, witnessing the unfolding events, hurriedly pursued him to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. To the immortal beings, Mount Hua was not vast. In merely a short span, Zhou Chen, guided by the paper crane, arrived at a secluded corner of the mountain. However, this area was remarkably desolate, surrounded entirely by rocks, devoid of flowers or trees. Brother Zhou, have you erred in your search? The treasure mouse is notoriously greedy. Its dwelling is always in a place rich with fragrant flowers and melodious birds, akin to an earthly paradise. How could it reside here? Nezha inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Had he known the search would be so troublesome, he would have brought more companions from the mortal realm, as even the effort of thoroughly scouring Mount Hua would be preferable to flailing about aimlessly. The treasure mouse is indeed here, Zhou Chen responded with a gentle smile. His perception was exceedingly keen, though he lacked the fiery eyes of Sun Wukong. Capable of piercing through all illusions, he could still discern the truth amidst the shadows. However, it was sufficient to perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. It resembled the sensation felt just before entering the secret vault of the Black Serpent, making it evident that a formidable formation was concealed nearby, effectively obscuring the treasure-seeking mouse. Brother, this location is not far from the Holy Mother Temple where I reside. I have already scouted it, and there are indeed no hidden places. Yang Chan spoke softly, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Chen's palm suddenly struck against the rocky surface. With a crackling sound, the thunder obliterated the stone before him, revealing the form of a gray mouse, which promptly vanished. The treasure-seeking mouse. Yang Chan's expression froze, and without a moment's hesitation, Her magical energy surged as she extended her hand, summoning the lotus lamp. It truly exists? Even Nezha was taken aback. Zhou Chen's perceptive abilities surpassed his own. How intriguing. Go. The light from Yang Chan's lotus lamp illuminated a pale green glow, sealing the space ahead, as her magical energy subtly carried a hint of murderous intent. Although her demeanor was gentle and she was exceedingly merciful towards outsiders, that did not imply she would refrain from exterminating demons. The tranquility surrounding Mount Hua was not merely due to Yang Jian's occasional visits. Crack, crack, crack. Under the watchful gaze of Zhou Chen and Nezha, the radiance of the lotus lamp fell to the ground, faintly forming a prison. Yet, before the prison had fully taken shape, the treasure-seeking mouse had already poked its head out, gnawing at the prison until it crumbled. Its speed even surpassed that of the prison's formation. In the blink of an eye, it was about to flee again. Demon! Nezha scoffed, releasing the fire-tipped spear. With a piercing sound, it struck firmly into the mouse's tail, pinning it to the ground. I may not be adept at catching mice, but can I not deal with you? Nezha kicked the treasure-seeking mouse, yet soon, his expression shifted subtly. He glanced at Zhou Chen and Yang Chan, his voice darkening. This creature is dead. Dead? Yang Chan exclaimed in disbelief, rushing forward to inspect. Both she and Nezha had not intended to claim the life of the treasure-seeking mouse. They merely sought to uncover the truth. Yet, upon their very first capture, it had perished. There was indeed something amiss. I wondered why there has been such a surge of demons causing chaos in the lower realms, even compelling us to take action. It turns out there are true malevolent entities at play. The current situation almost confirmed Nezha's suspicions, a chilling smile spreading across his face. As flames flickered from the fire-tipped spear, an undercurrent of murderous intent brewing. Whoever was orchestrating this behind the scenes would undoubtedly face his wrath. Under heaven, how could one who had been caught by the tail escape so easily? Brother Zhou Chen, I must attend to some matters. We shall meet again. With that parting remark, Nezha turned and departed, his speed so swift that even Zhou Chen could not keep pace. Zhou Chen and Yang Chan could only exchange a glance, both offering a wry smile, rendered speechless. Nezha had departed, leaving the complications squarely upon their shoulders. What should they do about this treasure-hunting rat? It seemed they could do nothing but await the return of his elder brother. Recently, he had conveyed the events that transpired at Mount Huashan to his brother, and calculating the days, he should be arriving soon. During this interim, shall my senior brother reside in my Holy Mother Temple? Yang Chan inquired. Zhou Chen nodded. Yet his thoughts drifted back to the sense of causality he had just experienced. Under Yang Chan's gaze, he affirmed with another nod. That seems acceptable. However, we must first take this creature with us. I have an inkling that the corpse of this treasure-hunting rat conceals some hidden secret. Zhou Chen glanced at the lifeless body of the rat and grasped it in his hand. Today, I must thoroughly explore the system's marketplace to see if there exists anything that could make the deceased speak. Chapter 21. The Hidden Manipulator this time. Neither Yang Chan nor Zhou Chen felt particularly elated. Although they had successfully captured the treasure mouse, both sensed that matters were far from resolved. Upon their return to the Virgin Mary Temple, they encountered an unexpected figure clad in silver armor. Standing in the center of the temple was Yang Jian, wielding his three-pronged, double-edged blade, his gaze piercing yet softened by a hint of a smile, reminiscent of a war deity. Second brother, Yang Chan hurriedly approached, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Why have you only just arrived? The external world was rife with demonic disturbances, stirring considerable chaos, and even involving demon kings. Although the situation was manageable, it nonetheless demanded significant effort. Yang Jian appeared somewhat weary and resigned. He had traversed the land alongside the howling celestial dog and the 6 brothers of Meishan, along with the 1,300 grasshead deities, striving to quell the unrest. He had barely managed to stabilize the situation, leaving him no opportunity to visit Mount Hua. By the way, who might this be? Yang Jian's attention was suddenly drawn to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen stood beside Yang Chan, exuding an air of elegance that suggested a harmonious pairing. Yet, the subtle authority reflected in his eyes caused Yang Jian to momentarily lose his focus. Those eyes bore a striking resemblance to his own, reminiscent even of a brother from his memories. Second brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Chen, the esteemed disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch from Fangcun Mountain. Upon hearing the name of the Bodhi Patriarch, Yang Jian's previously guarded demeanor softened considerably. He shook his head, offering an apology to Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou, my sincerest apologies. Recent events have been tumultuous, and several grasshead deities have suffered injuries due to transformations caused by demons, which has led to my heightened vigilance. It's a trifling matter, Zhou Chen replied, harboring no inclination for conflict with Yang Jian. He offered a gentle smile, and they swiftly moved past the matter. Zhou Chen regarded Yang Jian with a measure of respect. The aura surrounding the latter indicated he had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Should he continue his cultivation, attaining the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal would be merely a matter of time. It was no wonder that Hao Yian sought to recruit him repeatedly. Yet, alas, the events surrounding Yao Ji had irrevocably tarnished Hao Yian's image in the hearts of these siblings. Were Hao Yian not the Heavenly Emperor, he likely would have already faced Yang Jian's wrath. By the way, prior to my arrival, I heard you mention the treasure mouse. Could you lead me to its lair? Yang Jian suddenly recalled something and spoke urgently. He had pressing responsibilities and could not afford to stray from the main camp for too long, lest chaos ensue. Upon hearing Yang Jian's request, Yang Chan's expression darkened once more. She glanced at the corpse Zhou Chen was holding, letting out a long sigh. Yang Jian's gaze followed suit, his eyes narrowing slightly. Possessing innate divine sight, even without activating his third divine eye, he could perceive the very essence of all things. Before them, the treasure-seeking mouse showed no signs of injury, nor any marks of forceful blows, yet it had inexplicably perished. This was indeed peculiar. Third sister, Brother Zhou, what could be the cause of this? Yang Jian inquired in a low voice, his face a shade of iron. Yang Chan, feeling helpless, could only recount the events that had just transpired, but to her surprise, it ignited Yang Jian's fury like a volcano. I wondered why there has been such rampant chaos from monsters of late. I initially thought it was merely a troublesome beast causing a stir, but it appears it is an aberration. Yang Jian murmured to himself. The term aberration fell distinctly upon Zhou Chen's ears. Brother Yang, what is an aberration? Is it related to the anomalies of heaven and earth? Zhou Chen, still in the early stages of his cultivation, could only associate it with the past black serpent and the present treasure-seeking mouse. Yet what Yang Jian spoke of was evidently something far more profound. Brother, you may not be aware, but aberrations are extraordinary beasts that suddenly manifest in the world, existing since ancient times, surfacing only on rare occasions. These beings possess formidable strength and can instinctively wield various supernatural powers. Moreover, their blood can, to some extent, manipulate the intellect of ordinary beasts, compelling them to consume flesh and blood for survival. In ancient times, primordial beings were immune to the control of these aberrations, yet now, in this waning age of the world, even the mightiest aberrations cannot escape their dominion. Yang Chan explained, fully aware of Zhou Chen's limited experience in cultivation. The complexities of these aberrations cannot be succinctly articulated in mere words. Locating one is an arduous task, let alone vanquishing it. Yet, if they are not eradicated, this farce shall never cease. Nezha has already ascended to seek the Heavenly Emperor's assistance. It will not be long before answers are found. Second brother, do you intend to take action next? Yang Chan asked Yang Jian. Yang Jian nodded gently, refraining from further commentary. Indeed, aberrations are troublesome. I observe that he has already manifested supernatural powers and has become a significant threat. The sustenance he seeks will surely extend beyond mere mortals. He will soon begin to devour celestial beings. Third sister, exercise caution. If it becomes necessary, do not hesitate to call upon your second brother. Rest assured, I am well aware, Yang Chan replied with a nod. Observing the situation, Yang Jian chose not to linger and departed, for he had much to attend to. Whether it be tracking down the aberration or slaying it would require immense effort. He's gone, Yang Chan sighed, watching her brother's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Although residing in the sacred Huashan was his desire, it was undeniably solitary. Brother, I shall arrange for your lodging and meals at the Mother Goddess Temple, she said, turning to find Zhou Chen with a furrowed brow, as if burdened by worries. Her heart stirred. Fear not, for with Nezha and my second brother joining forces, even the aberration shall fall before us. Locating its trail will lead to its demise. No, I am not concerned about that. Zhou Chen shook his head. Yang Chan, do you not find it peculiar? Why did the treasure-hunting mouse suddenly appear a month ago, slaughtering thousands of mortals, yet remained silent when you sought aid from the upper realm? And just now, we discovered the treasure-hunting mouse, only for it to take its own life, leaving us clues. Yang Chan, perplexed, shook her head and replied, such occurrences are not uncommon. Beasts of the other world are not devoid of intelligence. They too will disguise themselves before facing exposure. Do you not recall what Brother Yang Jian just mentioned? A grass-headed deity was ambushed and killed by a demon masquerading as a human. Zhou Chen continued, I sense that this situation is markedly different. For a moment, Yang Chan found herself at a loss for words, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that she had truly overlooked something? Brother Zhou Chen, your words do hold merit. At that moment, Yang Jian's figure reappeared within the Holy Mother Temple. approaching with a smile, and then spoke, "That otherworldly beast is not elsewhere. It resides right here on Mount Hua." Chapter 22. The Art of Transformation. One breath can slash second, brother. What did you say? Yang Chan hastily turned her head, only to behold Yang Jian's grave expression, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed, aside from this rationale, the exotic beast had no need to conceal the treasure-finding mouse. Furthermore, this mouse had not consumed any blood offerings. It had been directly approached and captured by Zhou Chen, completely unexpected for the exotic beast, which explained why it had to relinquish it. The treasure-finding mouse is an exceedingly rare creature, valuable even to exotic beasts, and it would be unnecessary to exterminate it unless absolutely essential. That beast is currently on Mount Huashan, but where might it be? Yang Chan fell into contemplation. Yang Jian shook his head and slowly approached her and Zhou Chen. "I have some suspicions. Soon, you two shall accompany me away from Mount Huashan. I will have the grass-head god encircle this place, and then we only need to." Before Yang Jian could finish his sentence, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Yang Chan, its velocity surpassing her capacity to react, leaving her no time to summon the Bodhi lantern. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Zhou Chen's fist, imbued with lightning, struck Yang Jian, propelling him 100 meters away. Second brother? Yang Chan, still reeling, felt a sheen of cold sweat on her forehead. Had that punch landed on her, it would have surely resulted in severe injury. Such tremendous force. To think that merely a celestial could possess such strength. No wonder the Black Flood Dragon fell at your hands. Yang Jian chuckled lightly, appearing quite familiar with Zhou Chen. His demeanor shifted in the eyes of Zhou Chen and Yang Chan, ultimately transforming into the Black Flood Dragon Zhou Chen had previously encountered in battle. The dragon's form morphed under his command, finally resembling the creature in its near-transformed state. "Exotic beast?" Zhou Chen inquired, his eyes brimming with battle intent, seemingly able to perceive the essence within the creature. This being's origins were shrouded in mystery, yet as Yang Jian had stated, it wielded innate control over divine powers, and its transformations appeared to be merely a rudimentary aspect of its capabilities. "Regrettably, I had initially intended to eliminate one of you swiftly, employing the simplest method, and upon our next encounter, test if I might vanquish the second Prince Erlang or the third Prince Nezha. However, it seems I was somewhat lacking. No matter, your strengths pale in comparison to mine." The exotic beast waved its hand, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped the entirety of Mount Huashan. Both Zhou Chen and Yang Chan, while formidable in their own right, felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation within this aura. So powerful. Although this exotic beast was merely at the xianxia realm, the sheer density of its magical energy was astonishing. One could only wonder how many blood offerings it had consumed to attain such a level. It was exceedingly troublesome. "Senior brother, do not worry. My second brother has not strayed far. He will soon sense the situation here. With the Bodhi lantern, I should be able to hold out for a while in his hands." Yang Chan whispered with a hint of concern, "If things go awry, you should seek help from the heavenly realm. I can hold my ground alone." Zhou Chen is merely at the celestial immortal stage. The disparity in this battle at the mystic immortal level is far too great. Moreover, the beast's heritage is extraordinary. Even among the mystic immortals, it stands as the strongest. Nearly insurmountable. Once a confrontation ensues, I cannot guarantee how long I will remain unscathed. Having Zhou Chen here would only mean one more life lost. The otherworldly beast did not rush into action. Instead, it watched Zhou Chen and Yang Chan with a sly smile, as if granting its chosen prey a final semblance of freedom, instilling a sense of dread. Its intellect likely rivaled that of humans, rendering it indistinguishable from them. There was no escape. Zhou Chen shook his head, gesturing toward the beast with a light chuckle. "This creature has spent a full month laying its trap on Mount Hua. It is capable of concealing itself, and those demons it controls can do the same. Aside from the ordinary villagers, the mountain is now teeming with monsters, is it not?" Under Zhou Chen's perception, the entirety of Mount Hua was saturated with the scent of blood. The beast had not forcibly commanded its followers to devour mortals, yet its gaze was fixated on the two of them. All of its orchestrations were aimed at consuming Zhou Chen and Yang Chan. Initially, its sole target had been Yang Chan. However, with her departure to seek assistance, circumstances shifted, compelling it to endure a month of hunger, all for the chance to feast. Zhou Chen's arrival was merely a stroke of luck. Yet for Yang Chan, this unforeseen event altered many outcomes. Had Zhou Chen not fortuitously taken on this role, Yang Jian would undoubtedly have discerned the underlying issues and vanquished the beast. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Your analysis is commendable, yet regrettably, you are doomed, the beast said with a sneer directed at Zhou Chen before it sprang into action. Its speed was astonishing. Even Zhou Chen's senses could not keep pace, rendering him a mere spectator as the beast advanced. "Be careful, senior brother," Yang Chan shouted, the radiating brilliance as she sought to employ its power to rescue Zhou Chen. However, the situation was rapidly deteriorating. The beast had no intention of leaving any survivors. Its claws elongated at an alarming rate, resembling dragon talons, the sharpness of which made Zhou Chen feel a stinging sensation on his skin as they approached. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged, and in the face of the impending assault, he could only part his lips. Yet, in the next moment, the beast's expression shifted dramatically as it suddenly bent over. With a soft sound, everything above its waist was cleaved in two. In Yang Chan's horrified gaze, even the distant mountains were affected, sliced in half by the force. The blade of malevolence coalesced and sliced through the sky, extinguishing several demons that had just encircled the Holy Mother Temple. What manner of divine power is this? Though the otherworldly beast possessed some knowledge of Zhou Chen, it had never witnessed such a technique, prompting an involuntary exclamation of astonishment. Yet, Zhou Chen did not afford it the opportunity to inquire further. At an unknown moment, the Tang Dao was summoned, abruptly descending with great force to deliver a decisive strike. The surging malevolence unveiled an indomitable spirit, rendering even the otherworldly beast to retreat in disarray, overwhelmed by its own fatigue. "I refuse to believe that with your celestial cultivation, you can employ such arcane arts multiple times." The beast was incensed by Zhou Chen. Damn it! Everything had been meticulously arranged. How could an unforeseen occurrence arise? Where on earth did this boy come from? Well then, care to give it a try? Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, then took a step back and opened his mouth once more. Chapter 23. An hour upon witnessing Zhou Chen's demeanor, the otherworldly beast could only exclaim in astonishment, swiftly retreating with its followers while pondering how to contend with such extraordinary powers. What a jest! That strike, regardless of whom it fell upon, could easily spell death. The intensity of such fury had surpassed its dominion. However, this time, the beast had miscalculated. Zhou Chen did not employ the heavenly gang and earthly Sha divine decision, but instead returned to Yang Chan's side, letting out a sigh. What a pity. That strike did not claim his life. It's sufficient, truly. Yang Chan's lips twitched slightly. She had previously thought Zhou Chen required her guardianship. Such a notion was indeed ludicrous. The secret technique Zhou Chen had just unleashed indicated that it was she who should be grateful he was not there to protect her. In but a breath, he could sever a great mountain. A prodigy of this caliber was unheard of even in the celestial court. The uproar they had caused would surely elicit a response from the celestial court, and her second brother must have sensed it as well. "Are you not planning to leave?" Yang Chan steadied her mind and spoke again. At that moment, the beast still appeared leisurely, yet in contrast to before, there was now a hint of caution in its gaze directed at Zhou Chen. Leave? After spending over a month setting up so many contingencies, how could it abandon its plans due to a mere hint of danger? A day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. Although the celestial court might take note of this place, assistance would require time, and as for Erlang Shen, he would first deal with the troublesome demon kings before considering any aid. In an hour, if I can devour both of you, the vast world is mine to traverse. An hour was the entirety of time the beast had allocated for itself. Should it fail to subdue Zhou Chen, this young upstart, along with Yang Chan, this minor burden, it would be wise to flee and never show its face again. Otherwise, it would face the relentless pursuit of the celestial court and Yang Jian. If it could not handle two celestial beings, how could it possibly aspire to confront them? That would be preposterous. Nevertheless, these words did not bode well for Zhou Chen and Yang Chan, particularly for the latter. Although the treasure lamp in her possession emitted a faint green glow, safeguarding them in place, Yang Chan was acutely aware that her magical power had dwindled to a mere 50%. After repeatedly activating the lamp, she was left with at most 30%. To endure for an hour was daunting. Even sustaining for a quarter of that time seemed challenging. Moreover, Yang Chan cast a glance at Zhou Chen's silhouette and let out a long sigh. Despite Zhou Chen's formidable abilities, he could not evade the inherent limitations of being a celestial immortal. Both his magical prowess and realm were vastly inferior to theirs. His involvement on the battlefield relied solely on the brilliance of his divine techniques and his element of surprise. If even a modicum of attention were paid, success in his ambush would be impossible. An hour, you say? Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, yet within his heart, he began to devise a strategy for how to resolve this predicament. This is a rare opportunity for experience. He has a premonition that if he can successfully navigate this trial, the path to true immortality will be smooth, and he may even return to Fangcun Mountain for a period of diligent cultivation. However, Time is of the essence. Only 1 hour remains before others arrive. He must slay this exotic beast. Although it is a daunting task, it is not impossible. In combat, Zhou Chen possesses an exceptional advantage. The Tiangang Disha divine technique is specifically designed for battles beyond his level. Mother Shang, do not trouble yourself with holding up your precious lotus lamp any longer. Your powers have waned. The beast emitted a low grunt, casting a murderous glance at Mother Shang. With a wave of its hand, hundreds of demons under its control surged towards the two. These demons brandished various weapons and possessed differing levels of cultivation. Among them 3 who had already reached the realm of xianxia, their combat prowess rivaling that of the treasure-hunting mouse. The majority, however, were also true immortals. At the celestial level, they were exceedingly troublesome. Kill, kill, kill. Each demon let out a series of low growls, and with every utterance, they expelled a stream of blood, which converged in the air to form a colossal net, restricting Zhou Chen and Yang Chan's escape routes. Then, they collectively unleashed their divine powers. A faint manifestation of a calamity looming overhead. Troublesome. Zhou Chen let out a soft grunt, disregarding Yang Chan's attempts to dissuade him, and opened his mouth once more. Flash. Accompanied by a light exhalation, another brilliant beam of light was unleashed. Under this aura of slaughter, nothing could withstand its might. Even the gathered divine powers were effortlessly obliterated. The 3 xianxian closest to him had no room for resistance. With a mere wave of his hand, they were annihilated in an instant. At this moment, the exotic beast finally comprehended the situation. Slaughter Chi? You dare to use Slaughter Chi against me? It laughed in rage. Its very existence stemmed from the presence of Slaughter Chi, and now someone was attempting to use it against him, nearly succeeding. What a reversal of fate. However, after these 2 tests, the beast had a clearer understanding. Using divine powers twice placed a significant burden on Zhou Chen. His internal energy had diminished by more than half. He could summon his powers only one more time before he would have to resign himself to his fate. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself reluctant to kill Zhou Chen. Young one, with your talent, you should not perish here. I can offer you a chance. Step out from the protective range of the lotus lamp, and I shall grant you the opportunity to battle me one-on-one. Of course, this is not without conditions. If I lose, you may slay me at will, but if I win, I shall claim the secret techniques you cultivate. At last, the exotic beast revealed its greed. Such divine techniques, in anyone's eyes, were an existence that transcended time. And it was no exaggeration to say that in all its long existence, it had never encountered such methods. Should it learn them, even facing formidable opponents like Yang Jian would become a possibility, and even greater powers like Deluo would not be beyond its reach. Moreover, Zhou Chen had but one opportunity left to employ that technique. He could not fathom how, with his keen senses, he might evade this strike. Senior brother, do not proceed. Yang Chen hastily interjected. This was not merely a farce, it was a perilous game. Relying solely on Zhou Chen, survival was utterly improbable. Fear not. I possess a strategy to prevail, Zhou Chen replied, casting a glance at Yang Chen, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Without any semblance of defense, he stepped out of the protective barrier. As he emerged from the sanctuary of the Balian Lantern, the Qilin Jade face armor surged forth upon his skin. The spear and the Tang knife were firmly gripped in his hands, prepared for the ultimate confrontation. Indeed, you possess courage, I admire that. The otherworldly beast honored its word. Approaching with a smile, positioning itself before Zhou Chen and stretching its limbs. Subsequently, it transformed into the likeness of Yang Jian, brandishing the double-edged trident, directing it towards Zhou Chen. Come. Chapter 24. Second brother, I wish to go to Mount Fangcun. The art of transformation is indeed profound. Each form employs distinct techniques, seemingly granting entirely new abilities. Before Yang Jian, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. This individual possesses extraordinary skills. To defeat him, one must resort to hidden trump cards. The spear whirled, and the Tang knife fell. At this moment, the three-pronged, double-edged knife clashed with the spear, emitting the clang of metal upon metal. Zhou Chen's true form was already remarkable, augmented by the devouring powers of the Tiangang and Nezha divine decision, enabling him to combat the alien beast without losing ground. From the outset, both sides exerted their utmost strength. Freeze! The beast retreated, pointing a finger at Zhou Chen. The immobilization spell was suddenly unleashed, binding Zhou Chen's body in place. This was his first time employing such divine power. This ability, shrouded in mystery, truly immobilized Zhou Chen, rendering him incapable of movement. However, in a critical moment, Zhou Chen opened his mouth and expelled a cloud of turbid energy. This noxious breath surged forth like a blade, sealing every potential escape route for the beast. Struck. The creature let out a soft chuckle, its body lifting effortlessly as a whirlwind erupted beneath its feet, manifesting its wind-controlling prowess akin to that of a black serpent. Simultaneously, dragon scales sprouted from its form. It was as if dragon blood surged within its veins. Dragon lineage? Yang Chan seemed to have made a discovery, finally grasping the true secret of this beast. It was not a naturally born aberration, but rather a hybrid born from the fusion of true dragon blood and malevolent energy. The malevolent energy is formless. The dragon blood is ever-changing. Thus, it possesses such transformative divine powers. Yet, the true source of its might remains the dragon blood within. Only this blood can enable it to fully unleash its power. One strike failed. My senior brother's magical energy is depleting. Suddenly, Yang Chan noticed something amiss, hastily glancing towards Zhou Chen, her brows quivering with concern. In that instant, Zhou Chen had lost the previous vigor. He stood as if defeated, his magical energy nearly exhausted, devoid of any movement. He lacked even the strength to break free from the binding spell. It is well known that the more potent the divine power, the greater the energy it consumes. Regardless of how formidable one's foundation, in the realm of celestial immortals, the available magical energy is ultimately finite. This is the essence of fate. Divine powers cannot surpass the heavens. If fate decrees your demise, no matter how extraordinary you may be, it is ultimately futile. Unexpectedly, he resorted to such a divine power. Though adept at controlling the wind, I would rather not employ it unless absolutely necessary. The beast shook its head, revealing a hint of its true dragon form. Speaking in a low tone, Zhou Chen, have you considered my earlier words? The opportunity is rare. You have already been defeated. Surrender your divine powers, and I may spare you. 2 lives sustain one. At the very least, one can serve as a messenger to the outside world. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the beast, which had become still due to a binding spell. The last remnants of concern faded away. My apologies, I had forgotten. Indeed, you cannot dispel this binding spell. The beast ambled forward, just beginning to form the sigil for the counterspell when Zhou Chen abruptly reached out, seizing its hands with a firm grip. What? The beast, taken aback, lifted its gaze and met Zhou Chen's piercing eyes, which bore into it with unyielding intensity. This time, there was no escape. Zhou Chen grinned maliciously. The tang knife in his grasp shimmered with a sinister black light, intermingled with the crackle of thunder. In that moment, the beast felt a palpable threat of death looming over it. Flee! I must escape. Otherwise, I shall surely perish. At that instant, the beast relinquished all its pride, frantically wrenching its hands free, yet it could only watch helplessly as the tang knife descended. With a swift thrust, the knife pierced through its corporeal form, severing its very soul. The malevolent energy that surged forth instantly disintegrated everything in its vicinity, and the scalding dragon's blood splattered everywhere. Yet it failed to touch Zhou Chen even slightly. Unrelenting, he aimed a second strike at the beast's still widening eyes. This time, the beast's head was cleaved in two. You. The beast attempted to speak, but its spirit had already fragmented, and everything began to unravel around it. Even the malevolent energy started to recede from its body. It gazed at Zhou Chen with a mix of resentment and bewilderment. The madness in its eyes vanished. What? When I am devoid of magical power, how can he wield his sword? Wasn't that divine ability supposed to be voiced? Why is it a sword? How did he break free from the binding spell? It is done. Zhou Chen waved his tang knife, surveying his surroundings. The 2 strikes were not merely aimed at the beast before him, but also at the myriad of demons transformed by blood. Who had told these creatures that a blade forged from malevolence could only be wielded with magical power? As for the binding spell, the very technique employed by the future son Wukong, which had restrained innumerable celestial beings, could it truly bind my senior brother? That would be the greatest of jokes. Senior brother. You. Yang Chan hurriedly approached, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced between Zhou Chen and the fallen beast, rendered speechless for a moment. She could only imagine the tumult that would ensue if today's events reached the heavenly court. Well then, Yang Chan, I leave the concluding matters to you. Your second brother will be arriving soon. I must take my leave. Otherwise, it will be difficult to extricate myself later. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, casting a glance skyward. The once clear sky has gradually darkened, as a colossal magical aura, entwined with terrifying bloodlust, approaches Mount Hua. It is the blood of a demon king, signifying the fall of a formidable foe at the hands of Yang Jian. This beast's calculations were indeed astute. However, it tragically lacked the most crucial element, power. In this realm, strength is the foundation, Only with heightened cultivation can one earn the respect of all. Before Yang Chan could utter a plea for him to stay, Zhou Chen swiftly executed the teleportation technique he had learned from Patriarch Bodhi, rapidly departing from Mount Hua. In the next instant, Yang Jian descended from the heavens, accompanied by the celestial dog, its fury palpable. "Sister, where's that beast?" The three-edged dagger, still stained with blood, dripped intermittently as Yang Jian's expression turned fierce, consumed by rage. Yet, as his voice echoed, the corpses on the ground caught his attention. The lingering aura of the profound immortal stirred something within him, prompting him to glance at Yang Chan. "It was my brother's doing," she replied, her gaze distant. After a moment, she lifted her head and said, "Elder brother, I wish to visit Patriarch Bodhi at Mount Fangcun." Chapter 25. The Great General Against Demons, a Monstrous Beast? How dare it challenge the might of the Celestial Court? In the grand hall of the Celestial Court, the Emperor of Heaven was engulfed in fury. "Order! King Li Jing of the Towering Pagoda. Third Prince Nezha. Assemble the troops. Immediately slay the beast." In recent days, the turmoil in the mortal realm had begun to threaten the Celestial Court, even stirring numerous issues that affected the Emperor himself. The entire Celestial Court had already paid a considerable price to quell the unrest. A mere beast of the profound immortal realm was hardly a concern. It could be eradicated with a mere wave of the hand, no matter how formidable it appeared. As long as it had not ascended to the great Luo golden immortal level, it was akin to an insignificant insect. Even if it had reached that level, its demise was inevitable. Yet, this beast possessed the ability to influence the movements of demons and monsters. Its blood could incite chaos among beings of the golden immortal and Tai golden immortal realms. Thus, it had incited such a multitude of troubles. "I accept the command." Li Jing and Nezha responded in unison, both harboring a fierce determination to resolve the matter swiftly. Suddenly, a report from the celestial soldiers echoed from outside the hall. Before long, a celestial soldier stepped forth in full view of all, addressing the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the turmoil in the lower realm has been quelled. The beast has been vanquished." Instantly, silence enveloped the grand hall. The ministers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. They were unaware of the circumstances. Could it be that Erlang Shen had intervened? Yang Jian's strength surpassed that of Nezha, and if he had taken action, he would surely have been able to eliminate the beast. It was Zhou Chen of Mount Fangcun. He had unexpectedly encountered a plot by the beast in the midst of Hua Mountain, engaging in a fierce battle and ultimately emerging victorious. The Holy Mother proclaimed that had it not been for Zhou Chen's intervention, she would surely have perished in this calamity. The celestial soldiers' head bowed in reverence. The weakest of the monstrous beasts was at least of the profound immortal level. Although Zhou Chen had previously defeated a profound immortal, this incident was entirely different. Even if he had used strategy, it signified that Zhou Chen had attained the capability of being invincible among his peers within the profound immortal realm. In the future, once he ascended to the true immortal level, he would become an even greater force. The three realms would gain yet another war deity. And if he could be successfully recruited, the Jade Emperor would gain a formidable general. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The Emperor exclaimed thrice, his face alight with joy. "I had foreseen this. Zhou Chen's future is indeed limitless, and what I have witnessed recently confirms it. Where is Zhou Chen now? Summon him to my presence immediately." The Emperor could hardly contain his eagerness. This was a monumental achievement. He could easily bestow Zhou Chen with the title of Heavenly General and cultivate him closely, opening the treasury for him. In no time, he could elevate him to the profound immortal realm. When that time came, the celestial court would no longer be subject to his constraints. He would have a loyal subject, one he had personally nurtured, at his command. "Your Majesty." The celestial soldier swallowed hard, speaking under the Emperor's intense gaze. "Zhou Chen has returned to Mount Fangcun. According to the words of the three sacred mothers, it seems that the trials have concluded, and a breakthrough in cultivation is imminent. Thus, one must return to the mountain to continue their training." "A breakthrough in cultivation? Return to the mountain for further training? Do you truly believe you have ventured out for such trials?" The icy gaze of Hao Yan gradually transformed, tinged with a hint of fury. He could accept Zhou Chen's departure after bidding farewell in the heavenly court. Yet he could not abide the thought of the other party slipping away from his grasp. Returning to Mount Fangcun would signify a failure of his prior investments. Although he had only shown a slight inclination to draw Zhou Chen in and had not yet committed substantial resources. However, for him, once he had taken action, failure was not an option. Zhou Chen's departure was nothing short of a grand performance. Hao Yan could even sense that the ministers, who once bowed to him in deference, now regarded him with mocking eyes, as if saying, "Your Majesty, do you truly believe you can command the situation like this?" You underestimate us. If you cannot even control Zhou Chen, how do you expect to govern the entire heavenly court? Your Majesty, seeing Hao Ian's countenance darken, the Star of Tai Bai hastily approached, calling out a few words. Alas, in such moments, Hao Ian could only force himself to stabilize his emotions, managing a strained smile. If a breakthrough in cultivation is indeed imminent, returning to Mount Fangcun is certainly appropriate. Here's what we shall do. When Zhou Chen next emerges from seclusion, I shall appoint him as the General of Demon Subjugation, specifically tasked with the capture of demons, allowing him to intervene in various matters of the demon hunting team. Of course, Zhou Chen's cultivation was merely at the celestial immortal level, insufficient to bear such weighty responsibilities for now. Let it be a matter of listening to orders without enforcing them. Hao Ian waved his hand, adopting a facade of generosity. As for Zhou Chen, his intention was to gradually attract him, investing various benefits to thoroughly soften his heart, encouraging voluntary loyalty. Thus, the words about listening to orders but not enforcing them were indeed meant for Zhou Chen's ears. However, with Zhou Chen absent, his utterance was primarily to project a certain attitude. I have already done this. What else do you desire? Dismissed. At the call of the heavenly servant, Hao Ian rose, his expression grim as he strode toward the Yaoqi. Meanwhile, the ministers exchanged glances, shaking their heads at the retreating figure of the heavenly emperor. Alas, this Jade Emperor has lost his composure. Mount Fangcun, 3 Stars Cave. After a long journey, Zhou Chen finally returned to his humble abode. There is no place like home. With a long sigh, Zhou Chen inhaled the fragrance of the books in the library as he entered his room, only to discover a monkey sprawled across his bed. Sun Wukong lay in a disheveled state, having turned Zhou Chen's bed into a chaotic mess. Junior brother, get up. Zhou Chen, with a stern expression, struck the top of Sun Wukong's head, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of metal striking metal. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, ready to express his anger, but upon seeing Zhou Chen's exasperated expression, he broke into a grin, rubbing his forehead. Zhou Chen cast him a glance. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Having departed from Fangcun Mountain for less than half a year, and considering the time he had dedicated to arduous cultivation, it had been barely a year. Yet, this Sun Wukong's physique had subtly approached the realm of true immortals. Remarkable. After all this time, he had only reached the level of profound immortal. There was still much to strive for. One must not relax easily, otherwise, he would soon be overtaken. What brings you to my chamber? Have you been residing in my library for the past 6 months? Zhou Chen inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head and chuckled softly. Not at all. I merely come by occasionally to read and take a nap. Recently, my master has instructed me to wait here for your return, as he wishes to meet with you and intends to impart some entirely new techniques to us. Chapter 26. The Long Rainbow's Escape and the Bestowal of Divine Powers. At present, the arcane techniques that Zhou Chen could still acquire from the Bodhi Patriarch were limited, with the only one remaining being the art of cloud soaring. The rest merely involved arduous cultivation. However, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's current demeanor, he shook his head and spoke. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. Initially, upon returning from his trials, Zhou Chen was expected to first present himself before the Bodhi Patriarch. Yet, being well aware of the Patriarch's frequent seclusion, Zhou Chen preferred not to intrude unless absolutely necessary. However, given that this was a direct summons from the Bodhi Patriarch, he felt no qualms about it. Accompanied by Sun Wukong, Zhou Chen swiftly made his way to the rear mountain. At that moment, the mountain was enveloped in an aura of Tao, as if a quasi-saint were bestowing upon them sublime teachings, revealing the profundities of the Great Way. Each visit to the Patriarch seemed to unveil a different essence in the atmosphere. Sun Wukong muttered softly, still unable to comprehend the intricacies due to his lower realm. In contrast, Zhou Chen was fully engrossed, his gaze fixed on the surrounding Taoist essence, his aura surging and eventually reaching an unprecedented pinnacle in the astonished eyes of Sun Wukong. The peak of celestial immortality. He was but a step away from true immortality. A wave of exhilaration washed over Zhou Chen as he slightly moved his body, a gentle smile gracing his face. Having traversed the trials, a smooth path lay ahead. Previously, no matter how many insights he gleaned, they were futile for breakthroughs, but now the scenario was different. A new realm was within reach, awaiting him to take that final step. Come in. Why do you linger outside? The voice of the Bodhi Patriarch echoed from the mountaintop, reaching the ears of Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong. They hastened their ascent, soon standing beneath a tree at the summit, where the Bodhi Patriarch had been waiting for quite some time. Did you attain any insights during your expedition? The Bodhi Patriarch inquired softly. observing that Zhou Chen radiated a newfound vitality, indicative of having vanquished several formidable demon clan warriors. Yet, what truly astonished him was the deeply concealed merit hidden within that vitality. Such merit was not easily acquired. This lad had undoubtedly amassed considerable gains. Indeed, the gains were substantial. Zhou Chen recounted his experiences during his travels, narrating from the initial encounter with the Black Flood Dragon to facing exotic beasts, culminating in fierce battles. Each word was delivered with a calm demeanor, yet every phrase was laden with a palpable sense of lethal intent, causing Sun Wukong to tremble in astonishment. His gaze towards Zhou Chen shifting dramatically. Good heavens! I've never witnessed such ferocity in my senior brother during our past exchanges. Zhou Chen, merely at the celestial immortal realm, faced adversaries who were all at least at the profound immortal level, not to mention the bizarre creatures he encountered. Such combat prowess could only be deemed extraordinary. Wait, Master, I too wish to cultivate my senior brother's divine powers. Suddenly, Sun Wukong realized something and hurriedly pleaded. The formidable power that Zhou Chen possessed was indeed significantly attributed to the cultivation of the supreme, celestial, immortal technique. But even more crucial was the heavenly gang and earthly fiend divine art. This technique could almost be deemed the key to his survival. Were it merely the ordinary 36 transformations of the heavenly gang and 72 transformations of the earthly fiend, it would likely only suffice to preserve his life. And escaping would be a matter of perilous luck. How could he have returned alive today? Your innate talent allows you to cultivate at most one of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang or 72 transformations of the earthly fiend, with no other possibilities. If you doubt this, let your senior brother demonstrate his divine abilities for you to witness. Wukong, although you are a being born of heaven, in terms of talent, you truly fall short compared to your senior brother. The Bodhi Patriarch spoke without reservation. Just a single statement plunged Sun Wukong into a state of self-doubt. As a being born of heaven, during Zhou Chen's absence from Mount Fangcun, he had already surpassed all his fellow disciples. Yet he could not surpass Zhou Chen. Moreover, in both talent and cultivation, he was immensely distant from Zhou Chen. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of Earth Immortals and was on the verge of further advancement. Already glimpsing the threshold of Celestial Immortals, merely a few months of arduous training away. The Supreme Celestial Immortal technique had barely been mastered under the Bodhi Patriarch's special guidance. But what about Zhou Chen? Relying solely on himself, both the Supreme Celestial Immortal technique and the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiend divine art had been mastered, with his cultivation on the cusp of breaking through to true immortal. Despite the fact that they had trained for nearly the same period, why was there such a vast disparity in strength? Enough of this commotion. I summoned you here today to impart to you the art of cloud riding. The art of divine abilities should be pursued with discernment. The techniques before you are sufficient for your cultivation. What is more important is to master them, innovate, and develop your own path. The cloud riding technique is distinct. It is essential for both pursuit and travel. In my possession, I have two methods of cloud riding. The Bodhi Patriarch spread his hands, and two miniature figures appeared on his palms. One figure performed somersaults with incredible speed, while the other transformed into a radiant rainbow, swiftly darting away. These two divine abilities are known as the somersault cloud, which can traverse 80,000 miles with a single flip, perfectly suited for you, Wukong. The other is called the long rainbow escape, a technique I specifically exchanged from an old friend. Its speed is unparalleled, though its difficulty is considerable, making it ideal for you, Zhou Chen. Each of these techniques has its own merits. The somersault cloud aside, Zhou Chen had indeed heard of the long rainbow escape. In the past, Luya had showcased this divine ability during the calamity of the Fangcun, where even treasures like the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and the colorless divine light, which could almost encompass everything, were rendered powerless against it, merely watching as Luya made his escape. This divine ability ranks among the foremost of the many cloud riding techniques in the primordial realms. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Zhou Chen respectfully bowed to the Bodhi Patriarch, his gratitude beyond words. Sun Wukong cast a glance at him, then turned to look at Master Beauty, scratching his head. After a lengthy pause, he uttered a familiar phrase. I am the same. As for you all, why not give it a try? Master Beauty chuckled softly and stepped back. At that moment, his expression suddenly shifted as he addressed Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you have a visitor. A visitor? Zhou Chen glanced in the direction indicated by Master Beauty and happened to spot Yang Chan, who was slowly approaching him under the guidance of Yang Jian. This time, Yang Chan had taken great care in her appearance, donning a flowing white gown. A subtle smile adorned her face, and her demeanor was even more striking than before. Yang Jian and Yang Chan had come to pay their respects to Master Beauty. Chapter 27. Yang Jian bestows a treasure, the celestial dragon whip. Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Sun Wukong cast them a peculiar glance, infused with a hint of reverence. Within the narrative of Zhou Chen, these two figures occupy a significant portion of the tale, particularly Yang Jian, the renowned god of war across the three realms. Merely uttering his name was enough to evoke admiration from Sun Wukong. Had he been present during the tumultuous events, that monstrous beast would have stirred not a ripple. If only he possessed such prowess, who could stand against him in the future? Are you here to seek Zhou Chen? Master Bodhi inquired. Yang Jian responded, Master Bodhi, you must be aware that I, Yang Jian, have committed a grave error, inadvertently placing my sister in peril. Were it not for the intervention of brother Zhou Chen, even my formidable strength would have proven futile. Gazing at his sister, Yang Jian continued, my sister possesses a gentle disposition and shuns conflict. Although she diligently practices, she has inevitably overlooked certain aspects. I humbly beseech the master to grant her the opportunity to cultivate here for a time. There was no alternative. His sister had expressly stated her wish to reside on Mount Fangcun for a while. How could Yang Jian deny her? Furthermore, from a certain perspective, if Yang Chan could draw closer to Zhou Chen, even if it were merely to learn some protective spells, it would be worthwhile. Zhou Chen's potential is boundless, and it is only prudent to foster a good relationship. This matter is easily arranged. Coincidentally, I have just begun imparting the cloud soaring technique to Zhou Chen. Shall we observe from the sidelines? Master Bodhi smiled, stroking his long beard. The cloud soaring technique is fundamental. Once one achieves enlightenment and ascends, it can be comprehended. However, the teachings of Master Bodhi are far from simple. In the primordial world, every technique that enhances speed is regarded as a divine ability, exceedingly rare, yet challenging to cultivate. Master has just imparted the teachings? Yang Chan inquired. Master Bodhi nodded and softly replied, my disciple possesses unparalleled talent. Any technique or divine ability that I convey enters his ears and is learned instantaneously. Whether it be the transmission of martial prowess or divine spells, it is invariably the same. This cloud-soaring technique should be among the quickest for him to master. Master Bodhi did not believe that the long rainbow escape would pose a challenge for Zhou Chen. In fact, it was merely a trial, a trivial matter. Yet Yang Jian remained skeptical. Is there truly anyone born with such innate knowledge? The master's words seemed overly exaggerated. Yang Jian shook his head. In the past, when my esteemed master, Yu Dingzhenren, taught me the cloud-soaring technique, I dedicated numerous days and nights to mastering it. That alone was considered exceptional talent. If brother Zhou Chen can indeed learn it, I am willing to bestow upon him a piece of primordial treasure. Primordial treasure. Upon Yang Jian's declaration, even Master Bodhi's expression shifted slightly. He discerned that Yang Jian was deliberately making such a statement to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Primordial treasures are exceedingly rare. Even the most inferior among them possesses the might of a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, let alone their myriad wondrous capabilities, making them far more advantageous in combat than their postnatal counterparts. In the vast expanse of time, the majority of innate spiritual treasures have long been mastered by mortals. By the epoch of the journey to the west, the cosmos no longer bore such treasures spontaneously, leading to an almost complete cessation of their creation. An innate spiritual treasure, indeed, could equate to the life-saving grace that Zhou Chen had bestowed upon Yang Chan. Second brother, Yang Chan, belatedly aware, cast a glance at Yang Jian. Her lips pursed in contemplation. In truth, she was not inclined to sever their fateful ties with Zhou Chen so swiftly. Sometimes, the intertwining of destinies makes it all the more difficult to untangle. What does the Patriarch think? Yang Jian inquired once more. This time, however, the Bodhi Patriarch merely smiled in silence. Before Yang Jian could fully process the moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Brother Yang, I believe we should forego the innate spiritual treasure. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen had already positioned himself behind Yang Jian. A hint of mirth danced upon his visage, and a cascade of radiant light enveloped him. In an instant, Yang Jian perceived a fleeting glimmer, and Zhou Chen reappeared at his back. Is this long rainbow escape? Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Having participated in the divine war, he had witnessed the prowess of this technique firsthand. In the past, countless treasures had nearly driven them to the brink of despair. Yet, this long rainbow escape had facilitated the escape of Luya from the clutches of peril. Among the myriad of escape techniques, this divine ability could indeed contend with the innate powers possessed by the most formidable beings of the primordial wilderness. Though the challenge was undeniably great, Zhou Chen's progress in cultivation was commendable. With each utterance, he shifted locations with such swiftness that it left one breathless. Ultimately reappearing before the Bodhi Patriarch, he mused, Had I mastered this long rainbow escape during the battle with that otherworldly beast, it would have been impossible for it to evade my grasp, and I would have needed no cunning to vanquish it. Now, if categorized by game classes, Zhou Chen had transformed into a high-damage, high-speed assassin, one that could not be easily slain and whose mere touch could spell doom. Such a formidable existence was no trifling matter. To provoke him was to invite boundless trouble. You have truly mastered it, Yang Jian remarked, exhaling a long breath. He then willingly bowed to Zhou Chen, softly declaring, I, Yang Jian, concede. Here, brother Zhou, this treasure is yours. Yang Jian retrieved a long whip from his waist and presented it to Zhou Chen. The whip bore numerous inscriptions, resonating with the roar of a true dragon, and appeared to be stained with a hint of crimson, as though it had been touched by dragon's blood. The aura of this treasure was robust, an intermediate-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly dragon whip. This whip is a treasured artifact of our sect, cherished by our master. I specifically requested it, intending to nurture it, yet fate has led me to lose it to you, brother Zhou. It is a fortuitous coincidence, and surely, it is destined. You need not decline. Yang Jian proffered the heavenly dragon whip before Zhou Chen, leaving him with no opportunity for refusal. Intermediate-grade, innate spiritual treasures are indeed rare, and to have one infused with true dragon blood is an even greater rarity. This is at least a true dragon of the great Luo golden immortal realm. This blood enhances the power of the heavenly dragon whip to an even greater extent. I must express my gratitude to brother Yang. Zhou Chen, feeling helpless, could only accept the treasure for now. In comparison to these treasures, what he truly desired was the cultivation points. After all, the items that could be exchanged for cultivation points far exceeded what he could personally acquire. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt Yang Jian's intentions. The heavenly dragon whip is indeed one of the most suitable treasures for him at this moment. It could even be said to be far more fitting than most high-quality, innate spiritual treasures. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Third sister. While cultivating under the Bodhi Patriarch, should you encounter any matters, do not hesitate to engage with brother Zhou more often, Yang Jian suggested. Yang Chan's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. Second brother. All right. Yang Jian waved his hand, having seen through her thoughts, and shook his head. As for a person like Zhou Chen, he couldn't help but wonder if his younger sister would truly be able to grasp the opportunity. Chapter 28. The arrival of Tai Bai and the quest for personal guards with a twist of his form, Zhou Chen, having mastered the art of Longhong Dun, swiftly returned to the library pavilion. Following closely behind him was Yang Chan, who surveyed the simplicity of the pavilion with evident surprise. It was astonishingly austere, bearing little distinction from the abodes of those who diligently cultivate their practices. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would find it difficult to believe that Zhou Chen resided in such a place. There are rooms available. You may choose one to settle in, Zhou Chen suggested, adding, should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to consult our master, who resides on the back mountain. Of course, if you wish to inquire about any specific techniques, do not hesitate to ask me. I possess some insights in that regard. Insights indeed. Zhou Chen could grasp nearly all techniques with a mere glance, his extraordinary talent having been reaffirmed through various validations. It could be said that his foundational skills would soon reach an astonishing level, were it not for his current lack of cultivation. It was likely that Bodhi Patriarch would have already devised means to procure techniques from the entirety of the journey to the west, even those belonging to the saints. Staying here is acceptable, Yang Chan nodded before speaking again. Senior brother, are you aware that the Heavenly Court has been frantically searching for you of late? Although the Heavenly Court has expressed a desire to elevate you, your continued absence and your retreat within Fangcun Mountain for rigorous training have understandably tested their patience. Rumor has it that even Hao Yan's mood has soured recently. Initially, he thought you were a worthy investment, suitable for servitude. But it now appears that your progress and submission is virtually non-existent, leading him to feel disregarded. The affairs of the Heavenly Court are of no consequence to me. I hold no position there, Zhou Chen shrugged nonchalantly. From the outset, it was the Jade Emperor himself who sought to win him over. Moreover, what resources were actually provided during this courting? A few elixirs, a set of armor, and 2 weapons that he had acquired from Nezha, which hardly constituted a favor from the Jade Emperor. With such meager offerings, why should he pledge loyalty to Hao Yan? It was absurd. My uncle possesses a domineering disposition and his own interpretations of imperial governance. In the future, you may need to interact with him. It would be prudent not to make things too contentious, Yang Chan gently advised, her gaze resting on Zhou Chen as she sighed deeply. For reasons unknown, she harbored a lingering apprehension that Zhou Chen might tread a path akin to that of her elder brother. Most critically, She pondered whether Hao Qian had purposefully included a particular phrase in both of their decrees. Listen to the edict, not the proclamation. At times, she found herself at a loss for words. Why was her uncle so self-absorbed, truly believing that once he ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor, everyone would be compelled to submit? Alas, it was a complex situation. After exchanging a few words, Yang Chan departed, granting Zhou Chen a rare moment of respite. Each day, he spent the majority of his time immersed in the library, engaging in reading and cultivation. This experience allowed Yang Chan to witness the essence of internal competition. Such a demeanor even inspired Yang Chan, who had previously shown little interest in cultivation, as well as the inherently competitive son Wukong. Consequently, those disciples of Mount Fangcun, who had yet to fully embark on their cultivation journeys, also began to enter seclusion. In a fleeting moment, Mount Fangcun appeared remarkably serene, devoid of any signs of the young disciples' activities. Why was this sanctuary so tranquil? Could it be that another round of seclusion had commenced? Days passed, and in a state of utter helplessness, the Silver Star Taibai once again assumed his responsibilities, arriving at Mount Fangcun bearing the celestial decree. Yet, before the three-star cave, he hesitated to approach, feeling an overwhelming sense of uncertainty much like that fateful day. In his desperation, Taibai resorted to his means and managed to contact Yang Chan, thus finally meeting Zhou Chen. My young friend Zhou Chen, you have proven quite elusive. He lamented. After your training, you ought to return to the heavenly court and provide us with an account of your experiences. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Taibai poured out his grievances. He had initially thought this individual quite perceptive, yet at such a critical juncture, he seemed unable to lower his pride, even slightly. Now, he faced an assessment to re-establish himself as a direct descendant of the Jade Emperor, and he was left wondering how much longer this would take. With no other recourse, Zhou Chen explained that the urgency of the situation and the substantial gains he had made necessitated his immediate seclusion to avoid unforeseen complications. Everyone understood this was merely a formality, yet no one minded, not even Taibai. At this moment, Taibai was disinclined to engage in further pleasantries. He simply produced the celestial decree and explained to Zhou Chen, previously, you vanquished the aberrant beasts and rendered great service to the heavenly court. Coupled with your display of formidable strength, His Majesty personally appointed you to the position of Demon Slayer General. You shall receive an annual allocation of cultivation resources and the privilege to select a treasure from the Heavenly Emperor's secret vault. Moreover, His Majesty had graciously promised that due to your initial lack of cultivation depth, you may heed instructions without obligation to fulfill duties, an office with no responsibilities. Taibai felt a tinge of nostalgia. For Zhou Chen to receive such a significant reward after merely 2 accomplishments was indeed a rarity, even within the heavenly court. However, while the title of Demon Slayer General appeared commendable, it bore little practical utility. The Celestial Emperor had contemplated the implications of this position, realizing that should Zhou Chen refuse to comply, granting him excessive powers could lead to chaos. Hence the title was relegated to a mere nominal role. In essence, the Demon Slayer General was merely a leader of a combat unit, capable of commanding 1,000 celestial soldiers, while all other affairs relied solely on connections. Whose connections? Only those of His Majesty. It was solely through His Majesty's influence that one could cultivate talent through such means. The conditions seem favorable, Zhou Chen inquired. But I recall Nezha mentioning that upon becoming a general and achieving divinity, one could possess a loyal retinue of soldiers. The loyal retinue referred to entities akin to the 1,300 grass-headed deities under Erlang Shen's command. The prowess of these 1,300 grass-head deities is remarkable, sufficient to contend with ordinary demons and worthy of envy. Naturally, if given the opportunity, Zhou Chen would desire them as well. However, he noticed that when this was mentioned, the corners of Taibai Jingxing's mouth seemed to twitch slightly. Imperial Guards? What a jest! By protocol, such a troop should indeed exist. Yet throughout his prolonged stay in the heavenly court, has Zhou Chen ever encountered these Imperial Guards, apart from the 1,300 grasshead deities? No. Why? Because Hao Qian forbids it. Once Imperial Guards are established, who would still rely on him? Only the current arrangement ensures the enduring existence of the heavenly court. Chapter 29. Lacking personnel to send, lacking funds to offer. What now, Taibai Jingxing? Zhou Chen inquired once more. He held a genuine interest in the personal soldiers, particularly those from whom he could derive benefits. The heavenly court was well endowed, and his desire to recruit personal soldiers would surely yield the finest resources. The Celestial Emperor would likely be accommodating in this regard. Well, I must first confer with His Majesty, Taibai Jingxing replied, hesitant to agree outright, opting instead for a vague dismissal. Nevertheless, the expression on his face largely indicated the likelihood of success in this matter. Zhou Chen, however, did not dwell on this, and instead arranged a time with Tai Bai Jinxing to collect resources from the Heavenly Court before returning to the library pavilion. Senior brother, did Tai Bai Jinxing respond as I suggested? Upon Zhou Chen's return, Yang Chan approached him eagerly. She could easily envision how Tai Bai Jinxing would converse with Zhou Chen, even if Zhou Chen made exorbitant demands. She believed the other party would acquiesce. Not quite. I did ask for quite a lot, but didn't he secure any benefits? Zhou Chen shrugged. It's inconceivable. Yang Chan exclaimed in disbelief. I've dealt with Tai Bai Jinxing on numerous occasions. His character is such that he would agree to all conditions. Even asking for a few magical artifacts wouldn't pose a problem. Perhaps my uncle interfered, concealing some valuable items. I requested personal soldiers, but he did not comply. Zhou Chen added. This statement rendered Yang Chan momentarily speechless. Did I ask for the wrong thing? Isn't your second brother in possession of 1,300 grass-head gods as his personal soldiers? Yang Chan, at a loss for words, merely shook her head and retreated to her chamber. Zhou Chen shrugged. What a trivial matter. These individuals simply do not comprehend their own impoverished state. They even expect the Celestial Emperor to finance the maintenance of personal soldiers. Before long, the day agreed upon with Tai Bai Jinxing arrived. Zhou Chen returned to the Heavenly Court, with Yang Chan trailing closely behind him. This time, unlike the previous occasion, the cultivators he encountered were exceedingly cordial. Whether heavenly soldiers or court officials, none engaged him in conflict, nor did anyone utter a word of idle chatter. Your Majesty, upon arriving at the Jade Pool, Zhou Chen met Hao Yin once more. During this interval, Hao Yin had been perturbed by matters concerning Zhou Chen, and upon seeing him, he no longer exhibited the previous warmth. Merely gesturing dismissively, Tai Bai, take the demon-slaying general down to collect what he requires. Tai Bai Jinxing immediately grasped Hao Yin's present stance. He needed to reassess whether Zhou Chen could indeed join their ranks. Some treasures were still too premature to bestow upon him. Only when Zhou Chen genuinely contemplated allegiance would it be appropriate to consider such offerings. Demon-slaying general, please proceed. Ultimately, Tai Bai Jinxing had to fulfill his obligations, leading Zhou Chen briskly toward the Celestial Emperor's secret treasury. Navigating through winding paths, they soon arrived at a grand new door. Is this the Celestial Emperor's secret treasury? Zhou Chen felt a sense of astonishment. The location of the Tiandi secret vault was indeed exceedingly remote, and he could not shake the impression that what lay before him was merely the least impressive of the numerous Tiandi secret vaults. There was no hint of illusion here. How could the demon race have thrived until now? Yang Chan, please wait here for a moment, called out Tai Bai Jinxing. Yang Chan was compelled to halt, unable to accompany Zhou Chen further into the depths. Zhou Chen refrained from unnecessary chatter, offering Yang Chan a reassuring glance before stepping inside. In the next instant, an overwhelming chill pervaded the air. Simultaneously, a luminous pearl the size of a bowl began to emit a soft glow, illuminating everything before him. Upon beholding the treasures of heaven and earth, Zhou Chen could only utter a heartfelt exclamation. How bountiful! Previously, he had acquired the majority of the Black Flood Dragon's wealth, exchanging all but the gold and silver. Yet, the secret vault before him was the cherished collection of the Tiandi. Even as just one among countless vaults, it possessed an extraordinary depth of accumulation. If I could seize the entirety of this vault, my cultivation value would surely reach at least 50 million, if not more. Perhaps, after draining the Heavenly Court, I could amass enough to purchase the Chaos Bell. Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Once he dispelled these distractions, Zhou Chen finally focused on the matter at hand. Zhou Chen, my young friend, examine this vault and see if there is anything you require. You may take but one item. There is no need to be courteous to His Majesty. Just one item? What is there to be courteous about? Zhou Chen stepped forward, glancing left and right. He was not particularly impressed by the weapons on display. The Tang knife and long spear he wielded were sufficient to alter many situations. Moreover, he had infused these two weapons with the spirit of treasures, their rarity likely surpassing that of many weapons within this vault. Perhaps there is indeed something suitable for my young friend. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Bai Jinxing seemed to recall something and retrieved a substantial stack of books, which contained 2/3 of the Heavenly Court's divine techniques. Aside from a few unique methods, the majority of the techniques had been catalogued here. This is excellent. I accept. Zhou Chen nodded, not overly picky about these items, as long as he could make use of them. The true treasures of the Haotian vault had long been taken away. Who would linger here without purpose? Aside from Zhou Chen, of course. Very good, very good. As he meandered through the vault, Zhou Chen frequently glanced about and posed questions. There was no other choice. Even immortals could not withstand relentless pursuit. However, in the unseen corners of Tai Bai Jingxing's gaze, bolts of thunder awaited their moment to strike. Anticipating the day of fortune. In the future, Sun Wukong would inevitably wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Leaving a contingency now would allow for a direct retrieval later. Regardless of Hao Yan's intentions, as long as the treasures were gone, everything would come to an end. In the future, Zhou Chen would need to ensure he retained sufficient resources. Otherwise, the spoils would be woefully inadequate. It was better to be prudent. One must first gather a sufficient number of chaos bells. Ah, yes, my young friend Zhou Chen. The last time you expressed your desire to train personal soldiers, His Majesty has granted his approval. Should you require anything in the near future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall assist you in any way I can. Additionally, His Majesty has personally instructed that we may now allocate a maximum of 800 individuals. 800 personal soldiers. Zhou Chen was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such an outcome from merely engaging in a casual match. His smile was nearly splitting his face. Truly, this heavenly emperor is a benevolent soul, providing assistance when lacking personnel and offering funds when in need. Taking a moment to compose himself, he decided to visit the demon capture team, coincidentally allowing him to observe his future subordinates and assess their cultivation levels. Zhou Chen strolled out of his chamber, raising his hand to gaze into the distance, his expression subtly shifting. Suddenly, a figure clad in a flowing blue gown descended gracefully from the sky, standing before Zhou Chen. Chapter 30. The Turmoil of the East Sea, Jiao Demon King, and the Celestial Maiden Xianxia. The illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing greeted the newcomer. Zhou Chen, emerging from his reverie, turned his gaze toward Xianxia's visage, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his eyes. Although he had long been acquainted with her name, this marked the first occasion he laid eyes on her. In every aspect, from her appearance to her demeanor, she was impeccable, even deserving of the epithet perfect. Unlike Yang Chan, Xianxia possessed an ethereal coolness, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Yet, the hint of concern in her eyes lent her an air of sorrow. Who might this be? Tai Bai Jingxing. Xianxia's gaze fell upon Zhou Chen, and in that moment, her eyes seemed to shift subtly. The celestial maiden should be aware that this is Zhou Chen, the recently appointed demon slayer by His Majesty, Tai Bai Jingxing elucidated. He then addressed Zhou Chen. Young friend Zhou Chen, this is Xianxia, the celestial maiden responsible for the Moon Palace, who observes the mortal realm. Should you require assistance in locating any demons in the future, do not hesitate to seek her aid. Xianxia's responsibilities extended far beyond mere observation. Such tasks were typically assigned to the keen-eyed. However, given the latter's myriad obligations, it was often more expedient to consult Xianxia directly. Demon Slayer. Xianxia's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something, her gaze upon Zhou Chen deepening with unease. Sister Xianxia. Just as Tai Bai Jingxing was about to speak further, he noticed Yang Chan hastening toward them, greeting Xianxia with familiarity. It is well known that Xianxia is of a reserved nature, possessing few friends. Yet there are a handful of exceptions. Among them, Yang Chan undoubtedly stands as her closest confidant. However, Yang Chan often remained at the Holy Mother Temple, rarely visiting the heavenly court unless necessary, making their encounters a rare delight. Senior brother, you are also here? Yang Chan glanced at Zhou Chen, wrapping her arm around Xianxia's delicate one. With a glint in her eyes, she whispered, Sister Xianxia, how do you manage to traverse the realm outside? Is there trouble afoot today? Trouble is perhaps too strong a term, Xianxia replied, shaking her head, a trace of worry etching her features. Recently, since the appearance of that anomalous beast, the movements of the demon clan have become quite peculiar, with indications of a great demon causing unrest near the East Sea. Their intentions are unclear, and I fear there may be a demon king stirring chaos. The demon race differs fundamentally from humanity. Their cultivation spans centuries, and even those who have practiced for hundreds of years often remain mere minor demons. However, there exists a method to swiftly augment their strength, albeit at a significant cost. This method is the consumption of blood food. Blood food refers to the human race. Devouring the innate bodies of humans, regardless of their cultivation, serves as a rare boon for the demons, enabling them to advance in power in a remarkably short time. Once, there were those who, through the consumption of blood and flesh, incited great chaos, forcibly elevating their cultivation to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although they were soon slain, they nonetheless unleashed a cataclysmic disaster for the human race, each time a great demon brazenly appeared and subsequently began to conceal its tracks. It marked a period of utmost peril. The great demons themselves are not terrifying. Rather, it is the demon kings lurking behind them that instill fear. Is the Eastern Sea associated with the aquatic race? The Morning Star, too, bore some concern. Casting a glance at Zhou Chen, he spoke. Young friend Zhou Chen, do you recall the Black Flood Dragon we vanquished not long ago? It is rumored that it possesses a certain lineage. The Black Flood Dragon. Could it be a descendant of the Flood Demon King? The Flood Demon King, a notorious figure in the Western Bulhazhou, boasts formidable cultivation. Having reached the realm of the supreme golden immortal, originally a black serpent, he had, over the eons, discovered the source of dragon blood within his lineage, mastering the divine art of water control alongside the ability to ride the clouds. Across the four seas, he is nearly invincible, with few rivals. Within the celestial court, aside from the prominent figures, only Nezha and Yang Jian could hope to subdue him. However, the Flood Demon King frequently operates within aquatic domains, wielding his water-controlling abilities. When it comes to escape, he is unmatched. Should he wish to flee, it would be a matter of mere moments, rendering even Yang Jian powerless. If it truly is the Flood Demon King, it poses a significant dilemma. This matter may indeed require reporting to His Majesty. The Flood Demon King is not difficult to deal with. The Heavenly Court can suppress him. Yet, killing him is another matter entirely. Nevertheless, should the price be sufficient, no Demon King can survive in their hands. The Morning Star arrived hastily and departed just as quickly, having received the news. He promptly went to meet the Jade Emperor to attend to urgent matters. The Flood Demon King. Zhou Chen maintained his composure, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. If his memory served him correctly, in the future, when son Wukong departed from Mount Fangcun to forge alliances with the 6 other Demon Kings at Flower Fruit Mountain, one of them would indeed be the Flood Demon King. This being possesses considerable strength, although his ultimate fate may not be particularly favorable. His willingness to partake in the grand design of the journey to the west suggests he harbors some significant power. Senior brother, what troubles you? Yang Chan inquired, having noticed Zhou Chen's unusual demeanor. Upon hearing the name of the Flood Demon King, he seemed to drift into thought. Zhou Chen, worry not. The Flood Demon King may not be pursuing you due to the Black Flood Dragon. Moreover, your slaying of the Black Flood Dragon was in accordance with the Jade Emperor's decree. Should he seek you out, there would be no need for you to confront him. The Heavenly Court is not overly concerned about such a minor Demon King, Chang'e added in reassurance. The Flood Demon King possesses dragon blood, which subtly imbues him with draconic traits, and he likely has numerous progeny. What significance does a mere Black Flood Dragon hold? No, I merely sense something amiss. Zhou Chen shook his head, his gaze shifting. He felt an uncanny semblance to the sensation he experienced just before embarking on his previous journey of cultivation, albeit with a distinct difference. It felt as though something was pursuing him. Calamity is imminent. Did the Black Flood Dragon truly perish? In a cavern deep beneath the East Sea, the Dragon King gazed upon the delivered remains of the Black Dragon, his expression unchanged, yet an icy aura enveloped him. He raised his palm, and 2 drops of blood from the Black Dragon fell into his hand. One drop exuded the essence of dragon blood, while the other incited a frenzy among the surrounding sea creatures, blood of a strange beast. It was astonishing that such a tactic could be employed. The Dragon King let out a soft snort, and the blood of the strange beast detonated silently, obliterating itself completely, while he consumed the dragon blood. In an instant, the blood within him surged tumultuously. His eyes turned a vibrant crimson, and the dragon horns upon his head grew slightly larger. However, it seemed as though something was constraining him within, or perhaps the dragon blood he had ingested was insufficient to catalyze a transformation of his lineage. After a few moments, the turbulent blood settled into stillness. The blood of true dragons was indeed rare. With so many offspring, he had only managed to condense 3 drops. With a sigh, the Dragon King's gaze turned towards the human race along the shores of the East Sea, his eyes gradually reddening. There was no alternative now. He could only attempt to further his lineage through blood sacrifice. Chapter 31. The Lower Realm, Capturing Demons. The Demon Subjugation Department, an establishment within the Celestial Court specifically dedicated to the apprehension of demons, relies on not only its dedicated celestial soldiers, but also calls upon various celestial generals at intervals to lead expeditions against the demon race. This practice is essential to maintain a tenuous balance among the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Zhou Chen, accompanied by Chang'e and Yang Chan, arrived at the location responsible for task allocation. A plethora of missions, categorized by varying levels of urgency, were disseminated among the celestial soldiers. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen, who held a command token, the head of the Demon Subjugation Department promptly emerged to greet him, inquiring, "What brings the esteemed Demon Slayer General to our humble office?" The title of Demon Slayer General, while ostensibly belonging to the Demon Capturing Brigade, effectively positions him as the superior of the demon subjugation department. When Hao Yin bestowed this title upon him, it was with a strategic intent. Once Zhou Chen joins the Celestial Court, he would seamlessly assume control of the department, thereby consolidating a substantial force of celestial soldiers under his command. I seek to review the recent missions pertaining to the East Sea, Zhou Chen stated, feeling somewhat unsettled yet determined to clarify his thoughts. He accepted the mission list and scrutinized its contents meticulously. The East Sea, vast and deep, harbors countless formidable demons. However, not all of these great demons require intervention. Most possess an understanding of the consequences of their actions, with only a minority daring to wreak havoc, though they seldom persist long before being subdued. There it is. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze fixed upon a particular demon, the celestial water serpent. This unique dragon species, unlike any earthly variant, arises from the interbreeding of dragons or serpents with other creatures, embodying a distinct existence. It wields extraordinary powers, capable of manipulating water currents into lethal blades and employing various techniques in combat. The celestial water serpent Zhou Chen selected had already attained the realm of profound immortality. Unlike the dark serpent, it had even assumed a humanoid form, making it a formidable adversary. Coincidentally, it appeared that this celestial water serpent had recently been gravitating towards the eastern coastline. How intriguing. Such a coincidence. Zhou Chen harbored doubts, suspecting that the recent unrest among the great demons might be linked to Chang'e's observations. The current events were far from mere happenstance. If he intended to intervene, he would first establish a foothold. Demon Slayer General, this celestial water serpent is no trivial foe. Should we consider a replacement? The head of the demon subjugation department remarked, his expression troubled as he offered a muted suggestion. Although he was well aware of Zhou Chen's reputation and accomplishments, it was evident that Zhou Chen was still merely at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, scarcely an actual true immortal. To challenge a profound immortal. What if it went awry? The repercussions from the Jade Emperor would be dire, and he would bear the brunt of it. Simply follow my instructions. Utilize the 1,000-mile eye to ascertain its location and summon 1,000 celestial soldiers to accompany me to the lower realm, Zhou Chen commanded. Depending on the nature of the adversary, the celestial soldiers required would vary. Regardless, the celestial water serpent qualified as a significant demon, and it was imperative to eradicate its minions entirely, thereby severing the pathways of these malevolent beings. There was no alternative. The head of the Demon Suppression Bureau had no choice but to entrust this task to Zhou Chen. Soon, someone stepped forward to assemble the troops for him. Yang Chan, your senior brother, certainly acts with commendable decisiveness. Chang'e observed Zhou Chen as he efficiently arranged everything within a few short minutes, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. If Zhou Chen's abilities are commendable, in the future, she might indeed seek his assistance for certain matters. Chang'e, you are unaware of my senior brother's remarkable talents. Yang Chan, with a playful smile, pulled Chang'e aside to recount tales of Zhou Chen. Occasionally, they would glance back at him, their whispers laden with intrigue. Yet, Zhou Chen at that moment had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. The celestial soldiers exhibited a strict discipline, having already prepared themselves nearby, ready to assemble at the swiftest pace under their captain's direction. Just as when Li Jing and Nezha led their forces, it did not take long for them to don their gear and stand poised for action. With a resounding clap to his chest, Zhou Chen summoned the Qilin Jade mask, donning it for the first time, his face obscured by a visage reminiscent of a fearsome specter. He waved his hand and proclaimed, "Let us depart." Thus, the events unfolded. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing arrived at the Yaoqi, reporting all the information he had just acquired. Casting a sidelong glance at Hao Yin, he noted the sovereign's expression remained unchanged, causing unease to stir within him. When you accompanied Zhou Chen to the secret vault, did he mention anything to you? Hao Yin, disinterested in the matters concerning the Jiao Demon King, instead inquired about Zhou Chen. Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head. The Demon Slayer General was unaware of the treasure's value in the secret vault. He merely selected a method of divine power and withdrew. There was nothing more to it. Divine power methods, within the heavenly court, were considered among the least precious treasures. Apart from a few prodigies, most immortals chose to master a singular aspect, devoting themselves to further cultivation, which proved largely futile. He remained uncertain of Zhou Chen's true intentions, allowing events to unfold as they may. It appears our Demon Slayer General still requires further training, Hao Yin remarked, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Capturing Zhou Chen would not be as straightforward as he had previously anticipated. However, it was not entirely impossible. Let us observe how things progress. Go and ascertain the current whereabouts of the Demon Slayer General. arranged for him some tasks to accumulate experience. Since Zhou Chen had already departed from Fangcun Mountain, Hao Yan could not allow him to return so easily after acquiring such treasures. He must first engage in some duties to adapt to the responsibilities that awaited him. However, upon hearing Hao Yan's words, Tai Bai Jinxing, unusually, remained still, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty may not be aware. The Demon Slayer General has already accepted a mission and descended to the mortal realm. He has gone to the East Sea. If we consider Chang'e's previous conjectures, the East Sea is presently the most perilous location, where a demon king could strike at any moment, igniting a fierce conflict. At this juncture, Zhou Chen's intent to involve himself is glaringly evident. He sought an opportunity to confront the formidable Jiao Demon King. To the East Sea he would go. Very well. Hao Yan waved his hand and summoned a mission scroll from the void. The target inscribed upon it happened to be the Tianshui Jiao, a true adversary of the dragon. He would enlist the assistance of the mighty Ta Tianwang Li Jing and the third Prince Nezha. Coincidentally, it would also allow me to observe the progress of our valiant demon-slaying general in his secluded cultivation. Hao Yan raised his palm, invoking the Kunlun mirror. The mirror, imbued with his magical essence, reflected the realms, its images shifting ceaselessly until they coalesced into a projection. Within this projection was none other than the scene of Zhou Chen descending to the mortal realm accompanied by celestial soldiers. Chapter 32. Ao Tingxin. The vast expanse of the eastern sea resembled a celestial wonderland, with the winds howling and an abundance of spiritual energy. In the world of Journey to the West, the entire continent had endured numerous assaults, leading to a significant depletion of spiritual essence. However, the four seas managed to survive, remaining relatively unscathed. Consequently, this locale became a gathering place for many wandering cultivators. Zhou Chen, accompanied by celestial soldiers, hovered in the air, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the sea. Indeed, searching proved to be a formidable challenge. The aquatic beings had mastered the art of concealment to an astonishing degree. Zhou Chen appeared somewhat helpless. The Tianshui Jiao possessed the ability to manipulate water, akin to that of the Jiao Demon King. Both were adept in their aquatic arts, making it exceedingly simple for them to hide in such an environment. Moreover, ever since Zhou Chen had entered the Eastern Sea with the celestial soldiers, he sensed a presence fixating upon him. Countless eyes had locked onto him. Most of these belonged to ordinary demon soldiers, at most celestial beings, posing no threat to him. Yet, a few formidable demon lords existed among them. These great demons had formed a tenuous alliance to evade the wrath of the heavenly court. Should they be attacked, they would come to one another's aid. Troublesome. Must I simply bide my time? Zhou Chen glanced towards the eastern coastline, where traces of human activity were evident. Allowing the great demons to roam freely in the vicinity would be exceedingly perilous. Hence, only one course of action remained. Seek reinforcements. Wait here. If you encounter the Tianshui Jiao, attempt to engage it. Zhou Chen instructed the celestial soldiers before plunging into the water, though he had not practiced underwater combat. With the heavenly gang earthly fiend divine decision at his disposal, he could effortlessly confront any threats, thus worrying not for his own safety. Guided by an instinctive sense, Zhou Chen soon discovered a grand palace, adorned with the four characters, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Who approaches? Zhou Chen made no effort to conceal his presence. As he drew near, shrimp soldiers and crab generals approached him, their expressions wary. From the heavenly court, I am Zhou Chen, the Demon Slayer General, here to pay my respects to the Dragon King. I request you to grant me passage and notify him, Zhou Chen declared. Demon Slayer General. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals had not heard of this name, yet given his association with the heavenly court, they dared not show any negligence. Furthermore, Zhou Chen's exquisite Qilin jade armor was clearly a precious artifact, not to be trifled with. Employing some unknown means, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals seemed to communicate with the strong beings within the dragon palace. Before long, a dragon maiden emerged from the palace. The fourth princess. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowed upon seeing the dragon maiden. The fourth princess of the Eastern Sea, Ao Tingxin, one of Yang Chan's close friends, had attained the same profound celestial realm as Yang Chan due to her dragon bloodline. Her power far surpassed that of ordinary celestial beings. Demon Slayer General. Are you Zhou Chen? Upon encountering Zhou Chen, Ao Tingxin's face broke into a gentle smile. She glanced at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, gesturing for them to disperse. Before speaking, I have heard your name from Yang Chan before, yet I did not expect to have the fortune of meeting you today. Your luck seems favorable. I happen to be in charge of patrolling the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, you might have found it difficult to gain entry. Is the Dragon Palace truly so heavily guarded? Zhou Chen inquired, perplexed. If such vigilance were the norm, then formidable beings would not come seeking treasures from them. Moreover, with the protection of the heavenly court, it is rare for anyone to provoke them. Not everyone is son Wukong, able to depart unscathed from the Dragon Palace. You are unaware that, of late, numerous powerful demons have been lurking near the Dragon Palace. Even a demon king has emerged. Several true dragons have already fallen victim, and we have been strictly ordered not to leave the Dragon Palace to avoid any mishaps. Ao Tingxin sighed, her expression laden with concern. Ordinary demon kings would never dare to hunt true dragons. Their intentions are merely to obtain our dragon blood. It seems you have captured my thoughts. I suspect the disturbances near the Dragon Palace are caused by a group of flood dragons. Flood dragons? Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet a surge of murderous intent stirred within him. It was quite possible that he would soon confront the Flood Demon King. Regardless, having slain the Black Flood Dragon had already incurred the Demon King's wrath. Whether he cared or not, eliminating him was prudent. After all, one must eradicate the root of the problem, lest it flourish anew. I have come here specifically regarding the recent emergence of powerful demons in the East Sea. Zhou Chen stated, as I am not of the aquatic race, searching for targets in the vast East Sea proves exceedingly arduous. I wish to know if the aquatic race possesses means to locate the traces of these demons. Indeed, there are methods to track powerful demons. Ao Tingxin nodded. I possess a treasure that can assist you. However, are you certain you wish to seek trouble with these powerful beings? Ao Tingxin hesitated. She and Yang Chan, along with Chang'e, shared a special means of communication, frequently exchanging information. Zhou Chen's name had arisen many times in their discussions, including just moments ago when she conversed with Yang Chan and Chang'e about him. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Zhou Chen was merely a celestial being. The demons were at least of the profound celestial realm, on par with her, not to mention the potential presence of a demon king, significantly heightening the danger. Otherwise, shall I accompany you on your quest? By a fortunate stroke of luck, we can utilize the magical artifact to trace the whereabouts of that great demon. Should we succeed in eliminating it, it would indeed pave the way for our dragon clan, proposed Ao Tingxin. Zhou Chen remained silent for a fleeting moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds acceptable. However, if we encounter any trouble, I hope you will retreat first and refrain from engaging in combat. Matters of battle can be entrusted to me. Ao Tingxin cast an amused glance at Zhou Chen. Very well. It is rather amusing to see a celestial being so concerned for a mere profound immortal. No wonder Yang Chan is so invested in this fellow. Calling him senior brother with such affection, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, once we depart from the Dragon Palace, it remains uncertain who will protect whom. As long as we do not encounter the Demon King, the Dragon Clan, in the Eastern Sea, walks with an air of supremacy. Chapter 33. A shot to subdue the dragon. Upon returning to the surface of the sea, a figure appeared beside Zhou Chen. Ao Tingxin, clad in golden-scaled armor and holding a compass, chanted incantations incessantly. Follow me. Zhou Chen disregarded everything else and called out to the celestial beings in the sky, hastening toward the depths of the East China Sea. Before long, he encountered an expanse of desolate ocean, devoid of islands or reefs, with even the clouds above having vanished. The guide, Ao Tingxin, halted in midair as the compass in her hand spun rapidly. The Tian Shui Jiao must be nearby. I can sense it is aware of our pursuit. It has used its powers to disrupt my artifact. She informed Zhou Chen. Give me a little more time, and I will locate its position. There's no need for such trouble. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, and a spear forged from thunder materialized in his grasp. Just strike it when it appears. Boom. Accompanied by Ao Tingxin's fearful gaze, the thunderous spear radiated immense divine power as it plummeted from the sky. Crashing violently onto the ocean's surface, the unleashed thunder rolled tumultuously through the waters, deftly avoiding every passing fish. However, those with considerable cultivation sensed the impending assault, revealing their presence involuntarily. You young fool, seeking death. From the depths of the sea, the concealed Tian Shui Jiao roared, breaking through the surface. Its dragon-like form swiftly transformed into a young man clad in a blue robe, wielding a long sword. I had thought to let you pass, yet you persistently pursue me. The Tian Shui Jiao, sword in hand, fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Chen. Initially, he believed Ao Tingxin to be his adversary and prepared to flee, but the young celestial being had taken the initiative to strike. Moreover, the might of the thunderous spear posed a grave threat to his safety. There's no escape from the wrath of thunder. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, squeezing his hand, causing the spear to solidify without the need for mana infusion. Within the spear, lightning flickered, and one could faintly hear the roar of a true dragon. Go. In an instant, The spear traversed space, appearing directly before the Tian Shui Jiao, who was caught off guard, trembling in response. How swift! The Tian Shui Jiao had faced numerous formidable opponents and encountered several prodigies. Yet he had never encountered anyone like Zhou Chen. The speed and strength were nearly flawless. Is this fellow also a celestial being? What then am I? Come forth. The Tian Shui Jiao swiftly retreated, hands gesturing to grasp something in the air, then waved upward. A tumultuous wave formed behind him, engulfing the spear entirely. Nevertheless, he dared not relax his guard, continuing his retreat. Indeed, as expected, in but a fleeting moment, the spear erupted with an even greater might, piercing the body of the heavenly water flood dragon with the swiftness of lightning. A single strike. Zhou Chen's actions left Ao Tingxin utterly astonished. She clenched her fists, questioning whether, had she been the heavenly water flood dragon, she could have evaded Zhou Chen's lethal assault. Yet, no matter how she reasoned or employed various tactics, only one conclusion remained. Escape was impossible. There was simply no way to dodge it. Even harnessing the blood of a true dragon to activate divine powers would only allow her to barely retain some fighting capability beneath that strike. But what significance would that hold? Zhou Chen, having unleashed one thrust, could easily follow with a second, a third. Moreover, he possessed other methods at his disposal. This individual was nothing short of a prodigy. As a member of the human race, he could innately command the laws of thunder, not to mention the enigmatic divine powers spoken of by Yang Chan. Zhou Chen might indeed become a renowned paragon across the three realms. Ao Tingxin gazed at Zhou Chen's silhouette, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within her. If it were him, could he assist the Dragon Clan in restoring their former glory? There would be no need to dominate the world as before, if he could ensure the longevity of dragon blood. The Dragon Clan would no longer need to fear being hunted by flood dragons. Disregarding Ao Tingxin's myriad thoughts, Zhou Chen strolled across the water's surface, leisurely withdrawing the spear and lifting the heavenly water flood dragon into his grasp. He spoke softly. Now, tell me, why have you appeared in the East Sea? What is the nature of the recent assaults on the Dragon Palace? Furthermore, why have there been so many great demons stirring in the East Sea? Which demon king has taken the field? The heavenly water flood dragon was not without its origins. Its cultivation was commendable, and its water manipulation skills evidently stemmed from some form of instruction. Its prowess was comparable to that of the black flood dragon. The only discernible difference was the absence of that distinct draconic essence. Although Zhou Chen's strike had been lethal, it was merely a testament to his growing mastery over his own power through repeated combat, far surpassing his former self. The heavenly water flood dragon, begrudgingly lifting its head to gaze at Zhou Chen, inhaled deeply several times before speaking in a cold tone. What? Do you intend to strike at the Demon King? Young one, let me tell you, to challenge those above your level is already a formidable feat. Do you truly believe that no one in this realm can contend with you? The true dragon behind you must be the fourth princess of the East Sea, correct? You cannot meddle in East Sea affairs. Release me at once, and depart. Perhaps the king will spare your life. Indeed, a demon king was involved. The suspicions in Zhou Chen's heart crystallized into reality at that moment. Without further ado, Zhou Chen applied force to his wrist, twisting it lightly, unleashing a torrent of lightning that erupted within the heavenly water flood dragon. The creature emitted a terrifying wail, its cries gradually diminishing with the passage of time. Under Zhou Chen's unrestrained assault, it took only a few breaths for the dragon to suffer severe injuries. Before long, it would likely be reduced to its original form. I advise you to converse with me sincerely. Do not behave as you did earlier, for you are well aware of the consequences, Zhou Chen warned. Though your esteemed master may possess considerable prowess, he is presently absent from your side and cannot rescue you. Your life lies within my grasp. Should your forthcoming words fail to satisfy me, I shall consign you to the Demon Suppression Division. Zhou Chen declared. The Demon Suppression Division, what manner of place is that? In addition to undertaking various missions, the principal function of the Demon Suppression Division is to imprison malevolent entities. The Tianshui Flood Dragon has devoured numerous blood offerings and has wrought unspeakable calamities in the mortal realm. Its sins are beyond redemption. To enter the Demon Suppression Division, by regulation, is a fate far more unbearable than death itself. Witnessing this, the expression of the Tianshui Flood Dragon gradually darkened, and its gaze towards Zhou Chen began to shift ominously. A demon. This is a true embodiment of malevolence. Chapter 34. The oppressive presence of the Tai Golden Immortal. I truly spoke. Ultimately, the Tianshui Jiao had no choice but to resign himself to fate. With a deep sigh, he gazed into the depths of the East Sea and began to speak softly. My lord, the Jiao Demon King, is a formidable presence. We, The demon generals have followed him for a considerable time, coming here to aid him in his quest for dragon blood. Dragon blood. Upon hearing those two words, Ao Tingshin could no longer remain composed. Recently, it was you who attacked the dragon clan? Indeed. The Tianshui Jiao cast a glance at Ao Tingshin, seemingly unfazed, and continued. Although our cultivation is insufficient to launch a direct assault on the dragon clan, many dragons have been traveling abroad, and we have indeed gathered quite a bit for our lord. However, in recent times, our lord has devised new plans, and there is no need for us to take further action. We are merely to lie low and await the opportune moment. What does that mean? Zhou Chen inquired. The Tianshui Jiao shook his head, falling silent. Presently, both Zhou Chen and Ao Tingshin possessed the ability to discern the veracity of his words. They could tell that the Tianshui Jiao was genuinely unaware of the full circumstances. Why would the Jiao Demon King require dragon blood? Could it be that he is nearing the final stages of his transformation into a dragon? Ao Tingshin could not help but voice the question that lingered in his heart. Ordinarily, for a formidable being like the Jiao Demon King, acquiring dragon blood would merely be a luxury rather than a necessity. If the dragon clan were truly pushed to their limits, summoning a few great Luo golden immortals would be an easy feat. In the ensuing turmoil, it would be irrelevant what strength one possessed. Even a great Luo would have to submit to their fate. However, if the Jiao Demon King has reached a moment where he must accumulate power, then all his actions would indeed make perfect sense. He is on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal. Once he attains that level of physical prowess, the vastness of the heavens and earth would be within his grasp. Indeed, it is so. The Tianshui Jiao spoke softly, letting out another sigh. Meanwhile, far in the distance, in the celestial court, the expression of Hao Yin, who was observing the movements below through the Kunlun mirror, darkened. The Jiao Demon King. This wretched being is about to break through. While the Jiao Demon King was not particularly strong among the demon kings, he was troublesome. But if he were to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal, everything would change. No one could predict whether his water manipulation abilities would give rise to other extraordinary powers. At that point, he would become an exceedingly difficult adversary. He may even pose a threat to the celestial court. Nezha. Hao Yin turned to Nezha, who had been waiting on the scene, and spoke in a low voice. When the situation becomes urgent, descend to the mortal realm immediately to assist in slaying the demon general. Under no circumstances should you return without the head of the Jiao Demon King. Such a creature no longer warrants mercy. He cannot be subdued, so he must be eliminated. As you command, Nezha replied, his interest peaked as he observed the ethereal figures in the sky, slightly narrowing his eyes. Brother Zhou Chen's strength has indeed increased. With just a little more effort, once he reaches the Xian immortal stage, he should be able to contend with me, Nezha. At that time, the celestial court shall become quite intriguing. Where is the Dragon Demon King currently located, and can he be found through other means? Do not say that in dire circumstances. You cannot reach him. Zhou Chen's voice was devoid of emotion. This situation had surpassed expectations. Ao Tingshin was unable to manage it. The treasure in her possession ultimately tracked the powerful beings of the xianxia realm, proving nearly ineffective against the Tai golden immortals. Moreover, both Zhou Chen and Ao Tingshin were merely insignificant ants in the eyes of the Tai golden immortals, exceedingly weak. This was an ironclad truth. Upon entering the realm of the golden immortals, one could master their innate divine abilities perfectly, even utilizing external treasures to cultivate various wonders. The Tai golden immortal, in particular, had refined there to the utmost, able to summon the power of the Tao at any moment, elevating themselves further. Contact was indeed possible, but you would not wish for me to reach him. At this moment, the previously timid Tianshui Jiao revealed a smile, gazing at Zhou Chen as if he had seen a savior. A foreboding feeling suddenly surged within Zhou Chen, and instinctively, he urged his spear, piercing through the heart of the Tianshui Jiao. He then turned abruptly to see a dragon claw reaching for him. Zhou Chen evade. Ao Tingshin could only roar in anger, witnessing the dragon claw descend upon Zhou Chen. The once tranquil sea erupted violently, producing a thunderous roar as if a great mountain had collapsed, with splashes of water soaring into the sky. Where Zhou Chen had just stood, a middle-aged man clad in black robes now stood upon the surface of the sea, appearing as though nothing had transpired, gazing behind him. That was quite a quick evasion. Zhou Chen gradually revealed himself, shimmering with rainbow light. Long rainbow escape. Had it not been for the divine abilities imparted by the Bodhi ancestor, he would have met the same fate as the Tianshui Jiao, perishing on the spot. Under such an assault, even having achieved true immortal status, his demise would have been inevitable. Tai golden immortal. Until now, Zhou Chen had never witnessed the Tai Golden Immortal in action. Previously, whether it was Yang Jian or Nezha, they had intentionally restrained their powers, never revealing their full strength before him. But today he began to understand why this cultivation realm was a step-by-step ascent. The inherent Dao power possessed by the Tai Golden Immortal, while not comparable to that of the Luo Golden Immortal, could still obliterate those who had yet to grasp the power of the Dao. A casual strike was a calamity beyond their endurance. Initially intending to save him effortlessly, alas, it was regrettable. Yet fortunately, you did not bring the Tianshui Jiao into the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, it would indeed have posed quite a challenge. After slightly adjusting his posture, the Dragon Demon King smiled faintly, strolling towards Zhou Chen, each step releasing a murderous intent reminiscent of a boundless ocean. In mere moments, a barrier seemed to manifest between heaven and earth, casting the entire sky into an inky darkness. Zhou Chen's countenance turned grim. A single thought could change the world. This individual possesses an extraordinarily profound foundation, indeed akin to what the water dragon once articulated. He is on the verge of transcending into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. What he awaits is merely the moment to surpass the limitations of his own bloodline. Jiao Demon King, what are your intentions? This is the East Sea, and it is not your place to act recklessly. Suppressing the tumult of fear within, Ao Tingxin positioned herself protectively behind Zhou Chen and let out a low growl. Hold on, just a bit longer. Within the Dragon Clan, there surely exists a powerful entity capable of sensing the current predicament and coming to our aid. The fourth princess of the East Sea, I have heard of your illustrious name. There is no need for you to cling to the hope of dragon reinforcements. For the time being, they are preoccupied and cannot come to my assistance. There are others here besides myself, this one Demon King. The Jiao Demon King chuckled softly, reaching into the void and extracting a mass of flesh that writhed in his palm, which he subsequently consumed. This sight left Zhou Chen feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet for the Jiao Demon King, it was a source of immense pleasure and exquisite indulgence. How long has it been since we, the demon race, have savored such delectable blood food? Alas, it is regrettable that one cannot indulge excessively, lest one pay the price. At this juncture, the Jiao Demon King's gaze fell upon Ao Tingxin and Zhou Chen, and in that fleeting moment, his eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. Chapter 35, Nezha's Arrival. Battling with life within the blood-red depths of his eyes, an insatiable thirst for flesh and blood surged forth, a consequence born of prolonged consumption of sanguine nourishment. According to Taoist scriptures, this fiend had irrevocably strayed into the path of malevolence, completely ensconced within the abyss of darkness. Duck! Ao Tingxin shouted, pulling Zhou Chen aside. A blade of water whizzed past their foreheads. The Jiao Demon King leapt high into the air as the flowing water coalesced into a formidable sword, descending with lethal intent. Strike! Zhou Chen's pupils quivered slightly as he exhaled a breath of murky air. The lethal technique he had meticulously prepared erupted at that moment, colliding directly with the great sword, resulting in a thunderous roar. Proceed as I previously instructed. Seek reinforcements. Zhou Chen forcefully flung Ao Tingxin aside. He discerned that, should neither of them remain, neither would escape the dire predicament they faced. The only way to keep the Jiao Demon King occupied was for him to stay behind. Zhou Chen, you? Ao Tingxin questioned, bewildered. Yet, as she witnessed Zhou Chen advancing rather than retreating, her expression shifted to one of alarm. The crisis had escalated to such a degree. Did this individual truly fail to grasp the gravity of the situation? Thunder technique. Zhou Chen spread his palm, lightning flickering from his hand, erupting with sudden ferocity. Under the relentless onslaught, any ordinary xianxia would have perished upon mere contact. However, the Jiao Demon King was no ordinary foe. He dispelled the dust and debris, the water blade in his hand shattering, yet he remained unfazed, brushing it away as one would swat a fly. The lightning struck his hand, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Do you wish for her to survive? The Jiao Demon King inquired, now regarding Zhou Chen with a newfound respect. Setting aside other considerations, this very courage to confront death was commendable. Yet, regrettably, this individual belonged to the human race. Had you been of the demon kind, I might have spared your life, but alas, you are human, and your innate talents, though considerable, render you an ideal supplement for me. The Jiao Demon King surged forward, his body sinuous like a serpent, deftly evading a barrage of lightning strikes. However, Zhou Chen's subsequent action surprised him. Rather than engaging in direct combat, Zhou Chen began to retreat, deliberately widening the distance. Do not flee. Zhou Chen called out to Ao Tingxin. Time. How long can we stall? Thoughts raced through Zhou Chen's mind, a convergence of various strategies, yet none seemed feasible. Before him, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. In the face of a Tai golden immortal, conventional methods appeared futile, apart from employing the long rainbow escape. He had exhausted all other means of evasion. No, there remains a method. I could attempt to break through to true immortal. If I succeed, I could surely subdue this fiend. Even if I do not prevail, I can at least ensure a delay of half an hour. With half an hour's grace. Should the Celestial Court and the Dragon Clan truly possess reinforcements, they ought to arrive in due time. Zhou Chen's mind incessantly conjured various ingenious tactics, yet ultimately, they all proved ineffective. Only one method still held some promise. At present, Zhou Chen's malevolent aura could no longer penetrate the defenses of the Jiao Demon King, which had become the most formidable dilemma amidst the crisis. However, what if he could infuse his blood energy into the malevolent aura? This offensive technique had been articulated by the Bodhi Patriarch when Zhou Chen first became his disciple, but at that time, it was dismissed without a second thought. Now, however, the situation was dire. Any approach was worth attempting. Young one, what further mischief do you intend? Zhou Chen's fighting spirit, which had waned, now surged anew, even capturing the attention of the Jiao Demon King. The latter chuckled lightly as a series of imposing walls, akin to prison bars, sealed off Zhou Chen's retreat. Give it up. This is the ocean. You are challenging the sea tribe here, and against one like me, a being of this world, you are far from our match. Even if I stood here and permitted you to strike, you would find yourself utterly powerless. Is that so? Zhou Chen retorted, skepticism etched on his face. I refuse to believe it. A flicker of unexpected emotion danced in the Jiao Demon King's eyes. Zhou Chen was indeed intriguing. How could he remain so composed in such dire straits? Did he not fear falling at any moment? The current scenario was merely a cat-and-mouse game, leaving no room for maneuver. Yet, at that moment, the Jiao Demon King appeared to have an epiphany, his gaze trembling slightly. Zhou Chen unleashed the malevolent aura he had stored for so long. Initially, this aura was primarily utilized for cultivation or to execute various combat techniques, serving as a rare supplement for Zhou Chen. But now, it was released without reservation, subtly emanating a sense of peril for the Jiao Demon King. How intriguing. What sort of divine ability is this? The Jiao Demon King inquired. Zhou Chen had no time to respond. He was wholly absorbed in commanding this malevolent aura. Drops of blood flowed from his body, transforming into radiant streaks upon the ocean's surface. Go. Zhou Chen expended all his magical energy in one fell swoop. In an instant, the entire sea seemed to fall under his dominion. Giant waves surged forth, propelled by the droplets of blood, while the malevolent aura coalesced into armor around Zhou Chen. Should anyone dare to strike, this aura would retaliate immediately. The tumultuous waves roared, and the Jiao Demon King, a master of aquatic maneuvers, found himself momentarily daunted by the onslaught. He could only retreat further. There was no alternative. Within those colossal waves lay Zhou Chen's blood. This blood bore tremendous lethality. Merely sensing it induced a splitting headache, while its essence contained exquisitely crafted blood energy, presenting Zhou Chen with a singular opportunity, a chance to vanquish him head-on. Fight! Zhou Chen strode forward with determination, his body battered but resolute, as he swung his tang knife downwards, producing a resonant clang. With a full-force eruption, his combat prowess astonishingly matched that of the Jiao Demon King. Though it may seem merely a struggle, it is sufficiently terrifying. Yet, in the eyes of the Dragon Demon King, all of this is but a waste of time. To him, Zhou Chen is merely an insignificant insect. It is nearly over. After employing such an array of divine abilities, even the powers of a xianxia would be utterly depleted, let alone yours. Surrender. Rest assured. Even as a source of blood nourishment, it will be but a fleeting moment, devoid of any suffering. The Dragon Demon King continued, yet at this moment, Zhou Chen remained fixated on him, even managing a faint smile. Surrender? Would you care to observe your surroundings? Something is amiss. The Dragon Demon King sensed an unsettling change, though he could not articulate it. Suddenly, with a hint of astonishment, he glanced behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a figure wielding a fiery spear had already taken position there, the whirling flames radiating a deadly intent that enveloped the Dragon Demon King entirely. Zhou Chen, brother, are you well? The next course of action is now in my hands. Chapter 36. The Hidden Card. The Ice Controlling Divine Power, Nezha. In this moment, the Jiao Demon King found himself somewhat flustered. The name of the three platforms Sea Assembly deity was known throughout the entire journey to the West World. The blood-red hue of the fire-tipped spear was vividly stained with the blood of demons. Die! Enraged, Nezha unleashed his fury. The fire-tipped spear thrusting forth in rapid succession, each strike accompanied by blazing flames, forcing the Jiao Demon King to retreat repeatedly, too fearful to engage in combat. At this juncture, the Jiao Demon King could no longer concern himself with matters of blood and flesh. He shot a furious glare at Zhou Chen and prepared to flee at once. Nowhere to run. From the depths of the sea, another voice emerged. A true dragon sped forth, arriving ahead of schedule, transforming into human form and delivering a swift strike. This was a revered member of the Dragon Clan, possessing power that had already reached the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with true dragon blood that was exceedingly potent, making it a formidable adversary in the ocean. Two of them? The Jiao Demon King felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his scalp tingling. Had he known earlier, he would not have engaged Zhou Chen in battle. He merely sought to gain an advantage and perhaps consume this talented individual. Now he found himself in such a perilous situation. Is it still possible for you to fight, Brother Zhou? Let us eliminate this serpent first. Nezha glanced at Zhou Chen, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Although he had hastened to arrive, he had still been delayed slightly along the way. Zhou Chen had been locked in combat with the Jiao Demon King alone, and despite a prolonged struggle, he had only been defeated due to sensing Nezha's aura. He had not yet reached his limit. Nezha had not misjudged him, aside from his cultivation. Zhou Chen could undoubtedly be considered a genius in the path of slaughter. Very well. Zhou Chen rose once more, stretching his limbs and lifting his Tang Dao. 3 against 1. This time, the advantage is truly ours. In the distance, Ao Tingxin, having summoned reinforcements from the Dragon Palace, gazed from afar at Zhou Chen, who still stood resolute and eager to join the fray, her eyes shimmering with hope. He was alive. That was all that mattered. He was alive. Ao Tingxin exhaled deeply. If Zhou Chen had encountered misfortune while covering for her, she would never forgive herself. The Jiao Demon King was indeed a formidable foe, his strength overwhelming. She could scarcely fathom how Zhou Chen had managed to endure thus far. 3 of you, do you truly believe you can defeat me? If I truly wish to strike, let alone the others, one of you might not leave here alive. Think carefully. Sometimes, acting too swiftly is not a blessing. The Jiao Demon King scoffed lightly, his gaze narrowing as he regarded Zhou Chen and the recently arrived Dragon Clan deity. His realm approached that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although he could not compare to Nezha, he was confident that he could slay these two. It was merely a matter of time and effort. Before me, you dare to act so brazenly? You seek your own demise. Nezha's actions left the Dragon King in fits of laughter. The misty silk moved of its own accord, reaching out as the cosmic circle was hurled high, pursuing the Dragon King with fervor. Both treasures were of the highest quality among innate spiritual artifacts, wielding immense power that the Dragon King dared not confront. The dragon deity in attendance recognized the truth in the Dragon King's words and slowly retreated into the depths of the water, severing his escape route. Yet, Zhou Chen remained steadfast, seemingly intent on facing the Dragon King directly. The malevolent energy he had accumulated was expended in the recent battle. Yet the emptiness within his body stirred the forces of nature, drawing forth even greater malevolent energy towards him. Come, let us battle. As his blood and vitality coalesced, Zhou Chen appeared to don a crimson armor, his blood essence merging with the Qilin Jade mask, rendering him as fearsome as a demon. Together with Nezha, he plunged into combat against the Dragon King. The clash of weapons resonated throughout the sea, infusing the air with a palpable sense of murderous intent. While the Dragon King felt the struggle intensifying, Nezha aside, Zhou Chen was truly an enigma. He possessed the uncanny ability to absorb power during the fight, fortifying his own physique. Within mere exchanges, his physical form had significantly strengthened, and empowered by that extraordinary ability, he was able to engage the Dragon King in an even exchange. I must flee. I cannot linger here, otherwise my life will be in peril. The Dragon King roared internally, resolutely deciding to unleash his full power. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming chill erupted forth. Utilizing my hidden card, Ice Control, it might just blend with your water manipulation. Nezha did not flinch or evade, letting out a soft grunt as the fire spear ignited with blazing light, piercing through the Dragon King's defenses. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen completed his build-up of energy. In the instant he approached the Dragon King, he expelled a breath of foul air. The malevolent energy dispersed, coalescing into an arrow. In an instant, the Dragon King's body was pierced through. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to react. As he felt his form descend to the ground, the Tai Golden Immortal, the Demon King? Hardly impressive. Nezha scoffed. The Dragon King had indeed chosen a fine resting place, freezing the entire surface of the sea, his body lying perilously upon the ice. Brother Zhou Chen, how shall we dispose of him? To kill or to maim? It is your decision. Nezha entrusted the fate of the Dragon King to Zhou Chen, who had exerted considerable effort to resolve this matter. Killing is sufficient. There is no need for further deliberation, Zhou Chen replied. He drew his Tang Dao, standing before the Dragon King, who gazed at him with almost desperate eyes, and struck downward with all his might. With a splatter of blood, Zhou Chen's expression abruptly changed. Something is amiss. The sensation is too brittle. This cannot possibly be the body of a Tai golden immortal. At that moment, Nezha immediately grasped the situation, his entire body igniting with flames as he maximized his sensory perception. He raised the fire spear high, gathering energy before hurling it into the distance. Ha ha! The thunderous laughter of the Jiao Demon King echoed in the ears of the two, and what materialized was a colossal iceberg. The iceberg obstructed their path. The Jiao Dragon was reborn. A body composed of icy elements converged in the sky, reforming the essence of the Jiao Demon King, who then transformed into human form, entirely identical to his previous state. In the distance, a true dragon let out a furious roar. Seeking death, Nezha, filled with wrath, was poised to strike. But Zhou Chen swiftly restrained him. Do not engage. This is also an illusion. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, fixated on the Jiao Demon King, unwilling to divert his gaze. As expected, in the next moment, the distant roar of the true dragon reverberated through the air. The clash between the true dragon and the Jiao Demon King transpired with astonishing speed, vanishing within mere breaths, leaving only the doppelganger still atop the iceberg. Grinning at them. You are Zhou Chen, are you not? Next time, I shall personally take your life, leaving you no chance to survive. The Jiao Demon King's form gradually disintegrated into shards of ice, vanishing without a trace. His eyes, still gleaming with mirth, remained fixed on Zhou Chen, revealing a depth of unwillingness. How infuriating. Just a step away from achieving the great Luo position. That last blow truly stung. Chapter 37. Irreparable Wounds. Fame in turmoil, did he let him escape? Watching a demon king slip away right beneath his nose, Nezha's expression turned grim. He admitted that prior to this moment, he had harbored a fleeting desire to let Zhou Chen vent his frustrations, subtly holding back his full strength. Yet, in the final exchanges, he unleashed all his might to dismantle his opponent's defenses. Even so, that fiend managed to elude him. It was unexpected that the Jiao Demon King excelled not only in water manipulation, but also in ice control. In these waters, annihilating him proved to be a formidable challenge. Zhou Chen shook his head, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He had initially believed that a mere confrontation would suffice, and if things went awry, he could gather intelligence and later summon aid to deal with him. Alas, he failed to subdue the foe and inadvertently stirred up a plethora of complications. This time, Zhou Chen suffered a significant setback. Although he had achieved a great feat in identifying the root of the problem and had even engaged in battle with the Jiao Demon King, forcing him to flee in haste, he alone understood that the moment the Jiao Demon King appeared, he had already lost. The Jiao Demon King did not come alone. He brought with him other demon kings, and the ensuing turmoil and losses within the Dragon Clan would be considerable. Had there been others present, the situation would have been far more manageable. Hindsight made it clear that a more cautious approach should have been taken. First gather allies, then engage in battle. His actions lacked the requisite prudence. Brother Zhou need not feel remorse. This matter is beyond your control. The audacity of the Jiao Demon King to assault the Dragon Palace and threaten the eastern sea coast is indeed alarming. Had it not been for you, who knows what chaos would have ensued? Nezha reassured him. The Jade Emperor was already aware of the situation and would dispatch a force to confront the Jiao Demon King upon their return. While it might not lead to his eradication, it would certainly keep him occupied, making it unlikely for him to cause trouble in the near future. Following this escape, it was estimated that he would retreat to the West Hinyo Prefecture. The West Hinyo Prefecture was a territory of the demon race, fraught with peril for them. It would serve as a suitable refuge for him. However, should he attempt to leave the North Julu Prefecture, he would be courting death. Nezha scoffed softly. The target he had been fixated on could not so easily evade capture. Once he escaped, did he truly believe he could continue running indefinitely? The next time he struck, he would undoubtedly annihilate him. Rest? Zhou Chen remarked, as if he had heard something utterly preposterous, shaking his head. He will have no opportunity for respite. With malevolent energy coursing through his being, it would be a miracle if he does not regress in cultivation, let alone have any chance for breakthrough in the future. He will come seeking me. Until I am vanquished, he will never be able to dispel the malevolent energy enveloping him. The celestial and terrestrial fiend divine art, if it were merely focused on slaughter, would not present such formidable challenges in cultivation. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Nezha cast a glance at him, feeling a tremor in his spirit. Indeed, this young man was quite ruthless. The measures he had taken had effectively severed nearly all avenues for a formidable being on the cusp of becoming a great Luo golden immortal. As for killing Zhou Chen, it was not that Nezha lacked confidence in the Jiao Demon King. However, he could sense that the aura within Zhou Chen had undergone a tremendous transformation amidst the fierce battle. Upon returning, a breakthrough would likely be imminent, perhaps within mere days. The true immortal realm. Zhou Chen would command an array of mystical techniques, his power significantly amplified. When the Jiao Demon King arrives, the outcome of life and death would be uncertain. Cough, cough. After narrowly escaping the ambush of the Dragon Clan, the Jiao Demon King arrived at the predetermined gathering place agreed upon with several other Demon Kings. This locale was a vast cavern, delineated with 12 seats. At this moment, only 7 of those seats were occupied. The Jiao Demon King had been the last to withdraw, which meant that the remaining individuals had perished in the onslaught from the Heavenly Court and the Dragon Clan. Settling into his seat, the Jiao Demon King clutched his chest, feeling an excruciating pain from the wound Zhou Chen had inflicted with his malevolent energy. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of indifference, surveying the surroundings. Well then, it seems everyone is nearly gathered. Feel free to speak your minds. If matters were not resolved, a price must be paid. Indeed, upon hearing the Jiao Demon King's words, a burly man draped in beast pelts rose, furiously rebuking him. Jiao Demon King, what manner of affair have you orchestrated? In the span of just one day, we have lost 4 Demon Kings. Celestial soldiers have descended, and even Erlang Shen was present, nearly claiming my head. You, who were supposed to assist us in securing sustenance, vanished without a trace, leading to our hasty and devastating losses. You must bear full responsibility for this. The man's words incited a chorus of agreement. I concur. You speak the truth. Had it not been for your blunders, we could have retreated without concern for pursuing foes. The conflict ignited from your end, and you must provide us with an explanation today. The Jiao Demon King fell into silence, gazing at the demanding Demon Kings. Feeling a twinge of weakness, but unable to suppress his disdain, he coldly retorted, when blood sustenance was mentioned, why were you not worried about your own demise? Now, you dare to seek trouble with me. If it were not for my intervention, do you truly believe that only Yang Jian would have come forth? Let me inform you. Nezha is also involved. Furthermore, even before we made our move, someone had already discerned our strategy and was lying in wait for us. If it were not for these circumstances, why would I have acted? The Jiao Demon King spoke with fervor, his gaze piercing. His eyes seemed to still see Zhou Chen's face, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within, longing to slay him at that very moment. Are there truly capable individuals in the Heavenly Court? One of the Demon Kings inquired. Recently, it has been said that a formidable figure has been quite active within the Heavenly Court, named Zhou Chen, the demon-slaying general personally appointed by the Heavenly Emperor. Although he is merely at the celestial immortal level, he possesses the ability to vanquish those at the profound immortal level, with profound depths. However, his origins remain a mystery. The name of Patriarch Bodhi is not widely known. The ability to acquire such intelligence clearly indicates that this Demon King possesses considerable connections, perhaps even with certain individuals within the celestial realm. It is indeed he. The Dragon Demon King wearily nodded, effectively disseminating the name of Zhou Chen. What follows is to determine how to address subsequent matters and how to locate Zhou Chen. A grievance must be avenged. Enough for now, esteemed guests. I find myself quite fatigued. Let us disperse for the time being. The Dragon Demon King waved his hand, signaling the other Demon Kings to depart. He returned to his bed, weary, and loosened the bandages over his chest. The wound beneath continued to bleed. Unless suppressed by magical power, it would yield little effect. The magical energy barely sufficed to maintain the Dragon Demon King's combat capabilities and longevity without significant detriment. The malevolent aura. Is it a remnant of that young man's methods? He is compelling me to confront him. Chapter 38. The foundation of perfect qi cultivation. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court, Zhou Chen refrained from meeting anyone and requested Nezha to arrange a residence for him, whereupon he promptly entered seclusion. His aura had become increasingly unstable, nearing the final stages of his breakthrough. His magical energy surged within him like a wild stallion, rampaging uncontrollably. The momentum preceding his senior brother's breakthrough was somewhat intimidating. Yang Chan cast a worried glance at Zhou Chen's chamber, shaking her head gently. The term true immortal signifies the shedding of celestial bones and the complete reconstruction of one's physique, elevating the body to an entirely new realm. In other words, it entails transforming the foundational essence one has cultivated into the formidable power afforded to a true immortal. The strength of a true immortal is derived from their innate potential. However, An excessively potent potential may not necessarily be advantageous. The path of cultivation is inherently contrarian, fraught with challenges at every turn. A foundation that is too formidable may overwhelm the individual, leading to a failure in breakthrough, or even death. At present, Zhou Chen exhibited signs of such a tendency. Yang Chen, fret not. Zhou Chen's abilities are extraordinary. Even the demon king of the Tai, golden immortal, cannot contend with him. This mere hurdle in cultivation is trivial in comparison. Chang'e, who accompanied Yang Chen, harbored a burgeoning curiosity about Zhou Chen, initially perceiving him as a being of limitless potential. Her recent encounters with the Jiao Demon King prompted her to reconsider. Perhaps Zhou Chen's prowess transcended mere appearances, and his future might be far broader than anticipated. Having resided in the Moon Palace for an extended period, Chang'e found herself perpetually bound by the constraints of the Moon Star, unable to depart. Even a brief sojourn to the 33 heavens would only grant her a few days of respite before she must return, lest complications arise. This predicament was akin to torment for her. It was once suggested by a powerful entity in the celestial realm that if someone could sever her connection to the Moon Star with unparalleled divine power, Chang'e might attain freedom. Yet, such formidable beings were exceedingly rare, often entangled in the threads of causality, risking significant harm to their essence. At the very least, one would need to reach the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal or possess comparable combat strength to achieve such a feat. Sighing deeply at this thought, Chang'e lamented. What great Luo Golden Immortal would forge a connection with the Moon Star for my sake? This situation had nearly become a deadlock. In his chamber, Zhou Chen was not in haste to break through to the realm of the true immortal. He had numerous thoughts yet to be realized, such as the desire to strengthen his foundation further. System interface. As the host, Zhou Chen gradually enhanced his cultivation. The attributes on his panel began to show notable changes. With a formidable 500 points in his Dharma body, he had laid the foundation for an indestructible existence. The moment he transcended to true immortal, he would be able to manifest all his latent potential and break free from the shackles within his body. From a certain perspective, this transformation could be likened to evolving his corporeal form into an entirely new realm. The deeper the roots, the stronger the power. The method by which I could elevate my foundation, aside from the temporarily unattainable great immortal technique, was the basic qi nourishing method. Once, Zhou Chen had invested his points into this technique, dramatically altering his fate. Since achieving mastery and stepping into the realm of the celestial immortal, he had not revisited this method. However, now he felt compelled to engage with it once more. My accumulation is remarkably abundant, and while the risk of breakthrough is indeed considerable, my master has bequeathed me 2 divine abilities, and my Dharma body has far surpassed others of the same realm. In ancient times, there were those who, like me, achieved breakthroughs. If they could succeed, so could I. System, allocate points. Congratulations, host. You have expended 40,000 cultivation points to elevate the basic qi nourishing method to perfection. With a soft exclamation, Zhou Chen illuminated the plus sign behind the basic qi nourishing method. Gradually, streams of light, reminiscent of fireflies, began to awaken from the depths of his dantian. These luminescent orbs, akin to miniature worlds, consumed all his magical energy. What was once a tumultuous sea of power was now entirely subdued, devoid of any struggle. In mere moments, all his energy was completely absorbed by these lights. What is this? Zhou Chen had never encountered such phenomena, nor had he ever heard of them from others. As he sensed the situation, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in astonishment. Indeed, this was remarkable. Each of these luminous orbs represented a distinct dantian of Zhou Chen's own. The magical energy circulated within, while the light traversed through the dantian, creating a harmonious synergy that was truly extraordinary. The origins of this basic qi nourishing method must be quite profound. Gazing at the now perfected basic qi nourishing method, Zhou Chen noticed an additional plus sign following it. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. First, he would replenish his magical energy, and then he would break through directly. Given the circumstances, he could only seize this opportunity. Zhou Chen closed his eyes and rapidly activated the great immortal technique, immersing his mind in its depths. Yet, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. The fluorescence that had long resided within him began to swell, gradually extending its influence upon the external realm. A significant portion of the celestial aura from the heavens surged toward Zhou Chen's chamber, and this commotion seemed to amplify. What transpires? Which celestial being has achieved a breakthrough? The magnitude of this disturbance is indeed extraordinary. In mere moments, it captured the attention of the celestial hierarchy, even rousing the interest of the heavenly sovereign himself. Investigate this matter at once, commanded the Heavenly Sovereign. Soon, a report arrived from the illustrious Tai by Jin Xing. Your Majesty, it is the Demon Slayer General who has descended to the mortal realm for training and has attained some gains. I recall he is merely a celestial being, having just ascended to the true immortal realm. How could he generate such a formidable commotion? The Heavenly Sovereign furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling notion that Zhou Chen's recent conduct hinted at a desire to escape his control. This sensation was most disconcerting. Very well. Arrange a gathering of spiritual energies for the Demon Slayer General, granting him permission to harness the celestial aura for his breakthrough. Others must not obstruct. After a brief silence, the Heavenly Sovereign waved his hand dismissively. Simultaneously, he spoke with a measured tone. Proceed to the treasury and retrieve the treasures we have prepared. I shall bestow a significant gift upon the Demon Slayer General. Such power at the true immortal level cannot be allowed to slip away. The Heavenly Sovereign resolved firmly to devise a means to win Zhou Chen over. A bold wager must be placed. Before anyone else could notice Zhou Chen, he must be secured. If that fails, he must not fall into the hands of other factions. This individual shall be mine. Chapter 39. Breakthrough to True Immortality. The Gift of Haoyan. The magical power surged rapidly within him, accompanied by a swift enhancement of his ethereal form, which even exceeded Zhou Chen's wildest expectations. Though his eyes were tightly shut, he could distinctly perceive the transformation of the energy coursing through his body. The 5 luminous orbs had significantly enlarged, deeply embedding themselves in his dantian like seeds taking root. His magical energy boiled within him, akin to water reaching a fervent boil, infusing every ounce of accumulated strength into his being. Pain. Zhou Chen trembled, feeling as if his entire body were being pierced by countless needles, a sensation akin to 1,000 needles penetrating his flesh. However, having embarked on the path of cultivation, he resolved to fortify his determination. Regardless of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, perseverance was imperative. Break free. With a roar that emanated from the depths of his soul, the restraints binding him were finally shattered. The luminous orbs, deeply rooted in his dantian, began to sprout like seeds, coalescing into a lotus pedestal. At the center of this pedestal, a radiant flower was in the process of blooming. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Chen was oblivious to these developments. All his focus was inward. This was a rare opportunity to transcend into true immortality. He could cleanse his body with his own magical power while also infusing external energies into himself. Following the principles of the great primordial decision, Zhou Chen resolutely channeled all the malevolent energy he had gathered throughout his journey into every part of his body, enduring excruciating pain and even the cracking of his skin without hesitation. At last, after an arduous endeavor, Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. Although the process was fraught with peril, he had now attained the status of a true immortal. While the usual ascent to true immortality was instantaneous and seamless, his journey had brought him to the brink of death itself. With a hint of resignation, Zhou Chen rose. Beneath him, blood had pooled into a small pond, the foul stench emanating from the impurities that had been violently expelled from his body. The skin that had split during the breakthrough rapidly healed under the influence of his magical power. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he retrieved a treasure, a celestial dragon whip. During his time in the celestial immortal realm, despite having acquired this artifact, Zhou Chen had refrained from refining it. After all, the challenge of refining a primordial treasure was exceedingly high, and his primordial spirit had not been formidable enough to expedite the process. However, the circumstances had now changed. He had successfully transcended into true immortality, earning a reputation as a uniquely powerful figure within that realm. Celestial Dragon Whip, medium-grade primordial spirit treasure crafted from the dragon bones of a great Luo golden immortal. It is a treasure birthed by the heavenly Tao, containing dragon blood. It can transform into a celestial dragon. Its power is contingent upon the user's infused magical energy, capable of binding and restraining foes, absorbing their cultivation to nourish the host. This was the system's introduction to the celestial dragon whip. In the realm of righteousness, its might was unparalleled. Yet in the hands of malevolence, it was indeed a tool of extreme wickedness. The mid-grade innate spiritual treasure may possess up to 23 prohibitions, and the heavenly dragon whip is one among them. For Zhou Chen, the 23 prohibitions could be effortlessly refined, and it did not take long before he completely mastered the heavenly dragon whip. Indeed, next, when confronting the Jiao Demon King, he would allow no opportunity for escape. Recalling the oppressive aura the Jiao Demon King had inflicted upon him, Zhou Chen's expression tightened, and a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. There was no alternative. He did not wish to be caught in such relentless competition. There were always forces pushing him forward, leaving him no choice but to comply. It was time to step outside. He needed to find an opportunity to return to Mount Fangcun and meet his master. Time flowed like water. Zhou Chen had already broken through to the true immortal realm, and with his combat prowess, he could be regarded as a formidable figure within the heavenly court. He had not brought shame upon Master Bodhi. However, he sensed that both sides were nearing a moment of forthrightness. At the very least, Master Bodhi should impart some insights regarding son Wukong's future arrangements. Otherwise, should any steps be disrupted in the future, it would spell misfortune for both master and disciple. Upon stepping out of the chamber, Zhou Chen was astonished to find a throng assembled outside. Familiar figures such as Xianxia, xianxia, and Nezha were present, along with the 28 lunar mansions and the 9 luminaries, who were typically preoccupied. Even the heavenly servants were there. His Majesty has decreed, the demon-slaying general, having vanquished the fiends, is to be richly rewarded. This time, the heavenly servants displayed even greater respect than before. One approached Zhou Chen, respectfully presenting a tray laden with hundreds of cultivation elixirs. Furthermore, there were numerous rare celestial materials and treasures that Zhou Chen had only heard of in legends. Items that had nearly vanished from the primordial world, truly treasures among treasures. Their worth surpassed even that of the treasures hoarded by the Black Jiao. There is one more item, as commanded by His Majesty, to be entrusted to you. The heavenly servant cast a deep gaze at Zhou Chen before retrieving a jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, the atmosphere around Zhou Chen grew heavy with anticipation. A rich, primordial spiritual energy emanated from the pendant, and he could faintly discern the resonances of Tao within it, seemingly containing the principles of the great Tao. Quickly accepted. Nezha's voice resonated in Zhou Chen's ears. A long-distance transmission, specifically a reminder for him. This is an item once worn by the Tao ancestor, originally a casually crafted jade pendant. But after years of absorbing the essence of Tao, it has undergone a transformation, rivaling the finest postnatal spiritual treasures. It can enhance cultivation speed and provide immunity to inner demons. Its utility is vast. Even Nezha's tone carried a hint of envy. Without a doubt, they were well aware of how treasured this item had been once in the hands of Hao Yin. Yet today, in a bid to draw Zhou Chen into his fold, Hao Yin was willing to part with such a treasure, demonstrating his unwavering commitment and genuine consideration for Zhou Chen. This was indeed a grand gesture. Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty for his grace, Zhou Chen said as he accepted the jade pendant, placing it at his waist. It seemed that the profound essence that reached his ears became clearer. He nodded to Tian Nu, acknowledging the favor bestowed by Hao Yin. This matter is easily settled, he remarked. Tian Nu bowed to Zhou Chen and gradually retreated. After a brief moment of silence, a fervent discussion erupted around Zhou Chen. It appeared that the Demon Slayer General was poised to gain significant favor from His Majesty, with the assistance of the Tao ancestors' jade pendant. The Demon Slayer General's path to transcending to the xianxia realm would be expedited, potentially eliminating a century of arduous cultivation. The prospects for his future achievements were indeed boundless. It seemed that the heavenly court was on the verge of welcoming yet another war god. Chapter 40. A spar with Nezha, unmatched in the realm. Brother Zhou, congratulations. Ignoring the others, Nezha stepped forward first, patting Zhou Chen's shoulder, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Zhou Chen's cultivation had surged at an astonishing pace. With just 2 light taps as a test, Nezha could sense the surging power within him, an increase several-fold since their last encounter with the Dragon Demon King. Such prowess could be deemed exceptional in any context. Are you eager for a spar? Zhou Chen discerned the subtle battle intent in Nezha's gaze. In the entire 3 realms, aside from the ancient elders, there were only a handful capable of matching him. The crux was that everyone was typically preoccupied with their own affairs, making it difficult to find a worthy opponent. Only Zhou Chen, the newly risen prodigy, could serve as a fitting challenger. Shall we test our skills? Nezha rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Fear not. I shall also restrain my cultivation to the true immortal realm. Very well, Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Nezha, possessing an abundance of combat experience, was undoubtedly one of the mightiest among his peers, and Zhou Chen was keen to gauge his own strength. Upon learning that Zhou Chen would engage in a match with Nezha, the onlooking immortals, who had initially come merely to observe, urged them to proceed to the heavenly court's martial platform. The immortals often partook in sparring sessions, and to maintain harmony, the heavenly emperor had commissioned the construction of a martial arena specifically for such contests. This time, the number of spectators had multiplied significantly, with many unfamiliar immortals present. What a commotion! Zhou Chen glanced around, shaking his head, not overly concerned about the attention. In the future, there would be ample opportunities for such encounters. With the fire-tipped spear swirling in his grasp, Nezha adopted a rare seriousness. "Brother Zhou, let us battle." The fire-tipped spear struck with the speed of lightning, launching successive thrusts aimed at Zhou Chen's vital points. Zhou Chen deftly evaded, his wrist twisting as thunder surged forth, transforming into a spear of thunder. The weapon, forged from lightning, exhibited extraordinary agility, seamlessly integrating various martial arts without being confined to its form. In mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. What tremendous force! Nezha retreated a few steps, flexing his wrist and taking a deep breath. His hands trembled. Remarkably, without employing magical enhancement, his physical form proved inferior to Zhou Chen's. It was noteworthy that although he wielded the power of the true immortal realm, his corporeal form remained that of a Tai Xianxia. No wonder. The Dragon Demon King had retreated repeatedly, ultimately unable to best Brother Zhou. This truly presented a formidable challenge. Nezha inhaled deeply, the mysterious heaven silk dancing behind him. Go! The Qian Kuan circle detached from Nezha, soaring into the air as the mysterious heaven silk swirled about, while the concealed fire-tipped spears intermittently sparked, imparting immense pressure upon Zhou Chen. Here it comes. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed, his wrist lifting upwards. With a resounding boom, his wrist collided with the Qiankuan ring and was forcefully repelled by the tremendous impact. The Hunyuan silk entwined around the Qiankuan ring responded immediately, climbing up Zhou Chen's wrist. Undeterred, Zhou Chen aimed at the layers of the Hunyuan silk and expelled a gust of foul air. The malevolent energy shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the protective barrier of the Hunyuan silk, directly clashing with the fire-tipped spear, creating a cascade of sparks. Instantly, Zhou Chen twisted his wrist, driving the Hunyuan silk forcefully into the ground, his magical power surging as he exerted control over the treasured artifact. What incredible strength! The back-and-forth duel captivated the onlooking immortals, even drawing the attention of celestial soldiers without any assigned tasks. Nezha, with his mastery over his treasured artifacts, displayed a level of skill that was truly exceptional, his physique and martial prowess nearly flawless. In contrast, Zhou Chen exhibited a more domineering approach. He relied solely on his nearly invincible physique and vigorous magical energy to confront his opponent, occasionally employing techniques that could turn the tide and create offensive opportunities. Yang Chan, who do you think has the upper hand? Chang'e and Yang Chan stood at a vantage point overlooking the arena, whispering their thoughts. This is quite difficult to ascertain. Yang Chan shook her head, stating, they have yet to engage earnestly. Without genuine fire being kindled, the outcome remains unclear. Nezha's most renowned technique is his three-headed, six-armed prowess, with his treasured artifacts being of secondary importance. Zhou Chen, too, is concealing his true capabilities. His temperament is steady, and he will not reveal his full arsenal unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, from Yang Chan's observations, the techniques Zhou Chen has mastered are far more intricate than merely expelling air as arrows. This is merely a rudimentary application of his abilities, and its element of surprise is why he continues to employ it. Lightning strikes. In the arena, Zhou Chen sensed the stalemate and raised an eyebrow, his palm moving with purpose. The sky was enveloped in dark clouds at that moment. Zhou Chen's mastery of thunder techniques had reached an advanced stage, allowing him to influence the surrounding atmosphere and even connect with the cosmic forces beyond. Excellent. Nezha let out a sinister laugh, a hint of battle intent flickering in his eyes as flames erupted from the spear in his hand, enveloping him. The atmosphere around them peaked, rendering even breathing a laborious task. Fall, gathering the divine might of heaven and earth, a thunderbolt descended like a divine punishment, akin to a sword capable of cleaving the cosmos, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Yet Nezha felt no fear. He boldly thrust his spear forward. As the spear made contact with the lightning, flames erupted, the resulting force perfectly countering the thunder. What a marvelous technique! Zhou Chen exclaimed in admiration. But in the next moment, Nezha's expression soured. Unbeknownst to him, a lethal arrow, forged from concentrated malice, had already reached his chest, although it did not advance further. Its overwhelming killing intent was palpable. Brother Zhou, are you hiding other techniques within the lightning? Nezha asked, somewhat resigned. Zhou Chen's methods had astonished him on several occasions, leaving him in awe each time. When it comes to facing the situation oneself, a sense of foreboding arises. The ability to be employed at any moment, to be seized stealthily, and occasionally used for legitimate defense is indeed remarkable. Most crucially, to this day, few are aware of how many times it can truly be utilized. It is utterly astonishing. Is not the purpose of cultivating such powers to wield them? Moreover, this particular ability should be the most formidable weapon in my current arsenal. As Zhou Chen spun his web of deceit, his countenance remained unflinching, prompting Nezha to roll his eyes in exasperation. Seriously, who are you trying to fool? Given your disposition, if such a technique were indeed the pinnacle of lethal prowess, you would hardly need to employ it. Even if this round were lost, you would never resort to it. Such a power, once demonstrated in public, effectively extinguishes any potential for surprise in future encounters, merely inviting preemptive defenses. Very well, I concede. It was indeed a miscalculation on my part, resulting in defeat. There is no remedy for it, Nezha shrugged, scratching his head. Yet, this simple remark silenced the crowd surrounding the arena. As if he had divined their thoughts, Nezha added, "In this realm, my combat prowess does not surpass that of Brother Zhou. This is the truth. It is not solely due to this sudden ambush. Even in its absence, I would still be vanquished." Chapter 41. An invitation from the heavens. Nezha, a renowned powerhouse of the three realms, is often regarded as the representative of the heavenly court in its battles against external foes. Countless formidable demons have fallen before him. Yet today, he surprisingly acknowledges the prowess of Zhou Chen, admitting that in their shared realm, Zhou Chen could indeed surpass him. Remarkably, this admission comes even in the absence of any magical artifacts on Zhou Chen's part. Throughout their confrontation, Zhou Chen merely wielded his Tang Dao as a weapon, subduing the Hunyuan silk, while in other instances, he relied primarily on his innate thunderous techniques to conjure weapons for combat. This demon-slaying general's path of cultivation appears intriguingly reminiscent of the ancient Witch clan. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, a single utterance that transported those present back to a bygone era. The Witch clan of Ur was a force that even the demon race feared. Their indescribably powerful bodies symbolized invincibility. Had it not been for the emergence of the Eastern Emperor Tai, who wielded the Chaos Bell, the demon race would have stood no chance against the witches. In the present day, the remnants of the Witch clan have largely concealed themselves within the cycles of reincarnation, safeguarded by the Mother of Earth, remaining elusive. People have nearly forgotten this once formidable presence. Contemplating this, one cannot help but notice the striking similarities between the methods of the Witch clan and those employed by Zhou Chen. Perhaps it could be articulated differently. Zhou Chen resembles a witch capable of cultivating the primordial spirit, utilizing various techniques to attain perfection. I practice a form of mysticism akin to the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Dishan. It is not as extraordinary as many might suggest. Zhou Chen interjected, sensing the topic straying further from its course, as he noticed the expressions of those around him shifting. He hastily sought to clarify. "Do not mistake me for a remnant of the Witch clan's bloodline left in this world." Upon hearing this, the Assembly of Immortals did not pursue the matter further. Instead, they etched Zhou Chen's name into their memories. In the future, they would seek opportunities to cultivate goodwill with him, hoping to foster camaraderie to avert potential conflicts. Brother Zhou Chen, today's bout was quite exhilarating. When the opportunity arises again, let us engage in battle once more, Nezha remarked, waving at Zhou Chen with a faint smile. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a refreshing fight. He then stepped forward and cautioned Zhou Chen. "During your recent cultivation, I have been seeking leads on the Jiao Demon King. His situation has taken a turn for the worse, and it seems he may soon depart from the Western Bull Heaven. Exercise caution." The Jiao Demon King had been thoroughly tormented by Zhou Chen. According to the information Nezha had gathered, the Jiao Demon King now found himself ensnared in a peculiar predicament. His injuries were not severe, and healing was not overly difficult. However, with each increment of recovery, malevolent energy further infused his being. This left the Jiao Demon King in a state of relentless torment, desperately prolonging his recovery while tirelessly searching for any clues about Zhou Chen. As the days passed, it seemed he could no longer contain himself and would soon leave the Western Bull Heaven. Should one lose their cultivation, the Western Hinyo state would no longer serve as a sanctuary for the Dragon Demon King. All that he possesses would swiftly be devoured by other formidable beings. By that time, even if he realizes the peril and wishes to confront Zhou Chen, the opportunity would have slipped away. "That fellow has brought this upon himself," Zhou Chen scoffed. "To consider him as prey, how could such a fortunate circumstance exist? Let him endure for now. We shall see when he is in the mood to venture out. The Jade Emperor has been in a rather dismal mood of late and might summon you soon. Be prepared." In conclusion, Nezha patted Zhou Chen's shoulder, imparting a final piece of advice. However, this remark seemed a bit disjointed. Zhou Chen was not particularly concerned about the Jade Emperor's affairs, nor did he have any inclination to engage with Haoyan. After exchanging a few more words with Nezha, he decided to greet Yang Chan before returning to his arduous training, aspiring to reach the true immortal realm. He felt no particular sensation, except for a profound awareness that his diligence in cultivation was still woefully inadequate. He must first master various divine abilities to at least a minor or even major accomplishment before contemplating any excursions. Occasionally, he might devise ways to descend to the mortal realm, undertake tasks, and amass a bit of wealth, which would be sufficient to bring him contentment. Yet, as Nezha remarked, before Zhou Chen could step down from the arena, a celestial servant stood before him. "The Demon Slayer General requests your presence, Your Highness," the celestial servant announced. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating a refusal. However, reflecting on the benefits he had recently gained from Haoyan, it would be inappropriate to decline at this moment. So he acquiesced. The jade pool remained unchanged, as if untouched by the passage of time. Haoyan sat majestically in his elevated position, quietly savoring his tea. Yet his brow was furrowed, fingers lightly tapping the table as if in anticipation of something. At last, under the celestial servant's guidance, Zhou Chen appeared before him, eliciting a smile from Haoyan. "Zhou Chen, please take a seat," Haoyan gestured, and immediately a celestial servant brought forth a jade stool for Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen shook his head. "Your Majesty, I must return to Fangcun Mountain shortly to report my breakthrough to my master, and thus may not remain in the heavenly court for long." This statement was somewhat disrespectful, while Haoyan's smile remained intact. A flicker of emotion stirred in the depths of his gaze. He sighed softly and shook his head. "If that is the case, let us keep our discourse brief. Zhou Chen, here in the Jade Pool, you need not regard me as the Heavenly Emperor. I wish to share a few heartfelt words with you. What say you?" "I shall abide by your Majesty's wishes," Zhou Chen replied. "Though your time in the heavenly court has been brief, you must have observed that while it appears bustling with myriad functions and countless masters, each individual harbors their own intentions. Even in the endeavor of ridding the lower realms of evil and preserving virtue, I cannot make unilateral decisions. Hence, I established the Demon Suppression Office. Li Jing is perhaps the most reliable tool at my disposal. Nezha, as my blade, may occasionally present unforeseen circumstances, yet for the most part, he proves dependable, which is quite a relief for me." At this point, the discourse had become exceedingly explicit, leaving Zhou Chen with a furrowed brow, already regretting his visit to the Yao Pool. However, Haoyan appeared oblivious to his discomfort and continued. "Yet, merely possessing the sword of Nezha is, to me, woefully insufficient. During this period, the clamor of turmoil across the three realms has grown increasingly tumultuous, a disturbance that the Demon Suppression Department can no longer quell with ease. Even the matter of the Flood Dragon King is but a nascent issue. I require your assistance. I can support you, facilitating your cultivation to soar to great heights. And achieving the status of Deluo in the future will be far from an insurmountable challenge. The Tao ancestor has left behind numerous treasures, all hidden within the secret vault, each possessing its own unique utility, and I can bestow them upon you. Will you lend me your strength?" Chapter 42. Confronting Haoyan, this invitation is a grand feast. To entertain, behead, and accept as a dog. This sequence is entirely reversed for Haoyan. A figure like Zhou Chen may host, may accept as a dog, but unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to beheading. The so-called Great Plan of the West is, in essence, to send disciples from various sects down to the mortal realm for training, while conveniently accumulating a portion of the merits from the journey to the West, thereby fulfilling the 81 trials. Of course, at times, such merits are not easily obtained, as there are also other wandering cultivators eager to participate. They may not necessarily be aware of the journey to the West, or could be driven mad by the rumors of immortality through consuming Tang Seng's flesh. Or perhaps they harbor ulterior motives, already resolved to intervene. The myriad situations intertwine, too complex to articulate in mere sentences. Yet one thing is abundantly clear to Zhou Chen. The demon clan is the sacrificial lamb. All the formidable beings among them descending, save for those with substantial backing, are destined to perish. Even if they manage to escape later, they will inevitably be hunted down to their demise. Currently, the turmoil within the demon clan can be likened to the prelude of the grand drama of the West. Suppressing it is merely a pretext for Haoyan. What he truly requires is Zhou Chen's martial prowess and future potential. With just a few words, he can acquire a top-notch enforcer and simultaneously exert control over one of the protagonists of the calamity of the journey to the West, son Wukong. Such a deal is one anyone would pursue. Your Majesty, I have accepted the position of Demon Slayer General, regardless of what transpires in the lower realms. I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself wholeheartedly. As for other matters, there is little more I can do, Zhou Chen replied with a respectful gesture. Initially, Haoyan was quite pleased with his words. However, upon hearing what followed, the smile on Haoyan's face gradually stiffened. Wait, my friend, have I given you all those gifts for nothing? Not to mention the effort involved, At least put on a facade of willingness to work. What on earth do you intend to achieve by continuing this way? Do you truly believe the resources of the Heavenly Court can be taken without consequence? Demon Slayer General. I fail to comprehend. What do you mean by other matters? Hao Yin inquired, his voice rising as he fixed his gaze on the silent Zhou Chen. Clarify it for me. What in this world is beyond the reach of the Heavenly Court? What matters should I not involve myself in? Speak clearly now. What exactly do you mean? Zhou Chen remained silent, instead raising his gaze towards Hao Yin. A terrifying aura bore down upon his spine. A presence only a great Luo golden immortal or even a quasi-saint could possess. Besides Patriarch Bodhi, only Hao Yin could evoke such a feeling in him. Yet, Zhou Chen, having undergone a profound transformation, with a Dharma body that even Nezha admired, was far from incapable of withstanding this pressure. Your Majesty should be aware that what I speak of pertains to the matters of the West. Zhou Chen responded coldly, each word measured and deliberate. It was but a single sentence, yet it caused the previously furious Hao Yin's pupils to widen in shock, dispelling his earlier intimidation, compelling him to return to his seat. How could this be? How did Zhou Chen know of the grand scheme of the journey to the West? Was it possible that Bodhi had confided in him? No. It was utterly inconceivable. Before the birth of son Wukong, even those who knew of it could only speculate vaguely. They would not possess a clear understanding of the events transpiring. Zhou Chen's cultivation was far too low, incapable of concealing even the secrets of heaven. Even if he spoke, it could only be a fragment, a mere hint. Could it be that Zhou Chen had come into contact with the formidable figures of the Western sect? No, that was equally implausible. The Western sect would never reveal themselves easily. They would not meddle in such matters unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would bear the consequences themselves. This situation had become extraordinarily complicated. Hao Yin's mind raced as his gaze towards Zhou Chen transitioned from indifference back to his original demeanor. He waved his hand, his voice laced with fatigue. Very well, if you are unwilling to be my ally, I shall not compel you. In the future, you shall oversee matters in the Demon Suppression Bureau. You need not reside in the Heavenly Court for long. Go wherever you wish. There was no point in further agitation. Zhou Chen was simply too troublesome. It would be best to observe him from a distance. If his assumptions were correct, perhaps there were matters in which even he could not interfere. Zhou Chen had ascended to a higher echelon of the game. Your servant takes his leave. Zhou Chen took 2 steps back, no longer casting a glance at Hao Yin, and exited the Yaoqi. His nonchalant demeanor caused Hao Yin, who had just regained his composure, to feel a surge of heat in his eyes. How dare a mere true immortal behave in such a manner? Hao Yin let out a furious shout, but soon exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming weariness. Even as a true immortal, he could not act treacherously from behind. Not to mention that Zhou Chen was closely associated with Nezha and Yang Chan. Even that seemingly indifferent Bodhi master refrained from intervening when Zhou Chen faced a life-threatening crisis. It was as if he had never concerned himself with his wandering disciple. Yet, Hao Yin understood all too well. No matter how the Jiao Demon King attempted to deal with Zhou Chen, even plotting to behead him and swallow his body, it would be futile. Zhou Chen would never perish, and the Jiao Demon King would not survive. The moment he became Zhou Chen's target, his fate was sealed. It was merely a matter of whether this sharpening stone would allow Zhou Chen to ascend further, or if Bodhi Master would need to pay a price to rescue him. In the presence of Bodhi Master, how could Hao Yin dare to act against Zhou Chen? Hao Yin closed his eyes, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Senior brother. Upon seeing Zhou Chen emerge from the Yaoqi, Yang Chan rushed forward. Moments ago, a formidable aura emanated from the jade pool, akin to a tempest, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, Zhou Chen emerged unscathed. Do not worry, I am fine, Zhou Chen reassured Yang Chan with a gentle smile. Before turning his gaze to Chang'e, Chang'e, standing beside Yang Chan, nodded lightly at Zhou Chen. It seems our demon-slaying general has indeed acquired the information we sought. Have you, by chance, accepted the Emperor's proposal? Zhou Chen's commendation from Hao Yin is widely acknowledged. Although Chang'e typically remains aloof from celestial affairs, she harbors a modicum of insight into Hao Yin's sentiments. Zhou Chen's complete alignment with Hao Yin's faction would undoubtedly be advantageous for his swift advancement, yet it would entail certain sacrifices. Conversely, should he choose not to affiliate, he would still be regarded as a member of the heavenly realm, albeit merely in name. To reap the benefits, he would truly need to exchange his merits, albeit incrementally. Chapter 43. The Marshal of Heavenly Pig, what did you agree to? Zhou Chen inquired, casting a glance at Chang'e, a faint smile gracing his features. Remarkably, he had indeed refused. It seemed that his words had directly disrupted the Jade Emperor's plans. Otherwise, He would not have exhibited such fury moments ago. Chang'e nodded, speaking softly. Since you did not acquiesce, you must be cautious moving forward. The Jade Emperor possesses formidable means and is not a character to be trifled with. As she uttered this, her voice trailed off, enveloped in an air of caution regarding the calamity of the canonization. The calamity of canonization. In the past, the heavenly sovereign had embroiled the saints in turmoil, and even now, the Tontian teacher remained confined within the Zixiao palace. Not to mention the severely weakened Chan school and the almost silent Jie school that followed. Were it not for the devastation wrought by the calamity, they would not have been left in such a state of disarray and silence. What subsequent events could have unfolded otherwise? Zhou Chen was already well aware of these matters. He composed his countenance, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, rest assured. I am well aware. This realm is the world of journey to the west, which has its roots in the primordial chaos. Countless ancient beings have traversed through epochs that Zhou Chen could scarcely imagine. Who knows how many contingency plans they have set in place? In such circumstances, it is prudent for Zhou Chen to refrain from taking action, striving to remain an outsider to ensure his safety. Sister Chang'e, what are you discussing with senior brother? I cannot comprehend a single word, Yang Chan interjected, glancing between Zhou Chen and Chang'e, her brow furrowed in confusion. What sort of riddle were these two engaged in? Chang'e did not elaborate much to Yang Chan, merely smiling before stating, well, since you plan to return to Mount Fangcun, I could accompany you for a while as I take my leave from the Moonstar. That sounds splendid. Sister Chang'e, you dwell in the Moonstar all the time, rarely witnessing the beauty of the outside world. Perhaps a visit to Mount Fangcun could allow you to stay for a while. I recently befriended a monkey there. I could introduce you, Yang Chan chuckled, linking her arm with Chang'e's as they proceeded forward. However, before Zhou Chen could depart, a robust figure materialized before him. Fairy? The Marshal of Heavenly Pig, clad in silver armor, approached Chang'e with quick strides, a smile illuminating his face. It has been a while. How have you been, Marshal of Heavenly Pig? Why are you here instead of guarding the river of heaven? Upon seeing him, Chang'e's smile somewhat faded. In the Heavenly Palace, some gossipmongers had ranked the celestial maidens, placing Chang'e at the top. This notoriety had attracted numerous suitors. Although the Heavenly Court officially forbade romantic entanglements, this decree was primarily aimed at mortals. Among the immortals, such constraints were rather lenient. After all, throughout history, the notion of cultivating alongside a partner had always existed, often signifying deeper romantic connections. The Marshal adjusted his attire, chuckling softly, and remarked, recently, there have been subtle disturbances at the juncture between the river of heaven and the mortal realm. I have come to request His Majesty to dispatch additional troops to avert any unforeseen incidents. Moreover, I have heard that the aquatic realm below has been in turmoil, with many formidable demons causing unrest. His Majesty has summoned me, presumably to discuss this matter. Although Hao Yin seeks to win over Zhou Chen, some of his words hold undeniable truth. The upheaval in the lower realm is merely in its infancy, far from reaching its conclusion. The Flood Dragon King is but a mere reflection. He hardly warrants consideration, possessing only slightly greater combat prowess and managing to escape from Nezha, nothing more. Yet, should Marshal Tianpeng intervene, the denizens of the lower realm may find some respite. Chang'e still has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not disturb the Marshal. Her face remained gentle, yet her smile was as distant as 1,000 miles, deftly glossing over the situation with a few words. Subsequently, she departed with Yang Chan, not affording Marshal Tianpeng an opportunity to continue speaking. Observing this, Zhou Chen could only helplessly shrug and follow in their footsteps, which caught the attention of Marshal Tianpeng. And you are? The newly appointed Demon Slayer General? Marshal Tianpeng inquired. Zhou Chen nodded and replied, I have long admired your esteemed name, Marshal. With a slight chuckle, Marshal Tianpeng scrutinized Zhou Chen for a moment and remarked, you do not quite resemble the legendary figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. I have heard that you have encountered the Flood Dragon King. He must harbor some resentment towards you. Thus, when you learn of his whereabouts next, do summon me. Although my cultivation may not rival Nezha, I am indeed skilled in underwater combat. Marshal Tianpeng, a commander of the water forces, oversees the movements of the heavenly river and possesses considerable cultivation. Zhou Chen could discern that Marshal Tianpeng had also reached the realm of the Tai Xianxia. Many of his statements were, in fact, expressions of modesty. As for his assertion of being inferior to Nezha, it holds truth. Among his peers, Nezha ranks within the top 5 or even higher in combat prowess. The average individual pales in comparison. However, Marshal Tianpeng's words provided Zhou Chen with some insight into his potential strength. It seemed this simpleton was merely feigning ignorance. Zhou Chen stated, as I have already been appointed as the Demon Slayer General, I shall lead the demon-capturing team in successive campaigns. There will surely be opportunities for your assistance, and we can establish a cordial rapport then. Certainly, certainly. Marshal Tianpeng maintained his cheerful demeanor, though his gaze remained fixated on Chang'e, causing her to furrow her brow and instinctively lean slightly towards Zhou Chen, attempting to shield herself. This fellow was not interested in Zhou Chen. He was clearly attempting to leverage Zhou Chen's name to draw closer to Yang Chen, hoping to find an opportunity to converse further with Chang'e. Marshal, you are busy. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Zhou Chen discerned Marshal Tianpeng's intentions, and, recalling the future circumstances that would lead to his expulsion to the lower realm, could only utter this phrase before departing with Yang Chen and Chang'e. Ah, Tianpeng. How convincingly he feigns. After departing from the celestial court, with the scenery behind him almost fading from view, Zhou Chen finally turned back to glance. Faintly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the silhouette of Marshal Tianpeng. Within the pilgrimage team, each individual plays a unique role, each possessing their own background. Tianpeng. He cannot possibly be as foolish as he appears. This fellow must be a contingency left by the old lord. Reflecting upon the origins of the nine-toothed rake in Tianpeng's grasp, Zhou Chen silently pondered. Soon after, he felt a wave of headache wash over him. Damn it. Although he is not the one undertaking the pilgrimage, the schemes he must navigate are far more numerous than those of son Wukong. How does that monkey manage to sleep soundly? Rise and train harder. Train harder. Chapter 44. The vast gap in cultivation values. The sovereign on the path on the summit of Mount Fangcun. Son Wukong languidly dozed off, occasionally glancing around as if searching for a familiar figure. Before long, his eyes brightened, and he soared into the air, riding the clouds. Brother, you have returned. Son Wukong exclaimed with a grin. Master instructed me to wait for you here for 2 hours. Come inside quickly. Oh, and there's another beautiful sister. As the sole monkey on Mount Fangcun, son Wukong's words flowed as sweetly as honey, making Chang'e blush with delight. Wukong, refrain from such exclamations. This is Chang'e, the steward of the Moon Palace, Zhou Chen said with a hint of exasperation. In the next moment, he extended his hand and, with a resounding thud, struck son Wukong. Wukong absorbed the force of the blow, retreating 5 steps before dissipating its impact. Unperturbed, he gazed at his elder brother. Brother, how do you find my Vajra body training? Having spent an extensive period together, son Wukong and Zhou Chen had developed a profound trust, aware that the latter's strike was merely a test of strength. Have you reached the celestial stage? Zhou Chen inquired. Son Wukong scratched his head, smiling bashfully. Brother, did you not also venture out for training? The path of cultivation is long. Without hard work, how can one hope to catch up to your strides? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Chen sighed deeply. Having spent so long with son Wukong, he could not help but feel a bond. In the outside world, interactions with others often required caution, yet with son Wukong, their exchanges were refreshingly pure. However, considering the trials that lay ahead for son Wukong, Zhou Chen could only sigh again. Divine powers cannot rival fate. At least at my current level, this is still far beyond my reach. Let us go. Take me to meet Master, Zhou Chen said. In no time, they arrived at the abode of Master Bodhi. At that moment, Master Bodhi was in deep meditation, circulating his vital energy. Zhou Chen and son Wukong stood patiently before him, waiting. After a full half-hour, Master Bodhi finally opened his eyes. Have you broken through? His gaze fell upon Zhou Chen, and his brows arched in surprise. The aura emanating from Zhou Chen was remarkably robust, surpassing all the true immortal beings he had previously encountered. This foundation exceeded the limits he had set for Zhou Chen. Have you perfected the foundation nourishing technique? Master Bodhi inquired. Zhou Chen nodded, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Master, the foundation nourishing technique seems to possess extraordinary qualities. It has caused significant changes within my body. Master Bodhi waved his hand dismissively. That technique was an accidental discovery of mine. I know little of its profound mysteries, which may relate to ancient cultivation methods. Until today, I have never witnessed anyone able to cultivate this technique to perfection. The words spoken by the Bodhi ancestor ring true. Even he harbors a curiosity regarding the ultimate purpose of the foundational qi nurturing technique, yet it merely leads to a level of proficiency. For reasons unknown, there always seems to be a slight gap preventing complete fulfillment. Zhou Chen's expression shifted as he recalled the persistent addition symbol, momentarily at a loss for words. How intriguing. It appears that he must accumulate further cultivation points to explore this matter. Previously, Zhou Chen had attempted this. To advance, even slightly, with just the foundational qi nurturing technique requires a staggering 200,000 cultivation points. The great immortal art and the heavenly gang and earthly fiend divine technique also demand the same price to reach a minor accomplishment. Relying solely on his arduous self-cultivation, it would likely take at least a decade. Furthermore, the cost of the Thunder Law is somewhat cheaper, yet still demands a hefty 100,000 cultivation points. Altogether, that amounts to 600,000 cultivation points. He wonders where he might procure such a sum. Even if he has already broken through and returned to Mount Fangcun, there must be matters he wishes to attend to, perhaps to evade the Heavenly Emperor? Suddenly, the Bodhi ancestor inquired of Zhou Chen. Son Wukong directed a peculiar glance toward his senior brother. Countless individuals envied Zhou Chen's title as the Demon Slayer General, hoping to gain some advantage from it. However, to his knowledge, Zhou Chen had never shown any interest in this title, much like his indifference toward the so-called Heavenly Emperor. His master should understand his thoughts. During this period, he wishes to diligently cultivate on Mount Fangcun, awaiting the opportune moment to depart. Zhou Chen met the Bodhi ancestor's gaze directly. He requires accumulation, time, and refinement. Now that he has reached the true immortal stage, he can set aside other matters and take a moment to observe the external world's developments. Not to mention, numerous great demons are stirring. It is only a matter of time before the demon kings intervene, which inevitably involves a struggle between the heavenly court and the demon kings, possibly intertwining with the legendary figures of the 10 great demon saints from antiquity. Engaging in such affairs would yield no favorable outcomes. For Zhou Chen, the safest sanctuary in the world is undoubtedly Mount Fangcun. Here, even if the Dragon Demon King were to arrive, Zhou Chen would dare to confront him with a dismissive retort. However, fortuitously, during this period, the Scripture Pavilion has received a substantial influx of texts and various cultivation methods. If one is to cultivate diligently, one must master all the techniques within, lest they be forgotten. The Bodhi ancestor spoke softly. He actually wished for Zhou Chen to venture out and gain experience. Yet for reasons unknown, this young man seems particularly inclined towards study. As a master, he cannot possibly dampen his disciples' enthusiasm. After all, those divine techniques will eventually be imparted to him. It is fortuitous that he learns them now. Master, may I learn? Son Wukong inquired eagerly. However, as he uttered these words, he was met with the Bodhi ancestor's slightly frosty gaze. If I recall correctly, you recently mentioned that you would not pursue such studies, did you not? The paths of the Tao are myriad. Are you not solely focused on mastering the path of immortality? Now, are you interested in the rest? Upon hearing this, Son Wukong realized what Master Bodhi intended for Zhou Chen to learn. He cast a glance at Zhou Chen, scratched his head, and for a moment, was at a loss for words. All he could do was bow to Master Bodhi and, after a brief greeting, retreat to avoid the situation. This monkey, despite everything, cannot change his nature. Master Bodhi, observing Son Wukong's demeanor, scolded him in frustration. What difference would it make if he truly learned? Is this trivial matter really worth inquiry? Shaking his head, Master Bodhi finally sighed and remarked, Zhou Chen, how much do you know about Wukong's situation? What did you mean by your words to the Heavenly Emperor that day? Chapter 45. The Descent of Wukong. The dawn of the great sage has finally arrived. Upon returning home, a true test awaited Zhou Chen. He could sense that at the moment when his master, the Bodhi Patriarch, uttered those words, a gaze from the ethereal realm fixated upon him. Beneath that gaze, there existed an aura of equality among all beings, though the pressure was not overwhelming. It evoked a primal fear within his heart. His knowledge was limited. He only had a vague understanding of the matters that Wukong was destined to undertake. Initially, he had merely intended to threaten the Heavenly Emperor, never anticipating that it would escalate to involve his master. Zhou Chen spoke, contemplating the situation. It appeared as though the Heavenly Emperor had leaked this information, yet his instincts told him that the matter likely did not pertain to him alone. There were others behind the scenes. However, now that the situation had reached such a critical juncture, the master and disciple had no choice but to engage in open discourse. The stone monkey, a chosen being, destined to herald calamities for heaven and earth. Among the tribulations that have unfolded throughout history, the journey to the West has resulted in the least casualties, yet it has the potential to elevate a great sect. The West shall rise. The Bodhi Patriarch shook his head with a sigh. The decline of the mystical sect was an undeniable truth. As most powerful beings had already become figures on the divine list, compelled to serve the heavenly sovereign, even if they could still engage in private affairs. Most had to find ways to ensure the operation of the heavenly court, at least to prevent its collapse. Moreover, once one ascended to the divine list, a significant flaw emerged. They found it exceedingly difficult to enhance their cultivation. It could be said that from the moment they stepped onto the divine list, they became so-called immortals, yet they forfeited the freedom of death and the opportunity for further cultivation, with the practice of divine arts becoming their sole pursuit. The divine list, in essence, represented a unique exchange of essence, devoid of any remarkable attributes, yet it bound the futures of all involved. Was Wukong truly indispensable for the journey to the west? Zhou Chen inquired with a hint of reluctance. The Bodhi Patriarch shook his head. This matter is beyond the capabilities of even the mystical sect to hinder, let alone you and I. It must be noted, the Bodhi Patriarch's treatment of Wukong was certainly not akin to that of a mere pawn. There existed a genuine bond of master and disciple between them. Aware that his disciple would ultimately become a tool for others, the Bodhi Patriarch could not resign himself to such a fate. Yet upon deeper reflection, he found himself at a loss as to what actions he could take. Once the calamity was set in motion, it would not progress according to the will of others. Only those exalted sages possessed the power to alter the course of events. And they were ultimately not sages. They were merely a couple of the many weaklings in existence. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh. At that moment, no amount of words could alter the reality. When he regained his composure, he found himself back in the library. Fairy Xianxia, please take residence here for the time being. I understand your concerns. Once the moon star summons you, I will endeavor to sever the ties between you both. While it may not guarantee success, it could at least delay your external activities. In the library, Yang Chan and Xianxia had been waiting for quite some time. Upon their arrival, Zhou Chen candidly expressed his willingness to assist Xianxia. Having cultivated numerous supernatural abilities, Zhou Chen could distinctly perceive a thread connecting Xianxia to the moon, seemingly intertwined with the lunar star. This was likely a contingency left by Shi He from ancient times, the tale of Xianxia ascending to the moon. However, according to Xianxia's own explanation, many aspects of the story were indeed true, yet her relationship with Hou Yi was fraught with complications. Although Hou Yi had transformed into Wukong, this transformation bore little significance to her. It was illogical to expect to emerge unscathed after slaying the sun's golden crows. She was merely a sacrificial pawn in the process, a tribute meant to lure Hou Yi to the lunar star. As for the current state of Wukong, even Xianxia, who frequently encountered him, could not discern how much awareness he retained. In the past, Hou Yi had reached the realm of a great shaman, yet he had failed to sever the bond between her and the moon. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to this reality. Xianxia shook her head. While the situation was indeed complicated, it was not insurmountable. After all, Hou Yi was of the shaman clan, and many of his methods were beyond his reach. Moreover, should the situation become dire, she could always seek assistance from her master. Zhou Chen offered her some words of comfort, which temporarily assuaged her troubled heart. Subsequently, he returned to his chamber to immerse himself in rigorous training. 5 years passed as if in a dream, transforming in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, news of 2 extraordinarily beautiful women in the library had spread throughout Fangcun Mountain. However, perhaps out of deference to Zhou Chen and son Wukong's formidable prowess, not a single negative rumor had surfaced. In their daily lives, Zhou Chen focused on intense cultivation, while Yang Chan and Xianxia handled various chores and occasionally practiced their skills, keeping themselves quite occupied. As for son Wukong, he could not endure the hardships of training and often wandered around Fangcun Mountain, occasionally boasting to his fellow disciples about the new techniques he had mastered, leading a carefree existence. On one particular day, Zhou Chen abruptly awakened from his arduous training, an instinctive sensation directing his gaze toward the rear mountain where his master resided, and he sighed softly. Was it time? At the rear mountain, son Wukong stood before Master Bodhi, resembling a child caught misbehaving, fidgeting, and stealing glances at him. You mischievous monkey, unaware of the rigors of training, always showing off your various techniques. You hardly resemble your senior brother. Look at your respective cultivations. Despite the short span since your initiation, the disparity in prowess is vast. Master Bodhi's words, tinged with disappointment, reflected his frustration. Having a fiercely competitive disciple was a double-edged sword. On one hand, such a disciple would inspire others to strive for excellence, even motivating the master to push forward. Yet, on the other hand, with such an ambitious disciple, it became increasingly difficult for him to view the other students favorably. Zhou Chen had become the epitome of the ideal student. As for son Wukong, he is merely an unaccomplished child of his own. Master, son Wukong displayed a timid expression, which elicited a long sigh from the Bodhi Patriarch. Wukong, do you recall how many years you have spent upon this mountain? Master, the disciple only remembers that the peaches in the back mountain have ripened 7 times, allowing me to feast upon them 7 occasions. You may descend the mountain now. Standing at the foot of the rear mountain, Zhou Chen listened to the voices echoing from above, and he could not help but let out a deep sigh. In the face of son Wukong, even the Bodhi Patriarch felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet he ultimately had to utter those words. After you depart from the 3-star cave today, you must no longer proclaim yourself as my disciple to the outside world. Moreover, you must never refer to your senior brother by his name in public. Do you understand this? Chapter 46. The Monkey King's son Wukong has descended from the mountain. This time, Zhou Chen did not accompany him, but merely observed from a distance. Yang Chan and Chang'e were unaware of the events unfolding within the mountain. They could only watch as son Wukong, who had cultivated a good rapport with them, departed. Their hearts brimmed with countless questions, yet none could find the words to voice them. On the mountain, Zhou Chen shared the closest bond with son Wukong. Even he remained silent, suggesting there were secrets unbeknownst to them both. Calculating the days, it seemed about time for him to venture forth. Zhou Chen pondered and sought out Master Bodhi. "Oh, you rascal, now that Wukong has left, do you intend to follow suit? It seems as though you are in a tantrum with your master," Bodhi remarked nonchalantly, as if perceiving Zhou Chen's intentions. He offered a final piece of advice. "You must remember, while success relies on the individual, sometimes the tides of fate cannot be resisted." "I understand, master," Zhou Chen replied softly, immediately commencing to pack his belongings. "Senior brother, what is happening? Are you also going out to train?" Yang Chan could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked. During this time, Chang'e had enjoyed a period of ease within Mount Fangcun. 5 years prior, as she was about to return to the moon, Zhou Chen had persuaded Master Bodhi to cast a spell that temporarily severed her ties with the moon, granting her a few years of freedom. However, Chang'e was privy to certain matters that Yang Chan did not know, and she had begun to speculate about the movements of Zhou Chen and Master Bodhi. It seemed likely that it was connected to some scheme involving son Wukong and the Jade Emperor. "Third sister, your words do not hold water. Does your senior brother need to report his whereabouts to you?" Chang'e teased, deftly shifting the subject. Yang Chan's face flushed crimson, and she glared at Chang'e in embarrassment. Choosing not to pry further into Zhou Chen's affairs, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhou Chen, Chang'e sighed in unison with him. It was fortunate they could still manage to deceive others. Otherwise, they would be at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, as Zhou Chen was attending to the trivial matters of Yang Chan and Chang'e, a flash of light appeared in the distance, racing toward his location. The aura of that light was profoundly familiar to Zhou Chen. "Nezha?" Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. Over the past 5 years, although they had maintained communication, their time together had been lamentably scarce. Nezha, in particular, had been tirelessly occupied. "My brother Zhou, you have been exceptionally elusive these past few years. Do you realize that all your responsibilities have been thrust upon me by the Jade Emperor?" Nezha's grievances poured forth like the relentless midday sun, nearly overwhelming Zhou Chen with their intensity. With his piercing gaze fixed upon Zhou Chen, Nezha's unwavering stare eventually made Zhou Chen feel somewhat bashful. "Well, I understand you are avoiding the Jade Emperor. Such is the circumstance." Reluctantly, Nezha set aside his prior frustrations, glancing at Zhou Chen's packed belongings, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "Have you made your decision?" "Upon venturing forth, the Jade Emperor would not permit your swift return. Presently, the Heavenly Court is in dire need of combatants. With your formidable prowess, confronting a demon king would be a mere trifle. Cultivation demands time. Zhou Chen currently stands at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. Yet, the power within him has grown to a level that even Nezha finds perplexing. The past 5 years have not been squandered. These matters are trivial. Your presence here must signify more than merely sharing these tidings," Zhou Chen inquired. Nezha chuckled lightly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. "I have located the Jiao Demon King. That rascal has been elusive, hiding alongside another demon king, and it took considerable effort to trace his whereabouts. And now, he lies concealed in the East Sea. What say you, brother Zhou? Shall we embark on this journey together? To eradicate the roots of evil is paramount. The spring breeze merely revives what once was. The conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Demon Kings has escalated to this extent largely due to the Jiao Demon King. Were it not for his unwarranted thirst for blood offerings to enhance his power, inciting the Heavenly Court to eliminate several Demon Kings, the two sides might have maintained a facade of peace, sparing themselves from such brutal confrontations. Indeed, the losses among the Demon Kings are significant, yet their numbers remain robust, continuously replenishing their ranks. Conversely, the Demon Kings seem to be biding their time, subtly indicating a desire for a protracted engagement. It is essential to capture a few. To set an example, among them, the Jiao Demon King is particularly suitable. Very well, let us proceed. Zhou Chen nodded, not declining the proposal. He too wished to see whether the Jiao Demon King, assailed by malevolent energy for 5 years, could still muster remnants of his former strength and vigor. In the East Victory Divine Continent, the Jiao Demon King awoke from a nightmare, gasping for breath, taking a moment to sit upright. He winced as the wound left by Zhou Chen throbbed painfully, drawing in a sharp breath and involuntarily swallowing. Damn it, why won't this wound heal? 5 long years have elapsed. The injury, a mere casual strike from Zhou Chen, has transformed into a haunting nightmare, the malevolent energy having penetrated to the bone, even beginning to encroach upon his primordial spirit, causing his cultivation to decline. His very essence has suffered considerable damage. Even consuming dragon's blood cannot replenish such loss of fundamental vitality. If this continues, in no more than a century, I shall fall in rank and become merely a golden immortal. Ultimately, I may find myself inferior to even a single demon soldier. The Jiao Demon King seethed with discontent, yet felt utterly powerless. Throughout these years, he has been tirelessly seeking information regarding Zhou Chen, the formidable figure who had emerged 5 years prior, now vanished from sight, even eluding the notice of the powerful within the heavenly court. It is exceedingly peculiar. Yet, his wounds can only be healed by either vanquishing Zhou Chen or compelling him to dispel the malevolent energy himself. Humph. You come here daily to feast and drink at my expense, yet your injuries seem dire. I fear you may not endure until you encounter that renowned demon-slaying general. At that moment, a golden monkey entered the cave, its eyes sparkling with vitality, its body radiating a brilliance akin to that of a diamond, and its vital essence gleaming like a resounding bell. Upon seeing the newcomer, the face of the Dragon Demon King displayed a hint of resignation. Yuan Shouwang, there is no need for you to test me further. I too can only bide my time and await the opportune moment to strike. You may rest assured. I shall not go back on my word regarding the treasures I promised you. However, they are but a few rare materials, which I shall deliver to you once our affairs are concluded. Surely, I would not harbor enmity over a handful of treasures. In days gone by, after departing from the Western Bull Heaven, the Dragon Demon King found himself without refuge, ultimately seeking the sanctuary of Yuan Shouwang out of sheer desperation. However, this fellow is quite avaricious. Without relinquishing some possessions, the Dragon Demon King could not even gain entry. Reluctantly, he had to part with a portion of his resources, but even then, it merely secured him a meager place to rest. As for any other assistance, none was forthcoming. Reflecting on this, the Dragon Demon King could only let out a weary sigh. The struggles of life are indeed arduous. Chapter 47, Battle Against the Two Fiends. Provide the items, and I shall ensure your safety. With those final words, the King of the Urine departed from the cave. His insatiable greed was evident even to the Jiao Demon King, who realized that despite depleting his savings, he could not remain there for long. Was he to change locations again? At this rate, he might have no choice but to seek refuge in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the richest realm among the 4 continents of the journey to the west. It boasts resources in abundance, entirely governed by the heavenly court. Though the risk of being discovered here means he would likely have no chance to escape. Perhaps hiding away could provide him with the opportunity to recover from his injuries through other means. To take the risk or not, this was a significant dilemma. Another couple of days, the Jiao Demon King thought, closing his eyes to rest. The previous nightmare had rendered him too fearful to sleep soundly. This meditative state was all he could manage. However, this time, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura racing towards him. The Jiao Demon King abruptly opened his eyes, only to shake his head in resignation. This is Zhou Chen? He could hardly fathom that the very person he sought had appeared before him so easily. Your nemesis seems to have arrived, the King of the Urine declared with dissatisfaction. Having recently extorted the Jiao Demon King, he reluctantly agreed to allow him to leave. Under normal circumstances, he believed all the delectable offerings should belong to him. Ascending into the sky alongside the Jiao Demon King, they finally encountered Zhou Chen. Jiao Demon King, it's been a while. Your cultivation seems to have stagnated during this time, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile, each word piercing the Jiao Demon King's heart and darkening his expression. The Jiao Demon King fixated his gaze upon Zhou Chen, a palpable killing intent radiating from him, far surpassing that of 5 years ago. 5 years? I've searched for you for 5 long years. The Jiao Demon King was overwhelmed with excitement. For him, the prospect of injury was exceedingly dire. If healing were unattainable, there was no need for fear. After all, he was already close to death. Why worry? Yet, for the Jiao Demon King, having sought others for 2 years only to return empty-handed was indeed exhilarating. Oh, who is this brave soul willing to bear the name of the heavenly court and associate with such a character? Even mere sponsorship is a significant issue. The King of the Urine interjected. You've certainly been enjoying yourself lately. Nezha, unyielding in his stance, observed the two with piercing eyes, inciting their immediate wrath. With a cold snort, the King of the Urine retorted, I am not one of your heavenly court people. What right do you have to dictate my actions? If you wish to fight, let us do so without further ado. Should I be defeated, I will gladly hand this fellow over to you." The words of the king of the urine caused the corners of the Zhao Demon King's mouth to twitch as he felt an urge to retort. "Not quite, my friend. The heavenly realm may not govern you, but it certainly has the power to take your life." "Very well, Brother Zhou. Let us first eliminate him." Nezha's fiery spear materialized in his grasp, exuding unparalleled might. "You Wang, you cannot have forgotten the treasures I once bestowed upon you." As he watched the fiery spear thrusting toward him, the Zhao Demon King felt a surge of urgency. In the fleeting moment before the spear would pierce his body, he let out a lengthy sigh. "Alas, I have already made a promise to you." Stepping forward, Yu Wang summoned his magical prowess and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Nezha. With a resounding clang of metal against metal, Nezha, for once, staggered back 2 steps. Blood trickling down, Yu Wang seized the advantage, relentlessly charging at Nezha. "This is an affront. Let us engage in battle and see whose foundation runs deeper." The continuous clashing of combat echoed, proving that Nezha currently lacked the time and energy to resolve this matter. Thus, only the Zhao Demon King and Zhou Chen remained. "I did not anticipate your personal involvement." Zhou Chen stretched his limbs. He had not engaged in such activity for some time, and found himself reminiscing about his former self from 5 years ago. However, time cannot be reversed, and Zhou Chen had no intention of returning to the past. "Come, let me test just how much you have progressed in these 5 years. The Zhao Demon King gathered his thoughts and let out a low growl. Without waiting for Zhou Chen to make a move, he launched a surprise attack, desperate for a glimmer of survival. Yet, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Zhou Chen smirked, flicking his wrist, and, under the astonished gaze of the Zhao Demon King, delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack reverberated across the once bloody battlefield, plunging it into silence. Even Nezha and Yu Wang's expressions shifted. What speed? What strength? What inexplicable essence of the Tao was that? It seemed that Zhou Chen's slap carried an extraordinarily unique power, leaving the Zhao Demon King with an inescapable sensation. Damn it, damn it! The Zhao Demon King roared in fury, forming seals with his hands. Streams of light erupted from his body, merging with the surrounding air wall. Under the influence of his magical power, this air wall began to solidify to an extreme degree. Had the situation progressed? No, Zhou Chen had remained unfazed throughout, completely unconcerned about his own return. Flash! Zhou Chen extended his hand forward, sending a sharp arrow hurtling forth. With a resounding crash, the Zhao Demon King hurriedly defended himself, retreating repeatedly. "Do not attempt to evade. No matter how you flee today, you will never escape our grasp." As Zhou Chen's words fell, he reappeared before the Zhao Demon King. He raised his hand high, then swung it down with force. A simple technique that delivered unparalleled satisfaction. Initially, the Zhao Demon King could withstand the palm strike, but now he was unable to cope. He is no longer in xianxia state, nor does he have any additional reinforcements. Dodging once may be possible, but dodging a second time is unfeasible. To be subdued in such a manner seems to be acceptable. "Zhou Chen, do you truly believe that my diminished realm instills fear in me?" At last, the exhausted Zhao Demon King was utterly enraged. Under Zhou Chen's gaze, the Zhao Demon King began to reveal his true form. In the span of mere breaths, what was once a demon disguised as a Taoist vanished, replaced by a majestic Zhao dragon. Roar! The Zhao Demon King fought valiantly. Upon reverting to his original form, he immediately unleashed his wind-controlled divine ability, sealing every position around Zhou Chen, and then launched a direct assault. "Zhou Chen, do not forget. This is my dwelling, my sacred ground. Knowing you yet live, how could I possibly hold back?" The Zhao Demon King appeared to regain his former confidence. His voice resonated ominously as he invoked his powers. A chilling aura began to spread from his being, permeating every corner of this cave dwelling. Chapter 48. The blade strikes the dragon, the surrender of the Demon King. Water, ice, wind. The 3 great powers were wielded with remarkable finesse by the Dragon Demon King. Although he was not an innate being and could not master the extraordinary essence of the 3 powers, he possessed the blood of a true dragon. The chilling force spread forth, sealing all of Zhou Chen's meridians and causing the flow of his magical energy to wane. Gradually, Zhou Chen's skin began to freeze, crystallizing into shards of ice that ascended slowly. With a deep breath, Zhou Chen exhaled a long stream of turbid air, and the temperature of his body soared, transforming into arcs of thunder. In the next moment, the ice shattered violently, and the intense heat generated by the thunder incinerated nearly the entire cavern. The Dragon Demon King's pupils contracted in shock, for he saw Zhou Chen suddenly appear before him, wielding a spear aimed directly at his chest. So swift. The Dragon Demon King was astounded. In their previous encounter, Zhou Chen had merely relied on his unparalleled talent to hold him at bay, but today, he was able to press the attack. This was not a sign of the Dragon Demon King's decline, but rather an indication of Zhou Chen's rapid ascension in strength. In a moment of urgency, the Dragon Demon King could only summon scales from the dragon to form a shield, gripping his wrist as he transformed water into a blade, engaging Zhou Chen in fierce combat. In the skies above, the battle between the Monkey King and Nezha reached a critical juncture. Ultimately, the Monkey King was merely a formidable demon, and before Nezha, he struggled to maintain his ground, bearing numerous wounds upon his body. Even with his indomitable physique, he was unqualified to confront Nezha head-on. Merely holding on was a testament to his profound reserves. Retreat. He must retreat, or he would surely perish. The Monkey King roared within, yet he failed to notice that the cosmic silk had ensnared his ankle. Nezha yanked fiercely, hurling him downward into the cavern, accompanied by a tremendous roar and a shower of sparks, completely obliterating the Monkey King's lair, reducing it to ruins. You shall pay. Observing the dire predicament of the Monkey King, the Dragon Demon King understood that if he did not unleash his full power, death was imminent. Countless streams of water, under his command, formed weapons, and ice-constructed demon soldiers emerged from the earth. He began to employ every conceivable tactic at his disposal. The howling gale swept through the heavens as myriad powers were unleashed, all aimed at severing Zhou Chen's path to survival and extinguishing his vitality. However, Zhou Chen was well prepared. His eyes shone with golden light, his entire being infused with malevolence and bloodlust. With a deft twist of his wrist, he drew forth the Tang Dao, which had served as his weapon. After 5 years of nurturing, this Tang Dao had undergone a monumental transformation. The character's Tang Fong surged along the blade, and the malevolent energy emanating from it was potent enough to alter the very colors of the heavens. A top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, just a hair's breadth away from ascending to the ranks of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Today, let your life be the blood that this Tang Fong craves. Zhou Chen emitted a faint hum, lifting Tang Fong high into the air, with an immense surge of malevolent energy coalescing around him. It materialized like arrows of malice. And even in its nascent form, it caused the Dragon Demon King's countenance to shift drastically, as he sensed the imminent threat to his life. With a decisive strike, Tang Fong descended like a thunderclap, locking onto the Dragon Demon King completely, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Fear enveloped the Dragon Demon King, instilling a primal panic within him. He yearned to flee, yet found his energy completely ensnared, with nowhere to run. Under the gaze of the Yuan King, the once vibrant Dragon Demon King, who seemed capable of vanquishing Zhou Chen, was now left in a grotesque state, severed in two. The colossal dragon's blood rained down upon the earth, the pungent stench causing his very being to shudder. Is he truly dead? Just like that? You actually killed him? The Yuan King stared at Zhou Chen in disbelief, his voice rising in outrage. The Dragon Demon King was no ordinary beast. He was a demon king on the verge of attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal, regardless of the depths of the Dragon Demon King's power. Even if he had been affected by malevolent energy, at the very least, he was a Tai xianxia. Yet he fell to the hands of a true immortal. What of it? Zhou Chen cast a cold glance at the Yuan King, his gaze frosty. He wished to kill me, but I am not permitted to retaliate? With humanity and dragonkind as nourishment, how could he hope to survive? The Yuan King's heart was consumed by fear. Zhou Chen's eyes were chillingly devoid of warmth. He had dispatched the Dragon Demon King with the ease of slaying a mere chicken. Though his own physique was somewhat stronger than that of the Dragon Demon King, it was still far from being Zhou Chen's match. The disparity between them was evident to the naked eye. Yuan King, having engaged in the conflict between us and the Dragon Demon King, did you ever contemplate that we might also sever you in the process? Suddenly, Nezha's laughter echoed in the Yuan King's ears. He stepped forward, sealing off all avenues of retreat for the Yuan King in an instant. Zhou Chen's combat prowess had become clear to him. His physique was approaching an indestructible state. In the future, he and Yang Jian would undoubtedly find themselves outmatched by Zhou Chen in this regard. Moreover, Zhou Chen's offensive capabilities were formidable, with hidden trump cards yet to be revealed, making it evident to Nezha that Zhou Chen had transcended the ordinary and had grown immensely. Even in Nezha's absence, Zhou Chen alone could confront both the Yuan King and the Dragon Demon King and surely emerge unscathed, with a significant chance of completely annihilating the Dragon Demon King. If he were to further enhance his cultivation and attain the status of a xianxia, let alone the Dragon Demon King, the Yuan King would also meet his demise. He would not even survive a fleeting moment in Zhou Chen's presence. He would fall without hesitation. "So, do you have anything to say?" Zhou Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the Yuan king. From the two sentences exchanged between the Dragon Demon King and himself, it was clear that the Dragon Demon King had likely bestowed considerable resources upon the Yuan king as a form of protection. However, those very resources had now transformed into the Yuan king's ransom for his life. "Surrounded and with no chance of escape, I surrender." Unexpectedly, at the moment when Nezha was about to swing his fiery spear, the Monkey King raised his hands in a gesture of capitulation. He exhibited none of the arrogance characteristic of a demon king. Instead, he resembled a shameless rogue, fully aware that his opponent could do little against his audacity. He spoke plainly. "I understand that the Heavenly Court is in need of information regarding the demon race. I willingly offer myself as a spy for the Heavenly Court, ready to provide any intelligence you desire. Whatever I know, I am willing to share." This revelation even took Nezha by surprise. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Chen, furrowing his brow, instinctively sensing a deception at play. This fellow, surely he isn't plotting something, is he? Would it not be simpler to eliminate him? I am earnest in my intentions. As if he could see through Nezha and Zhou Chen's thoughts, the Monkey King continued, "I have no desire to conflict with the Heavenly Court. I merely wish to preserve my own life and remain uninvolved in your affairs. Should you truly distrust me, you may kill me now and take my head back. Yet you would also forfeit a significant source of valuable intelligence. Is the Heavenly Court not curious about why we Demon Kings have recently stirred such a commotion?" Chapter 49. The First Hidden Pawn. What does it mean? In an instant, Nezha's gaze was filled with murderous intent. The resentment of the laborers seemed to erupt once more, ready to launch a fatal strike against the King of the Monkeys. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, his wrist twisting as a chilling aura began to emanate. Was this a threat, or did he genuinely wish to surrender? "You may leave your mark upon me, to ascertain the truth of my words, and to gauge whether my ransom is sufficiently substantial." The King of the Monkeys spoke plainly, having grown weary of superfluous dialogue, and proceeded to recount the events. 5 years prior, the Demon Slayer General had vanquished a peculiar beast that possessed extraordinary abilities to shapeshift. Before its demise, the creature infiltrated the Western sect and uncovered a secret. The Western sect and the Celestial Court were conspiring to initiate another calamity. This impending disaster was ordained by 2 saints of the Western sect. Consequently, 2 demon saints had awakened, compelling us Demon Kings to intervene and disrupt the situation, attempting to thwart the other quasi-saints from gaining power and to see if we could prevent this cataclysmic event. The current chaos is merely the beginning. With each deliberate utterance, the revelations from the King of the Monkeys gradually alleviated the worries etched on Nezha and Zhou Chen's faces. Both possessed formidable backgrounds, being disciples of saints, and were well acquainted with the affairs of Sun Wukong, particularly Zhou Chen, who even foresaw the tribulations that awaited Sun Wukong in the future. The renowned Monkey King, from a certain perspective, was merely a puppet. "Enough, that is sufficient," Zhou Chen interjected, cutting off the King of the Monkeys, and inquired, "Are you willing to leave your mark upon yourself? If so, you may depart immediately. I shall not impede you." The King of the Monkeys was indeed sincere. His words may not have held significance for Zhou Chen and Nezha, but for their kin, the demons, it constituted the most comprehensive information available. Moreover, Zhou Chen harbored personal intentions. In the future, both the Dragon Demon King and the King of the Monkeys would become sworn brothers of Sun Wukong. Although these sworn brothers were inherently unreliable and harbored numerous issues, they remained crucial to Sun Wukong, and if circumstances permitted, it would be best to preserve their lives. Eliminating the Dragon Demon King was already an unforeseen event. Slaying the King of the Monkeys could potentially jeopardize how many of the 7 saints could be assembled in the future. I am indeed willing. However, I must state beforehand that any information I cannot ascertain, I truly cannot inquire about. You must heed this warning. The King of the Monkeys shrugged. All are guilty of leaking secrets. He had little faith that the other Demon Kings had not engaged in some clandestine dealings. In that case, let us see who can leak information faster and more extensively, shall we? Without hesitation, Zhou Chen flicked his fingers, and a sinister energy surged into the King of the Monkeys' body, embedding itself deeply within his dantian, until it became entirely imperceptible. A glimmer of trepidation flickered in the eyes of the Monkey King. Before he could utter a word, Zhou Chen spoke. "The malevolent energy I have left within you is potent enough to obliterate your millennia of arduous cultivation in an instant. Unlike that of the Jiao Demon King, the malevolent energy concealed within your dantian, once unleashed, will utterly extinguish your prowess." In that moment, your body will uncontrollably self-destruct, and even the demon kings in your vicinity shall not escape unscathed. Such ruthlessness. This tactic hardly resembles that of the celestial beings from the heavenly court, does it? Even Nezha cast a surprised glance at Zhou Chen, swallowing hard. Can malevolent energy be wielded in such a manner? How do you know whether I have betrayed you? The Monkey King replied with a cold scoff. Zhou Chen merely smiled in silence, casting a glance toward him. In the next instant, the Monkey King felt as though he were plunged into an icy abyss. He sensed the malevolent energy within him surging rapidly. This madman has no intention of utilizing me properly. He only desires my demise. The very words from Zhou Chen's lips rendered the Monkey King's visage rigid. What could he say? How does Zhou Chen know? Could it be that this technique possesses the ability to probe into the hearts of others? It is over. I have entered the tiger's den. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, repeating the sentiment. At that moment, the Monkey King fell silent, completely subdued. Rest assured, I will not employ such methods to surveil you. Only for a brief period will you be under threat. Remember, your allegiance is not to the heavenly court. Do not concern yourself with the others there. You need only heed the words of Nezha and myself, Zhou Chen added. There was no way he would entrust his secret to that person, Hao Yan. While the two parties had yet to sever ties, Zhou Chen recognized that Hao Yan was hardly a favorable choice. Besides, he yearned for freedom, wishing to avoid becoming a mere pawn or laborer in someone else's game. The Monkey King gazed deeply at Zhou Chen, as if contemplating something. He refrained from speaking further, yet his expression had undeniably shifted. Let us depart. Nezha stepped aside, granting the Monkey King passage, watching him vanish without a trace. Alas, we have let a big fish slip away. Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged a knowing glance, both sighing in unison. One seized a portion of the Jiao Demon King's remains and soared into the clouds, heading directly toward the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, at every moment, countless celestial soldiers were arriving and departing. The scent of blood and foreboding had lingered for years. Even the celestial prison was nearly filled to capacity with great demons, and a significant portion was to be executed soon. The demon race was utterly audacious. Hao Yan sat upon his throne, emitting a low growl. In just 5 short years, the frequency of demon attacks on the human race had surged exponentially. Furthermore, the dragon race and others, already under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, had also been affected, becoming candidates for slaughter, resulting in considerable losses among the celestial soldiers. Now, even a demon king had entered the fray. This left him seething with rage, wishing to annihilate all these great demons. Tai Bai Jinxing stood beside Hao Tian, his head bowed in silence. How could he not comprehend the source of Hao Tian's ire? The Jade Emperor was indifferent to the lives lost under his command. After all, his celestial subjects were countless, and the heavenly soldiers numbered in the millions. Even when faced with thousands of monstrous foes, victory was assured. What truly vexed Hao Tian was the absence of formidable generals beneath him, leaving him unable to wrest sufficient authority from his own ministers. Initially, Zhou Chen had not afforded Hao Tian the respect he deserved, and after 5 years of searching, Hao Tian had still failed to find a worthy substitute. This situation was troublesome. Report. The demon-slaying General Zhou Chen, alongside the great deity Nezha, has brought the corpse of the Dragon King to the heavens. Zhou Chen, Nezha. Upon hearing these two familiar names once more, a flicker of coldness passed through Hao Tian's eyes. He waved his hand and commanded, "Bring them forth." After all these years, it was time for my demon-slaying general to emerge from his seclusion. Chapter 50. The turmoil of the Demon Suppression Bureau under the watchful gaze of the celestial beings in the heavenly court. Zhou Chen and Nezha strode forward with determination, soon halting before the dragon throne to offer a respectful bow to Hao Yan. Zhou Chen, the demon slayer general. Nezha, the grand sage of the 3 altars, pays his respects to your majesty. Behind them lay the severed remains of the Jiao Demon King. The stench of blood and the lingering aura of malevolence emanating from the corpse attested to the formidable prowess he once commanded. However, the sight of the Jiao Demon Kings remained starkly contrasted with any they had previously encountered. A palpable aura of dread enveloped his corpse, evoking memories of ancient tales among the assembled deities. It was said that after Zhou Chen engaged in combat with the Jiao Demon King, he had left behind a hidden mark that initiated a decline in the demon's power, rendering him incapable of ever ascending to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal again. Could it be that this tale held a kernel of truth? Congratulations, your majesty. Just as the celestial beings fell into contemplative silence, the voice of the Venus star resounded as he clasped his hands towards Hao Yan. The Demon Slayer General has significantly enhanced his abilities, capturing and slaying the Jiao Demon King, thus eliminating future threats. His strength is extraordinary, and given time, Not only could he vanquish this demon king, but even those legendary demon saints of yore. I, the Venus Star, extend my heartfelt congratulations to your majesty for acquiring such a fine general. The multitude of heavenly immortals hastily echoed their agreement, inwardly chastising the Venus Star for his keen sense of opportunism. This statement not only flattered the celestial emperor, but also served to placate Zhou Chen, who among them was unaware that Zhou Chen had previously retreated to Mount Fangcun for 5 years, solely to evade the Jade Emperor. If it had not been for the mounting pressure, he would not have emerged from his seclusion. Hao Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the Venus Star, a subtle scrutiny in his eyes that compelled the Venus Star to take several deep breaths. How could the Venus Star not comprehend? Zhou Chen's return to the world was not due to an epiphany or a newfound desire to serve the heavenly court. It was merely because that monkey had also re-emerged. Calculating the time, that monkey had likely returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, poised to create even greater upheaval. According to celestial regulations, the extermination of a demon king warranted a reward. Hao Yin's voice, soft yet resonant, silenced the grand hall as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. From this day forth, the Demon Slayer General shall depart from the demon capturing team and assume command of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Both the Bureau and the capturing team shall be under your sole authority. Furthermore, you may select 1,000 celestial soldiers to serve as your guard, granting you the power of life and death during your missions. Zhou Chen, do you find my reward to be fair? Hao Yin's gaze was imbued with an inscrutable essence, prompting Zhou Chen to instinctively sense that there might be complexities beyond his understanding. To agree hastily could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, at this moment, he possessed no grounds for refusal. Whether driven by a desire to ascend in cultivation or to aid son Wukong, he was compelled to ascend to the pinnacle of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Of course, the esteemed Jade Emperor had once proclaimed, he may choose to heed the counsel, but disregard the proclamations. Today's morning assembly has thus concluded. Gentlemen, do remember to address the matter of purging the chaos brought forth by the demon kings. Furthermore, additional personnel shall be dispatched to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. We cannot allow such turmoil to occur again, nor can we permit those demon kings to set foot on our sacred land. Hao Yin spoke coldly, met with a resounding and unified response of agreement. I shall certainly exert my utmost. Hao Yin truly is. Zhou Chen reflected on the scene in the Grand Hall today, shaking his head in contemplation. He was uncertain whether Hao Yin was genuinely anxious or merely intending to use him as a pawn, actually wishing for him to take the field. Brother Zhou Chen, fret not. Although the Demon Suppression Department may not possess the same might as the 100,000 celestial soldiers commanded by my father and me, its functions are significant. Moreover, you previously managed to maintain 800 personal guards. Coupled with this additional 1,000 celestial soldiers, your strength is already formidable. Nezha articulated his analysis for Zhou Chen. However, you must remain vigilant regarding those within the Demon Suppression Department. Lately, their frequency of missions has been rather excessive, yet many, including celestial soldiers, seem to have gained little from their endeavors. This statement was indeed peculiar. A high frequency of missions typically signifies abundant rewards, as well as losses. Naturally, for the majority of tasks undertaken by celestial soldiers, there is minimal risk to life, entirely based on their capabilities. Yet, if it were entirely normal, Nezha would not have felt the need to mention it specifically, unless someone is exploiting the Demon Suppression Department to fulfill a series of conditions, perhaps even colluding with the demon race. While such occurrences are rare, they are by no means impossible from any perspective. I comprehend, Zhou Chen replied. However, I am currently unwilling to utilize the quota for my 800 personal guards. If the aim is merely to cultivate an existence akin to the 1,300 grass-headed deities, it would not significantly affect the broader conflict. Zhou Chen elaborated on his strategy. If the opportunity arises, I wish to recruit several formidable individuals to serve me. The Monkey King might be among them. His physique is robust, and his agility unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Nezha regarded Zhou Chen intently, remaining silent. Within Zhou Chen's eyes, he perceived nothing but unfathomable ambition. Although this ambition did not aspire to the throne, Zhou Chen's desire to retain all his cards close to his chest indicated a profound distrust toward the future and even the heavenly court, including that 1,000 celestial soldiers. They were merely tools. Only his personal guards, the 800 loyal ones, could transform the power he wielded and, to some extent, safeguard those he wished to protect. Exercise utmost caution. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Nezha finally instructed, before departing from Zhou Chen's side to continue his military arrangements. As for Zhou Chen, he eventually arrived at the Demon Suppression Department, General of Demon Slaying. You have arrived? Upon his arrival, the expressions of the assembled immortals shifted, and two particularly astute individuals rose to their feet, prepared to familiarize Zhou Chen with the working environment. However, at the very moment they rose, Zhou Chen's gaze descended, an indistinct aura of pressure emanating from him, binding them to their seats. Where's the person in charge? Bring him forth. Zhou Chen spoke slowly, his presence exuding a sense of authority that unsettled even the formidable beings within the Demon Suppression Division. A few celestial warriors appeared to sense a shift in the atmosphere, beginning to retreat, contemplating an opportunity to make their escape. I advise you to stand still and comply. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate akin to that of the Jiao Demon King I brought today, sliced in two. Chapter 51. A Lesson in Deterrence Killing Intent. A terrifying aura of slaughter emanated from Zhou Chen, a formidable chill swirling around him. At that moment, the entire Demon Suppression Department was engulfed in palpable anxiety. It was not that the celestial soldiers were afraid. They had witnessed countless bloody battles and the fall of numerous powerful beings. However, the crux of the matter was that Zhou Chen appeared to be one of their own. What were his intentions? What did he truly desire? A rotund celestial being hastily approached Zhou Chen, speaking in a hurried tone. Great General of Demon Slayers, why have you summoned me so suddenly? The funds for this year have yet to be allocated. Perhaps I could temporarily utilize last year's resources? The term funds referred to the valuable items left behind by powerful figures after completing their tasks. Typically, these resources were difficult to manage, and the fact that this official was willing to engage suggested a significant commitment to the matter at hand. Oh, the trouble. They would have to part with more resources. The previous head of the Demon Suppression Department had not fully departed, and now with Zhou Chen's arrival, their storeroom would likely be diminished once more. Celestial treasures? Zhou Chen scrutinized the quality of the items before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Remarkably, these treasures had indeed forged alliances with the demon race. Not to mention, most of these precious materials required specific environments to flourish, rendering them nearly useless among the demons but abundant in foreign lands. While these items might not have seemed noteworthy, they held substantial value for humanity. From a particular perspective, they were items we ought to avoid. To the official's astonishment, Zhou Chen inquired, "Did you offer similar gifts to the previous heads?" In an instant, the official felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The celestial soldiers who had initially contemplated fleeing now wore expressions of dread, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over them. What a jest! How could this individual possibly know about their dealings? Bring me the account books of the Demon Suppression Department. Zhou Chen commanded, his demeanor resolute. As he surveyed the powerful figures before him, he let out a soft snort, prompting a celestial being behind him to eagerly volunteer. I shall go. Please wait for me. Master Tianfeng. Without granting the others a moment to respond, he dashed away, vanishing before they could comprehend the situation. By the time they realized what had transpired, it was already too late. The items had swiftly been delivered into Zhou Chen's hands, and he had even disseminated their contents to others. Well done. From this day forth, you shall join my ranks. Endure a month of rigorous training, and you will officially be part of us. When you reach the required standard, I shall personally select a cultivation method for you, providing ample resources to aid your progress. This will also allow you to discover just how far you can truly go. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yet, the celestial being appeared as if he had been granted a tremendous reward, raising his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Great General of Demon Slayers. Officially, the Heavenly Realm was aware that the General of Demon Slayers and the Heavenly Emperor did not share the same convictions. But what did it matter? In the present moment, this demon-slaying general possesses unparalleled potential. With the right guidance, he could one day attain the realm of the Profound Immortal. The Profound Immortal. Such a level is akin to that of formidable demons, destined to become the backbone of the celestial court. All that is required is a modest concession of dignity. In this world of journey to the west, where cultivation is of utmost importance, becoming a great demon is indeed a splendid fate. With the celestial script swirling in his hand, Zhou Chen gazed at the ledger before him, his silence reminiscent of countless corpses. Treachery. A grave sin indeed. At long last, he concluded his examination of the entire ledger. His gaze fell upon the responsible party, and with a somber tone, he inquired, "What more can you say? During the battle against the demons, you conspired with the great demons, betrayed the celestial court, and even drove away some of the most loyal warriors of the court, using them as fodder for the demons, igniting a series of bloody upheavals. Is the content of this ledger accurate?" The ledger was personally concealed by the person in charge, almost certainly impossible for anyone else to discover. This document serves as evidence, specifically intended to ensnare those who had embarked on this treacherous voyage alongside him. Yet, He overlooked the fact that his subordinates were not united in purpose. Even a mere inkling of suspicion would lead them to hold back. Now, the ledger has fallen into Zhou Chen's hands. He finds himself at a loss for words. Or perhaps this was all orchestrated by him from the outset. No matter how he attempts to argue, the truth remains indisputable, and there is no escaping it. Zhou Chen, you ought to focus on your role as a demon-slaying general. Why do you obstruct our path to wealth? The responsible party sneered, a tremendous aura of freezing power emanating from him. Subsequently, in full view of the onlookers, he chose to strike at Zhou Chen. Such audacity! Zhou Chen chuckled softly, lightly applauding. He had not anticipated that these individuals would dare to turn against him. Zhou Chen remained motionless, allowing the ice to gather across his form, already contemplating how to handle the situation. He must eliminate him. The responsible party was no virtuous individual. To the demons, he was an ally, only serving to hinder Zhou Chen's efforts. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. What a pity. This individual had a commendable level of cultivation, a strong contender among the profound immortals. Killing him would be somewhat wasteful. Eliminate him. As the responsible party roared in fury, he witnessed human panic for the first time, yet he could only tread the riverbank, knowing that none could escape unscathed. Panic had seeped into every facet of their existence. Those heavenly soldiers who had longed to flee displayed extraordinary abilities upon seeing Zhou Chen. That was divine power. In the vast wilderness, the number of those who wield divine abilities is rather limited, yet these heavenly soldiers had managed to grasp some, rendering them considerably formidable, albeit not comparable to true divine powers. Damn it, damn it! In the astonished gazes of the celestial beings, Zhou Chen's expression remained calm and unperturbed. It was as if he had done nothing at all, merely casting a glance toward the few heavenly soldiers before him. Just a fleeting glance. The bodies of those celestial beings unexpectedly self-destructed. Now, it is your turn. Zhou Chen summoned Tang Feng. Under the watchful eyes of countless heavenly soldiers and generals, he remained expressionless as his body trembled. The ice was instantaneously dispelled. Such trivial techniques were no match for the likes of the Jiao Demon King. Zhou Chen raised his hand slightly, and the Tang Dao struck down violently. Thunder roared. In an instant, the head of the commander was cleaved in two, extinguishing all signs of life. To Zhou Chen, the xianxia were akin to mere ants, effortlessly eradicated in the blink of an eye. Has it ended? This demon-slaying general, having just assumed office, has already dispatched several of his future subordinates. Swift and decisive. I admire that. Zhou Chen's actions undoubtedly captured the immediate attention of the entire heavenly court, particularly the formidable figures of the demon subjugation department. They yearned for a leader to lend them support. Previously, many among them had been relegated to the status of offerings. Had they not feared the discovery by other powerful beings in the heavenly court, they would have long since perished. But now, the situation has changed. Zhou Chen is here. With the demon-slaying general in place, the future demon subjugation department may well become a formidable force. Enough, everyone disperse. Let us get to work. Zhou Chen scanned the surroundings and spoke slowly. He then proceeded directly towards the direction of the documents. It is now time for serious business. Chapter 52. The Divine Farmers Department. Did he truly dare to take the life of someone from the Demon Suppression Department? So swiftly. He had eliminated the steward of the Demon Suppression Department. Even Hao Yin felt a shiver of apprehension upon hearing of Zhou Chen's actions. Good heavens, this man is audacious indeed. He had bestowed upon Zhou Chen this title and responsibility with the intention of provoking him, to see what course of action he would take next. Yet now it appeared he genuinely intended to consolidate the Demon Suppression Department. In truth, Zhou Chen's actions were consistently in alignment with Hao Yin's interests, positioning himself in stark opposition to the demon race. However, he was decidedly not one of their own. Alas, Zhou Chen was indeed a remarkable talent, capable of much. Yet he could not be utilized for my benefit. Hao Yin let out a long sigh. Tai Bai Jingxing, who had been waiting by his side, raised his head at this moment and spoke. Your Majesty, this may not be the case. I observe that the demon-slaying general might still be amenable to your Majesty's influence. Hao Yin glanced at Tai Bai Jingxing, his expression tinged with suspicion. Within the heavenly court, although Zhou Chen maintained amicable relations with many immortals, only Yang Chan, Chang'e, and Nezha could be deemed as having a close rapport with him. Beyond them, only Yang Jian might lend assistance in his time of peril. Yet these individuals each bore their own challenges and responsibilities and could not be relied upon in every situation. Should Zhou Chen encounter a crisis, the only one he could truly trust would be His Majesty. Tai Bai Jingxing's eyes shimmered as he continued in a low tone. The matters concerning the Demon Suppression Department may stir discontent among many immortals, at which point, without your Majesty's intervention, the immortals may very well ostracize him. Are you suggesting that I assign him further responsibilities? To incite the ire of even more celestial beings? Hao Yan grasped Bai Jinxing's implication. While he did not intend to create an insurmountable crisis for Zhou Chen, simple ostracism could be effortlessly achieved. In the heavenly court, there were plenty of roles that, while not difficult, would inevitably offend others if one were to fulfill them. Should he fail to perform, it would be deemed Zhou Chen's incompetence. Conversely, if he succeeded, it would result in enmity. Regardless of the outcome, the benefits would ultimately accrue to Hao Yan. Moreover, with Zhou Chen's current demeanor, he would undoubtedly enforce the law impartially. This plan indeed holds merit. Issue an edict to confer the responsibilities of the Divine Farmers Department upon Zhou Chen. Hao Yan waved his hand decisively, having made his decision. The Divine Farmers Department was responsible for overseeing the celestial fields and cultivating divine herbs, serving as one of the heavenly court's most vital foundations. However, this position was not without its challenges. The Divine Farmers Department was unique, as the divine herbs cultivated there required no less than millennia to mature, with harvests occurring once every century to millennium. Originally considered a relatively leisurely task, it was not without its complications. In the celestial realm, it is not solely the heavenly court that requires elixirs of immortality. The celestial beings themselves are equally in need. Among them are many who possess extraordinary cultivation, some of whom hold distinguished statuses, and a few are even close associates of Hao Yan, or perhaps Hao Yan himself desires to procure a portion of these elixirs in advance. This allocation of elixirs has been preemptively dispensed, yet a payment must still be rendered. These treasures are meticulously documented, and prior to their placement in the secret vault, they unequivocally belong to the heavenly court. This situation has engendered a new unspoken rule within the celestial court, regardless of who oversees the Shenong department. A fixed quantity must be submitted, while the matter of any losses incurred is left to individual interpretation. However, a more significant dilemma arises. If one celestial being contributes, does that grant another the liberty to abstain? This creates a scenario fraught with potential offense, and even within the celestial court, few are eager to assume such a role. Entrusting this task to Zhou Chen, however, serves a dual purpose. It fulfills Hao Yan's desire for Zhou Chen to alienate the various celestial beings, while simultaneously allowing him to collect treasures from the Shenong department without restriction thereafter. I shall attend to this immediately. Bai Jinxing chuckled lightly, stepping forward, while internally musing, young friend Zhou Chen, do remember the favor I extend to you today. How could the Jade Emperor utter such words without a few exchanges? The Shenong department is indeed a lucrative position. Seated at the desk of the Demon Suppression Department, Zhou Chen scrutinized the piles of documents before him, focusing intently. In a mere moment, he garnered a general understanding of the current circumstances in the lower realms. The underlying causes of the subtle unrest below are intricate. The shadow of the demon saints looms, yet only a handful of demon kings are truly at the forefront. Excluding the fallen Jiao Demon King and a few lesser-known demon kings of relatively weak prowess, the only one who can genuinely be deemed a leader is the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King is an extraordinary being of heaven and earth, possessing immense strength and formidable power, ranking among the strong in the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and is notoriously difficult to contend with. Were it not for necessity, even a fellow Tai Golden Immortal would refrain from engaging in battle with him. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze fell upon the profile of a certain demon king, the Nine-Shadow Serpent. This demon king bears similarities to the Jiao Demon King, possessing commendable strength, with talents and abilities tied to shadow manipulation. Among the demon kings, he ranks in the lower middle tier, yet he is undeniably peculiar. Recently, he has been active in the East Sea. If memory serves me correctly, Wukong's Huahua Mountain should be in proximity to the East Sea. Zhou Chen pondered silently. His own junior brother, I wonder what he will be like upon returning. If the opportunity arises, I must pay him a visit. That will do. He resolved to eliminate a few more demon kings to quell the current turmoil, lest Nezha and Yang Jian return to confront him. Accusing him of shirking his duties under the guise of his position, rising to his feet, the Qilin Jade mask immediately adorned him, emanating an unfathomable aura of murderous intent that enveloped the entire Demon Suppression Department. Mobilize the troops. We shall proceed to the East Sea at once. With a commanding voice, Zhou Chen set the entire Demon Suppression Division into motion, akin to a well-oiled war machine. His actions caught the attention of the celestial beings within the heavenly court. This demon-slaying general, having just eradicated a handful of spies, was already contemplating a campaign to vanquish demons from the mortal realm. Truly a model of industriousness. It seems the days ahead will not bode well for the demon race. A chorus of formidable beings shook their heads in lament, subtly reveling in the impending misfortune. The turmoil instigated by the demons had left these celestial beings beleaguered. There was little they could do. The sheer number of demons was overwhelming, not something that could be resolved in a fleeting moment. Moreover, the great demons and demon kings frequently devised various traps, and a moment's carelessness could lead even them to grave injury. Now, with Zhou Chen stepping forth on their behalf, they could scarcely contain their joy. This demon-slaying general was indeed remarkable. Yet among the celestial beings, a few gazes glinted with malice. It was unfortunate that he obstructed their path. Let us reach out to the demon clan and inform them of this sudden thorn in our side. We shall find an opportune moment to eliminate him. Chapter 53, Wukong. Do not disturb. Peace is blessing in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Zhou Chen instructed the celestial soldiers to proceed to the Eastern Sea to discuss matters before he ventured alone to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. This renowned paradise in the journey to the west is indeed a place of enchanting flora and fauna, teeming with life that forms various distinct communities. Among these, the monkeys are the most populous. Zhou Chen made no effort to conceal his presence upon arrival, his gaze directly penetrating the depths of the water curtain cave, where he found his younger disciple. At this moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in meditation while imparting fundamental cultivation techniques to the little monkeys. However, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching rapidly, prompting him to abandon all else and ascend into the air. Master, brother. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Sun Wukong initially intended to call him senior brother. Yet, recalling the words of the Patriarch Bodhi, his expression faltered, and he could only grit his teeth and utter brother, as if much of his vigor had dissipated. Wukong, it has been a while. You seem to be faring quite well. Zhou Chen remarked with a bittersweet smile, his eyes discerning the essence of Sun Wukong's being. Truly, he was deserving of being a primordial being. Since departing from the Mountain of the Heart, Sun Wukong's cultivation had soared to the level of true immortal, and at this pace, he would likely attain the status of profound immortal in no time. It is worth noting that Zhou Chen himself had not broken through to the profound immortal realm even after 5 years. Although he had devoted most of his time to accumulating experience and honing his divine abilities, he could not match Sun Wukong's rate of absorbing spiritual energy. The disparity in their foundations was evident. Brother, your words flatter me. My current cultivation is merely a result of your numerous favors. Sun Wukong sighed, forcing a smile. Moreover, even if I were to reach the same realm or attain the status of profound immortal, I would still stand no chance against you. During their time on the Mountain of the Heart, Zhou Chen frequently sparred with Sun Wukong, although neither had fought with full seriousness. Sun Wukong's competitive nature often led him to disregard caution. Yet, each time, he was effortlessly subdued by Zhou Chen. Even with the strenuous efforts he had devoted to strengthening his physical form, he was still no match for Zhou Chen. The prowess of the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends paled in comparison to Zhou Chen's abilities. At times, Sun Wukong even wondered if his master favored him less by withholding superior teachings, which eventually exasperated Patriarch Bodhi to the point of having to bestow upon him the celestial and earthly fiend divine techniques for cultivation, thus bringing the mischievous monkey to a state of tranquility. However, even until this moment, Sun Wukong had yet to uncover the introductory methods of the celestial and earthly fiend divine techniques, only faintly sensing that his comprehension was far from sufficient for mastering such profound skills. Thus, he resigned himself to this reality. In the mountains, I could only offer you limited guidance. Most of your achievements stem from your own diligent cultivation. Glancing at Sun Wukong, Zhou Chen shook his head. You are yet to possess a weapon. Perhaps you should journey to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, where you may find something of value. Rest assured, elder brother. I am aware, Sun Wukong replied with a nod. He then watched as Zhou Chen departed. His senior brother had already become a renowned slayer of demons, celebrated both in heaven and on earth, and was on the verge of being conferred the title of a divine general. Yet here I am, merely in this state. No, even though I have left Mount Fangcun, I must accomplish something significant to show my master that, while my innate talents may not rival those of my senior brother, my potential for the future is not necessarily inferior. I must strive to uphold the honor of Mount Fangcun. Muttering to himself, Sun Wukong returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the Bodhi Patriarch, who had been attentively observing the encounter between Sun Wukong and Zhou Chen, felt a twinge of discomfort. Sighing deeply, he appeared somewhat weary. Alas, Wukong, in the end, is not as straightforward as Zhou Chen. I hope he does not cause any greater disturbances. Peace is a blessing. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, upon learning the purpose of the celestial soldier's visit, Ao Tingxin furrowed her brow and spoke. Since the slayer of demons has brought you here, where is he? Rest assured, fourth princess, the slayer of demons will arrive shortly, and it will not take long, one of the celestial generals replied with a bow. The resurgence of demon kings in the vicinity of the East Sea was far from a favorable omen for the dragon clan. They did not wish to witness a repeat of the past when the Jiao demon king ravaged their bloodlines. Thus they had to intensify their defenses. However, such vigilance was exceedingly taxing. It could not be sustained indefinitely. Moreover, Ao Tingxin harbored her own thoughts. It had been quite some time since she had seen Zhou Chen. The last news she heard of him was when Yang Chan and Xianxia casually mentioned him while conversing through a magical artifact. Ultimately, she learned that Yang Chan and Xianxia resided on Mount Fangcun, living and dining alongside Zhou Chen. Have him come to see me at once. Ao Tingxin insisted before hastily returning to the Dragon Palace, leaving the celestial soldiers exchanging glances. The celestial general shook his head. It appears the Dragon Palace is under considerable strain. Alas, although the Dragon clan is the mightiest among the sea races, their bloodline has been continually diluted. Aside from the current direct descendants of true dragons, there are few among the Dragon clan who can ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal, let alone the Deluo Golden Immortal. A demon king poses a significant threat to the Dragon clan. The two sighed, but suddenly, a ripple in the water behind them caught their attention. As they turned, Zhou Chen's hand was already resting on their shoulders. What are you discussing? He inquired. The two celestial generals fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Despite the Dragon clan's diminished strength, they still retained much of their heritage, and henceforth, they could no longer voice their previous sentiments. Zhou Chen offered a few words of caution before releasing his grip, prompting the two to exhale in relief. Fortunately, the demon-slaying general was amenable, otherwise, they would have faced punishment upon their return. Who knows, they might have ended up in a predicament akin to that of their superior. Zhou Chen, you've arrived? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Ao Tingxin hurriedly emerged from the Dragon Palace. She was still adorned in her dragon-scale armor. Yet she appeared far more radiant than during their last encounter, her noble demeanor infused with a hint of youthful vivacity. The Dragon Palace is in distress. How could I not come? You must know the whereabouts of the Nine-Shadow Serpent, correct? Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter, Ao Tingxin declared, patting her chest confidently. Knowing that the Heavenly Court aimed to capture the Demon King, the Dragon clan surely had their preparations in place. As they beheld the girl before them, so markedly transformed, and evidently having undergone meticulous grooming, the two heavenly generals suddenly exchanged knowing glances. Complete. They pondered what had just been said. If they uttered another word now, would they risk incurring severe wrath? Chapter 54. The Cleansing of the East Victory Divine Continent. In the depths of the East Sea, within a cave intricately arranged with formations, the Nine-Shadow Serpent opened its cavernous maw and devoured several recently captured sea creatures as sustenance. A tremor coursed through its being, revitalizing its essence and restoring its power. Yet, it remained insufficient. These mere sea creatures could barely replenish its spiritual energy, and advancing its cultivation seemed a distant dream. The Nine-Shadow Serpent exhaled a long, murky breath. In this realm, any creature could serve as nourishment. While devouring such sustenance could yield both benefits and drawbacks, it also risked the taint of karmic retribution. Nevertheless, those powerful beings who indulged in this practice often found themselves ensnared by the allure of rapid growth. The sensation of swiftly enhancing one's own capabilities was undeniably intoxicating. At times, they could even provoke mutations in their innate talents, ultimately acquiring entirely new powers. With fortune on their side, they might even elevate their bloodline. Drawing closer to ancestral forms, I must consume true dragons, devour the human race. The insatiable greed within the Nine-Shadow Serpent threatened to overwhelm it. However, it quickly forced itself to regain composure. Although it had ventured into the East Sea, this was not the territory of the demon race. Should it choose to act, it would face not only the heavenly forces in pursuit but also the might of the Dragon clan, which it was ill-equipped to confront. After all, its abilities were not suited for direct conflict. Engaging in open battle would yield naught but futility. Suddenly, the Nine-Shadow Serpent lifted its head, casting its gaze towards the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. There, thousands of auras were converging rapidly, closing in on its temporary lair the moment they registered in its perception. They were heavenly soldiers. At that instant, the Nine-Shadow Serpent felt a jolt of alarm. The appearance of celestial beings signified that a formidable leader was coming to hunt it down. But whom had it offended? Releasing its consciousness fully, the Nine-Shadow Serpent first spotted a figure radiating the aura of a true immortal, followed closely by the presence of Ao Tingxin, who possessed merely the realm of a profound immortal. A true immortal, a profound immortal? Without a moment's hesitation, The nine-shadow serpent emerged from its lair and approached Zhou Chen. "Two esteemed visitors, what brings you and your celestial soldiers to my humble abode?" The nine-shadow serpent inquired coldly. The surrounding demon race had long been cleared by the nine-shadow serpent, leaving it the sole inhabitant. Zhou Chen had no intention of seeking out other demons. He was here for the demon king, the nine-shadow serpent. A century ago, it had incited turmoil among the human race, slaughtering an entire city and leaving it desolate. 50 years prior, it had utilized its innate divine powers to establish a realm of human consumption, devouring tens of thousands. 30 years ago, it had incited chaos alongside other great demons, annihilating numerous celestial soldiers. Zhou Chen approached with deliberate steps, spear in hand. Each syllable he uttered striking like a hammer against the heart of the nine-shadow serpent. These were the sins it had once committed. Its talent was not particularly formidable. Though it bore dragon blood, it was exceedingly thin. Were it not for the provision of blood sustenance, how could it have attained the rank of demon king? The heavenly realm has truly fallen into disarray. A mere celestial being dares to trouble me. The nine-shadow serpent laughed heartily, channeling its divine powers. In an instant, his form dissolved into nothingness, akin to a shadow that struck with lethal swiftness, so rapid that even Ao Tingshin could scarcely perceive it. Yet, in the following moment, Zhou Chen raised his palm and struck forward. With a resounding clap, the nine-shadow serpent was forcefully slammed into the ground. Before the serpent could lift its head, a long spear pierced the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar, directly pinning the nine-shadow serpent in place. Thunder erupted, severing all avenues of escape. Instant annihilation. This. Ao Tingshin gazed incredulously at Zhou Chen. 5 years, merely 5 years apart, and their disparity in strength seemed to have widened even further. Not to mention anything else, the power of the individual before her was that of a Tai golden immortal. While not among the most formidable, one's realm speaks volumes. He must be taken back to the heavenly court for a day of reckoning. Zhou Chen let out a cold snort, and immediately, celestial soldiers advanced to restrain the nine-shadow serpent, preparing to escort it to the heavenly court. "You dare!" The nine-shadow serpent bellowed in fury. "I know not who you are, but think carefully. I am the nine-headed serpent, aligned with the Jiao Demon King. My brother, the nine-headed worm, possesses formidable cultivation and is also among the ranks of demon kings. If you dare lay a hand on me, you shall find no place to die." In this day and age, even amidst the conflict between the demon clan and the heavenly court, it is not merely about bloodshed, but rather about human sentiment and social intricacies. This was not the first time the nine-shadow serpent had been captured. As long as it did not encounter one of the rare ruthless figures in the heavenly court, simply invoking its name would often provide an opportunity for release. It would not truly be sent to the demon-slaying platform. Yet Zhou Chen was different. He had never known what it meant to be threatened, let alone the two names the nine-shadow serpent had just mentioned. One of them had already perished at his hands. "Are you unaware? Recently, I have slain the Jiao Demon King. If necessary, I could seek out your brother, the nine-headed worm, and invite him to the heavenly court to accompany you on your journey." Zhou Chen spoke slowly, his cold gaze emanating a murderous intent that made the nine-shadow serpent tremble, forcing it to lower its head. It had intended to curse. How could the Jiao Demon King possibly be dead? That being was among the most powerful of the demon kings, with few able to contend against him. Not even Nezha could subdue him in a short span. Yet, considering how swiftly he had just been subdued, it seemed Zhou Chen indeed possessed the strength to confront the Jiao Demon King. What lay before him was not impossible. "Take him away," Zhou Chen commanded the celestial soldiers. They promptly bowed and departed in haste. "Do you not intend to return to the heavenly court with them?" Ao Tingshin inquired. Regardless of how one viewed it, Zhou Chen appeared intent on dispatching these beings. "Unnecessary. In the coming days, I must cleanse the vicinity of the Eastern Victory divine continent of the great demons. You, the Dragon Clan, face threats daily, and yet the esteemed ancestors remain idle. If that is the case, it would be better to resolve everything in one decisive action." Zhou Chen stretched his body and exhaled slowly. It was a jest. Wukong was nearby. He too required time to nurture his own progeny. How could he possibly remain indifferent? At the very least, he ought to provide an environment conducive to their growth. This could be regarded as a small token from a senior brother to son Wukong. Furthermore, Zhou Chen harbored his own intentions. Yang Jian had the support of 1,300 grasshead gods and the 6 brothers of Meishan, which often allowed him to confront external challenges with ease, sometimes without even needing to lift a finger himself. And what of him? Those 800 personal guards. Surely he could not rely solely on 800 celestial soldiers. Setting aside the question of whose orders they would heed, the prowess exhibited by these 800 guards would likely be limited. Ao Xianxia cast a deep glance at Zhou Chen, refraining from further persuasion, and instead nodded gently. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. In this matter, I speak on behalf of my father, which signifies that our dragon clan owes you a favor. Chapter 55. The Celestial Guards of the Profound Immortal, a disturbing revelation in the realm of the Moon Palace. Beneath the shadow of the lunar star, Chang'e had returned alongside Yang Chan. The Moon Palace was adorned with translucent jade pillars, exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude. Within this ethereal abode, only a solitary jade rabbit served to alleviate Chang'e's melancholy. After a 5-year absence from this realm, Chang'e gazed around and felt a subtle disorientation. Dear sister Chang'e, fret not. I shall frequently visit you during this period, Yang Chan reassured her. Brother will also be in the heavenly court, and when he finds the time, he will surely seek you out for companionship. Yang Chan discerned Chang'e's emotional state and spoke with urgency. Living in the Moon Palace, regardless of one's temperament, could drive even the most stoic to madness. The outside world perceived Chang'e as aloof, yet they remained unaware of the reasons behind her demeanor. It is all right. I have time to wait, Chang'e murmured softly. Zhou Chen had promised her that once her cultivation reached a sufficient level, she could sever her ties with the Moon Palace, freeing her from the relentless summons of this celestial dwelling. Just as Chang'e and Yang Chan were about to share their innermost thoughts, a figure approached swiftly from the distance, soon standing before them. Second brother. Yang Chan hurriedly greeted him. Yang Jian nodded gently at her before turning to Chang'e with a respectful gesture. Fairy Chang'e, may I implore your assistance in locating Zhou Chen? Upon hearing this name, both Chang'e and Yang Chan tensed. Second brother, has something happened to Zhou Chen? It is not that something has occurred, but rather that the commotion he has stirred is rather excessive, Yang Jian replied, his lips twitching as he raised his palm to reveal an image. In the vision, countless formidable demons were firmly restrained by heavenly soldiers and aquatic warriors, each being dispatched to the Demon Suppression Division. In a matter of moments, the cells of the division were nearly at capacity. What? Yang Chan and Chang'e exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback. What is going on? Typically, even with Yang Jian's prowess, capturing a single formidable demon would require considerable time, as the current demon race had developed various means of self-preservation. How had Zhou Chen managed to create such a tumultuous uproar in such a brief span of time? Zhou Chen is apprehending them too swiftly. If this continues, the heavenly prison may soon reach its limit. A demon king recently captured by Nezha has nowhere to be accommodated and is currently lamenting his fate. Yang Jian remarked with a hint of exasperation. If this persists, even the Jade Emperor will be stirred from his repose. Yang Jian's tone reflected a sense of resignation. Previously, he had been overwhelmed by the antics of numerous demons. Never had he encountered a situation where he was apprehending foes with such fervor. Moreover, he was aware that not only the underground demons were gripped by fear, a portion of the celestial beings were also beginning to exhibit signs of unease. Many of the apprehended demons had intricate ties with various celestial entities. Should these beings divulge all that they knew, what would become of them? What fate awaited them? Would they all meet the same grim end? At this very moment, capturing such a multitude of formidable demons, the predicament extends beyond these great fiends to Zhou Chen himself. Thus, Yang Jian, are you intending to locate Zhou Chen and dissuade him from further captures? Chang'e inquired with a furrowed brow, then continued. Zhou Chen is currently in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. If I am not mistaken, most of these demons have been assisted by lesser beings, which implies that these creatures are now operating right beneath our noses. If there is no further action, we shall only incite greater troubles in the future. It would be prudent to take advantage of the present moment. The celestial maiden misjudged Yang Jian. He waved his hand to interrupt, chuckling lightly. Yang Jian would not trouble Zhou Chen over such trivial matters. I merely wish for him to accompany me on a venture and, in passing, instruct him on how to turn these creatures into advantageous opportunities. There are still numerous treasures tucked away in the Heavenly Emperor's vault. Since we are in the Eastern Sea, I can surmise how to find him. I shall take my leave first. With that, Yang Jian ascended upon a cloud, hastening away. He needed to journey to the Eastern Sea to secure a considerable bounty before the Heavenly Emperor could comprehend the situation. The Heavenly Emperor often assigned him tasks, so why not see some benefits in return? Chaos ensued. The Star of White Gold, Tai Bai, anxiously surveyed the surroundings outside the Demon Suppression Bureau, disregarding the celestial dignity, scratching his head in visible distress. Even as he stood there, he could sense that no fewer than 100 gazes were fixated upon him from a distance, sending shivers down his spine. He could almost envision the thoughts racing through their minds. What on earth has Tai Bai brought back? How could he recklessly stir up such trouble? With so many formidable demons apprehended, how shall we account for this? This was indeed troublesome. The mere position of the director of Shinnong Bureau could hardly quell such a tempest. Tai Bai's head throbbed painfully as he glanced back at the layers of palatial structures. Your Majesty, it is not that I lack solutions. A little sacrifice from the vault is but a small price to pay. After all, in any case, Zhou Chen is, in a sense, one of us in the heavenly court, is he not? Just a little, let us offer a little. Is Zhou Chen truly undertaking such actions? The heavenly sovereign inquired of the heavenly attendant who had come to report. The attendant promptly nodded and replied in a hushed tone. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but that demon-slaying general possesses an extraordinary ability to apprehend such a vast number of demons without taking their lives. Currently, he has captured over 1,800 of them. In the realm of Journey to the West, those who reach the true immortal to profound immortal stages are regarded as great demons, a not uncommon occurrence. However, such power is considered a pillar even within the heavenly court. 1,800 great demons. The heavenly sovereign exchanged a glance with the Queen Mother of the West, both feeling a twinge of headache. This individual could no longer be merely described as a wild horse. He is truly a prodigy. Throughout history, who has ever managed to capture such formidable demons? Even if there were rumors, it would seem implausible, wouldn't it? Why has he not descended yet? Could there be further news? Suddenly, the Queen Mother of the West noticed that the celestial servant remained in position and coldly inquired. The celestial servant then knelt down with a thud, hesitatingly speaking. Your Majesty, my lady, I have received some intelligence from the heavenly soldiers, but I am uncertain whether I should report it. It appears that the individual Zhou Chen has not merely captured 1,800 demons. Among these formidable beings, he has secretly retained the strongest faction, nurturing them as his personal guards. It is said that their numbers have already reached over 200. Their cultivation has all ascended to the level of profound immortals. What did you just say? At that moment, even Hao Yan's expression changed. Profound immortals? Personal guards? Is he not afraid of repercussions? Chapter 56. The arrival of Yang Jian. Your Majesty, there is something amiss. How could a mere celestial general of modest cultivation subdue those formidable demon lords of the profound celestial realm and even recruit them as personal soldiers? The Queen Mother of the West's eyes flickered, casting a sidelong glance at Hao Yan, as if she could perceive the pent-up fury and astonishment within him. This is utterly preposterous. How can this be possible? Her words struck directly at Hao Yan's deepest concern, prompting him to take a deep breath to quell the turmoil within. He turned to the heavenly servant and inquired, from whence did this rumor originate? Has it been verified by the 1,000-mile eye? The heavenly servant shook his head, and as relief washed over Hao Yan, he looked up at him and began to speak. It was conveyed by the Erlang god himself, verified by the moon goddess, xianxia. Boom. A thunderous sound seemed to resonate within Hao Yan and the Queen Mother of the West's minds. Their eyes met, and the astonishment they felt was beyond words. Had those great demons gone mad? Could it truly be that a celestial of such humble rank could wield control over them, willingly serving as their soldier? The most alarming aspect was that it involved the strongest among them. Hadn't the demon race always preferred death over submission? Why was this happening? Hao Yan's mind echoed with cries of turmoil. Initially, the emergence of Yang Jian had posed enough trouble. Now, another figure, Zhou Chen, had appeared, surpassing even Yang Jian in audacity. Although it was merely 800 personal soldiers, Zhou Chen commanded the Demon Suppression Bureau. Should he manage to subdue a few demon kings, his influence in the heavenly court would skyrocket, rivaling that of Yang Jian. Hao Yan had anticipated that some minor conflict might arise between the two. Yet, in reality, Yang Chen had grown quite close to Zhou Chen. It was over, utterly over. Without a moment's thought, Hao Yan realized that his carefully laid plans over the years had crumbled. Zhou Chen seemed like a wild stallion, ready to gallop forth. Dispatch orders to summon the bright star, he commanded. Additionally, instruct someone to retrieve the complete compendium of talismans from the secret treasury and deliver it to the bright star. Draft the decree. Hao Yan resolved firmly. No matter the cost, he must swiftly create a rift between Zhou Chen and the celestial beings. The emergence of a single Yang Jian was not terrifying. However, if Yang Jian maintained strong connections with those deities, that would spell genuine trouble. Should things go awry, he, as the heavenly emperor, might find himself rendered powerless. Indeed, as the heavenly servant hastily departed, Hao Yan's expression grew exceedingly grave. He sighed deeply, exchanging a knowing glance with the Queen Mother of the West. It was daunting. This situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. If it continued along this path, the heavenly court might soon face turmoil. Almost done. Zhou Chen glanced at the map. All the great demons near Flower Fruit Mountain had been cleared out. Although the East Victory Divine Continent was the domain of the Heavenly Court, where unrest was nearly non-existent, the sheer number of demons was staggering. Were it not for the intelligence provided by Ao Tingxin, he would have no idea how long it would take to eliminate these creatures. Now, the situation was: the goal has been satisfactorily achieved. Is the commotion not a tad excessive? Unlike Zhou Chen's ease, Ao Tingxin cast a glance at the direction behind her. One by one, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were swiftly transporting formidable demons into the heavens. Remarkably, it has only taken a mere month. Within this brief span, Zhou Chen has captured over 2,000 mighty demons. He has tamed 200 among them, while the remaining 1,800 remain untamed. Furthermore, these 200 loyal soldiers, to exaggerate slightly, surpass the average celestial generals in strength by a considerable margin. It is known that within the celestial court, those who attain the status of xianxia are already considered pillars of strength, with minor achievements in cultivation. The realm of ordinary immortals is scarcely above this, and only a select few celestial generals possess such cultivation. Among the exceptional, some are even worthy of official titles. As for the golden immortals, they inevitably hold positions of authority, while the Tai golden immortals are exceedingly rare, each being an overwhelmingly powerful existence. The Deluo golden immortals and quasi-saints represent the pinnacle of might. They rarely intervene, and unless the celestial court faces annihilation, they would scarcely glance in its direction. This is the present reality of the celestial court. 200 powerful xianxian beings. If one did not know that Zhou Chen intended merely to assemble a group of loyal soldiers, one might even suspect that he harbors intentions of amassing a force to challenge the celestial court. These are merely his loyal soldiers. He has yet to recruit generals. Zhou Chen smiled, his eyes devoid of ambition, only filled with a thirst for strength. Without subordinates, one cannot accomplish tasks. As the demon race is poised to become pawns, he sees an opportunity to profit from this situation. As for the generals under his command, it is not difficult to find several demon kings who have yet to consume blood offerings and possess considerable strength. Ao Tingxin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhou Chen's silhouette, sensing that the man before her was far more complex than he appeared. He harbors concerns and is in dire need of power. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze shifted to the sky, and under Ao Tingxin's slightly perplexed gaze, he spoke. A familiar face approaches. As his words fell, Ao Tingxin immediately spotted a figure racing towards them. In a short while, a figure clad in silver armor stood before them. Yang Jian? Ao Tingxin gasped. Since the events of years past, Yang Jian had scarcely returned to the Eastern Sea. Today, however, he made an exception. Upon encountering the fourth princess, Yang Jian's face briefly displayed a hint of guilt, which swiftly transformed into a silent sigh. The name Ao Tingxin, so familiar, surfaced in his mind, yet he quickly set it aside. Presently, there are other matters to attend to, far too pressing to dwell upon such thoughts. Brother Zhou Chen, are you aware of the magnitude of the situation you have stirred? Casting a glance at the multitude of formidable demons being captured, Yang Jian expressed his astonishment. Your methods are exceedingly brilliant. Even I could not have apprehended so many powerful demons in such a short span. How have you achieved this? It is merely a few minor techniques. Zhou Chen smiled gently, conjuring a wisp of malevolent energy in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian immediately comprehended its essence. This malevolent energy was unparalleled in potency, yet remarkably refined, necessitating formidable magical prowess and impeccable control for its application. Each deployment would solely inflict harm upon the target before him. As long as the approximate location of those formidable demons could be ascertained, they would find no avenue for escape. Even within the confines of their lairs, facing such a technique would compel them to submit without resistance. Is this divine ability derived from the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Disha? Yang Jian couldn't help but inquire. His question perhaps overstepped the boundaries of propriety. Under normal circumstances, one would refrain from probing into the intricacies of another's techniques, especially considering that he and Zhou Chen had scarcely met a handful of times. However, Zhou Chen appeared unfazed by such concerns, responding with a smile. It is a divine decree that I comprehended from the arts of Tiangang and Disha, unparalleled in efficacy. By the way, dear brother, your presence here surely extends beyond merely addressing the commotion I have caused, does it not? Chapter 57. The contest. I have come here to deliberate with you on how to deal with these formidable demons. Yang Jian glanced around. The celestial soldiers were initially responsible for escorting the demon warriors to the heavenly realm for imprisonment. However, due to the overwhelming number of powerful beings confined in the heavenly prison, they could only detain a portion of the demon warriors on site, awaiting further arrangements. This implies that Zhou Chen is likely well informed about the situation in the upper realm. Brother Zhou Chen, you have captured an extensive number of formidable demons. This is a significant achievement, yet it also presents a considerable dilemma. If mishandled, it could lead to grave consequences. Yang Jian's expression was solemn as he spoke softly. Have you considered how to confront the Jade Emperor? Zhou Chen was reluctant to align himself with the Jade Emperor. While he might be able to keep this hidden from others, he could never deceive Yang Jian. Should Zhou Chen join the Jade Emperor's faction, Yang Jian would have little to say about today's affairs. The Jade Emperor would undoubtedly offer him ample rewards. However, Zhou Chen has now declined, which constitutes the crux of the issue. Hao Yan is not a simple character. He would not easily become an ally to the enemy, opting instead for subtler tactics, sugar-coated artillery. What do you mean, second brother? Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. Brother Zhou Chen, remember this. Within the entire heavenly court, the only truly valuable asset is the Jade Emperor's secret treasury. His inventory contains numerous magical treasures of considerable efficacy, including artifacts from the time of the sealing of the gods. Among them is the Tsunami Pearl, which may prove useful to you. The Tsunami Pearl, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, on par with the Heavenly Dragon Whip, yet its functions are entirely different. The Tsunami Pearl is exceptionally unique, capable of nurturing the three light divine water within. It is one of the rarest treasures in the universe that can produce this divine water. However, the cost of utilizing this artifact is indeed exorbitant. Otherwise, Hao Yan would have refined it himself long ago. The Tsunami Pearl requires a vast amount of magical power to incubate the three light divine water. If one does not possess immense potential and high cultivation, using this treasure would result in backlash, even jeopardizing one's future. Yang Jian provided only a brief introduction, yet Zhou Chen grasped the significance of this treasure. The three light divine water, when employed singularly, is a potent poison. When combined, it can counteract all toxins and serves as the supreme healing elixir. It is indeed suitable for me, Zhou Chen mused. Though his cultivation level may not be high, the ferocity of his magical power has already reached the level of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal, and further breakthroughs are imminent. His foundation is exceptionally profound, far exceeding expectations. Treasures like the Tsunami Pearl are perfectly suited for his use. Aside from the Tsunami Pearl, you already possess alternatives for the other artifacts. There is no need for further scheming. However, you should consider seeking one or two additional weapons. The two divine weapons in your possession have yet to reach the post-heavenly top grade and are insufficient to support your power following a breakthrough. There is truth in this statement. Zhou Chen took note of each point while beginning to assess the situation in his mind. He yearns for a breakthrough, yet requires a measure of time. However, the two weapons in his possession have indeed begun to feel somewhat unwieldy. They must undergo another transformation. Sole reliance on self-cultivation is simply insufficient. Zhou Chen sighed softly. Yet, these concerns had already crossed his mind when he exchanged for the seeds of magical artifacts. As long as he was willing to expend cultivation points, these minor issues were merely trifles. And now, having recently acquired a substantial fortune, he had no reason to fret over such expenditures. Very well, remember what you desire. I shall take my leave, Yang Jian remarked, having conveyed all he needed to say. He had no time to linger, swiftly waving farewell to Zhou Chen before departing. In a place beyond Zhou Chen's sight, Yang Jian let out a subtle sigh. Oh, little sister, everything I could do to assist you has been done. The rest is now in your hands. This brother-in-law is indeed commendable. Initially, Yang Jian harbored concerns that his cherished little sister might be led astray. He had always been somewhat exclusive. Yet, circumstances had shifted. A son-in-law of Zhou Chen's caliber was a rarity in the world. Should he and Yang Chen unite, Yang Jian would have no further worries. At least regarding his sister's safety. Is he truly departing so soon? Zhou Chen mused as he observed Yang Jian's receding figure, shaking his head in bemusement. This fellow truly was fleeting, arriving and departing in haste. Yet, it was understandable. The mortal realm was rife with rising heroes. And Yang Jian had many matters to attend to. Are you returning? Ao Tingxin gazed at Zhou Chen's silhouette, her heart heavy with concern, ultimately unable to suppress her words. If circumstances allowed, she wished to linger with Zhou Chen a while longer, but it seemed that was not to be. If I delay my return any longer, things above may descend into chaos. Zhou Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Moreover, I must retrieve the Tsunami Pearl. With it in hand, my combat prowess could enhance by at least 30%. Indeed, a fine magical artifact could significantly amplify one's strength. And it could be said that this was Zhou Chen's opportunity. Ao Tingxin opened her mouth, yet words eluded her, and she could only nod in resignation. Perceiving her unspoken thoughts, Zhou Chen smiled and produced a jade pendant from his waist. Rest assured, I had promised you that I would eliminate the threats surrounding the East Sea Dragon clan. While I may not stand a chance against formidable demon kings, dealing with entities like the Nine Shadow Serpent would be quite manageable. The jade pendant contained a fragment of his divine consciousness. Should any crisis arise, you may shatter this pendant, and I shall come at once. For ordinary matters, you can also use the pendant to send messages. Ao Tingxin was taken aback and hastily accepted the pendant. Though her thoughts diverged from Zhou Chen's, she felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Very well, I shall take my leave first. With a final remark, Zhou Chen prepared to depart. The celestial warriors surrounding him promptly took their places by his side, their feet seemingly riding on clouds. Under the watchful gaze of Ao Tingxin, Zhou Chen's figure swiftly vanished, disappearing from sight in mere breaths. The jade pendant, a means of communication. Ao Tingxin caressed the jade pendant in her hand, a smile blossoming upon her face. The East Sea Dragon Palace, having been cleansed by Zhou Chen, was now considerably safer, leaving her with little to worry about. The only true concern lay with her alone. It seemed she would need to frequent the heavenly court more often. She must first meet with her third sister to discern the course of action ahead. Suddenly, Ao Tingxin recalled Yang Chan, her expression shifting dramatically. If possible, she wished to avoid conflict. However, if it became necessary, she would have no choice but to contend. Chapter 58. The Bounty of Haoyan, a lion's demand in the heavenly court. News regarding Zhou Chen had spread far and wide. Almost everyone in the celestial realm was aware of his remarkable feats during this period. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire East Sea and the whole of Dongxing Shenzhou have been relieved of a multitude of troubles due to his actions. Although this demon slayer general is merely a true immortal, his strength could very well rival that of the third prince and Erlang Shen. Truly formidable. Over 1,800 great demons, each captured alive. Such an achievement is one that even Erlang Shen would find hard to match in a short span of time. It is said that during his recent expedition, the Demon Slayer General personally vanquished a Demon King, bringing the total of Demon Kings he has defeated to 2, including the previous Jiao Demon King. In the future, within the Heavenly Court, his prowess will undoubtedly place him among the strongest. Amidst a crowd of admiration, envy, and barely concealed resentment, Zhou Chen strode confidently back to the Demon Suppression Division with his 200 loyal soldiers. For the time being, you shall reside within the Demon Suppression Division. I shall first seek an official decree from His Majesty. Zhou Chen instructed his soldiers before making his way to the Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, the celestial beings were already awaiting his arrival. However, upon witnessing Zhou Chen in person, a look of astonishment crossed their faces. He is so young, regardless of how one perceives it. Zhou Chen is merely in his early 20s, having embarked on the path of cultivation for only 7 years. It won't be long before he breaks through to the profound immortal stage, perhaps even reaches the golden immortal realm. At that point, he will undoubtedly achieve fame across the 3 realms. Demon Slayer General Zhou Chen, I pay my respects to your majesty. Zhou Chen sauntered into the hall, clad in a Qilin jade armor and wielding a long spear, exuding an air of dominance. The lingering scent of blood seemed to serve as a reminder to Haoyan that he had utterly lost control over this Demon Slayer General. Audacious. Demon Slayer General Zhou Chen, do you dare to don armor in the presence of the court? Tian Nu, glancing at Haoyan's expression, bellowed in outrage. In the unseen realms, the fate of the heavenly court weighed heavily upon Zhou Chen. A weighty force pressed down upon him, threatening to bend his waist, yet Zhou Chen remained motionless, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on Tian Nu, who felt a flicker of unease in his heart. Not so, my friend. You are indeed a true immortal. This heavenly fortune could, with but a breath, crush the body of an ordinary golden immortal. Few in the heavenly court can afford to disregard it. And you? What are you doing? This armor is bestowed by His Majesty. Why should I not wear it to the court, if it be truly improper? I humbly request His Majesty to clarify. Zhou Chen replied coldly, bowing respectfully to Haoyan. These words left Haoyan in a predicament, unable to find a suitable response. What could he possibly say? To claim that he had permitted all this? Ridiculous. Zhou Chen is now a celebrated hero, having rendered tremendous service to the heavenly court since taking charge of the Demon Suppression Division. If he were to face punishment for such trivial matters, the morale of the heavenly court would surely falter. Enough of this nonsense. Silence. Haoyan cast a cold glance at Tian Nu. Soon, 2 celestial warriors approached personally, leading the celestial servant aside. Amidst his cries of anguish, they struck him repeatedly. Zhou Chen could not hear the sound of the slaps, as the formation that had risen unbeknownst to him had already muted all noise. When he lifted his gaze towards Hao Tian once more, he found that Hao Tian had composed himself entirely. The demon-slaying general, he proclaimed, "You have recently taken charge of the demon suppression department and have already achieved remarkable feats. An impressive number of over 1,800 great demons have been captured by you, and you are indeed deserving of ample rewards. Pray tell, what is it that you desire?" Zhou Chen replied, "Your Majesty, I do have a request. I wonder if I may receive the full complement and configuration of the 800 personal soldiers I was promised earlier." "Certainly," Hao Tian responded. "In addition to the 800 personal soldiers, I shall grant you an additional 200. Thus, you shall have a total of 1,000. Furthermore, all personal soldiers will be equipped according to the celestial regulations. As for any other necessities, you may seek out Nezha." Hao Tian felt a pang in his heart at the thought of granting Zhou Chen 200 more soldiers. These were formidable beings of the xianxia realm, pillars of strength within the heavenly court, often tasked with handling the majority of significant affairs. Should Zhou Chen manage to gather 1,000, his influence within the heavenly court would become exceedingly formidable. As for the additional allocations, they were of little consequence to Hao Tian. The heavenly court was vast and prosperous, lacking for naught. Additionally, may I have another opportunity to enter the royal treasury and select some magical artifacts? Zhou Chen's face bore a hint of embarrassment. To the outside world, he was merely a newly ascended cultivator, wielding only the most ordinary of weapons. While these were indeed superior to those of typical celestial soldiers, they were still far from remarkable. Seeking entry to the treasury was, in fact, quite reasonable. However, Hao Tian had anticipated these matters long ago and had made preparations. With a light chuckle, he waved his hand. "This is a simple request. I have been prepared for it." As he spoke, a celestial servant approached Zhou Chen, presenting a tome that exuded a mysterious aura, imbued with profound principles and immense power. "This is the complete compendium of talismans, which records all the talismans that have emerged up until this day, including certain divine abilities documented in talismanic form. In the future, as the demon-slaying general embarks on frequent campaigns, this item will be indispensable. In the world of Journey to the West, talismans are exceedingly rare, having only appeared once during the suppression of Sun Wukong, and that instance was merely a casual use by the Buddha, not a significant artifact by any means. Yet, Zhou Chen sensed that this compendium before him was indeed extraordinary. Within it lay powers that seemed to rival the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Dizong. Hao Tian had truly invested heavily to bestow such a treasure as a reward. The gazes of the celestial beings within the heavenly court shifted subtly as they regarded Zhou Chen, many filled with perplexity. This should not be the case. Could it be that the relationship between Zhou Chen and the Jade Emperor has been mended? This treasure, which has remained in the secret vault for an indeterminate duration without being bestowed, is now unexpectedly granted to Zhou Chen, along with the divine powers. Does he also require a magical artifact? I wonder what our demon-slaying general desires from the treasures within the secret vault, Hao Tian inquired with a smile. He already had a plan in mind. Zhou Chen, unaware of the items in Hao Tian's vault, would surely not have a say in what was given. Once a gift was offered, it would be as he dictated. Having already bestowed the complete talisman volume, he certainly would not present any extraordinary treasures. After all, divine powers are arduous to cultivate, while magical artifacts are readily obtainable. Accelerating Zhou Chen's strength excessively in the short term could lead to difficulties in future control. However, what Hao Tian could never have anticipated occurred at this moment. Upon hearing Hao Tian's words, Zhou Chen quickly interjected, "I have heard that there exists a treasure in your Majesty's secret vault, known as the Tsunami Pearl. Might it be possible for this treasure to be?" Chapter 59. The troubling Shinong division and the Tsunami Pearl. At this moment, upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the Grand Hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The name of this treasured artifact was familiar to them all, and they were well aware of its capabilities. However, none had ever fathomed that such a treasure lay hidden within the Jade Emperor's secret vault. A select few powerful beings who had previously ventured into the vault now fixed their gaze upon Zhou Chen's silhouette, realizing that he and Hao Tian were undoubtedly not allies. What a jest! The Tsunami Pearl could be considered one of the most valuable treasures within the vault, although the Jade Emperor himself found it difficult to utilize. Being capable of only minimal refinement, its rarity was comparable to that of the 8-treasure glazed vase, merely falling short of this superior innate artifact. Were it in his possession, Zhou Chen might very well master such a treasure entirely. The assembly of powerful beings regarded Zhou Chen's figure with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen's profound heritage needed no elaboration. There was none in the heavenly court who could rival him in this regard. Once he ascended to the realm of xianxia, his magical prowess would surge once more, making the control of the tsunami pearl a trivial endeavor. Ultimately, the pinnacle of cultivation relies on accumulation. At times, it is not merely the individual who chooses the artifact. Rather, the artifact also selects its bearer. Hao Yan's expression grew somewhat rigid as his gaze locked with Zhou Chen's, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was Yang Jian. During this period, Nezha had been unable to meet with Zhou Chen or provide him with any warnings. Only Yang Jian had the audacity to descend to seek Zhou Chen. Hao Yan's fury ignited. He had never anticipated that Yang Jian would meddle in this affair. Yet, the words he had previously uttered could not be retracted so easily. He could only declare, "This matter is straightforward." Tian Nu, retrieve the tsunami pearl. With a wave of his hand, Tian Nu soon approached Zhou Chen, presenting a radiant orb. The jewel emitted a faint glow and occasionally resonated with the sounds of a tsunami, as if it contained an entire boundless ocean within, capable of unleashing tumultuous waves. At the very core of this ocean, a drop of nascent three-light divine water glimmered softly, exuding a peculiar fragrance. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this treasure upon me." Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude, hastily securing the tsunami pearl. His objectives had been entirely fulfilled. He had obtained the talisman compendium, the tsunami pearl, and secured 200 slots for personal guards. Upon returning to cultivate, his future potential would be unimaginably formidable. "Is that all?" Hao Qian inquired, casting a penetrating glance at Zhou Chen. "At this juncture, after reaping such benefits, do you still wish to depart unscathed? Absurd. The demon-slaying general bears significant responsibilities and has achieved great merit. He ought to be duly rewarded. I have already granted you the divine artifact and the personal guards to demonstrate to the outside world that any capable immortal who arrives in the heavenly court will surely transform its visage. Relay my decree. From today onwards, with the exception of the Demon Suppression Division, the commander of the Demon Slayer will assume the position of director of the Divine Farmer Department, overseeing all matters concerning celestial and earthly treasures." With a grand gesture, Hao Yan conferred this prestigious position upon Zhou Chen. Before Zhou Chen could fully grasp the implications, a multitude of gazes converged upon him, and this time, the intensity of those stares had evolved into fervent enthusiasm, as if imbued with a palpable heat. A coveted prize? The thought flickered through Zhou Chen's mind. Yet he quickly reassured himself that he was not part of Hao Yan's faction, and no such title would simply fall into his lap. The Divine Farmer Department, while significant, was no less important than the Demon Suppression Division, and its sudden assignment to him surely heralded considerable trouble. "Your Majesty," Zhou Chen began, "I find myself lacking in strength and had intended to retreat for cultivation. Might I postpone my responsibilities in the Divine Farmer Department for the time being?" Hao Yan shook his head. "Rest assured, Commander of the Demon Slayer, the Divine Farmer Department operates with utmost diligence and requires little of your immediate attention. You may first familiarize yourself with its workings before making any decisions. That will be all for today. Dismissed." Hao Yan did not grant Zhou Chen the opportunity to refuse. He had invested too much in this scheme to allow Zhou Chen to slip from his grasp. Helplessly, Zhou Chen watched as Hao Yan vanished from sight, a profound sense of unease swelling within him. "Brother Zhou, do take care of yourself in the future." Hardly had Hao Yan departed when over 100 celestial beings surrounded Zhou Chen, showering him with flattery and elevating him to the heavens. Fortunately, he managed to remain composed, skillfully deflecting their advances until he seized a moment to escape the grand hall. However, as he exited, he was met by another group of familiar faces awaiting his emergence. This is troublesome. The affairs of the Divine Farmer Department are surely complex. What could this multitude of individuals seeking to forge connections signify? It can only foretell impending troubles. "Where are you headed, Brother Zhou?" Nezha, appearing from nowhere, called out cheerfully. Come, I have something to discuss with you." Casting a quick glance at the persistent celestial beings, Nezha confidently pulled Zhou Chen away, and this time, no one dared to intervene. The name of the third prince resounded throughout the three realms, and few were willing to provoke him, posing a far greater threat than Zhou Chen. Finding a secluded spot, Nezha patted Zhou Chen's shoulder, shaking his head with a sigh as he settled onto a nearby stone. "Brother Zhou, you have stirred a great calamity. The Jade Emperor holds a grudge. He has bestowed upon you numerous benefits, but also a significant burden. If things go awry, you may find yourself isolated within the heavenly court." Zhou Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it truly just because of this position in the Divine Farmer Department? Is it that troublesome?" The Divine Farmer Department. Upon hearing this name, it is evidently related to agriculture. Nezha looked at Zhou Chen, genuinely unaware, and shook his head. You truly do not comprehend. The so-called Shinong division is specifically established to cultivate various celestial materials and earthly treasures for the heavenly court. Since ancient times, it has been one of the most vital departments of the heavenly court. One could assert that the current strength of the immortals in the heavenly court owes at least 30% of its merit to the Shinong division. However, the primary issue of the Shinong division arises from this very fact. Brother Zhou Chen, you are well aware that cultivation is the most resource-intensive endeavor. Typically, celestial soldiers and generals seeking to enhance their prowess must endure rigorous training. Their resources are utterly insufficient for their cultivation needs. Immortals face a similar plight. They require celestial materials and earthly treasures to aid in their training. And the Shinong division is the place from which they can audibly request these necessities. Chapter 60. The Taoist disciple enlightens the sea. Listening to Nezha's explanation, Zhou Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Smacking his forehead and letting out a deep sigh, he had once again boarded the thieving ship of the Jade Emperor. No wonder the Jade Emperor was willing to bestow so many treasures upon him. The traps were all buried within this divine farmer's bureau. The most troublesome matters were not those outside the divine farmer's bureau. Nezha glanced at Zhou Chen and continued to deliver his disheartening message. Within the divine farmer's bureau, every decade, one must submit to the secret treasury. Should one fail to meet the required quota, the director of the divine farmer's bureau would face punishment. At that time, the troubles surrounding you would only multiply. The issues tied to the divine farmer's bureau were far too complex, and Nezha felt it inappropriate to elaborate further, merely offering a few hints. Yet, by observing Zhou Chen, it was evident that he had come utterly unprepared. To Nezha's surprise, upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen's expression shifted from worry to one of brightness. Nezha, are you implying that as long as I can provide sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures to meet the needs of the secret treasury, the remaining treasures would belong to me? Nezha disregarded Zhou Chen's intention of claiming these heavenly materials and earthly treasures as his own, shaking his head in response. It is not that simple. You must first satisfy the appetites of those celestial beings. Without ample resources, your future in the heavenly court will be fraught with challenges. Before Nezha could finish his sentence, a green orb suddenly appeared in Zhou Chen's hand. The green shade pearl. This treasure, obtained from the Black Flood Dragon, had remained unused by Zhou Chen until now, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because there had been no opportunity to unleash its potential. As a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, it even possessed the qualifications to advance to an exceptional grade. Among the many spiritual treasures, this item could be considered one of the most potent, not to mention its ability to accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs, which was enough to breathe new life into the green shade pearl in Zhou Chen's hands. This treasure may indeed be useful. In an instant, Nezha grasped Zhou Chen's intentions, his eyes brightening. He spoke softly. The vitality contained within this treasure is exceptionally strong. Among such magical artifacts, it can indeed be classified as high-grade. Furthermore, treasures that can enhance the growth speed of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are exceedingly rare throughout the vast wilderness. That Black Flood Dragon truly did a commendable deed. In truth, the green shade pearl's strength lay entirely in its scarcity. Even within the entire heavenly court, there existed very few similar treasures, and those that did were of considerably lower grade. The essence of creating such treasures necessitates finding an object imbued with immense vitality, which is no small feat. Let us first visit the Divine Farmer's Bureau and see what transpires. Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged a knowing glance. A silent agreement reached as they strode shoulder to shoulder towards the Divine Farmer's Bureau. Those who had initially intended to approach Zhou Chen in hopes of forging a closer relationship, upon seeing Nezha, quietly retreated, daring not to step forward. This, in fact, provided ample space for the two to stride confidently into the Shinong Temple. The Shinong Temple is an exceedingly unique place, enveloped by ancient formations. From the outside, it merely appears as a modest building, yet within, it conceals layers of folded space. This space, having been folded countless times, is remarkably peculiar. It is virtually boundless to the naked eye. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafts through the air, and just the faintest inhalation invigorates the spirit, enhancing one's cultivation. Merely standing at the entrance with Nezha, it wasn't long before a young acolyte from the Shinong Temple approached. They are responsible for managing everything within the temple and are entirely at the command of the temple's head, existing as a unique entity that serves the public rather than personal interests. Having met the head, the acolytes bowed their heads to Zhou Chen, exchanging subtle glances as if inquiring about the nature of this individual. His presence felt rather peculiar to them. There is no need for such formality. Which one of you is in charge? Zhou Chen inquired. Among the crowd of acolytes, one, clad in a blue robe and sporting a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward. He was the tallest and possessed the highest cultivation among them, nearing the golden immortal realm. He bowed to Zhou Chen and softly introduced himself. I am acolyte Wu Hai, honored to meet the head. Impressive cultivation, Zhou Chen acknowledged, glancing around before continuing. Please report on the current situation of the Shinnong Temple. At present, the Shinnong Temple harbors an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with countless spiritual herbs. Wu Hai, indeed the standout among the acolytes, elaborated on the status of the temple clearly. Soon, Zhou Chen grasped a comprehensive understanding. Every decade, the Shinnong Temple produces 100,000 spiritual herbs, thousands of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with a variety of other treasures. The vast majority is dispatched to the Duoshui Palace for alchemical purposes, while the remainder is stored in a secret vault. The rest is claimed by various immortals. The spiritual herbs and treasures cultivated within the Shinnong Temple are all of exquisite quality, far superior to those obtained externally. Just speak plainly. Approximately how much can be provided to the other immortals every decade? Nezha, growing somewhat impatient, interjected bluntly. About 1/5. Wu Hai replied awkwardly. 1/5. Such a figure is astoundingly substantial, even bordering on a crisis for the Shinnong Temple's output. After all, they merely harvest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures once they reach maturity. Should Zhou Chen prove even slightly generous, fulfilling the temple's obligations would become unmanageable. Trouble brewed. Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged glances, both simultaneously harboring this thought. It was indeed a delicate situation, a veritable hot potato. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh, shaking his head as he remarked, how did the former director of the Shinnong office manage his duties? Whenever an immortal came to petition, the director would present an array of heavenly treasures. His cultivation was not profound, and he dared not offend any immortal. Yet ultimately, he was expelled from his position due to inadequate resource submissions, even facing certain penalties that caused his cultivation to decline. Wu Hai shook his head in agreement, feeling a sense of helplessness. The position of the Shinnong office director seemed as transient as a game, with frequent changes in leadership. This time, he sensed that Zhou Chen was in a similar predicament. Who could possibly remain in the Shinnong office for an extended period? Perhaps only those of their ilk, the disciples, could endure such a fate. Chapter 61. Out to collect debts. In light of this, let us prioritize the fulfillment of our obligations. Suddenly, under the somewhat astonished gaze of Wu Hai, Zhou Chen spoke. Regardless of which celestial being comes to our door, you need not acquiesce. Brother Zhou Chen, what are you trying to achieve? Nezha turned, gazing at him with surprise. Just joking, Zhou Chen replied. Should that statement be taken seriously, the number of offended parties would multiply. Either from the outset, no one from the Shinnong division would be willing to relinquish their possessions, or they would have to comply with the established norms. After all, these regulations are the result of collective tacit approval. Once breached, one risks being ostracized. Henceforth, life could become quite arduous, especially in a place like the Heavenly Court. This, Director, Wu Hai dares not. Wu Hai hastily waved his hands, shaking his head in alarm. What nonsense is this? To refuse on my behalf? How many lives do I have? If those celestial beings seek retribution on me, it would be the end. Why should you fear? If necessary, let them come find me, Zhou Chen retorted with a scoff. What celestial beings? I have no interest in their affairs. Since I am the director, everything within the Shinnong division is mine. Regardless, being in this position inevitably incurs animosity. Today this one cannot be given. Tomorrow that one cannot be provided. Comply, and you shall face punishment. Therefore, let it be equal for all. Deny them all. Even if the Jade Emperor himself comes, you may refuse him outright unless he issues an edict. Should an edict be given, simply document it, and deduct from the treasures that must be submitted to the secret vault. Zhou Chen continued. This time, not only Wu Hai was flustered, even Nezha hastily grasped his hand. Brother Zhou, this matter could escalate significantly. You would deny even the Jade Emperor's face? Zhou Chen glanced at Nezha, perplexed. When have I ever given him face? This inquiry rendered Nezha silent. Indeed, Zhou Chen was unlike the others. He had not ascended the divine list. Within the heavenly court, he merely fulfilled his duties. The distribution of interests therein was of no concern to him. If it came to the worst, he could descend to the mortal realm. Returning to Fangcun Mountain would be the least of his worries. Brother Zhou, you cannot deny me the celestial materials I require, Nezha insisted, his grip tightening. Zhou Chen chuckled and patted his shoulder. The celestial materials needed by Yang Jian, Yang Chan, Nezha, and Chang'e will be provided. Everything else shall be withheld. Have you understood this clearly? Zhou Chen cast a glance at Wu Hai, who promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. Since the director is willing to bear the burden, let him shoulder these responsibilities. After all, this matter does not concern Wu Hai. He is merely a novice Taoist and cannot influence the director's decisions. By the way, director, there is another troubling issue. Before the previous director was reassigned, a celestial being came seeking a substantial amount, taking away numerous spiritual herbs that were to be submitted next month. Given the current maturity of the spiritual elixirs, it seems that the offerings we are to present may fall short. Wu Hai spoke awkwardly. Ordinarily, this would have been the responsibility of the previous director, thus not necessitating Zhou Chen's involvement. However, with Zhou Chen now assuming the role of director, any issues encountered must inevitably be placed upon his shoulders. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence to Zhou Chen and Nezha, who exchanged knowing glances. This was the handiwork of the Jade Emperor, a demonstration of power directed at Zhou Chen. Having decided to hand over the burdensome task of managing the Divine Farmer's office to Zhou Chen, it was only expected that the Jade Emperor would respond in some manner. Who is seeking these elixirs? Zhou Chen inquired. Wu Hai replied, it is the giant spirit god. He has requested over 300 precious herbs, the highest demand among the celestial beings, while others have taken their share to varying degrees. Understood, Zhou Chen nodded. He produced the green shade pearl and tossed it to Wu Hai. Take this to the spirit field. It will enhance the growth of the elixirs. Even without Zhou Chen's activation, the green shade pearl would accelerate the growth rate of the spiritual herbs, making it well suited for this situation. However, given the circumstances, relying solely on the uncertain capabilities of the green shade pearl would not suffice to bridge the gap. Although Zhou Chen felt confident, he was unwilling to gamble. Nezha, would you accompany me on this errand? Nezha, undeterred by the potential trouble, chuckled. Sure, let's go. It's been a while since I last saw the giant spirit god. The two of them walked side by side, as if nothing had transpired, heading toward the celestial army's encampment. Wu Hai observed their retreating figures, a sense of foreboding lingering in his mind, yet he could not pinpoint the reason, only scratching his head in resignation. Seeking the giant spirit god, what celestial being would willingly relinquish their hard-earned treasures? The giant spirit god, a member of the celestial generals, spent most of his time at the encampment, only venturing out for missions. Otherwise, he dedicated his hours to rigorous training. He sat cross-legged within the giant spirit hall, a vast reservoir of magical energy coalescing within his being. Subtly, a profound strength akin to the depths of the ocean began to leak outward, drawing spiritual energy into his body. Yet, he felt he was still lacking. Reluctantly, the giant spirit god abandoned his training. The pace at which he absorbed spiritual energy was painfully slow. If only he possessed the talents of the demon-slaying general, he would surely have reached the stage of the supreme golden immortal by now, rather than languishing within the realm of the golden immortal. Despite consuming numerous spiritual herbs, it seemed futile. Was he truly left with no choice but to wait for the old lord to bestow medicinal pills and attempt once more? The giant spirit god shook his head in despair. At that moment, however, his expression abruptly shifted. The formation within the giant spirit hall had been triggered. Soon after, he discerned two familiar figures approaching. One was Nezha, whom he always encountered during expeditions, and the other was Zhou Chen, newly appointed and hailed as the demon-slaying general. The third prince and the demon-slaying general. Is there a mission to embark upon? The giant spirit inquired as he rose to don his armor. However, at that moment, his expression shifted abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen had already approached, unarmed, and simply delivered a single punch directed at him. This strike rendered the giant spirit feeling utterly cornered, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of peril. Accompanied by a searing pain in his chest, he was propelled backwards, crashing through several walls, ultimately coming to a halt at the edge of the military camp, under the astonished gazes of the celestial soldiers. Slayer of demons, you? The giant spirit had scarcely uttered a word when a flash of light grazed his neck. A trickle of divine blood escaped from the wound, staining the ground below. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and an indescribable fear gripped his heart. How swift! It was entirely insurmountable. Could this individual truly have trained for only 7 years? Too slow. In but an instant, Zhou Chen stood before the giant spirit, his face devoid of emotion, coldly fixing his gaze upon him, before stating, "Where are the items? Return all the spiritual herbs of the Divine Farmer's Bureau to me. Otherwise, the next strike will pierce straight through your chest." Chapter 62, Your Majesty. Please spend money. Zhou Chen's divine abilities had garnered a modicum of fame within the heavenly court, with numerous celestial soldiers and generals having witnessed his lethal technique of condensing malevolent arrows. Although this skill lacked a formal name, its efficacy and formidable destructive power rendered it indispensable. Each time it was unleashed, even the demon kings would take heed and often retreat. Though the giant spirit god possessed considerable strength, his prowess in the realm of divine forms paled in comparison to that of the demon kings. To withstand such an assault could jeopardize even his life. Zhou Chen, do not overstep your bounds. This is my giant spirit hall. The giant spirit god bellowed in fury, suppressing his anger as he sought to draw the attention of the other immortals, ideally prompting the Jade Emperor to intervene personally. Only through such intervention could he hope to safeguard the benefits he had already secured. Historically, no immortal had ever voluntarily relinquished their cultivation resources. In the long history of the Heavenly Court, such a precedent had never existed. Did a mere director of the Divine Farmer's office truly believe he could incite chaos? Upon hearing the giant spirit god's thunderous admonition, several immortals began to converge around Zhou Chen, their expressions shifting as they contemplated how to address the situation. Not only the giant spirit god, but they too had reaped substantial advantages. A discerning observer could easily recognize that the position of director of the Divine Farmer's office was merely a hot potato. The Jade Emperor's delegation of this role to Zhou Chen signified a subtle attempt to suppress him. In this moment of collaboration, they could not only secure personal gain, but also enhance their standing with the Emperor. Why not seize the opportunity? As for Zhou Chen, his cultivation level was still relatively modest, and this did not constitute a vendetta. In the future, he would likely understand. However, what they could never have anticipated was that rather than retreating in response to their maneuvers, Zhou Chen would boldly approach the giant spirit god to demand heavenly treasures. This was not merely a request directed at the giant spirit god. It served as a warning to them all. Brother Zhou, tread carefully. If all else fails, consider seeking the Jade Emperor. He is surely aware of the current circumstances. Nezha's voice echoed in Zhou Chen's ear, causing his expression to turn cold. Seek the Jade Emperor? That would be to concede. What he intended was to compel the Jade Emperor to seek him out instead, without permission. The giant spirit god had pilfered the Divine Farmer's office of its spiritual herbs, resulting in a failure to submit the requisite quantity to the secret treasury next month. The disturbance was not limited to my office. It affected the entire operation of the Heavenly Court. Zhou Chen's voice boomed as he admonished. Do you not perceive that these heavenly edicts are not trifling matters to be cast aside at will? A sinister aura emanated from Zhou Chen, the black mist around him radiating with an unusual brilliance throughout the Heavenly Court. The starlight in the sky seemed to bow low at this moment, the celestial power swirling around him, as his eyes glimmered with a blue light, hinting at an otherworldly essence. In this moment, Zhou Chen resembled both a demon king from the mortal realm and a celestial exile from the heavens. The temperaments of the two entities blended together in a remarkable harmony. Yet every celestial being present could sense the ferocity contained within this power. Should it be unleashed, the devastation would surpass all prior encounters. Is this the divine prowess of Brother Zhou? While the layman merely observed the spectacle, the seasoned practitioners discerned the subtleties. Nezha fixed his gaze on Zhou Chen's silhouette, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, seemingly attuned to the profound intricacies of this divine ability. The techniques Zhou Chen presently exhibited likely exceeded his wildest imagination. Among the Heavenly Court, even the strongest, including himself and Yang Jian, wielded powers that paled in comparison to Zhou Chen's. This individual had been concealing his true capabilities all along, never revealing his genuine trump card. The giant spirit god felt an instinctive urge to flee, yet he suppressed this inclination. He raised his head to meet Zhou Chen's gaze, faintly perceiving an overwhelming pressure surging before him. Should he retreat now, even if Zhou Chen spared him, that esteemed monarch would not show him the same mercy. Such a colossal matter, without an insinuation from Hao Yan, would have deterred even the bravest giant spirit from taking action. Not returning? Zhou Chen scoffed, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes as he deftly twirled his wrist, causing the Tang Dao to shimmer with the blade's aura. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly slave echoed throughout the venue. His Majesty has arrived. Clad in a dragon robe, Hao Yan strode purposefully onto the scene, his eyes landing on the severely injured giant spirit god, who was on the brink of collapse. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his annoyance. Zhou Chen had truly lost his senses. Had he given no thought to the positions of others? Was it merely about fighting? If everything could be resolved through brute force, what need would there be for an emperor? The individuals Zhou Chen had offended were numerous, the demon-slaying general and the giant spirit god. Such a public display of violence within the Heavenly Court was utterly disgraceful. Hao Yan feigned reprimand, yet inwardly, he reveled in delight. His objective had been achieved. However, he was taken aback when Zhou Chen boldly approached him, declaring, "Your Majesty, you are unjust in your dealings." Hao Yan gazed at Zhou Chen in disbelief. What is this? My friend, you dare to address me in such a manner? Your Majesty has granted me the position of Director of the Shinong Department. Now that I have ascended to this role, I must bear the responsibility. The Shinong Department has pressing tasks. Yet the resources at my disposal have been incessantly requisitioned by the various celestial beings, to the point that I cannot even procure next month's supplies. This is decidedly overstepping. Zhou Chen's voice was icy, yet his words struck at the hearts of every celestial being who had ever visited the Shinong Department. How astonishing! No wonder they sought him out. On his very first day as director, he discovered that his resources had been utterly depleted. Who could remain calm in such a situation? The celestial beings turned their gazes toward the giant spirit god, their eyes flickering as they began to contemplate how to address this predicament. The Jade Emperor was undoubtedly aware of the underlying issues and chuckled lightly. As for this matter, I must admit my ignorance. Let us proceed as such. Those resources shall be deemed mine, and we shall set this matter aside for now, shall we? Zhou Chen had vanquished no fewer than 1,000 or 2,000 formidable demons. How could he possibly lack treasures? The artifacts at his disposal, even if only a few were presented, would suffice to settle his debts. The heavenly sovereign had always taken advantage of others, and now, with his mind solely focused on resolving matters, he would not grant Zhou Chen another opportunity. However, this statement bore little significance for Zhou Chen. He lifted his gaze, coldly meeting the heavenly sovereign's eyes. As an ominous premonition surged within him, he spoke directly. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall comply. The treasures lost today shall be deducted from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I am to present next month. Free riding? How dare he? Those treasures are rightfully mine. Chapter 63. The Efficacy of the Verdant Pearl. At this moment, the celestial court was enveloped in a profound silence. Those celestial beings who harbored resentment towards Zhou Chen could not help but gaze at his retreating figure. They finally understood. Zhou Chen's principle was one of impartiality. Even the Jade Emperor was not exempt. At that moment, Hao Yan found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, even if the matter were to pass this time, Zhou Chen had already stirred the pot to such an extent that if Hao Yan still refused, the consequences would be dire. After all, the spiritual herbs and various heavenly treasures within the treasury were still sufficient for the time being, alleviating their immediate concerns. Upon seeing Hao Yan's acquiescence, Zhou Chen cupped his hands in respect and continued, Your Majesty has witnessed today's events firsthand. I implore Your Majesty to issue a decree. Anyone wishing to withdraw spiritual herbs from the Divine Farmers Bureau must register. Subsequently, the amount will be deducted from the next batch of herbs due to the Bureau. Otherwise, I beseech Your Majesty to rescind the command. The position of Director of the Divine Farmers Bureau is too hot to handle. The crowd of celestial beings shifted their gazes, their expressions morphing dramatically. The giant spirit god felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. At present, he lacked even the courage to rise. Choosing instead to lie on the ground with his eyes shut, as if by not opening them, he could deny the occurrence of these events. This had escalated. This time, it had truly escalated. Zhou Chen, however, remained unfazed, fully aware that he would soon be the target of relentless opposition. Very well, I grant permission, Hao Yan replied darkly, finally conceding with reluctance. He cast a deep glance at the celestial beings, acutely aware of the complications this situation would entail, yet could only utter, Since the great demon slayer has made this proposition, all of you must adhere to the rules. Without my imperial edict, no one is permitted to approach the Divine Farmers Bureau to withdraw spiritual herbs. Any violators will be dealt with according to celestial law. With that final declaration, Hao Yan turned and departed. Remaining in that place, he feared being further entangled by Zhou Chen's words. This fellow was utterly mad and had not considered the potential ostracism he might face in the celestial court. Madman, no more games. You can stir your own chaos. With this thought, Hao Yan quickened his pace, not giving the others a chance to detain him. Zhou Chen turned back to the celestial beings, coldly scoffing, "Ladies and gentlemen, since events have unfolded in this manner, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Instead of wasting your energy demanding spiritual herbs, why not descend to the mortal realm and capture a few formidable demons? Their treasures would suffice for your cultivation. Henceforth, do not return to my Divine Farmers Bureau." Brother Zhou speaks wisely. Nezha chimed in, a light laugh escaping his lips as he continued indifferently. I am aware that many celestial beings harbor a degree of trepidation towards the mortal realm. The strength of the great demons is formidable, especially that of their kings. Yet, the turmoil in the mortal realm is evident to all. As celestial beings, you ought to safeguard the well-being of the mortal world. Remember today's events well. Nezha delivered a swift kick to the fallen giant spirit god. Subsequently, He followed Zhou Chen's lead and departed hastily. As he walked, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He must not look back. He must cast away all responsibilities, or it would lead to dire consequences. Alas! The assembly of celestial beings could only watch the receding figures of Zhou Chen and Nezha, letting out a long, resigned sigh. This time, they had truly escalated matters. From now on, without the assistance of the Divine Farmers Bureau, their cultivation speed would plummet significantly, and all of it was to be blamed on him. The gaze of the crowd converged upon the giant spirit god. Curiously, although the celestial beings understood that the giant spirit god was merely executing Hao Yan's orders to confront Zhou Chen, they dared not intervene in the conflict. Nor did they express any opinions during the unfolding events. They could only stand by as spectators, unable even to voice their pent-up grievances, which were instead heaped upon the giant spirit god. What was he to do? Left here, the giant spirit god, with his formidable divine essence, would soon awaken. Consumed by isolation, a chorus of indifferent voices echoed in the giant spirit god's mind. Now, he was utterly terrified of the words of others. Yet if he were to display any signs of awakening, he would inevitably be crushed. Helplessly, he sighed inwardly. My lord, I have truly led you into a dire predicament. Brother Zhou, what you just did was rather tyrannical, was it not? Are you not concerned that Hao Yan may turn against you? Nezha murmured in Zhou Chen's ear, glancing around cautiously. Goodness, it was indeed a remarkable display. Even he had begun to feel a twinge of fear. Yet Zhou Chen, on the other hand, exhibited not a trace of trepidation, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Hao Yan did not even dare to utter a word during this confrontation. All the righteousness was embodied in Zhou Chen. Exaggeration, sheer exaggeration. The matter concerning the Divine Farmers Bureau was merely a farce. As for their disdain towards me, what did it matter? Zhou Chen scoffed. Once I break through to the Tai Xianxia, they will surely make their own choices and will not recall today as events. To cultivate, one requires resources. This was a truth Zhou Chen understood all too well. Thus, he could not afford to overlook any treasures within the heavenly court. Whatever spiritual herbs there were, they all bore the potential to be exchanged for cultivation value. These were essential for enhancing his own prowess. Very well. Nezha could only shrug in response. He did not contest Zhou Chen's assertions. After all, the latter's reasoning was sound. The so-called heavenly court was indeed just as he described. The celestial beings were all rather pragmatic. Should Zhou Chen's displayed potential strengthen further, in the future, it would not be far-fetched to say that they would forget today's events. Achieving a status surpassing that of the Jade Emperor was not beyond possibility. Otherwise, how could he have established such a reputation externally? Was it not through sheer strength that he had built it up piece by piece? I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. Just moments ago, I drew closer to the divine realm of the Shinong division. At this juncture, Zhou Chen was suddenly enveloped by a series of exclamations emanating from within the Shinong division. Wu Hai hastily emerged, his laughter echoing towards the heavens. In his grasp was a clump of earth, imbued with an extraordinarily potent vitality. This life force surpassed even that of ordinary spiritual herbs in value. Wu Hai? Nezha inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached, delivering a playful slap to the back of Wu Hai's head. What are you doing? Wu Hai, grinning foolishly, remained in a daze despite the reprimand. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, channeling a fragment of his magical energy to soothe Wu Hai's turbulent emotions. At last, Wu Hai regained his composure, yet the smile upon his face lingered, refusing to fade. Director, the verdant orb you brought back, it has brought us great fortune. With that treasure in our possession, our capacity to cultivate precious herbs could increase by at least 50%. Chapter 64. Plotting against Sun Wukong's such speed could only be described as extraordinarily exaggerated. However, what surprised Zhou Chen even more was that, prior to this, the Heavenly Court had not found even a single artifact of similar nature. This was quite unexpected, wasn't it? Seemingly perceiving Zhou Chen's doubts, Wu Hai hastily clarified. The Heavenly Court had previously sought treasures that could enhance the growth speed of spiritual herbs, yet none surpassed the swiftness of this particular artifact. The materials used in its creation appear to be somewhat peculiar. Wu Hai's cultivation level was not particularly high, hence his explanation was limited. Nevertheless, he provided Zhou Chen with a few insights. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Nezha, but refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he instructed Wu Hai, from this day forth, remember my previous words. Should anyone dare to pilfer the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Shinong division, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Director, I understand. Wu Hai nodded, casting a profound glance at him. He was well aware of the commotion outside. This new director seemed rather domineering, even disregarding the Jade Emperor. The events of today would likely elevate the status of the Shinnong division, rendering it no longer a place to be easily bullied. This was indeed a favorable development for those of them who were tasked with overseeing the Shinnong division, though one could only wonder who would bear the brunt of the misfortune. Insufferable, insufferable. Within the Yaoqi, Hao Yan had dismissed the maidens and celestial attendants. Unleashing a roar of utter fury, he had initially intended to leverage the matter of the Shinnong division to firmly chastise Zhou Chen. Yet he had not anticipated that Zhou Chen would dare to scheme against him. Did this fellow intend to monopolize the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the Shinnong division? Hao Yan had never encountered such a greedy individual. From the outset, Zhou Chen had no intention of amicably resolving matters. He was solely focused on swallowing the entire Shinnong division. Offending others? He had already made enemies. What did a few more matter? Rather than leaving room for negotiation, it was better to sever all ties. Looking for someone? Then go ask the Jade Emperor. If he consents, I shall certainly comply. There was no need to send anyone to keep an eye on Zhou Chen. Hao Yan could already envision his arrogant demeanor. Madness, pure madness. In the past, Zhou Chen had shown at least a modicum of regard for his dignity. Yet this time he had dealt a cruel blow, humiliating Hao Yan before his subordinates. Should news of today's events spread, what would become of the heavenly court's authority? Zhou Chen clearly lacked an understanding of propriety and the majesty of the heavenly court. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head in dismay. Casting a glance at Hao Yan, within the heavenly court, his position as the Jade Emperor had never granted him absolute power. And now with the emergence of a rebellious figure like Zhou Chen, controlling the situation had become even more arduous. Reversing the current predicament seemed a daunting task. Perhaps attention should be diverted to Sun Wukong. The chosen stone monkey possesses formidable strength and exceptional talent, intricately linked to Zhou Chen. If one could gain control over him, at the very least, Zhou Chen would be compelled to assist us in certain matters. If we can alter the current situation, there may yet be room for maneuver. Suddenly, the Queen Mother of the West seemed to have an epiphany. Calculating the time, it appeared that the stone monkey was nearing the East Sea. Although the East Sea had been cleared by Zhou Chen, eliminating any immediate threats, the inherent nature of Sun Wukong himself posed the greatest danger. Should he stir up any commotion, they would certainly have something to discuss. This plan is indeed viable. Let us proceed. Hao Yan waved his hand, feeling somewhat weary. At present, he did not wish to contemplate Zhou Chen's affairs. This fellow, relying on his formidable cultivation and combat prowess, naively sought to alter the current order. What a farcical notion. The heavenly court belongs to Hao Yan, not to Zhou Chen. In the East Sea, Ao Tingxin glanced at the visiting Sun Wukong, her brow furrowed. You are Sun Wukong, brother to Zhou Chen? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure, and after a lengthy pause, he nodded. Has the fourth princess heard of my brother's name? His eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Zhou Chen's previous visit had been brief. He had thought their relationship had grown distant, yet it seemed that his elder brother had meticulously arranged everything. The East Sea was indeed populated by familiar faces. Zhou Chen had mentioned your name to me, and during his recent time at the Heavenly Court, he had just taken control of the Demon Suppression Department, specifically cleansing the East Sea and the Eastern Victory Divine Continent of great demons. Otherwise, you would not have found it so easy to enter my East Sea. Ao Tingxin smiled. Her words warmed Sun Wukong's heart, prompting a long sigh. His elder brother was thriving and had not forgotten him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared to recall something and inquired, is it true that such a powerful dragon palace in the East Sea would also harbor great demons? Not only great demons, but also demon kings. Recently, Ao Tingxin slowly recounted Zhou Chen's previous exploits. Upon hearing that he had slain 2 demon kings, a look of tension and intense battle spirit emerged on Sun Wukong's face. The tension stemmed from the fear that Zhou Chen might be injured due to the demon kings. The battle spirit arose from his desire to test his own mettle. Demon kings. His current strength should be comparable to theirs. If Zhou Chen were present, he would clearly see that his junior disciple had, in a remarkably short time, broken through the shackles of cultivation and advanced to the mystical immortal realm, now surpassing him for the first time. The cultivation speed of innate beings had already far outstripped his own. While this conversation unfolded, Sun Wukong had entered the depths of the Dragon Palace alongside Ao Tingxin. The palace was resplendent, every corner meticulously adorned, its foundation terrifyingly powerful, with the Dragon King being the highest among them in terms of cultivation. However, due to the lingering consequences of the ancient transgressions committed by the dragon lineage, the bloodline of the dragons has long been in decline. The current Dragon King has scarcely ascended to the realm of Tai Xianxia. Father. Ao Tingxin halted before the East Sea Dragon King, accompanied by Sun Wukong, performed a respectful bow, and then gestured towards Sun Wukong, saying, this is son Wukong, who has come to pay a visit to our dragon clan. The East Sea Dragon King opened his murky eyes, his gaze settling upon son Wukong, where a flicker of sharp, cold light glimmered in the depths of his pupils. Son Wukong. This name was all too familiar to him. Over the years, he had heard it incessantly. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that this fated stone monkey bore a certain connection to the renowned demon-slaying general, and perhaps there truly existed a semblance of destiny's reversal. However, the Dragon Clan was unwilling to bear the burden of the cost of altering fate. Son Wukong? This name does not ring a bell. What business do you have in our Dragon Clan? Chapter 65. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient titans upon returning to his abode within the Demon Suppression Division, Zhou Chen meticulously arranged a simple formation before entering a state of seclusion. The relentless battles of recent times had yielded immense rewards, leading to a fundamental transformation in his being. His cultivation had reached a critical threshold, true immortal realm. The shackles of his former limitations could no longer contain his burgeoning power. Host. Zhou Chen. Cultivation. True immortal realm. Pinnacle. Background. Postnatal human race. Postnatal supreme. Techniques. Basic Qi nourishing method, perfected. Grand celestial technique, proficient. Comprehension, 800. Law body, 1200. Magic power, 10,000. Divine abilities, celestial and terrestrial divine art, proficient. Thunder technique, proficient. Comprehensive Taoist symbols, beginner. Treasure, verdant jewel, postnatal superior. Celestial dragon whip, innate medium. Tsunami pearl, innate medium. Cultivation points, 320,000. The current system panel had begun to flourish. Without delving into further details, the mere existence of 320,000 cultivation points was sufficient to illustrate the bountiful gains Zhou Chen had amassed during this period. It is noteworthy that he had plundered nearly 2,000 formidable demons. Although he had yet to acquire the essence of any demon king, it was evident that he was not far off. He hoped that in due course, the Shinong division would unveil a delightful surprise. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. The Shinong division represented the most significant foundation he had access to from the heavenly court during this period. If he continued on this trajectory, by the time he next harvested spiritual herbs, he could expect to claim 30 to 60% of them. At that moment, it was uncertain whether the heavenly court would be taxing him or if he would be contributing resources to them. Nevertheless, as long as he could endure until that time, he would not lack cultivation points in the future. First, he would elevate the Tang Dao and the spear to superior grade. These two weapons had accompanied him for so long without a name. It was high time they received one. Indeed, these treasures had suffered somewhat alongside Zhou Chen. Not to mention, the fact that they had yet to enter the system's recorded list was quite abstract. System, expend cultivation points to elevate the grade of these two treasures. Zhou Chen spoke directly. In the next moment, his cultivation points began to diminish at an alarming rate, akin to flames consuming kindling, as he expended 40,000 in mere breaths. Subsequently, a notification resonated in Zhou Chen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have spent 40,000 cultivation points to elevate the Tang Dao, unnamed, and the spear, unnamed, to superior postnatal treasures. To continue the enhancement, a further 100,000 cultivation points are required. Do you wish to proceed? The two weapons surged within Zhou Chen's dantian, as intangible yet marvelous forces penetrated the Tang Dao and spear, enhancing their grade. In just a few breaths, the quality of the two treasures was elevated, even giving rise to powers uniquely their own. The malevolent aura of the Tang Dao and the thunderous might of the spear. These two treasured artifacts have been fully formed. From this day forth, the Tang knife shall be known as Tang Fong, while the spear shall bear the name Yin Lei. These two treasures have accompanied Zhou Chen through countless battlefields. Although he had better alternatives, he chose to upgrade them, inscribing his own mark upon them. Tang Fong and Yin Lei quivered gently, their forms now pulsating with the characters of their names, their powers exponentially enhanced. The treasures possess spirits and can undoubtedly sense Zhou Chen's will. The essence of these artifacts swiftly strengthened with his words. For now, he would elevate these two treasures to a superior grade. The remaining cultivation points would be reserved for enhancing his own prowess. Zhou Chen glanced at his system panel. Pondering for a moment, he recognized that he needed strength. Without it, altering the future would be futile, and winning the favor of destiny would be out of reach. Since he had arrived in the world of Journey to the West, he was determined to see how far he could venture. System. Elevate the realm of the Great Immortal Technique. The Great Immortal Technique is the core of all. Although Zhou Chen practiced it daily, he had yet to achieve even the initial stage. The potential of this technique was terrifying. As soon as his words fell, the system's notification appeared once more. Congratulations, host. You have spent 1 million cultivation points to elevate the realm of the great immortal technique to the initial stage. Thunderous roars resonated. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on his dantian. At the moment of his breakthrough in the great immortal technique, a colossal vortex seemed to manifest around him. This vortex did not siphon the spiritual energy of the heavenly realm, but rather directly channeled all its power into the cosmos. An endless force from the starry skies was forcibly drawn down, transcending time and space to enter Zhou Chen's body. As waves of malevolent energy emerged from the depths of the heavenly realm, gradually absorbed into him. This method was exaggerated to the extreme, in mere breaths. He devoured all the power within his sight like a mythical Kunping. What? While contemplating how to deal with Sun Wukong, Hao Yan suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen. A fleeting aura of the great Luo golden immortal shimmering around him. Was the xianxia realm truly achieved in such a manner? Was the spiritual energy of the heavenly realm insufficient for his breakthrough? Just how formidable was this young man's foundation? Hao Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. This was absurd. The heavenly realm is the most bountiful land in existence, with countless spiritual veins. If Zhou Chen needed to forcibly consume the energy of the stars now, how would he manage when striving for the great Luo golden immortal in the future? Would he have to venture into the chaos? Something was amiss. This was not the doing of the demon-slaying general himself. It was his divine power manifesting. The Queen Mother of the West observed closely, her eyes narrowing as she gasped in astonishment. Divine power? Yes, there was no doubt. It had to be divine power. Although they had consistently focused their attention on Zhou Chen and were aware of the extraordinary nature of his abilities, they had never truly contemplated the essence of his powers. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, Zhou Chen had been concealing the truth. He was adept at shrouding the might of his supernatural abilities beneath the guise of his actions, with his displayed techniques merely representing the most rudimentary application of malevolent energy. The power of the stars was also an integral part of his supernatural prowess. This young man had already approached a minor mastery of his skills, for otherwise, he would not have been able to create such an uproar. Following this breakthrough, his strength would ascend to the realm of the profound immortal, enabling him to genuinely rival those formidable demon kings. Indeed, overpowering these demon kings would not pose a challenge. The West Queen Mother spoke softly, finally recognizing the astonishing extent of Zhou Chen's potential. This young man could stand alongside the ancient paragons. It is truly unfortunate that he cannot be utilized by them. Chapter 66. The Mischievous Monkey in the Realm of the xianxia. The power of the stars converged upon Zhou Chen, bestowing upon him the celestial crown. Ethereal white aura enveloped him, mingling with the starlit energy, allowing him to float gracefully in the air. The essence of the Tao surged around Zhou Chen, as if the heavens themselves were manifesting extraordinary phenomena, continuously brewing in the sky. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming surge of power deep within his being, akin to a vast ocean, tumultuous and beyond his control. However, with the breakthrough of the supreme celestial technique, the challenges before him seemed to dissipate. This technique was profoundly intricate, harmonizing perfectly with the heavenly and earthly spirit technique, propelling his cultivation and realm to unprecedented heights within mere breaths. Breakthrough. With a gentle utterance, Lin Feng's eyes flickered, his entire being vibrating with energy. The xianxia aura erupted from within him, the once dormant power now surging forth like a mighty tide, fortifying every part of his physique and laying a more solid foundation for his advancement. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to xianxia. The xianxia realm signifies a brand new level of power, wholly distinct from what preceded it. In the world of journey to the west, beneath the saints, all are but mere ants. Even a quasi-saint, touched by the essence of a saint, stands at the pinnacle among the myriad of immortals. Yet, xianxia represents a crucial intermediary point, having transcended the frailty of newly ascended immortality. To progress further would lead to the realms of Golden Immortal and even Tai Golden Immortal, both of which would induce the most fundamental metamorphosis of existence. Upon reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, one's power would entirely sever ties with the three realms, liberating oneself from the river of fate. From a certain perspective, at that juncture, Zhou Chen could attain longevity, potentially existing alongside the cosmos for eternity, barring unforeseen circumstances. 5 years have passed, and he has finally reached this milestone. With a complex expression, Zhou Chen introspectively regarded his fashi, letting out a long sigh. Instead of joy at breaking through to xianxia, his heart was burdened with even greater concerns. The pace of his advancement felt agonizingly slow. Although he could contend with the most formidable beings during his true immortal phase through various means, he was acutely aware that even with all his trump cards, he could only match 1 or 2 demon kings. In comparison to the true powerhouses of the journey to the west, he was still merely a weakling. Moreover, while his formidable techniques provided him with clear advantages, they also came with inherent weaknesses. His overall strength remained insufficient, and the prowess he could unleash was limited. During this period, he needed to seek more opportunities, striving to buy time. If nothing could be altered, he would have no choice but to apologize to his master. Zhou Chen sighed. At times, the matters concerning the heavenly court left him feeling vexed, and he felt a semblance of understanding regarding Sun Wukong's tumultuous rebellion against the heavens. There remained 180,000 points of cultivation value. Zhou Chen had no immediate plans to utilize the accumulated Taoist values, opting instead to set them aside for the time being. After tidying up his quarters, he leisurely stepped out of his residence, only to discover that the entrance was already besieged by celestial warriors. His loyal guards stood resolutely before them, creating an implicit standoff. Although his guards were formidable, each a master of the profound immortal realm, the celestial beings before him were elite forces, not to be underestimated, and their numbers were overwhelming. Should a conflict arise, it was unlikely that they would emerge unscathed. "What brings you all to my demon suppression bureau?" Zhou Chen inquired softly. He scanned the ranks of celestial warriors, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the leader. If his memory served him correctly, he had encountered this individual several times before, likely in the presence of the heavenly sovereign himself. The leading celestial general saluted Zhou Chen and said, "Your Majesty summons you to the heavenly palace to discuss important matters." Zhou Chen frowned and stepped forward to ask, "Has there been a problem in the heavenly court?" Typically, unless a significant issue arose, the heavenly sovereign would not summon him to the palace. Recently, Zhou Chen had just cleared the Eastern Victory Divine Continent of threats. No formidable demons would dare challenge him at this time, unless, of course, trouble had once again found its way to him. It was rumored that a demon monkey had descended to the mortal realm, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang from the Eastern Sea, causing chaos throughout the region. Initially reluctant to speak, the celestial general recalled Zhou Chen's esteemed title as the director of the Divine Agriculture Bureau and thus felt compelled to respond. However, his words caused Zhou Chen's brow to furrow in concern. Trouble had indeed arrived. Despite having previously instructed the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, Zhou Chen was acutely aware that the events concerning the journey to the west were entangled in the schemes of the saints. No amount of persuasion on his part could alter the ultimate fate of Sun Wukong. However, he had not anticipated that the plan would unfold so smoothly. The heavenly sovereign had dispatched numerous celestial warriors, clearly not intending to allow Zhou Chen any opportunity to evade his summons. Zhou Chen recognized this reality. He nodded without further ado and followed the celestial warriors as they ascended to the cloud platform, swiftly arriving at the heavenly palace. Inside, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea awaited, his eyes brimming with tears as he periodically wiped them away. When he glanced back at Zhou Chen, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Such rapid cultivation. Could the earlier commotion truly have been instigated by this individual? The Eastern Sea Dragon King felt a jolt of apprehension, but quickly lowered his head upon sensing Zhou Chen's gaze upon him. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to provoke the demon slayer. It was not that he feared defeat or harbored any trepidation. Rather, he was acutely aware of Zhou Chen's potential. With Sun Wukong as a primordial being of remarkable combat prowess, combined with Zhou Chen's formidable presence, anyone who dared to cross them would surely meet their demise. "Your Majesty, you must certainly take a stand for us." Suddenly, a voice resonated from the right side of Zhou Chen. At that moment, Zhou Chen realized that there was another person beside the Dragon King. This individual was clad in a black robe, exuding an eerie aura, which rendered him exceedingly peculiar. Yet, upon encountering this figure, Zhou Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he gently tapped his forehead. The King of Hell has also arrived. This monkey certainly causes a commotion with remarkable speed. One must admit, Zhou Chen held a great deal of admiration for his disciple's ability to stir trouble, having offended both an East Sea Dragon King and the King of Hell in such a brief span of time. This, in itself, could be considered a remarkable skill. "I am already aware of this matter, you may rest assured." Hao Ian gently raised his hand and gestured for silence, causing the previously boisterous ministers to fall silent. With a satisfied smile, Hao Ian then spoke. "In my heavenly court, there are many great generals. The troublemaking monkey possesses considerable cultivation. Therefore, I shall summon the Demon Slayer General to take action, accompanied by Nezha, to apprehend him at once." As soon as Hao Ian's words fell, Tian Nu produced an edict. "Demon Slayer General, step forward to receive your orders." Chapter 67. Mobilizing 100,000. capturing the stone monkey. I am here. Zhou Chen took 2 steps forward and slightly bowed to Hao Yin as a gesture of respect. Then, he heard the heavenly envoy's voice proclaim, by decree, the great king of heaven shall be the commander, with the 3rd Prince Nezha and the demon-slaying general Zhou Chen as vice-commanders. Assemble 100,000 heavenly soldiers at once to descend and capture the demon monkey. This demon has committed grave sins. It shall not escape punishment, should the situation permit. Execution is to be carried out immediately. It was rare for Hao Yin to issue such a direct command, but today was evidently an exception. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chen, seemingly attempting to discern any trace of dissatisfaction or anger within his eyes. Yet, to no avail. Zhou Chen's expression remained unperturbed. As if he had not taken the matter to heart, his face still adorned with the exhilaration of having just broken through his cultivation. I am at your service. In unison with Li Jing, Zhou Chen and Nezha stepped forward to accept the decree. For a fleeting moment, Nezha's eyes met Zhou Chen's, and he raised an eyebrow, inquiring through body language. Wait, my friend? You've attained the xianxia realm? How do you plan to proceed? Should we put on a show for the Jade Emperor? Zhou Chen blinked and smiled. I want to fight. You handle it. Understanding dawned on Nezha. He retreated to the ranks alongside Zhou Chen and whispered through a secretive technique. Brother Zhou, you previously mentioned having a good brother down below. It wouldn't be that troublesome monkey, would it? Just keep this between us. When you encounter him, handle it discreetly. Zhou Chen replied. Hao Yin indeed exhibited a certain amusement, sending them to apprehend a target while having Nezha accompany him. Were the 2 of them recently inseparable? If he were to seek out Erlang Shen, Zhou Chen would likely need to invest some time in finding him, assuming Erlang Shen was willing to extend that courtesy. Yet, if Zhou Chen recalled correctly, Erlang Shen had indeed met son Wukong before, during his time under the tutelage of Patriarch Bodhi, no less. All acquainted. A stage performance could easily turn fatal. Go forth. Hao Yin was exceedingly pleased with his arrangements, smiling at Zhou Chen and gently waving them off. He seemed to have other plans in mind. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of dwelling on such matters. Without hesitation, he followed in Nezha's footsteps to the encampment of the heavenly soldiers. 100,000 heavenly troops were no trivial force. Across the entire heavenly court, there were scarcely over 1 million heavenly soldiers. Thus, 100,000 represented a formidable 1/10 of their overall strength, indicating the Jade Emperor's serious intent to confront the stone monkey. Zhou Chen, go prepare the equipment you will need. His Majesty has tasked me with overseeing you, so do not disappoint him. Li Jing cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Chen, speaking in a cold tone. It was peculiar, for reasons unknown. Though Li Jing recognized Zhou Chen's potential, their relationship had always been somewhat strained. This discord seemed to stem from Nezha, yet Zhou Chen could not definitively ascertain the reason. Li Tianwang's gaze was fixed upon them. Zhou Chen shrugged and stepped aside with Nezha. How loyal this old fellow was. Once they reached a spot beyond Li Jing's watchful eyes, Nezha let out a soft huff, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Was he contemplating an attack again? Zhou Chen found amusement in Nezha's demeanor. The relationship between this guy and Li Jing was ostensibly paternal, should a conflict arise. Zhou Chen had no doubt that if the exquisite pagoda in Li Jing's possession were to vanish, Nezha would strike without hesitation. At times, Zhou Chen felt exasperated after being cornered by Li Jing's words and contemplated retaliating against the exquisite pagoda. Yet he was always under close scrutiny and could not find the opportunity. So, are you planning to assist me? He mused. Forget it, if it comes to blows. It would truly be troublesome. This way is quite satisfactory. Nezha responded helplessly, then playfully elbowed Zhou Chen's Qilin jade armor, producing a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron. He chuckled and inquired, Hey, what is the prowess of your junior disciple? In comparison to me, who prevails? Nezha had previously sparred with Zhou Chen and was aware of his capabilities. Even when concealing his true strength, Zhou Chen had reached an alarming level of power. Invincible among peers, effortlessly so. Should that stone monkey and Zhou Chen attain the same realm, Nezha was prepared to give his all in a contest. You may test your skills. If you truly manage to capture him, it merely indicates his inadequacy. Zhou Chen shrugged. Nezha raised an eyebrow, seemingly about to speak. But Zhou Chen interrupted directly. Rest assured, this matter is not as simple as you imagine. Though my brother may be somewhat inferior to me, his cultivation techniques are quite formidable, not to mention his innate talent as a primordial being. Each possesses their own peculiarities. Nezha's eyes flickered, a spark of combativeness igniting within him. If he could engage with that fellow, it seemed there would be no harm in that. While Nezha was about to articulate further, Li Jing's voice resonated in their ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Nezha and Zhou Chen, and coldly remarked, The army is prepared. Do not delay the journey. Otherwise, the Emperor will hold you both accountable. Feigning authority, Zhou Chen squinted, focusing on the exquisite pagoda, causing Li Jing to feel a chill run down his spine. Maintaining his composure, Li Jing concealed the pagoda behind him and altered his tone slightly. This matter is under the Emperor's supervision. Do not act recklessly. As celestial beings, you should understand the stakes. Zhou Chen retracted his gaze and offered a non-committal smile. How pitiable it was for those unaware of the entire situation. From a certain perspective, Li Jing was also a pawn of the Western teachings. The exquisite pagoda in his grasp served as proof of this, as did the burning lamp Taoist. What kind of noble character could this possibly be? Let us proceed. Zhou Chen called out to Nezha, and the two of them ambled toward the vast array of heavenly soldiers, a wisp of cloud rising beneath their feet. At that moment, Yang Chan and Chang'e also arrived. Witnessing the scene from a distance, Yang Chan's cheeks turned slightly pale as she covered her mouth with her hand. What should I do? Does my senior brother remain unaware of the matters concerning son Wukong? Zhou Chen intends to capture him, but that is son Wukong. If he truly brings Wukong to the heavenly court, there may be no room for retreat thereafter. Once son Wukong ascends to the heavenly realm, the court possesses countless means to annihilate him. By then, even if Zhou Chen regrets his decision, it will be too late. Fear not. Zhou Chen is well aware of the situation. Chang'e shook her head, her eyes glinting with a cold light. If she was not mistaken, all of this must be the handiwork of the Jade Emperor. Indeed, these individuals are strikingly similar, just as they were when dealing with her. They resort to nothing but these underhanded tactics. Chapter 68. Nezha battles Wukong, the unleashing of the sea on the majestic flower and fruit mountain. A congregation of celestial beings gathered, while within its caverns, merriment and revelry filled the air. Monkeys scurried about, presenting sumptuous wine and divine peaches to son Wukong, chattering incessantly in his ear. Come, my little ones, drink more. Son Wukong laughed heartily, yet a flicker of concern lingered deep within his eyes. He gazed skyward, as if sensing an impending disturbance, and released a long sigh. The heavenly soldiers had been dispatched. How could they conceal their movements? Especially with Zhou Chen and Nezha leading the charge, two of the most renowned figures across the three realms, known for vanquishing countless formidable demons. During this period, son Wukong had also sensed an unsettling anomaly in both the Eastern Sea and the underworld. Certain occurrences seemed oddly orchestrated, as if compelling him to act, with various issues potentially arising that could lead to enmity. It was perplexing, making him feel like a mere pawn in this grand scheme. Great King, a grave situation has arisen. At that moment, the monkeys tasked with guarding the water curtain cave hurried to son Wukong, exclaiming loudly, "A multitude of soldiers has descended from the heavens, and they have completely encircled our flower and fruit mountain. Who dares to assault our water curtain cave, Great King?" The monkeys surged towards son Wukong. They had practiced the foundational techniques he had imparted and had attained a modicum of cultivation, barely qualifying as demon soldiers. However, their training was still nascent, and their strength paled in comparison to the heavenly hosts. Moreover, the celestial beings above possessed formidable power and extraordinary abilities. If a confrontation ensued, even son Wukong could not guarantee victory. "Let me venture outside and take a look." Son Wukong bellowed with laughter, rising to his feet. Grasping his Rui Jingu Bang, he strode toward the cave's entrance. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, his pupils widened in shock. In the sky, numerous celestial beings stood resolute, and the heavenly soldiers exuded an overwhelming pressure that obscured the sun, enveloping the entire flower and fruit mountain. What struck him with the most dread was the sight of the young man adorned in a Qilin jade mask among the three leaders at the forefront. Zhou Chen lowered his gaze upon son Wukong, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Despite everything, son Wukong's cultivation had indeed reached the xianxia level. At least during this time, his efforts had borne fruit. Xianxia level? Li Jing regarded the monkeys below with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Merely in xianxia, and yet his majesty had dispatched so many powerful beings to apprehend him? Did he truly regard all xianxians as mere figures like Zhou Chen? To the lower realm, capture the great demons. Li Jing commanded with a wave of his hand, resolving to send forth 1,000 heavenly soldiers to vanquish the monkeys without even permitting Zhou Chen or Nezha to intervene. In recent days, the celestial soldiers and generals have exhibited formidable prowess, particularly the three leaders who, akin to son Wukong, possess the cultivation of the xianxia realm. Once they engage in combat, they can almost effortlessly crush adversaries of the same level. With a thunderous cry of kill, the celestial army obscured the heavens, forming a battle array that directly encircled son Wukong. Nezha leisurely approached Zhou Chen, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Brother Zhou, Is your companion truly of the same caliber as you? Will he not require even a modicum of my assistance? Nezha's concern was palpable. Should anything untoward befall Zhou Chen's brother, he dreaded the ensuing chaos that Zhou Chen might unleash. While he was uncertain of the Jade Emperor's schemes, he had no desire to engage in conflict with Zhou Chen. Rest assured, Zhou Chen replied, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on the surrounded son Wukong, shaking his head. How could mere circumstances thwart the future great sage equal to heaven? Monstrous fiend, meet your end. The three foremost celestial generals of the xianxia realm suddenly struck, darkening the skies with ominous clouds. The fierce glimmer of blades and swords flashed in the heavens, as if intending to dismember son Wukong. Be still, son Wukong proclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he formed a gesture and pointed forward. The multitude of celestial soldiers that had encircled him found themselves immobilized by his binding spell, and the fierce light of weapons in the sky shattered instantaneously. In the next moment, the Li Jing bang in his grasp expanded rapidly under his control, ultimately transforming into a colossal pillar that descended violently upon the celestial troops. Disaster. Although the Li Jing bang is a postnatal treasure, imbued with merit, its might is considerable. Li Jing sensed the formidable power within the staff, his heart racing as he hastily raised his palm. The exquisite pagoda in his hand emanated a subtle glow as it launched an assault on son Wukong. Yet, son Wukong remained unfazed. The staff and the radiant light of the exquisite pagoda collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Thousands of celestial soldiers fell to the ground like autumn leaves, while son Wukong emerged from the clash unscathed. What an astonishing Dharma body! Li Jing was taken aback, involuntarily casting a glance at Zhou Chen. The last time he witnessed such a formidable Dharma body was in Zhou Chen himself. This power, capable of overwhelming all, recalled memories of Zhou Chen's past feats, an invincible Dharma body that even Nezha could not breach within their realm. Abominable wretch! Nezha roared as he beheld the celestial soldiers plummeting. After exchanging a glance with Zhou Chen, he charged forward, engaging son Wukong with his fiery spear. As the vice commander, he bore responsibility for his subordinates' defeat. In this moment of fury, each thrust of his fiery spear seemed to summon countless flames from the heavens, engulfing the world in a crimson hue. The flames conjured various forms in the sky, even igniting son Wukong's very being. However, son Wukong, with his copper skin and iron bones, and a body of adamantine, was able to effortlessly shake off Nezha's techniques with a mere movement, even engaging him in a standoff. Although Nezha was somewhat lenient in this encounter, it nonetheless underscores the formidable prowess of son Wukong in battle. Demon-slaying general, will you not make your move? Li Jing, seeing that Nezha could not gain the upper hand, turned to Zhou Chen and coldly remarked, do not forget that His Majesty entrusted you to me before departing. While you may have the privilege of heeding counsel over commands, in the midst of this battlefield, you must obediently follow the orders of your superior general. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at Li Jing. His disdain for Li Jing peaked at this moment. This fellow, perhaps, knows quite a bit about his relationship with Nezha. He may not grasp the full scope of the journey to the West plan, but Li Jing undoubtedly understands. Nezha shares a close rapport with him, and it is possible that the Heavenly Emperor had revealed such matters to him in advance. This is my command, Zhou Chen thought as he withdrew his gaze and gradually began to stretch his limbs. Chapter 69. Futile efforts. The Great King is formidable. At this moment, the monkeys of Flower and Fruit Mountain erupted with thunderous cheers, witnessing son Wukong gradually forcing back Nezha, their laughter echoing through the air. Indeed, their king is immensely powerful. Even the heavenly realm has struggled to subdue him. If this continues, the celestial authority shall diminish before them, and their king might very well earn a name that rivals the heavens. Step back, Nezha admonished softly, his brow furrowed. With a sudden surge of power, his fire-tipped spear thrust forward, intensifying its force and causing son Wukong to stagger back repeatedly. Such immense strength. A newfound seriousness flickered in son Wukong's eyes. Although he had never clashed with Nezha before, it was clear that Nezha was holding back. With his brother watching from above, how could he be unaware of the situation? After a prolonged exchange, their duel had primarily been a display of basic martial skills, devoid of any supernatural abilities. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Nezha, switch out. Zhou Chen's voice resonated, prompting Nezha to retreat swiftly. In the next instant, a long spear descended like a club, its force shattering the surrounding air with a deafening sound akin to a sonic boom. Son Wukong's eyes widened, and he quickly raised his Li Jing bang to counter the blow. Bang! The Li Jing bang rebounded sharply, the counterforce causing his hands to tingle. leaving him no time to react. The thunderous energy within the drinking thunder spear began to emit a faint glow, surging and pressing against his defenses. "Brother?" Sun Wukong inquired telepathically. This technique, although favored by his brother, was evidently restrained. Yet, he still found it challenging to withstand. In their shared realm, he conceded that he was inferior to Zhou Chen. "Use your full strength and truly engage me in combat. Force me back." Zhou Chen's voice was solemn. He intended to put on an act, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors at Sun Wukong's expense. Although difficulties may arise for Sun Wukong thereafter, it was imperative to seize the few precious opportunities available in Journey to the West. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Sun Wukong's expression hardened, and he took a deep breath. "Let us battle," he roared, as golden light erupted from his Li Jing bang, radiating brilliance and amplifying its power manifold. Vajra technique. Among the 5 elements. Although Sun Wukong had not mastered other abilities, after cultivating the Grand Celestial technique, he experienced a transformation akin to Zhou Chen's. He had gained mastery over gold. The essence of gold is the epitome of rigidity and brightness. With each cycle, his strength surged exponentially, allowing him to annihilate any celestial being or group of demons with a single strike, without the need for any other techniques. This monkey, in the sky, Li Jing, who had been merely observing, felt a stir within him and inhaled sharply. The Vajra technique. This is indeed a manifestation of true supernatural power. Akin to the mastery of thunder techniques, an ability that is instinctively controlled and nearly impossible to acquire through diligent study, presenting an exceptionally high level of difficulty. Perfectly, it serves as the ultimate nemesis to Zhou Chen's avatar. After all, no matter how exaggerated his avatar may be, it cannot compare with one who has mastered the indomitable skill of Vajra. This technique has already reached the level of divine powers, leaving Zhou Chen to endure a passive onslaught. Thunder come forth. Zhou Chen snorted coldly, as thunder raged and clashed with the Li Jing bang, resulting in a simultaneous explosion of sound that tore the sky apart. The celestial beings retreated, while the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain hastily sought refuge behind cover. Peering out with curiosity, the intensity of their confrontation was even more formidable than that of Nezha moments prior, exhibiting an almost desperate determination to fight to the death. It was a performance so convincing. However, this was perhaps an overestimation of the Jade Emperor's intelligence. Nezha sighed inwardly, casting a subtle glance towards the heavenly realm. He understood that if Sun Wukong could not display his other abilities, he would undoubtedly be taken back today. Even if it was not the celestial beings who came for him, others would certainly not overlook this terrifying individual who was merely at the xianxia level. "My brother, I apologize." Suddenly, feeling a strain, Sun Wukong, in utter resignation, gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission into Zhou Chen's mind. He swiftly retreated, while simultaneously pointing 2 fingers at Zhou Chen. At that moment, Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a threat of danger. "Freeze!" Accompanied by Sun Wukong's soft command, Zhou Chen's pupils trembled, and his previously active body abruptly halted. He looked at Sun Wukong in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Wukong? When did you secretly cultivate this technique?" The immobilization technique had been transformed by Sun Wukong into an entirely new application. Although Zhou Chen felt that this move could only hold him for a brief moment, it was nonetheless exceedingly remarkable. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely raising the Li Jing bang and striking fiercely towards Zhou Chen's head, appearing as if he intended to deal a lethal blow. In utter helplessness, Zhou Chen had no choice but to employ his own technique. Killing chi transforms into arrows. With a sharp sound that pierced the air, the sinister energy collided with Sun Wukong's Li Jing bang, producing a thunderous roar. Sun Wukong was instantly sent flying, while Zhou Chen regained his ability to move. "Wukong, you are not being honest. This technique can only restrain the avatar." Zhou Chen cursed vehemently through a long-distance transmission. This move was clearly prepared specifically for him. In this day and age, who has an avatar so exceptional that it requires such methods to be contained? Damn it, this fellow is hiding things. What a clever technique. Beside them, Nezha observed keenly, nearly bursting into applause and laughter. Zhou Chen was experiencing a taste of his own medicine. He was typically the one employing various divine techniques against them, an endless array of methods that had caused them considerable distress. And now it seemed this fellow's brother could achieve such a level as well? How amusing, how delightful. Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the face of Zhou Chen, unmoving and yet betraying a flicker of unyielding resentment deep within his eyes. In that moment, Zhou Chen's heart unexpectedly found tranquility. He comprehended the source of Sun Wukong's emotions. In the early days, Before he had acquired the system, and upon realizing he had entered the world of journey to the west, he too had experienced a similar sentiment. A sense of discontent. Sun Wukong's feelings were not born of jealousy, but rather, they could be described as envy. Why was it that only Zhou Chen could cultivate the celestial and terrestrial divine techniques? Why was his power superior to Sun Wukong's within the same realm, even allowing him to prevail without resorting to any tactics? The latest techniques developed by Sun Wukong had been tested countless times in secret. Yet, when employed in a surprise attack, they could merely restrain Zhou Chen for a fleeting moment. Just a fleeting moment. It had consumed all the energy he had amassed throughout his arduous journey of cultivation. Every effort to catch up seemed to dissolve into farce, into jest. Brother, I am truly sorry. Amidst a torrent of unspoken words, Sun Wukong could only utter this once more, before raising his golden staff high above his head, bringing it down with sudden ferocity. This time, Zhou Chen did not resist. He merely coordinated with the movement, hurtling backward as if severely wounded, crashing into the throng of heavenly soldiers, causing chaos and tumbling all around. Chapter 70. Courtship of Sun Wukong. The Demon Slayer General has fallen. Impossible. A chorus of frightened exclamations erupted from the celestial soldiers as they hastily passed Zhou Chen through the crowd. The once formidable Qilin Jade armor had become distorted, and under the weight of gravity, Zhou Chen's chest was even concaved. However, merely a few breaths later, he completely regained his health. He strained to stand upright, gazing at Sun Wukong from a distance, his expression grim, as the long spear in his hand emitted a thunderous roar akin to that of a storm. The power of the thunderous drink had fully erupted at this moment, combining with his thunderous techniques and the ominous aura that subtly emanated, creating a truly earth-shattering scene. Brother Zhou. Nezha hurried forward, intending to say something, but upon seeing the fury in Zhou Chen's eyes and the fatigue lurking within, he shuddered, letting out a long sigh. Not a brother anymore, still pretending. I thought you were truly clashing with Sun Wukong. Demon Slayer General, that is enough. At this moment, Li Jing rushed to Zhou Chen's side, attempting to mediate. Today, we do not necessarily need to capture that demon monkey. Let us return to the heavenly court and deliberate further. After all, Zhou Chen was a Demon Slayer General, one of the most formidable forces that the heavenly court could muster. The scene of him being sent flying by Sun Wukong had left Li Jing with an unshakable sense of dread, unable to believe it. If this man truly fell to Sun Wukong here, returning to the heavenly court might mean certain death at the hands of the Jade Emperor. This was no longer mere infighting. It was a challenge to the dignity of the heavenly court. How could a celestial general be defeated? Sun Wukong. Zhou Chen bellowed, disregarding Li Jing entirely as he hurled the thunderous drink forward. From the heavens, the thunderous drink descended like an ancient bolt of lightning, crashing down upon the spot where Sun Wukong stood. Yet, Sun Wukong was already on guard. His Rui Jingu Bang expanded wildly, striking back with all his might. The thunderous drink was thus subdued, crashing to the ground. Demon Slayer General, you are indeed a figure of note. Should the opportunity arise, do come visit me at Flowerfruit Mountain and reclaim your weapon. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, causing Li Jing to feel faint, hastily signaling his troops to retreat. The heavenly court arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, Sun Wukong could no longer see the figures of Zhou Chen and the others. Only the continuing bursts of thunder and flames within Flowerfruit Mountain bore witness to their recent presence. Have they truly left? Sun Wukong sighed deeply, reflecting on the immobilization technique he had just employed, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all his efforts, he had only managed to hold his senior brother for a fleeting moment when he was unprepared. A mere moment, just a fleeting second, and it consumed 30% of his magical power. Had it not been for Nezha's early intervention in the act, had he not prepared all his strategies beforehand, he would have indeed faced defeat, defeated by his own lenient senior brother. Alas, let us first take this weapon back. Since my senior brother has cast it forth, it must surely possess some utility. Sun Wukong glanced at the thunder-drinking spear, swaggering as he bore the long weapon, making his way deeper into the water curtain cave. However, his current demeanor had long been observed by others, within the grand hall of the heavenly court. As he watched the already departed Sun Wukong, Hao Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. Were it not for having witnessed it with his own eyes, and having speculated on Zhou Chen's strength, coupled with his intimate knowledge of this stone monkey, he might have been inclined to believe that the Zhou Chen before him had exerted all his strength. What a remarkable strategy. This has been utilized to such an extent. Hao Yin exhaled a long breath of turbid air, subtly shaking his head. Merely relying on his, Zhou Chen was already unparalleled. Now, having entered the realm of the xianxia, he could even forcibly withstand a blow from Sun Wukong's divine powers. In the future, could he still maintain control over him? This is disastrous. The demon-slaying general has actually retreated? What shall we do now? Consequently, the heavenly court was stirred by Zhou Chen's actions. Both son Wukong and Zhou Chen were xianxia, rare prodigies, yet in their confrontation, it was Zhou Chen who faced defeat. Son Wukong, it seems, has attained a combat prowess at least at the pinnacle level of the Tai xianxia, a threat far surpassing that of an ordinary demon king, even eclipsing the likes of the Jiao demon king. Your Majesty, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, the third prince Nezha, and the demon-slaying general Zhou Chen have returned. At this moment, a celestial attendant quietly reminded from below the hall, prompting everyone to recall the three figures. It was imperative to summon Zhou Chen forth, to inquire about son Wukong's background, so they might devise a strategy. Hao Yin, quickly summon him. Under the guidance of the celestial attendant, Li Jing, accompanied by Nezha and Zhou Chen, arrived at the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Hao Yin, their eyes betraying a hint of concern. Minister Li Jing pays his respects to your Majesty. Hao Yin, no need for further words. I am already aware of the situation. This demon monkey possesses formidable strength, capable of clashing with both Nezha and Zhou Chen without falling behind. He has truly become a force to be reckoned with. Since he has gained such prominence, it is only natural that he should be dealt with. Throughout history, how many demon clans have managed to rise before us? At this moment, several heavenly generals sensed a faint killing intent wafting through the heavenly court. Yet Hao Yin remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Chen as he spoke softly. Demon-slaying general, during your encounter with that demon monkey, did you employ any remarkable techniques? How is it that even you could not subdue him? Zhou Chen, displaying neither humility nor arrogance, exuded no signs of weakness after defeat, and replied, that son Wukong indeed possesses remarkable abilities. His is exceedingly potent, aptly described as having a copper skin and iron bones. As for his diamond technique, it is indeed troublesome, compounded by the difficulty of contending with his Rui Jinggu Bang. For an ordinary celestial being, merely to touch it could spell death. His words stirred a sense of trepidation among the celestial beings eager to take action. They had already witnessed Zhou Chen's injuries, the deep crater upon his chest. Any ordinary celestial would likely take an extensive period to recover from such a blow. These two individuals are indeed formidable beings. When they engage in conflict, they act recklessly, and should they find themselves in peril, regret would come too late. Is it truly this troublesome? Hao Yin furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a strategy. At that moment, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward. Your Majesty, that monkey possesses remarkable skills and is protected by the invincible Vajra. Why not summon him, allowing him to recognize the majesty of our celestial court? Son Wukong's rise has not been particularly prolonged. As long as we prevent him from associating with the demon tribes, there exists no fundamental conflict between him and our heavenly realm. He may yet serve a purpose. As he spoke, Tai Bai Jinxing bowed respectfully to the sovereign, adopting a demeanor of utmost reverence. However, at this moment, he could distinctly sense the fervent gaze behind him. Zhou Chen fixated on him, motionless, his eyes radiating an unadulterated intent to kill. It was an intensity that sent chills down Tai Bai Jinxing's spine, evoking an instinctive urge to flee. Chapter 71. Let me try crisis. A tremendous crisis. Though the bright star of the White Emperor had long contemplated Zhou Chen's position, he never anticipated that the young man would adopt such an attitude. Were you not just putting on an act? Would your junior disciple suffer in the heavenly court? He would merely reap its benefits. What the assembly required was a great sage equal to heaven, not a dulled insect. Is it that the elixirs of the Supreme Lord are unpalatable, or that the peaches of immortality do not taste good? Do you truly remain oblivious to everything? The reasoning of the bright star of the White Emperor was sound. Hao Yin nodded lightly, tacitly accepting his words. He cast a deep glance at Zhou Chen and continued. Since it has been proposed by the bright star, let it be you who embarks on this journey. Find a way to entice that monkey to the heavens. He will surely prove invaluable to our heavenly court in the future. Initially, Hao Yin had considered sending Zhou Chen along as well. However, this fellow had just endured a severe setback, though it was not outwardly apparent. Hao Yin harbored no expectations of him contributing any effort and resolved to let him observe from the sidelines. After all, with such a tumultuous situation unfolding, this individual would certainly not comply obediently. He must have his own thoughts on the matter. Perhaps within this process, there would be an opportunity for Hao Yin to maneuver. At the very least, the formidable beings from the Western Church would also intervene. Did Zhou Chen genuinely believe that he could achieve such monumental matters solely by relying on the heavenly court? The individuals from the Western Church were not easy to deal with. I shall obey. The bright star of the White Emperor hastily departed. not daring to linger in the hall for even a moment, fearful that Zhou Chen might turn against him, and he vanished in an instant. "Your Majesty, I am unwell and must take my leave," Zhou Chen remarked, showing little interest in further discourse with Hao Yin. He merely clasped his hands in a salute and swiftly retreated, heading directly towards the demon suppression department. "Your Majesty, I too." Nezha, witnessing this scene, promptly saluted Zhou Chen before turning to flee. He had no desire to engage in idle conversation with the Jade Emperor, and as for persuasion, that was entirely unrelated to him. Seeing his two formidable warriors simultaneously retreat, Hao Yin shook his head, not overly concerned, and raised his hand to speak. "Esteemed immortals, let us deliberate on other matters. The Heavenly Court does not concern itself with a few enforcers, unless they are truly of great utility and formidable in combat. Yet, within the realm of cultivation, who is truly invincible? Only the saints. Below the saints, there remained only Hao Yin. Alas, if only they could be utilized by me, otherwise, my treasured collection might indeed be able to produce a quasi-saint." Hao Yin let out a long sigh, shaking his head. "Let the chaos ensue. Zhou, brother, slow down." At the entrance of the main hall, Nezha hurried to catch up, placing a hand on Zhou Chen's shoulder, a look of helplessness on his face. "Are you truly angry? Is it possible you are genuinely upset because your brother struck you?" Nezha appeared somewhat perplexed. Zhou Chen typically possesses a commendable temperament. As long as the various celestial beings refrain from crossing his boundaries while conducting their affairs, he can effortlessly overlook their actions without harboring any grievances. However, this instance is markedly different. He appears to be in a great hurry, as if he has genuinely sustained a grievous injury. "Rest assured, I am fine," Zhou Chen uttered with a hint of resignation, before softly adding, "In a moment, assist me in safeguarding my actions. I have a matter to discuss with my brother." At this, Nezha's expression shifted, his head snapping up in disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Chen. "Not my brother. You truly have a contingency plan? When did this come about? In broad daylight, you could at least put on a performance." Nezha's excitement was palpable as he reassured, "Fear not, I shall handle it." With that, he accompanied Zhou Chen into his chamber, where he awaited him with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yet, this smile inevitably transformed upon the arrival of Yang Chan and Chang'e, who came bearing urgent news. "Nezha, has my senior brother been injured?" Yang Chan could not contain her concern upon her arrival. Since her acquaintance with Zhou Chen, this marked the second occasion she had witnessed him in a state of injury. The previous encounter with the Flood Dragon King had long been resolved, and she had not been present at the time, only aware of the general circumstances. However, the situation with Wukong was entirely different. How could both parties have resorted to such severe measures? "Yang Chan, Chang'e, fret not. Zhou Chen is unharmed. If he were truly in peril, he would not have asked me to safeguard him." Nezha chuckled lightly, casting a discreet glance towards Zhou Chen's room. He could faintly perceive a surge of thunder emanating from within, seemingly reacting to some external force. This fellow, indeed, has laid his plans openly amidst the crowd. He has come prepared. Perhaps, the words spoken by Zhou Chen earlier may yet come to fruition. Suddenly, Nezha was struck by inspiration. A vision of the Linglong Pagoda appearing in his mind. If the Linglong Pagoda could be suppressed, then perhaps in this heavenly court, he might cause a ruckus akin to that of the legendary Erlang Shen of yore. As night descended within the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong sat upon his throne, perplexed as he scrutinized the thunder-drinking spear. The smaller demons surrounding him had long since been dismissed, leaving him alone in the vicinity of the throne. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound emerged from the previously inert spear, which began to emit wisps of lightning. This lightning intertwined in midair, illuminated by the starlight, forming the silhouette of Zhou Chen. "Master, brother." Sun Wukong jolted upright, hastening forward, only to receive a sharp thump on the head from Zhou Chen. "Concealing your intentions from me, preparing your tricks, are you? A binding technique, I presume?" Zhou Chen's expression darkened slightly, and his wrist flickered with sparks of lightning, causing Sun Wukong to retreat in fright. Beating his senior brother in the daylight felt rather satisfying. Yet now that night had fallen, fear was all he could muster. What prowess does my senior brother possess? Having already engaged with him, is there any uncertainty left? Should he dare to create even a slight disturbance, he shall swiftly become fodder for retribution. This time, the commotion you have stirred is far too significant. The heavenly court will undoubtedly pursue you. Tomorrow, an individual will approach you to negotiate, seeking to draw you into the celestial realm. There is no harm in this. For the time being, you should remain at the heavenly court. Zhou Chen murmured his instructions. At this moment, Sun Wukong's strength has yet to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal level. His cultivation is still insufficient to support the so-called upheaval in heaven. Sun Wukong requires time to grow. What Zhou Chen strives for is precisely that, time. He aims to delay the suppression, allowing son Wukong more opportunity for his cultivation. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's arrangements and his premeditated plans, son Wukong fell silent for a moment before speaking. Senior brother, I apologize. Before son Wukong could finish his sentence, Zhou Chen shot him a fierce glare. No need for idle chatter. Be obedient and remember to return my thunder drink. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly meet with our master to discuss your actions. We are brothers. Henceforth, if we wish to spar, let us do so openly and fairly. Matters like today must not occur again. Transmit that binding technique to me. I wish to give it a try. Chapter 72. Avalokiteshvara. After a considerable time, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, finding himself once again in the celestial realm. At the center of his palm, a brand new spell materialized, inscribed with the character for binding. This was the binding technique, a secret passed down through years of study by son Wukong. Among all binding methods, it stood out uniquely, possessing extraordinary techniques and capabilities that could immobilize any powerful entity in an instant, leaving no possibility of escape for those whose primordial spirits were not sufficiently robust. This technique was nothing short of miraculous, especially when the target was caught unawares. It was truly a move capable of altering the very fabric of existence, perfectly suited for someone like Zhou Chen, who wielded lethal prowess, capable of snatching away lives in an instant, leaving no trace of their primordial spirit behind. This method was indeed intriguing. Zhou Chen closed his eyes and swiftly mastered the technique, even progressing rapidly in his training. Although the binding technique was formidable, it paled in comparison to other methods such as the celestial and terrestrial divine decisions. Should he manage to recultivate the remaining techniques akin to the binding technique, innovating and refining them, it would not be long before he achieved the stature of a quasi-saint. Indeed, the realm of saints might not be beyond his reach. Zhou Chen reflected silently. A saint was merely a state of being. With the heavenly Tao rewarding diligence system at his disposal, his potential for the future was virtually limitless. It was certainly within the realm of possibility to attain such heights. With this thought, Zhou Chen briskly exited the room, only to be met with the somewhat anxious gaze of Nezha. Brother Nezha, what troubles you? Zhou Chen inquired, his words scarcely uttered when two familiar figures came into view. Yang Chan, unable to suppress her concern, asked, Senior brother, are you truly injured? She hurried towards him, scrutinizing him closely, and only relaxed upon confirming he was unharmed. Otherwise, she knew not how she would cope. Rest assured, I am fine, Zhou Chen reassured, waving his hand. Son Wukong had engaged him. Yet it was impossible for him to sustain any irreparable injuries. Regardless of son Wukong's intentions, Zhou Chen's divine form was not something he could easily breach. That single strike was merely a show, a superficial effort. Have you offended the Jade Emperor? Chang'e queried, her brow furrowing. Although she was already aware of certain matters concerning Zhou Chen, she was unaware of the depth of animosity between him and the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, fully cognizant of the relationship between Zhou Chen and son Wukong, typically exhibited mercy even towards ordinary celestial beings, ensuring they did not harm acquaintances. However, Zhou Chen was different. In his case, the Jade Emperor had broken with tradition, which was highly unusual. This indicated that the Jade Emperor's tolerance for Zhou Chen was dwindling, and he might even begin to suppress him. In the future, he might resort to more severe measures. Do not worry, I shall be safe for the time being. Should the Jade Emperor wish to target me, he must first ascertain his own capabilities. Zhou Chen spoke slowly. Zhou Chen's strength is insufficient to truly seize a share of the spoils in the calamity of the journey to the west. However, the Jade Emperor is keenly interested in him. If he can draw Zhou Chen into his ranks, regardless of Zhou Chen's actual capabilities, the performance will be nearly complete. Moreover, the Jade Emperor might leverage Zhou Chen to find a way to control son Wukong during the calamity, thus acquiring a greater portion of the rewards. Chang'e shook her head, feeling a heightened concern for Zhou Chen. Haoyan possesses considerable prowess. Although he rarely reveals his combat power externally, his methods are beyond what Zhou Chen can currently fathom. Within the heavenly court, there may well be contingencies left by Haoyan. Should Zhou Chen fail to garner support from other formidable beings, he would be unable to withstand the pressure from Haoyan's side. Nevertheless, Chang'e refrained from voicing this concern outright, as the situation had not escalated to that degree yet. Furthermore, Zhou Chen must have his own plans in mind, not allowing such trivial matters to go awry. Enough worrying. I shall take my leave for a while. Zhou Chen smiled at the two and swiftly departed towards the Shinong division. Observing this, Yang Chan and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in unison. Something was amiss. Had he perhaps employed some means to meet with son Wukong? Nezha's brow twitched, his expression stiffening. If that were indeed the case, Zhou Chen would have significantly overstepped. Let the senior brother be busy. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. Yang Chan signaled to Chang'e, and the two rose in tacit agreement. Turning to depart, they needed to deliberate on how to navigate their relationship with Sun Wukong in the aftermath of this defeat, which had considerably impacted Zhou Chen's reputation. Many were already proclaiming that Zhou Chen's strength was not as formidable as once believed. Yang Chan hurried off to seek her second brother, hoping to secure a retreat for Zhou Chen, while for reasons unknown, Chang'e followed closely behind, and together they vanished from sight. Too many women lead to chaos. Nezha mused, shaking his head, a hint of carefree amusement gracing his features. He patted his belly and exhaled slowly, contemplating that the matter had been resolved. It was time to rest for a while. With this thought, Nezha quietly returned to his military camp. Meanwhile, a shadow observed their dispersal before swiftly transforming into a wisp and vanishing without a trace. Mere moments later, far in the South Sea, Guanyin Bodhisattva opened her eyes. Her palms slightly outstretched, at the center of which rested a figure. This was the shadow that had just arrived from the heavenly court, a marvelous entity endowed with peculiar abilities. The shadow opened its mouth, emitting no sound, yet the message was conveyed to Guanyin's ears, causing her brow to furrow. The destined stone monkey had encountered an unforeseen event. Guanyin's expression shifted subtly. As the principal overseer of the journey to the west, she had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Yet, to her astonishment, an unforeseen complication had arisen concerning Sun Wukong. Moreover, within the three realms, an enigmatic figure named Zhou Chen had emerged. Zhou Chen, a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. Guanyin Bodhisattva murmured softly, her fingers weaving intricate gestures, her brow furrowing with increasing apprehension. Something was amiss. Why was it that not even a trace could be discerned, as if Zhou Chen had never graced the world of journey to the west? According to her calculations, Zhou Chen's fate appeared grim, with ascension itself proving to be an arduous endeavor, let alone participating in the tribulations of the journey to the west. There were variables at play. Gradually rising to her feet, Guanyin Bodhisattva departed from the southern sea, making her way toward the heavenly court. Regardless of what lay ahead, she felt compelled to witness firsthand whether the affair she had arranged would proceed smoothly. Chapter 73. Audience with the Supreme Elder. As Zhou Chen stepped into the realm, he was greeted by the bustling presence of Wu Hai, who was diligently overseeing the acolytes of the Divine Farmers Department as they collected all the ripe spiritual herbs, thoroughly engrossed in their task. Zhou Chen's seclusion, though not extensive, had spanned merely a few days in celestial time, insufficient for the next batch of herbs to mature according to their natural growth cycle. However, the effect of the green shade pearl was remarkably potent. Without Zhou Chen's intervention, it had incited a qualitative transformation, gathering an abundance of vitality that expedited the ripening of a significant number of herbs, even satisfying the decade's quota. "Greetings, Director," Wu Hai exclaimed upon spotting Zhou Chen, rushing over while wiping the sweat from his brow. "We have successfully gathered most of the mature spiritual herbs. In no more than half a month, another batch will be ready." Half a month. This timeline coincided closely with the anticipated descent of Sun Wukong. Zhou Chen fell into a brief silence before gently nodding. "I am aware. Is there anything else you require of me? We have sorted the spiritual herbs needed for the decade. The secret vault has informed us to directly present the herbs to the elder. Typically, this responsibility falls upon the director." Wu Hai raised his gaze, casting a subtle glance at Zhou Chen. What responsibility? In essence, it implied that he, as the director of the Divine Farmers Department, should personally inquire if the elder had any requirements for the coming centuries. If so, they should promptly cultivate the herbs, increasing quantity without raising the price. The Supreme Elder was the very lifeblood of the celestial elixirs, and any shortfall would inevitably result in penalties for the Divine Farmers Department. The Supreme Elder. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Come to think of it, despite his prolonged stay in the heavenly realm, he had yet to meet the Supreme Elder. If his memory served him right, within the journey to the west, the Supreme Elder was a manifestation of the moral celestial, possessing formidable cultivation and strength, ranking among the most powerful figures in the heavenly court. Ordinary immortals would find it unwise to provoke him. Even a hint of discontent could lead to complications. I understand. Hand me the herbs. Zhou Chen nodded, not overly concerned about the matter. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai promptly presented 2 bags. Director, this bag is specifically for the elder, while this one contains the remaining herbs from our harvest. These herbs, in principle, need not be submitted to the heavenly court. What do you think? Very well, I comprehend. Zhou Chen accepted the herbs, placing them openly into his pocket, and casually retrieved a few to toss to Wu Hai and the other acolytes. He did not have many associates, Yet these few were indeed considered allies. Ignoring the ecstatic expressions of Wu Hai and the others behind him, Zhou Chen hoisted the storage bag and made his way toward the Duoshui Palace. The director is truly generous to us, his own people. He even shares the spiritual herbs. One of the acolytes exclaimed joyfully to Wu Hai. Once, those directors found themselves in precarious circumstances, consumed by the daily anxiety of managing relationships with other celestial factions. The supply of spiritual herbs was so scant that they barely sufficed for personal use, let alone for the acolytes. However, following Zhou Chen was an entirely different matter. It was evident that in the future, such advantages would be plentiful. Diligently serving the director was imperative without fail. Wu Hai, maintaining a composed demeanor, stowed away the spiritual herbs and cast a sharp glance at the acolytes, but then couldn't help but break into a smile. Their new leader seemed quite promising. In the future, if he ever encountered trouble, it was likely that Zhou Chen would step in to lend a hand. The Duoshui Palace. This was the place. After a considerable passage of time, Zhou Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Duoshui Palace. The palace was immense, imbued with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Within, there were only 2 acolytes present, along with a green ox resting in a corner, eyes closed in serene slumber. Upon Zhou Chen's entry, the green ox slightly opened its eyes but soon returned to its repose. The green ox spirit. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled this creature's future trajectory from the journey to the west, merely descending to the mortal realm for a brief period. He had already become a tumultuous demon king, disregarding even son Wukong. Most other celestial beings shared a similar sentiment. Although he wielded the treasures of the old lord, it was clear that the green ox spirit's formidable foundation was astonishing. In a confrontation, he would rival any demon king. Are you the demon slayer general? At that moment, an acolyte approached Zhou Chen, scrutinizing him closely before nodding. The master was not mistaken. You have indeed arrived. Please, come in. The master has been awaiting you for quite some time. The Grand Supreme Old Lord is waiting for me. Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly as he recalled the matter of the secret repository, formulating a plan in his mind. He quickly followed the acolyte into the Duoshui Palace, where he soon caught sight of an alchemical furnace. Before it stood an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. His eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. Yet, Zhou Chen could sense the subtle aura emanating from the elder. It was the essence of the Tao, infused with the profound principles mastered by the Grand Supreme Old Lord, exuding boundless power. Zhou Chen remained patient, standing respectfully behind the Old Lord, bowing in reverence without uttering a word, waiting in silence. The acolyte also remained quiet, standing behind the Old Lord with a gentle smile. After a while, he glanced at the alchemical furnace. Master, the elixir is complete, the acolyte quietly informed the Old Lord. Moments later, Zhou Chen witnessed the Old Lord open his eyes. The flames within the alchemical furnace danced without wind, effortlessly propelling the elixir out. A gourd on the table automatically collected the elixir, and then the Old Lord stretched lazily, turning around just in time to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Zhou Chen of Fangcun Mountain, I have the honor of meeting the Grand Supreme Old Lord. Zhou Chen performed a respectful bow, his expression serene. He then retrieved the storage pouch from his waist and continued, Old Lord, these are the spiritual herbs prepared by the Shinong department over the past decade. Please take a moment to verify them. The Supreme Old Lord's expression shifted subtly as he exchanged a glance with the attendant, signaling him to accept the storage pouch, which was then stowed away. Zhou Chen, ordinarily, you would be expected to visit the secret vault first, after which the treasures would be transferred to me. Do you comprehend why I preferred the director of the Shinong department to deliver the spiritual herbs personally? The Supreme Old Lord's voice bore a hint of warmth, reminiscent of the venerable Bodhi ancestor who was still engaged in quiet cultivation within Fangcun Mountain, instinctively drawing people closer. However, Zhou Chen dared not elaborate further on the matter. He merely shook his head, feigning ignorance. The Supreme Old Lord, still smiling, continued, because the directors of the Shinong department are typically the least favored among the celestial court. Much like yourself, you are, without a doubt, the most overlooked individual in the entire history of the Shinong department. Chapter 74. Son Wukong ascends to heaven. The words spoken by the Supreme Patriarch were exceedingly candid, to the point that they caused the corners of Zhou Chen's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Although he had previously shifted his responsibilities onto the giant spirit god, and even deceived the heavenly emperor, it was undeniable that after the submission of the spiritual herbs, the celestial beings would undoubtedly form a definitive opinion of him, to say nothing of other matters, who would ultimately possess the remaining spiritual herbs and precious treasures. Zhou Chen had neither submitted the items to the secret treasury nor offered them to these celestial beings. Did he simply keep the spoils for himself? He was more audacious than the Jade Emperor himself. The Supreme Patriarch cast a deep glance at Zhou Chen. Without any visible movement, Zhou Chen's storage pouch flew directly to the front of the Patriarch. Zhou Chen frowned slightly, but did not intervene, merely observing in silence. The pouch contained his share of spiritual herbs, radiating an intriguing glow, as countless herbs were promptly cast into the alchemical furnace. Within the furnace, the Great Master had already categorized each herb into distinct zones, combining them seamlessly. Such extraordinary techniques left Zhou Chen utterly astonished. Indeed, the Supreme Patriarch was remarkable. A saintly incarnation. It was no wonder that he alone could alleviate the entire heavenly court's concerns over alchemical supplies. With such prowess, he could refine nearly all spiritual herbs, a skill that was nothing short of miraculous. With a casual wave, the Supreme Patriarch effortlessly refined the herbs into elixirs, which were then tossed to Zhou Chen. Subsequently, with a gentle gesture, Zhou Chen felt his body instantaneously transported from the Duoshui Palace to a location near the southern heavenly gate, where a voice resonated in his ears. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. As these words left the Patriarch's lips, Zhou Chen's expression shifted. However, upon glancing around, he found the Supreme Patriarch had already vanished from sight. He remained silent for a moment, casting one last look in the direction of the Duoshui Palace, his mind swirling with thoughts. As a saint of the Xianmen, would the Supreme Patriarch truly allow the journey to the West Calamity to commence unimpeded? Strictly speaking, while the Calamity itself was a compromise between Xianmen and Buddhism, a remnant of the past Fangcun War, could it not also be seen as a diminishment of the Xianmen from a future perspective? During the journey to the West Calamity, almost no true immortals emerged, and their numbers have been dwindling rapidly in the times to come. There must be a connection to this phenomenon, and Zhou Chen, perhaps, had already been ensnared within this web, becoming but a pawn in the grand design. This matter was indeed troublesome. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, letting out a lengthy sigh. The situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. A single misstep could provoke significant issues. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the Patriarch was not one to act without providing benefits. The transformation of all these spiritual herbs into elixirs was a trivial task for him. Yet for Zhou Chen, it significantly augmented his cultivation value. These elixirs are truly remarkable. They will be indispensable for my future cultivation. As I casually stowed them away, I suddenly sensed a familiar aura drawing near. It was Tian Nu. In that moment, Tian Nu stood before me with utmost reverence, bowing respectfully and addressing me. The Demon Slayer General, His Majesty requests your presence. What is it? I inquired, my tone indifferent. Given the circumstances, I should feign the wrath of a defeated warrior and avoid an audience with the Heavenly Emperor, for any engagement would merely furnish him with a reason to summon me. Yet, Tian Nu had evidently come prepared. After a respectful bow, he continued, the Platinum Star has returned and requests that son Wukong be brought to the Heavenly Court. The Demon Slayer General is invited to witness this. My brow furrowed slightly as I regarded Tian Nu with a penetrating gaze. How audacious! Did he intend to deceive me at this juncture? It was one thing for Tian Nu to be unaware of my relationship with son Wukong, but I was astonished that the Heavenly Emperor was still unwilling to relent. Convey to His Majesty that I have no desire to encounter that raucous monkey. Let him fend for himself. His existence does not concern me. I scoffed coldly and turned to depart. Tian Nu, exasperated, hastily interjected, Demon Slayer General. This is the Emperor's decree. Do you dare to defy it? Furthermore, His Majesty specifically mentioned that your treasured artifact, the Thunder Drink, remains in son Wukong's possession. Should he refuse to return it, Tian Nu resorted to invoking son Wukong to pressure me. In his eyes, my prowess paled in comparison to that of son Wukong. Otherwise, I would not have suffered such a fate. In celestial battles, it often takes time and struggle to reveal the underlying issues, and I had already showcased my potential and strength, prompting others to form their judgments. Thunder Drink. I ceased my protest, allowing my cold gaze to rest upon Tian Nu, causing him to tremble in fear. Subsequently, under the almost precarious scrutiny of Tian Nu, I strode purposefully towards the Heavenly Palace. There was no choice. Given the current situation, as the Demon Slayer General, I indeed needed to make an appearance. It was imperative that I retrieve the Thunder Drink to engage son Wukong in meaningful discourse. The Demon Slayer General has arrived. At last, upon my arrival at the palace, Tian Nu's resounding proclamation echoed within the hall. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled celestial beings, I took my place, my gaze falling upon son Wukong, who stood amongst the crowd. In that moment, son Wukong retained his characteristic monkey demeanor. Yet the sharp gleam in his eyes suggested an acumen capable of piercing through the essence of the assembled immortals, even those of considerable cultivation. Achieving the realms of Golden Immortal or Supreme Golden Immortal averted their gazes. This fellow was undeniably formidable, having directly trampled over my ascent. My strength, well known to many, had demonstrated that my victories clearly indicated Sun Wukong's prowess positioned him among the elite within the realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal, the great general of demon slayers. Zhou Chen respectfully greeted His Majesty. He offered a bow to Hao Yin, thus acknowledging his presence. Hao Yin, with a gentle wave of his hand, spoke. Zhou Chen, since you have arrived, it is time to address the grievances between you and Sun Wukong. Previously, one might say you two became acquainted through conflict. Your treasured artifact remains in his possession. Upon retrieving it, you may consider the past events as if they had never transpired. I shall also compel Wukong to apologize to you. What do you think? A semblance of a smile played on Hao Yin's lips, seemingly relishing Zhou Chen's potential embarrassment. To be defeated and then receive an apology from Sun Wukong, while simultaneously reclaiming his possession, was undeniably a humiliation for a proud celestial being. And Zhou Chen found himself with no opportunity or room for resistance. Chapter 75. A Relentless Confrontation, Doubts from Sun Wukong Brother Zhou Chen. I acknowledge my previous misdeeds regarding this spear. I shall return it to you now. Sun Wukong spoke cautiously, handing over the Thunder Drinker. Alas, Jade Emperor, you have deceived me. Were it not for my senior brother's leniency, my frail form would have perished long ago, leaving me unable to stand here now. In the present, among all the formidable beings Sun Wukong had encountered within the same realm, none could compare to Zhou Chen. Even if there were some, it would be tales from ancient times. Currently, Sun Wukong harbored doubts about whether he could even contend with Zhou Chen after ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal status. The prospect of engaging in battle with him instilled a profound sense of invincibility in his opponent. Zhou Chen cast a cold glance at Sun Wukong, making no visible move. Suddenly, the Thunder Drinker in Sun Wukong's grasp erupted with arcs of lightning, propelling him backward and returning to Zhou Chen's hand. The relentless thunder proclaimed its fury, shattering the floor beneath. In a vague sense, Zhou Chen appeared poised to strike directly at Sun Wukong. Alarmed, the celestial beings recalled Zhou Chen's previous aggression towards the giant spirit god. This individual was indeed reckless in his combat, showing no regard for even Hao Yin's reputation, completely disregarding decorum. Moreover, he wielded the immensely destructive power of thunder. Should he unleash his wrath, it would inevitably affect them as well. Zhou Chen, at that moment, Hao Yin narrowed his eyes, an intangible aura emanating from him, a force exclusive to the Deluo Golden Immortal. He raised a hand slightly, and in an instant, he dissipated the thunder's might. The essence of the Tao swirled throughout the grand hall, astonishing even Sun Wukong, who turned to gaze at him. Incredible. The Jade Emperor's cultivation is likely nearing the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Should he harness the power of destiny, his strength would surpass that of an ordinary quasi-saint, rendering the term overwhelming quite fitting. Zhou Chen, in the future, Sun Wukong shall become one of my heavenly subjects. You cannot treat him as a mere creature from the lower realms. Hao Yin spoke coldly, his fingers tapping gently on the table, instilling an inexplicable sense of threat. As he scanned the assembly of celestial beings, even those renowned for their strength bowed their heads, too intimidated to oppose Hao Yin. Only Zhou Chen remained unyielding, meeting Hao Yin's gaze with indifference, as if the immense pressure he exerted was nothing more than a mud dragon vanishing into the sea, utterly inconsequential. In the end, even Sun Wukong subtly lowered his head, harboring reluctance and a desire to resist. Yet, at this moment, Hao Yin could only relent with a sigh. As for your matters, I shall leave them to you to resolve. I will not interfere further, but let me reiterate once more. Within the heavenly court, life and death struggles are strictly forbidden. Within the celestial realm, there were no other positions available for the time being. Sun Wukong, you shall temporarily serve as the stable keeper. The role previously arranged with the Western teachings was thus assigned to him. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Hao Yin lost interest in targeting Zhou Chen. This individual was obstinate and would inevitably face consequences for his defiance. Given this, there was no necessity to engage in battle at this moment. Merely observing would suffice. After all, his favorable days were numbered. After casting a penetrating glance at Zhou Chen, Hao Yin turned away, while the eyes of the celestial beings fixed upon Zhou Chen, eager to see how he would address the matter concerning Sun Wukong. Follow me to the arena. Let us engage in battle once more. Zhou Chen huffed, tossing a remark at Sun Wukong before striding towards the platform. The celestial beings exchanged glances, quickly rallying behind him. Although they had previously witnessed Zhou Chen's prowess and the fierce clash between him and Sun Wukong, they had yet to grasp the true distinction between the two. Umph. Sun Wukong snorted, then fell into step behind Zhou Chen. His visit to the celestial realm held little significance apart from the impending duel with his senior brother, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, his previous actions had been rather dubious, and it was entirely plausible that Zhou Chen sought to teach him a lesson. Before long, Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong arrived at the arena where he had previously battled Nezha. The entire platform was enveloped in a formation, drawing a multitude of celestial beings and heavenly soldiers who had come to witness the event. "Brother Zhou Chen, do take care," Sun Wukong warned, loosening his limbs as he pinched his ears, causing the Rui Jingu Bang to emit a chilling gleam as it swiftly elongated. Once again, the diamond divine ability? Zhou Chen scoffed, activating his own techniques, as boundless thunder transformed into a vast sea of lightning, surging towards Sun Wukong. The lightning enveloped the entire arena, casting a shadow that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Good heavens, Zhou Chen had mastered the art of thunder to such an extent. The thunderous experts were left astounded. Thunder was widely regarded as one of the most challenging abilities to master, with countless variations. Although Zhou Chen had yet to condense his own unique form of thunder, he was already on the verge of such a breakthrough. The power he wielded was reminiscent of a heavenly tribulation, almost infinite. "Unleash it," Sun Wukong bellowed within the formation, channeling all his strength into a single, earth-shattering strike. The entire platform trembled under the force of his resolve. The commotion even caught the attention of Hao Yan, who was far away in the Yaoqi. Unable to witness the fierce battle within, Hao Yan's expression shifted, and he sighed deeply. Truly, what an act of bravado. One cannot help but wonder when these two individuals will finally reveal their true selves. Are they truly intent on continuing this charade indefinitely? Zhou Chen undoubtedly would hesitate to confide in Sun Wukong about his predicament. Yet, the ever-elusive Hao Yan cannot guarantee that Sun Wukong would discern anything from Zhou Chen's conduct. After all, Sun Wukong possesses an extraordinary talent, one that will undeniably secure him a prominent position in the future. Sighing and shaking his head, Hao Yan chose to disregard the matters concerning Zhou Chen for the time being. Nevertheless, the current dynamics between Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong starkly contrast the anticipated grand battle envisioned by the outside world. They sat cross-legged upon the arena, allowing their avatars to engage in combat, while their gazes subtly hinted at a profound transformation. "Master brother, why has the Jade Emperor assigned me the peculiar title of a stable keeper?" Sun Wukong pondered, bewildered by this enigmatic role. The position of stable keeper is indeed curious, a minor office, commonly associated with the care of horses. Logically speaking, given the Jade Emperor's awareness of his formidable prowess, one would expect him to be entrusted with a more challenging task. Why, then, was he bestowed with such a leisurely position? Is he not in search of capable individuals? Chapter 76, Seeking Luya, destroying Zhou Chen for you shall inevitably descend to the mortal realm. Zhou Chen cast a profound glance at Sun Wukong, letting out a long sigh within. Since their acquaintance, Sun Wukong had undergone remarkable changes. Though his exterior remained akin to his former self, he had developed a plethora of subtle thoughts and had become acutely aware of numerous issues. His visit to the Dragon Palace, which should have caused little commotion, resulted in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace presenting him with the Rui Jingu Bang, along with a provocative remark. Before long, disturbances from the underworld ensued. While it was true that he had indeed caused an uproar there, Sun Wukong was keenly aware that a certain thought had inexplicably emerged within him, leading to such grave errors. This peculiar shift in mindset was exceedingly strange. No wonder Sun Wukong felt compelled to ponder. For the time being, you should take solace. Zhou Chen did not elaborate further to Sun Wukong, but instead patted his shoulder, expressing a sigh of gratitude for his efforts during this period. Should you encounter my elder brother, do not hesitate to engage him. And even if you meet Nezha, feel free to provoke him as well, for it may facilitate our future endeavors. Future endeavors? Sun Wukong nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, yet a flicker of understanding glimmered in his eyes. Indeed, there were those scheming against him from the shadows. He realized he was merely one among many pawns. Reflecting on it now, Sun Wukong pondered whether his past days had been exceedingly peculiar, driven inexplicably to seek immortality, mysteriously aware of his master's whereabouts, and embarking on a long journey, enduring countless trials without encountering any unforeseen calamities. A mere monkey, traversing countless realms, now stood at the foot of Mount Fangcun. This alone was a profoundly strange occurrence. Alas! Sun Wukong shook his head, rising and brushing off his garments. "Brother, if that is the case, shall I take my leave now?" Not yet. Zhou Chen raised his hand to halt him, then smiled. Though you have triumphed over me, the troubles awaiting me are substantial, therefore. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Zhou Chen's fist roared downwards. Sun Wukong, with remarkable speed, wielded the Rui Jinggu Bang, which emanated a subtle glow as he attempted to block the blow. However, Zhou Chen's other hand gently pointed at that moment. Freeze. The immobilization technique was fully unleashed, rendering Sun Wukong unable to move, his very essence stifled. Sun Wukong's face contorted in despair, unable to even voice a cry. This was his divine technique. Yet now it was entirely under Zhou Chen's control, transformed into his own weapon. Away with you. Zhou Chen chuckled, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air, tracing an arc across the sky. The originally thunderous formation was torn apart in an instant, as Sun Wukong's body crashed down, striking the ground with such force that the entire arena trembled. Had Sun Wukong been defeated? This time, the celestial beings bore witness to the truth of it all. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, stripped of his earlier arrogance, his entire being breathing heavily as if he had met a tragic end. That single punch left him dazed and disoriented. The essence. That blow struck at my very essence. This was a unique technique wielded by my senior brother, derived from the celestial and terrestrial divine arts. A power I had never learned. If my master's words hold true, it must be the celestial arts. Sun Wukong had limited knowledge of the celestial and terrestrial divine arts, having only inquired about them from Patriarch Bodhi. The Patriarch had plainly stated that celestial and terrestrial are indeed names of divine techniques, with both being secret methods of the highest order. If Sun Wukong's intuition was correct, the sinister arrows previously employed by Zhou Chen were merely the foundational application of the terrestrial arts, never truly utilizing the secret techniques. A headache indeed. He could hardly fathom how to contend with his own senior brother. All right, time to return. Before the onlookers, Zhou Chen dusted off his garments and swaggered back to his demon-subduing department. He had significant matters to attend to. The Monkey King had been released for quite some time now, and it was high time he acquired something for himself. Additionally, he needed to strategize for the events that would follow concerning Sun Wukong. Disperse, disperse. There is no more entertainment to behold. The celestial beings could only shake their heads and depart. Sun Wukong sighed, shaking his head as he made his way toward the stable monitoring bureau. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a figure had been standing behind him for quite some time. It was Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. She had arrived at the scene long before the confrontation commenced. Her brow furrowed as she gazed in the direction Zhou Chen had departed, seemingly lost in thought, releasing a long sigh. What a predicament! In the realm of xianxia, possessing combat prowess at the Tai Golden Immortal level is exceedingly rare. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva did not regard Zhou Chen highly. After all, she had encountered numerous prodigies before. However, most of those gifted individuals never had the opportunity to mature and ultimately perished. Yet upon witnessing Zhou Chen, her perception shifted. She sensed a fleeting threat emanating from him. The punch he had thrown was infused with some extraordinary technique that made her feel incapable of withstanding it. A great Luo Golden Immortal unable to endure a punch from a xianxian realm expert. What a colossal absurdity. This was a divine art, a method of which I have never witnessed. This fellow, hailing from the same lineage as Sun Wukong, had embraced a completely different path, his talent even surpassing that of Sun Wukong. Alas, what a lamentable fate. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva let out a silent sigh. Had she discovered such a promising talent before the calamity of the journey to the west had begun, prior to the selection of roles, she would undoubtedly have taken him under her wing, aiding in the endeavor of the journey to the west and contributing to the Western teachings. But now, the circumstances were entirely different. The journey to the west has commenced, and the division of interests has been firmly established, leaving no room for external interference. Zhou Chen has become a pivotal variable in this grand performance, one that must be eliminated without delay. The only course of action is to seek the beings of the demon tribe, specifically to find Luya. He remains the sole individual with lingering subordinates within the demon realm, capable of taking direct action. As Guanyin Bodhisattva's form gradually fades, ultimately vanishing from sight, it becomes evident that the task of eliminating Zhou Chen is no trifling matter. One must also devise a means to avoid attracting the attention of Patriarch Bodhi, for otherwise, it would surely ignite a fierce conflict. Luya stands as the most suitable candidate. This former prince of the demon tribe, as long as he draws breath in this world, serves as the most significant living emblem. Should he desire to slay Zhou Chen, it would merely require the utterance of a single phrase. Those former demon kings and demon saints will become mere pawns in his grand scheme. Chapter 77. The Pen of the Demon Sage. the bull demon king, is raised. At this moment, Zhou Chen has finally returned, taking a moment to glance at his loyal soldiers. Indeed, their appearance is satisfactory. Zhou Chen nodded gently. The 300 soldiers before him were personally selected. All formidable demons at the xianxia realm, their eyes fierce like those of wolves and tigers, capable of ruling and dominating the lower realms. Even in the heavenly court, they could be considered among the strongest. Senior brother, you have yet to appoint a leader for these loyal soldiers, Yang Chan, who stood beside Zhou Chen, remarked. Having frequently encountered the 1,300 grass-headed gods, she was well aware of Zhou Chen's intentions and whispered in his ear. A leader is the most vital figure among the loyal soldiers, requiring considerable cultivation and combat prowess, as well as the ability to assist Zhou Chen. It is not yet the time to seek one. Let us wait a while. I already have a suitable candidate in mind, Zhou Chen replied softly. A suitable candidate naturally refers to those demon kings. The strength of the demon kings cannot be adequately described in mere words. The 6 monsters of Meishan are of this caliber, possessing considerable cultivation. Of course, they are not the strongest among the demon kings, but they are sufficient for use. Zhou Chen's first choice was indeed the king of the Yuan, but he is currently unsuitable. Although this fellow wishes to preserve his life, he desires freedom even more and would not pledge allegiance unless absolutely necessary. As for the other demon kings, Zhou Chen has yet to establish any rapport with them and can only search slowly. Perhaps I could consult my second brother. He might have some insights? Yang Chan proposed. Yang Jian often ventures out to hunt demons and possesses his own principles regarding demon kings. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not take action against them. After all, should the demon clan be provoked, they would retaliate fiercely, making it difficult for even him to cope. Finding a few capable demon kings to engage with, capturing a few, is essential to ensure that my loyal soldiers have someone to lead them. Better to be selective than hasty. Zhou Chen shook his head, setting the matter aside for now. He surveyed the loyal soldiers, and then spoke. You shall commence your training. I grant you 10 days to master the cloud soaring technique, after which we shall march forth together. I will lead you in military drills. Yes. Zhou Chen's words elicited a resounding reply from the loyal soldiers. Even before departing, Zhou Chen waved his hand, and immediately, celestial soldiers bearing jade vials approached him. Zhou Chen opened the jade vial, and a rich, enchanting fragrance wafted forth. The alluring aroma was incredibly captivating, and the gentle medicinal potency within caused the formidable demons, who were imposing in the outside world, to widen their eyes in astonishment, nearly drooling. It must be noted that this is the elixir of the Supreme Lord. In the outside world, it is nearly impossible to even catch a glimpse of it. This is the elixir refined by the Supreme Lord. I understand that many of you may harbor dissatisfaction about becoming my loyal soldiers in the heavenly realm. After all, during your time in the mortal realm, regardless of the circumstances, you were formidable great demons, safeguarding your own territory without the worries that plague you today. However, matters of the world involve both gain and loss. Having arrived in the heavenly realm, there are certainly benefits to be had. Follow me, Zhou Chen, and I assure you that your efforts will not be in vain. Having said this, Zhou Chen poured out a pill from the jade vial and swallowed it in one gulp. From this day forth, each person shall receive a pill from the Supreme Lord Laozi annually, which will enhance their cultivation. In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year in the mortal world. Zhou Chen's words pertain to the passage of time in the mundane world. An annual pill is a privilege that even the celestial soldiers have never experienced. If this arrangement can be sustained, not only might they aspire to achieve the status of a golden immortal in the future, but attaining the rank of a supreme golden immortal is also within the realm of possibility. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, 300 loyal soldiers knelt on one knee, their eyes ablaze with fervor, even teetering on the brink of madness. The prospect of enhancing their cultivation and improving their treatment had been a long-held dream, and now, the opportunity lay before them, ready to be seized. Today merely offered a simple benefit, yet it bore such significant advantages. What might the future hold? If they were to perform meritorious deeds, would Zhou Chen bestow upon them even greater treasures? Let us depart. Zhou Chen exchanged a glance with Yang Chan and began to leave. The matters ahead required no oversight. If these great demons were oblivious to what needed to be done, they could very well take their leave. Senior brother, you were far too impulsive today. You struck Sun Wukong in the arena. What if the Jade Emperor uses this incident against you? Yang Chan whispered anxiously in Zhou Chen's ear. Although being beaten was a trivial matter for Sun Wukong, he often faced such treatment within their sect. The Jade Emperor was no ordinary figure. He had long recognized that Zhou Chen was merely acting, yet had refrained from exposing him. The Jade Emperor's methods were formidable. He was undoubtedly prepared. And if Zhou Chen were to err, he would not be spared. At present, he was merely awaiting an opportune moment to strike. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by these concerns. He navigated through the space with ease, soon arriving at the operational area of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Here, a vast array of data was meticulously organized to assess threats, ultimately leading to the issuance of tasks. It is worth mentioning that having served as the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau for quite some time, Zhou Chen had yet to make an appearance in this area. General of Demon Slayers. A young attendant quickly spotted Zhou Chen and approached him. Please provide me with all the information on the Demon Kings you have monitored over the past decade. Zhou Chen instructed. Shortly thereafter, a stack of documents was prepared. This substantial collection contained numerous names Zhou Chen had never encountered, alongside many that were all too familiar. Among them was the name of the Yuan King, who had caused quite a stir upon his return, even establishing a modest domain, subtly gaining momentum. It was evident. Behind him, it seems he has already garnered the support of a demon saint, rapidly expanding his influence. Among the multitude of demon kings, one in particular stands out for his remarkable growth and prowess. The Bull Demon King. Zhou Chen's gaze fixated upon the Bull Demon King. As the future elder brother during the Oath of Brotherhood with son Wukong, the Bull Demon King possesses exceptional talent and formidable strength. In the mere span of several decades, he has established his own cave dwelling and earned the title of Demon King. He has even tamed a primordial aberration, the water-avoiding golden crystal beast. The Bull Demon King's strength has likely ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. Whose arm is this fellow? And which demon saint does he serve? These ancient powers cannot simply vanish. Must they always stir up trouble? Chapter 78. Farewell to the Yuan King and the Bull Demon King. Brother, are you really intending to confront him? Yang Chan's expression shifted as she observed Zhou Chen's selection of the Bull Demon King from a stack of documents. She hurriedly interjected. This Bull Demon King possesses considerable strength and has already established a formidable reputation among the Demon Kings, even gaining the support of the Thunderstorm Mountains Moyun Cave. The Wanshui Fox King is equally formidable. He has carved out an impressive name for himself. It is said that the Wanshui Fox King has little time left, and recently he has been recuperating, dedicating most of his energy to his daughter, the Jade-Faced Fox. From a certain perspective, the Bull Demon King is his chosen heir. If one were to strike at the Bull Demon King now, it is likely that the Wanshui Fox King would respond with all his might. There was a hint of anxiety and concern in Yang Chan's voice. Although Zhou Chen was not impulsive by nature, his path had been remarkably smooth, and he had yet to face the chaotic scenes of a large-scale battle against demon kings. What is a demon king? The king among demons. Each demon king has fought their way to power through sheer strength. While many demon kings may seem easily dispatched before Zhou Chen, it is undeniable that each one is a paragon of might, commanding respect and fear. For these demon kings, despite their established reputations, they still have ample time to savor their existence. They would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhou Chen unless absolutely necessary. The Wanshui Fox King, however, is different. He is truly nearing the end of his life. For the sake of future generations, he would sacrifice everything, even his life, for it holds little distinction for him. Even if I do not seek him out, the Bull Demon King may not let me off easily. Zhou Chen surveyed the newly expanded territory of the Bull Demon King, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since the return of the Yuan King, this fellow's influence had been growing alarmingly close to that of the Yuan King. If this trend continues, it would not be long before they are neighbors. Is there such a coincidence in this world? Zhou Chen was unaware of the Yuan King's original location, but he understood that the two would almost certainly never have their territories overlap unless some unforeseen event occurred. I must descend to meet the Yuan King. Yang Chan, you should remain in the Demon Suppression Division during this time and keep an eye on things for me. Zhou Chen instructed. Yang Chan resigned. Yang Chan saw that she could not dissuade Zhou Chen, so she could only nod. Brother, please be cautious. Rest assured, I am well aware, he replied. With that, Zhou Chen strode out without looking back, his aura becoming increasingly restrained with each step, until only the faintest trace of earthly immortality lingered before he vanished into the heavenly realm. This Bull Demon King is utterly intolerable. Does he not realize that this is my territory? What does it mean for him to encroach upon it? Within his cave, the Yuan King seethed with rage. He was already troubled by Zhou Chen's affairs, desperately seeking ways to extract information from the chaos. Now, it is perplexing what madness has seized the Bull Demon King, as he relentlessly expands his territory towards mine. It won't be long before our domains collide. For the Demon King, the expansion of territory symbolizes strength, a declaration that their power has grown sufficiently to encompass such vast lands. However, In most instances, territories do not border one another, for that would inevitably incite conflict. If both parties were well acquainted, or even close allies, it might be acceptable. Yet, the Yuan king and the bull demon king are merely acquaintances, each only aware of the other's existence. Now, encroaching upon my territory, does he intend to bully me? Does he truly believe that I, the Yuan king, am intimidated by him? Supported solely by the Ashura clan, does he think he has turned the tides? The Yuan king snorted coldly, and the small demons around him trembled in fear. At this moment, they could hardly speak, but they sensed that their fates had been sealed by these few utterances. It was likely that a fierce battle would erupt between the Yuan king and the bull demon king, with only one side emerging alive, while the small demons would be mere sacrifices. Regardless of who triumphs, the losses would be catastrophic. Suddenly, the Yuan king's expression sharpened as he gazed into a corner of the cave, where he had caught a whiff of a familiar aura, one he would never forget. Even under duress, "You all may leave. Do not let anyone disturb me again." The Yuan king feigned nonchalance, waving his hand. The small demons hurriedly exited the chamber, leaving him alone. At this moment, the Yuan king no longer exuded his earlier arrogance. He rose and bowed gently in the direction of Zhou Chen. "General Zhou, you have come to seek me personally?" "It was only a matter of time," Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile, slowly emerging from the shadows. Upon witnessing this, the Yuan king hastily lowered his head, refraining from further speech. His cave was fortified with numerous protective arrays, which he had strengthened in response to the bull demon king's threats, even deploying a multitude of surveillance techniques. Yet, when Zhou Chen entered the cave, none of these defenses had been triggered, as if nothing had transpired at all. Zhou Chen had entered his domain unimpeded. Did this not imply that, should Zhou Chen desire it, he could effortlessly take his life? "When did you arrive?" The Yuan king's tone now carried an unmistakable reverence. Zhou Chen, however, paid little mind to this shift and directly took a seat in the chair the Yuan king had just vacated, coldly remarking, "It is due to the commotion you have been causing lately. Were you not just troubled by this very matter?" At this, the Yuan king's expression faltered, embarrassment coloring his features. Previously, he had promised Zhou Chen to provide information regarding the internal affairs of the demon clan, yet thus far, he had delivered nothing. "It appears that I have caught the attention of other individuals. What is the true nature of the bull demon king? Do you possess any insights regarding the forces behind him?" Zhou Chen inquired. The Monkey King nodded, taking a deep breath. The origins of the bull demon king are indeed remarkable, not to mention that he himself is considered a unique being of heaven and earth, possessing formidable strength. His wife and lover also hail from extraordinary backgrounds. "Surely, you have heard of the illustrious Princess Iron Fan?" Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly struck by a thought. As expected, the Monkey King promptly elaborated. "The Princess Iron Fan is of the Ashura clan and has certain connections to the legendary ancestor of the River of the Underworld. There are even rumors suggesting that she was among the first Ashuras created by the ancestor of the River of the Underworld, endowed with exceptional abilities and greatly favored. She has even been bestowed with a magical artifact." Chapter 79, The Secret Vault of the Eternal Fox King. As Zhou Chen silently recited the words Banana Fan, his thoughts drifted to the origins and prowess of Princess Iron Fan. He understood that the words of the Monkey King were not merely rumors. They were likely rooted in reality. It is imperative to acknowledge that in the future, the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord would plummet from the heavens, giving rise to a mountain of flames. The Supreme Lord, with his extraordinary lineage, possessed a furnace of equal renown, and within it burned the illustrious six-ding divine fire. This fire is known for its insatiable capacity to consume nearly all substances, rivaling the famed three flavors true fire in its might. Even Sun Wukong, having achieved great mastery and consumed countless elixirs, would find it arduous to withstand the inferno of the six-ding divine fire. Yet, the Banana Fan could extinguish such flames with ease, beyond its elemental opposition. A significant reason lies in the fact that the Banana Fan is a primordial spiritual treasure of considerable rank. The very bestowal of such a treasure by the ancestor of the River of Hades suggests a complex relationship between him and Princess Iron Fan. Thus, how did you provoke the Bull Demon King? Zhou Chen regarded the Monkey King with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Given the Bull Demon King's formidable backing, there seemed little reason for him to trouble the Monkey King. This individual was a solitary figure, possessing scant treasures and little worth mentioning besides his relatively impressive physical form. The Demon Slayer General was keenly aware that had he truly known where he had offended the Bull Demon King, he would not be in such a state of worry. Recently, several Demon Kings had severed ties with him due to matters concerning the Bull Demon King. Otherwise, he would have long since relayed news of the Demon Clan to you. The Monkey King hastily shook his head in denial, his expression tinged with bitterness. He could almost envision the scene of a fierce confrontation with the Bull Demon King. While he might not necessarily be defeated, should he inadvertently provoke the Bull Demon King, survival in this realm would become exceedingly difficult. Enough of this demeanor. I will accompany you to seek out the Eternal Fox King as an intermediary to persuade the Bull Demon King. Should any issues arise, I shall assist you. Zhou Chen cast a penetrating glance at the Monkey King, indicating his readiness to instigate action. The Eternal Fox King would serve as the initial step in his plan. You want me to approach the Eternal Fox King? The Demon Slayer General, you may not be aware, but that individual is notoriously avaricious. If I am to persuade him, the treasures I possess may well fall short of his insatiable appetite. Furthermore, his daughter, the jade-faced fox demon, is merely the Bull Demon King's lover. The balance of influence has yet to reach such a level. The Monkey King spoke with palpable reluctance, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. However, Zhou Chen harbored no such reservations. With a light chuckle, he shook his head, saying, "Just ensure that I gain entry. I will render the Bull Demon King incapable of pursuing you in the short term." Greed? That is advantageous. What Zhou Chen currently lacked in cultivation value could indeed be compensated by the contributions of these very beings. It is evident that the venerable Fox King possesses formidable strength, having once garnered great renown, along with an insatiable greed for wealth. Most crucially, however, his life is drawing to a close. Given this, how much treasure could this individual possibly hoard? From the outset, Zhou Chen had never intended to target the Bull Demon King. His primary focus has always been the venerable Fox King. The resources you have expended will certainly be returned to you in due time. You need not worry. Zhou Chen patted the shoulder of the Yuan King, his smile emanating a hint of ominous foreboding. At this moment, the Yuan King found himself bereft of any authority to object and could only nod lightly. Yet, he was gripped by a chilling realization. His life, which he had managed to preserve, seemed merely temporary. If this pace continued, it would not be long before he, once a mighty demon king, might become a mere pawn in Zhou Chen's hands, unless he could prove to be of greater value to Zhou Chen. After a brief transformation, Zhou Chen followed the Yuan King on a long trek, ultimately arriving at the Thunderstorm Mountain. Within its confines lay a realm of thunder, a name derived from the very mountain itself. Outside this realm, several battalions of demon soldiers patrolled incessantly, with formidable beings of the Xian immortal realm occasionally making their appearances. It was evident that the accumulation of the venerable fox demon was indeed remarkable. Just as they approached the mountain's periphery, an Xian immortal fox demon noticed their movements and swiftly ascended into the air to intercept the Yuan King. "Who goes there?" the fox demon inquired. The Yuan King, wearing a smile, clasped his fists and replied, "The Yuan King comes seeking an audience with the venerable Fox King. Please convey my request, as I have matters to discuss and seek assistance." The fox demon frowned slightly, assessing the Yuan King before glancing at Zhou Chen standing behind him. With a dismissive snort, the fox demon descended to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, the fox demon returned and addressed the Yuan King, stating, "The Fox King is willing to meet with you, but the young demon behind you cannot accompany you." The Yuan King looked back at Zhou Chen, only to find him unfazed by the situation. "Very well," he conceded. "You should find a place to wait for me." Zhou Chen nodded gently and spoke, "My king, the gifts I have brought shall remain here at Thunderstorm Mountain." Upon hearing of the gifts, the expression of the fox demon shifted markedly, the previously stern visage softening into a semblance of a smile. The swiftness of this change surpassed even Zhou Chen's expectations. In light of this, Zhou Chen too revealed a smile, depositing a vast array of treasures upon the ground. The sight of the stacked riches undoubtedly incited great excitement among the fox demons, who quickly gathered to transport the offerings away, showing no regard for the Yuan King's feelings. "Yuan King, this way, please," the fox demon beckoned, disregarding the Yuan King's evident dismay as it gestured for him to take a seat. Without casting a single glance at Zhou Chen, the fox demon proceeded into the depths of the cave. At this moment Zhou Chen, with a light chuckle and narrowed eyes, shifted slightly. Though to an outsider it appeared as if he remained stationary, in truth, Zhou Chen had transformed his essence into a gossamer fly, pursuing the treasures ahead. It must be said that the treasure-hiding techniques of the venerable Fox King were indeed remarkable. After navigating through a series of intricate mechanisms and formations, Zhou Chen finally accompanied a group of lesser demons into the secret vault. "Let us place these items here for now," he thought, as the offerings from the Yuan King were carefully arranged. The faces of the little demons blossomed with smiles. "That Yuan King is truly a fool, willing to bestow upon us such abundant treasures." "Haraha." This time, we shall strike it rich. The king will surely reward us, and consequently, our cultivation will also advance. Amidst the idle chatter of the little demons, Zhou Chen's form hovered above the chest, surveying the secret vault in its entirety. Chapter 80. Wealth from the Secret Vault. Minor mastery of divine powers. The secret vault of the 10,000-year Fox King indeed holds immense value. As Zhou Chen surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of cold light emanated from the depths of his eyes. It is undeniable that the illustrious title of the 10,000-year Fox King is matched only by the treasures he possesses. Countless spiritual herbs were haphazardly strewn about, while an array of elixirs were meticulously arranged on shelves. Even the most ordinary weapons and armor were piled high, forming mountains of valuable items. Though these treasures may not rival those of the celestial realm, they certainly stand as the pinnacle within the mortal world. Most astonishing, however, were the vast quantities of rare materials and the meticulously stored monster cores. While the rare materials may not hold significant value for Zhou Chen, the monster cores were an entirely different matter. These cores are the essence of the monster clan's cultivation, painstakingly forged over countless ages. They can be consumed by other monsters, resulting in a substantial increase in their cultivation level with virtually no adverse effects, provided their mindset can keep pace. In theory, it is even possible to create a monster saint at the pinnacle of the Tao. Of course, the methods employed can vary significantly. Yet, even the weakest of the great Luo golden immortals cannot be trifled with by mere Tai golden immortals. These are realms as distinct as night and day. Since ancient times, innumerable powerful beings have found themselves stymied at the Tai golden immortal stage, unable to progress further. The adage, beneath the saints, all are but ants, resonates widely within the journey to the West realm. However, in truth, beneath the quasi-saints and the great Luo, the situation is no different. The path of cultivation presents challenges at every turn. Not everyone is as fortunate as Zhou Chen, endowed with such opportunities and divine protection. System. Convert all the treasures within this secret vault into cultivation value. Zhou Chen silently commanded in his heart. In the next instant, an ethereal radiance spread from the void, and wherever it touched, the treasures transformed into the purest innate essence, ultimately vanishing into the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen felt as though a colossal hand had swept before him. Eventually, these treasures were entirely obliterated without a trace of sound. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the system's capabilities never failed to astonish Zhou Chen, filling him with awe at its mysterious powers. However, he had no time to ponder these wonders now. He hastily opened the system panel. Host. Zhou Chen. Cultivation level. Xian Immortal Realm. Medium grade. Background. Post-heaven human race. Top grade. Techniques. Basic Qi nourishing technique. Perfect. Great grade celestial technique. Minor mastery. Comprehension. 1200. Physical body. 4000. Magic power. 30,000. Divine powers. Heavenly gang and earth fiend divine art. Proficient. Thunder technique. Proficient. Complete. Tao talismans. Beginner. Magic treasures. Green shade pearl. Post-heaven top grade. Heavenly. Dragon whip. Innate medium grade. Tsunami pearl. Innate medium grade. Drink thunder. Post-heaven top grade. Tang Fong, post-heaven top grade. Cultivation value, 860,000. After accounting for previous expenditures, Zhou Chen now possessed an astonishing sum of 860,000 in assets. It is worth noting that, previously, in the celestial realm, Zhou Chen looted over 2,000 great demons, yet he amassed merely over 3 million. Indeed, it seems that the longer a demon king survives, the more treasures he possesses. Although the 10,000 longevity Fox King is relatively long-lived, his strength remains somewhat shallow and does not belong to the more formidable ranks. If it were the Bull Demon King, or perhaps a member of the Azura clan, one can only wonder how much wealth could be plundered. In this era, fortune seems to necessitate thievery. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered. Undeterred by the commotion outside, he settled into a meditative posture. First, he resolved to break through to a higher realm. At the very least, to prepare himself for the forthcoming endeavors. System. Elevate the celestial and earthly fiend divine technique, thunder law, and the complete Tao talismans to minor perfection. Zhou Chen whispered. In the next instant, he perceived his cultivation value rapidly depleting, transforming into streams of fuel. This fuel ignited in the void, traversing through Zhou Chen's body and ultimately entering his mind. In that moment, it felt as though he had undergone countless years of arduous training, an overwhelming influx of insights rushing into his consciousness, laying the groundwork for all that was to come. Then, a surge of even more potent information erupted forth. At last, everything settled. Ding. Congratulations, host. for elevating the celestial and earthly fiend divine technique, Thunder Law, and the complete Tao talismans to the minor perfection realm. Total consumption, 330,000 cultivation points. Zhou Chen felt as if this torrent of information might overwhelm him, his head pounding fiercely, yet his eyes burned with an intense fervor. Truly, this was a secret transmission from the celestial treasury. This complete talisman compilation is likely a technique that rivals even the celestial 36 transformations and the earthly 72 transformations. With the enhancement of the celestial and earthly fiend divine technique in Thunder Law, Zhou Chen had a firm grasp on their workings, having dedicated considerable effort to their mastery. As for the complete talisman compilation, he had only just begun to scratch the surface, to plunder the myriad laws of the universe and transmute them into talismans. Even when unable to wield magical power, the talismans could be utilized normally, and entrusting a talisman to another could yield transformative results. How intriguing! The more Zhou Chen examined the information, the brighter his eyes became. If possible, he truly wished to test and see what capabilities this talisman compilation could manifest. Suddenly, Zhou Chen sensed something amiss, directing his gaze toward the outside of the accumulated Thunder Mountain. Through layers of caverns, it seemed his eyes could pierce directly to the swiftly approaching figure. It was the Bull Demon King. Haraha! What a delightful surprise. I was unaware that Brother Yuan Wang had come to visit. Please, make yourself comfortable. The 10,000 longevity Fox King extended hospitality to Yuan Wang with meticulous care. Having reaped benefits, he understood the importance of handling matters appropriately. But first, he needed to ascertain what this fellow truly intended. After a few rounds of drinks, the 10,000 longevity Fox King, appearing somewhat intoxicated, gently inquired, Yuan Wang, your visit here must surely be more than a mere gift-giving gesture, would it not? Recently, have you encountered some predicament? Speak with your brothers. I assure you I will assist you. Assist? How shall I assist? The king of the Yeren remained unfazed, and then recalled the visage of Zhou Chen, letting out a soft huff. What matter? Are you still unaware? Your esteemed son-in-law has already pressed upon my shoulders, and should he advance but a step further, I shall inevitably confront him. Is it possible that he seeks to instigate trouble? Were it not for Zhou Chen's presence, the king of the Yeren would have turned and fled. If the Bull Demon King were present, he would have done the same. Yet, he never contemplated that his own recent utterances held no significance to the venerable Fox King. Son-in-law? His daughter is merely a paramour to the other. Persuasion. What use is that? If they extend an olive branch, I thrive. If they withdraw it, I perish. Persuade? With what means shall I persuade? Chapter 81. The disdain of the Bull Demon King. The pot boils. Brother Yuan, I fear I am powerless to assist you in your quest for the Bull Demon King. The king of longevity Fox retracted his earlier mirth, his gaze gradually growing cold and indifferent. He shook his head and spoke with apparent sincerity, my lifespan is waning, and I must seek a path for my progeny, with the Bull Demon King being one of them. I cannot afford to offend those fellows on your behalf, can I? The Yuan King squinted, his fists clenching slightly. If necessary, he was prepared to unleash a punch that would end the old man's life. What pretense was this? Did he truly believe himself to be of any value? His inability to assist stemmed not from inability, but from a reluctance to help. This old man likely hoped for a higher price than the meager offering presented today, which was utterly insufficient for their needs. It was quite possible that this old coot had colluded with the Bull Demon King to ensnare him. Your Majesty, the Bull Demon King has come to visit. He claims to bring the jade-faced fox to see you. Just as the king of longevity Fox wore a face of helplessness, a voice suddenly pierced through to his ears. His expression brightened slightly, but the Yuan King's countenance changed dramatically. The outcome he most dreaded had come to pass. The Bull Demon King had personally arrived at Jade Mountain. This place, the Bull Demon King seldom visited unless compelled by circumstance. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that the Bull Demon King had indeed set his sights on him. With the sound of footsteps echoing, the Bull Demon King swiftly entered Jade Mountain. His gaze swept across the assembled strongmen, all of whom lowered their heads in fear. Nonetheless, the momentary release of his imposing aura allowed the Yuan King to discern the Bull Demon King's situation. This fellow was akin to himself, though he was more focused on strength and tactics, while the Yuan King concentrated on the law of his being. Yuan King. Upon entering the cave, the Bull Demon King's gaze fixed upon the Yuan King, a glimmer of mockery surfacing in his eyes. He strode in confidently and took a seat beside the king of longevity Fox. These two were clearly aligned. Their eyes met, and a tacit agreement was reached, with the Yuan King merely serving as a pawn in their game. Bull Demon King, your arrival is timely. I have matters to discuss with you. Why has your influence expanded to my vicinity? Do you intend to confront me? The Euron King scoffed, his aura subtly shifting. The Bull Demon King chuckled dismissively, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp before responding. This is merely a coincidence. The world is vast, and I cannot dictate where my subordinates and the great demons choose to extend their territory. As for conflict, if it comes to blows, I have no objections. But we must first leave Jade Mountain to avoid crushing you in the process. The Bull Demon King spoke with an air of dominance, yet within his words, the Euron King sensed a chilling intent to kill. In that fleeting moment, it appeared as though he was genuinely prepared to take his life, a terrifying aura flashing briefly, accompanied by a murderous intent that signaled his readiness to strike. At this juncture, the Euron King was uncertain whether Zhou Chen could protect him. Ultimately, he found himself at a disadvantage, hesitant to speak further. Enough, Bull Demon King. The Euron King is also one of our demon tribe. Although he suffered defeat at the hands of the Demon Slayer General not long ago, it is undeniable that his strength is formidable. You must not humiliate him so. The Grand Fox King intervened, shaking his head and stating, Euron King, you see, this matter is entirely a misunderstanding. For now, reclaim your treasure. And next time you come to me, I shall ensure everything is resolved to your satisfaction. However, since today's events have transpired as they have, you must wait. The future will hold better tidings. This time, the Grand Fox King was genuinely unwilling to assist. The Bull Demon King was a significant asset in his hands, and such cards were dwindling. Moreover, it would be exceedingly simple for the Bull Demon King to take action against the Euron King. Swallowing him whole was far easier than negotiating for something of value. The Euron King opened his mouth, his words laced with fury, yet in the end, he transformed all his ire into a mere sigh of resignation. The once mighty tiger now found himself bullied by dogs. Since his last defeat, the formidable reputation he had built had gradually faded, ultimately rendering him a mere laughingstock, one whom anyone could disregard. How infuriating! The Euron King rose and strode towards the exit without looking back, but before he could reach the door, a minor demon responsible for guarding the secret vault rushed in with urgency. My king, grave news. The vault. It has been completely looted. What? The Grand Fox King's voice turned piercingly sharp, emanating a colossal murderous intent unique to a demon king, as if he were prepared to unleash all his power. The Bull Demon King remained seated, though his expression subtly shifted. The Grand Fox King's life was nearing its end, and all that was to come would be inherited by him. Now, with the Grand Fox King's possessions stolen, did this not imply that someone had pilfered his vault? Find them. Whoever is behind this, I shall see to it that they meet their demise. The Grand Fox King seethed with rage, his gaze initially fixed on the Euron King, the only outsider present. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he shifted his attention away. Not this individual. This man had remained by his side. Their strengths were not vastly disparate, and in a life-and-death struggle, the Grand Fox King stood a greater chance of victory. Thus he did not need to pay him excessive heed. The Bull Demon King had just arrived, bringing no forces with him, and had come here without time to prepare. Who else? Who else? The theft of the vault severed the future of the entire Fox King lineage. It jeopardized everything they held dear. Calm yourself, father-in-law. There is no need for distress. I am here as well. Patience. At that moment, the Bull Demon King observed the frantic demons scurrying about and could not help but shake his head. Most of the formidable experts under the command of the Wanshou Fox King are fox demons, amassed through an unknown multitude of means and resources, their strength indeed commendable. Yet, alas, their abilities remain rather ordinary. With such minor minions, what treasures could one possibly uncover? Contemplating this, the Bull Demon King produced a mirror, which shimmered faintly with light. This was a mid-grade magical artifact, the yin-yang mirror of heaven and earth, capable of directly observing the conditions of objects he had previously encountered and pinpointing their locations. This could lead him to the thief. With a touch of arrogance upon his visage, the Bull Demon King activated the yin-yang mirror. However, his expression suddenly shifted. What could be the matter? In disbelief, he persisted in his efforts. Yet ultimately, he was compelled to concede defeat. Under the watchful gaze of the Wanshou Fox King, the Bull Demon King's face grew solemn, and he spoke softly. Those treasures, I fear they are in grave peril. They have been concealed within a special spatial treasure, completely obscuring their whereabouts. Chapter 82. Doubt what? Upon hearing the words of the Bull Demon King, the Eternal Fox King nearly fainted. Why? He had employed every conceivable means to conceal his secret treasury, and until now, aside from the minor demons who entered and exited, almost no one could penetrate its depths. Even those minor demons could only sense its presence. Furthermore, the Eternal Fox King had personally set up measures for each precious item. If even one were to go missing, he would know instantaneously. Yet today, Everything he had cherished had vanished without a trace, and his senses had not indicated any anomaly. The situation was far too coincidental. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King turned his gaze upon the Monkey King, a cold, ambiguous smile gracing his lips, his entire demeanor exuding a murderous intent that caused cold sweat to bead on the Monkey King's forehead. In a sinister tone, he spoke. Ever since you, Monkey King, arrived, my father-in-law's treasury has experienced a loss, coinciding perfectly with the moment you deposited your treasures. Monkey King, do you owe us an explanation? Surely, you must be the culprit behind this. A tremendous malevolence surged forth, pressing down upon the Monkey King. Although the Bull Demon King had not consumed blood to sever his path, the malevolent aura and murderous intent he bore were the result of countless slaughters. The terrifying pressure even made the Monkey King feel his inner power waver. However, he was not one to back down easily. Among the Demon Kings, he ranked among the most formidable, and he stared coldly at the Bull Demon King, declaring, "If you suspect me, then do not hesitate to take action against me. Is there any minor demon who is unaware of the treasury's significance? The Eternal Fox King must have laid down layers of defenses. Even a fly attempting to enter would be detected, let alone after your visit. What do you think I could have done? I believe it is you who intends to steal my gifts, fabricating reasons to accuse me. Let me tell you, Bull Demon King, today, while you may have the upper hand, I am not afraid of you. Should matters escalate, I am more than capable of inflicting irreparable wounds upon you. Go ahead and test me." At this moment, the Monkey King was resolute, his golden light flowing around his true form, with a hint of malevolence escaping. Clearly, he was prepared to fight to the death. He could not ascertain whether Zhou Chen would intervene to assist him, but he knew he must fight for his own survival. He could not allow the Bull Demon King to continue his brazen behavior. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape from the Jade Mountain today, he would surely be exterminated by the Bull Demon King on the morrow. Enough. Now the priority is to locate the treasures of the treasury. My son-in-law, set aside your prejudices and please allow the Monkey King to lend his assistance. The Eternal Fox King interjected, his voice tinged with desperation. Unable to find his lifelong treasures, he feared for the survival of the fox demons under him after his demise. Did the Bull Demon King truly desire the jade-faced fox demon as his consort? How could that be possible? In this vast world, there is no shortage of beautiful fox spirits. One can find as many as desired. However, the treasures hidden within Mount Jade are indeed rare. The assistance of the Fox Spirit clan is what the Bull Demon King truly requires. The jade-faced fox spirit is merely a trifling gift, a superficial token of relationship maintenance. The Eternal Fox King is well aware that, given the recent events, the Bull Demon King will be far more anxious than he. Moreover, once it is confirmed that the situation is beyond remedy, he will gradually distance himself from the Fox Spirit clan. Although previous ties may persist, their future support will undoubtedly diminish significantly. After much effort, the Eternal Fox King had finally found a way out for the Fox Spirit clan, only to see this route vanish now. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Search for it, search. The Eternal Fox King immediately unleashed all his power, scouring the area as if he intended to uproot the entire Mount Jade. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King, too, had to temporarily set aside his own schemes and ventured into the secret treasury of Mount Jade. To be honest, this was his first visit to the Eternal Fox King's treasury. The immense scale of the place suggested that its contents must be astonishing. Yet, at this moment, those treasures that once rightfully belonged to him had been taken away. Something felt amiss. After a brief inspection, the Bull Demon King's expression changed. He turned to the Eternal Fox King, whose face was alight with hope, and said somberly, "The formations here are still operational and have not been disturbed. These treasures have vanished suddenly, without causing any commotion. They simply disappeared." The Eternal Fox King swayed slightly, nearly collapsing in despair. The Bull Demon King's words were starkly clear, practically stating outright that the thief had left no trace behind. Everything that had transpired was now a reality, and the path to retrieving their treasures was fraught with challenges. How could this wretched being have infiltrated my treasury? I must find him and personally sever his head. The Eternal Fox King seethed with rage, his voice becoming hoarse. He was engulfed in a sense of impending doom, yet within this despair simmered a tempest of wrath, rolling like thunder. What the Eternal Fox King did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words, the Bull Demon King suddenly narrowed his eyes. As far as I know, there are very few formidable beings in the primordial realm capable of taking these treasures without attracting attention, and none are active in the vicinity of Mount Jade. However, regardless of who it may be, not even a great Luo Jingxian could escape your formation's divine powers. So what do you imply? The Eternal Fox King was puzzled. But as if struck by a revelation, a glint of intelligence sparked in his eyes. Recently, aside from the king of the Yuan, several other beings must have arrived at Mount Jile. If we question them, we shall soon uncover the truth. The Bull Demon King asserted confidently. An insider? No. The situation is not so simple, and an insider would lack the power to execute such a feat. Only outsiders possess the audacity to engage in such nonsensical acts. They brazenly committed theft, and in the ensuing chaos, no one could react in time, which has led to a significant uproar. To speak frankly, had that individual known to restrain themselves and merely pilfered a minor portion, perhaps even the Bull Demon King would have been willing to overlook it. However, the situation has now become rather intricate. To abscond with all the treasures while harboring the delusion of escaping from Mount Jile, even if they were to eliminate everyone, they would still be compelled to relinquish what they have taken. My dear son-in-law, you must exercise utmost caution. The leaders of those miscreants are not individuals to be trifled with. The venerable Fox King, aware that his counsel would go unheeded, hastily relayed a brief instruction before urgently commanding the little demons to summon assistance. At that moment, the Bull Demon King turned his gaze back to the King of the Yeren, snorting coldly. King of the Yeren, did you bring any attendants? Could it be that this scheme was orchestrated in collusion with your subordinates? Chapter 83. Repeated probes and the escape from peril. NIMW-ing. Do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? YRNW-ing exclaimed, seemingly amused by the notion. Do you believe my subordinates possess the capacity to cultivate the earthly fiend's 72 transformations or the celestial gang's 36 variations? Or perhaps you think I wield some unparalleled divine power. You have come here today solely to cast this blame upon me. I have spoken my mind. If you still harbor intentions, then let us fight. I shall not cower before you. The WN Su HW-ing smote his thigh, hastily attempting to dissuade the confrontation. Meanwhile, NIMW-ing found himself preoccupied, furrowing his brow as he pondered how to navigate this predicament. A sense of unease washed over him. He was beginning to feel the weight of trouble. To be candid, NIMW-ing had been harboring doubts about YRNW-ing, almost certain that the affair was entwined with him. And he feared that YRNW-ing had long been privy to the information regarding the inevitable theft of the treasure vault. Otherwise, why did YRNW-ing not display any surprise upon hearing of the vault's breach? Yet, regardless of his musings, YRNW-ing undeniably lacked the capacity to execute such a scheme. Moreover, even if he possessed transformative powers, how could he abscond with these treasures from the vault without triggering any protective formations? In the midst of this silence, NIMW-ing observed figures being ushered forward. Among them was ZHUCHN, whose eyes glimmered with a frosty light, appearing far superior to the other demon soldiers nearby. His cultivation level was indeed markedly more formidable, emanating an aura that caught NIMW-ing's attention. Whose subordinate is this? NIMW-ing inquired coldly, pointing at ZHUCHN. The demon soldier responsible for escorting them glanced at ZHUCHN before shifting his gaze towards YRNW-ing. In that instant, YRNW-ing's body trembled slightly, rendered momentarily at a loss. Had his secret been unveiled? No, it was unlikely, at least for now. NIMW-ing could not possibly discern ZHUCHN's true identity. If he did, what audacity would he possess to act against him? Such a pity for you, YRNW-ing, NIMW-ing mused. Young man, would you care to follow me, NIMW-ing? He clapped ZHUCHN on the shoulder, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. He recognized that ZHUCHN was no ordinary individual. His abilities were undoubtedly exceptional. Indeed, NIMW-ing's remarks pertained to the realm of demon soldiers. He sensed that ZHUCHN could swiftly rise to prominence with a modicum of guidance, a potential asset for his future endeavors. Thus, he hoped to extend a hand. If ZHUCHN could join his ranks, it would certainly bode well for him. Having spent a century under YRNW-ing's tutelage, ZHUCHN regarded himself as possessing mere average talent, incapable of switching allegiances. Join your ranks? He retorted. If you truly think I would serve you, NIMW-ing, you must be joking. A hint of regret flickered across NIMW-ing's face as he sighed softly and turned away. As he turned around to inquire of others, the Bull Demon King suddenly pivoted, his palms slicing through the air, landing squarely on Zhou Chen's face in an instant. Yet, Zhou Chen remained utterly unmoved, standing there as if petrified by fear. The strike finally halted before Zhou Chen, and in that moment, the Bull Demon King's doubts dissipated. His probing was still far from sufficient. This young man had prepared far too many strategies. It truly wasn't you. The Bull Demon King retracted his hand. shaking his head with a hint of regret. I had expected you to at least flinch. In the presence of the Demon King, the lesser demons were mere ants. Zhou Chen sighed and spoke, a truth spoken plainly. Observing this scene, the king of the Huron monkeys remained impassive, though his clothing was already drenched with sweat behind him. So close, just a hair's breadth away from witnessing Zhou Chen erupt in fury, subduing the Bull Demon King with overwhelming force. The Bull Demon King, indeed, refrained from lethal intent, merely engaging in bluster. Had he been willing to strike with lethal force today, the king of the Huron monkeys would have already seen the Thunder Mountain obliterated. Alas, the Bull Demon King inquired further, then waved his hand dismissively, letting out a long sigh. He had hoped to locate that little thief, but was taken aback by how deeply concealed he had been. Father-in-law, I have no further recourse. The aging Fox King appeared as though his life was nearing its end. His once straight posture slumped, and his eyes, now devoid of their former brightness, were filled with endless anxiety. Witnessing this, the Fox King found no reason to continue detaining the others. He gently waved his hand, sighed deeply, and said, "Since it has come to this, let us conclude for now. You all may depart. If he cannot be found, what can be done?" The Fox King silently retreated to his lair, ceasing to attend to external affairs, leaving only the Bull Demon King to assist him with trivial matters. "What? Are you two not planning to leave? Do you intend to remain here to observe?" The Bull Demon King cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Chen and the Huron King, his expression revealing profound dissatisfaction. Upon noticing this, the two did not linger, turning to depart. "Demon-slaying general, remember this day. I, the Bull Demon King, shall repay the debt of enmity." Suddenly, the Bull Demon King muttered to himself. His words resonated like whispers carried over vast distances, reaching the ears of Zhou Chen and the Huron King. The Huron King was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and looked back at the Bull Demon King. "What are you saying? What demon-slaying general? How is this relevant to him?" The Bull Demon King remained fixed in his gaze upon Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, too, displayed a look of bewilderment, regarding the Bull Demon King with a strange expression. Had he guessed incorrectly? It shouldn't be. That newly appointed demon-slaying general wielded divine abilities, enigmatic and formidable, earning a formidable reputation in the heavenly court. If it were indeed him, he might possess the capability to relocate those treasures. Moreover, it was said that the Huron King had once clashed with the demon-slaying general, presenting a possibility that these two could indeed be intertwined. Alas, you may go. There is nothing to be done. The Bull Demon King, this time, genuinely wished to let them go. He waved his hand, choosing not to detain Zhou Chen and his companion any longer, and returned to his own pressing matters. The Monkey King and Zhou Chen flew tirelessly beyond the bounds of Thunderstorm Mountain for quite some time, before finally exhaling a long breath of relief. At last, they had escaped the clutches of danger. The Monkey King, eyes alight with astonishment, exclaimed, "It was so close, just a hair's breadth away." The Bull Demon King was about to strike me without hesitation. Zhou Chen, however, did not respond, but merely gazed intently at the Monkey King, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. After all, your cultivated Dharma body could indeed be considered one of the rarest existences in the primordial realm. Yet, how could you be so fearful of death? The Bull Demon King may have the power to breach your Dharma body, but he could never extinguish your life. You must truly ponder this point. The Monkey King's Dharma body is undeniably formidable. The Bull Demon King could penetrate it, yet he would never be able to kill him. This fellow lacks confidence. Chapter 84. The pursuit in the battlefield. If it comes to blows, it would naturally unfold this way. I do possess means to safeguard my life, but consider where we are. Should chaos erupt and you fail to assist me, I would be gravely injured, forced to flee, and perpetually hunted thereafter. If you choose to help, we shall both be pursued, and then we shall see who fares worse. The Huron King, unwilling to back down, let out a low roar. They found themselves within the territory of the demon clan. No matter how formidable Zhou Chen's strength, he must adhere to certain protocols. For instance, celestial beings must not casually enter the realm of the demons, particularly during periods when the demon saints are active. Recently, it has been a matter of life and death. Even Hao Yan cannot come to rescue anyone. One must at least possess the strength of a great Luo golden immortal to have any chance of self-preservation. Otherwise, Zhou Chen would not have left behind such elaborate measures upon descending to this realm. However, Zhou Chen has always been audacious, dismissing such concerns with a light laugh. He shook his head, declaring, "Do not overthink it. Those fellows cannot detain me. The demon saints will not strike against me. They dare not." The term demon saint merely denotes a demon king of the great Luo golden immortal level. a title coined to distinguish these 10 demon kings from others in their ranks for ease of recognition. In truth, they are scarcely more than that. In the eyes of true quasi-saints, the so-called demon saints hold little distinction from mere insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Zhou Chen was uncertain whether he could even contend with them at full strength. Such a possibility exists. After all, he has yet to unleash the true might of the Tiangang Dijao divine art. By the way, it seems you have made a significant gain, haven't you? Return my treasures from the secret vault. Suddenly, the Yuan king seemed to recall something and spoke in a hushed tone. Zhou Chen turned back, regarding him with the incredulity of one observing a fool, and replied peculiarly, "Are you certain you desire that? When the bull demon king comes looking for you and finds you haven't lost anything, will you be so compliant?" The Yuan king was taken aback, then erupted in curses. "Zhou Chen, are you out of your mind? I've never deceived you. I was your bought-in traitor. Yet you cannot simply exploit me without offering any rewards." Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen. No sooner had the Yuan king uttered these words than Zhou Chen suddenly vanished before him. In that instant, the Yuan king was utterly shattered. He gritted his teeth, wishing to rend Zhou Chen to pieces, to utterly obliterate him. What a jest! It has always been the case that one does not toil without recompense. This fellow is truly exploiting both sides. Huh, silly monkey. Zhou Chen hovered in the air, casting a disdainful glance back at the Yuan king. This fool, with such a limited intellect, does not realize that sometimes accepting his coin is for his own benefit. I must handle the aftermath for him. In the distance, the figures of the Bull Demon King and the Wansui Fox King were rapidly approaching. They pursued at breakneck speed, and judging by the flight pace of Zhou Chen and the Yuan king, it would not be long before they were caught up. Pursue, pursue. This loss cannot solely be borne by me. The Yuan king must undoubtedly be up to no good. Find him and eliminate him. The voice of the everlasting Fox King was laced with a frenzied, murderous intent. He could no longer concern himself with whether the matter was related to the Yuan king. After all, he had already fled, and he could later explain to others that the fellow harbored ill intentions. Pursue him with utmost speed and strike him down alongside the Bull Demon King, ensuring no potential threats remain. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King's expression shifted subtly, as if he sensed something amiss, and he grasped the everlasting Fox King's hand. "What's wrong? We mustn't linger. We might lose the trail." The everlasting Fox King felt a surge of anxiety, but then he caught sight of a figure before him, clad in a Qilin jade mask. Zhou Chen wore a slight smile as he slowly removed the mask, exuding an icy, murderous aura that caused the temperature around them to plummet. The subtly pulsating energy field even startled the seasoned everlasting Fox King. Good heavens! Where did this fellow come from? What kind of bloodshed must he have wrought upon countless great demons and demon kings to summon such a murderous intent? Has he lost his mind? The Demon Slayer General. What a coincidence! I never expected to find you while searching for the Yuan king. The Bull Demon King spoke with a facade of amusement, stretching his limbs as his muscles rippled ominously. The mixed iron staff suddenly appeared in his grasp, pulsating with fiery blood energy, instilling an instinctive dread. The Yuan king is nearby? Zhou Chen queried. I am uncertain. I have merely come to find you. Bull Demon King, your recent activities have been too conspicuous. I must escort you to the Demon Suppression Division for questioning. Lin Feng lightly brushed his palm against the back of his hand, summoning a long spear that crackled with thunder, thrusting it toward the Bull Demon King before he could react. So swift. Is this the Thunder Law? It must have reached at least the minor accomplishment stage. The everlasting Fox King hastily evaded, his heart racing with fear. What a jest! Does this fellow not require any time for cultivation? The Thunder Law is one of the most arduous paths among the myriad laws of heaven and earth. Even the greatest thunder deities do not know how many years they have spent on this pursuit, and they cannot guarantee that they can reach minor accomplishment. This lad, isn't he of the human race? How many years could he have possibly cultivated? Break for me. In the face of Zhou Chen, the Bull Demon King felt no anger, only elation. He hefted the mixed iron staff high and then brought it crashing down. This strike was akin to cleaving mountains and shattering stones, landing heavily upon the thunder drink. Surprisingly, the thunder drink remained unyielding. Zhou Chen continued his assault as if nothing had occurred. Each blow became increasingly ferocious. Come again, again, Zhou Chen roared, creating an even greater commotion. Endless thunder gathered in the sky, transforming into bolts of lightning that rained down with thunderous roars, obliterating the surrounding environment, tearing everything asunder. At that moment, the Bull Demon King sensed a looming peril. In Zhou Chen's hand, another weapon had mysteriously appeared. It was the Tang Fong. Upon Tang Fong, a malevolent aura coalesced. its lethal force so profound that even he could not disregard it. He could only widen his eyes and bellow, "Father-in-law, do assist me at once. Open it." The venerable Fox King struck fiercely upon Tang Fong. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The sinister energy surged towards him. With a sharp hiss, it pierced through his brow. Gurgling, the venerable Fox King's form bubbled like boiling water, becoming ethereal before solidifying once more into reality. While he staggered backward in a frenzy, his visage reflecting the terror of having narrowly escaped death. If only by a hair's breadth, just a fraction more, and I would have perished. Chapter 85. Departure. The doubtful Bull Demon King. He is truly formidable. Only when engaging with Zhou Chen can one appreciate his seemingly effortless techniques. Akin to the methods of that cunning specter, this fellow never contemplates a direct confrontation. Rather, he adeptly exploits his almost invincible malevolent energy, capable of tearing through anything in an instant, whether it be the flesh of a demon king or the physical form of other formidable beings. Even when bolstered by divine powers, they appear as fragile as parchment before him, easily shredded with a mere tug, utterly incapable of resistance. Zhou Chen shook his head, seemingly disappointed, yet beads of cold sweat dripped from the Bull Demon King's brow. Had he been struck by that last attack, it would have surely meant his demise. The venerable Fox King indeed possesses remarkable abilities, truly deserving of his early acclaim, as this technique of transforming the intangible into the tangible is something he has witnessed for the first time. Zhou Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, spoke as he retracted his thunder-summoning spear. He had little interest in continuing the skirmish with these two. Considering the time, the Yuan King had already fled, and there was no need to prolong this entanglement. This is a divine ability of my Fox clan, something you have never encountered. Young one, is it not somewhat improper to ambush others? The venerable Fox King growled. Zhou Chen shook his head. It is all based upon one's own prowess. What difference does it make? Moreover, is this not also my method? In our struggle for survival, do we truly need to adhere to any other means? To win and to survive is the greatest victory. The venerable Fox King remained silent. Having endured countless battles throughout his life, he recognized the truth in Zhou Chen's words. It could even be said that his own method of transforming the intangible into the tangible is inherently deceitful. He had utilized it countless times to survive until now. And those who genuinely believed in the ideals of fairness and integrity often perished long ago. Slayer of demons, I've heard your physical form is among the strongest in the heavenly court. Shall we test the waters? The Bull Demon King inquired with narrowed eyes. Should they continue fighting, he might seize an opportunity to annihilate Zhou Chen. A single chance could lead to the successful completion of his mission, resulting in unprecedented gains. However, Zhou Chen clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. He shook his head. Let it be. You are simply unworthy. Did you not already attempt to strike moments ago? The Bull Demon King fell silent, watching as Zhou Chen gradually retreated, ultimately vanishing from sight, without pursuing further. Very well. Let us return. The venerable Fox King seemed to age thousands of years in an instant as he closed his eyes and slowly soared back toward the Thunderclap Mountain. While the Bull Demon King furrowed his brow, fixating on the direction Zhou Chen had departed. Could it be you? If it is indeed you, perhaps it is possible to retrieve everything without disturbing any items. But why such a coincidence? The name Yuan King resurfaced in the Bull Demon King's mind. His instincts told him that if all of this were orchestrated by Zhou Chen, then the Yuan King must be connected to him, which explained why he had been determined to seek out the Yuan King. A test. In the future, the demon race must not bear any burdens. Such a great commotion. Glancing back at the resounding thunder, the eyes of the King of Yuan filled with astonishment. He was somewhat taken aback, unsure of what to articulate. If he was not mistaken, it was Zhou Chen who had stayed behind to hold the rear, undoubtedly due to the schemes of the Bull Demon King and the King of 10,000 Years Fox, who had come to trouble him. Without Zhou Chen, he would truly have been in peril. Yet, upon further reflection, it was Zhou Chen who had instigated all these matters, igniting a flame of resentment within him. How infuriating. What is the matter? Still angry? Zhou Chen's voice, cheerful and teasing, drifted from his side. The King of Yuan turned to see a vial of elixir fall into his hand. This is a potion crafted by the Supreme Old Lord, which can enhance your cultivation. Consider it a compensation. The Supreme Old Lord's elixir. In an instant, the tension within the King of Yuan dissipated, replaced by waves of astonishment. Wait, General Slayer you? He reverted to a tone of reverence. But Zhou Chen had already vanished. This was indeed the elixir of the Supreme Old Lord. Countless individuals in the heavenly court coveted such a treasure, yet Zhou Chen had bestowed it upon him so casually. What he had lost were merely some rare materials and spiritual herbs. What a windfall, an incredible gain. The king of Yuron murmured to himself. Goodness, what a naive fellow. If this guy truly becomes my demon general in the future, recalling today's events will surely infuriate me. Zhou Chen returned to the demon suppression office, momentarily recalling the king of Yuron's final expression, unsure of where to begin. The Supreme Old Lord's elixir might be a challenge for others to procure, but for Zhou Chen, it was merely a journey. After all, such items were produced in bulk, consuming only a small amount of spiritual herbs. They could hardly be classified as bespoke creations. The king of Yuron's secret treasures were sufficient for the Supreme Old Lord to refine 1,000 or so elixirs. However, as a unique tool for cultivation, this elixir not only aided in practice, but also perfectly refined the medicinal power into magical energy. Compared to spiritual herbs, this substance was far more precious and exceedingly difficult to obtain. With the right connections, it could be consumed as one pleases. Without them, even desire could not yield access. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Zhou Chen back at the demon suppression office, Yang Chan let out a sigh of relief and pressed him into a chair. What happened? Was there an incident? Zhou Chen inquired. Yang Chan shook her head. Not at all. I was merely pondering whether you would encounter any troubles. Was your descent to the mortal realm smooth? Zhou Chen had initially intended to seek information from the king of Yuron. Yet he had spent some time assisting with the king's affairs, which Yang Chan could easily surmise had extended his absence. Under such circumstances, whether Zhou Chen faced danger was uncertain. It's nothing. I merely had a brief encounter with the bull demon king. His strength is rather average, not particularly formidable. Zhou Chen waved his hand, stretched his limbs, and spoke. This time, the gains are considerable. I have come to understand who stands behind the bull demon king, so I shall let it be for now. After all, they are unlikely to trouble me at this moment. Slightly shrugging, Zhou Chen patted Yang Chan on the shoulder, saying, All right, you should rest. I will handle the subsequent matters. The Demon Suppression Bureau will have its share of troubles ahead. After casting a deep glance at Zhou Chen and seeing that he was unharmed, Yang Chan decided not to linger any longer and turned to leave the room. At that moment, however, Zhou Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Azura Clan. Chapter 86. Exposing the background. Seeking the ancestor of the underworld, it must be said that the strength of the Bull Demon King is indeed commendable. This future great sage of the heavenly realm possesses skills that can nearly rival those of an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal. Although there remains a disparity in their cultivation levels, their divine abilities are not vastly different. His Dharma body, with a slight further advancement, could unleash the power of a Deluo Golden Immortal, making it possible to engage in battles beyond his level, truly a rarity among the extraordinary beings of the primordial era. However, the protective techniques of the Bull Demon King, along with his methods and spells, are somewhat peculiar. Even among the demon race, very few utilize blood energy. Apart from the Azura clan, I cannot think of any other beings capable of employing such secret arts. Zhou Chen meticulously contemplated the materials and experiences he had previously encountered. The Azura clan's practices draw more from malevolent energy and killing intent, with the latter being held in the highest regard, specializing in the art of murder. Most ordinary Azuras wield malevolent energy, while only a select few at the pinnacle can master killing intent, and among them, there exists a unique faction that controls the secret art of blood energy. Although the methods of mastering these three energies differ and possess varying degrees of superiority, they do not determine victory. Instead, it is the unique pursuit of one's own techniques that stands out. Those who cultivate blood energy hold a particularly special place within this lineage. Their Dharma bodies are astoundingly powerful. Regrettably, Zhou Chen is different. His Dharma body is similarly formidable, and due to his ability to absorb malevolent energy for cultivation, in conjunction with the enhancement from the Great Immortal technique, he has undergone a tremendous transformation, surpassing ordinary methods. Alas, he cannot eliminate the Bull Demon King. Otherwise, when the forces behind the scenes come for him, he would gain knowledge of many matters. Zhou Chen shook his head with a sigh. He could not afford to take excessive risks. At times, a slight disruption of the chessboard reveals more insights. He has begun to contemplate whether to allow the Monkey King to continue his infiltration within the demon race. That fellow possesses decent strength and capable methods. If he were to ascend to the heavenly court and serve as his personal guard or commander, it would indeed be a significant advantage. However, this fellow is the Monkey King, the sworn brother of his future disciple. He could play a certain role, especially since Zhou Chen would need intelligence from the demon race in due time. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this for now. The Monkey King may not even wish to follow me. That fellow is more than capable of self-preservation. After aiding him in confronting the Bull Demon King, he should not be so easily caught. What matters most now is to enhance my own cultivation. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and began to contemplate the gains from this outing. Host: Zhou Chen, cultivation, xianxia realm, medium grade. Background: postnatal human race, postnatal premium. Technique: basic qi nurturing method, perfect. Grand heavenly immortal method, minor accomplishment. Comprehension: 1200, Dharmakaya, 4000, spiritual power, 30,000, divine abilities. Tiangang, Dijiao divine art, minor accomplishment. Thunder technique, minor accomplishment. Tao symbols compendium, minor accomplishment. Magic treasures, green shade pearl, postnatal upper grade. Heavenly dragon whip, innate medium grade. Tsunami pearl, innate medium grade. Drink thunder, postnatal upper grade. Tang fong, postnatal upper grade. Cultivation value, for 89,000. This time, Zhou Chen had nearly emptied the entire treasury of the Eternal Fox King, leaving nothing behind. His cultivation value had now approached an astonishing 5 million. First, enhance the Grand Heavenly Immortal Method and the Tiangang Dijiao Divine Art. Enhancing the Grand Heavenly Immortal Method and the Tiangang Dijiao Divine Art requires 3 million cultivation value. Proceed? Yes. Zhou Chen gently tapped on the system panel, and an invisible force began to swirl around him, infusing his body. In a mysterious realm, he seemed to be diligently cultivating his techniques and divine abilities, focusing all his attention on the Grand Heavenly Immortal Method and the Tiangang Dijiao Divine Art. The progress was gradually advancing, and the aura within Zhou Chen was incessantly surging, as if undergoing a transformation. However, this power remained unexploited, tightly suppressed, almost imperceptible to the outside world. Simultaneously, the hidden secrets of the Tiangang Dijiao Divine Art were being manifested by Lin Feng. It had not been long since the last breakthrough, and if this one were to be discovered, needless to say, even Hao Yan would cease to draw him in and might even take lethal action against him. At present, Zhou Chen had no support from Hao Yan. He was nearly becoming a threat to the latter. Great accomplishment. Finally, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within his body, his gaze brightening. In just a few breaths, he had reached the pinnacle of the xianxia realm. More terrifying was the techniques and divine abilities he was now practicing. Great accomplishment. His perfected abilities were undoubtedly formidable, effortlessly annihilating countless powerful beings with a mere display. It could even be said that the Grand Heavenly Immortal Method and the Tiangang Dijiao Divine Art he was currently cultivating were entirely different from those he had just practiced. He could now master the deepest aspects of these methods and manipulate them with ease. Moving forward, even when faced with a great Luo Jingxian, he would possess the means to ensure his survival. Zhou Chen silently mused. Zhou Chen, what are you up to? Suddenly, at that moment, Nezha peeked his head in from the doorway, noticing that Zhou Chen's office was empty save for him. He approached and patted Zhou Chen's shoulder. Hey, there's some excitement going on. Want to join? Nezha, why have you come here at this time? Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. What excitement could you possibly have? Are you about to get into another fight? Please don't drag me into this. How could that be? I know you just descended to the mortal realm. What a coincidence. A certain individual had just descended into the netherworld, provoking the wrath of the venerable Fox King who, in a fit of fury, unleashed his fury upon all the formidable demons and demon kings around, inciting widespread discontent. The Bull Demon King, revealing his true background, personally ventured into the Blood Sea to seek the counsel of the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, hoping to uncover the identity of the one orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Zhou Chen's body trembled slightly as he narrowed his eyes. This scene was not lost on Nezha, who chuckled and remarked, "There's no need for excessive anxiety. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river has discerned nothing. Surely, you do not believe that your master has entirely abandoned you in this realm? There is nothing in this universe that he dares to overlook." In the Crescent Moon Star Cave, the name of the Bodhi ancestor carries weight. Even the ancient ancestor of the underworld river would hesitate to harm Zhou Chen in his presence. The reason the Bodhi ancestor permitted Zhou Chen's emergence is not solely due to his capability in battle, though that is indeed a factor. To put it simply, the Bodhi ancestor's confidence in allowing Zhou Chen to roam freely stems significantly from his own formidable prowess, which even invokes a sense of trepidation among several quasi-saint ancestors. Whether the ancient ancestor of the underworld river can truly be counted among them remains uncertain, but it is clear that he would not dare to attempt such calculations. Chapter 87. News of Baizhe, Crisis of Zhou Chen. My concerns do not stem from this issue. Zhou Chen shook his head, letting out a long sigh within his heart. This Nezha fellow is ultimately not him. He remains oblivious to the predicament I currently face. Casting a glance at Nezha, he gently elucidated, regardless of who it may be, Anyone attempting to calculate my fate will find themselves at a loss. The sages have never attempted such a feat, however. The quasi-sages can indeed derive nothing. Even if they do, it is all but falsehood. Nezha displayed a peculiar expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Chen. How astonishing. Such circumstances could arise. Whether one can or cannot ascertain the truth is inconsequential. If no one is able to glean anything, it could spell disaster. In the future, it is quite possible that all those unable to decipher their own destinies will cast their burdens upon Zhou Chen, leading to significant complications. Pray tell, what is this commotion you speak of? Surely, you do not intend for me to become embroiled in it? Zhou Chen inquired. The demon kings of the lower realms are set to convene for a grand assembly. As you know, I have always held a keen interest in such gatherings. Care to join me for some amusement? Nezha chuckled, already formulating a plan. Within the heavenly domain, his circle of close allies is rather limited, and most lack sufficient strength. Those with power, such as Yang Jian, would not partake in such revelries, while son Wukong finds himself in a precarious situation, seemingly beset by troubles. Only Zhou Chen remains. Despite his own predicaments, he possesses the capability to fight and endure. Should any trouble arise, Zhou Chen would undoubtedly assist him, and even facilitate an escape if necessary, rendering him the most formidable ally and the most reliable enforcer. I have only recently ascended to the upper realms, and I still have a multitude of matters to attend to. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, reluctant to involve himself. It is said that numerous demon kings will showcase their treasured collections at this gathering. They are to engage in trade. Moreover, some demon kings with influential connections will seize this opportunity to meet with their respective demon saints and exchange vital information. Are you truly uninterested in participating? Nezha asked, his excitement palpable. Yet, his words caused Zhou Chen's expression to shift. He had heard a name he had never encountered before, Demon Saint. The so-called demon saints are beings of at least the great Luo golden immortal tier, with many having ascended to quasi-saint status. Naturally, they typically lack titles, unlike Kuanping. But their strength and accomplishments are undeniably remarkable. They would never reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. Great upheavals are on the horizon for the three realms. Why even now? Has the Western sect yet to take action? Have they not already begun their scheming? Zhou Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. The situation has surpassed all expectations. Curse it. If only he could confine son Wukong for 500 years to see if his absence would influence subsequent events. Why does everyone wish to meddle in this journey to the West? Very well. I shall accompany you on this excursion, but mark my words, upon our return, you must find a way to handle my paperwork. Zhou Chen spoke slowly. Nezha nodded with an air of ease, assuring, do not worry. I shall soon capture a few deities from my realm to assist you with this matter. Such tasks will henceforth be entrusted to me. They are but trifles. Trifles? You, my friend, have likely never dealt with anything of substance in your life, exclaimed Zhou Chen, his expression darkening as he shot a glance at Nezha, silently descending to the mortal realm. Nezha, unperturbed, discerned the source of Zhou Chen's ire, chuckling softly as he hastened to follow. At that moment in the mortal world, upheaval transpired due to the sudden madness of the ancient Fox King, resulting in numerous demon lords being ambushed and even perishing. Yet the pressing dilemma remained. The ancient Fox King had yet to locate his lost treasures from the secret vault. Where could they be? Why were they so elusive? Was it truly the work of the Erlang King? As time passed, the ancient Fox King's aura began to exude a hint of despair, though his current might had grown more formidable than before, enabling him to forcefully pursue the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, seated behind him, glanced up and shook his head. He had exerted every effort. Even his connections had been laid bare, yet some things remained irretrievably lost, leaving him powerless. My esteemed father-in-law, there is no need to fret excessively over this matter. The Grand Assembly of Demons is soon to convene, and we must attend. Allow me to provide the gifts. We must first embark on this journey, the Bull Demon King remarked. He persisted in his endeavors, knowing that the ancient Fox King possessed other treasures elsewhere. Until all hope was extinguished, and considering that Mount Jalay was a fine abode, seizing it would not be in vain. Moreover, the ancient Fox King was nearing his end. His final strike could prove to be the most terrifying. If utilized wisely, it might eliminate some adversaries and yield greater gains. It was unfortunate, though, regarding the Erlang King. He was not to be confronted in the near term, and the previous incident seemingly was not his doing. At least after that event, his spies had infiltrated the Erlang King's vault without discovering the treasures he had previously procured. Yet, inexplicably, upon returning to his lair, the Erlang King had entered seclusion. Was it possible he had been frightened by his own actions? Is there truly no recourse? The ancient Fox King inquired softly of the Bull Demon King. only to receive a pained smile and a shake of the head in response. Indeed, if even the quasi-saint could not track him down, then others would find themselves equally powerless. Alas, the ancient Fox King sighed. At that moment, the Bull Demon King appeared to have an epiphany. It is not entirely impossible. If we could locate Lord Baizhe, perhaps we might uncover the whereabouts of that little thief from days gone by. Baizhe, the foremost among the 10 demon kings, the premier demon sage. Even amidst the pantheon of demonic powerhouses, he stood as one of the most preeminent figures. In ancient times, he was renowned as the strategist of the demon clan, possessing unparalleled knowledge and nearly subjugating the human race. Alas, his efforts ultimately ended in failure, as his divine powers were no match for the will of destiny, leading to an abrupt conclusion. However, Baizhe had cleverly devised a contingency for himself, allowing him to survive to this day. Furthermore, he is set to attend the grand assembly of all demons. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If that fellow can infiltrate our secret treasury, he may also gain access to the treasuries of other demon kings. As long as we can ascertain his identity and fabricate a few rumors suggesting his intent to plunder the secret vaults of other demon kings, we need not intervene. The other demon kings will surely tear him apart. Once we confirm his identity, this matter will be easily resolved. Chapter 88. The man behind the 10,000 Demons Conference. Is Baizhe also attending the 10,000 Demons Conference? On the journey, Zhou Chen listened intently as Nezha spoke of the imminent appearance of the demon saints, his expression shifting with intrigue. Among the many demon kings of ancient times, it is Baizhe who stands out as the most illustrious, his existence nearly cementing the eternal foundation of the demon race. Although ultimately his endeavors faltered, it was merely the consequence of divine will, not a reflection of his failings. In recent years, Baizhe has seldom made an appearance, and my primary objective is to discern his intentions upon resurfacing. I have an unsettling sense that the atmosphere of the world has subtly changed, as if something monumental is on the verge of occurring, reminiscent of the cataclysmic events of the past. Nezha's heart was tinged with concern as he let out a long sigh, unaware that Zhou Chen, beside him, narrowed his eyes, a tremor of realization coursing through him. Truly, these seasoned powers, though not embroiled in the calamities of the journey to the west, possess an innate perception that allows them to sense the faintest signs of impending upheaval. Perhaps this is why so many celestial beings descend to the mortal realm, claiming their disciples or companions to accrue merit. These immortals, having weathered multiple tribulations, are seasoned in the ways of fate, making them integral to the journey westward. With no threat to their lives, who would not desire to reap benefits and merit from such calamities? Speaking of which, if Baizhe were present, would your ability to conceal us guarantee that we remain undetected? Suddenly, Zhou Chen seemed to recall something, turning to Nezha with a query. It appeared he had uncovered a flaw in their plan. Baizhe possesses extraordinary talents and divine abilities, capable of discerning all illusions and unraveling the threads of destiny, even foreseeing future events to a degree. No matter how formidable Zhou Chen's prowess, he could not assure his escape from Baizhe's scrutiny, especially given the latter's superior cultivation. Fear not, I have a plan. Baizhe will not easily pierce our concealment, at least he will not expose us. Nezha chuckled, offering little elaboration. But Zhou Chen gleaned enough from his demeanor to understand. Nezha's backing is indeed formidable. Baizhe, having no ambition for the resurgence of the demon race, is likely to let matters lie without drawing attention, for whatever ensues thereafter is of no consequence to him. Indeed, in this age, having influential allies facilitates endeavors. Engaging with these ancient figures without a solid backing or formidable abilities renders one ineffectual. Following Nezha, it was but a brief moment before Zhou Chen found himself before a series of towering mountain ranges, the pervasive demon aura wafting through the air. The overwhelming scent of blood caused Zhou Chen's brow to furrow, instinctively stirring feelings of revulsion. Within the demon race, there are indeed ascetics, yet they are a rarity, often referred to as immortals or practitioners, while the majority prefer the consumption of blood. Each time the 10,000 Demons Conference convenes, a substantial number of their nurtured blood offerings are slaughtered to host the great demons and demon kings, an event held annually amidst these vast mountains. The land here is tainted with the scent of blood, a lingering presence that is impossible to wash away. Upon hearing this, a surge of fierce killing intent welled up within Zhou Chen. For the demon race, humanity serves as the most delectable sustenance. Although the blood feast at the grand gathering of demons will not feature a multitude of humans, these creatures are all seasoned harbingers of chaos, and the impact on them is profound. If possible, the grand gathering of demons ought to be utterly eradicated. Do not dwell on such thoughts, my brother Zhou Chen. The convening of the grand gathering of demons is far from the simplicity you envision. Even if the celestial court were to unite and exert its full strength, it would still be impossible to contend with these ancient beings, who are far more formidable than you might imagine. It is said that a certain demon master has also meddled in these affairs. Moreover, the grand gathering is rumored to be under the influence of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. The ancestor of the river of the underworld. The demon master Kuanping. Both of these figures are top-tier deities who have survived since the primordial era. Throughout the ages, few possess such incredible powers without succumbing to the passage of time. They are all at the threshold of sanctity, wielding tremendous capabilities. Who would dare to provoke them? Yin? Even if he were to harness the fortune of the celestial court and elevate his cultivation to its zenith, he would still find it challenging to deal with these two. The disparity in strength is the very reason why Yin's words go unheard. Let us venture inside and take a look. Zhou Chen's voice was laden with gravity as his form shimmered, transforming into a leopard spirit, his cultivation fixed at the ordinary xianxia realm, concealing most of his aura. Meanwhile, Nezha, to avert complications, exuded the presence of a Tai golden immortal. Ordinary demon kings typically possess cultivation at or above the golden immortal or Tai golden immortal level, practicing common methods or consuming vast quantities of blood to hasten their growth, which, while elevating their power, does little to showcase their true combat abilities. Thus, both Zhou Chen and Nezha found it effortless to masquerade as minor underlings. Where do you come from, and where do you go? As they arrived at the assembly point of the grand gathering of demons, a small demon approached, glancing around before bowing respectfully to the two. You seek to attend the grand gathering. What business do you have with my brothers? Nezha's countenance darkened, his leopard-like eyes now gleaming with a hint of murderous intent. Becoming quite intimidating, the small demon trembled, hastily responding. Recently, the secret treasury of the venerable Fox King has been plundered, causing great turmoil. We have been dispatched to investigate the identities of the demons present. May I ask for your names? An investigation? The number of our demon kin surpasses millions. If I were a newly ascended demon king, how would you proceed? Nezha shot a cold glance at the small demon. The latter quaked in fear, nearly paralyzed by terror. What a jest! The name of Nezha, the third prince, is forged from the blood of countless demons. Many have perished by his hand, and his aura of slaughter could easily terrify several lesser demons. That he has endured thus far is a testament to his steadfast heart. Enough with the nonsense. Zhou Chen firmly grasped Nezha's shoulder, applying a slight pressure to signal that it was permissible to proceed. He then initiated a long-distance transmission. This little demon has not consumed human flesh, yet exudes a unique aura, reminiscent of a great Luo golden immortal. This area is under surveillance. Refrain from causing any disturbances. For Zhou Chen, if the demon had feasted upon humans, it would warrant death. However, given that it has not, yet bears a trace of the great Luo golden immortal's essence, it implies that a demon sage has already established measures here. In light of this, it is prudent to allow this creature to live for the time being. Little demon, we, brothers, are indeed newly ascended demon kings and formidable entities. How shall we verify our titles? Chapter 89. He is right here. There is no need for verification. Simply state your name, and in the future, we shall find the necessary places. The little demon hurriedly responded, feeling a sense of relief that Zhou Chen was amicable. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. Ascending Huangshan, I am the sky leopard, and I am called the earth leopard. Is that sufficient? Zhou Chen casually deceived. The little demon was now solely focused on swiftly sending the two figures away, nodding hastily. Please, come in quickly. Zhou Chen and Nezha entered a vast cavern where even the weakest among them had already reached the true immortal realm. Thousands of powerful demons, all at the Xian immortal level, were engaged in discussions, their gazes fixed on the central area. There, over 100 demon kings were gathered, with the bold demon king seated at the highest position. It appeared that many demon kings had yet to arrive. Nezha pondered thoughtfully. The timing of this 10,000 demon conference was indeed fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with Sun Wukong's ascension to the heavens. In other words, those responsible for convening this conference, be they the demon sage or other influential figures behind the scenes, might already possess some knowledge concerning the pilgrimage to the west. They may have even participated directly. Zhou Chen silently mused while his eyes swept across the surroundings, letting out a quiet sigh. Piles of bloody offerings lay before the powerful demons, their origins unknown, emanating a sanguine aura and the malevolent energy favored by the demon race, which they ravenously consumed. The delicacies beside the demon kings, however, were even more extravagant, plates of flesh still radiating spiritual energy. These meats were sourced from the mindless beasts of the earth and sky, easily captured, yet exceedingly rare, making them precious treasures for the demon kings. Oh, another new demon king has arrived, and he has brought a little brother? Suddenly, as if sensing Nezha's presence, several gazes shifted towards him and Zhou Chen. One of the demon kings at the table began to jest, an unfamiliar face, a newly promoted demon king? This little brother beside you seems quite formidable, being at the Xian immortal level. You two bear a striking resemblance. Could you possibly be brothers? Why not join us for a meal? Heh, without the demon king's status, who would dare to sit indiscriminately? This is a rule set by the demon sage. The voices of the demon kings reached Zhou Chen's ears, his expression shifting slightly as he realized these individuals were ignorant of the full situation. They lacked any backing and were merely here to revel in the occasion. Most importantly, there was the bull demon king seated at the head of the table. All right, everyone. Today is special. Feel free to take any seat. The bull demon king glanced at Zhou Chen, sensing him slightly, and immediately relaxed. As you all know, there have been recent incidents concerning my father-in-law's household. A cunning thief managed to bypass the layers of defenses surrounding the treasury and emptied it completely. Let us not dwell too much on this matter. It is quite serious. Several demon king's treasuries have also fallen victim to the same method of theft. Nezha immediately turned to Zhou Chen, his eyes curious. My friend, do you have a lucrative venture without involving your brother? Are we not brothers? Zhou Chen shook his head at him, indicating that the matter did not concern him. No, bull demon king, are you out of your mind? I merely stole once. And you expect me to act as the great sage equal to heaven? What do you mean, bull demon king? A formidable demon king abruptly rose to his feet. He belonged to the aquatic tribe and exuded a foul odor, yet the aura of murderous intent and vitality radiating from him attested to his prowess and past achievements. Are you suggesting that those individuals will seek us out? Or are you threatening us to assist you? He exclaimed. Have you lost your senses? Do you know who is behind this? Do you possess any leads? A series of questions erupted, yet the faces of the demon kings, who had remained silent, grew stern as they continued to sit. Simultaneously, their gazes fixated on the bull demon king and the other demon kings beside him who claimed to have been robbed. Their expressions subtly shifting. Was it truly such a coincidence? Or was the mastermind behind this ready to meet their fate? In this world, who could possibly take on every misfortune without facing their own demise? Either the bull demon king had formed an alliance with them, or he was the one orchestrating the scheme. My father-in-law and I possess significant cultivation. Among you all, we rank among the highest. Our strength has been honed through arduous training, unaffected by the decay of blood sacrifices or entangled in karmic retribution. We are indeed ascetics. Yet even we have found no trace of clues thus far, nor have you. The bull demon king sighed, his expression reflecting the grievance of good intentions being disregarded. I merely wish for you to bolster your defenses, so that when challenges arise, you may manage them. However, his next words immediately turned the atmosphere tense. Soon, I shall personally meet with Lord Baizhe. You all need only to prepare here, and I hope a demon will accompany me to eliminate that thief, thus ridding our world of this menace. At the very least, our demon race must not be shackled in our pursuit of cultivation. Such eloquence masked an underlying desire for a righteous brawl. All the demon kings remained unresponsive, except for a few who had previously conspired with the bull demon king, who began to lead the applause. Indeed, it is only fitting to slay a thief who dares to bully us. Not merely should we kill him, but we must also eradicate all those associated with him. Only then can we truly alter the course of events. Our demon race shall not tolerate being belittled. Amidst the echoes of agreement, Zhou Chen remained silent, his gaze shifting towards the rear of the bull demon king. His perception was remarkably keen, allowing him to discern a vague and obscure aura that had just manifested, albeit fleetingly. He recognized it clearly. It belonged to a great Luo golden immortal, one of the most exalted among them. Lord Baizhe. Suddenly, the bull demon king turned around and bowed gently in the direction from whence the presence emanated. He regarded Baizhe with a look of earnest anticipation, eager to speak, yet Baizhe, having revealed his form, merely waved his hand. Enough. I understand what you wish to convey. Are you attempting to locate that thief? Allow me to inform you. That individual is presently amidst this grand assembly of beasts. Baizhe asserted with unwavering resolve. Amidst this grand assembly of beasts. His revelation sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the gathered creatures, who exchanged startled glances. Could it truly be the work of the demon clan? Is there genuinely such a person among us? This cannot be mere speculation. Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations, Baizhe remained reticent. Lord Baizhe, who exactly is it? Who is responsible for this? The countenance of the bull demon king was etched with a chilling fury and a murderous intent. Should Baizhe name the culprit, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. Yet, regrettably, Baizhe had never intended to elucidate these matters upon his arrival. I can only divulge this much. That fellow possesses considerable backing, and I dare not offend him. You must seek him out yourself. I shall merely mention that his weapon of choice is a gun. Chapter 90. A grand performance, united in attack by Zhe has vanished, leaving behind only a few words that have sent ripples through the entire conference of all demons. The previously relaxed demeanor of the attending demon lords has transformed into an atmosphere of profound seriousness, as if a searing flame encircles them, rendering them restless and uneasy. At the head of the assembly, the bull demon king clutched his wine cup, exerting pressure that made the brass vessel resonate ominously, nearly distorting under his grip. His eyes, ablaze with fury, scanned the surroundings, radiating a fierce energy as if he were poised to unleash his wrath at any moment. A truly terrifying sight. Who did this? Step forward. The overwhelming presence of a pinnacle Tai golden immortal surged forth, causing the demon lords to tremble. They exchanged glances, and the demon lords who had feasted on blood and flesh lowered their heads first, recognizing their inability to contend with such formidable strength. The title of Bull Demon King was not self-assumed, nor was it a gift from others. It was earned through countless battles and hard-fought victories. Brother Zhou Chen, what does Bai Zhe intend to do? He speaks only half-truths, and yet it seems he is not entirely wrong. It feels as though he is attempting to divert blame, Nezha murmured, enveloping Zhou Chen in a protective magical barrier, adopting a stance of vigilance. In these perilous times, it is indeed peculiar for any demon lord to remain unguarded. Even the lesser demons, lacking sufficient power, have retreated. Everyone, draw your weapons. The mere sight of arms will reveal the situation at hand. A demon lord proposed. Isn't that fellow skilled with a spear? In this day and age, who ventures out without a few weapons? They are not treasures. The more, the merrier. With a little discernment, the situation could be clarified. However, this posed a dilemma for Nezha and Zhou Chen, whose weapons were notably distinctive. Drawing them would surely reveal their identities. Exchanging a knowing glance, they discreetly plucked a hair and employed transformation magic. Nezha conjured a sword, while Zhou Chen produced a tang dao, indistinguishable from those used by celestial soldiers. As for the demons wielding spears, they were unfortunate. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, they were all herded into the central hall of the conference of all demons. This space, originally intended for the performance of enchanting female demons, now bore witness to these rugged figures. Whoever is responsible, step forward. Perhaps you may still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, if we are truly pushed to our limits, you know well what we are capable of, one demon lord sneered. Relishing the predicament of a rival who had been thrust into the hall, the other demon lords followed suit, some eager for entertainment. Others allied with the venerable fox demon for many years, each with their own motives, contemplating whether to escalate the situation. If we were to eliminate all of them, the ensuing chaos would indeed be immense. It is imperative to understand that, due to the oppression from the heavenly realm for the demon race, their solitary struggles often signify death. The formidable demons present are all interconnected, having ties to various demon kings. When chaos ensues, although the strength of the demon race may wane, for these demon kings, it is equally a grand banquet to amplify their power. Furthermore, those demon kings who consume blood to enhance their cultivation may even ascend to greater heights. Ox Demon King, can you guarantee that this person is among us? Do you dare to act against us? An enraged demon king, forcibly trapped in the midst of the gathering, expressed his fury. Do not forget, just moments ago, the holy demon Bai Zhe explicitly stated that this individual's backing is formidable. How could he be so easily captured? Is there anything in this world that can be resolved so effortlessly? Release us, or we shall immediately declare war. I am not one to be trifled with. Indeed, I wish to see if your might, Ox Demon King, and that of the Eternal Fox King, is truly so great that we cannot unite to vanquish you. Zhou Chen found it increasingly unbearable to watch. It was evident to him that the Ox Demon King was no fool. Although he had captured individuals, he certainly did not wish to annihilate them all, as it would likely spell his own demise. Thus, he thought it prudent to explore the surroundings for opportunities, perhaps to uncover a stroke of fortune. Let us go. Nezha exchanged a glance with Zhou Chen, having surmised his intentions, and a smile graced his lips. The duo, disinterested in further observation, turned to depart amidst the gazes of the assembly. However, their departure immediately drew the attention of numerous demon kings. The Ox Demon King cast his gaze upon them and snorted coldly. No one is permitted to leave until matters are resolved. Return. The Ox Demon King unleashed his powers, his blood energy surging, attempting to bind the two. At this moment, he was unwilling to let the opportunity to seize the little thief slip away. Ox Demon King, do not overstep your bounds. Zhou Chen refrained from intervening, while Nezha's eyes widened, and with a flourish of his sword, he deftly redirected the blood energy elsewhere. For your trivial matters, are you willing to drag us all into this? If you wish to fight or kill, do so on your own. I shall not be your companion. Having come to the Myriad Demons Conference merely to broaden their horizons, who would wish to partake in this farce with you? This proclamation immediately awakened the assembly of demon kings. He speaks the truth. Let us go. I want to see what he can do to us. If worst comes to worst, we shall engage in battle. Truly, we have honored the Ox Demon King, wasting so much of our time. The demon kings standing at the center of the hall spoke in unison, making their way to the entrance with a bold demeanor, intending to leave. At this point, the Ox Demon King, clearly exasperated, positioned himself directly in front of Nezha and Zhou Chen. You too, state your names. State your mother's name. A hot-tempered demon king raised a fist in response, while several others brandished long spears, charging forth. At this juncture, a fierce confrontation erupted. No matter how formidable the bull demon king may be, he is not invincible. He too has his limits. In the midst of the chaos, over a dozen demon kings were left in his wake, creating a tremendous uproar. Faced with their combined onslaught, even he could only retreat repeatedly. Nezha chuckled, shaking his head, truly seeking death for no reason. Before Nezha could finish his words, a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was the recently departed Baizhe. Standing in a concealed corner, Baizhe raised an eyebrow at the two and gently waved his hand. An invisible magical field rippled outward, and in that instant, the fabric of space was torn apart, silently transporting Zhou Chen and Nezha to a location far beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains. This was the divine power of a great Luo golden immortal. The Baizhe before them was likely not far from becoming a quasi-saint. Chapter 91. Do not strike. This is a being that cannot be vanquished. Such formidable strength. Zhou Chen felt as though he had pierced through an unseen barrier, his expression one of astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it nearly inconceivable that space could be manipulated in such a manner. The prowess of Baizhe, it seemed, had reached the pinnacle even among the great Luo golden immortals. Nezha, sensing the gravity of the situation, drew forth his fire-pointed spear, an instinct urging him to muster every ounce of his strength. Otherwise, he feared Baizhe would swiftly subdue him. My young friends, is such alarm truly necessary? Baizhe inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. I merely altered their rhythm momentarily, diverting the attention of the bull demon king away from you. Did you truly believe you could navigate the Wan Yao conference unscathed? There are still numerous traps laid by quasi-saints within this event. In this realm, the art of transformation is not omnipotent. The ability to pierce through such illusions is not rare, particularly among the quasi-saints. They had long since reached the limits of their capabilities. Unless faced with the techniques of a great Luo golden immortal, they posed little threat to them. This disparity in cultivation is fundamental and cannot be erased by any means. Is the Wan Yao conference convened by the Kunpin? Zhou Chen inquired, casting a deep glance at Baizhe before hesitantly continuing. Has my master encountered you? Baizhe's smile faltered, as though he had tasted something distasteful, yet was unable to spit it out. What is this fellow saying? What does it mean that your master has seen me? Appearing in someone's cave and merely stating, I have a disciple. Is that truly an encounter? The Wan Yao conference is indeed associated with the Kunpin, and it harbors remnants left behind by the old ancestor of the river of Underworld. You are aware that the Bull Demon King has ties to the old ancestor, though he cannot foresee your fate nor wishes to. However, you cannot delay for long. Should you willingly walk into the net, even if you perish, your master shall have no recourse. Very well, I shall not detain you further. Depart at your leisure, but do remember to temper your arrogance. The old ancestor of the river of Underworld has left a fragment of his consciousness at this Wan Yao conference, forming an avatar. While it cannot wield the full strength of his true form, it is not something you can easily contend with. Can a fragment of a quasi-saint's consciousness truly overpower the two of us? Nezha questioned. Is the power of a quasi-saint truly that exaggerated? Hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, even contemplating the prospect of testing this assertion himself. Choosing not to engage further with Zhou Chen, Baizhe seemed to have been sullied by some unseen taint, as he transformed into a wisp of wind and vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether he had employed spatial magic once more to effect his escape. On the field, only Nezha and Zhou Chen remained. What shall we do now? Zhou Chen, do we still wish to return? Nezha inquired, still restless, not out of a death wish, but because such opportunities for clandestine ventures were indeed rare. If the Grand Assembly of Demons harbored no significant treasures, how could the quasi-saints entertain even a fleeting thought of being there? A mere visit to the Assembly's hidden vault would yield treasures galore, as each demon lord and great demon arrives bearing gifts. This time, we would encounter countless mighty demons. And with a stroke of fortune, we might even collect the remnants of past assemblies. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, synchronizing his thoughts with Nezha's. A simple visit would not entail venturing into the assembly's core. Surely, it could not be so simple as to stumble upon the avatar of the ancestor of the underworld. Yet, they decided to proceed. Bai Zhe concealed himself in the heavens, observing Zhou Chen and Nezha's departure with a shake of his head. He had initially intended to offer counsel, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Youthful aspirations were to be expected. He too had once traversed a similar path. However, the situation remained rather precarious. Ancestor of the underworld, what schemes do you now concoct? Casting a glance toward the ancestor's domain, Bai Zhe exhaled a long, weary sigh. Although the trials of the journey to the west had lost the lethal intensity of yore, the conflicts among quasi-saints and saints still simmered fiercely. The ancestor's pawn, the Bull Demon King, had been meticulously cultivated for this role, yet the entire game board was now in disarray. The Serpent Demon King had perished, and he was one of the selected candidates, representing certain vested interests. Yet, he met his demise at Zhou Chen's hands. The Monkey King, another candidate, had effortlessly broken free from the confines of his role, as if his growth had been disrupted. Should the opportunity arise, the Bull Demon King would not hesitate to strike against the Monkey King, reportedly under the ancestor's directive. The previously ordained trials of the journey to the west seemed to have descended once more into chaos. One could only wonder if the Western Church would emerge victorious again this time. Bai Zhe sighed deeply and took flight into the distance, wishing to retreat to his cave for a while to regain his strength, preferring solitude during this tumultuous period. Within the caves of 10,000 demons, the clash of weapons rang incessantly. Demon kings and great demons battled fiercely, their bloodlust and various mystical powers swirling in tumult, with the ferocious energy resembling a wild beast, subduing all other forces. Each swing of the Bull Demon King's iron staff seemed capable of quelling all dissent, the weighty force reverberating through countless weapons with a thunderous roar. Still fighting? Such vigor! Nezha observed the Bull Demon King with a glint of excitement, eager to join the fray once more. Yet Zhou Chen restrained him, whispering, "Do not forget, this is the avatar of the ancestor of the underworld. The Bull Demon King is a contingency left by him. To strike at the Bull Demon King in the presence of the ancestor would be akin to courting death. For now, it would suffice to avoid endangering his life. We should seek the hidden vault first." With thoughts swirling in his mind, Nezha and Zhou Chen hastened their pace. As Nezha began to sense the gifts he had prepared for the 10,000 Demons Conference, these items, though not of the highest quality, were treasures from Nezha's collection, meant to serve as a backup for future retrieval. Suddenly, Nezha's eyes sparkled as he glanced at a nearby stone wall, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Chen, conveying a clear message. "How shall we proceed?" Zhou Chen directed his gaze towards the Bull Demon King, and in an instant, Nezha understood. "Why are you still fighting? This is the 10,000 Demons Conference. Cease the battle," Nezha shouted, plunging into the throng of demons, seamlessly maneuvering his way to the Bull Demon King's side. Before the latter could react, a sword pierced into his side. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." Chapter 92. Secrets within the vault. In that moment, the Bull Demon King was engulfed by fury. During his previous skirmishes with the other Demon Kings, he had held back somewhat, but this time was different. He unleashed his full power, delivering a ferocious punch. An endless torrent of blood energy surged forth, resembling a fearsome dragon. However, the assailant, Nezha, had already fled, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. The Bull Demon King's punch smashed against the wall, grazing several nearby Demon Kings in the process. "How bold you are, Bull Demon King. You dare to strike us with lethal intent. Attack him." At this moment, the remaining Demon Kings were filled with rage, employing various techniques, their formidable skills intertwining. Each of them, being a Demon King, was no ordinary foe. Previously, they had been reluctant to offend the old ancestor of the underworld river, but now, even he would be deemed unreasonable in their sight. How dare the Bull Demon King humiliate them so? Endless divine powers surged, mingling with the blood energy, echoing with the Bull Demon King's roars of indignation. "Cursed be the thief! Which wretched soul dares to show themselves? Come forth!" Hearing the Bull Demon King's furious cries from behind, Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Have I inadvertently provoked something that should not have been stirred? For the Bull Demon King, it was likely true. He had 2 wives, and it seemed he might face some repercussions in the future. Should I go out and lend a hand? Zhou Chen contemplated, glancing at Nezha, who remained silent. Her? Is she planning to confront the Bull Demon King directly? How audacious! Let us move. We have arrived, Nezha announced, halting before a gate safeguarded by a special array. She examined it closely. This was an alarm formation, possessing considerable defensive capabilities, difficult to breach. Given ample time, it could be dismantled gradually, but alas, time was not on their side. Zhou Chen perceived the situation and realized that such formations were not uncommon in the primordial world. Almost everyone possessed knowledge of them. However, the array before them was exceptionally advanced, likely set by two quasi-saints, which explained its formidable nature. This is troublesome, Nezha said, shaking his head. He lacked the means for a powerful attack, at least not one capable of dismantling this formation. Repeated attempts might yield some results, but should they engage with the array, the Bull Demon King and the other Demon Kings would certainly react. At that point, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Brother Zhou Chen, I recall you have yet to reveal your true abilities. Might I witness them? Nezha inquired. Zhou Chen cast a sidelong glance at Nezha, remaining silent as Tang Fong materialized in his hand, emanating a palpable aura of menace. At this moment, Zhou Chen appeared transformed, reminiscent of an ancient shaman, exuding an aura capable of overwhelming all. Flash, he uttered coldly, lifting his Tang sword and making a gentle cut forward. In that instant, a surge of malevolent energy coalesced into a formidable blade of intent, slicing through the heavens. Before him, all that dared to obstruct was utterly obliterated, and even the very fabric of the universe experienced a slight distortion. Was space itself affected? Nezha was taken aback. This indicated that even those possessing spatial abilities had no chance of escape before Zhou Chen. A strike from him would surely lead to capture and annihilation. Was this the hidden trump card Zhou Chen had concealed all along? Boom. Before Zhou Chen, the formation that had previously impeded their progress crumbled completely, vanishing without a trace as everything shattered. The malevolent energy, upon breaking through the formation, surged back into Zhou Chen's being, as he and Nezha hurried into the treasury ahead of them. Zhou Chen, what was that move you just executed? Nezha inquired, filled with curiosity. Earthly malevolence. Zhou Chen replied succinctly, adding, it's not vastly different from the techniques I employed previously. It merely harnesses a greater amount of malevolent energy. You have yet to witness the true earthly malevolence. I shall ensure you see it when the opportunity arises. Nezha glanced back at Zhou Chen, choosing to remain silent. Bro, aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself? We all train together, and while your breakthroughs are impressive, when did you master such divine techniques without bringing your brothers along? That last strike could even give a great Luo Jingxian pause. And you say it was not your strongest attack? How amusing. Truly amusing. Deep within the treasury, Zhou Chen and Nezha's expressions shifted as they beheld mountains of various treasures and heaps of iron boxes. Here, the so-called gold, silver, and jewels were nearly worthless trinkets. The true value lay solely in the spiritual herbs, elixirs, and an array of magical weapons. Most of these artifacts were crafted goods, with scarcely any innate treasures. After all, who would part with such invaluable items as gifts? Zhou Chen, we have struck it rich. The treasures in this cave of 10,000 demons rival those known to any demon king I am aware of. We are wealthy, Nezha exclaimed with exuberance, oblivious to Zhou Chen's resigned expression. Just days ago, I raided one even wealthier than this, Zhou Chen remarked, causing Nezha to compose himself. Casting a resigned glance at Zhou Chen, must you always deflate my excitement? Zhou Chen, uninterested in further banter, approached to examine the spiritual herbs. Quickly deducing, the situation was intricate. The herbs here were of uneven age and had evidently been extensively harvested. I suspect there is something amiss here. How so? Nezha inquired. What scenario would warrant the use of such an abundance of spiritual herbs? The consumption of so many elixirs and pills was astonishing, yet the armaments appeared to remain unscathed. Representing various eras, Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly, glancing back to sense several formidable auras rapidly approaching. He and Nezha exchanged a subtle gesture, both utilizing spatial artifacts to gather all these items. Should we make our exit? If the Bull Demon King were to capture us now, he would be utterly delighted. Nezha hesitated, while Zhou Chen, filled with reluctance, cast a lingering gaze towards the wall deep within the treasury, an instinct urging him that there was something more concealed there. Where do we flee? At that moment, the Bull Demon King charged from a distance, wielding his heavenly cudgel with ferocity, unleashing a devastating strike aimed at the two. Indeed, it is you. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhou Chen looked up at the Bull Demon King, only to be met with a thunderous punch. With a resounding crash, the Bull Demon King was instantaneously repelled. Chapter 93. The nine-tiered fiery red lotus. What a formidable manifestation of power. At this moment, the Bull Demon King suddenly regained his composure, his expression turning grave. That recent strike had thoroughly awakened him. He had sensed something peculiar about these two individuals from the outset, especially when they returned. Their motives were incomprehensible. Initially, he had dismissed the notion of suspicion, believing they merely sought vengeance. However, it now appeared that they had been manipulated from the very beginning. The information provided by Zhe was indeed accurate, yet it did not encompass the entire truth. Is that a spear? Suddenly, the Bull Demon King gazed at Nezha, who was wielding a long spear. Nezha, displaying a modicum of wisdom, attempted to obscure the fire-tipped spear, at least momentarily concealing his identity from the Bull Demon King. Yet, the mere act of brandishing the spear undeniably provoked the Bull Demon King's deepest fury. Were you deceiving me just now? Face your demise. The iron staff was swung fiercely, forcing Nezha to hastily engage in combat. The clash of their weapons reverberated, causing the very mountains to tremble. Had the cave of 10,000 demons not been specially reinforced, it might have collapsed entirely by now. It truly is you. At this juncture, the demon kings from outside finally entered, their eyes fixated on Zhou Chen and Nezha, brimming with uncontainable wrath. They, too, had begun to feel the sting of betrayal. A fleeting glance at the gifts they had delivered ignited their fury, prompting them to act decisively. This was a righteous brawl. Zhou Chen and Nezha had never intended to engage in combat. Yet, they found themselves reluctantly ensnared in such a predicament. Zhou Chen swiftly retreated, unwilling to confront these foes directly, steering them deeper into the cavern. At the innermost recesses of the treasury lay a colossal stone wall, remarkably intact and exquisitely smooth. A wondrous protective enchantment had been cast upon it, preventing intruders from entering. You shall perish. The demon kings unleashed their full might. Although Zhou Chen possessed unparalleled prowess, it was indeed difficult to contend with them for long, yet he persisted. Nezha was equally determined. Zhou Chen, think of a way to escape. Otherwise, we shall find it impossible to leave in a moment. That presence is beginning to awaken. That presence referred, of course, to the thought emanation of the ancestor of the Nether River. This is absurd. With such a ruckus and their intrusion into the treasury, even the ancestor of the Nether River could not remain oblivious. Moreover, Zhou Chen and Nezha had already delayed far too long. I am aware. Zhou Chen remained remarkably calm, meticulously calculating everything that had transpired that day. A surge of power akin to the Bull Demon King's blood energy enveloped him, forming a protective shield that warded off all assailants. Still thinking of escape, the Demon Kings snorted in disdain, launching a united assault. Their divine powers converging in the skies, marching toward Zhou Chen with overwhelming force. At this moment, Zhou Chen resolutely dissipated all defensive powers, propelling himself forward in pursuit of the radiant light that symbolized divine prowess, braving the onslaught directly against the stone wall. Boom! The wall behind the treasury shattered completely, releasing a thick, iron-like scent of blood, igniting an inexplicable inferno of karma within the hearts of the onlookers, which ultimately manifested in reality. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Retreat. Quickly retreat. In this instant, the assembly of demon kings descended into chaos, retreating in haste, daunted by the prospect of continuing their confrontation with Zhou Chen. This was no jest. It was Red Lotus Karma Fire, a force that even the great Luo Golden Immortal would avoid provoking. An exclusive technique of the old ancestor of the River of Hades. Why, then, had it appeared today? Could it be that you are also an ancestor? At this moment, the Bull Demon King opened his mouth, intending to inquire, but he suddenly sensed something amiss. Amidst the towering Red Lotus Karma Fire, Zhou Chen appeared unscathed, yet in reality, he was gasping for breath. He had just sustained an injury, a drop of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his entire aura shifted momentarily. Behind him, the lotus radiating boundless Red Lotus Karma Fire instilled fear and trepidation. This lotus was of the 9th grade, exuding the unique essence of a superior innate spiritual treasure, accompanied by an overwhelming power. A 9th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus? The Bull Demon King was taken aback. The seeds of the Karma Fire Red Lotus could be utilized to cultivate a lotus pool. Given sufficient time, they could yield new treasures, albeit with a gradual decrease in grade due to insufficient quality. Yet, this 9th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus was exceedingly rare even within the entire Azura clan, most of which had not been fully cultivated. After all, it required countless resources accumulated over many years to nurture a single specimen. In this moment, Zhou Chen found himself in a dilemma. To take or not to take. Acquiring it would surely incur the wrath of the old ancestor of the River of Hades, potentially leading to a relentless pursuit, even in the current era of the journey to the west, let alone the primordial times. A superior innate spiritual treasure was an extraordinary rarity. Conversely, if he chose not to take it, restless nights would likely plague him in the future. The pursuit by a quasi-saint versus a treasure that could enhance his foundation. Indeed, it was a torturous choice. Quickly seize it, Nezha bellowed fiercely, snapping Zhou Chen from his reverie. Casting a glance at the beleaguered Nezha, Zhou Chen cradled the 9th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus in one hand. In that instant, thousands of Red Lotus Karma Fires fell under his complete control, surging forth like a meteor shower toward the Demon Kings. Dodge, hurry and dodge. The Bull Demon King emitted a terrified roar. He had witnessed the power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus countless times and had seen its capabilities firsthand. Once unleashed, without sufficient divine prowess, one could not even hope to evade its grasp. The Demon Kings scrambled desperately to escape, and even the Bull Demon King could no longer restrain Nezha, granting him a chance to flee. Bah! Nezha spat in disdain, a glimmer of reluctance flickering across his face. Unable to unleash his full power, otherwise, these Demon Kings would never manage to capture him. He could simply depart at will. Hurry, the clone is about to awaken. Zhou Chen called out to Nezha, placing a hand on his shoulder. In an instant, a streak of blinding light surged forward, surpassing the limits of speed, and before anyone could comprehend, Zhou Chen and Nezha had vanished without a trace. They fled, escaped? The Bull Demon King finally understood why he could not locate the culprit last time. At this pace, by the time they reacted and reached the hidden treasury, the duo would have already traversed 100 or more miles. Finding them would be akin to searching for a phantom. We must pursue, we cannot let them get away. Just as the Bull Demon King contemplated chasing after them, hundreds of scarlet lotus flames descended from the heavens. This time, the flames seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Chapter 94. The Legend That Cannot Be Fulfilled in an Instant. The boundless crimson lotus fire engulfed everything, filling the entire cave of 10,000 demons with the lamentations and roars of the Demon Kings, their curses echoing endlessly. At that moment, the revived aura finally opened its eyes, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe appearing at the very center of the cave. With a gentle wave of his hand, he subdued all the crimson flames. What caused such a commotion? The gaze of the ancestor of the underworld river turned towards the Bull Demon King, a hint of reproach flickering in the depths of his eyes. Ancestor. The Bull Demon King knelt on the ground, choking on his words, unable to articulate a response. It was only at this moment that the ancestor of the underworld river sensed something amiss. The crimson lotus fire he had just witnessed could only originate from one place within the cave of 10,000 demons. He hurried forward, and indeed, he beheld the shattered massive stone wall and the scene beyond it. Gazing at the hollowed blood pool, his breaths grew significantly heavier. Who did this? Who was responsible? The ancestor's voice was icy, yet his eyes flashed with an unusual light, as if he had deduced something. Just now, 2 leopard spirits infiltrated our cave of 10,000 demons and stole our treasures. They even dared to engage us in battle. One of the leopard spirits, though merely at the xianxia realm, possessed an extraordinarily powerful physical form, capable of contending with me, and could directly control the 9th-grade karmic fire of the Crimson Lotus. As he spoke, the Bull Demon King glanced at the ancestor, honestly admitting that had he not known the ancestor had long placed this treasure here to nurture it, he might have thought this entire affair was orchestrated by the ancestor himself. What a jest! In this world, who could possibly surpass the ancestor in controlling the karmic fire of the Crimson Lotus? Even when he emerged with the 12th-grade karmic fire of the Crimson Lotus, he could not achieve such a feat. I have grasped the situation, let us leave it at that. The ancestor of the underworld river calculated briefly, raising an eyebrow, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Ancestor, do you know who is behind this? Please tell me. I shall stop at nothing to bring you their head. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in wild excitement, perceiving from the ancestor's expression that the matter was resolved. However, the ancestor gently waved his hand. Enough, do not provoke him. Focus on your own affairs. The moment those words left his lips, the Bull Demon King felt as if struck by lightning. What jest is this? He has stirred such a significant ruckus recently, fought against so many Demon Kings today, and was even scorched by the Crimson Lotus fire. Are we to let this matter pass? How will I navigate the realm of Demon Kings henceforth? What do the previous grievances amount to? Am I to simply swallow my pride? Ancestor, I cannot accept this. I truly cannot. Grant me another chance. The Bull Demon King pleaded, kneeling on the ground with a resounding thud. I can surely capture them. I will succeed. His voice dwindled, falling into silence. When the Bull Demon King lifted his head once more, the ancestor of the underworld river had vanished without a trace, his thought projection dissipating unbeknownst to him. The expressions of the surviving Demon Kings nearby shifted slightly as they observed the Bull Demon King's demeanor. Goodness, Truly remarkable. This group of surviving demon kings is still able to indulge in feasts? The bull demon king has truly lost all semblance of dignity, kneeling before the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Yet, one must consider, if they can barter their kneeling for protection and support, it seems that no demon clan member will retain unscathed knees. Interestingly, the bull demon king's wife is reportedly of the Azura clan. Is he not an adopted member? Crack, crack. The bull demon king gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl. From the celestial realm to the depths of the abyss, today's grudge is etched in my heart. Should you dare to wield the 9-tiered fiery red lotus, I shall assuredly sever your head to serve as my drinking vessel. As he spoke, the bull demon king instinctively touched his lower back, still acutely aware of the lingering pain. At last, after a prolonged struggle, Zhou Chen finally dispelled the long rainbow escape, descending with Nezha into a secluded forest. In his grasp, the 9-tiered fiery red lotus had transformed into a docile entity, exuding an extraordinary aura, resonating with his primordial spirit. Truly, it is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, albeit the path to further advancement is fraught with challenges. Zhou Chen sighed deeply. Being born late has its drawbacks. One cannot acquire any treasures. He dared not utilize the 9-tiered fiery red lotus, for its use could incite the wrath of quasi-saints. However, Zhou Chen was not overly concerned. After all, the deed was done, and concealment was no longer feasible. Haha, brother Zhou, you haven't heard that legend, have you? Nezha smiled mischievously, nudging Zhou Chen with his elbow, and whispered, "It is said that before chaos unfolded, a lotus flower was born from the heavens." Get to the point, Zhou Chen interrupted. Nezha cast him a displeased glance, and continued, "The 36-tiered chaotic blue lotus has shattered, yet it left behind 4 lotus seeds, which have never been united, each evolving into distinct treasures. It is rumored that these 4 seeds share a common origin, inheriting different powers, yet they exist independently. Birthed by the heavenly Tao, no longer possessing the qualifications to transform back into the chaotic blue lotus. Their seeds, however, differ. The 9-tiered blue lotus is inherently flawed, not perfect, yet this top-grade innate spiritual treasure offers them a chance for further evolution. If one could gather the 4 distinct lotus flowers and unite them, they could nurture the 12-tiered chaotic blue lotus, whose efficacy far surpasses that of the 4 individual flowers. Such conjectures are indeed alluring, yet reality is even more daunting. The 9-tiered fiery red lotus has nearly cost me my life, and I might soon be hunted by quasi-saints. Zhou Chen's expression remained impassive. To this day, the 12-tiered purifying white lotus remains unaccounted for, while the 12-tiered merit golden lotus resides with the Taoist of guidance. Now, only the 9-tiered remains. The 9-tiered merit golden lotus is said to exist in only 3 remaining seeds, with no further nurturing potential, an invaluable treasure for the Western Church. The 12-tiered annihilation black lotus has only manifested during the ancient calamity of dragons and phoenixes, and it was a treasure of Rahu. Where am I to procure 3 lotus seeds? Why are your words merely conjecture? For lotus flowers, 2 are clearly positioned, and no one dares to seize them. The other 2 are missing and unattainable. Even if this were true, what then? Do you possess the ability to nurture such a thing? Even if you were to acquire all 4 lotus flowers, how would you unify their essence? Well, that depends on your capabilities. Nezha chuckled, but his expression suddenly shifted. In the distance, a formidable aura surged toward them, an overwhelming intent to kill, locking onto their presence. Should it strike, it would undoubtedly claim their heads. This is the presence of a great Luo Jingxian. Chapter 95. Our ancestors' great undertaking, not lacking. It is the great Luo. Retreat. At this moment, Nezha felt a chill run down his spine, frantically retreating. Have they pursued us? No, that should not be the case. Despite the earlier commotion, no great Luo Golden Immortal intervened. So how could there be any additional great Luo Golden Immortals now? Evade. Zhou Chen scoffed softly, placing a hand on Nezha and dashing towards the heavenly court. Come on, my friend. Let us enter the heavenly court and see if those formidable beings will not annihilate you. Typically, everyone shuns work, truly disinterested in assisting Haotian, but if you charge in, let us see if they will not put an end to you. The intent to kill followed closely behind. The speed was comparable to the swiftest of escapes. In fact, for a moment, it was as if Zhou Chen and the force of killing intent were locked in a stalemate. Such swiftness. Zhou Chen glanced back at the source of the killing intent, his expression shifting slightly, yet in the next instant, he suddenly halted with Nezha. Before them, an identical killing intent emerged. The 2 sources of killing intent were intertwined, making it impossible to discern their origins. This is peculiar. It is not a great Luo Golden Immortal. If it were, They should not have caught up to us so swiftly. This is the work of a quasi-saint. These two individuals are Asuras, sent by the ancestor of the River of Souls to hunt us down. At this moment, Nezha understood, in this world, such potent killing intent that does not belong to a great Luo golden immortal can only be attributed to the Asura clan. The Asura clan possesses immense strength. Being born warriors, exceedingly difficult to find opponents within the same realm, and their appearances often stir immense turbulence, even causing significant losses to the heavenly court. 2. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, slightly raising a hand, and met the oncoming killing intent head-on, producing a thunderous roar. He casually hurled Nezha towards the other source of killing intent, his fists clenched, engaging in combat with the suddenly materializing figure. What tremendous strength! No wonder the Bull Demon King could not subdue you. The Asura chuckled lightly, seemingly prepared, yet upon taking Zhou Chen's punch, his arm began to numb. Evidently not as effortless as he claimed. Zhou Chen remained silent, retrieving the thunder-drinking spear. Shall we try again? Lightning flickered as the thunderous magic, which counters the Asura clan effectively, was unleashed, striking the Asura before he could react, piercing through the surrounding clouds, which began to gather ominously, calling forth bolts of divine thunder. Cough! The Asura spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Barely able to speak before the heavens unleashed a torrent of thunder that showed no signs of abating. Ling! In the distance, another Asura, engaged in combat with Nezha, let out a furious roar. In the next moment, he leaped several meters away, disengaging from his struggle with Nezha. However, Zhou Chen noticed him as well, and the thunder-drinking spear descended upon him in an instant. The thunder erupted at this moment, pinning that Asura firmly in place. At this moment, Nezha finally noticed the commotion caused by Zhou Chen, his eyes flashing with a blend of astonishment and fear. Goodness, how many beings within the heavenly court possess mastery over such a level of thunder technique? They are all renowned figures who have long since retreated from the world, dedicating themselves solely to cultivation. Yet Zhou Chen, this fellow is merely a few years old, with his mastery of thunder techniques alone, independent of his concealed divine powers. He could easily suppress all adversaries and, alongside Nezha and Yang Jian, ascend to the position of a war god in the heavenly court. Enough. If you do not cease this, it will not be just the two of us who come over. Ling gritted his teeth and roared, a surge of blood energy emanating from him, clearly indicating he had begun to connect with the blood sea. We are not strong within the blood sea. Our strength is inferior to yours, as we were sent by the ancestor specifically to communicate with you. Communicate? Releasing such overwhelming killing intent. Zhou Chen scoffed. Ling shouted in response. The Asura excel in employing divine powers to control killing and malevolent energies. This is the essence of our magic. Must we also unleash blood energy? At this moment, the surroundings fell into a somewhat eerie silence. Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that the rumors held some truth. The Asura clan did not possess an abundance of wondrous divine abilities. Their expertise lay predominantly in the art of combat. Even with the assistance of the ancestor of the River of Souls, they would likely only be able to pursue others in a similar manner. To pursue essentially meant to engage in battle. This had always been the common understanding of the Asura clan. When had they ever refrained from fighting? The ancestor personally instructed us to seek you out. Please, lower your weapon. Do not employ your thunder technique any further. The other Asura, nearly electrocuted, growled softly, black smoke billowing from his mouth. The Asura's physical form is indeed formidable, yet it seems fragile in the face of thunder techniques. Particularly as this thunder continuously erodes the foundation of his power, annihilating the source of their killing and malevolent energies. This is no jest, it could be fatal. My apologies, my apologies. Zhou Chen hurriedly apologized, retracting his thunder. However, he did not sheath his weapon but continued to keep a vigilant gaze on the two. Should they make any untoward move, he would strike without hesitation. Damn it, I have never killed one of your kind before. I shall seek the ancestor for answers in the future. Ling shifted his body, exhaling deeply, and casually remarked, the ancestor is aware of your theft of the 9-grade fiery red lotus and has specifically sent us to deliver a message. That item is a gift to you. Use it as you see fit. Furthermore, when you return to Fangcun Mountain, remember to present the treasure to your master and say that the debt has been repaid. Those are the exact words. Nezha, flying over from the side, frowned immediately. The 9-grade fiery red lotus, just like that? This treasure even tempted him. What other option is there? Our venerable ancestors' ambitions are vast. Just as another Asura was about to speak, Ling struck his forehead with a swift palm. The Asura's expression was complex as he shook his head. The ancestors' words were precisely as such. We merely convey the message as promised. As for the rest, we are unaware. However, the ancestor once stated that for those on the cusp of sainthood, ordinary treasures have lost their significance. What truly matters is the essence of their own laws. In other words, after transcending to the great Luo golden immortal, the power of the Tao they possess is paramount. As long as that strength endures, even if they were to lose all their treasures and possessions, those on the brink of sainthood can still emerge as the most formidable beings beneath the saints. Chapter 96. The gaze of Guanyin Bodhisattva Zhou Chen found himself utterly bewildered by the intentions of the individuals before him. Much like his inability to comprehend the enigmatic figure of the old ancestor of the underworld river. If what these two claimed were true, then his previous actions might merely be a farce in the eyes of the old ancestor, for every move he made was under the watchful gaze of the old ancestor. Effortlessly countered, this situation was troublesome. It might even lead to his esteemed master owing a debt of gratitude. Regardless of the perspective, it seemed as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Master, you have truly bestowed a grand gift upon your disciple. Zhou Chen could not help but shake his head in dismay, his heart heavy with an inexplicable anxiety, as if some unseen force was compelling him to act. In this world, there remained numerous innate treasures, so why had his master granted him the 9th rank fiery red lotus of karma? Did this not foreshadow the challenges that Zhou Chen was destined to encounter? Can we leave now? Nezha inquired. Ling nodded gently, casting a profound gaze upon Zhou Chen, and smiled softly. Of course we can, but I must issue a warning. We may cross paths again in the future, so remember my name. Young man, you are the most intriguing individual among the human race that I have encountered. With that, Ling, accompanied by another Azura, turned and departed. Although the words were pleasant, the injuries they bore were quite severe. If they did not hasten their return, they might soon find themselves overwhelmed. This Azura possesses a remarkable depth and formidable skills. Should we engage in combat, I would find it challenging to subdue him in a short span, unless I resorted to certain stratagems. Nezha narrowed his eyes, clearly harboring some wariness towards Ling, yet upon glancing at Zhou Chen, he sighed. In this era, having a good master truly pays off. Just look at you, emerging from this ordeal with a 9th rank fiery red lotus of karma. How many would covet such an opportunity? This is indeed a double-edged sword. Zhou Chen replied with a bitter smile. Unless absolutely necessary, do you think I would dare to utilize it? Not to mention that the Bull Demon King, accompanied by a legion of demon lords, might come seeking me. Even the heavenly court may inquire about the origins of this item. The 9th rank fiery red lotus of karma is far too conspicuous, almost universally recognized, and its capabilities are nearly public knowledge. Under such circumstances, what grave error would compel me to wield it? The heavenly court's silence does not imply a lack of investigation. As a mere xianxia, my rapid advancement might be excusable, but suddenly possessing a 9th rank fiery red lotus of karma? One might suspect I have been in league with the old ancestor of the underworld river. Once such thoughts emerged, Zhou Chen's path ahead would undoubtedly become fraught with peril. If absolutely necessary, I can provide proof for you. Otherwise, would you relinquish the fiery red lotus to me? Nezha chuckled, reaching out to seize it, yet at that moment, the 9th rank fiery red lotus seamlessly entered Zhou Chen's dantian, swiftly refining itself. How long have you possessed this treasure, and yet it has already been refined? Nezha was bewildered. He initially thought it was already astonishing that Zhou Chen could control the 9-grade infernal fire red lotus. But now it seemed he had mastered it to the point of effortless manipulation. Unsure of the situation, he resolved to observe more closely. Zhou Chen shook his head, casting a sweeping glance around, a peculiar sensation lingering in his heart that refused to dissipate. For some reason, he felt as if someone was watching us. Yet, there should be no one around, right? Let us not dwell on that too much. Come, let us return to the heavenly court. Given the commotion we've caused, it's time for us to divide the spoils. Nezha urged Zhou Chen, turning to leave. His perceptive mind scanned the surroundings, and his brow furrowed. Whoever was lurking ought to think twice before acting recklessly in the heavenly court, for he had many allies there. Have we been discovered? Guanyin Bodhisattva regarded Zhou Chen with a furrowed brow. This individual had managed to associate closely with Nezha, and their familiarity posed a genuine complication. Among the third-generation disciples of the Xianmen, only Nezha and Yang Jian remained active, while the others were largely engaged in arduous cultivation or had retreated into seclusion. The combat prowess of these two was formidable, and significantly, they had the ability to summon reinforcements. The bonds forged during the Fangcun War allowed them to easily gather a group of allies, even including their own masters. This situation is difficult to navigate. The disciple of Patriarch Bodhi had unexpectedly become a variable. Should this matter be brought to the attention of the Buddha? Guanin's expression shifted, her thoughts evolving rapidly. She was the principal executor of the Journey to the West project, with the Buddha serving as its ultimate guarantor. Though they could still scheme in a world devoid of saints, they seldom intervened in mortal affairs, reserving such authority for quasi-saints like the Buddha, who governed the realm. According to the agreement, the Buddha should have been propelling son Wukong forward at this moment, orchestrating various schemes. However, the plans left behind in the mortal realm had been disrupted by Zhou Chen, with even the pivotal Jiao Demon King having perished. The Yao Monkey King was no longer usable. Otherwise, it would spell significant trouble. To find two replacements to confront Zhou Chen? Guanin contemplated but quickly dismissed the notion. It was not that she was disinclined to take action. Rather, the fearsome reputation of Patriarch Bodhi weighed heavily on her mind. It was not surprising that others were unaware of his name, for he was once one of the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace. But since then, he had entered ascetic training, rarely emerging. His involvement in this affair was solely due to the Buddha's invitation to assist. Typically, offending Patriarch Bodhi would not concern him. But Zhou Chen was different. He was his only disciple, cherished beyond measure. Acquiring the 9th-grade infernal fire red lotus from the hands of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld was an exorbitant endeavor. Yet Patriarch Bodhi had managed it with unwavering composure, and now the prize was in hand. This clearly indicated the profound regard he held for Zhou Chen, his prized disciple. Neither can we strike nor slay. Thus we must devise a scheme to subdue him for several centuries, as long as the essence remains unharmed. Even the revered Bodhi Patriarch would not utter a word regarding this matter. Regardless of who it may be, all must yield to the trials of the journey to the west. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva silently spoke, her gaze turning frigidly resolute. The merits of the journey to the west represent her sole pathway and opportunity to transcend from the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, she would be destined for an interminable period of arduous cultivation. No one shall obstruct his path. This is the way of cultivation. Those who impede the journey shall face annihilation. First, let us seek out the Bull Demon King. Chapter 97. Spiritual Stones. The trading market of the celestial realm. Returning to a secluded corner of the celestial realm, Nezha felt an immense sense of relief. Brother Zhou, you should refrain from descending to the mortal realm for a while. I truly sense that you have offended someone. Who is this individual that keeps fixating on you? If only I could discern their location, I would swiftly deal with them. Zhou Chen shrugged nonchalantly, shaking his head. Why not consider that it may be you who has offended someone? As far as I know, you have quite a few enemies in the celestial realm, do you not? What do you mean by quite a few? Do I have a grudge against you? Nezha retorted, casting an indignant glare at Zhou Chen before breaking into a chuckle. Rest assured, I have kept the number of my adversaries in check. No matter who it is, they will comply. A mere handful of troublemakers cannot pose a threat to me. Zhou Chen chose not to inquire further, knowing that Nezha's methods were unlikely to be conventional. Given his personality, he typically resolved issues through intimidation. As long as he did not frighten anyone to death, the celestial realm would likely turn a blind eye. Let us divide the spoils. With that, Zhou Chen and Nezha unleashed their powers, causing an array of rare treasures to cascade from their storage artifacts, filling the courtyard in no time. Will this many items attract too much attention? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Fear not, we can use whatever we desire. This residence has always been my domain, otherwise. Why has no one lived here until now? Nezha chuckled mischievously. Extending his hand, he allowed his divine consciousness to spread out, meticulously examining the treasures before raising an eyebrow. There are indeed many items, but a significant portion consists of weapons. You can entrust these to me. I will handle their exchange for the resources you require. As for the rest, you must find a way to trade them yourself. Unfortunately, these items hold little value in spiritual stones. Most are merely weapons. Nezha's words piqued Zhou Chen's interest. Spiritual stones? What are spiritual stones? Although Zhou Chen had encountered the term in various novels, he had yet to see one since arriving here. You don't know about spiritual stones? Nezha responded, perplexed. They are the currency we use for transactions in the celestial realm, akin to paper money. While the celestial realm is a haven for immortals, the distinction between mortals and deities is minimal in the context of cultivation. We also hold auctions and trading markets here. This indeed was fundamental knowledge that Zhou Chen had been unaware of, having spent so long in the celestial realm. He had believed that wealth could simply be acquired through one word, slash. When faced with difficulties, he would slay a horde of formidable demons, or if necessary, a demon king. As long as his achievements were sufficient, he would seize the benefits and exchange them for treasures from their secret vaults. And then he would be wealthy. However, now that Nezha had brought this up, It was evident that he had plans in mind. "Shall I take you for a stroll?" Nezha inquired. "That sounds good, but shouldn't we first convert these items into spiritual stones?" Zhou Chen glanced at the vast pile of rare materials. "Accompanied by your presence, the task at hand becomes feasible. However, the absence of spirit stones indeed complicates matters." Nezha chuckled lightly and handed Zhou Chen a storage bag. Inside the bag lay spirit stones, meticulously carved into fixed coin shapes, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, and remarkably easy to absorb. The revelation that these spirit stones could also be absorbed startled Zhou Chen. Had he possessed such resources earlier, he might have already transcended to the golden immortal realm. What a tremendous loss. Isn't that the very purpose of spirit stones? Nezha chuckled and shook his head, following my advice. You ought to experiment with arranging the spirit stones into a spirit-gathering formation. You will soon discover that the rate at which you absorb spiritual energy will increase significantly. But wait, perhaps you need not bother. The commotion caused by your cultivation is already quite substantial, even causing unease in me and Yang Jian. Nezha recalled the tremendous uproar Zhou Chen created while absorbing various spiritual energies. It was a disturbance that even the heavenly court found alarming, far beyond what he could easily compare. All right, let us proceed. First, we must secure these items, and shortly, I shall lead you to someone who can assist. With that, Nezha waved his hand to store away his share, and Zhou Chen followed suit before accompanying Nezha into a secluded corner of the heavenly court. Before them materialized a peculiar light portal. This cavern was remarkably discreet, cloaked with special techniques, such that without prior knowledge, one might easily overlook its existence. This is the trading market. The auction is located at the deepest point. Follow me closely. Nezha smiled at Zhou Chen before plunging into the light portal, with Zhou Chen hastily following suit. At that moment, Zhou Chen felt the surrounding space spinning chaotically, rendering even his ethereal form somewhat powerless against the dizzying sensation. Had he traversed through time and space? Zhou Chen surmised that his discomfort stemmed from this being his first experience with spatial traversal. Upon regaining his sight, he found himself amidst a scene that stirred his senses. This place resembled a meticulously constructed human metropolis, devoid of the ethereal aura of the heavenly court, yet infused with a palpable human essence. Furthermore, it appeared to be safeguarded by a unique formation that concealed each individual's identity. He could keenly sense that what he perceived in others was merely an illusion. The architect of this place was a quasi-saint powerhouse, a name you may have heard. Zhao Gongming. Nezha chuckled. Even if you possess the capability, do refrain from shattering this illusion. Everyone here has their affairs to attend to. Let us grant each other some dignity. After all, officially, all resources acquired by the heavenly court must be submitted to the Jade Emperor. Nezha shrugged. Those who heed his words are fortunate enough to assist him. Expecting absolute obedience is quite the stretch. This formation is quite intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen finally exhaled deeply, having grasped the essence of the formation's intricacies. The celestial and terrestrial divine art he practiced contained numerous aspects pertaining to formations, for it amalgamated the ancient which clans 12 capital heavenly array and the grand array of the starry heavens, both of which are eminent formations. However, after a brief observation of the circumstances here, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. The intricacy of this formation was simply unparalleled. What does it matter if one can see through it? Not only can the opponent perceive your presence, but the formation also possesses self-defensive capabilities. Unless one's strength is sufficiently formidable. Yet, if that were the case, there would be no need to come here to exchange spirit stones. Truly, a testament to the prowess of the former masters of the. Chapter 98. The sale of magical artifacts. Shall we go? I will first take you to convert these items into spirit stones, Nezha inquired. The resources we have plundered can be exchanged for at least 5 million spirit stones. That is sufficient to acquire many things. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled his cultivation points. He scanned the spirit stones with his divine sense, and immediately, a message from the system arrived. Congratulations, host, for discovering spirit stones. Each spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 point of cultivation value, and can be used as currency for mutual exchange. What a delightful discovery. In that moment, Zhou Chen completely let down his guard and smiled gently. With spirit stones in hand, he could compare the internal exchange prices of the system with those of the outside world. Utilizing the system's mystical tools, he could obtain various items from the external realm. At that time, whether he exchanged external resources for system benefits or vice versa, it would be a flawless arrangement. Come, let us take a look directly. I also have some items for which I wish to inquire about the selling price. Zhou Chen glanced at the items within the system, and his mind became clear. Nezha cast him a fleeting glance, but did not press further. In this era, Everyone possessed a few secret treasures. He led Zhou Chen through the alleys and soon arrived at the shop of an elderly man. Inside the shop, a plethora of materials was displayed. However, there stood only a white-haired elder's avatar, wearing a mask, presenting himself as a kind old man. Yet Zhou Chen could still sense the magical power residing within him. "Old man, I have returned to exchange for spirit stones," Nezha boldly approached, carelessly tossing numerous treasures onto the table. Strangely, despite the multitude of items being cast upon the tabletop, not a single sound was emitted, nor did any fall off. The table seemed to possess some unique mechanism that endlessly expanded its space. The white-haired elder remained silent for a moment, casting a brief glance at Nezha. "Have you robbed a few demon kings? Such stock is remarkable. 8 million spirit stones." Nezha chuckled heartily, brazenly declaring, "But this was not acquired through robbery. I earned it myself." However, even Zhou Chen could not help but glance at him, sighing inwardly at his audacity. What a shameless fellow. Compared to Nezha, Zhou Chen was nothing. He was the true embodiment of shamelessness. "And you?" The white-haired elder turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes slightly. Faintly, he sensed something peculiar within Lin Feng, an extraordinary feeling that symbolized a threat. "This youth possesses the ability to shatter illusions and see through my appearance? Do not worry, old man. Just assist me in exchanging these items." Zhou Chen sensed the elder's concern and spoke softly. He had merely come to make exchanges and had no desire to meddle in the affairs of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, he had already compromised a path for everyone. He could not afford to ruin a second, or he would surely meet his demise. "Could you offer me 8 million spirit stones?" the old man with white hair inquired. Nezha was displeased and protested vehemently. "Why should I? I have visited you numerous times and considered myself a loyal customer. You have never given me a higher price. Yet you are willing to do so for him just because he has recently arrived. Your worth is determined by your strength," the old man retorted. Casting a glance at Zhou Chen, he scoffed lightly. "Let us not discuss anything else. This lad possesses the power to breach the formations of this place. But it depends on what methods he chooses to employ." Nezha fell silent. Although adept at combat, he was not inclined to engage in intellectual pursuits, particularly regarding formations, of which he had scant knowledge. Aside from the essential names and techniques he had to master, he had hardly learned any arrangement methods. He was purely a fighter. "You flatter me, senior. It is merely a clever trick. The divine ability I cultivate holds great utility in this realm." Zhou Chen smiled without elaborating, his gaze drifting towards the sky. This world lay beneath layers of starry heavens, where the ethereal power of the stars incessantly flowed into Zhou Chen, nourishing him with strength and even fortifying his physique. "This place is worth visiting more often," Zhou Chen mused. "By the way, Zhou Chen, did you not mention you had treasures to sell? Let us see them." Nezha suddenly interjected, casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Chen, pondering what valuable items he could possibly possess. Zhou Chen remained silent as he produced a seed, placing it upon the table. Within the seed resided an extraordinary power, seemingly resonating with the magical artifacts surrounding it, causing them to tremble as if responding to the energy contained within. "My goodness, what purpose does this treasure serve to invoke such a commotion?" The old man was taken aback, his eyes igniting with fervor. If he sensed correctly, these artifacts appeared to be pleading for unity with the seed. "This is the seed of a magical artifact, meant to be nurtured within it. Should one acquire this, the future artifact could potentially ascend to the level of a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure." A top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. In the eyes of the celestial beings, it was indeed a remarkable treasure. Though the heavenly court was not lacking in such artifacts, only a handful of individuals were truly wealthy. Most powerful beings still faced financial constraints. With intense focus on the seed of the artifact, the old man's heart sank. He felt both exhilarated and anxious. The efficacy of this seed was astonishing, even shattering his understanding of the system. If he failed to acquire this seed, he would incur a significant loss. Wait. Just as the old man reached out to grasp it, Zhou Chen swiftly reclaimed the treasure, adopting a serious tone. "Let me remind you, this item only provides the potential and means for ascension. It does not guarantee success. My weapon is a treasure infused with the essence of magical artifacts. Ultimately, in a moment of ingenuity, I experienced a sudden breakthrough, transforming it into my signature weapon to this day. Might I inquire if there are any clever methods to achieve this?" "I am willing to offer additional compensation," the white-haired elder asked. Zhou Chen shook his head. "Those who purchase the essence of magical artifacts cannot do so in large quantities. Otherwise, the price would inevitably decrease. It is simply not feasible, as this item incurs costs." "How many spirit stones does the young master desire? If it is an excessive amount, the shop will require some time to manage the turnover." but it shall not be long before it is procured. The white-haired elder hastily interjected, his voice tinged with urgency, clearly eager to test Zhou Chen's worth. Chapter 99. The Priceless Treasure. The Qianquan pin. This artifact had never before graced the world, and as time passes, the number of treasures between heaven and earth diminishes. In the future, it may become increasingly difficult to even find materials for crafting such artifacts. In light of this, the seed of this treasure holds immense value. Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. As for the price, I have not yet made a decision. This matter likely requires you, esteemed elder, to propose a figure. Should I find it agreeable, we may proceed with further discussions. The elderly man, with his white hair, remained silent and extended a finger. 5 million spirit stones. If you concur, we can transfer the item immediately. Prior to Zhou Chen's assertion of certainty in advancement, the elder harbored considerable doubt, questioning whether Zhou Chen's claims were merely fabrications. However, upon Zhou Chen's admission that success was not guaranteed, the elder found solace. After all, what kind of swindler would express such uncertainty, fearing their wares might remain unsold? 5 million spirit stones. Zhou Chen was taken aback by the figure presented. What had he been doing all that time with Nezha? Utterly futile efforts. 5 million spirit stones. One could toil in the heavenly realms for ages and not amass such wealth. Why didn't you reveal this sooner, instead of trying to profit from those individuals? Next time it is mine. Nezha, in a fit of rage, struggled to capture the attention of Zhou Chen and the elder, but to no avail. Zhou Chen, exasperated, glanced back and pressed a hand upon Nezha's head. Let us not create a disturbance here. Nezha inhaled deeply, falling silent, while the elder seemed to surmise something about Nezha's identity, merely shaking his head. If he were indeed the individual the elder suspected, such actions would not be out of character. As for the one beside him, it was difficult to discern. Having never encountered him before, he could be either that mischievous monkey or the famed demon-slaying general. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Will this item maintain the same price in the future? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. Is there more? The elder, momentarily dumbfounded, responded, including this. For any fewer than 6, I can directly authorize the acquisition. 30 million spirit stones. A direct transaction. This sum represented a significant portion of the elder's liquidity, for he too needed to sell off other resources. Generally, those rough fellows toiled tirelessly, earning no more than 100,000. Yet now, Zhou Chen had struck once and profited immensely after a single transaction. Such is the absurdity of it all. Very well. For Zhou Chen, this transaction was akin to a windfall. He procured 5 seeds of the artifact, alongside the one previously acquired, placing them upon the elder's table. Instantly, the elder's eyes sparkled with delight. A remarkable treasure. A remarkable treasure. Immediately, he produced 60 million spirit stones and handed them to Zhou Chen, saying, from now on, this young master must prioritize me whenever he comes to sell his treasures. I am among the few with substantial resources in this market, and few can produce such a sum in one go. Zhou Chen nodded gently at the elder, assuring him that he understood. He then exited the shop with Nezha. You actually possess such treasures, yet you never mentioned it before. Nezha exclaimed in indignation as they stepped outside. Let us split it 50-50. Hand over your stock for my personal guards to utilize. There's nothing left, not a single stone to spare. Zhou Chen shrugged in response. Nezha was merely jesting. He had no interest in the 5 million spirit stones, but felt he had been treated unfairly. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen saw no need to indulge him further. The slightly altered fire spear pierced the air repeatedly as Zhou Chen deftly maneuvered toward another small shop. We've arrived, Zhou Chen announced. Consider yourself lucky. I'll be back for a rematch. Nezha huffed, striding into the establishment. It must be said, the exterior and interior decor of the shop were almost completely dissimilar. From the outside, the store appeared small, yet within it sprawled thousands of square meters, filled with various miniaturized treasures displayed upon shelves. This formation, this power, is remarkable. Is this another big shot? Zhou Chen mused inwardly. The concept of folding space, which pertained to spatial techniques, was something he had never encountered before. The individual before him was undoubtedly a master of great skill, likely at least a Deluo golden immortal. Ah, you've arrived? The young man, overseeing the area, glanced at Nezha, shaking his head. The treasure you sought last time has already been purchased, but we have some new items. Would you care to take a look? The young man's words elicited a cold snort from Nezha. Today, I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Today, I have wealth. With 500 spirit stones at his disposal, Nezha believed he could acquire whatever he desired. And who might this be? The guard's gaze suddenly shifted to Zhou Chen, his eyes sparkling with insight, as if something profound was brewing within. Upon locking eyes, Zhou Chen felt as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Goodness, truly remarkable, Zhou Chen thought. This individual was likely well acquainted with Zhao Gongming. Otherwise, the formation would have been triggered upon his arrival. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen's true appearance, the young man smiled broadly and waved his hand. A shelf promptly shifted to his front. My friend, allow me to recommend a few treasures. I believe you will be pleased. This here is a thunder drum. As he spoke, the young man produced a small drum, intricately embroidered with exotic beasts, exuding an aura that suggested it was ready to roar at any moment. Imposing and majestic. This object has the capability to amplify the power of lightning techniques, making it a rare treasure that countless practitioners of such arts yearn to possess. However, it can only enhance techniques that are below the minor completion stage, which is a crucial detail to note, and it does not affect exotic forms of lightning techniques. Nevertheless, it could still be regarded as an exquisite item. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. His mastery of lightning techniques had already reached minor completion. Thus, while the thunder drum was useful, it was not of paramount significance. Not interested? The young man appeared slightly taken aback, then glanced at Nezha and Zhou Chen before producing another item. This time, it was a brush that shimmered with light. This was the Xianxia brush, a unique artifact that could enhance the potency of the talismans drawn with it, albeit at the expense of an immense amount of magical energy. What do you think, young sir? Surely, this item should catch your eye? The young man chuckled softly, tossing the Xianxia brush into the air. Within the brush, the dual energies of yin and yang seemed to swirl as it inscribed a talisman, which then dispersed. Zhou Chen could sense that at the moment of its dispersal, the talisman's power had increased by more than 30%. What a treasure! Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 100. The Secrets of the Experiment and the Complete Book of Talismans. This Xianxia brush, crafted specifically for talismans, is a treasure born of necessity. While it may not be the finest among its peers, it is undoubtedly the most suitable. All talismans can benefit from its amplifying effects. With a light chuckle, the young man spoke. 85 million spirit stones. 85 million. At that moment, Nezha nearly leapt in shock, vociferously questioning, Boss, what are you thinking? 85 million spirit stones for just this brush? Even if it were a magical artifact, born of necessity, it could at most be a product of the acquired realm, let alone a talisman treasure. How many cultivators truly practice talisman techniques these days? My brother here doesn't even know how. Nezha shot a glare at Zhou Chen, urging him not to fall for this. Talisman treasures, while not exceedingly rare in the outside world, could certainly be found at a more reasonable price with a bit of searching. They had only pilfered the accumulated wealth of the Wan Yao conference for countless years to amass a modest sum of spirit stones. To part with it all at once would surely be painful. Though talisman treasures are common, most possess rather mediocre effects. However, treasures like the Xianxia brush are indeed scarce. Under the flow of yin and yang, its enhancement extends beyond merely amplifying the power of talismans. It also augments the brush's own strength. As your realm ascends, who is to say it wouldn't amplify by 30%, or perhaps one day, even a full 100%? A full 100%, if that were truly the case. In equal realms, a single talisman could compel even a great Luo Jingxian to retreat, drawing the attention of those at the level of a quasi-saint. Below the level of great Luo Jingxian, within 5 talismans, none could escape annihilation. Fine, I'll buy it. I trust this immortal one to deceive me. Zhou Chen shook his head resignedly and casually tossed the storage bag, freshly acquired, to the young man. At this moment, he had ascertained the identity of the young man before him, Zhao Gongming, once a quasi-saint powerhouse, one of the mightiest of the Jiejiao, and now the god of wealth in martial pursuits. He was also the unparalleled strongman who established this trading market. Though bound by the Fangcun list, his strength still reached the quasi-saint realm. His past deeds had rendered him unwilling to serve the heavenly emperor, leaving the latter with no recourse. Consider it a friendship, Zhao Gongming remarked with a light laugh, having reached an unspoken understanding with Zhou Chen as he accepted the storage bag. He lacked for spirit stones. The items he sold were assessed based on the buyer. The Xianxia brush may be useless to others, but for Lin Feng, it could become a trump card in the future. What was there to lose? It also forged a fortuitous connection. Enough, I'm done with you. Nezha huffed, glaring fiercely at Zhou Chen as he pulled him away. Zhao Gongming observed this scene, smiling silently, as his figure gradually faded, and the shop was swiftly closed for business. Do you realize the magnitude of your mistake? 85 million spirit stones. If you are unwilling, can you truly exchange it for just this brush? Nezha's voice was icy, clearly exasperated. The boss is undoubtedly going to flee. We must leave at once. I will assist you in demanding an explanation from him. At worst, We will reveal our identities and confront him in person. No, 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 Zhou Chen hastily interjected, patting Nezha's hand. Brother, let us not resort to such measures. We cannot contend with him. I refuse to believe that. With our combined strength, who among the heavenly realm, aside from a few formidable beings, is beyond our reach? Nezha retorted. The wealth god, Zhao Gongming. Zhou Chen replied succinctly, 3 simple words that halted Nezha in his tracks, turning back mechanically. How do you know that? Do you think he would sell me talismans for no reason? Both parties recognized each other. Zhou Chen sighed in resignation. Among the 3 present, you alone failed to discern the other's identity. He had practically hinted at it openly. Have you forgotten how I acquired that complete volume of talismans? The complete volume of talismans, a remarkably powerful technique, had been cultivated by Zhou Chen to a minor success. This art rivaled the Thunder Law and could even continuously keep pace with the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiend Divine techniques, encompassing nearly every talisman that had ever existed. It had, in fact, evolved into a path of its own, the path of talismans. This grand path stood on par with the 3 principal disciplines of formation, alchemy, and artifact forging, exhibiting no discernible superiority or inferiority, and its versatility allowed for the near fulfillment of any aspiration. The core tenets had been perfectly mastered by Zhou Chen. Very well, since it is thus, I shall not concern myself with you any longer, but do exercise caution in the future. The price of magical artifacts is not as lofty as you might assume, and besides, who would be willing to trade genuinely exceptional treasures here? In this world, only those treasures meant for personal use can truly be deemed as such. Nezha scoffed lightly and offered a brief explanation to Zhou Chen before they exited the trading market together. Glancing around, they soon spotted Zhao Gongming's slowly retreating figure. It's done. The 850,000 spirit stones are really gone. He still remembered his task of retrieving the spirit stones for Zhou Chen, leaving Zhou Chen both exasperated and amused. All right, remember to collect the medicinal herbs you need for cultivation from the Divine Farmer Department. I shall take my leave now to test the efficacy of this universe brush. Having uttered his final words, Zhou Chen made his way back to the Demon Suppression Department, into his own chamber. After arranging the defensive formations in his room, he retrieved the universe brush. Inscribed with the characters for universe, it radiated an aura of yin and yang, brimming with boundless power. How intriguing. This treasure, born of necessity, likely rivaled the quality of superior postnatal spiritual treasures. Zhou Chen possessed a considerable number of magical artifacts. Yet he had never encountered one that could gradually enhance its power based on his usage. He produced a special yellow paper for drawing talismans, placed it upon the table, and, after a moment of contemplation, ultimately selected a specific talisman. The Divine Shuttle Talisman. It is suitably aligned with my current circumstances. The Divine Shuttle Talisman is specifically designed to enhance speed. However, it also touches upon the principles of spatial pathways, allowing one to traverse space directly upon activation. With this treasure in hand, even in the face of relentless pursuit from the quasi-saints, he was capable of swiftly retreating to the heavenly court or the Mount of Fangs. If worst came to worst, he could simply choose to remain hidden. After all, preserving one's life takes precedence over maintaining appearances. A few more talismans of the 5 Thunder and the 3 Flavor True Fire would suffice. Next time he encounters that bull demon king, he would treat him to a sumptuous feast until he was satiated. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhou Chen's hands moved with increasing speed. The power of the yin-yang cycle flowed ceaselessly from the Qianquan brush, seemingly intent on merging the mysterious energies of the talismans within, only to gradually return that power outward. In the depths of the void, a gaze turned towards Zhou Chen, revealing a flicker of surprise and melancholy in those eyes. At long last, has the heir to the complete collection of talismans been discovered? Master, can you see this? Chapter 101. The town character decision on the summit of Jade Mountain. The Bull Demon King and the Wansui Fox King indulged in drink, attempting to find solace amidst their frustrations. Cursed be it. Truly cursed. If it weren't for those demon kings obstructing me at that moment, I would have surely captured those 2 little thieves. The Bull Demon King lamented, consumed by regret. I should have foreseen it when they took the lead to depart. He growled in a low voice, wishing he could return and pummel his past self. He remained oblivious to the true identities of these 2 individuals, unable to discern their depths, and allowed them to escape. Furthermore, the ancestor had already instructed him to refrain from further involvement in this matter. Yet, he could not swallow this indignation. As one of the most formidable demon kings, he was entangled in numerous pivotal junctures of the impending tribulation. Could he not possess a modicum of autonomy? Must he truly concede to those little thieves? What of his treasures? What of his future resources? All had been stolen away. My precious belongings. The Wanshui Fox King was also reminded of his plight, grief welling up within him, and he wept aloud. His entire collection had been stripped bare in a single day. Now, not only treasures, but everything his lineage had painstakingly accumulated was lost. The avarice he once harbored had left him with nothing but a wedding dress for others. The reality before him felt like a cruel jest, a fleeting dream. The lifetime of his endeavors lay in ruin. Who would have thought that two esteemed demon kings would exhibit such expressions? At that moment, a leopard spirit clad in diminutive demon attire sauntered through the door, and upon witnessing the scene, could not help but sneer. The bull demon king, incensed, raised his head, half revived from his inebriation. Sky leopard, do you dare seek me out? You seek death. As he spoke, the bull demon king seized his iron staff, preparing for a fierce battle. However, at that instant, the leopard merely smiled faintly, fingers dancing in the air. An unseen force descended upon the bull demon king, awakening him entirely, while the Wanshui Fox King gazed in horror at the leopard spirit. Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Grand Luo Golden Immortal. This was a power that had nearly retreated from the world. The last time chaos erupted at the 10,000 Demons Conference. The absence of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal's intervention had already revealed much. They had long since grown weary of worldly affairs, focusing solely on their cultivation. Yet, the Wanshui Fox King had not anticipated that a mere little demon could attract the attention of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. What? Do you still regard me as those two leopards from before? The leopard spirit inquired with a light laugh, releasing the bull demon king's restraints, allowing him to land gracefully on the ground. I have encountered Grand Luo Golden Immortals before, and even fought against them. Your strength must rank among the strongest of them. Why do you come to us in such a manner? At this moment, the bull demon king was fully alert, and though his anger persisted, he began to piece together the truth. It was a transformation technique. Such transformation methods were not uncommon in the primordial world, and he had practiced them as well. Though he could not achieve such exquisite mastery, if one were to assert that this individual employed a transformation technique, it stands to reason that the previous two did likewise, concealing their identities. Although this had long been anticipated, the bull demon king felt a pang of anguish upon this realization, yearning to confront them in a battle to the death. Bull demon king, are you still consumed by fury? The leopard spirit shook his head. I can divulge the identities of those two. Do you not perceive the similarities in their relationships and strengths with those celestial beings above? What do you mean? The bull demon king inquired warily. The celestial beings? The ones wielding firearms. Those who have been active in the world and could carry out such deeds seem to be none other than Nezha and Zhou Chen. The bull demon king had recently encountered Zhou Chen, and the parallels between the earth leopard and Zhou Chen were indeed striking. If it were truly him, the implications would be profound. He could almost ascertain it. The monkey king had betrayed the demon clan and aligned himself with Zhou Chen. Tell me, do you believe there are many who would dare to perpetrate such actions beneath the gaze of a quasi-saint? I can offer you an opportunity, a means to subdue Zhou Chen. His foundation is formidable, not to mention he has powerful backing, making him a perilous target. However, if you can seal him away, then this vendetta will be avenged. The leopard spirit spoke lightly, producing an object with a casual flick. It was a square brick, meticulously crafted and inscribed with several talismans. This brick emanated a profound sense of spatial essence, adorned with various runes. Merely glancing at it, the bull demon king comprehended its purpose. This was an object of suppression. Once cast forth, it would instantly subdue the unsuspecting target, rendering them incapable of escape without any further action required from them. Zhou Chen possesses numerous treasures. Even if he does not carry your prized possessions, capturing him would be sufficient to compensate for your losses. What do you think? The Eternal Fox King swallowed hard. Why would you assist us? You are already a great Luo Golden Immortal. With your intervention, Zhou Chen would fall effortlessly into your grasp. Why involve us? This statement was laden with suspicion. The Eternal Fox King was acutely aware of his own limitations, faced with a being like Zhou Chen. Even if he burned away his remaining lifespan, he would be no match, rendering him merely an ant at the mercy of his adversary. If one chooses not to act, it is perhaps best to refrain entirely. After all, he was not the bull demon king, who had the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades as a support. While a great Luo Golden Immortal is undeniably powerful, they are not without reservations. Moreover, I fear the one who stands behind him, should I strike, and he be left with no chance of survival. That figure would certainly intervene. Yet you differ, for that entity. Your actions against Zhou Chen would merely serve as a form of training. Even if you merely aim to seal him without causing harm, it would be acceptable. As for the treasures, a loss is but a loss. One can always seek them again in the future. Do you grasp my meaning? The leopard's spirit intoned softly. casting forth the square brick. Thus, the square brick fell into the hands of the bull demon king. He gazed at the brick for a long time, reluctant to utter a word, until all his pent-up resentment was transformed into a deep sigh. I am willing to take action, but I beseech you, esteemed elder, to lend me your assistance and grant me a technique. The growth of Zhou Chen's power has been exceedingly rapid, coupled with numerous hidden cards. I fear I may not be his match. Very well. The leopard spirit nodded and gently pointed with his right hand towards the bull demon king. Instantly, a character appeared in the palm of his right hand, Zhen. This was the Zhen character technique. Once employed, it would weigh upon him like a great mountain, binding his speed despite possessing a formidable physical body, making it arduous for him to utilize the cloud-leaping art. This will suffice. The leopard spirit smiled, then vanished without a trace, leaving the bull demon king and the eternal fox king in a state of mutual contemplation. Chapter 102. The tragic king of the Yuan, the Jinzi Ju. The bull demon king, who considered himself quite knowledgeable after spending considerable time by the side of the old ancestor of the underworld river, had never before encountered this particular divine ability, nor had he heard of its origins. However, upon reflecting on the recent encounter with that individual, a great Luo golden immortal, it was evident that this technique was extraordinary, especially since it could be employed to subdue Zhou Chen. If that fellow Zhou Chen dared to attempt an escape this time, it would be utterly impossible. Bull Demon King, do you truly intend to take action against Zhou Chen? The old ancestor has already declared that this matter does not require your pursuit. He has his own means of handling it. At this moment, the Eternal Fox King sensed that something was amiss. They seemed to have become mere pawns in the game of other powerful beings. The farce unfolding before them had already shifted, escalating into something far more intense. Initially, he had intended to reclaim what had been stolen from him, but now, upon further reflection, the situation appeared rather peculiar. Why did it feel as though a tempestuous tide was surging behind the scenes, perpetually threatening to engulf them? The moment they attempted to act, they might very well be swept away by this overwhelming wave. Impulsiveness is the gravest folly in this world. It was Zhou Chen who first offended us. This matter is not our concern. Moreover, I merely intend to suppress him. Father-in-law, do you not yearn to recover your lifetime's treasures? The Bull Demon King inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. He was now at least 70 to 80% certain that the current predicament was orchestrated by Zhou Chen himself. Given that Zhou Chen had transformed this affair into such a farce, he would undoubtedly have to participate. As for the old ancestor, he would not involve himself in this matter. Even if the old ancestor were to scheme, he would not stake his fortunes on Zhou Chen. It was likely merely a transaction with others. All the investments merely indicated that Zhou Chen had someone backing him, but who among them lacked a patron? In this world of chaos, who fears whom? If you intend to act, then, at this moment, the Eternal Fox King gritted his teeth, a flicker of animosity flashing in his eyes. How could he accept that his possessions were taken without a fight? Furthermore, his reputation had been hard-earned. A mere junior, not even a golden immortal, no matter how formidable, was still just an unrefined prodigy. Moreover, their objective was merely to suppress him, not to truly eliminate him. How shall we proceed? Zhou Chen has already returned to the heavenly court. He will not descend in the near future. I have my methods. The Bull Demon King chuckled softly, directing his gaze towards the Yuan King, his blood energy resonating like the sound of bells and drums, surging forth like ocean waves. In the next instant, a torrent of blood energy erupted like a natural disaster, rushing towards the Yuan King's location, nearly obscuring the entire expanse of heaven and earth. It was nearly complete. After meticulously crafting hundreds of talismans, Zhou Chen finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. Before him lay a stack of categorized talismans, each radiating vibrant magical energy. To draw even a single one would suffice to cause a stir in the outside world. It is essential to note that these were not ordinary talismans. Instead, it is the talismans meticulously crafted by Zhou Chen using the entire volume of minor talisman techniques. These talismans possess the capability to rival all divine arts and mystical methods, with functions ranging from combat to escape, from confining adversaries to suppressing foes. A myriad of abilities are encompassed within these talismans. The next step is to seek an opportunity for experimentation. Yet, he wonders who the unfortunate soul might be that he will encounter this time. Zhou Chen gently shakes his head. As the creator of these talismans, he possesses limited understanding of their essence, having never practiced this path before. He is aware that many formidable beings in the mortal realm excel in utilizing such techniques, though, in most cases, the powerful rarely resort to talismans. After all, they cultivate various divine arts and techniques, their combat prowess unparalleled, rendering talismans unnecessary for augmenting their strength. Brother? Just as Zhou Chen intends to leave his chamber, an urgent voice reaches his ears. What is it? Zhou Chen opens the door to find Yang Chan's anxious visage, accompanied by Nezha. At this moment, Nezha is adorned with an assortment of magical artifacts, clearly prepared for descent into the mortal realm, which causes Zhou Chen's heart to race. Brother Zhou, it is grave. The Yao King you released earlier is being pursued by the Bull Demon King and is heading towards the heavenly court. It seems he is coming to seek you. Nezha's gaze is peculiar as he glances at Zhou Chen, causing Zhou Chen's expression to harden. The Yao King has lost his mind? Does he not realize he is a demon king coming to the heavenly court? Does he truly believe the deities will not eliminate him? Whether he will be eliminated is uncertain, but the Jade Emperor has already formulated a plan. You must accompany me at once, before the situation escalates beyond redemption. We must intercept them. Otherwise, we shall both face dire consequences. Some matters, though unspoken, are understood among all parties. Yet, if brought to light, no one can expect to emerge unscathed. Zhou Chen's connection with the Yao King is such. While he cannot produce evidence of his control over the latter, the Yao King's plea for refuge in the heavenly court is unequivocal. At times, one must act preemptively. At the very least, the Yao King must not fall into the hands of others. Let us go, Zhou Chen decisively declares, taking Nezha along as they proceed towards the mortal realm, with Yang Chen following closely behind, only to be halted by Zhou Chen. Sister, it is inconvenient for you to accompany us. This time, we are heading into battle, though the matter is not overly serious. Zhou Chen smiles and approaches Yang Chen, who blushes like a radiant sunset. Before she can utter a word, Zhou Chen continues, keep an eye on son Wukong. His time is limited. Yang Chen is momentarily taken aback, then nods in understanding. Although she is unsure of the impending troubles surrounding son Wukong, Zhou Chen's grave demeanor suggests that the situation may surpass her expectations. Nezha, come with me. With that, Zhou Chen turns back, his attire transforming instantaneously. The Kirin Jade armor is donned impeccably, emitting the sound of clashing metal. The thunder-drinking spear, which he had grasped unbeknownst to him, alongside the Tang Fong hanging at his waist, radiates an overwhelming pressure. Sister, I shall take my leave first. Nezha cast a brief smile at Yang Chen before hastily quickening his pace to follow Zhou Chen, addressing him with urgency. The situation is far from straightforward. The Bull Demon King should not be aware of our identities, nor should he have sought out the King of the Urine. I understand, Zhou Chen responded, accelerating his speed further. Before long, he and Nezha arrived in the mortal realm, where they witnessed the Urine King frantically fleeing, pursued by a swirling tempest of blood-red clouds. Save me! Save me! Upon spotting Zhou Chen, the Urine King cried out in desperation. In the next moment, a heavy iron staff struck his back, sending him crashing to the ground. The Bull Demon King, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Chen, revealed a chilling intent to kill. Is it you? Chapter 103. Ambush and Chaos. Zhou Chen furrowed his brows as he glanced at the nearly defeated King Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. A dignified demon king, reduced to such a state without even having engaged in significant combat. Truly, your true form would be better off as mere fodder for dogs. As he spoke, Zhou Chen advanced forward, the thunder-drinking spear in his hand shimmering with arcs of lightning, which he hurled towards the Bull Demon King. The surging lightning streaked across the sky like a torrent, leaving trails that lingered in the air. Is that really you? The Bull Demon King scoffed, resolutely countering. Though his blood essence was suppressed by the thunder, he resorted to the simplest of methods in response. A fist. With a powerful punch, he unleashed his tremendous strength, tearing through the lightning magic. Without a backward glance, he unleashed all his might and aimed a palm strike directly at Zhou Chen's head. Zhou Chen stood his ground, refusing to evade or dodge. A resounding crash echoed. His body remained unmoved. Yet the Bull Demon King's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a dull pain emanate from the center of his palm. Puffed. Nezha, having anticipated this scene, could not help but laugh. Brother Zhou, are you still toying with him? You possess every ability he has, and more besides. Why not end this swiftly? Killing him would be a service to the heavenly court. By the end of Nezha's words, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him. His fire-tipped spear lunged towards the Bull Demon King's neck, causing an immediate chill to sweep over the latter's heart. This time, Nezha had no intention of concealing his identity. Every strike was aimed at a fatal target. Son-in-law, I shall assist you. The king of 10,000 years Fox, having observed from a concealed position for some time, finally chose to intervene. The illusionary powers he wielded erupted forth, creating an entirely new visage. Just as Nezha's spear was about to pierce the Bull Demon King, the latter's figure twisted abruptly. Nezha watched in disbelief as his position shifted, finding himself 1,000 meters away, while the Bull Demon King's phantom reformed into the King of 10,000 Years Fox, transforming the illusory into the real. Yet another of these mystical arts. Nezha expressed his annoyance, shifting his focus onto the King of 10,000 Years Fox. Old fool, your time is nearly up. You can either accompany me back to the Demon Suppression Division or relinquish your head this instant. The King of 10,000 Years Fox let out a bitter laugh, remaining silent. The reputation of the third Prince Nezha overshadowed his own. Should a serious confrontation arise, he knew he could never escape Zhou Chen's grasp. Now, he could only hope that the Bull Demon King's scheme would come to fruition. I had expected you to bring other Demon Kings with you. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings, quickly discerning the Bull Demon King's intentions. This time, he had emerged fully prepared for a massacre, as long as no great Luo Golden Immortal appeared. He held no fear of anyone else. This farce, which had escalated to this point. Indeed, it was time for it to come to an end. You little thief, you have plundered my father-in-law's treasure and committed theft in the cave of 10,000 demons, creating chaos at the grand assembly of 10,000 demons. For my demon kin, your death 1,000 times would not suffice as atonement. Today, I shall offer your head as a sacrifice to the heavens. The Bull Demon King growled softly, his iron staff crashing down with sudden ferocity. Yet, Zhou Chen moved, transforming into a bolt of lightning that reached his thunder-drinking spear, which he slowly lifted. How many lives have you extinguished? How much wealth have you seized? Are you even able to count? Zhou Chen spoke slowly, each word deliberate. You dare to speak of me, yet your own fortune is ill-gotten. Within a single incense stick's time, if I cannot subdue you, I shall return to the heavenly court and renounce my title as the Demon Slayer General. With that, Zhou Chen waved his hand, inserting an incense stick into the ground. Flames ignited, smoke wafted, and his body emanated a subtle aura, a malevolent energy that, even in its nascent form, radiated an overwhelming ferocity. Let us engage in battle. The Bull Demon King chose to strike first, each blow powerful and forceful, yet Zhou Chen effortlessly deflected them. Moreover, he had heard of Zhou Chen's abilities and kept a keen eye on his mouth, wary of a surprise attack. However, the Bull Demon King perhaps overestimated himself. Zhou Chen's true form far surpassed his own. After a brief test, Zhou Chen withstood a blow with his physical body and, unscathed, thrust the thunder-drinking spear into the Bull Demon King's side. Although I was not present last time, this time Zhou Chen smiled, and beneath the Bull Demon King's furious gaze, he unleashed his lightning techniques. The thunderous roar echoed as the Bull Demon King's wails carried far and wide. Yet his resolve remained unshaken, and he continued to roar. Zhou Chen, are you not curious why I dared to confront you? Previously, the Bull Demon King had indeed battled Zhou Chen, and that encounter had not fared well for him. Aware of this, Zhou Chen's eyes shifted slightly as the power of his lightning techniques surged once more. But in the next moment, his pupils shook, an invisible force radiating from his body. It was a divine power. Divine power. In the distance, Nezha also sensed this force, halting his steps as he intended to rescue Zhou Chen, only to find the venerable Fox King attacking him fiercely. Third Prince, I must take my leave today. No matter what, this matter must reach its conclusion. The venerable Fox King growled softly, his eyes turning blood red as the surrounding world transformed dramatically. You seek your own demise. Nezha charged forward, his spear raised, and the cosmic silk and Qianquan circle erupted, sealing off all escape routes for the venerable Fox King. The wait. Zhou Chen felt the divine power gradually coalescing upon him, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Such formidable strength. At this moment, he felt his own physical power being utilized to withstand the immense pressure bearing down upon him. Even the magical power that can be summoned at this moment is reduced to merely half. What kind of supernatural ability is this? This is not a secret art that you can cultivate. At this moment, Zhou Chen could almost ascertain that the Bull Demon King did not come here of his own volition. This fellow is backed by someone. Moreover, it is not the old ancestor of the underworld river. If the old ancestor wished to take action against him, it would require no such means. Capturing him would be utterly simple. This sensation of covert maneuvering resembles the actions of the Western Church. Only they, and only they, are capable of such deeds. The seal of suppression. This is a supernatural ability I have painstakingly sought for you. Zhou Chen, today, I shall bind you for hundreds of years, so that you may also experience our suffering. Chapter 104. The breakthrough of the spell under the command of the word town. Zhou Chen felt his body emit cracking sounds, as his once proud power was thoroughly bound, rendering even the circulation of his own magical energy a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King appeared to have experienced a significant surge in strength, doubling his power and unleashing a maniacal laughter, proclaiming, "Let us see how you escape this time." As his staff descended, Zhou Chen strained to maintain his stance, retreating desperately, yet still failing to evade the onslaught. With a resounding impact, he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain peak, the tremendous force toppling the mountain and sending tremors through the earth. "Get away from him!" Nezha erupted with a fierce shout, barely breaking free from the illusion. The Wanshui Fox King before him had already sustained grievous wounds, aging visibly within mere breaths, his condition deteriorating significantly. "Do not think of rescuing him." The Wanshui Fox King struck again, warping the surrounding illusions, as trees and vines surged toward Nezha with a relentless intent to kill. "Within 10 strikes, I shall take your life." At this moment, Nezha was consumed by fury, his magical silk weapon manifesting, while the universe ring twisted in the sky, descending upon the Bull Demon King, as if intent on engaging both adversaries in combat. However, the Bull Demon King, wielding formidable powers, glanced at Nezha with a light chuckle. The realm before the universe ring transformed into yet another illusion. This technique, shifting from the ethereal to the tangible, was exceedingly troublesome, and its complexity had reached an astonishing level. "Next, I shall suppress you." The Bull Demon King sauntered toward Zhou Chen, a square brick appearing in his hand. This brick emanated an unfathomable aura, and merely by approaching Zhou Chen, it conveyed an overwhelming force of suppression. Upon examining the inscriptions on the brick, Zhou Chen suddenly smiled. "Indeed, this artifact is not something you could have summoned on your own. You have allied with someone haven to you? Have you sought the origins of this object during this time? By involving yourself in my affairs, you may have overstepped your bounds." The Bull Demon King furrowed his brows slightly, then let out a cold snort. "Are you implying that by suppressing a creature like you, without killing you, I would still invite calamity upon myself? That is difficult to ascertain." Zhou Chen scoffed, setting aside whether he would indeed be suppressed. It was worth noting that the Bull Demon King was originally the brother of Sun Wukong. Should he be subdued by the Bull Demon King, the so-called 7 brothers would never unite. However, to put it another way, the original narrative of the journey to the west had already been disrupted by Zhou Chen. The Flood Dragon King was dead, and the Monkey King had been subdued by Zhou Chen, left half dead by the Bull Demon King, now lying docile on the ground. As for the Bull Demon King, his own purpose had likely diminished significantly, even if he were to linger longer. He would merely serve as a stepping stone for the great sage equal to heaven. Suppressing him would change nothing. It would only ensure that the fated monkey would remember his name, seeking a moment to exact vengeance. "Die." The Bull Demon King was thoroughly enraged by Zhou Chen's confident demeanor. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, his blood energy surging as he swung his staff towards Zhou Chen, while a brick soared into the air, rapidly enlarging as if to crush him. This time, however, Zhou Chen refrained from employing his celestial and earthly divine art. He sensed an unseen force subtly influencing his spiritual body and magical power, a custom-tailored technique that, despite its potential for escape, would only allow for a hasty retreat. Thus, he chose to retaliate. With a swift motion, Zhou Chen cast a thunderbolt talisman, which erupted in the sky, releasing a torrent of lightning. Thunder roared as it engulfed the Bull Demon King, propelling him away. Simultaneously, Zhou Chen affixed a talisman to himself, the Divine Shuttle Talisman. This talisman would enhance his speed and imbue him with a fragment of spatial power, enabling a teleportation-like effect. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen found himself atop the brick. As he sensed the power emanating from the brick, a force he had never experienced yet had seen documented numerous times, his expression shifted dramatically. The Western Church. This power unmistakably belonged to the Western Church. The Patriarch Bodhi, a practitioner of both Buddhism and Taoism, had filled the library with texts that Zhou Chen had perused extensively. Although his own cultivation was rooted in the mystical school, he possessed considerable knowledge of Buddhist techniques. Enlightenment and suppression? Do they truly see me as Sun Wukong? Upon briefly discerning the nature of the brick's power, Zhou Chen's expression darkened. It was clear that someone from the Buddhist sect had set their sights on him. "How did you accomplish this?" The Bull Demon King bellowed. Having freed himself from the lightning and rapidly charging towards Lin Feng, disbelief lacing his voice, he felt as though all his previous efforts had been in vain. Talisman techniques? Which celestial practitioner employs such a method? Only a select few Deluo golden immortals or quasi-saints might provide their disciples with a couple of talismans for their journeys, and in critical moments, even summoned their true forms. If that were the case, the Bull Demon King would have turned and fled without a second thought. But the situation had changed. How had Zhou Chen mastered this talisman technique to the level of a divine art? What difference was there between this and being struck by lightning? Bull Demon King, behold your treasure. Zhou Chen smiled at the Bull Demon King, then gently waved his hand, placing a talisman upon the brick. The three-flavor True Fire talisman ignited instantaneously, his figure once again shifting to appear before the Bull Demon King, while the brick blazed with an unquenchable inferno. This was the three-flavor True Fire, the miraculous flame capable of igniting all things in the world. Flee! The Bull Demon King sensed the imminent danger as Zhou Chen reappeared before him, instinctively turning to escape. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he discovered several talismans materializing in the sky, flickering with flames as they began to self-ignite. The Great Lioli Fire Talisman, a colossal alchemical furnace composed of flames, materialized in the air, ensnaring the Bull Demon King within its confines. The blazing inferno roared to life, as if intent on transforming him into dried beef, rapidly escalating in temperature. Zhou Chen, At that moment, the Bull Demon King felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, and the power of the sealing incantation in his hand began to wane swiftly. This talisman can refine magical energy? Zhou Chen regarded the Bull Demon King with a calm smile. The last time we met, I intended to show some respect to the ancestor of the River of Souls. But now that you have pursued me, I believe there is no longer any need for us to maintain any semblance of decorum between us. Is there? As his words fell, the Bull Demon King suddenly heard a wailing sound emanating from the distance. Nezha's fiery spear had finally pierced the neck of the Fox King, lifting the entire beast into the air. Moments later, the Fox King reverted to his true form, a fox. Nezha, in turn, casually hurled him to the ground. What a nuisance! With a light reprimand, Nezha's furious gaze fixated upon the Bull Demon King, now infused with a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 105. To live or to die? It is over. Completely finished. The Eternal Fox King has perished, and in a direct confrontation. He could not match Zhou Chen, not even Nezha could subdue him. In all likelihood, he would be counterattacked by Zhou Chen. In such dire circumstances, the Bull Demon King had nearly lost all hope. The last remnant of the sealing spell's power was refined by Zhou Chen, leaving the Bull Demon King pale and barely able to stand. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen finally restored his supreme form, moving his body slightly. This divine ability is indeed quite mysterious. It appears to be imparted by a great Luo Jingxian. Who could that person be? Zhou Chen inquired coldly. The Bull Demon King replied, Zhou Chen, do not think that by subduing me, you can act with impunity. I assure you, there are many individuals in this world whom you cannot afford to offend. Though unaware of whom Zhou Chen had crossed, the Bull Demon King understood that anyone capable of instigating trouble for him must be a formidable figure he had heard of. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to conceal his identity or divulge certain secrets. The existence of that individual could undoubtedly pose a threat to Zhou Chen's future. You need not speak. I can surmise a little, Zhou Chen remarked with a slight smile, waving his hand to retrieve a nearly scorched brick from a distance. This brick contained the power to transform into a towering mountain, ready to crush a person at any moment, resembling the means of suppressing Sun Wukong in the future. How long can this object restrain me? Zhou Chen asked curiously. At most, a few hundred years, the Bull Demon King replied. I can only confiscate your various treasures, but I will not truly endanger your life. Otherwise, even the ancestors would not protect me. Zhou Chen chuckled, tearing a talisman from the brick. What you say is indeed true, but the individual who sent you to trouble me has not revealed the complete truth. You may not wish to kill me, nor does he, but that does not imply he does not desire to leave a means to torment me, such as a special technique that can make my life unbearable at any moment. With this method in place, even if I manage to escape in the future, I will remain under their control, compelled to obey. The Bull Demon King's expression darkened. No way is it really like this. If any trouble arises for Zhou Chen in the future that his benefactor cannot resolve, he will be the first to seek me out, as everything is tied to him. I won't even be able to escape. This matter has nothing to do with me. I simply wish to reclaim my possessions. Your possessions? Are those not your father-in-law's? Nezha asked with a smirk. He raised the fox corpse in his hand, sneering. Who does not know that the treasures of the Eternal Fox King were acquired through plunder? It is only fitting that we, from the heavenly court, have slain him. Moreover, taking a few of his possessions is a favor to you. How dare you come knocking? Soon, I shall have Brother Zhou cast you into the Demon Suppression Division, so you may learn what the heavenly court's tortures truly entail. The tortures of the heavenly court are not merely capable of slaying demons. They can also sever the Bull Demon King's path of cultivation. Nezha was resolute this time. The Ancient One of the River of Hades is not someone to be trifled with, yet the elimination of the Bull Demon King remains an imperative course of action. It serves as a warning to others. Otherwise, who in the future would hesitate to act against him and Zhou Chen? How intolerable that would be. Ha ha ha. The bull demon king, unperturbed, let out a cold chuckle. Take him back. Zhou Chen waved his hand, feeling somewhat disinterested. The bull demon king had become inconsequential, and he intended to use this individual as a bargaining chip, for he was merely a pawn in another's game, and indeed, the actions taken against him were not entirely unjustifiable. Nezha nodded, casually dispelling the grand, glazed fire talisman, and hoisted the lifeless bodies of the bull demon king and the king of foxes towards the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen approached the monkey king. Have you had your fill of entertainment? Zhou Chen kicked the lifeless form of the monkey king twice, then snorted coldly. You certainly possess a remarkable audacity, daring to approach the heavenly court without fear of death. Previously, Zhou Chen had spared the monkey king because only he and Nezha were privy to the matter, and the monkey king had indeed cooperated well. However, the circumstances had changed. This fellow had effectively exposed the relationship between himself and Zhou Chen, rendering his future bleak and eliminating any chance of being a spy. This is your fault. The monkey king opened his eyes and growled. What business do you have stealing the bull demon king? It was when I came to pay a visit that the bull demon king indiscriminately attacked me, and I nearly met my demise. My troops were all but annihilated. Some fled, others perished, none remained. Fortunately, I was clever enough to secure the contents of the secret vault upon his arrival, or I would have faced ruin. The monkey king lamented, his expression one of sorrow. Zhou Chen could only roll his eyes in exasperation, shaking his head. Do not speak of your grievances. Today's events merely cost you your lair, while the bull demon king has lost far more than that. Damn it, Zhou Chen, you are utterly shameless. It is all your fault. Otherwise, would I have found myself in such a predicament? The bull demon king brought this upon himself, but I, the monkey king, am innocent. The monkey king seethed within, yet maintained a facade of cheerfulness. You are right. I can leave now, can I? If I linger any longer and continue to associate with you, the other demon kings will surely begin to suspect me. At that point, do not expect any information from me. What have you ever provided me in terms of information? Zhou Chen inquired with curiosity. In that moment, the smile on the monkey king's face froze, as he regarded Zhou Chen, seemingly questioning his intentions. You cannot return. The bull demon king's attack has nearly revealed your identity, not to mention that your escape route leads directly to the heavenly court. I offer you two choices. Either you become a general in my service, commanding my personal troops and assisting me in my endeavors, or you can fend for yourself and see whether the other demon kings will tear you apart. Choose wisely, Zhou Chen said with a light chuckle. In the realm of Journey to the West, how many among those who ascend to the position of demon king are truly foolish? The monkey king, upon returning, is undoubtedly destined for demise. Only before him might there be a sliver of hope for survival. Do I not possess another option? To be captured and taken back to the heavenly court? If I merely turned back, I could evade death, and everything could transform. My standing among the demon clan would remain entirely unscathed. The monkey king spoke coldly. However, the Jade Emperor is already aware of your actions. He will not spare you. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. In truth, when all is said and done, you have no third path. There are but two choices, submit to me, or perish. The sole distinction lies in whether you die in the heavenly court or in the mortal realm. Chapter 106. Callousness, Zhou Chen. The gaze of the king of the monkeys was piercing, fixated upon Zhou Chen's countenance, and within that stare, there lingered a hint of burgeoning animosity. Yet, ultimately, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as if surrendering to despair. Damn it, how did the bull demon king discern my peculiarities? Why has he turned his attention towards me? Had I foreseen this downfall, I would never have returned. If you hadn't returned, you wouldn't have survived. Zhou Chen remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his head at the king of the monkeys. Your most grievous error was extending aid to the Jiaoma king. Had it not been for him, I would not have sought you out. Indeed, the king of the monkeys replied with a bitter smile, then spoke. I concede. From this day forth, I shall follow you. King of the monkeys, I salute you. With great effort. The king of the monkeys rose from the ground and bowed slightly to Zhou Chen in a gesture of respect. At that moment, he relinquished all pride associated with his status as a demon king, leaving only pure resignation and a sigh of helplessness. Since struggle was futile, he might as well revel in the experience. After all, upon reaching the heavenly realm, he would serve as Zhou Chen's loyal soldier. Although his abilities might not elevate him to the ranks of Zhou Chen or Nezha, he would certainly surpass the average celestial general. Let us ascend to the heavens together. Zhou Chen declared to the king of the monkeys, placing his hand upon his shoulder and activating the long rainbow escape. His figure flickered rapidly, vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving behind an afterimage reminiscent of a rainbow. In a corner invisible to Zhou Chen, The Bodhisattva Guanyin, who had arrived early and witnessed everything, wore a grim expression. As if she had encountered something profoundly infuriating, her fists clenched tightly. Talismans? Was that just now a technique recorded in the complete volume of talismans? Guanyin had heard of this divine skill before, yet she had never witnessed it firsthand. According to legend, the cultivation of this technique was extraordinarily demanding. It seemed the only one capable of truly wielding it was the wealth god, Zhao Gongming. Talismans are a unique existence. This method originates from the ancient sect of interception, essentially condensing and simplifying formations into a singular piece of yellow paper. This divine skill was pioneered by the heavenly teacher, and although it was not his primary focus of cultivation, it was nonetheless a technique that even a sage would regard with reverence. Mastering talismans allows one to wield not only the three-flavor true fire, but also various divine thunders and waters. One mastery leads to mastery of all. There is no greater truth than this. This poses a dilemma. If he masters talismans and leaves behind some means of survival for son Wukong, all our prior arrangements would become a farce. Moreover, this fellow's rate of growth and strength is alarmingly swift. The Bull Demon King has been captured, and not only did this endeavor fail, but we also incurred the wrath of the old ancestor of the River of Souls. Guanyin exhaled deeply. The old ancestor of the River of Souls possessed formidable strength, and she had no desire to provoke him. Yet, with the situation having arisen, she could only continue to observe. Seek another opportunity. If all else fails, one must take decisive action against him. As he uttered this final remark, the figure of the Bodhisattva Guanyin gradually faded, vanishing from sight. He had now committed the name Zhou Chen to memory. Should the need arise, he would strike, ensuring Zhou Chen's utter annihilation. Otherwise, this individual would pose an unpredictable variable in the upheaval of the journey to the west. Do not move recklessly. In the opulent halls of the heavenly court, a multitude of immortals, alerted by the commotion, hurried to ascertain the situation. Nezha held the Bull Demon King firmly with one hand, escorting him to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Throughout the journey, the Bull Demon King was in a frenzy, struggling as though he yearned to engage Nezha in a fierce battle once more. Nezha, if you possess the ability to release me, I demand another bout. You can capture me, but must you humiliate me so? The atmosphere crackled with his furious roars, drawing even more onlookers among the immortals. Even the Jade Emperor was stirred by the uproar. What chaos were Nezha and Zhou Chen orchestrating? Had they managed to subdue the Bull Demon King? The Jade Emperor was already aware of the conflict between the Bull Demon King and the Monkey King. Yet his reluctance to intervene did not imply ignorance of the external turmoil. He deemed it unnecessary to act against them, as they had not yet caused a ruckus within the heavenly court. Your Majesty, the Bull Demon King has been subdued, and his father-in-law, the Fox King, has been slain by Nezha, reported the heavenly slave in a hushed tone. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. What a jest! The idea that no one had manipulated events behind the scenes was utterly implausible. Moreover, the Bull Demon King had previously clashed with Zhou Chen. How could he possibly muster the strength and audacity to confront him again without some hidden agenda? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible that Zhou Chen could emerge victorious. A loss for him would indicate that the most formidable beings had entered the fray. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, his fingers calculating, as he discerned the entire combat sequence. The talismanic arts? Zhou Chen's innate talent had proven to be remarkably formidable. He had even managed to cultivate the complete talisman manual to a minor success. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt a jolt of surprise. The complete talisman manual had been meticulously chosen for Zhou Chen, intended to inhibit his rapid ascension in power, yet it had inadvertently benefited him instead. What an absurdity! That was a technique imparted by a sage, one that had been practiced by countless individuals under the sect. How many could truly master it? The only one capable of showcasing even a modicum of skill was Zhao Gongming. Yet now, Zhou Chen had cultivated it to a minor success. Your Majesty, should we bestow any rewards upon the Demon Suppression General? The heavenly slave cautiously inquired, wary of inciting the Jade Emperor's displeasure. The Jade Emperor, however, shot him a cold glance and retorted with a disdainful laugh. It is the duty of the Demon Suppression Bureau to apprehend demon kings. Do I need to reward them for fulfilling their responsibilities? You may take your leave. The Jade Emperor began to dismiss him. This heavenly slave, though generally useful, had overstepped by speaking on Zhou Chen's behalf, thereby contravening the Jade Emperor's interests. It was clear that he could no longer remain in his presence. Tian Nu's complexion turned pale as he comprehended Hao Yin's implicit message. He gradually retreated, exiting the grand hall, ultimately vanishing without a trace. His position would soon be supplanted by another Tian Nu. Among the myriad deities in the heavenly court, a saying has perpetually circulated: when Haoyan seeks to win someone over, he invariably pays a steep price, far exceeding the value the other party can offer. However, once doubt arises in his heart, all previous enticements and the benefits you have received will transform into your own burdens. To encapsulate this sentiment in 4 words: ungrateful and merciless, it could not be more fitting. Chapter 107. The sinister Western sect. From now on, you shall reside here, and the soldiers outside will fall under your command. Zhou Chen casually pushed open a door to the Demon Suppression Bureau, settling the king of the Yao into the room and tossing him a token. The king of the Yao, who had not consumed blood food, was a rare demon who had ascended through his own cultivation. Though his foundation was not particularly formidable, his corporeal form was indeed impressive, quite to Zhou Chen's liking. Entrusting him with the training of his personal guards, Zhou Chen felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the king of the Yao's life was still firmly in his grasp. You certainly have faith in me. The king of the Yao took a deep breath to steady his emotions. I know what I must do. Rest assured, I will not tarnish your reputation within the heavenly court. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Zhou Chen smiled, exiting the room and returning to the Demon Suppression Bureau. His expression quickly turned icy as he traversed through the grand halls and entered the interrogation chamber. Within the chamber, countless demons emitted wretched cries. Here lay the most terrifying tortures of heaven and earth, many capable of directly harming the soul and searing the essence, inflicting pain that no living being could endure. Neomo Wang, are you still unwilling to explain what transpired? A leopard spirit of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm glared coldly at Neomo Wang, who had already been subjected to various tortures. His current state was significantly worse than before, visibly weakened, with an expression that betrayed a sense of helplessness. I have told you, I truly do not know the origins of that brick and the sealing decree. That leopard spirit is transformed from a great Luo Golden Immortal. If I could truly see through its essence, wouldn't that be a problem in itself? Neomo Wang gasped for breath, speaking in a low voice. Nezha, you and Zhou Chen dare not kill me. Do not forget, I have an ancestor standing behind me. The Minghe ancestor. He would not easily relinquish a pawn he had nurtured for so long. This was crucial for the impending calamity of the journey to the west. This was Neomo Wang's true secret for maintaining silence. However, such thoughts were too naive for Nezha, who scoffed and raised his fiery spear. Do you believe I would hesitate to pierce you through with a single thrust? In that case, do not claim that your future holds any value for him. Once you are dead, I do not believe he would seek vengeance for a corpse like you. Every powerful figure has their own backing, does one not? Nezha has ample support. If truly pressed, even 2 saints could be summoned. Neomo Wang's expression stiffened, clearly realizing this point, leaving him momentarily speechless. Nezha, calm down. Do not truly slay this old bull. At that moment, Zhou Chen shook his head and entered through the door, the lingering scent of blood still clinging to him, a scent that Neomo Wang was all too familiar with. Have you dealt with the corpse of the venerable Fox King? It cannot be left to the Jade Emperor. That would be a terrible waste. I will provide you with what you need shortly. The exchange between Zhou Chen and Nezha was exceedingly simple. After all, it was the corpse of a demon king, possessing an abundance of usable resources. Zhou Chen, you don't intend to kill me, do you? Do you truly believe that my ancestor would let you off the hook after you seized his 9-grade fiery red lotus? This is a superior innate spiritual treasure, cultivated at an immeasurable cost in resources. Zhou Chen interjected. Under the astonished gaze of the bull demon king, he continued, is it not possible that the old ancestor of the underworld has long been aware of my identity, even arranging for someone to meet with me to clarify matters regarding the 9-grade fiery red lotus? Moreover, everything that has transpired was orchestrated by our respective schemes, including my theft of the 9-grade fiery red lotus. Do you not find it rather convenient? The expression on the bull demon king's face gradually darkened. Although he had not felt this way before, the situation was now different. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed indeed plausible. This pawn had unwittingly continued to move according to the game, when it should have halted, yet it suddenly pressed on. Was this not a path to destruction? Who would employ such a piece? Would the old ancestor of the underworld continue to use him? Could he still play a significant role in the impending calamity? Would this impact anything? A multitude of questions flooded the bull demon king's mind. The Wansui Fox King possessed commendable strength among demon kings. And you are indeed formidable. If the old ancestor of the underworld permits me to release you, you may depart. However, if he does not grant me that permission, you shall perish. Zhou Chen continued, you no longer possess anything that can entice me. Your divine abilities have been entirely countered by me. Indeed, with just a few talismans, within 5, your demise is assured. For now, remain here. Although this interrogation room is somewhat noisy, at least you still have your life." The Bull Demon King fell silent, listening to the lamentations surrounding him, engulfed in complete stillness. What a jest! What more could he say? What could he do? Waiting was the only action left to him. "Let us go." Nezha, observing the Bull Demon King's renewed silence, snorted coldly and followed Zhou Chen out. As they exited the interrogation room, Nezha could not restrain his curiosity any longer. "Zhou Chen, is there truly someone behind the Bull Demon King? Who would dare to provoke those of our standing and risk offending the old ancestor of the underworld while targeting us?" "It was not an attack on both of us, but rather on me," Zhou Chen replied, his voice lowering as he employed a special technique to shield their conversation from others. "On that brick, I sensed the methods of the Buddhist sect, specifically the techniques of salvation and suppression. That Jing character seems to have evolved from a fusion of Taoist and Buddhist practices, rather than being an isolated path. The Buddhist sect, the Western teachings." Upon hearing these words, Nezha was taken aback. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he finally spoke up. "Could it be those individuals? They are currently at the height of their power, making them quite formidable." After the War of the Gods, Nezha developed a certain trepidation whenever he encountered members of the Buddhist sect. It was not born of fear, but rather a recognition that these individuals operated beyond the bounds of convention, employing methods that were decidedly peculiar. The former chief disciple of the intercepting teaching, Duobao, along with several of the 12 golden immortals of the teaching of clarity, had been transformed into followers of Buddhism, their very thoughts altered in the process. Such extraordinary and eerie occurrences cannot be easily articulated in mere words. There are whispers that the transformative powers of the Buddhist sect even touch upon the very essence of the soul. Truly, it is astonishingly mysterious. Chapter 108. The Supreme Dharma Body. A monster among practitioners. They are not tracking you. Simply remain oblivious and avoid involvement in these matters. I must return to Mount Fangcun to inquire about subsequent events. Please keep an eye on my junior disciple. Casting a glance at Nezha, Zhou Chen's voice bore a tinge of melancholy. In truth, he too sensed something amiss, feeling the weight of scrutiny upon him, though the identity of the observer eluded him. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen had begun to form conjectures. The most frequently appearing figure in the journey to the west was none other than the Bodhisattva Guanyin. She is the overseer of the entire progression of the journey, and all that transpires therein is intertwined with her. If there is indeed someone targeting him, it must undoubtedly be Guanyin. The Buddha would hardly descend personally for someone as inconsequential as him. "All right, just be cautious." Nodding at Zhou Chen, Nezha turned to leave, but suddenly, his expression shifted. Behind Zhou Chen, an unexpected figure had materialized, placing a hand upon Zhou Chen's shoulder. In an instant, Zhou Chen vanished without a trace. Nezha, taken aback, had no time to intervene. "Old ancestor of the underworld river?" Nezha whispered to himself, a wave of concern washing over him. Had this sudden arrival come to defend the Bull Demon King? In the blink of an eye, as the world spun around him, Zhou Chen found himself atop a majestic mountain in the mortal realm. The scenery was enchanting, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, the entire mountain shrouded in mist, with naught but a stone table and 2 stone chairs upon its surface. "Please sit." The old ancestor of the underworld river, clad in a long, crimson Taoist robe, emanated a faint scent of blood as he regarded Zhou Chen. In that moment, Zhou Chen felt an indescribable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. His heart stirred as he realized this force surpassed that of the Asuras he had encountered before by hundreds of times. The old ancestor of the underworld river possessed a terrifying prowess. This mere thread of murderous intent rivaled the entire lifetime accumulation of those Asuras. "Zhou Chen, I have heard of you." Zhou Chen acknowledged the old ancestor with a respectful bow, then settled himself before him, showing no surprise at the elder's arrival, even taking a sip of the tea on the table to savor its flavor. "How is the tea?" inquired the old ancestor. Zhou Chen nodded. "The elder's collection is, of course, exceptional. You young lad bear some resemblance to that old fellow from days gone by. Do you know that your master, in his youth, shared a character akin to yours? Upon first meeting me, he exhibited a similar reaction." The old ancestor chuckled, reminiscent of the Bodhi ancestor of your, shaking his head. "Now, speak. What is your intention in entering the heavenly realm? You must have sensed something amiss. It appears you are rather unwelcome everywhere at present." Such frankness was characteristic of the old ancestor, who showed no inclination to feign politeness, directly addressing the matter at hand. Zhou Chen's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. "What does the ancestor believe I intend to do upon arriving in the heavenly court? I am unaware of your intentions, yet I am certain that you are courting disaster. Have you not observed the movements concerning the Bull Demon King? If this continues, your master will inevitably lose his temper, leading to further chaos. Were I in your position, I would contemplate departing from the heavenly court. To avoid the spotlight and seek a brighter future could indeed serve you well. The voice of the river Styx ancestor was frigid, making the situation clear. I know not how much the Bodhi Patriarch has shared with you regarding son Wukong, but you have disrupted the arrangements of nearly all of us. Someone is relying on your actions. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, and the figure of the Supreme Lord emerged in his mind. If anyone were to depend on his moves, it would only be that individual. Yet he had seemingly never offered him even the slightest assistance. Ancestor, all my actions stem from my own heart. I have shared countless years with son Wukong, and our brotherly bond runs deep. Moreover, given my current predicament, even if I were to leave the heavenly court, I cannot guarantee that I will remain uninvolved in future events. Ultimately, chaos will ensue, and confrontations will arise. They shall not easily let me go. As for the matter of the Bull Demon King, they did not even consider your arrangements and directly delivered the Bull Demon King into my hands. Are you aware that the Bull Demon King is under my command? The ancestor of the river Styx chuckled in exasperation. You seized my treasures, disrupted my plans. And Zhou Chen, you truly possess remarkable audacity and gall. Even if I were to strike you down now, your master would have no grounds for complaint. Zhou Chen's expression shifted, and he could only take a deep breath to explain. Ancestor, I must clarify this. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Monkey King. The Bull Demon King has suddenly fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing him, and inevitably, this will all fall upon my shoulders. Furthermore, the Bull Demon King has come to confront me, practically forcing me to show myself. I have no means to evade. Not to mention, the layout concerning this matter has long since unraveled. The Flood Dragon King is no more. The Monkey King has betrayed us. And with the Bull Demon King in such turmoil with me, it is inconceivable that son Wukong would ally himself with him. Before Zhou Chen could finish his sentence, the ancestor of the river Styx burst into laughter and frustration. What a clever lad you are. You seem to know everything. Yet you specifically come to disrupt our plans? Those bald-headed monks have already reaped the greatest benefits and now grant them another opportunity to reshuffle the deck. Zhou Chen, has anyone ever told you that you are quite deserving of a beating? The ancestor scoffed coldly. This time, he did not wait for Zhou Chen to respond, swiftly striking him with a mighty palm. Zhou Chen's pupils contracted, and although he wished to evade and escape, he found himself completely ensnared, with no avenue of retreat. This was the essence of the Tao, the same essence as that of the Bodhi ancestor. With a resounding thud, Zhou Chen's figure was instantaneously propelled from the depths of the forest, the surrounding scenery morphing into a streak of light as it surged into the distance. This manifestation. The ancestor of the Nether River retracted his palm, slightly raising an eyebrow as he glanced at his hand, which had begun to exhibit a faint redness. Was it not shattered? His expression grew somewhat peculiar. Although the ancestor of the Nether River had not exerted much force, a strike from a quasi-saint is never to be taken lightly, especially when faced with a formidable opponent like Lin Feng, who was merely at the level of a profound immortal. One blow should have been sufficient to inflict serious injury, which had been the ancestor's intention. Yet this time, he felt as though his strike had failed to breach the defenses. What manner of creature had the Bodhi Patriarch taken under his wing? Chapter 109. The disdain of the Bodhi Patriarch, how heavy. After being struck away, Zhou Chen felt his body soaring rapidly, distancing itself from the original forest, and even drifting far from the heavenly court. He attempted to regain control over his body, but the essence of the Tao continued to dominate him. Although this thread of Tao essence was scant, it was exceedingly pure, rendering Zhou Chen unable to easily break free. Thus, he could only endure the flight, pondering where the old ancestor of the underworld river intended to deposit him. After several breaths, Zhou Chen found himself in a familiar place, Mount Fangcun. With a resounding crash, he pierced through the intricate formations laid within Mount Fangcun, landing directly in a grand hall. At that moment, the Bodhi Patriarch was seated at the front, delivering a sermon, while hundreds of disciples looked upon Zhou Chen with shifting expressions. Junior brother? How did you descend from above? Quickly, help senior brother up. A flurry of disciples rushed to assist Zhou Chen, lifting him from the ground and restoring him from the state of helplessness he had just experienced. The old ancestor of the underworld river's control over the Tao essence was truly exquisite, neither excessive nor deficient. Master, Zhou Chen chuckled wryly, scratching his head. Although he had not sustained any injuries, the manner of their reunion was undeniably absurd. Today's sermon concludes here. We shall continue tomorrow. The Bodhi Patriarch said with a light laugh, seemingly indifferent to the peculiarities of the situation. He cast Zhou Chen a glance, beckoning him to follow, and then made his way toward the back mountain. After several centuries, the back mountain remained unchanged, and the Bodhi Patriarch seemed oblivious to Zhou Chen's recent exploits, merely inviting him to sit. What troubles you? Have you been beaten by someone? Hearing the teasing tone of the Bodhi Patriarch, Zhou Chen could only hastily wave his hands. Master, please refrain from mocking me. The old ancestor of the underworld river's slap was indeed quite painful. That slap, who could fathom the distance it propelled him? It had sent him straight to Mount Fangcun, a truly outrageous occurrence. The distinction between the Deluo golden immortal and other celestial beings is fundamentally profound. They are detached from the river of fate and transcend the limitations of lifespan. Not to mention the quasi-saints. If one cannot achieve this, how could they be deemed worthy of the title saint? Before the names of the 10 great demon saints of the demon race were uttered, the term saint was reserved solely for saints and quasi-saints. The Bodhi Patriarch's smile faded as he spoke softly. You captured the bull demon king and disrupted the old ancestor of the underworld river's schemes spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years. For him to merely give you a slap is already a significant leniency. Zhou Chen understood this well. If not for the presence of the Bodhi Patriarch, the Buddhist sect and the old ancestor of the underworld river would undoubtedly have adopted a far more aggressive stance. Moreover, he had reaped substantial rewards on this outing. The 9-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. This treasure, during the journey to the West period, was akin to a supreme weapon of destruction, with few artifacts capable of contending against it. It possessed both the devastating fire of the Red Lotus and unparalleled defensive capabilities, a truly extraordinary boon. Having reaped the benefits, one must ensure that wealth remains concealed, at least from the prying eyes of outsiders. The venerable Bodhi shook his head and offered counsel. You are in for trouble this time. Although it is not entirely of your own making, it is indeed related to your past actions. Your involvement with Wukong has been too deep. Master, man can prevail against heaven, even if not for Wukong. I wish to do something for myself in this matter. Life is fleeting. How can one merely be a spectator? Moreover, I have gained much along this journey. Zhou Chen unleashed his formidable aura, an apex of the xianxia realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to this level, merely a stroke of fortune away from breaking into the golden immortal tier. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, his magical essence and physical manifestation would undergo a transformation, enabling him to stand his ground against the Deluo golden immortal. With a hidden card up his sleeve, he might even have a chance to contend with Guanyin Bodhisattva. How swiftly he has grown. The Bodhi Patriarch appeared momentarily lost in thought, recalling the Zhou Chen from years past, who achieved enlightenment and ascended to immortality in a single moment. Back then, he was still quite tender, yet today, it seems his resolve has solidified. When you have the opportunity, seek out Taishang Laojun or the God of Wealth, Zhao Gongming, and engage them in earnest conversation. You may find it rewarding. Finally, the Bodhi Patriarch let out a long sigh, shaking his head. He gestured for Zhou Chen to depart without further discourse. He understood Zhou Chen's situation. Now that he was leaving the heavenly court, no one would trouble him, not even the heavenly emperor, who would likely bestow upon him an honor akin to that of Erlang Shen. Since he could no longer command Zhou Chen, it was better to let him go. However, the issue was that Zhou Chen was reluctant. Master, there is one more thing I wish to inquire. Was it Guanyin Bodhisattva who sent those to deal with me? Zhou Chen clenched his teeth and asked. In the next moment, he sensed an inexplicable aura enveloping the entire back mountain, silencing all sounds. Then, as swiftly as it appeared, the aura dissipated, restoring normalcy. You may go, the Bodhi Patriarch said, glancing at Zhou Chen, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his head. He waved his hand impatiently, truly ushering him away. Seeing the lack of response from the Bodhi Patriarch and observing his demeanor, Zhou Chen understood the situation. This was indeed the doing of Guanyin Bodhisattva. He bowed gently to the Bodhi Patriarch, silently retreating from the back mountain before employing the long rainbow escape, vanishing from sight. Sigh. The Bodhi Patriarch gazed at Zhou Chen's departing figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Training this disciple has been no small burden. With a disciple like Sun Wukong, the Bodhi Patriarch felt relatively unconcerned. Though Wukong would face many trials, the Buddhist figures would not dare take action against him, and in the end, he would achieve Buddhahood. His combat prowess was unparalleled in the 3 realms. Yet, it was only after taking Zhou Chen as his disciple that he truly understood the meaning of a headache. Zhou Chen possesses immense potential and an unwavering drive, with the prospect of attaining the Tao of the Great Luo, or even becoming a quasi-saint, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of them. Perhaps he may even unravel the mysteries of sanctification and venture further still. However, the crux of the matter lies in his unparalleled knack for attracting trouble. The Bodhisattva Guanyin is certainly not one to be trifled with. Currently, This situation serves merely as a warning. Should the moment arise for confrontation, preserving one's life may prove exceedingly difficult. It seems prudent to remain vigilant and exercise caution. The Patriarch Bodhi shook his head, settling into a meditative posture within his chamber, dismissing the matter from his thoughts as he closed his eyes to cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, after an arduous journey, finally returned to the heavenly court. He continued his stride, passing the Demon Suppression Department and the Divine Farmer Department, ultimately arriving at the Hall of Wealth. The demon-slaying general, Zhou Chen, paid his respects to the God of Wealth. Chapter 110. Acknowledgement in the Hall of the God of Wealth. Zhao Gongming remained seated until he heard Zhou Chen's voice, at which point he slowly lifted his head, his hands trembling momentarily. The resemblance was striking. The spirited demeanor evoked memories of the celestial master of the past. Yet, the once mighty sect had now scattered, and even the number of those who remembered had dwindled. Many disciples had either perished or fled, too afraid to even meet him. The calamity of the Fangcun had ultimately become a scheme of the Western teachings against the mystical gate, leaving none of their saints victorious in the end. Great Demon Slayer, have you encountered some difficulty? Zhao Gongming inquired, a soft sigh escaping his lips. In former times, had Zhou Chen already inherited the legacy, he would have introduced him to his own master. After all, it is quite normal for cultivators to have multiple teachers. However, now it was impossible to do so. This prodigy of talismanic arts, unable to practice the methods of saints or the formations of his own master, was truly a waste of potential. There are indeed some issues. My master sent me to see you, and personally, I wish to inquire about the complete volume of talismans, Zhou Chen replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a hushed tone. Over the past few days, his research into the complete volume of talismans had deepened significantly. While he might not be the most knowledgeable on this art from ancient times to the present, he had comprehended the entire essence of the talismanic volume. This was a unique method of divine arts, not merely a simple talismanic technique. Unlike the talismans he had previously encountered, which merely taught the art of drawing, this was different. This was about how to create something new. Although its direct lethality was far inferior to the Tiangang Disha divine art, this method, if taken outside, could essentially rival myriad techniques. This technique originates from the celestial master, and its level of difficulty surpasses that of ordinary saintly arts. Serving as a true reflection of the saintly formations teachings, Zhao Gongming explained softly, talismanic arts are merely a condensed and simplified form of formations. You should understand that in the past, the only one truly proficient in this art was my master, the celestial master Tongtian. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed further, his heart jolting as he received confirmation, his breath becoming notably heavier, as if he had drawn in a cold gasp. What a joke! The art I practice is the true inheritance of saints? Yet, he did not perceive any extraordinary elements within this inheritance, as if everything were taken for granted. The effects, however, were indeed somewhat unexpected. Yet, could the true inheritance of saints truly be inferior in lethality compared to the Tiangang Disha divine art? While the Tiangang Disha divine art could be considered one of the most premier legacies, without a true saint conducting its derivation, its ultimate potential remained confined to an awkward limit. Only when Lin Feng or Patriarch Bodhi achieved sainthood could it be fully derived. The essence of divine powers lies in one's personal comprehension of the Tao, ultimately giving rise to extraordinary abilities. The techniques that can be transmitted to the celestial court are, of course, not all those imparted directly by the sages. Zhao Gongming spoke in a measured tone. At this juncture, he refrained from further trivialities and instead retrieved a jade tablet from his storage pouch. This jade tablet emanated a formidable sword aura, intertwined with myriad Tao insights, and merely presenting it seemed to evoke numerous extraordinary phenomena. Was this a sword aura left by a sage? No. It was merely a record of the sage's techniques encapsulated within the jade tablet. However, it contained a fragment of the sage's sword intent, which should constitute a part of the inheritance. The so-called compendium of Tao symbols primarily documents techniques that have previously manifested. The laws of the sages can indeed be cultivated, albeit with immense difficulty. To ensure that future disciples could practice them, the master deliberately included a portion of his own sword aura within. This is the master's divine power, the Qinglian sword intent, along with that of my grandmaster, the one Qi transforming into 3 clears. Mastering these 2 divine abilities from the sages would render one capable of contending with any being in the cosmos, not to mention a great Luo golden immortal. Even a quasi-saint would think twice before engaging in direct combat with you. Zhao Gongming spoke softly, casually tossing the jade tablet to Zhou Chen. This gesture momentarily stunned Zhou Chen, who hastily secured the jade tablet. The god of wealth. What does this signify? Call me Brother Zhao, he replied. Though you are not one of my sect, you have practiced our techniques. Addressing me as brother should not be an issue for the Patriarch Bodhi. He sighed, alas. Our master has already been taken to the Purple Cloud Palace by the Dao ancestor and has yet to return. Otherwise, I could have arranged for you to meet him. Zhao Gongming shook his head, continuing to offer guidance. I understand you wish to inquire about certain matters, yet your current knowledge is still insufficient. Only when you reach the stage of the Tai Golden Immortal will you truly have the opportunity to engage with the grand currents of the cosmos. If you have the chance, seek out the Supreme Lao Jun. He is the only sage currently manifesting in the world and is also my grandmaster. Showing him respect will only benefit you. During the last calamity, my grandmaster clashed fiercely with our master. Yet it became evident that the Western two saints triumphed from beginning to end. He has always harbored a sense of guilt towards our sect. Should you have any questions, approach him, and he will assist you. With these words, Zhao Gongming had already regarded him as a protected junior. Brother Zhao, I hail from Mount Fangcun, and this will not change. However, from this day forth, regardless of who inquires, I shall acknowledge my identity as a disciple of your sect. I have practiced the techniques of your sect. Although I have not formally taken a master nor received the recognition of the Tongtian, I accept this identity. Zhou Chen performed a respectful gesture towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming accepted this with composure, his gaze turning to the jade tablet that Zhou Chen had just secured. The tablet stirred gently in Zhou Chen's embrace, and the sword intent within it subtly transformed, appearing more solid and sharper than before. In an instant, it transformed into a profound essence of sword intent, concealed within the jade slip. Zhou Chen could almost sense that by infusing his spiritual energy, he could effortlessly activate this formidable sword intent. Its power was so immense that even those on the brink of sainthood would find it challenging to withstand. Now, with the acknowledgement of your identity by the master, you are, without a doubt, a disciple of the GS sect wherever you go, regardless of whom you encounter. Presenting the jade slip will earn you their recognition. Zhao Gongming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, you may go. Pay a visit to your grandmaster. It is high time you meet him and at least discuss your true aspirations. Chapter 111. Unable to suffer the trials of the GS sect, yet able to reap its benefits. As Zhou Chen traversed the celestial pathways, he felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. It was a jest, for in the blink of an eye, he had become a member of the saintly lineage, engaging in knowing glances with Zhao Gongming, and even addressing him as senior brother. Moreover, the Tongtian master, confined in the depths of chaos, had even bestowed upon him a protective sword aura. Such an extraordinary boon was rare, even among the former disciples of the GS sect. Truly, what a remarkable stroke of fortune. It felt as though he were a solitary seedling, lavishly nurtured, lest he be overindulged to the point of demise. Onward, to the Daosu Palace. Within the Daosu Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, who had been seated before the alchemical furnace, seemed to sense the distant commotion. He cast a glance towards the chaotic realm, his eyes flickering momentarily before he resumed his meditative posture, releasing a silent sigh. Alas, even the formidable might of a saint must remain within the confines of the Zixiao Palace, at least until this tribulation passes, and it appears that a prolonged stay in chaos is inevitable, rendering any descent to the mortal realm impractical. Henceforth, the GS sect shall cease to exist. It is no wonder that my third brother is so invested in this unexpected seedling. Yet, it is regrettable that this seedling has fallen under the tutelage of Patriarch Bodhi. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to mentor it personally. Zhou Chen offered a gentle bow to the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, only to be met with a dismissive glance. Am I still to be addressed as Grand Supreme Elder Lord? Master Uncle. Zhou Chen quickly corrected himself. As a disciple of the Xianmen, I do not concern myself with lineage. It is quite customary for a disciple to have multiple masters. You may now consider yourself the sole seedling of my third brother. Thus addressing me as Master Uncle is fitting. Speak, what is your intent? What commotion have you stirred? The Grand Supreme Elder Lord spoke bluntly. This incarnation, possessing its own consciousness, seemed to have been overtaken by its true self, for even the previously tranquil demeanor had vanished, revealing the Elder Lord's pent-up frustration. May I inquire, Master Uncle, have I entered the tribulation? Zhou Chen asked with a somber tone. His words plunged the entire Daosu Palace into an eerie silence. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord returned to his previous demeanor and softly replied, Indeed. Is this tribulation connected to the Western teachings? Am I embroiled in the affairs concerning son Wukong? Affirmative. Is the outcome of this tribulation predetermined? Can any alterations be made in the interim? In the realm of existence, nothing is fated. Even the heavenly Tao cannot impose absolute change, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord answered. Then, Why has every tribulation throughout history been accompanied by bloodshed? While this particular tribulation seems to bear the least impact, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord let out a dismissive snort, as if he had finally heard something intriguing, and gazed deeply at Zhou Chen, because no one is contending. The earliest Dragon and Phoenix tribulation involved the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Qianxia clan. 3 factions embroiled in fierce conflict, each commanding their own territory and striving against one another, nearly overturning the very heavens and earth. And what followed? In the tumultuous era of the Lich Cataclysm, the very heavens and earth were thrown into chaos, with even the mighty Mount Buzhou succumbing to the upheaval. During the third cataclysm of the divine, the revered sages themselves were compelled to intervene, engaging in fierce battles that ravaged the primordial world, shaping it into its current state. Now, the teachings of the have vanished, the lies and ruins, and the human teachings have all but dissipated, leaving only the Western teachings standing tall. Even if they sought a worthy adversary, they would find none. This inevitability has rendered the current abundance of wealth devoid of contention amidst the calamity, and it is likely that in the future, the very concept of a calamity will cease to exist. Zhou Chen fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with this realization. His breath grew heavy, and an air of uncertainty enveloped him. This was the lineage of the sages, the sole remaining doctrine of the sages in the present world. Even if the Western teachings were regarded as the weakest among the sages of yore, their direct disciples remained, their foundation intact, not to mention the remnants of the. Was it worth engaging in conflict for the sake of a mere son, Wukong? What are you pondering? The voice of the Grand Supreme Elder emerged, filled with a profound resonance. He rose and approached Zhou Chen, producing a jade slip from his possession. The slip pulsed with the sword intent of the Tongtian Jiao master, encompassing all the divine arts and methods contained within the talisman. He gestured towards the slip, indicating the profound technique of one chi transforming into 3 purities, a skill that, apart from himself, had no other practitioner. In this moment, the hands of the sages could no longer reach into this world. Even if they could act, they would find no trace of you. What is it that you fear? Do you truly believe that your new master cannot emerge from the Xiao Palace? Cannot take a life? Zhou Chen, caught off guard, lifted his gaze towards the unmoving sword intent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Currently, there were no 4 sages to break the sword array of extermination. With a dismissive wave, the Grand Supreme Elder fell silent once more, returning to his seat. The lineage of the sages? What significance does that hold? In the grand chessboard of calamity, they are mere pawns. And now, Zhou Chen stands as the true anomaly. Consider this. With the likes of the Bodhi Patriarch, a quasi-saint, observing closely, should anything befall this singular anomaly, would his master not respond? Would the primordial lord remain silent? Once the calamity of the journey to the west concludes, observe what the Tongtian Jiao master does upon exiting his meditative state in the Xiao Palace. What will be his first course of action? Can one wager that Hongjun Laozu will prevent him from emerging? A folly. A sage cannot confine another sage. All is but a temporary facade. He would risk everything just to strike you down with a single sword. Who could withstand such a fate? Thank you for your guidance, master. I understand now. Zhou Chen bowed slightly to the Grand Supreme Elder and retreated thoughtfully. To exist in this world, one must inevitably stir up some trouble. Remember this. No one will perpetually lose, nor will anyone eternally win. The Grand Supreme Elder imparted this final piece of wisdom, and in the next moment, the doors of the Duoshui Palace closed, restoring tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Zhou Chen was promptly returned to his demon suppression division. This is quite perplexing. Do they not intend to allow me even a semblance of freedom? Zhou Chen's expression was complex as he glanced towards the direction of the Duoshui Palace. Suddenly understanding the peculiarity of his own position, it seems that he has not endured the hardships of the, yet has reaped all its benefits. The demon-slaying general, just as Zhou Chen was about to return to his quarters to examine the contents of the jade slip, a celestial servant gradually approached him. Bowing slightly, "Your Majesty summons you." "Your Majesty?" Zhou Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of oddity washing over him. Surely, the sovereign does not intend to stir up new troubles? Or could it be that the time to play his pieces has arrived? Chapter 112. The conversation accompanied by Tian Nu, Zhou Chen arrived at the Yao Pool. At this moment, within the Yao Pool, silence reigned as everyone feared becoming the next Tian Nu to be expelled from the upper echelons. Panic gripped them all, and upon seeing Zhou Chen's arrival, they dared not lift their heads. Zhou Chen was unaware of the events that had transpired, yet he sensed an unusual atmosphere. "Zhou Chen, you have arrived." Upon entering the Yao Pool, Hao Tian did not scold Zhou Chen as he usually did. Instead, he greeted him with a smile reminiscent of their first encounter, instructing, Bring forth a seat for him. Zhou Chen felt that something was amiss, yet he could not discern what to do, so he took a seat, awaiting Hao Tian's intentions. You just visited the Hall of Wealth, met with the martial god of wealth, and then traveled to the Doshui Palace of the Supreme Lord Lao? Hao Tian inquired with a smile. Zhou Chen paused momentarily, then nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing much, merely sensing a familiar aura. Hao Tian replied, contemplating for a moment before speaking softly. Zhou Chen, I believe I have treated you fairly from the beginning. Why then do you harbor an instinctive wariness towards me, as if you have never regarded me, your heavenly emperor, with any respect? Your Majesty, on what grounds do you say this? Zhou Chen questioned. It is merely a feeling. When you first entered the heavenly court, you relied on me to obtain certain things. Yet thereafter, you seem to disregard me entirely. My attempts to draw you closer have gone unnoticed. And not just you. Others I have sought to attract have also ignored me completely. As he reached the end of his words, a trace of ferocity, unbefitting of an emperor, appeared on Hao Tian's face, and a palpable killing intent emanated from him, threatening to shatter the very heavens. Zhou Chen's expression shifted, and his heart sank. Quasi-saint. The strength of this Jade Emperor had indeed ascended to the ranks of quasi-saints, even standing among the foremost. His prowess was far from as simple as it appeared. Previously, many rumors suggested that the Jade Emperor was merely a great Luo golden immortal, and he himself had projected this image outwardly. But today it became evident that such rumors were gravely misleading. This Jade Emperor had been concealing his true power. Zhou Chen, let us speak candidly as sovereign and subject. Tell me truthfully, who has been speaking ill of me outside? Have I erred in some way? Have my efforts to win you over been insufficient? Hao Tian retracted his earlier murderous intent and donned a gentle smile. He gazed deeply at Zhou Chen and continued, You have garnered the favor of the Tongtian teaching master. Correct? Through the Tao talismans you have learned? Those were gifts bestowed upon you by me. The opportunities you now possess are entirely due to the bounties I have granted you. Your victories over the Bull Demon King and the subjugation of the Monkey King, as well as your loyal guards, are all a result of the nurturing environment I have provided. In what way have I wronged you? As the rumble of thunder echoed in his mind, Zhou Chen remained seated, unyielding as a mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips, which ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. Your Majesty, he mused, the title of Heavenly Emperor seems to have made you forget that for beings such as us, the immortals, cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. We practitioners align ourselves with the heavenly principles, yet we do not wholly acquiesce. If the heavenly way treats us thus, what of the heavenly court? What of you, Your Majesty? Regarding the offerings you have bestowed upon me, do you dare to speak the truth? What is the underlying reason for granting me this complete volume of talismans? Zhou Chen raised his head, speaking in a tone devoid of embellishment. Do you believe I am incapable of mastering it? Historically, few within the GS sect have acquired this divine art, and even fewer have achieved mastery. The most seasoned among us is likely Brother Zhao, yet even his proficiency has yet to reach minor success. The jade slip bestowed by Zhao Gongming contained a wealth of information, replete with his own insights. However, Zhou Chen, with but a cursory glance, discerned that Zhao Gongming remained far from attaining minor success. He had already embarked on his own path of cultivation. Thus, his need for this additional divine art was minimal, particularly given the immense time and effort required. Were it not for the jade slip, it is possible that this knowledge would have been diluted through countless iterations before being disseminated, ultimately erasing the existence of the complete volume of talismans. Had the Jade Emperor not sought to learn from others in private? Surely he must have. He was confident that mastering it was no simple task for others, which is why it was offered to Zhou Chen. As for Zhou Chen's reputation as a genius, to speak bluntly, who among those who ascend to the heavenly court is not a prodigy? Who does not possess unparalleled talent? Even a mere celestial soldier commands great respect in the mortal realm. These celestial soldiers are earth immortals, significantly more formidable than ordinary demons, capable of overpowering average practitioners and potentially establishing their own sects in the mortal world. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Zhou Chen succeeded in his learning. Your Majesty, do you intend to claim my accomplishments as your own reward simply because I have mastered this knowledge? Let us not forget, it is rightfully mine. Zhou Chen's voice had taken on a tone of indifference, reflecting the fiery gaze of Hao Yin, yet he remained unfazed. Very well. Since you have garnered the favor of the Tongtian Patriarch, indeed, it has afforded you certain opportunities, of which I have no further comment. At last, Hao Tian exhaled deeply, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. All present in this vicinity have been rendered oblivious to our discourse. I summoned you here to convey something important, to discuss the future. You must be aware of the situation involving the Bull Demon King, which pertains to a great Luo golden immortal. I can be candid with you. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva who intervened behind the scenes. She is a great Luo, one of the most esteemed among the great Luo golden immortals. In this entire realm, few can rival her stature. Over the years, I have observed your actions. You appear to wish to assist son Wukong. Know this, you cannot safeguard him. Take a step back. Hao Yan's words were imbued with profound sincerity, as if he genuinely cared for Zhou Chen's well-being. Yet, Zhou Chen shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, son Wukong is my junior brother. I can offer more, Hao Yan added. Guanyin Bodhisattva would also be agreeable. Hao Yan continued, You remain oblivious to the predicament that lies before you. And you are unaware of the role you have unwittingly assumed within this scenario. Withdraw now and refrain from further involvement. There is still time. Should you choose to stay, you shall become an adversary of Guanyin Bodhisattva. These are her words for you to ponder. Do not take them lightly. A cultivator, regardless of how audaciously they defy fate, possesses but a single life until they attain the status of a sage. There are no exceptions. Chapter 113. The True Path of the Sage, Your Majesty. May I interpret this as a threat directed towards me? Or are you, perhaps, acting on behalf of Guanyin Bodhisattva to intimidate me? Zhou Chen maintained his characteristic smile, firmly believing that he could easily escape the heavenly realm and doubting that Hao Yan would dare take action here. If Hao Yan possessed such audacity, he would not have descended into such a predicament. This is not a threat, it is merely a sincere counsel. I am advising you, and should you choose to disregard it, there is little I can do. However, I must remind you that the day of son Wukong's descent is swiftly approaching. The position of the stable horseman. He cannot remain inactive for long. Return to your demon suppression department. Remain quietly in your place, and avoid further encounters with him. I assure you, no harm shall come to you. With that final remark, Hao Yan waved his hand, signaling the dismissal. He was genuinely reluctant to involve himself too deeply in Zhou Chen's affairs, yet circumstances had shifted. Recently acquired information revealed that Zhou Chen had quietly sabotaged many of their arrangements, jeopardizing the interests of numerous powerful figures. By all accounts, this iteration of the journey to the West Calamity has incurred the least losses among all calamities thus far. Yet, if this tumult continues unabated, the future could witness a resurgence of chaos, potentially resulting in the demise of several quasi-saints. He could not allow such disorder to persist. At the very least, Zhou Chen must be subdued. Minister of Demon Extermination, Zhou Chen, requests to take his leave. Zhou Chen rose, offering a slight bow to Hao Yan before retreating, gradually fading from the deity's sight. Still unwilling to acquiesce? Observing Zhou Chen's outward demeanor, Hao Yan discerned his resolute character and shook his head, revealing a hint of exasperation. The words had been spoken, and there was little more he could do. He would leave the matter to Guanyin Bodhisattva to handle. Hao Yan gestured dismissively, and from behind the screen, Guanyin Bodhisattva emerged leisurely, casting a gentle smile at Hao Yan. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is handled appropriately, and that the life of the demon exterminator is preserved. Before today, Zhou Chen was merely a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. His death might have elicited pursuit. However, now, to slay Zhou Chen could invite retribution from a sage at any moment. That particular sage, known for their protective nature, has few disciples left to safeguard. And Zhou Chen is the sole hope upon whom all expectations rest, regardless of any formal teachings. A sudden strike from the void could prove catastrophic. One might even fear that the very foundations of Ling Mountain could be shaken. You understand how to proceed. Remember to engage with the demon clan, and if necessary, perhaps seek the assistance of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Hao Yan added, noting that the ancestor of the river of the underworld possesses immense power and has the Azura clan at their disposal. Should they intervene, Zhou Chen would find escape exceedingly difficult. The demon clan is fraught with discord, while the Azura clan boasts a multitude of skilled warriors. With a mere command, they could mobilize their entire force without difficulty. Rest easy, Your Majesty. Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded gently before vanishing from sight, leaving no trace of her departure. Upon sensing that Guanyin Bodhisattva had indeed left the heavenly realm, a new chapter of uncertainty began to unfold. The smile that once graced Hao Yan's face had vanished entirely. He recalled the conversation with Zhou Chen, a lurking murderous intent seemingly unable to be concealed. Zhou Chen, I am the Celestial Emperor, and you are but my subjects. How dare you act thus? What distinguishes you from that former celestial master or the myriad of saints? His body trembled slightly, as at that moment, the essence of fate coalesced around him, providing a sense of security, before gradually calming him, revealing a bitter smile. The heavenly court? The sovereign of heaven and earth? Such titles are but a jest. Even as the ruler of the heavenly court, without the might of a saint, one cannot occupy this chessboard, nor confront those formidable beings directly. To resist the machinations of the saints? To oppose them? Zhou Chen, do try, and you shall understand the predicament I face. The calamity of the journey to the west is not something a mere celestial immortal like you can obstruct. Upon returning to the demon suppression department and entering his chamber, Zhou Chen dismissed Hao Yan's words from his mind and swiftly entered a state of focus. He deemed Hao Yan's schemes inconsequential. Mastering the complete compendium of talismans was of utmost importance. Zhou Chen quickly retrieved a jade tablet, channeling his spirit into it. After a few breaths, his expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. Is this the true method of the saints? Compared to the celestial and terrestrial decrees, it is equally formidable, perhaps even more refined. The celestial and terrestrial decrees themselves comprise some of the most potent techniques from the primordial world, including the 36 transformations of the celestial and the 72 transformations of the terrestrial, the shamanic body tempering methods, as well as the 12 heavenly great arrays and the grand starry array. Yet this talisman compendium, its name may be unremarkable, but it encompasses a vast array of divine abilities, including the azure lotus sword intent of the celestial master and the one chi transforming into 3 purities bestowed upon him by the supreme elder. Additionally, it contains numerous divine powers and techniques he had only heard of in myth. The talismans are merely a means of application. This compendium serves as a universal pathway to cultivate various divine abilities. From a certain perspective, this could be seen as a form of appropriation. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. The techniques painstakingly cultivated by the primordial beings over their lifetimes could be grasped by him with just a modicum of effort and a few drawn talismans. Although there may be some disparity in power, their utility is certainly sufficient. He resolved to practice and experiment. Many challenges lay ahead. If he relied solely on the few talismans he had previously mastered, his cards would be quickly laid bare. Moreover, he must ascertain whether he could also craft the azure lotus sword intent talisman or the one chi transforming into 3 purities talisman. If he could inscribe these 2 divine abilities, even if the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara were to intervene personally, he would still have an opportunity to extricate himself. At this moment, a smile had graced Zhou Chen's face as he hurried to his desk and picked up the Chinquan brush. Meanwhile, Guanyin Bodhisattva had arrived before the vast, blood-soaked sea. Guanyin, what brings you to me? The ancestor of the underworld emerged from the crimson depths, his expression unfriendly as he met her gaze. The matter concerning the bull demon king had left the ancestor of the underworld in a rage, unsure of where to direct his ire. He even contemplated whether to extricate the bull demon king from his predicament or simply allow him to perish within. What a useless fool. You botched the task before it even commenced. What good are you to me? Ancestor of the underworld, I have come to discuss future matters with you. I have consulted with the Buddha, and if you are amenable, we can devise a new plan for you, as long as you are willing to assist. Let the Azura clan take action to subdue Zhou Chen. Everything else is negotiable. Chapter 114. To request the 9-headed serpent to suppress Zhou Chen? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The expression of the old ancestor of the underworld gradually turned cold as he shook his head in disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. If you possess the audacity, go and speak this to Bodhi. Let us see if he will endorse your actions. In the past, how many times did you visit him for the sake of the journey to the west? Now that your objectives have been achieved, do you intend to cast him aside? Do you truly believe he is a mere soft-hearted individual, easy to manipulate? The old ancestor of the underworld had known Bodhi for an extended period and was aware of certain truths about him. He was not merely a practitioner of the Tao. Presently, Zhou Chen displayed formidable combat prowess, yet he was also a disciple of Bodhi. Who in this world is incapable of fighting? Should a quasi-saint be pushed to their limits, he doubted the so-called Western Church would intervene on his behalf. Most likely, they would abandon him, merely suppressing him. Guanyin Bodhisattva furrowed her brow and added, although Bodhi esteemed Zhou Chen as a disciple, if the intent was solely to suppress him, it ought not to incite any significant turmoil. Zhou Chen's path had obstructed the schemes of the saints. If he were allowed to proceed unchecked, it would spell doom for all. Such a monumental matter as the calamity of the ages could not be resolved solely by the likes of Buddha and Guanyin. Ultimately, it would require the personal intervention of the saints amidst the chaos. Even if Bodhi himself were to take action, it would necessitate the promise and backing of the saints. Guanyin harbored doubts that Bodhi would dare to show leniency towards his own disciple in the presence of the saints. Whoever obstructs the rise of the Western Church must face death. Ha ha ha. The old ancestor of the underworld refrained from further discourse, instead revealing a cold, mocking smile. His eyes radiated a solemn authority, and his aura intensified, only to dissipate under Guanin's watchful gaze. With a slight huff, he spoke, "This matter does not concern me. Do not assume I am unaware. A certain presence from the heavenly court has just emerged. Oh, that individual who was brought into the Purple Cloud Palace has begun to stir, hasn't he? He cannot remain for long. As a saint, he cannot be confined during an entire calamity. The heavens and earth must ultimately be governed by the saints." With that, the old ancestor of the underworld returned to the Blood Sea, leaving Guanin with a furrowed brow, still wishing to offer counsel. "Furthermore, I must remind you, I have fulfilled the agreement we made. As for the benefits, whether you provide them or not, is beyond your control." The entire Blood Sea seemed to bubble with fervor at that moment. It was both a threat and a warning. Proceed forward. Engage in battle. If the journey to the west had not yet commenced, to confront a quasi-saint head-on would significantly jeopardize their plans for the calamity. Farewell. Guanin Bodhisattva offered a salute to the old ancestor of the underworld, her expression grim, ultimately choosing to return to Mount Ling to meet the current Buddha of the Western Church. Mount Ling, the endless Buddhist chants resonated, and the renowned divine power of salvation seemed to have completely merged into the vast mountains, perpetually guiding the beings that ventured into this sacred place. Seated upon the foremost pedestal, the Tathagata closed his eyes in meditation, occasionally furrowing his brow, as if sensing an unexpected occurrence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed upon the recently arrived Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Before she could utter a word, he softly inquired, "Has something gone awry? What about the matter concerning the Monkey King?" Avalokiteshvara swallowed her words and nodded. "Does the Buddha already know? Considering the passage of time, it seems the moment for action has arrived. You must seek out the Jade Emperor. Your return to find me must indicate an unforeseen event has transpired." But what of Zhou Chen? The Demon Slayer General has just emerged in the fangs of the mountain, showcasing remarkable talent, and has already caught the Buddha's attention. Initially, I contemplated disregarding him, allowing time for someone to approach him for persuasion. Yet now, this individual has dared to defy authority and disrupt the saint's plans. Most critically, he has indeed succeeded. His destiny appears to lie beyond the preordained realms, shrouded in a mist that obscures all else and disturbs the order of existence. Zhou Chen possesses considerable prowess. I have witnessed it firsthand, yet even the formidable Bull Demon King pales in comparison. Avalokiteshvara pondered for a moment before adding, "His cultivation may soon reach the golden immortal stage. Once he attains that level, his combat capabilities will be greatly enhanced. At that point, he will be utterly uncontrollable, rivaling even the likes of Erlang Shen. If it comes to that, even my intervention may prove futile. Let us summon Jiaoying. Among the demon clans, few are willing to oppose the heavenly court, and he is one of them. Should he lend his strength, Zhou Chen's path will not be so easily traversed. As long as his life remains unscathed, Bodhi will not raise any objections. Jiaoying, a peak de luo golden immortal, is nearly equal in strength to Avalokiteshvara, and in the heat of battle, his lethality far surpasses hers. After all, he is a formidable demon sage who survived the ancient trials of the celestial realm, one of the strongest of his time. His failure to ascend to quasi-saint status is solely due to the weight of his past sins, burdened by the karmic remnants of the ancient war between demons and shamans. Nonetheless, in terms of power, he stands unrivaled. A message to Jiaoying will suffice. He will respond. As for the heavenly court, he has always held a disdain for them. The Buddha added, softly chanting Amitabha. In that moment, as he closed his eyes, a silent sigh seemed to escape him, and a figure flashed in his mind. It was his former self, content and plump, diligently cultivating within the teachings of the caring for his fellow disciples. Only, the current stance has shifted. He is now a follower of the Western teachings and must consider the interests of the Western faith. As for his recently accepted junior disciple, he can only observe whether the latter possesses the strength to endure this trial. It is to be expected that his esteemed master will offer some attention to this lone disciple and perhaps leave a few contingencies in place. One can only hope that the young disciple, upon realizing the futility of his previous aspirations, will comprehend the principles of retreat and advance, relinquishing his once absurd ambitions. To defy the sage and resist the sage, if such actions were truly feasible, their sect would not have fallen to such depths in the past. The Taoist Duobao would likewise not have descended into the Western teachings, becoming a Buddha seated in a position from which he cannot descend. Chapter 115. Return to the 10,000 Great Mountains. As days passed, Zhou Chen devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, demonstrating the unparalleled talent he once possessed. After an arduous period of relentless practice, he successfully forged 5 Green Lotus Sword Intent Talismans and 5 Wenqi transforming 3 Purities Talismans. At last, he had accomplished his goal. Gazing at the 10 talismans before him, Zhou Chen felt the weight of exhaustion settling in. While achieving a minor success in this realm was not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lay in manifesting the full potential of these talismans, requiring extraordinary means. Each talisman demanded that he infuse over 80% of his mana for it to succeed. Moreover, these were sacred abilities imbued with the essence of a saint. Even a mere trace of imitation could exponentially amplify the power of the talisman. With these 2 talismans in hand, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would not be without means to deal a fatal blow in his presence. Indeed, he had gained a few more trump cards. Zhou Chen smiled softly. After all, having more trump cards was undoubtedly advantageous. Finally, he stepped out of his chamber and returned to the Demon Suppression Division. To his surprise, he noticed that very few of his subordinates remained. What on earth happened? Grabbing a passing celestial soldier, Zhou Chen furrowed his brows and inquired, "Director, you are unaware? The demon clans have erupted into chaos." The celestial soldier quickly replied, swallowing hard. "It seems that a demon saint has emerged in the lower realms, stirring unrest across the 3 realms. The celestial soldiers have all mobilized, led by the 3rd prince, to descend and quell the demons." Nezha? Zhou Chen mused, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Nezha was involved, then Li Jing would certainly take action as well. Although the demon saint might not personally intervene, the commotion would undoubtedly attract a multitude of demon kings, great demons, and demon soldiers. "Is the situation dire?" Zhou Chen asked. "Do you recall the Myriad Demons Conference held in the Myriad Demons Cave? The demon Saint Jiuying has seized the cave, commanding all demons to incite a rebellion." The celestial soldier responded, hastily departing as celestial generals began to salute Zhou Chen from a distance, summoning him. "This is troublesome." Zhou Chen shook his head. Aware of the intricacies involved, he summoned the king of the Yaoshan, General Slayer of Demons. The king of the Yaoshan bowed to Zhou Chen, his armor bearing a new design, evidently crafted with assistance from either Nezha or Yangchan. "How are my personal soldiers prepared? Gather them. We shall descend together." Zhou Chen spoke coldly, a hint of murderous intent lacing his voice, causing the king of the Yaoshan to shudder and promptly prepare. What a lively scene. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Zhou Chen's ears. Sun Wukong approached him with a confident stride, disregarding the gazes of others, and chuckled lightly. "Brother, it has been a while." Indeed, it had been some time since Zhou Chen last saw Sun Wukong, who now exuded an air of audacious arrogance. However, Zhou Chen could discern that everything before him was but a fade. He raised an eyebrow and inquired softly, "What brings you here? This place is hardly suitable for your presence." "My brother, I merely wish to ask a question and shall depart immediately," Sun Wukong replied. "The Pantao conference is about to commence. Is this event related to me?" Zhou Chen's eyes flickered at Sun Wukong's words, revealing that during his prolonged stay in the heavenly court, Sun Wukong had not been idle. He had prepared himself and was already privy to many clandestine matters. "Do not overthink it. Wait for my return," Zhou Chen remarked, squeezing Sun Wukong's shoulder, indifferent to the gazes of outsiders. If it were possible, he would prefer Sun Wukong to remain in the heavenly court indefinitely. He held little faith in the Western teachings and their disciples. What could they possibly do to him? On this journey to the West, many matters seemed inconclusive, such as the true and false Monkey King. If the adversaries truly intended to strike decisively, as long as the journey to the West was completed as usual, the rest of the 3 realms would remain unconcerned. Whether Sun Wukong lived or died was inconsequential. There would always be a great sage equal to heaven and a victorious fighting Buddha. Yet for Zhou Chen, that individual would no longer be Sun Wukong. "Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of that. Do you require assistance during your descent to the mortal realm?" Sun Wukong inquired earnestly, chuckling lightly. Before ascending to the heavens, he had already made a name for himself in the underworld. Even the average demon king was no match for him. Furthermore, during this period, his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal stage. Indeed, it could be said that he was mere moments away from achieving that breakthrough. His progress in cultivation far surpassed that of Zhou Chen, a postnatal being. There was no denying that the innate beings had an undeniable advantage. "No need. Remain in the heavenly court and behave yourself," Zhou Chen replied sternly, casting a glare at Sun Wukong before striding outside, where the king of the Yuan had gathered his 300 elite soldiers in waiting. "Let us depart." With that proclamation, Zhou Chen donned the emblematic Qilin Jade armor, summoned clouds beneath his feet, and commenced the expedition with his loyal troops. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong's gaze was filled with concern after his departure. Looking back towards the direction of the heavenly court, a hint of a smirk crossed his face. The Pantao Conference, or perhaps the Betrayal Conference. The name is quite fitting. In the mortal realm, amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, countless demon soldiers stood within the forest, roaring towards the sky. Thousands of formidable demons wielded various weapons, poised for action, while the demon kings congregated within the myriad demon caves, unleashing their full cultivation and might. In an instant, the entire 10,000 great mountains was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if the heavens and earth were obscured. In the sky, Nezha observed the unfolding scene below, his expression shifting. The nine-headed serpent was absent. Indeed, this time, the nine-headed serpent did not engage. Although he had summoned numerous demon kings to confront the heavenly court, he himself remained hidden, the location of his retreat unknown. Nevertheless, even so, his charisma is undoubtedly intimidating. Here, at least 20 demon kings have gathered, one of whom possesses strength comparable to that of the previous bull demon king. Perhaps he, too, is a character within this narrative. The Lion Trojan King. This individual is a being of extraordinary origins, rumored to possess traces of dragon blood. Resembling a lion, he is inherently ferocious, excelling in combat, with formidable physical prowess and a mastery of weaponry. His weapon of choice is a massive blade. When ordinary celestial beings engage him in battle, they are often vanquished in less than 3 exchanges. Truly terrifying. Before Nezha's arrival, numerous heavenly soldiers and even celestial beings have already fallen victim to his lethal grasp. Although most managed to retreat, a few have perished. Nezha, have troubles arisen? Just as Nezha contemplated how to address this predicament, Zhou Chen's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Chapter 116. Infiltrating the cave and investigating the situation. Zhou Chen, you have emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing this, Nezha immediately noticed Zhou Chen's presence, and a long-awaited smile graced his face, as if he had finally relaxed considerably. However, his expression shifted as he glanced at Li Jing, who was strategizing in the distance. Why do you choose to emerge at this moment? This is hardly an opportune time. You have just offended the Jade Emperor, and we cannot afford any significant mishaps. Nezha had already been aware of Zhou Chen's seclusion and had refrained from compelling him to leave, choosing instead to safeguard him by maintaining the status quo. The conflict between the Jade Emperor and Zhou Chen was increasingly evident, and it was likely that the Demon Suppression Department would soon sever ties with Zhou Chen. As for the Shinong Department, it remained uncertain whether they would allow him to take command again. After all, both of these departments were of paramount importance, and Zhou Chen had merely laid the groundwork. The subsequent management would inevitably fall to the Jade Emperor's personnel. Moreover, the recent movements within the heavenly court had been exceedingly peculiar, coupled with the sudden emergence of the 9 infants, which threatened to disrupt the 3 realms. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Nezha was already plagued by an ominous premonition, as if some monumental event were on the verge of unfolding. If I had delayed any longer, it would have truly become troublesome. Zhou Chen gazed down at the mortal realm, raising a brow. Another formidable presence has emerged. Yet another being on par with the Bull Demon King, possessing considerable strength. Within the myriad demon caverns, the aura exuded by the Lion Troop King was undoubtedly comparable to that of the Bull Demon King. This individual was also an exceptionally rare pinnacle Tai golden immortal, possessing formidable cultivation techniques. Furthermore, he was a rare breed of heaven and earth, and his formidable presence could not be overlooked, even in the absence of backing. Zhou Chen found himself wary of this figure. Should he handle the Lion Troop King in the same manner as the Bull Demon King? Should he capture him or let him go? In the future, any endeavors undertaken by Sun Wukong would necessitate the cooperation of the 7 great saints. Although 3 of the 7 great saints had already been lost, further diminishment would truly herald disaster. It was imperative to always leave Sun Wukong an avenue of retreat to avert calamity. The Lion Troop King posed a complex challenge. I had exchanged blows with him before, and his prowess was indeed commendable. He possessed a divine ability related to the lion's roar, which could cause excruciating headaches to those who heard it, making it difficult to withstand. While it might not be sufficient to thwart me entirely, it was undeniably troublesome, especially within the myriad demon caverns, teeming with numerous powerful demons and demon kings. The whereabouts of the 9 infants remained a mystery, presenting a considerable threat as well. Shall we descend and investigate? Zhou Chen gestured toward the depths of the myriad demon caverns. Are you out of your mind? Nezha exclaimed incredulously. The myriad demon caverns are currently a gathering place for demon kings. Ever since our last incident, this place has been meticulously fortified, creating an impenetrable net. Anyone who ventures in will find it nearly impossible to escape, especially now that they possess specialized means to discern our identities. This is specifically designed to guard against us. Should we proceed, the consequences could be dire. How severe could they possibly be? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, reassuring, "Rest assured, I am aware. Besides, do you not wish to uncover the whereabouts of that 9 infants? What if he is concealed within this very place? With our capabilities, capturing him would be a formidable challenge. We would ultimately need to seek assistance." Nezha sighed lightly, recognizing the truth in Zhou Chen's words. After all, we are dealing with a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and not just any ordinary one at that. If the situation escalates, who knows what the repercussions might entail? Very well. But should circumstances prove unfavorable, we must withdraw promptly. This is no mere recreational venture as before. Agreed. Zhou Chen and Nezha exchanged knowing glances, without any visible actions. With a sudden pop, they transformed into 2-minute insects and swiftly flew towards the cave of 10,000 demons. At this moment, outside the cave of 10,000 demons, a myriad of great and small demons patrolled, adhering to a plethora of commands, almost devoid of repetition. This was to ascertain each other's identities. Such regulations weighed heavily on the demon clans, but they had no choice. They had learned from past misfortunes. Their defenses were indeed formidable. It seemed that to infiltrate, maintaining their current guise was imperative. As Zhou Chen and Nezha entered the cave of 10,000 demons, a brief observation revealed the current situation, prompting them to delve deeper into the abyss. Zhou Chen and Nezha were well acquainted with this cave. They had recently visited twice, causing quite a stir. Thus familiarity was not an issue. However, the deeper they ventured, the heavier their hearts grew. They exchanged glances, both sensing the complications that lay ahead. Previously, I had gathered intelligence indicating the presence of 20 demon kings here, yet it appeared that the numbers far exceeded that, at least 50. 50 demon kings. Such a figure could not be easily articulated in mere words. Even if 2/3 relied on blood and flesh for their cultivation, thus possessing limited strength, there remained around 1/5 who were true ascetics, their combat prowess worthy of serious consideration. The number of great demons was also significant, around 400. Nearly half of what I had previously captured. Zhou Chen shook his head, his demeanor surprisingly calm despite the gravity of his words, which alleviated Nezha's tension significantly. I almost forgot. This esteemed brother of mine is renowned as a slayer of great demons. How many of these formidable beings could escape unscathed from his grasp? Virtually none. Moreover, Zhou Chen faced these adversaries with minimal injuries, effortlessly suppressing them with mere sparks of thunderous magic. What are your thoughts? Nezha inquired softly. Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head, what thoughts could I have? Let us first deal with a few of the lesser demons. By vanquishing them, we can diminish their effective strength gradually. After all, they possess ample spatial treasures, and it is not imperative that we ensure their survival. With resolve, they set their plan into motion. Nezha and Zhou Chen dispersed, each seeking out a solitary demon king. They had found their target. Zhou Chen swiftly identified a target, a demon king. Indulging in drink while fixating his gaze upon a fox spirit, he intermittently emitted peculiar laughter, with his weapon, a bizarrely shaped curved blade, resting beside him. Faintly, Zhou Chen could sense the aura of supernatural abilities emanating from him. He appeared to be relishing the moment. Zhou Chen cautiously approached, his diminutive form unnoticed by those around him. However, the incessant buzzing sound provoked an irritable snort from the demon king. What wretched fly dares to disturb my enjoyment? He muttered, raising a hand to swat at the annoyance. Zhou Chen nimbly evaded, suddenly positioning himself right by the demon king's ear. Great Wind Cloud Talisman. He casually tossed a minuscule talisman, perfectly shrunk to fit, right at the demon king's ear and promptly began to retreat to a safer distance. Create some commotion. Spell activate. Chapter 117. The battle with the Lion Turtle King. The power of the talisman surged forth like a tempest, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, exploding before the ears of the demon king in an instant. With a resounding bang, his head burst open as if it were a ripe watermelon, splattering crimson and ivory across the dancing fox demon before him, eliciting a cacophony of endless screams. My king, my king. The commotion drew the attention of all the demon kings. They hastened toward the source of the disturbance, with the Lion Turtle King being the first to arrive and assess the situation. What has transpired? The Lion Turtle King's countenance darkened as he glanced over. Realizing that this creature's primordial spirit had completely dissipated, there was no chance for salvation. The soul had been obliterated. I do not understand. Everything was fine just a moment ago, yet now it has transformed into this. The fox demon hastily began to explain, glancing around but finding nothing. A sense of terror began to envelop the entire cave of 10,000 demons. Isn't it obvious, Lion Turtle King? Not long ago, someone used a similar method to create chaos within this cave. I suspect that Nezha has infiltrated our midst, perhaps even disguised as one of our brethren. A demon king, glancing around, recalled the incident involving the Red Lotus Inferno, harboring a deep-seated enmity toward both Nezha and Zhou Chen since surviving that ordeal. There was no denying it. The matter could no longer be concealed. After the capture of the Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan had disseminated all news regarding the incident, ensuring that Zhou Chen and Nezha garnered quite the notorious reputation in the Three Realms. Presently, they had ascended to the demonic race's kill list. However, it is worth noting that this kill list, while ominous, had proven ineffective in eliminating many of those named over a significant span of time. Nezha? Does he truly possess the audacity to infiltrate the cave of 10,000 demons alone? Is he unaware that we have laid our traps, waiting for their arrival? The Lion Turtle King scoffed lightly. That is difficult to ascertain, especially since we have yet to identify the intruder, replied another demon king. The bluntness of this statement darkened the Lion Turtle King's expression. Before he could respond, a sudden cry echoed from afar, as a small demon rushed toward him in haste. Lion Turtle King, dire news, dire news. Another demon king has fallen, and by the looks of it, appears to have been burned alive. With a thunderous roar, the Lion Turtle King unleashed a fist that shattered the small demon before him into a multitude of fragments. He surveyed his surroundings with a cold gaze, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Esteemed colleagues, heed my warning. Obey the sacred will of the demons. Who among you dares to waver in resolve shall face death. Even if Zhou Chen were to awaken, he remains merely a mere celestial, and alongside Nezha. What have we to fear? Onward. Follow me. Leaving behind these final words, the Lion Turtle King turned and strode deeper into the cave of 10,000 demons. His determination to confront Zhou Chen and Nezha unwavering. Zhou Chen, filled with curiosity, followed the Lion Trojan King deeper into the cave. In the chamber he had painstakingly opened before, the lotus pool had been entirely restored and leveled, now adorned with a unique magical artifact, the all-seeing mirror. This treasure possesses the extraordinary ability to penetrate all disguises, revealing one's true identity alongside the illusions of various locations we seek. Naturally, this includes the present moment. The Lion Trojan King cradled the all-seeing mirror close to his chest. Is this treasure not the artifact of the 9-infant demon saint? You managed to borrow it? The all-seeing mirror is merely a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, lacking any additional powers. Yet, its capacity to unveil disguises rivals that of a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, rendering it a special item with but a singular purpose. Borrow. It is more than just a mere loan. The 9-infant demon saint indicated that my primary task is to find an opportunity. The Lion Trojan King slowly adjusted the direction of the all-seeing mirror. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he pointed forward. Kill. A mysterious surge of magical energy transformed into a blade of power, hurtling towards Zhou Chen with such velocity that even he was taken aback. Let alone the Demon Kings present. They had not anticipated Zhou Chen's sudden appearance above them. A gust of wind surged forth. The power of the recently activated talisman had not yet fully dissipated, and at this moment, it coalesced before Zhou Chen, forming a wall of wind that roared and engulfed the Demon Kings. Riding upon the wind, Zhou Chen raced towards the exit of the cave. Yet, as he departed, the Lion Trojan King exhibited no sign of anxiety. Instead, he let out a dismissive cold laugh, his palm tightening. Demon-slaying general? How could I allow you to escape? In an instant, ropes inscribed with special runes, which had long been laid in wait, shot forth from all directions, pursuing Zhou Chen's retreating figure. The swiftness of these ropes was astonishing, for upon contact, the runes would strip one of their control over magical power. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The great wind and cloud talisman finally manifested its power, transforming into a dark cloud that ensnared the mass of ropes. Then, with a sudden explosion, it obliterated them entirely. At that moment, Zhou Chen reverted to his true form, standing in a corner, coldly regarding the Lion Trojan King. Following closely behind him was Nezha, who had arrived at great speed. What happened? How did we encounter them directly? What else could it be? They were indeed prepared and even brought magical artifacts. Zhou Chen responded, twisting his wrist to draw forth the thunder-drinking spear. As the thunder crackled, luminous trails seemed to intertwine in the void, crafting a breathtaking new scene, vaguely suggesting a profound essence that he inscribed into the world with ease. This was a unique technique Zhou Chen had learned from the complete volume of talismans, capable of amplifying the lethality of thunder. Indeed, it is you too. Today, let us see how you shall escape. Come forth and perish. The Lion Trojan King let out a sinister laugh and waved his hand. At that moment, over 40 demon kings surged forth, their various supernatural abilities converging to nearly engulf everything. Zhou Chen's response was remarkably decisive. He plunged the Thunderstrike spear into the ground, channeling all his magical energy into it. Let it explode, he commanded. Accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder, the entire Wanyao mountain cave trembled at that moment. The mountain itself seemed on the verge of collapsing under Zhou Chen's immense power. The expressions of numerous demon kings changed drastically as they struggled to maintain their balance. Zhou Chen, you are audacious, roared the Lion Camel King, fiercely stamping his foot thrice. The terrifying force momentarily revitalized the crumbling mountain, and he swiftly drew his weapon, the 9-loop broadsword. Kill, he bellowed, charging directly at Zhou Chen, the broadsword radiating a chilling brilliance. Striking down upon Zhou Chen's head with the might of a force that could cleave Mount Hua. Chapter 118. The Dark Hand from the Great Luo Danger. Zhou Chen's expression tightened as he sensed the blade's aura descending from above. He thrust his thunder-drinking spear upwards. In an instant, the power of thunder erupted, resonating with an overwhelming force, and coupled with his nearly unparalleled divine form, it directly repelled the Lion Trojan King. In terms of strength, the Lion Trojan King was on par with the Bull Demon King, merely a fraction inferior. However, when it came to skill, he surpassed the Bull Demon King. A formidable adversary indeed. Kill. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen's prowess, the assembly of demon kings did not feel fear. Instead, they released furious roars, converging their might and unleashing a plethora of techniques once more. At that moment, the entire cave of 10,000 demons seemed on the verge of collapse under the weight of their supernatural powers. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the explosive sounds forced Zhou Chen and Nezha to retreat rapidly, leaving no room for hesitation. The demon kings acted recklessly. Each strike they unleashed stirred up monumental chaos, indiscriminately annihilating other formidable and lesser demons in their wake. Wherever Zhou Chen and Nezha traversed, the scene was one of carnage, a veritable hellscape. Had these creatures gone mad? Did they truly wish for their demise? Nezha growled, casting a glance at Zhou Chen, his heart surging with indignation. When had he ever provoked these fiends to pursue him so relentlessly? Yet, his ire was not directed at Zhou Chen. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his full power, to make these demon kings aware of the origin of his formidable reputation. Patience, patience. There is an issue, Zhou Chen murmured, his gaze piercing as he regarded the pursuing Lion Trojan King, casting his thunder-drinking spear outward. Thunder arise. Lightning flickered, the heavens dimmed. The thunderous force unleashed by the spear cleaved through the cave of 10,000 demons, carving a deep passage before them. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen and Nezha plunged into the opening and began their escape. The demon kings, however, relentlessly pursued them, employing their divine abilities to maintain their relentless chase. Leading the charge was the Lion Trojan King, his 9-ringed great blade now glimmering ominously with bloodlust, and his visage appeared more menacing, exuding an aura of terror as profound as a prison. At long last, Zhou Chen beheld a glimmer of light. It was the end. Zhou Chen and Nezha accelerated further, breaking through the mountainside and soaring upwards. In the sky, Li Jing, who had long since noticed their disappearance, furrowed his brow and was about to reprimand them when he suddenly spotted the swarm of demon kings ascending, accompanied by both large and small demons, charging towards the heavenly soldiers. Such a sight was utterly shocking. Having served in the heavenly court for an extended period, Li Jing had never witnessed the demon race daring to assault the heavenly warriors. What have you done to provoke these demon kings to such a frenzy? Li Jing exclaimed in alarm, his voice laced with fury as he summoned his troops, preparing for battle. This was not merely a skirmish with 1 or 2 demon kings. Within the entirety of the demon tribe, there lies a reservoir of power amassed over an unknown span of time. While it may not represent their full might, it is formidable enough to instill fear. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. The pursuit intensified, and an unsettling realization dawned upon Zhou Chen. There was a grave issue at hand. His mind raced with thoughts as he abruptly turned around, only to witness the Lion Trojan King accelerate inexplicably, closing the distance between them. A great Luo Jingxian is aiding them from the outside. In that instant, Zhou Chen's certainty solidified. He unleashed a powerful punch at the Lion Trojan King. The collision of his fist with the massive blade produced a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yet this time, the Lion Trojan King did not retreat an inch. This is impossible. Nezha's expression shifted, a sense of dread enveloping him. Zhou Chen's punch carried an undeniable weight, and he was acutely aware of its capacity. This seemingly casual blow was capable of subduing any demon king. Especially now that Zhou Chen had truly harnessed his power, it was a strike of utmost strength. Just moments ago, the Lion Trojan King had certainly lacked such prowess. Kill. Nezha was unable to dwell on his concerns as the demon kings in the distance erupted with thunderous roars, charging en masse towards the two. Divine technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. At this moment, Nezha was ignited with fury, manifesting his 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding all his weapons as he plunged into the fray, battling the demon kings. Although Li Jing sensed something amiss, the situation had escalated beyond his control. He could only lead the celestial soldiers into the fray, not for any other reason, but to ensure that the chaos before them did not tarnish the reputation of the heavenly court. Heavenly soldiers surged forth, clashing with countless minor demons. As the brutal encounters between the great demons and celestial generals stained the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains with blood. Yao Wanwang, what are you waiting for? Clear the field for me. Zhou Chen roared skyward. At this moment, Yao Wanwang finally received the command to engage in battle. He led 300 elite demons, the finest chosen by Zhou Chen from among the greater demons. These were his true soldiers, embodying his strongest foundation. Yao Wanwang, you have truly betrayed our demon tribe. You seek your own demise. The demon kings and greater demons finally noticed Yao Wanwang hovering in the sky, unleashing a frenzy of furious roars as a faction charged toward him to engage in combat. However, do not underestimate Yao Wanwang. Despite his recent misfortunes, he is, after all, one of the future son Wukong's brethren. His strength may not rival that of the Bull Demon King, but it is certainly not far behind. In this moment, Yao Wanwang's formidable divine form was fully manifested, revitalizing the battlefield and steering it in favor of the heavenly court. Zhou Chen, you truly live up to your title as the Demon Slayer commander. The Lion Trojan King observed the unfolding events with eyes brimming with chilling malice, as if a flame were igniting within him. Yet today, you must succumb. Fear not, I shall not slay you. However, you shall be suppressed for a millennium. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled. In this moment, upon the form of the Lion Trojan King, a blazing flame truly ignited, propelling his strength and speed beyond the limits permissible by his current realm. That fire clung to him like a relentless parasite, further diminishing Zhou Chen's power. True Dragon Whip. Arise. With a deft flick of his wrist, Zhou Chen unleashed the long whip at his waist, which instantly transformed into a genuine dragon, entwining with the Lion Trojan King and granting him a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Which great Luo Golden Immortal dares to strike at me, Zhou Chen? If you wish to make your move, I implore you to reveal yourself directly. Why resort to clandestine tactics? Zhou Chen thundered, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. Yet, as his words echoed across the battlefield, others seemed utterly oblivious, as if they had not heard a thing. Even Nezha did not turn back. The scene was profoundly bizarre. The Lion Trojan King fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen, scoffing derisively. Give up. The events of today have been meticulously arranged. You have no means of escape. This is fate, and you must accept it. Chapter 119, Divine Power, Earthly Fiend. Destiny. The moment these words escaped his lips, a cold smirk danced upon Zhou Chen's visage. Is it possible that any of your demonic kin have forged an alliance with the Western sect? Oh no. It is evident that you have long maintained a connection with the Western sect, even engaging in collaboration. Otherwise, why would the foot of Ling Mountain be in such disarray? Zhou Chen had heard tales of the various phenomena occurring at the foot of Ling Mountain and Shizhou Ridge, although he had yet to witness them firsthand. The Demon Suppression Bureau possessed ample intelligence regarding these matters. Yet, no one dared to intervene. Why? Because that territory belongs to the Western sect, and regardless of the circumstances, the Heavenly Court finds it exceedingly difficult to take action. Moreover, Hao Yin is reluctant to expend his resources on such entities. It would be a sheer waste. Uttering more would prove futile. This is the decree of the Demon Sage. Today, I shall suppress you. The Lion Trojan King brandished his 9-ringed blade, emitting a low growl that reverberated like rolling thunder, a manifestation of his lion's roar divine power that had felled countless foes in the past. Zhou Chen's gaze blazed with intensity as he scoffed. With a single strike, I shall end you. Once you are dead, that figure lurking in the shadows, the great Luo Golden Immortal, will undoubtedly reveal himself to me, and then our fates shall be decided. At this moment, the presence of trump cards matters not. After all, whatever I do here, they cannot perceive. The instant his words fell, a faint black aura emanated from Zhou Chen's eyes, mouth, and ears. It was the aura of calamity. His entire form began to envelop itself in darkness, an almost infinite surge of sinister energy erupting forth. In the next heartbeat, Tang Fong appeared in his grasp. The thunderous drinking spear crackled with lightning, intertwining with the sinister energy that enveloped Tang Fong, creating a peculiar spectacle. Even a practitioner of demonic arts standing here at this moment would likely struggle to discern the nature of the situation. What manner of divine power is this? The Lion Trojan King's expression shifted, and he grew wary. From Zhou Chen, he sensed a terrifying presence he had never encountered before, a sensation akin to facing a great Luo golden immortal of yore. Even when the adversary did nothing at all, merely standing there seemed capable of taking his life. Divine power, earthly fiend. At this juncture, the Tang Fong in Zhou Chen's hands suddenly coalesced all of his sinister energy, and in the next instant, he unleashed a strike. A blade aura flickered through the sky, pure and unadulterated, seemingly wieldable even by those who had yet to attain immortality. Yet, in the following moment, that blade aura tore through space, directly cleaving the Lion Trojan King's neck. No, it was not merely that. Before the Lion Trojan King could even react, every part of his body seemed to fall victim to the blade aura's assault. In an instant, his form was sliced into hundreds of pieces. How swift! At this moment, the Lion Trojan King finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His usual ability to swiftly recover from injuries, even reconstituting his form after decapitation, was rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, even his primordial spirit was shattered in that strike. He perished. The fall of a supreme demon king was, at this moment, as mundane as a mere toy, vanishing in the blink of an eye, never to reappear. Yet, Nezha and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that the Lion Trojan King was dead. Still lingering nearby? Have they not yet departed? If that is the case, I implore the esteemed elder to reveal themselves. The Lion Trojan King has met his demise. Do you not wish to suppress me? Zhou Chen scoffed softly, surveying his surroundings. This place had been cloaked in illusion. And this great Luo Jingxian was likely no ordinary member of the demon clan. His strength and foundation were surely renowned in the ancient demon heavenly court. Demon-slaying general, Zhou Chen, the disciple of the venerable Bodhi, truly remarkable. A figure ambled slowly from afar, appearing as if intoxicated, swaying unsteadily. It was a disheveled middle-aged man. Were he to walk by on the street, Zhou Chen would hardly spare him a glance, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, dazzling like fireworks. A true Luo Jingxian. This was indeed a genuine Luo Jingxian, among the strongest within their ranks, not someone to be easily dismissed with mere words. The demon sage, Jiuing. Zhou Chen sighed softly, revealing the identity of the other. Jiuing, the legendary water-fire beast, capable of spewing water and fire, possessed formidable strength, and with 9 heads. Ranked among the top 10 demon sages in the demon heavenly court. Among the numerous demon sages, his power was at least positioned in the middle tier. Yet today, the divine abilities he cultivated had long transcended the mere manipulation of water and fire. Illusion was but one of the most fundamental techniques. You are indeed powerful. It is no small feat for the Bodhi Patriarch to find a disciple such as you, hence his protective nature towards you. Fear not, you shall not perish. I have been entrusted to suppress you for a millennium. This arrangement benefits us all. Jiuing chuckled lightly, producing a familiar square tile from Zhou Chen's past, adorned with layers of stacked talismans. The quantity this time far exceeded the last. It was evident that the hidden Guanyin Bodhisattva had truly invested considerable effort this time. Does the demon sage not fear my master intervening to free me from this suppression? Zhou Chen inquired. Jiuing laughed heartily. How could that be? Your suppression is merely a matter of misfortune. He will not intervene. After all, this is your fate. As he spoke, Jiuing raised a finger towards Zhou Chen. Freeze. A simple immobilization technique was executed, yet in that moment, it bore the weight of the heavens. Zhou Chen felt as if the very fabric of the world was pressing down upon him, and instinctively, his eyes widened in shock, causing his body to go limp. Upon reaching the realm of Luo Jingxian, every gesture was imbued with the power of the Tao. A mere casual strike nearly brought Zhou Chen to the brink of annihilation. However, having dared to come and summon the other, he had also prepared his own countermeasures well in advance. The 2 talismans that had long been nestled within Zhou Chen's sleeve spontaneously activated at this moment, soaring into the air. The Earth Sha Talisman. Strike. In an instant, the 2 divine abilities just unleashed by Zhou Chen erupted forth from the talismans. Although their power was not as formidable as that which Zhou Chen had just wielded, their speed and might nonetheless shattered the fabric of space. In a heartbeat, they rushed towards the 9 infants. Quite intriguing. The 9 infants chuckled lightly. Exhaling a breath of murky air, flames engulfed the sky, A sea of fire erupted 100 meters before him, even repelling the earth-sha divine ability beyond its reach. In the realm of the profound immortal, to manifest such divine powers is already a remarkable feat. Yet, you have managed to inscribe them onto talismans. In no more than a century, you shall ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm, and in a millennium, you may well become a peer among us. At that time, even I shall have to retreat before you. Chapter 120. The Gains of King Li for a Being of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Caliber. A millennium is but a fleeting moment. However, at this juncture, Zhou Chen has truly begun to unveil his potential, proving himself worthy to stand alongside them. Although Jiuying holds no particular fondness for the denizens of the heavenly court, he nonetheless extends the utmost respect to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, since embarking on your path of cultivation, you have encountered numerous formidable beings, yet you have never faced a great Luo Golden Immortal in direct combat. Do you not comprehend the fundamental transformation that occurs as one ascends to the Golden Immortal realm? What, indeed, is this power of the great Luo? Observe closely. With a faint smile, Jiuying waved his hand. An invisible force at that moment merged with the very fabric of the universe. Under Zhou Chen's gaze, this force almost instantaneously transformed into an unrelenting tempest. A storm erupted, sweeping across the cosmos, yet it ensnared only Zhou Chen, sparing all others. So swift, so ferocious. Zhou Chen had just freed himself from the shackles of the immobilization spell and had not yet fully regained his stability when he was confronted with this assault. His expression shifted slightly as he drew forth Tang, Fong once more. Divine technique, Earth Fiend. At this juncture, concealing his strength bore no merit. The blade aura forged from Earth Fiend cleaved through the heavens, nearly shattering the space before him. Yet, against the tempest, it merely matched it in force. Ultimately, both powers were nearly exhausted simultaneously. Is this the essence of a great Luo Golden Immortal? Zhou Chen's countenance darkened. Under normal circumstances, a single strike from him would suffice to slay even a Tai Golden Immortal. He believed he had approached the combat prowess of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The might of the Earth Fiend divine technique should have afforded him some measure of protection against a being of such caliber. Yet, in the face of a supreme entity like Jiuying, not only was self-preservation a daunting task, but even the slightest exertion of his own power felt insurmountable. Too weak. At present, you hardly qualify as one of our kind, let alone stand against such matters. Jiuying's voice resonated from behind Zhou Chen. His pupils contracted in shock as he turned, only to see a fist of iron hurtling toward him. Zhou Chen could only react hastily. The collision of fists saw his proud avatar, which had withstood countless assaults from formidable foes, shatter under the impact, blood spraying forth. In the next instant, his entire body was driven into the ground, producing a thunderous crash. In that moment, the illusion shattered. Zhou Chen. Nezha followed the sound and beheld Zhou Chen sprawled upon the ground, his injuries so grave that they could no longer be concealed. Jiuying. Li Jing, noticing Jiuying's presence, felt a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. The figure of Lion Trojan King had vanished, likely felled by Zhou Chen. Yet, Jiuying's emergence undoubtedly disrupted all prior plans of the heavenly court, propelling the situation to a critical juncture. Here, no great Luo Golden Immortal could contend with Jiuying. Jiuying, do you dare to defy the unspoken pact among the great Luo Golden Immortals? Are you not afraid that the great Luo Golden Immortals from the heavenly court will descend and annihilate you? Nezha bellowed, effortlessly repelling the other demon kings who had come to assist. However, for Jiuying, if he were to fear such threats, he would not have ventured into the fray nor attempted to assassinate Zhou Chen. He approached Zhou Chen with a calm demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his features. His hand cradling the familiar brick, casting a shadow over Nezha from afar. At this juncture, Nezha comprehended the true nature of the chaos. The so-called turmoil was merely a ploy orchestrated by the one who had previously sent the Bull Demon King to the heavens. A machination designed to lure Zhou Chen into the open. Their roles were but those of pawns in this grand scheme, aimed solely at subduing Zhou Chen. Jiuying was explicitly conveying to all those in the know that his brethren were merely following orders from the other side. Should anyone harbor intentions, they should seek out him rather than Jiuying. Farewell, Jiuying said with a gentle smile directed at Zhou Chen, before casting the brick into the air. The brick enlarged rapidly, transforming into a massive square mountain adorned with various stones inscribed with sealing runes. Descend. With a wave of Jiuying's hand, the colossal mountain plummeted downward. Dare you? From a distance, another voice rang out, and a white figure approached at great speed, wielding a three-pronged, double-edged knife that shimmered like a streak of light, aimed at Jiuying's hand which held the seal, compelling him to alter his stance. Yet it was all too late. The mountain fell with astonishing speed, crashing down upon Zhou Chen and stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the sky. Yang, upon recognizing the newcomer, a trace of apprehension flickered across Jiuying's face. Nezha and Yang were among the newly emerged war deities of the heavenly court before Zhou Chen's ascendance, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess. These two were destined to become formidable great Luo golden immortals, solidifying their positions alongside Zhou Chen as the three great war gods of the heavenly court. Furthermore, all three possessed the capability to engage foes of higher tiers. However, the disparity between the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal was immense, which had allowed Jiuying to maintain his audacity for so long. Nezha, let us strike him down together, and then we shall seek someone to free Zhou Chen. A glimmer of murderous intent appeared on Yang face, the heavenly eye upon his forehead opening, its latent power instilling a sense of threat even in Jiuying. Nezha, with his fiery temperament, heeded Yang's words without hesitation, charging forth with his spear. To ambush Brother Zhou. Today I shall take your head to shatter the formation. Faced with these two, even Jiuying could not afford to be careless. Summoning a long banner adorned with various mythical creatures and the radiant scene of two golden crows illuminating the world. The 10,000 Demon Banner. One of the treasured relics left by the demon race, capable of harnessing the residual fortune of the demons in this realm, one of the very few treasures that remain. Yang, Nezha, halt at once. This matter is yours to decide, Your Majesty. It should not be trifled with. Li Jing's countenance darkened, as if he had received some alarming news. He attempted to offer counsel, yet was met with the indifference of the two. It is common knowledge that there are subtle movements within the heavenly court. What purpose does your intervention serve at this juncture? Who would be inclined to heed your words? King Li is indeed correct. You should cease your actions forthwith. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice unexpectedly resonated beside Li Jing. Li Jing nodded and continued. Zhou Chen speaks wisely. His Majesty just conveyed to me the importance of prioritizing the greater good and to retreat for now. Before his words could fully settle, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even the soon-to-be besieged Jiuying turned its gaze towards his position, its pupils flickering. The previously subdued Zhou Chen now stood resolutely by Li Jing's side, fully intact, with most of his injuries having healed significantly. Chapter 121. The Sword Intent of the Azure Lotus, Zhou Chen. Brother Zhou. In that moment, Nezha and Yang's expressions brightened with joy. Their figures trembled, and they had already appeared beside Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the 9 infants wore a look of horror, as if confronted by something utterly inconceivable. What jest is this? How did you escape from this brick? The 9 infants could hardly believe the unfolding events. What a farce. This brick was a custom creation bestowed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin, specifically crafted for Zhou Chen, containing even the Buddhist safeguards. Yet it failed to restrain Zhou Chen. He managed to escape from it. A mere trivial maneuver. Did you not witness my earthly fiend divine ability moments ago? Now, you shall behold the second. Celestial Gang. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, entirely unperturbed by the current 9 infants. A force of stellar energy, drawn to him from an unknown source, enveloped him, bestowing strength and aiding in the restoration of his injuries. Celestial Gang? Earthly fiend? What sorcery is this? The 9 infants gazed at Zhou Chen, their eyes filled solely with apprehension. The might of these abilities was beyond their comprehension, yet merely catching a glimpse instilled an instinctive sense of threat within them. One was the supreme art of slaughter, while the other could channel the power of the stars for one's own gain. Most crucially, this so-called Celestial Gang technique seemed to harbor some secret, capable of breaking free from constraints and silently evading peril. Could it be a spatial technique? Yet that did not seem to be the case. Brother Zhou, shall we strike him down together? Though he is a great Luo golden immortal, with our combined strength, slaying him should be a simple task. Nezha snorted coldly, a fierce light flashing across his face. He was now eager for battle. If one could not defeat him, then 2 would at least ensure mutual destruction. With 3 of us united, even at some cost, beheading him should not pose a challenge. Among the 3, none were mere jesters. I believe it is feasible. Yang grunted, already unsheathing his mountain-opening axe, its fierce aura radiating pressure. The opulence of his treasures was enough to instill dread in the 9 infants. These individuals were renowned for their combat prowess. That is unnecessary. My master has recently imparted new techniques to me. It is time I put them to the test. At least to let outsiders recognize that my identity is not solely derived from Fangcun Mountain. Zhou Chen spoke slowly, drawing a talisman amidst the astonished gazes of Nezha and Yang. The talisman bore merely a trace of sword energy, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, upon its emergence, the atmosphere of the battlefield trembled. Anyone present could sense the sharp aura of the sword energy and the overwhelming sword intent it bore. Even though this sword intent was still quite feeble, almost imperceptible, its existence alone was sufficient to instill terror in any onlooker. What is this? The 9 infants gasped in shock as if witnessing something utterly astonishing, instinctively beginning to retreat. A primal fear surged from the depths of his being, causing his body to tremble. This sword energy, he had encountered it several times in the past, and each occasion left an indelible impression. Nezha, Yang and Li Jing cast peculiar glances at Zhou Chen, as if they had laid eyes upon something that ought not to be present. The sword intent of the Azure Lotus. How could you inherit such a divine ability? The 9 infants, gripped by terror, turned to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed every life-preserving technique at his disposal. Yet, it was still too slow. Zhou Chen cast a talisman and lightly gestured forward. Go! A radiant sword energy erupted forth. It barely materialized before slicing through space, appearing directly behind the 9 infants. With a piercing sound, the sword energy pierced through the 9 infants' chest, eliciting a shriek of agony. Subsequently, he plummeted from the sky. Simple, direct, effortless, and poetic. Everything before them seemed destined to occur the moment the sword energy was unleashed, its speed rendering nearly everyone unable to react. Was this the talisman inscribed with the Azure Lotus sword intent? Have you truly mastered the legendary complete volume of talismans? Yang stared incredulously at Zhou Chen, murmuring his inquiry. Aside from his own mastery, only the celestial teacher could have bestowed such talismans upon Zhou Chen. However, he had long since entered the Purple Cloud Palace, remaining silent for nearly an entire calamity. Moreover, the celestial teacher's talismans would possess far greater power than this. It was evident that this was drawn by Zhou Chen himself, and freshly practiced, it lacked a touch of true intent. What a pity, its potency fell short. If he genuinely wished to eliminate the 9 infants, he would need at least 2 more talismans. Zhou Chen sighed in resignation, his words causing Li Jing's lips to twitch involuntarily, prompting him to close his eyes in helplessness. What does it mean to say that he merely needed 2 more? They were facing a top-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal. At this rate, with the talisman Zhou Chen had just produced, aside from those quasi-saints, only a handful of powerful beings from the saintly lineages would possess the requisite foundation to withstand it. For the rest, death awaited. Who was it that insisted on meddling behind the scenes? You just mentioned your master? Aren't you from Mount Fangcun? Have you entered the sect of the Jiejiao? Suddenly, Nezha seemed to recall something and inquired softly. Zhou Chen retrieved a jade slip from his bosom. Although it could not be considered a formal initiation, it at least qualified him as a registered disciple. Our Xianmen lineage does not seem to emphasize the necessity of having only one master, does it? Zhou Chen hesitantly spoke. He had yet to discuss this matter with Master Bodhi, but since the master remained silent, neither scolding nor reacting, it suggested indifference to such trivialities, perhaps even delight in it. Therefore, he did not dwell too much on the issue. However, for Nezha and Yang, this news was rather explosive. They exchanged glances, and the peculiar sensation in their hearts was almost overwhelming. What a jest! Registered? The sect has virtually vanished, and the only individuals who might catch the eye of that revered sage are likely the disciples who once stood by his side. Those disciples have either perished or fled, and the few who remain are unlikely to appear in this realm. Only Zhou Chen stands apart. He is the newly accepted disciple of that esteemed figure. After a single calamity, he could very well become the foremost disciple of the new sect, although there are still venerable predecessors like Zhao Gongming ahead. Given this individual's prodigious talent, it is not out of the question for him to rank as the second most formidable force within the sect. Goodness! The most gifted in combat has been taken under the wing of the most formidable sage. The world is surely poised to become a lively arena. Chapter 122. The wound that cannot heal after this fierce battle. The entirety of the 10,000 great mountains lay desolate. The various demon kings faced death or made their escape, while some were directly captured by Zhou Chen and his companions, severing their paths to the future. From this point onward, their remaining days would be spent languishing in the dungeons of the Demon Suppression Division, where living would seem no better than death. It is time to return. Zhou Chen cast a glance towards the direction of the heavenly court, his eyes shimmering with an intensely sharp cold light, as if a faint aura of murderous intent began to diffuse. Nezha and Yang exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions subtly shifting, yet neither uttered a word. Opposing the heavenly court was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, but given Zhou Chen's temperament, he would not remain entirely unresponsive to the court's actions. This was a matter they could not involve themselves in. However, a word of caution was warranted. Brother Zhou, you must exercise utmost caution and not forget the character of the Jade Emperor. Engaging in conflict with him would not bode well for you, Nezha spoke softly, his underlying intent urging Zhou Chen to swallow his pride. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, affirming, within the heavenly court, there are countless formidable figures. And it is not merely the surface that we see. Although the three of us are renowned for our combat prowess, we do not encompass all. The Jade Emperor holds considerable power. In days gone by, many celestial beings owed him a great debt of gratitude. Should conflict arise, we might not fare well. Furthermore, in this incident, the Jade Emperor may merely be a bystander, one who stirs the waters rather than one who would strike against his own. Yang Jian possessed a keen understanding of the Jade Emperor. This individual, proud and aloof, regarded no matter or person on this earth with any importance, firmly believing that the position of Heavenly Emperor was the most exalted of all. Thus, his methods were always straightforward. He wielded the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to achieve his aims. Even in failure, he never resorted to underhanded tactics, as evidenced by the events surrounding Yang Jian's mother, Yao Ji's death, which illustrated the Jade Emperor's style of conduct. Had he possessed even a hint of malice or sought to protect someone, the outcomes would have been markedly different. In the end, his own nephew has managed to secure a position within the heavenly court, causing him unrest even now. Even if he is merely a catalyst, it remains a significant nuisance for me. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with unparalleled indifference. Just moments ago, had he not possessed sufficient means and trump cards, he would have been crushed beneath that stone slab. The celestial powers of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends are formidable. Lacking even one, he would have perished. Without that complete set of talismans, did he think he could engage in battle? When that immobilization spell was cast, everything had already concluded. Such is the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a force that cannot be adequately expressed in mere words. Seeing Zhou Chen genuinely enraged, Yang Jian and Nezha could only exchange glances and sigh in unison, refraining from further discussion. As outsiders, they could not intervene in such matters and could only observe for the time being. However, at this moment, Yang Jian offered a final piece of advice. Upon your return, do remember to greet Yang Chan. I heard that shortly after your departure, she hurried to find me. Fortunately, her timing was impeccable. Otherwise, I would have missed her. Zhou Chen was taken aback for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement, the image of Yang Chan's charming face surfacing in his mind, prompting a soft sigh. I understand. Meanwhile, the injured Jiuying, bearing a gaping wound upon its chest, had finally evaded the relentless pursuit of Zhou Chen and his companions. The injury still radiated a dense sword intent that could not be dispelled, impervious even to the mightiest of, which proved incapable of healing or erasing such power. What a significant loss. Those wretched beings from the Western Church had indeed concealed certain truths. Reflecting on Zhou Chen, Jiuying gritted its teeth in extreme fury. What a farce. That was the Qinglian sword intent. In times past, a single stroke could leave even a quasi-saint scrambling for survival, revealing all their hidden cards. Even so, it was not guaranteed to withstand such force. Even saints would cast wary glances. This was the true mastery of a saint. Now, it had astonished a mere Luo Jingxian like him. Thankfully, it was not a talisman forged by a saint themselves. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated in an instant, not even leaving behind his. You have failed? At that moment, Avalokiteshvara arrived at the scene and encountered Jiuying. She surveyed the creature's injuries, her brow slightly furrowing, her mind stirring. Could it be? Was the heavenly master, from beyond the chaos and the barriers of the world, employing profound powers to send Zhou Chen a life-saving treasure? If that were true, Zhou Chen's identity would indeed be far more complex than they had presumed. Yet, if it truly was the handiwork of a saint, why was Jiuying still alive? Avalokiteshvara, grant me the Sangguang divine water. This wound was inflicted by you. You must pay the price to heal it. Jiuying coldly huffed. Avalokiteshvara's brow knitted, fully aware of the rationale behind this demand, as she waved the willow branch in her hand. A drop of Sangguang divine water descended from the heavens, landing upon Jiuying. The Sangguang divine water was one of the most extraordinary divine substances in existence, capable of coalescing into a healing elixir or dispersing into a lethal poison. As the Sangguang divine water touched Jiuying, its formidable life force began to restore all of Jiuying's ailments, the gaping wound visibly closing at an astonishing pace. Yet, Jiuying's countenance remained shrouded in darkness, tinged with a hint of despair. What a cruel jest. This sword intent could indeed not be dispelled. What on earth was happening? Was it possible that even with your Luo Jingxian power, you could not contend with that entity? Observing Jiuying's improving condition, Avalokiteshvara hastily inquired. Luo Jingxian power? Jiuying scoffed, closing its eyes and exhaling a long, heavy breath before speaking in a grave tone. Did you not see? What significance does the Luo Jingxian power hold when compared to the might of a saint? A single strand of sword intent traverses heaven and earth. Had Zhou Chen not just embarked on this path, do you believe you would have escaped unscathed? Given the karmic ties between you and me, this sword could easily strike you as well. The powers of a sage transcend mere verbal description, and the essence of the Azure Lotus sword intent harbors profound terror. Through the intricate web of causality, one can take a life. However, it is evident that Zhou Chen has yet to reach such a realm. Is it the complete volume of talismans? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired once more. Zhu Ying scoffed, offering no response, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of mockery. In this day and age, who possesses the true transmission of the Azure Lotus sword intent? Regardless of who it may be, none could disseminate it without the sage's decree. Even if it were shared, mastering it would not be a trivial endeavor. Thus, there exists but one explanation. Zhou Chen has utilized the complete volume of talismans to directly extract its true essence, transforming it into his own. This fellow has at least cultivated the talismans to a minor success. Chapter 123. Do you harbor resentment towards me? What an extraordinary talent. The complete volume of Tao talismans is indeed a true manifestation of saintly principles, ranking among the foremost among the myriad of divine abilities passed down by the saints. Bodhisattva Guanyin's brow furrowed tightly, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly intricate, surpassing her control. The complete volume of Tao talismans is the most versatile of divine arts. As long as one can inscribe the talismans, anyone can wield the powers contained within. However, the essence of this art is interception, much like the name of the, which specializes in appropriating the abilities of others for one's own use. Strictly speaking, this technique aligns perfectly with the true intent of representing a supreme knowledge established for the future. This matter requires compensation. Remember to deliver as promised. I shall not take action against Zhou Chen again. Consider your own position wisely. With that final remark, the 9 infants flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving Bodhisattva Guanyin alone, her expression slightly muted as she gazed at his receding figure. Even the great Luo Jingxian cannot eliminate him. Not even the suppression can contain him. Zhou Chen indeed possesses a plethora of hidden cards, the heavenly gang and earthly fiend's abilities, coupled with the complete volume of Tao talismans. It seems the only course of action is to find a way to facilitate his departure from the heavenly court, and in the end, perhaps I can part with some of my belongings. After a brief contemplation, Bodhisattva Guanyin formulated a plan. Since Zhou Chen currently possesses the potential to leverage his status within the heavenly court to intervene in these matters, she would proactively sever all ties to him thereafter. When the time comes, he may not be deemed a rebel against the heavenly court, and thus would not face suppression, yet he would also lack the qualification to meddle in heavenly affairs. The narrative of the Peach Banquet can continue to unfold. As for whether Sun Wukong would descend, and if Zhou Chen would assist him, Zhou Chen would never wish to be reduced to a mere fiend, and those he now associates with would undoubtedly prevent him from doing so. Otherwise, he would no longer be himself. The heavenly court, success and failure alike stem from the heavenly court. To meddle in the calamities of journey to the west, one requires sufficient status and strength, lest even the entry fee remains unaffordable. Bodhisattva Guanyin exhaled a deep breath, a trace of a smile gracing her face. She then turned towards the distant heavenly court, reciting sacred scriptures, her primordial spirit seemingly transcending the chasm between earth and sky, directly connecting with the vast heaven. A few exchanged words sufficed to clarify the current situation. Subsequently, Bodhisattva Guanyin voluntarily severed the communication. So be it. Let me observe what you can achieve in the absence of the title of demon-slaying general. Lock up all demon kings, great demons, and minor demons. Hurry, hurry. Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, the celestial soldiers bustled about as if celebrating a festival, methodically confining the demon kings, great demons, and minor demons into various cells. These individuals represent their achievements, a testament to their years of guarding the realms. The more they capture, the greater the rewards. However, Zhou Chen gazed at the celestial soldiers bustling about, a hint of weariness evident in his eyes. Senior brother, why not take a moment to rest? At that moment, Yang Chen approached, casting a concerned glance at Zhou Chen. She was well aware of his thoughts. Yet, everything unfolding before them appeared to be nothing more than a farce. In the eyes of the Jade Emperor, Zhou Chen seemed akin to a leaping ant. No matter how much he accomplished, it was of little consequence. Rest? There is no need. I am still awaiting an explanation. Zhou Chen shook his head, glancing in the direction of the Jade Pool. Yang Chen, I appreciate your assistance today. Without you, my escape would not have been so seamless. Thankfully, there is Yang Jian. Yang let out a melodious laugh, reminiscent of silver bells. It is not easy to find second brother. I had to persuade him to come out of seclusion, and I am fortunate he arrived in time. However, senior brother, you must exercise caution in the future. The individual targeting you from the shadows remains at large. And now there is also the 9 infants. None of these great Luo golden immortals are to be trifled with. When they take action, they are formidable opponents. Rest assured, I am well aware. Zhou Chen nodded. He wished to continue speaking, but refrained, turning his gaze towards the approaching celestial servant. This time, the celestial servant approached with an air of arrogance and addressed Zhou Chen directly. Zhou Chen, the Demon Slayer General, His Majesty summons you. This way, please. Senior brother. Yang opened her mouth, intending to say something further, but Zhou Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. I am fine, do not worry. Let us go. He beckoned to the celestial servant and followed him into the jade pool. The jade pool remained unchanged from before, with only the expressions of the Queen Mother of the West and the Heavenly Sovereign reflecting a newfound gravity. Zhou Chen quickened his pace, halting before the two and offering a slight bow. I pay my respects to your Majesty and your Highness. Rise, said the Queen Mother of the West, gently raising her hand. Zhou Chen straightened, his demeanor imbued with authority, his gaze sharp and commanding, truly deserving of the title Demon Slayer General. As the rumors suggest, handsome in appearance and exuding valor, the Queen Mother praised, to escape from the 9 infants while possessing only the cultivation of a profound immortal. Throughout the extensive history of this world, few have achieved such a feat. Your Highness, your words are misplaced. Zhou Chen interjected, his gaze shifting to the Heavenly Sovereign. It was not an escape from death, but rather, the 9 infants fled from me. Had I been able to deliver another strike, he would undoubtedly have perished. The corners of the Heavenly Sovereign and the Queen Mother's mouths twitched. Both were quasi-saint level beings, capable of assessing Zhou Chen's statements with their own discernment. Indeed, Zhou Chen spoke the truth. Although his azure lotus sword intent had diminished and thinned since then, it remained a divine ability of a saint. The 9 infants' escape showcased their prowess. If they could withstand another strike unscathed, it would indicate Zhou Chen's lack of skill. Zhou Chen, do you harbor resentment towards me? Suddenly, Hao Tian spoke candidly, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he continued. You witnessed the situation yourself. Had I not allowed Nezha and the others to retreat, they would have only faced a bitter end alongside Jiuying. Moreover, even if they had triumphed over Jiuying, it would have been of little consequence. The sealing technique embedded within that square brick is indeed extraordinary. The master did not seek your demise. Rather, he wished to suppress you for a millennium. Given your cultivation and potential, such an accumulation over 1,000 years may not be a bad thing after all. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Chen laughed in disbelief. Does your Majesty truly believe so? What a shameless assertion. How can being suppressed for a millennium possibly be considered a benefit? It is as if you were explicitly stating that, yes, I too was complicit in this matter. What can you say? What can you do? Chapter 124. The deprivation of the position of director of the Demon Suppression Office. Hao Tian's demeanor remained exceedingly indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen. Ultimately, his myriad thoughts coalesced into a single sigh. I have long told you that certain matters are not as simple as you presume. You have only cultivated for a few years. How far have you truly traveled, and what vistas have you witnessed? This vast expanse of existence is immense, and it is not merely a matter of what individuals desire to accomplish. Above us stand others, and above them, yet more. A tacit understanding had already been reached among all parties concerning this matter. Although the affair involving son Wukong may pose some trials for him, the ultimate outcome would undoubtedly be beneficial. This, you must surely comprehend, correct? Is the title of victorious fighting Buddha truly a blessing? Zhou Chen pondered, uncertain. However, based on his recent observations, it seemed that all that transpired before him could merely be an illusion, akin to the fragments of information regarding the Western teachings he had unearthed in the distant Fangcun Mountain. Mysterious and formidable, yet imbued with an air of peculiarity. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, what constitutes the transformative divine power? Zhou Chen suppressed the ire swelling within him and posed the question. Upon hearing this, a hint of intrigue flickered across the faces of Hao Tian and the Queen Mother of the West, swiftly captured by Zhou Chen, who continued to speak aloud. Is the transformative divine power truly as the Western teachings proclaim, guiding the strong to relinquish their hearts to the West and embark upon the righteous path? Is it the divine power of cultivating the path of Buddhism? Your Majesty, you are also an immortal, even having stepped into the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Might you enlighten me as to what sort of divine power could distort the will of an immortal? Is it plausible that mere eloquence could sway a celestial being? Immortals possess steadfast hearts, oriented towards the great Tao, whether they are demonic cultivators, monstrous practitioners, or followers of the mystical schools. Each adheres to their own set of survival principles. In circumstances devoid of life-threatening peril, their resolve remains unyielding. However, the path they tread may not always be smooth, and they may falter along the way. Within the tribulations of the heavens, there lies a tribulation thunder known as the heart demon tribulation. Once it descends, those strong beings with insufficiently stable hearts will be reduced to ashes in an instant, utterly dissipated. Thus, the question arises, if those with unstable hearts have already been eliminated, how can the Western teachings ferry these powerful beings to their ranks? How can they even persuade them to willingly become guardians within the Western faith? Surely, there must be some intricacies at play, beyond mere eloquence. The Western teachings represent the sacred lineage of saints, aligned with the other mystical schools. Even your recently acknowledged second master would not dare to comment on this matter. Zhou Chen, you have been rather audacious. The Queen Mother of the West let out a cold huff, her intrigue vanishing as she rose to her feet, chastising. Just now, it was His Majesty imparting wisdom to you. Yet now, you turn to question us? Do you imply that His Majesty's sagacious guidance pales in comparison to your experiences in the mortal realm over these past few years? Or do you possess knowledge of some intelligence that eludes us? I wish to inquire about you, Zhou Chen. In this vast universe, what force can alter a person's will? The Western teachings speak of the art of enlightenment and divine transformation, yet this merely serves as a means to facilitate one's perception of the great principles. Why not issue a decree now and allow Zhou Chen to personally experience the Western teachings? The stern voice of the Queen Mother of the West instantly roused Hao Yin from his reverie. He lifted his gaze and met Zhou Chen's eyes directly, sighing, Zhou Chen, I once believed you to be a malleable talent. Yet, to my dismay, you seem to hold the heavenly cord in disdain, now suspecting that I conspire with outsiders against you. If that is the case, let us relieve you of your position as the director of the Demon Suppression Division, while retaining you as the director of the Divine Farming Division for your own safety. Henceforth, you need not take action for the Heavenly Court. Merely oversee your Divine Farming Division. The Demon Suppression Division represents strength, while the Divine Farming Division offers resources for cultivation. According to the words of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Hao Yin should expel Zhou Chen from the Heavenly Court. However, Hao Yin understood that Zhou Chen's combat prowess was already formidable should he truly depart. It would be a significant loss for them. Therefore, why not allow Zhou Chen to maintain a position within the Heavenly Court? His words today could be retracted at any moment, but finding a capable enforcer like Zhou Chen would be a challenge in all realms. Zhou Chen bowed to Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West, stating, I am but a mere xianxia, a being of the heavenly general rank according to celestial regulations. As long as your Majesty honors the previous promise to preserve my personal guards and privileges, that shall suffice. Privileges? To heed the decree, yet ignore the proclamation. Personal guards? The 300 formidable demons and the king of the Yeren in his possession are Zhou Chen's greatest assurance. With this force, even if he encounters 2 or 3 demon kings, he could contend without engaging directly, perhaps even vanquish them. Retaining these aspects would mean that for Zhou Chen, relinquishing his current roles would amount to little more than a respite. Moreover, should he find himself in need of resources, he could descend to the mortal realm to seek them out. He simply could not rely on the Demon Suppression Division for overt actions, thus losing jurisdiction over many matters. Naturally, Hao Yin was pleased with the current arrangement, chuckling softly and nodding. Very well, all these shall be preserved. Although both Yang Jian and Zhou Chen are not entirely stable elements, their presence ensures that significant issues will not arise within the Heavenly Court, and the Demon Kings would be deterred. Even those of higher echelons would hold them in some regard. Both Hao Yin and Zhou Chen harbored their own intentions. Yet an unspoken understanding had been reached between them. Now that you have made your decision, Zhou Chen, you may take your leave. From this day forth, the title of Demon Slayer General shall also be retracted, the Queen Mother of the West added as a final remark. Since he could no longer lead expeditions, the title of Demon Slayer General must indeed be rescinded. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, nodding nonchalantly in agreement. Since your Majesty and the Queen Mother have made your decision, I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned away, under the watchful gaze of Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West. Zhou Chen strode out of the Yaoqi without affording the two a moment's reaction. What transpired? Why did he acquiesce so readily? Could it be that this young man harbors his own clandestine intentions? Hao Yin and the Queen Mother exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison, as an unusual shade flickered across their countenances. Within the Demon Suppression Department, the rewards are substantial, coupled with control over a multitude of celestial soldiers. Logically, Zhou Chen should have offered at least a modicum of resistance upon being stripped of his position. Yet, he appeared to welcome the change, seemingly having prepared for his departure long before. He seemed indifferent even to the affairs of the Shinnong department. It was as if he had already conceived certain plans. Something is amiss, very much so. Keep a close watch on him. The Peach Blossom Conference will convene in 3 days, and we must not allow anything to jeopardize our grand designs. Hao Tian spoke softly, and the Queen Mother nodded, already formulating her thoughts. At that time, we shall arrange for Guanyin to meet with him. The Western teachings will not permit anyone to undermine their grand scheme. Chapter 125. The final verdict on the Bull Demon King brother. What happened? As Zhou Chen stepped out of the Yao pool, he immediately noticed Yang Chan anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she hurried over to inquire about the situation. Do not worry, I am fine. Zhou Chen nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. It seems I have lost my position as the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but perhaps it is for the best. Without that title, I shall have more leisure time and can finally attend to my own matters. Brother, you. In this incident, Zhou Chen has achieved great merit. Yang Chan remarked, utterly unprepared for the fact that Hao Yin would choose this moment to strip Zhou Chen of his position. She glanced towards the direction of the Yao pool and quietly asked, has the Queen Mother also made her appearance? Did you say something you shouldn't have? The Queen Mother has indeed arrived. What I said holds little importance now. It merely provides them with a pretext. Moreover, I genuinely did not wish to remain in that position, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head, devoid of any respect for the Queen Mother of the West. His words even caused Yang Chan's expression to shift, a hint of tension creeping into her demeanor. Brother, you must not speak in such a manner. Come with me. Continuing to lead Zhou Chen a distance away until the Yao pool was no longer visible, Yang Chan finally spoke when she was certain they were alone. Although the Queen Mother does not often make appearances, her status in the heavenly court is unparalleled. She and the Emperor are as one, appearing as two entities yet performing the same deeds, often employing even more ruthless methods. One must address her with respect, otherwise it will only invite calamity. Ruthless? The very utterance of this word by Yang Chan indicated the Queen Mother's past deeds were indeed formidable. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes and scoffed, rest assured, I am unharmed. The Queen Mother will merely echo the Jade Emperor, assisting in my removal from that position. For me now, remaining as the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau would be more perilous. This is a tacit understanding between us. If I remain, I might still pursue certain endeavors. But should I act, the retaliation would be more severe. Next time, it may not simply be a great Luo Golden Immortal. Their strength could exceed what we have encountered thus far. Is Jiuying powerful? Zhou Chen mused. Indeed, he was formidable, yet to those of his generation, Jiuying was but a remnant of history, his strength not at the apex. Zhou Chen was reluctant to recklessly probe the depths of the Western teachings. His talismans were insufficiently potent, and his cultivation had yet to reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Without diligent effort, he would remain a passive target. What he needed now was to accumulate strength and invest time in enhancing his abilities. His cultivation was nearing the Golden Immortal stage, and he was on the verge of breaking through. Speaking of this matter, during your recent descent to the mortal realm, Sun Wukong has already surpassed the Golden Immortal realm, his strength having ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yang Chan spoke softly, according to Nezha. Even if he were to exert himself fully, it would be quite difficult for him to subdue Sun Wukong. The ordinary Demon King could hardly be his match. Even the Bull Demon King was merely on par with him. Such rapid cultivation? Truly a testament to his innate nature. Zhou Chen nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his heart pondered upon his own foundations, causing a subtle shift in his demeanor. He was a postnatal being, relying on the talents bestowed by the system for his cultivation thus far. The notion of competition and hard work seemed only relevant during his time at Mount Fangcun. Now, pausing allowed him ample opportunity to accumulate his own strength. Perhaps he could seek a way to reverse a postnatal being to an innate one? This might even grant Zhou Chen a unique power of his own. After all, he was an innate being, possessing a profound depth accumulated over a long duration. Yet after breaking through to the Golden Immortal stage, a considerable time was still required to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yang Chan shook her head. In 3 days, the peach banquet will commence. I hope that monkey doesn't stir up trouble. I've heard he has been assigned to oversee the peach garden. I can't fathom the Emperor's reasoning for entrusting such a task to a monkey. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue before he resignedly closed them. Ultimately, the situation had escalated to this point. That monkey could not contain himself. Or perhaps, Sun Wukong had already sensed something amiss but chose to fan the flames, seeking to profit from the chaos, oblivious to the immense risks involved. Should a problem arise, he would have no time to react and would become a mere pawn in someone else's game. Troublesome indeed. I must first head to the demon suppression office. I still have belongings to pack. Zhou Chen sighed deeply, a shadowy figure flashing through his mind. Speaking of which, the Bull Demon King had been confined for quite some time. It was about time he paid a visit. Before I fully step down, it is only fair to make arrangements for him. I cannot let him languish until death. With that, Zhou Chen and Yang Chan set forth towards the demon suppression office. Before long, they encountered Nezha, who had come seeking Zhou Chen. He was already aware of Zhou Chen's impending resignation, and at this moment, so many words remained unspoken. He could only follow Zhou Chen to find the Bull Demon King. Within the depths of the demon suppression office's dungeon, the Bull Demon King had been imprisoned for an extended period. His entire magical power was suppressed, and the might of his divine form could not manifest even the slightest bit. He was utterly immobilized. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the Bull Demon King's somewhat dazed gaze seemed to regain its spark. He scoffed coldly and spoke. So, the Demon Slayer General, has my time come? You actually chose to visit me. Given Zhou Chen's prolonged absence, it was clear that his ancestor could not facilitate his release, or perhaps had simply grown weary of managing such a disobedient pawn. If that were the case, then this visit would likely herald his demise. Do you truly believe I have come to take your life? Surely I am not here to simply let you go. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, taking a seat before the Bull Demon King and utilizing his powers to liberate him from all restraints. The chains clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The countenance of the Bull Demon King reflected a mix of surprise and wariness. After glancing at Nezha and Yang Chan, he spoke again. What is this? Do you truly intend to let me go? A formidable demon-slaying general, whose very name signifies the act of vanquishing demons. Would you truly wish to release me? A demon king? Or perhaps the celestial court seeks to placate us? Feel free to kill me. There is no need for such humiliation. The demon-slaying general? Zhou Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. That name shall no longer exist. I am now simply Zhou Chen. The position of director of the Demon Suppression Bureau is also lost to me. You are the only matter I can attend to at present. So tell me, do you wish to live or to die? Chapter 126. The Royal Guard, the Bull Demon King He. After a fleeting moment of bewilderment, the smile on the Bull Demon King's face became uncontrollable. He gazed at Zhou Chen as though he were a mere jest, bursting into laughter. The esteemed general of demon slaying had now even forgotten his own name? What a farce. An utterly ludicrous affair indeed. The Heavenly Court is evidently embroiled in this game as well. You lot are incapable of altering the established truths. Zhou Chen, what distinguishes you from me at this moment? Do you still entertain dreams of future endeavors? Do you possess the qualifications? The capabilities? You, like me, are nothing more than a discarded pawn. The Bull Demon King's voice grew increasingly thunderous, yet as he uttered these words, the three present remained silent, their gazes toward him infused with growing pity. Indeed, pity. Strictly speaking, the Bull Demon King was quite aggrieved. Zhou Chen, in a moment of whimsy, had pilfered the treasures from the Eternal Fox King's secret vault, disrupting all his prior plans. While it may be true that he sensed something amiss at the time, or perhaps had long been preparing to take action against the Monkey King in an attempt to win him over, various potential factors could have contributed to this turmoil. Nevertheless, the Bull Demon King had never previously confronted Zhou Chen. He was forced into this predicament, entangled with Zhou Chen, ultimately leading to the current state of affairs. For the Bull Demon King, the most intolerable reality was likely the abandonment he faced from his ancestral figure, the old ancestor of the River of Souls. Zhou Chen and the old ancestor had achieved a certain understanding regarding the nine-tiered fiery lotus. As long as the old ancestor was willing to extend his goodwill, or even merely a fraction of it, Zhou Chen would undoubtedly assist him. Alas, alas, none of this transpired. The Bull Demon King was not set free, and Zhou Chen seemingly disregarded these matters, leaving him languishing here until now, unable to conceal his predicament any longer. Bull Demon King, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am genuinely inquiring whether you wish to live or perish. If you desire to live, you may join my royal guard. At the very least, it will ensure your survival. I shall grant you time to seek out the old ancestor of the River of Souls and resolve the misunderstandings between you. In truth, the old ancestor has already approached me once on your behalf. He has done much for you, and there is no need for resentment toward him. Had you not stubbornly sought trouble with me, you undoubtedly would not have found yourself in my grasp. You are well aware of this. Zhou Chen casually alluded to the old ancestor's prior visit, and in the matter of the Bull Demon King. Both Zhou Chen and the old ancestor tacitly employed a strategy of delay. A disobedient pawn must, after all, endure some hardships. However, It is likely that even the old ancestor did not anticipate the rapid turn of events. The Bull Demon King could no longer descend to the mortal realm to assume the title of Demon King. Otherwise, it would be a matter of disgrace for all involved. Remaining among the royal guard, leading alongside the Monkey King, would be his most favorable outcome. The Bull Demon King opened his mouth, and within the depths of his bovine eyes emerged an indescribable emotion as he gazed intently at Zhou Chen, ultimately closing his eyes in resignation. Yet, with a clatter, the chains binding him fell away, all restraints loosened at that moment. However, the Bull Demon King felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he had faced an insurmountable dilemma. Let us depart. There is no time to squander here. My stay has grown perilously brief. Zhou Chen called out to the Bull Demon King, and together, the four exited the celestial prison. The commotion was swiftly relayed to the ears of Haoyan. He has released the Bull Demon King? Zhou Chen certainly knows how to tidy up his own affairs. A smirk crept across Haoyan's face. The Bull Demon King was no ordinary figure. He was a contingency of the old ancestor of the River of Hades, embodying the gravitas of quasi-saintly authority, a challenge to manage. Zhou Chen's resolution of this matter was, in fact, advantageous for Haoyan. Your Majesty, said the Queen Mother of the West, raising an eyebrow. Strictly speaking, since our decree, Zhou Chen is no longer the director of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Now that he has freed the Bull Demon King, should we not also seize his position as director of the Xianxia Bureau? Allowing him to occupy that role would significantly diminish our cultivation resources, which is detrimental to everyone involved. Previously, although the Xianxia Bureau faced some financial strains, it undeniably contributed to the development of the Heavenly Court and even to Haoyan's own power. Yet now, it was almost entirely under Zhou Chen's control. He could distribute resources as he pleased, withholding all but the most basic supplies. Preposterous. How could we allow him such liberties? While aware of Haoyan's intentions to woo Zhou Chen, the Queen Mother of the West contemplated eliminating him entirely to prevent any future disruptions. No need for that. It is but a trivial amount of cultivation resources. Even if we desired more, the Heavenly Court could easily sustain it. Zhou Chen's strength and potential are formidable. Even if he is disobedient, he can serve as a stabilizing force, Haoyan asserted. Should Sun Wukong follow through with the plan, 500 years would suffice for Zhou Chen to ascend to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. At that point, Haoyan glanced at the Queen Mother of the West. Zhou Chen's capacity to engage opponents beyond his station was the most extraordinary he had witnessed among all strong beings, with only Yang Jian from years past being a comparable contender. Yet even then, there remained a significant gap. Moreover, Zhou Chen wielded the powers of a sage and the mysterious heavenly tactics. Nurturing him would yield only benefits. The sole drawback might be the occasional inconvenience to themselves. But such trifles pale in comparison to the grand ambitions of the Heavenly Court. After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West nodded in agreement, though a sigh of lament lingered in her heart. What a pity! Zhou Chen, unwilling to submit to them, harbors his own thoughts. Otherwise, with the assistance of the Heavenly Court, he would only grow stronger at a swifter pace. For now, this individual remaining in the Heavenly Court can be considered a favorable outcome. The Western Church will refrain from pursuing him at this juncture, and the demon tribe will remain silent. Furthermore, the other quasi-saints involved will certainly not dare to act under the watchful eyes of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. It remains uncertain whether this young man can discern the tacit understanding among these individuals. One can only hope he does not stir up any further trouble, for it would be difficult for all parties to extricate themselves from such a predicament. Let us observe. Zhou Chen is now almost due to return to the Xianxia department. Henceforth, the peach banquet must proceed without a hitch. Preparations must be made by Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, for should he make an appearance, it would truly be a grand spectacle. Chapter 127. The first encounter with Guanyin. As the days passed by, 3 days had gone without Zhou Chen stepping away from his residence within the Xianxia division. He had no choice. At this moment, he needed to exert every effort to elevate his realm of power and, in the process, create more talismans. The previous incident had already demonstrated that the efficacy of the complete volume of Dao talismans was far beyond a mere couple of phrases at his current level of cultivation. 8 talismans. At last, Zhou Chen gazed with satisfaction at the Qinglian sword intent talisman in his hand, a smile breaking across his face. Not only had he replenished the one he had lost previously, but he had also crafted an additional 3. Furthermore, he had amassed a substantial stack of various talismans, each possessing formidable powers. Should the need arise, even without the Qinglian sword intent talisman and the Qi Hua Sanqing talisman, he could create quite a stir, holding his own against the likes of the Bull Demon King and even contend with a great Luo Golden Immortal for a while. Knock, knock. Just as Zhou Chen was about to continue his talisman drawing, a sudden knock echoed at his door. "Senior brother, the time is nearly upon us. The Pantao conference is about to commence. Will you be attending?" Yang Chan's voice chimed in like a silver bell, instantly awakening Zhou Chen's memory. The Pantao conference? Zhou Chen suddenly recalled that Yang Chan had indeed mentioned this before, hastily pushing open the door. "Is it starting so soon? I thought I had ample time to prepare." He lamented. "It is merely a Pantao conference, held annually in the heavens. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound, senior brother." Yang Chan replied, puzzled. At that moment, the Taoist Wu Hai, who had previously been in charge of the Shinong division, approached Zhou Chen and bowed respectfully. "Director, there are visitors outside claiming they wish to speak with you." "Visitors at this time?" Yang Chan's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Zhou Chen, her eyes suddenly reflecting a hint of clarity. Previously, she had felt that Zhou Chen was plotting something, which had drawn the vigilance of Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West, even inciting the pursuit of the 9 infants and the yet-to-strike Great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, could it be that the hidden Great Luo Golden Immortal was finally making an appearance? Moreover, had their scheming reached a critical juncture? "I shall go take a look," Zhou Chen said, his brow furrowing slightly as he began to suspect the nature of the visitors. However, before he could take a step, a light laugh interrupted him. "How could I allow the demon-slaying general to take action? Allow me to handle this." Turning towards the source of the voice, Zhou Chen beheld Guanyin Bodhisattva approaching him, holding a jade vase. Her countenance radiated warmth, and she seemed to emanate a divine light, resembling an enlightened being. Her mere presence transformed the surrounding atmosphere, subtly soothing Zhou Chen's inner turmoil. Something feels amiss. Zhou Chen inwardly cursed. In that fleeting moment, it was as if all his thoughts had been swept away, leaving him utterly defenseless against Guanyin Bodhisattva. Such thoughts are rather unsettling. Logically, having just been schemed against, one would expect heightened vigilance. How could he possibly react in this manner? "Guanyin Bodhisattva, what brings you here?" Yang Chan raised an eyebrow, also sensing the peculiar aura surrounding her. In her hand appeared a lotus-shaped lamp, the Bao Lian Deng, imbued with ethereal power, effortlessly assisting her and Zhou Chen in dispelling the sudden surge of Buddhist light. Engaging with Western teachings is not her forte. After all, these entities are perpetually seeking to leverage their enlightenment techniques for external expansion, becoming almost parasitic. "Amitabha, I have heard of the dismissal of the demon-slaying general and specifically came to see him, as well as to engage in casual conversation about recent events. During this period, I have heard that the demon-slaying general has eradicated numerous demons, which piques our curiosity at Ling Mountain. It is said that he has employed a technique never before seen in this world. Might you enlighten us on its origins?" Guanyin Bodhisattva wore a curious expression, her thoughts seemingly drifting back to the time Zhou Chen battled the 9 infants. Had it not been for that enigmatic technique, they would have swiftly subdued Zhou Chen alongside Li Jing, avoiding all this troublesome complexity. "This pertains to the secretive legacy of my sect. I fear I cannot disclose it." Zhou Chen replied with a light chuckle. "A secret legacy? Everyone is aware of such matters. In this world, what technique remains unknown to others? Were it not for Zhou Chen's unique fate, which eludes divination, it would have long since circulated throughout the entire journey to the West Realm. In that case, I shall refrain from inquiring further. How about this, since the timing is fortuitous? Might I request the demon-slaying general to engage in a game of strategy with me? A friendly contest of chess, which would also serve as a discussion on cultivation. What a delightful prospect." Guanyin Bodhisattva, undeterred, continued. She waved her hand lightly, and a table materialized before her, adorned with black and white chess pieces, formed from the essence of yin and yang. Such a grand display of mastery over the arcane. The essence of yin and yang is profoundly elusive. Ordinary individuals cannot even hope to locate it, let alone condense it into chess pieces. Such exquisite control is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Guanyin Bodhisattva, today is the peaches of immortality gathering. We must make our way there. At this moment, Yang Chan finally sensed the disquiet. While Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared intent on having them remain for this game of strategy, she was, in fact, blocking all their avenues of escape, leaving them unable even to call for assistance. It seemed as though she wished to prevent them from attending the peaches of immortality gathering. Could it be that something significant is to transpire today? Surely not. Could it be that Sun Wukong truly has some agenda? At this moment, Yang Chan's heart was suddenly in turmoil. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled silently, watching Zhou Chen as she settled into a meditative position. "Demon-slaying general, please proceed." "I apologize, Guanyin Bodhisattva, but I fear I am not in the mindset for chess today, nor for philosophical discussions. I am about to leave with my junior sister. Will you stop me?" Zhou Chen spoke slowly, firmly grasping Yang Chan's hand as they began to move outward. Initially, he had merely intended to meet Sun Wukong and engage in a pleasant conversation before the peach banquet. However, observing the current demeanor of Guanyin Bodhisattva, it seemed she had likely been waiting for him outside for 3 days now. Given the circumstances, there was no need to prolong the encounter any further. It would be better to depart directly and see if it was possible to meet Sun Wukong. If that were not feasible, he could at least gauge Guanyin Bodhisattva's true capabilities. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled silently, watching as Zhou Chen and Yang Chan moved ahead. Yet, it was not long before Zhou Chen unexpectedly emerged from his chamber, with Yang Chan closely following behind him. What is happening? Yang Chan glanced around, unable to believe her eyes, while Zhou Chen narrowed his gaze, fixated on Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is this a manipulation of spatial powers? Chapter 128. The table-flipping Sun Wukong, as the saying goes, time is elusive, while space reigns supreme. Aside from the primordial force that forged the universe and subdued all with sheer might, among the myriad paths, only time and space can be regarded as the progenitors of all laws, inherently superior to other doctrines. Throughout the protracted history of the cosmos, there are lamentably few who have cultivated the profound arts of time and space. To wield even a fraction of their divine powers is an extraordinary feat. Please take a seat. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to engage in discourse here. Surely, our valiant demon-slaying general would not deny me such a modest request? Avalokiteshvara continued with a gentle smile. Her gaze, imbued with a warmth yet laced with an undeniable authority, enveloped all in an inexplicable weight of pressure, descending abruptly upon them. Regardless of circumstances, Avalokiteshvara stands as an unequivocal authority among the myriad de Luo golden immortals. Her lineage, stemming from the teachings of the sages, grants her a profound comprehension of divine arts and mystical doctrines. Indeed, she has delved into the nearly unparalleled realms of spatial and temporal mastery. Is Avalokiteshvara's presence here truly for mere idle conversation? As far as I am aware, my standing in the eyes of the Western teachings hardly merits such attention, does it? Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, taking his seat before Avalokiteshvara, emanating a calm, yet intensely pure martial spirit, as if poised to strike at any moment. Can spatial arts confine him? No, they cannot. From his hands, he had long possessed several abilities specifically designed to counter spatial techniques, but now, he genuinely wished to observe what schemes Avalokiteshvara intended to unfold. The significance of matters is contingent upon one's standing and personal circumstances. At least in my eyes. Zhou Chen, you are unlike other immortals. Look upon the entirety of the heavenly court. It may appear resplendent. Yet the true heroes capable of steering their own destinies are few and far between. Indeed, apart from you, there is not a single soul. Avalokiteshvara extended her hand, her gaze locking onto Zhou Chen, her expression shifting from a semblance of mirth to one imbued with a newfound seriousness and indifference, effortlessly dissipating Zhou Chen's martial intent. Yang Chan surveyed her surroundings, her eyes flickering with astonishment. As Avalokiteshvara descended, the space around them seemed to spring to life, forming an immense chessboard, with Zhou Chen and Yang Chan ensnared within its confines. Unless they devised a means of escape, they would be at the mercy of Avalokiteshvara's whims regarding their release. To place a piece is to play the game. Such an extraordinary art. Zhou Chen shook his head. He had glimpsed this technique in the records of Fangcun Mountain, yet he had not anticipated witnessing it in action before him. Merely a trivial maneuver. I invite you to make your move. Avalokiteshvara gestured for Zhou Chen to proceed. However, in the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Chen casually grasped a white piece and tossed it onto the chessboard. In an instant, the space resonated with an unbearable cacophony, as if the very fabric of reality threatened to shatter under the strain. It appears that this space has become rather haphazardly condensed, unable to withstand the weight of my divine form. Zhou Chen sighed in resignation, then once again picked up a chess piece. As this piece fell, the entire space would inevitably collapse and shatter, at which point they would return to the realm of reality. Do not rush, Avalokiteshvara gently admonished, her wrist flickering as formless power emanated forth, reinforcing the entire space. This time, her eyes held no warmth, only solemnity. With a resounding thud, the chess piece landed, causing the space to quiver. Faintly, cracks began to spread. What cultivation method do you practice? Or have you mastered some unique divine power? At this moment, cold sweat beaded on Avalokiteshvara's forehead. This was the first time she felt such pressure from A, not because she was incapable of contending with Zhou Chen, but because the techniques he had cultivated for so long had reached an exceedingly terrifying level of purity. Should this divine form truly attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal, it might indeed resurrect the glorious legacy of the ancestral shaman, perhaps even advance beyond that. The teachings of my master were not to be disclosed lightly. If the Bodhisattva wishes to know, she may inquire herself. Zhou Chen's final move was made. His expression devoid of emotion. A tremendous force descended like thunder, causing the entire space to emit a lamenting cry of unbearable strain. The space, newly condensed by divine powers, crumbled, and by the time Yang regained her senses, they had returned to the abode of the divine farmer's office. Very well, Avalokiteshvara, I must take my leave now. Missing the peach of immortality means no one will compensate us, Zhou Chen remarked with a light smile towards Avalokiteshvara, rising to depart. This time, he held a talisman in his hand, the void-breaking talisman, specifically designed to sever certain spatial divine powers or techniques, given Zhou Chen's current strength and status. Breaking through Avalokiteshvara's methods was not particularly difficult. Indeed, it could be likened to a mere breath. Beyond this point, it would no longer be as simple as playing chess with you. Moreover, it is already too late for you to pursue. Avalokiteshvara cast a cold glance at Zhou Chen, slowly forming a mudra and closing her eyes. Yang grasped Zhou Chen's elbow, appearing somewhat anxious. It's all right, don't worry. Zhou Chen reassured Yang with a glance, then scoffed at Avalokiteshvara. It seems the Bodhisattva has forgotten that you just stated that within this heavenly realm, I am the only one capable of controlling my own fate. The only one. Holding Yang hand, Zhou Chen strode out of the divine farmer's office. This time, he faced no obstruction from spatial divine powers. Behind him, Avalokiteshvara's expression grew increasingly frigid, her hands emanating a faint glow, as if suppressing something. After some time, she finally recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha. Glancing at the already departing son Wukong, who had rushed down from the heavenly realm, Avalokiteshvara let out a long sigh. It seemed that this source of fortune could ultimately not be shared. Upon arriving at the peach banquet, Zhou Chen quickened his pace, yet soon, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his unease. Before him stood a celestial youth, frozen in place, a tray in hand. This immobilization technique was one he was all too familiar with, an enchantment reminiscent of a certain Monkey King's custom spell. Was this not a blatant indication of the perpetrator's identity? It seemed this individual had indeed sensed something amiss. A heavy sigh escaped Zhou Chen. His greatest fears had materialized. Given his disciple's character, encountering such a calculated scheme would inevitably lead him to one resolution: to seize all the benefits for himself while refusing to partake in any labor. This rascal was ready to upend the table. Chapter 129. What is the great sage of equaling accounts? Who is responsible for this? Who has committed this act? A deep, furious voice echoed through the Pan Tao conference. Where are the peaches? Where is the celestial brew? Has everything vanished, leaving naught behind? The Jade Emperor stood at the center of the gathering, his gaze fixed upon the celestial beings hastily arriving from all directions. The anger etched on his face was impossible to conceal, and the aura he emanated, though disguised as that of a great Luo golden immortal, was fully unleashed. Coupled with the heavenly fortune of the celestial court, the pressure he exuded granted him an imperial demeanor. What is happening? Speak clearly. Both Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West turned their eyes towards the 7 fairies, who had only just freed themselves from their restraints upon arriving at the conference. It was son Wukong. He used his powers to immobilize all 7 of us. Father, you must take action on our behalf. The 7 fairies wept bitterly, while Zhou Chen stood silently at the back, observing the unfolding drama. Why would son Wukong act in such a manner? Where is he? Hao Yin snorted coldly, pressing for answers. But before he could elicit a response, a voice rang out from afar. It was Taishang Laojun. My elixirs, my elixirs. Taishang Laojun hurriedly arrived at the Pan Tao conference, cradling an empty gourd in his hands. Which wretched fiend has devoured all my elixirs? Not a single one left for me. It must be that son Wukong. Hao Yin's fury ignited further, as distant heavenly soldiers rushed to report, Your Majesty. Son Wukong has just descended to the mortal realm and returned to Huahua Mountain. Returned to Huahua Mountain? This audacious monkey seeks to rebel against the heavenly court. Where's Li Jing? Where is the 3rd Prince Nezha? Hao Yin directed his gaze toward Li Jing and Nezha. Assemble the heavenly soldiers and generals at once. Descend to the mortal realm, subdue the demon monkey, and bring son Wukong before me. I shall see him punished. At once, Li Jing and Nezha responded in unison. Meanwhile, Nezha's eyes briefly flickered towards Zhou Chen, as if seeking clarification about the situation. At this moment, even Nezha, despite his usual obliviousness, could sense that Hao Yin's attitude towards son Wukong appeared excessively indulgent. It seemed as though he had been awaiting the monkey to incite such chaos, and notably, The venue for the Pan Tao conference should have been guarded by heavenly soldiers and generals. Even if Sun Wukong possessed formidable abilities, it would be challenging for him to overcome them all at once. Yet, coincidentally, this time, it appeared as though the Pan Tao conference was devoid of any defenders, save for a handful of celestial children. What could they possibly accomplish? Moreover, Haotian had assigned a mere monkey to oversee the peach garden. This situation felt akin to a farce, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss for words. Your Majesty, that Sun Wukong possesses remarkable abilities. In the past, Nezha and I descended to capture him, but we did not achieve significant results, though it was partly due to our reluctance to resort to lethal force. If that rascal has consumed so many celestial elixirs, his strength must have increased considerably. Li Jing suddenly stepped forward, raised his hands in a gesture of respect, and hesitated slightly. Might we invite Zhou Chen to accompany us? With Zhou Chen's prowess, he could likely subdue Sun Wukong with ease, or at the very least, ensure that no unforeseen events occur. Although Li Jing harbored some biases against Zhou Chen, believing him to disregard Haotian's commands, he was unequivocally certain of this fellow's combat capabilities. In this confrontation, merely mobilizing celestial soldiers and various deities would not guarantee success. Only with Zhou Chen's intervention could we compel Sun Wukong to concede. Strangely enough, the relationship between Sun Wukong and Zhou Chen should, by all accounts, be fraught with animosity. Yet, after Sun Wukong ascended previously, Zhou Chen subdued him in mere moves. While down below, he was thoroughly thrashed. This situation seemed almost coincidental, as if it had been prearranged. These two likely share some connection, and Nezha must be aware of this. Otherwise, that young lad would not have stolen a glance at Zhou Chen just now. Zhou Chen. Haotian understood the intricacies, but could not divulge them to Li Jing. He snorted softly and spoke coldly. Zhou Chen has his own matters to attend to. He is no longer the head of the Demon Suppression Office, but merely oversees the Shenong Bureau. To send him down would be to disrupt the established order. You may proceed with your own men. Yes. Li Jing bowed to Haotian, secretly lamenting his predicament. Only Zhou Chen found amusement in this, shaking his head inwardly. Li Jing had indeed taken on a challenging task. In the journey to the west, Sun Wukong had only faced 2 sieges, one of which was this very instance, and even Nezha could not fully subdue him. At that time, his strength could not be deemed supreme. He had not yet reached his pinnacle. Nor did he have Zhou Chen, a humanoid cultivation machine, urging him to continue his training. And now, after consuming so many elixirs, Sun Wukong's cultivation level had surely reached at least the Golden Immortal stage, if not nearing the Tai Golden Immortal. Based on the techniques Zhou Chen had consistently taught him, it was likely that this fellow had mastered numerous hidden powers, simply awaiting others to descend for a showdown. Nezha could not possibly engage in a genuine battle with Sun Wukong. Li Jing's face was likely marked with disgrace. Let us depart. Li Jing called out to Nezha and then proceeded to muster the troops, leaving the peach banquet. At this moment, Haotian's gaze fell upon Zhou Chen, and he snorted. Zhou Chen, you seem to have been quite at ease these past few days, now that an issue has arisen at the peach banquet. The peaches are a vital resource for the cultivation of the celestial beings. Your Shenong Bureau must prepare some compensation as a reward. In the coming days, ensure this matter is resolved. Understood. Zhou Chen did not argue but instead offered a slight bow to Haotian, accepting the task. It was merely a request for him to refrain from causing any disturbances, nothing too unacceptable. However, the true test for Haotian is yet to come. Zhou Chen is also quite curious about where he might find someone. Acquiring Sun Wukong is not a simple endeavor, especially considering that the 3 most formidable beings in the heavenly court are currently reluctant to make an appearance. This indeed complicates matters significantly. Zhou Chen fell into silence, beginning to retreat as he prepared to arrange his affairs. Yet, in a fleeting moment of crossing paths with the Supreme Old Lord, it seemed as though something was slipped into his hand. Only after he exited did he realize that it was a gourd, reduced to an extraordinary size by divine powers, filled to the brim with high-quality elixirs for cultivation. No way. Zhou Chen abruptly turned back to gaze at the Supreme Old Lord, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Supreme Old Lord paid him no mind, standing there as if nothing had transpired. Master Uncle, have you truly treated Sun Wukong as a mere pawn? This quantity is quite excessive, is it not? Chapter 130, Sun Wukong vs. Nezha. Upon exiting the venue of the peach banquet, Zhou Chen felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream. Grasping the gourd in his hand, he finally seemed to awaken, releasing a long, weary sigh. Ah, my junior brother, you are truly in a dire predicament, burdened with such debts at a tender age. No wonder your connections in the journey to the West world were so extensive. With your method of settling accounts, who wouldn't owe you a favor? As the saying goes, cause and effect intertwine. Sun Wukong had only recently arrived in the heavenly court, yet he had already secured every connection and favor, even managing to bestow some upon others, truly defying the heavens. Zhou Chen casually conjured a sound transmission talisman to relay the items that Hao Yan required to the Shinnong division. In an instant, he created a doppelganger. You go to the Shinnong division and keep an eye out, lest anyone come probing, Zhou Chen instructed his clone, then began to stride toward the lower realms. At that very moment, Nezha and Li Jing had assembled the heavenly soldiers and generals, and Zhou Chen could no longer reveal himself. He concealed all his presence, employing the stealth technique from the Tiangang Disha divine art, and with the aid of several invisibility talismans, he shadowed their figures. In the flower-fruit mountain of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, a large red flag flew vigorously, emblazoned with the 4 characters, Qi Tian De Sheng. At this moment, the original narrative had descended into chaos, and Zhou Chen was bewildered as to why Sun Wukong had erected this banner upon descending, brazenly flaunting it, as if he had anticipated everything that would unfold. Presumptuous. A mere little demon monkey dares to vie for prominence with the heavens? In the sky, upon witnessing this scene, Li Jing erupted in furious exclamations, his eyes ablaze with murder. Giant spirit god, assemble the troops. You shall descend and confront that demon monkey. Ascertain his prowess. The giant spirit god was taken aback, swallowing hard as he pointed to himself. Me? He was unaware of Sun Wukong's true nature, having never directly battled him. However, one thing was certain. Sun Wukong was undeniably formidable. Though his previous encounters with Zhou Chen had been akin to playful skirmishes, each having claimed victory once, regardless of whether it was feigned or genuine. That fellow had indeed clashed with Zhou Chen and had gained a slight upper hand. This is absurd. He is merely the sort that Zhou Chen can dispatch with a mere gesture. Should I confront him, I would be overwhelmed. Still hesitating? Li Jing turned to glare at the giant spirit god, a flicker of cold indifference and ire surfacing in his gaze. The giant spirit god trembled at the intensity, hastily acquiescing and beginning to assemble the troops. Boom! The war drums reverberated, enveloping the entire flower-fruit mountain in an extraordinary force. A palpable aura of oppression proclaiming the arrival of the heavenly court's might. Within the mountain, the previously meditative Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, gazing skyward. An inexplicable energy surged within him, a glimmer of unusual light sparking in his gaze. They arrive with such swiftness? The heavenly court's response was indeed rapid, for in mere moments, a formidable army loomed on the horizon. Originally, Sun Wukong intended to seek assistance from the demon clan, hoping to attract even a modicum of firepower. However, it became evident that his previous aspirations were overly optimistic. Let the commotion commence. Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong flicked his cloak behind him, his gaze piercing the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that surged upwards like an unstoppable tide. Golden immortal. A flicker of wariness crossed Nezha's eyes. Sun Wukong had grown even stronger. Moreover, among his peers, his might could undoubtedly be considered among the elite. Demon monkey, prepare for battle. The giant spirit god took the initiative, raising his colossal axe and bringing it crashing down upon Flower and Fruit Mountain, the tremendous force causing the entire mountain to tremble. Yet, before the axe could strike the ground, Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of light, swiftly emerging from the water curtain cave and appearing right before him. Confronting the giant spirit god, he did not even draw his Rui Jingu Bang, but instead unleashed a single, formidable punch. The power contained within this blow resonated throughout the battlefield, leaving the giant spirit god with no chance to react as he was sent hurtling back into the ranks of the celestial soldiers, spitting up blood and suffering internal injuries. What a formidable physical form. Li Jing was taken aback, swallowing hard. In the heavenly court, there were not many experts who specialized in physical forms. Among the 3 most frequently engaged and formidable fighters, only Zhou Chen's physical form could truly be deemed extraordinary. The other 2, Nezha and Yang Jian, while possessing powerful physical forms, each had their strengths and weaknesses and leaned towards balance rather than complete specialization. Yet at this moment, Sun Wukong genuinely imparted the impression that his physical form rivaled that of Zhou Chen. Regrettably, His Majesty forbade Zhou Chen from intervening, otherwise, subduing this monkey would have been a straightforward task. Nezha, will you go? Li Jing looked at Nezha, his voice tinged with a subtle pressure. During this time, Nezha had grown too close to Zhou Chen, and the relationship between Zhou Chen and Sun Wukong was exceedingly delicate. Li Jing was not oblivious to this situation and feared that Nezha might not exert his full effort. Let's give it a try. This time, Nezha did not refuse. Instead, He wore an expression of utmost seriousness, drawing forth his fire-tipped spear and stepping onto the wind and fire wheels, charging directly at Sun Wukong. Flames erupted from the spear, embodying the myriad of lethal powers under Nezha's command. At this moment, he appeared utterly earnest. "Come at me." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, retrieving his Rui Jingu Bang and swinging it with great vigor. The King Kong technique. This secret art, long dormant in the realm, erupted once more, amplifying the power of the Rui Jingu Bang 100-fold. As the fire-tipped spear clashed with the Rui Jingu Bang, a series of thunderous booms resonated in the air. Yet the smile on Nezha's face had vanished, and even his wrist began to feel numb. What immense force! With skin as tough as copper and bones as strong as iron, the phrase King Kong body perfectly encapsulated Sun Wukong. Moreover, his current realm has once again transcended. Even if Nezha were to unleash his full might, capturing him would not be a simple endeavor. In the heavens above, Nezha and Sun Wukong are locked in a fierce struggle, each seemingly igniting true fire as they employ every conceivable combat technique, leaving the other celestial beings watching in exasperation. This Sun Wukong is, indeed, stronger than the last time he made his move. Alas, Zhou Chen is not present, otherwise, alongside Nezha, they could easily subdue Sun Wukong in mere moments. The assembly of celestial beings shook their heads in resignation, while some restless souls contemplated action, only to be restrained swiftly. Do not be foolish. Should the Vajra technique strike you, your physical form would be obliterated in an instant. Continuing this way is not a viable solution. Li Tianwang, do you have any ideas? The celestial beings turned their gazes toward Li Jing. Taking a deep breath, Li Jing's expression reflected growing concern. We must summon Erlang Shen. This matter has become quite troublesome. Chapter 131. Oh no, this youngster is about to upset the table. These two fellows are certainly enjoying themselves. Zhou Chen observed Nezha and Sun Wukong, his gaze unwavering, while simultaneously focusing intently on Li Jing, utilizing his divine abilities to scrutinize their every movement. Is it nearly time? So soon. They are already preparing to summon Erlang Shen. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, an undercurrent of conflict evident in his eyes. Capturing Sun Wukong without the intervention of the powerful figures in the heavenly court is indeed a formidable challenge. Originally, it should have been Erlang Shen, along with the sudden appearance of the old lord, wielding the Vajra bracelets to subdue Sun Wukong. However, due to his involvement, the old lord may not necessarily take action in this matter. The Western sect is likely to stir up some trouble. The situation has escalated beyond control, making it difficult to quell the uproar. If only Yang Jian could lend a hand, perhaps there would be a chance for a breakthrough. At the very least, it could alleviate some of Sun Wukong's tribulations. Zhou Chen contemplated, stepping forward slowly, his wrist twisting as if grasping something. Two talismans then floated in the air, and he directed his gaze towards the heavenly court, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Coming to seek me again? How amusing. Zhou Chen let out a soft snort, his figure flashing as he dashed towards the heavenly court. One could easily infer what Guanyin Bodhisattva intended. To ensnare him? This time, it is indeed time to stir up some trouble. Sound the retreat. Observing the increasingly intense battle between Nezha and Sun Wukong, both bearing minor injuries, Li Jing's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly instructed his men to prepare for Nezha's withdrawal. Continuing the fight held little purpose. It was wiser to await reinforcements. The horns sounded, echoing through the heavens, prompting Nezha to glance back at Li Jing's direction. With a single thrust, he forced Sun Wukong back and, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, called out, "Sun Wukong, let us have a proper match next time, and see your true abilities." To outsiders, the battle appeared perilous. Yet, both Nezha and Sun Wukong understood that neither was truly fighting at full strength. Out of respect for Zhou Chen, they both refrained from engaging seriously. Nezha did not employ his 3 heads and 6 arms, nor did Sun Wukong utilize his 72 transformations, the improved immobilization technique, or any other divine abilities. Both were holding back. "Let me escort you a bit further." Sun Wukong chuckled, and with a sudden increase in speed, his golden cudgel struck fiercely from behind Nezha, landing a heavy blow. This was a sneak attack. A single thought flashed through Nezha's mind before he was sent soaring into the crowd of heavenly soldiers. Though he did not sustain any serious injuries, he still coughed twice, his complexion reddening. "Nezha, are you all right?" Li Jing and the other celestial beings rushed forward to inquire. For Nezha was currently the most formidable among them. If Sun Wukong were to successfully ambush him, they would likely have to retreat before Yang Jian's arrival. "I'm fine. Do not worry." Nezha feigned composure, forcing himself to cough twice, and with great difficulty, summoned his magical power to expel a bit of blood. The onlooking celestial beings turned pale, hastily producing various elixirs and spiritual medicines for him to consume. This demon monkey is utterly audacious. We shall remain here and await the arrival of Erlang Shen before we launch our assault. Li Jing inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, and commanded. He could discern that Nezha had genuinely exerted himself. Though it had not reached the point of life and death combat, he had indeed unleashed a significant portion of his strength, making Sun Wukong a formidable adversary. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Erlang Shen would truly be willing to intervene and subdue Sun Wukong. Should both of them be reluctant to act, the situation would undoubtedly become quite troublesome. Outside the Xianxia division, Guanyin Bodhisattva stood at the threshold, hesitating to enter. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she turned to gaze in the direction of Zhou Chen, who was hastily returning to the heavenly court. She chuckled softly. The demon-slaying general is in such a hurry to return. Could it be that something urgent has arisen? Bodhisattva, my title as the demon-slaying general has long been stripped from me. Simply call me Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen spoke slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. May I inquire what brings you to the Xianxia division today, Bodhisattva? Is it not permissible for me to come? His Majesty has sent me to supervise the preparations for the items intended for the celestial beings, Guanyin Bodhisattva replied casually. Zhou Chen shot her a cold glance. Then come with me to see His Majesty. I shall deliver what he requires. After all, these items will be deducted from the resources of the secret treasury. I have them readily available. A slight twitch of Guanyin Bodhisattva's lips betrayed her discomfort upon hearing this. She recalled that Zhou Chen had recently become insatiably greedy. Not only had he seized all the benefits of the Xianxia division, but he also frequently invoked the name of the demon-subduing division to exploit resources. Although he could not compare to those celestial beings who had begun accumulating wealth long ago, he was certainly a wealthy figure in his own right. There is no rush. Utilizing your private treasury is rather inappropriate. Prepare what you must, and I shall assist you in delivering it to the celestial beings shortly. Deliver? I shall be the one to deliver you. Zhou Chen's expression darkened instantaneously, and in a flash, his formidable form surged in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva, his fist raised high, crashing down heavily upon her face. Boom! Guanyin Bodhisattva's body shattered numerous structures in the heavenly court, causing the entire realm to tremble. Who dares to strike in the heavenly court? A multitude of gazes and spiritual senses quickly enveloped the entire Xianxia division. Upon sensing Zhou Chen's overwhelming aura, many celestial beings trembled, hastily retracting their perceptions. Only a few familiar with Zhou Chen, or those possessing sufficient strength and status, remained to observe the unfolding situation. What is happening? Why has Zhou Chen suddenly attacked Guanyin Bodhisattva? The practitioners of Buddhism have no ties to our heavenly court, yet they frequently intrude upon it. Just moments ago, it seemed she obstructed the exit of Yang Chan and Zhou Chen at the Xianxia office. This has escalated into a truly significant affair. A chorus of murmurs, filled with astonishment, mockery, and the thrill of spectatorship, resonated through the crowd, yet the fleeting exchanges could not obscure Zhou Chen's icy gaze. He fixated intently on the direction of Guanyin Bodhisattva, slowly advancing. If a confrontation is imminent, let it commence. For too long have I been confined and surveilled. Could it be that those who sought to restrain and silence me were you? Come forth, let us see who possesses the audacity to issue such commands to you. These words, resounding with authority, reverberated throughout the entirety of the heavenly court. In the Yaoqi, the Do Shua Palace, and the Wealth God Hall. Eyes swiftly turned towards Zhou Chen. This is dire. We must stop Zhou Chen at once. Hao Yin felt a chill run down his spine as he hastily commanded the celestial servants. This situation has escalated beyond measure. This young man is ready to turn the tables. Chapter 132. Taking advantage and fleeing. What a thrill the excruciating pain inflicted by the fist awakened the consciousness of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She gazed at Zhou Chen in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a violent confrontation at this moment. What on earth was his intention? Zhou Chen, you are outrageous. Guanyin Bodhisattva admonished in a low voice. The jade bottle in her hand emitted a faint glow, and droplets of divine water cascaded over her, instantly healing her wounds. Then, she brandished a willow branch, lightly gesturing in Zhou Chen's direction. Go! Vines erupted from the ground, piercing through the clouds of the heavenly realm like razor-sharp weapons, intent on ensnaring Zhou Chen. At that instant, chaos engulfed the entire heavenly court. Two formidable beings clashed, drawing the attention and alarm of all. Thunder technique. Zhou Chen muttered with a smirk, a brilliant radiance of lightning enveloping him. His nascent thunder technique effortlessly countered Guanyin Bodhisattva's assault while providing him with formidable power. With a mere thrust of his ankle, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, another charged fist surged towards Guanyin Bodhisattva's face. Do not strike the face. Zhou Chen's audacity was simply outrageous. A flicker of anger crossed Guanyin Bodhisattva's features as she channeled her powers, warping the surrounding space, intending to employ the same tactic that had previously ensnared Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen had anticipated this move. From the center of his fist, a dark aura had already coalesced. Get away from me. With a resounding boom, Guanyin Bodhisattva was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several grand halls, creating utter disarray within the heavenly realm. Although this punch was not lethal, it had undoubtedly offended her gravely. Zhou Chen was truly enraged. It was a sight unlike any he had shown before. Previously, many in the heavenly court had interacted with Zhou Chen and understood his nature. While they were aware of his greed, he typically refrained from extreme actions against the denizens of the heavenly court, allowing them some leeway. Yet this time, it was evident to all that any attempt to intervene would likely result in a beating from Zhou Chen. He was resolutely committed to his course of action regarding Guanyin. Abomination. Guanyin Bodhisattva rose once more, dust-covered and somewhat disheveled, her face betraying a hint of fury as she formed a spell seal in her hands. To be attacked in such a manner as a dignified Deluo golden immortal was an intolerable humiliation. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Zhou Chen, cease this at once. His Majesty commands you both to stop. In the distance, the heavenly attendants rushed to intervene. But it was as if Guanyin Bodhisattva and Zhou Chen were deaf to their pleas, both unleashing their powers. Flames and thunder clashed in a brilliant display, producing a cacophony of explosions that engulfed the two combatants in an instant. In the next moment, the thunder was torn asunder, the flames dissipated, and there stood Guanyin Bodhisattva, her expression stoic, while Zhou Chen had vanished without a trace. As Tiannu glanced around, she was momentarily convinced that Zhou Chen had perished, nearly collapsing in fright. What are you staring at? Didn't you say you were leaving? Zhou Chen's voice resonated from behind Tiannu, a faint smirk gracing his lips. His gaze fixed intently upon the Guanyin Bodhisattva, as though attempting to unravel the myriad thoughts within her eyes. The great Luo Golden Immortal, indeed worthy of the title. With the minor mastery of thunderous techniques combined with his current realm, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Continuing the battle would likely lead to a life-and-death struggle. Should he resort to unleashing the celestial and terrestrial divine techniques along with the entire compendium of talismans, the outcome would be far from favorable. It would be prudent to cease while ahead. Zhou Chen, Guanyin Bodhisattva gritted her teeth, on the verge of charging forward to continue the skirmish. How infuriating. This individual had never intended to engage her in a fair fight, throwing a couple of punches before attempting to flee. In that fleeting moment of divine powers clashing, he had employed an unfamiliar technique, the celestial technique of the nine infants, translocating directly beside Tiannu. Guanyin Bodhisattva, it would be wise to refrain from further aggression. Please, both of you take a moment to breathe. His Majesty summons you. Casting a glance at the many collapsed pavilions, Tiannu swallowed hard, realizing that such divine confrontations were truly disruptive to the populace. Had the inhabitants of this place not been celestial beings with means to preserve their lives, the casualty count would likely be unthinkable. Let us depart. Guanyin Bodhisattva huffed coldly, her gaze piercing into Zhou Chen as she matched his pace alongside Tiannu. An unsettling feeling clawed at her insides, as if an unforeseen event loomed on the horizon, yet she could not articulate it. Had Zhou Chen not been enduring all along? Even upon confirming the unfolding events, he had refrained from striking, adhering to the rules of engagement. Why, then, had he suddenly become so impulsive? Could there be an underlying issue at play? It was time to move. After lingering at Guanjiangkou for a while, Yang Jian finally donned his attire and proceeded towards the vicinity of Hua Mountain. Upon arriving, both Yang Jian and Nezha seemed to sense something, their gazes drawn skyward towards the direction of the heavenly court, where an aura erupted that was all too familiar to them. Is it Zhou Chen? Has he engaged in combat within the heavenly court? Nezha raised an eyebrow. What perfect timing. Just as Yang Jian arrived on the scene, Zhou Chen had also made his move. What could he possibly be up to this time? Zhou Chen was reckless. Engaging Guanyin Bodhisattva at this juncture could hardly yield favorable outcomes. Yang Jian shook his head, his expression impassive as he surveyed the landscape of Hua Mountain below. The celestial eye opened for but a moment, revealing the unfolding scene below for meticulous observation. Has a demon king come to provide assistance? He murmured, furrowing his brow. Nezha nodded, exhaling a sigh. With such a commotion stirred by Sun Wukong, it is only natural for a demon king to descend and intervene. Moreover, The 9 infants had only recently suffered a significant blow. The demon clan must prepare for contingencies. Contingencies? It is merely an attempt to see if one can induce the heavenly realm to lose a few more personnel, while simultaneously exploring the possibility of drawing son Wukong into one's own faction, even if it entails merely assisting him in establishing a foothold and forging a connection that would leave him indebted in some small measure. It would all be worthwhile. However, this endeavor has taken an intriguing turn. Whether it is due to the intricacies of the scheme, the demon clan has remarkably assembled 7 demon kings specifically for son Wukong. Although they may not possess the overwhelming power of the demon kings from the original journey to the west among the demon clan, these 7 certainly stand out due to their formidable strength. Nezha, come with me, Yang Jian instructed Nezha, before stepping forward to evade the gaze of Li Jing and others. He then proceeded to a corner of the sky, retrieving a talisman. The moment Yang Jian grasped the talisman, it ignited spontaneously, releasing a peculiar fragrance, and before them, an ethereal figure materialized. Chapter 133. The Pressure of the Yao Pool. Zhou Chen? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nezha's eyes as he glanced around, sensing that only the 2 of them could perceive Zhou Chen's presence at this location. What arcane techniques were inscribed in this talismanic tome that he was oblivious to? This was utterly unprecedented. The thought that a single thought could manifest such a spirit talisman was beyond his comprehension. Yang Jian cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chen, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "You leave a fragment of your primordial spirit here. Is there something you wish to convey? Perhaps you hope I will spare your disciple?" Such blatant favoritism was rather inappropriate. Although Yang Jian and Zhou Chen were not particularly close, Zhou Chen shared a bond with Yang Chen, his sister. Hence, whatever he said would undoubtedly resonate with her, often compelling him to lend assistance. Moreover, Zhou Chen's actions aligned with Yang Jian's interests, especially in the midst of heaven's upheaval. Were it not for the recent summons, he would long for another opportunity to engage. No need for leniency, Brother Yang. Simply ensure that he remains elusive. Currently, there are few in the heavenly court willing to confront son Wukong. Avalokiteshvara has just clashed with me and is unlikely to intervene again. We must observe whether any among the demon clan possess alternative strategies or if others seeking to involve themselves in this affair will make their presence known. Zhou Chen's tone was unassuming yet tinged with a hint of indifference. He cast a glance in the direction of the heavenly court and scoffed. Having my true form entangled for so long, I cannot allow these individuals to resolve matters so effortlessly. As long as the 3 of us refrain from action, capturing son Wukong will prove arduous. I am curious to see which of the Jade Emperor, the Western sect, the demon clan, or other formidable beings will dare to step into the fray personally. The obstacles to rescuing son Wukong or altering the current state of affairs were immense. The Western sect could not eliminate him, nor could he escape the predicament. The crux of the matter lay in son Wukong's own desire to profit from the situation. Thus, chaos would ensue. By utilizing turmoil as a ladder, the existing order could be transformed, akin to the demon kings who had forged bonds with son Wukong. As long as change was afoot, eventually, the Western sect would come to realize the magnitude of their vulnerabilities, which could not be mended indefinitely. Do not presume that possessing a quasi-saint mentor would render you immune to attacks. The world has witnessed its share of fallen quasi-saints. The number of saintly lineages that perished during the past tribulation is staggering. Yang Jian sighed deeply. Relay a message to your true form. I shall assist you in this endeavor, but you must contemplate how to conclude this matter. It cannot culminate in a catastrophe where lives are lost. Not only Yang Jian but Nezha, too, seemed to grasp something profound. A trace of melancholy emerged in his expression as he shook his head, refraining from uttering further words. In these times, merely preserving oneself was a formidable challenge. Zhou Chen aspired to achieve more. Such aspirations were exceedingly daunting. Moreover, given the present circumstances, although no one explicitly warned them, they could discern that the machinations at play were largely orchestrated by the Western sect. Judging by their current trajectory, it was highly probable that they were plotting for the impending tribulation. In times of calamity, death spares no one, not even the protagonists of the tribulation. Zhou Chen's specter gently nodded before dissipating entirely under the watchful gaze of Yang Jian and Nezha, vanishing without a trace. Yang Jian exchanged a glance with Nezha, both arching their brows in unison. What shall we do? Nezha inquired. Yang Jian replied, what can we do? We need to create some commotion. Draw all those demon kings in, and it would be best to gather more of them. Let them seek out additional allies. The more help they have, the harder it will be to resolve matters swiftly. At that time, no one can accuse us of shirking our duties. With this thought, their gazes simultaneously turned towards the flower fruit mountain below, revealing a hint of malevolence. This subtle, yet palpable battle and murderous intent were not directed at son Wukong, but rather aimed at his newly sworn brothers. After all, good brothers, it is entirely reasonable for them to be caught in the crossfire. Your Majesty, Zhou Chen and the Bodhisattva Guanyin arrived together at the Yaoqi, bowing respectfully to Hao Yin as they exchanged glances, charged with tension. This time, Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West appeared together, an occurrence that had become notably frequent of late. Hao Yin sighed deeply and spoke. Zhou Chen, I understand your anger, but you should not take it out on others. It was I who instructed Guanyin to seek you out. Why must it be this way? His words carried both inquiry and exasperation. A dispute would serve no one well, and Hao Yin recognized that Zhou Chen had become increasingly reckless. A millennium would pass before the calamity reached its end, yet he seemed unwilling to allow everyone to enjoy a peaceful existence. While there may have been machinations at play within the Xianmen, it was still excessive. It did not align with Hao Yin's interests. Your Majesty, could you repeat what you just said? Unexpectedly, Zhou Chen stepped forward and spoke in a hushed tone. Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West were taken aback, as if they had heard something peculiar. Hao Yin directly asked, What did you say? I said, Your Majesty, could you repeat what you just said? Was it you who instructed Guanyin to inform me? His voice grew increasingly louder. Zhou Chen, seemingly fueled by an unquenchable fury, slowly lifted his head, devoid of any respect, meeting the eyes of Hao Yin and the Queen Mother with an unwavering gaze. His words were a challenge to the Emperor, a disdain for celestial authority. A surge of energy erupted from the depths of Zhou Chen's being, akin to a tumultuous ocean, propelling his presence to its zenith. Crack! A sound resonated, audible to all present, as Zhou Chen achieved a breakthrough within the Grand Hall. Golden Immortal, Zhou Chen you? Hao Yin could scarcely fathom that Zhou Chen's breakthrough would occur in the Yaoqi amidst his own interrogation. He abruptly rose, his gaze piercing. What do your words imply? Did I instruct Guanyin incorrectly? Was my decree flawed? To pose this question signifies that Zhou Chen has already reached a critical juncture in his journey to transcend into the realm of the Golden Immortal. Having long suppressed it within, it is akin to a force that has resided in his heart, persistently restrained, yearning to be released. Now, this force has finally emerged. Since ascending to the heavenly court, although my proximity to your Majesty has not been exceedingly close, I consider myself to have committed no grave transgressions. Zhou Chen strolled forward, his voice growing increasingly resonant. Have I not diligently fulfilled my duties? Following the previous incident, upon learning of my assassination attempt, your Majesty contemplated abandoning me. I bore no grievances. Even when my position was subsequently diminished, I offered no protest. Is this not so? Indeed, a foreboding feeling surged within Hao Yin. Today, since it was your Majesty who dispatched Avalokiteshvara, is it not also your Majesty's design that Avalokiteshvara employed spatial divine abilities to forcibly detain me, confining me, only to later come forth to scrutinize and monitor me? Is this how your Majesty treats the loyal subjects of the heavenly court? Answer me. Chapter 134. Resignation. Zhou Chen's voice resonated powerfully, infused with both challenge and the momentum of his recent ascension to the golden immortal realm, which momentarily silenced the formidable beings present. Avalokiteshvara gazed deeply at his retreating figure, her heart awash with myriad thoughts that remained unspoken. Had it not been for Zhou Chen's intention to disrupt the grand scheme of the journey to the west, she would never have wished to oppose him. His potential was extraordinarily vast, and if he were not vanquished, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Western teachings in the future. Yet, the prospect of eliminating him was fraught with uncertainty, especially regarding the intentions of the sage, who was confined in the primordial chaos. How vexing. Zhou Chen, do you dare to question me? Hao Yin suppressed his displeasure and explained. If I truly wished to harm you, why would I provide you with cultivation resources? Why would I have entrusted you with the divine farmer's office? How could you have ascended to your current position and attained your present strength? Golden Immortal Realm? Throughout this process, how many resources of the heavenly court have you consumed? How much intelligence have you gleaned from the heavenly court? How many great demons and demon kings have you captured? Without the support of the heavenly court, could you have reached your current state? Has the heavenly court ever wronged you? The oppressive aura of a quasi-saint surged forth like a blazing sun, as Hao Yin shed all pretense and summoned every ounce of power at his disposal, channeling the fortune of the heavenly court into himself, creating an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Even Zhou Chen's formidable law body struggled to withstand this force. His bones creaked, and his entire being trembled, yet the grin upon his face only grew more audacious. In that moment, he tired of further trivial discourse with Hao Yin and retorted, What aspect of my current status or strength was gained without merit? Your Majesty may arbitrarily strip away my position, but you cannot erase my accomplishments. I, Zhou Chen, request to resign. Bowing slightly to Hao Yin, he proclaimed his final statement. The powerful beings observing near the Yaoqi were taken aback. Numerous fluctuations of magical energy erupted around Zhou Chen, only to dissipate swiftly. What a jest! Over the years, how many immortals have chosen to depart after ascending to the heavenly court? Few. Incredibly few. Aside from the inevitably banished son Wukong. It seems that Zhou Chen is the only one who has ever chosen to leave. Does this individual truly wish to depart? Or is he planning to retreat as a strategy for advancing? You intend to leave? This time, even the Queen Mother of the West could no longer remain passive. Her voice icy. Zhou Chen, do you believe that feeling wronged entitles you to abandon the heavenly court? Have you forgotten the nurturing grace the heavenly court has bestowed upon you? Zhou Chen let out a derisive laugh, as if mocking both himself and the lofty Hao Yin and Queen Mother. Pray tell, Queen Mother, what grace has the heavenly court bestowed upon me? Everything I possess has been earned through merit. Is it truly all due to the heavenly court's rewards? The Demon Suppression Office's prison is nearly full. Who was responsible for capturing those demons? The great demons and demon kings have been brought forth by me, at least 1/10 of them. My esteemed Queen Mother, please enlighten me. Whose merit is this? The Queen Mother of the West was momentarily rendered speechless by a remark from Zhou Chen. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She took several deep breaths in succession, struggling to calm her startled heart. Hao Yin's gaze was piercing, fixed upon Zhou Chen, his hand gripping the throne as if he were on the verge of personally confronting him. At that moment, the tensions between the two sides reached a breaking point. Zhou Chen, your words are misguided. You must understand that without the protection and intelligence provided by the heavenly court, your attempts to confront these demon kings and formidable demons would be futile. Locating their whereabouts would be a daunting task, spoke Guanyin Bodhisattva. Zhou Chen cast a cold glance at her, replying, Indeed, since my debut, I have encountered numerous perils. I truly wish to seek enlightenment from Guanyin Bodhisattva regarding the reasons behind these encounters. Guanyin fell silent, recognizing that any further words might trigger the volatile nature of Zhou Chen, who had already become a precarious powder keg. Zhou Chen, it seems you are determined to depart from the heavenly court. If that is the case, Hao Yin inhaled deeply, suppressing his resentment. Just as he prepared to speak, he noticed a celestial soldier rushing towards them, accompanied by 2 celestial attendants. Clearly, something grave had transpired. Your Majesty, upon seeing Hao Yin, the soldier knelt on one knee and reported, Li Jing, the heavenly king, has dispatched me to seek assistance. Son Wukong has summoned several allies from the demon realm and has been battling Nezha and Yangjian without yielding. The demon realm has learned of this, and other powerful demons and demon kings are converging upon Waguashan. If this continues, unforeseen calamities may arise. What? Hao Yin's expression shifted in shock, and the Queen Mother of the West's visage also changed. This was not in accordance with the script. It was completely different. Logically, Yang Jin's abilities should be on par with Sun Wukong's, if not superior, considering Sun Wukong had yet to fully harness the effects of the medicinal powers he had consumed. Even with the strength of a golden immortal, he was far from invincible. Yet, how had it come to this? Suddenly, Guanyin Bodhisattva seemed to have an epiphany, her gaze darting towards Zhou Chen. You? Yang Jin could not possibly falter against Sun Wukong. Nezha should be more than capable of holding off the other demon kings and formidable demons. The only one who could orchestrate such a scenario, allowing both to let their guard down, is Zhou Chen. He alone possesses the capability and connections to do so. With this realization, Guanyin recalled a contingency plan they had previously discussed. If she remembered correctly, it was supposed to be Taishang Laojun who would intervene on Yang Jin's behalf to directly defeat Sun Wukong. But now, Taishang Laojun was Zhou Chen's grandmaster. Do you dare obstruct my path towards the Buddhist Tao? Guanyin gritted her teeth, speaking in a hushed tone, a secret incantation that only Zhou Chen could hear. Yet, Zhou Chen did not even spare her a glance, instead placing his Shinong seal upon the ground and preparing to gather his belongings to depart. The plan had succeeded. Remaining here would only invite animosity. It was better to leave early. Zhou Chen, halt. I have yet to grant my consent to your resignation. Hao Yin, suppressing his anger, snorted coldly. You are still the director of the Shinong Bureau. Accompany me to the Great Hall for a discussion. At present, the only way to alter this precarious situation is to find a means to force Zhou Chen into action. With Yang Jian, Nezha, and Zhou Chen joining forces, it is inconceivable that they would fail to subdue Sun Wukong. Otherwise, the leniency shown would be utterly excessive. Together, these 3 could even vanquish a De Luo Jinxian. However, Zhou Chen now harbors his own thoughts and plans. He smiled gently at Hao Yin. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? You previously mentioned that I heed the call of the wise, not the edicts of the unworthy. Zhou Chen took his leave. Chapter 135. Turning against each other. Unmoved as a mountain, how audacious. How audacious. Hao Yin gazed at Zhou Chen as he departed, his inner roar unuttered, yet the aura of quasi-saintly might that surrounded him was imbued with a murderous intent of unparalleled magnitude. Having ascended as the sovereign of the heavenly court and wielded true control over the course of the divine calamity, garnering the support of numerous celestial beings, he had never before felt such fury as he did today. This Zhou Chen had never regarded him as the celestial emperor, nor had he ever held him in esteem. Guanyin Bodhisattva, accompany me to the main hall for deliberation. With no other recourse, Hao Yin turned his attention to Guanyin Bodhisattva. It was imperative to see this farce through to its conclusion, otherwise it would indeed become a source of ridicule. The esteemed heavenly court failing to subdue a mere demon monkey. If word of this spread, the court's prestige would undoubtedly diminish significantly. As expected, Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded, casting a lingering glance at Zhou Chen's retreating figure before following Hao Yin into the grand hall. She too was curious to ascertain the extent of Zhou Chen's schemes. This individual was not merely a brash fool. His methods appeared to possess a certain sophistication, and it seemed that his intentions could potentially sway the entire course of the journey to the West Calamity. Upon returning to the Shenong division, Zhou Chen ambled along the path, leisurely greeting other celestial beings, as if nothing untoward had transpired moments before. Yet, the celestial beings had already received word of his recent actions. Although the specifics were unclear, they kept their distance from him. Only the seemingly fortuitous appearance of Taishang Laojun afforded him a moment of appraisal, his gaze tinged with a hint of admiration. Well done. With this cryptic commendation, Taishang Laojun joined the throng of celestial beings ascending to the grand hall. Senior brother, you have returned? Within the Shenong division, Yang Chan had already learned of the altercation between Zhou Chen and Guanyin Bodhisattva. She had summoned the long-absent Chang'e to await Zhou Chen's arrival together. Zhou Chen, I heard you had a fierce argument with the Jade Emperor at Yaoqi. Is it true? Chang'e, clad in her resplendent white palace gown, bore a visage of concern. Are you aware of the Jade Emperor's temperament? To lay hands upon Guanyin Bodhisattva and confront him directly. Your days ahead may not be pleasant. My previous days were hardly blissful either, Zhou Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile, completely dismissing Chang'e's concerns. He stretched his limbs slightly. Since I am here, help me gather my belongings. Gather your belongings? Yang Chan exclaimed, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Has the Jade Emperor demoted you again? To where this time? A peculiar concern flickered in Chang'e's eyes. Zhou Chen's demeanor seemed off. He had never been so impulsive. Moreover, it appeared he had been preoccupied with some matter of late. What was he planning now? Perhaps a resignation? The Jade Emperor did not utter a word to me, but I have tendered my resignation. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, completely disregarding the matters at hand. Instead, he turned to Chang'e and remarked, Fairy Chang'e, do visit my abode more often. After today, I can sever the connection you have with the lunar star. A fleeting aura emanated from Zhou Chen, signaling his ascendance to the golden, immortal realm. Chang'e felt a jolt of surprise, her body swaying slightly as she gasped in astonishment. How long had Zhou Chen lingered in the profound immortal realm? What a remarkable accumulation of power. It must be noted that he was merely a postnatal being, lacking the profound foundation of a primordial entity and the opportunity for prolonged, arduous cultivation. Most of his time was spent in battle, and the occasional retreat merely served to enhance his skills. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly advance to the golden immortal stage so swiftly? Brother, are you departing from the heavenly court? Will you no longer serve there? Indeed, Zhou Chen nodded. The heavenly court has become a burden to me. I must leave, otherwise I will be compelled to undertake many tasks against my will. Moreover, my continued presence in the heavenly court merely provides Guanyin Bodhisattva a pretext for monitoring me. Both Guanyin and Hao Yin, as well as Zhou Chen, were acutely aware of the unfolding situation. The reason Guanyin and Hao Yin refrained from speaking was straightforward. Their original plans had commenced and could not be halted by the actions of others. They were determined to see it through. As for Zhou Chen, he simply wished to create chaos. After all, thus far, his own grandmaster had not intervened to stop him, nor had he engaged in the subsequent developments, which was quite telling. Let the mayhem ensue. At worst, we can provoke another calamity. Though the Xianmin was currently weak, it was by no means an easy target for the Western teachings. The future held potential for revival. Yang Chan and Chang'e exchanged glances, their hearts burdened with unease. Yet they found themselves unable to voice their concerns. It seemed to them that something was amiss. Zhou Chen's descent to the mortal realm appeared to be part of a larger scheme. But what could it be? Was he truly seeking a way to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace? Otherwise, why would he leave the heavenly court without cause? Esteemed ministers, you are undoubtedly aware of the affairs below. Propose a solution to deal with that monkey, Sun Wukong. Hao Yin commanded, his voice cold as he surveyed the assembly from his throne. The ministers present were formidable individuals, many of whom had survived since the time of the investiture of the gods, although they had been confined within the confines of the divine edict. Effectively severing their paths forward, they possessed substantial reserves of power. It would be relatively effortless to muster a few capable of subduing Sun Wukong. However, it was evident that Hao Yin had made a miscalculation in his selection of allies. Many of the ministers he had previously courted now merely glanced at Taishang Laojun, and upon seeing no response from him, lowered their heads and fell silent. The rest, including figures like Zhao Gongming, remained equally reticent. He remained as steadfast as a fisherman on his perch, uttering not a single word from beginning to end. Esteemed colleagues, this matter pertains to the safety and reputation of the Celestial Court, and yet you present such an attitude? Is it conceivable that within the esteemed Celestial Court, there exists no adept capable of subduing that lower-ranking demon monkey? The tone of Hao Yin was laced with fury as he cast a penetrating gaze towards Taishang Laojun, his eyes brimming with warning. In the past, the Shuangguan had not opposed the calamity of the journey to the west, even participating in its resolution. Why then, would they suddenly turn against us today? Could it be that Zhou Chen is indeed orchestrating mischief from behind the scenes? Sigh. Suddenly, Avalokiteshvara, perceiving the discord in the atmosphere, stepped forward with intention. Your Majesty, I possess a treasure that may alleviate our concerns. Chapter 136. Zhou Chen disturbs the celestial court at this moment. The celestial beings turn their gazes towards Guanyin Bodhisattva, their eyes betraying a hint of unusual emotions. Guanyin, representing Buddhism, embodies supreme authority. Should she choose to intervene, any problem would likely be resolved with ease. However, the presence of individuals from the Western teachings in the heavenly court surely harbored their own schemes, most likely connected to Sun Wukong. It appeared that their plans had encountered unforeseen complications. The question now was whether her direct involvement would disrupt their future intentions. If Guanyin Bodhisattva was willing to take action, it would be most fortuitous. Hao Yin nodded and retrieved the Kunlun mirror, casting it into the air, from which a projection emerged, forming an image in the sky. It depicted the Flowerfruit Mountain. At that moment, Yang Jian was engaged in fierce combat with Sun Wukong, while Nezha battled alongside various demon kings. Their clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, reminiscent of their previous skirmishes in the Great Mountain against the Lion Turtle King. Kill! Li Jing commanded, as heavenly soldiers surged downward, colliding with the monkeys and other demon troops below, transforming the battlefield into a scene of chaos and carnage. Tai Bai Jinxing, witnessing the once vibrant Flowerfruit Mountain reduced to this desolation, couldn't help but express his sorrow with a long sigh. What a tragedy! All for the sake of Buddhism's future. Everything Sun Wukong held dear was being stripped away. What fate awaited these monkeys? May Guanyin Bodhisattva intervene, he thought, observing the ongoing battle between Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Hao Yin glanced at Guanyin, who nodded gently and produced a Vajra bracelet, casting it towards the mortal realm. The bracelet exuded an aura of divine power, shimmering in the air, and after several moments, it traversed the vast distance, swiftly approaching Flowerfruit Mountain. However, at that instant, an unusual expression crossed the faces of all the celestial beings, as they instinctively looked up at Hao Yin. On the path ahead of the Vajra bracelet, Zhou Chen and Yang Chan were descending with all their belongings, resembling a scene of relocation. Zhou Chen, Hao Yin could hardly believe that his subordinate, the director of the Shinnong division, was indeed true to his word, turning and fleeing. His countenance darkened, fists clenched tightly, filled with a desire to seize Zhou Chen and deliver a thorough beating. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly. Guanyin Yu? The Vajra bracelet, under the gaze of all, struck Zhou Chen's back, colliding with his spiritual form before he was even aware of it. With a resounding crash, Zhou Chen stumbled, disbelief etched on his face. This was impossible. Guanyin's visage paled. This was truly not her doing. She had no reason to offend Zhou Chen at this moment, and her actions were entirely unintentional. Yet, at this moment, no explanation sufficed. Everyone bore witness to the scene. Zhou Chen was simply soaring through the sky when he was suddenly beset by an attack, without even a glance back, completely unaware of the impending assault. Who? Zhou Chen whirled around, placing an object into Yang Chan's hand. With a swift motion of his wrist, Tang Fong was drawn forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. The Vajra bracelet? In an instant, he discerned the trace of the Vajra bracelet. Following the flow of magical energy, Zhou Chen directed his gaze toward the heavenly realm, his eyes ablaze with fury, igniting a torrent of battle spirit. Guanyin, are you relentless? Prepare to meet your end. With that, Zhou Chen unleashed a slashing strike toward the heavenly court, his first demonstration of the earthly Sha divine power before the gathered crowd. A blade of energy surged through the heavens, piercing the clouds and aiming directly at the Golden Luan Hall. Zhou Chen, how dare you? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hao Yin was unable to suppress his fury, roaring in indignation. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the ministers below had fallen silent, their expressions tinged with something peculiar. Abruptly, Hao Yin's lips twitched. If it were they who had been ambushed while walking, they would likely respond as Zhou Chen did. Moreover, how could Zhou Chen possibly know where Guanyin was launching her surprise attack? He could only sense the origin of that magical energy. In an instant, the blade of energy, infused with malevolent intent, traversed the chasm between heaven and earth, moving faster than the Vajra bracelet, and surged toward the Golden Luan Hall. This divine power seemed to possess an extraordinary force, firmly locking onto Guanyin, and, under the gaze of all the celestial beings, it aimed for her neck. This brat truly wishes for my demise. Guanyin, realizing the danger, extended her hand, unleashing her divine power to intercept the blade. Ultimately, being a Deluo golden immortal, she held a significant advantage over Zhou Chen, and with her profound magical energy, she effortlessly dissipated the blade of energy. However, to everyone's astonishment, a crimson line appeared on her palm, from which a single drop of blood fell. She was injured. A Deluo golden immortal wounded by the methods of a mere golden immortal, and even from such a distance. Zhou Chen truly deserved his reputation as the one who had vanquished the 9 infants. His prowess had likely surpassed that of their forebears. Your Majesty, Zhou Chen is approaching the heavenly court. At this juncture, a celestial servant cautiously interjected. It was only then that the others recalled the earlier scene. A radiant beam flashed across the sky, and in mere moments, it had neared the southern heavenly gate. Stop him, stop him! Hao Yin roared in fury, his voice low yet seething with rage. What kind of absurdity is this? Is the blade freshly forged by the heavenly court now to be turned against its master? Even amidst this confrontation with Guanyin, this is utterly intolerable. Too late. Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed softly, and then everyone watched as a long spear crackled with lightning. Charging into the hall, Zhou Chen, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara exclaimed, performing a gesture of respect. This is merely a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. But before the words could settle, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Zhou Chen unleashed a powerful punch toward Avalokiteshvara, the thunderous spear darting like a wraith towards her flank. Two-pronged assault. Left with no choice, the Bodhisattva hastily evaded. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Chen's fist seemed to possess an unusual divine prowess, propelling him several meters forward in an instant. Bang! This time, Avalokiteshvara's visage was struck once more, piercing through the Golden Luan Hall, crashing into the distant layers of cloud edifices before the assembled celestial beings. Zhou Chen, such insolence is unacceptable. This is the Golden Luan Hall, the heavenly court. Tai Bai Jinxing attempted to interject, yet Zhou Chen paid him no heed, scattering a multitude of talismans before the crowd and commencing his incantation. 3 flavors of true fire talisman. Transmute stars. Amidst the resounding cacophony, fiery plumes erupted skyward, coalescing into a tremendous blaze that ultimately unified into a singular inferno. The flames illuminated Zhou Chen's countenance as he fixed his gaze upon the distant Avalokiteshvara, pressing his palm downward with determination. Strike. Chapter 137. 8 tokens of the blue lotus sword intent. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the heavenly realm at that moment. The 3-flavored true fire, radiant like the sun, descended like a meteor, truly shaking the very foundations of the heavens. Zhou Chen had ignited genuine flames, intending to cause considerable upheaval here. Moreover, he did not grant anyone the opportunity for persuasion, in full view of the crowd. He charged towards the direction of Guanyin Bodhisattva as the 3-flavored true fire fell. This was a determination to fight until a victor emerged. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The Star of Tai Bai was at a loss and hastily inquired of the omnipotent Hao Yin. Yet, at this moment, Hao Yin was also inwardly cursing Guanyin Bodhisattva for her unreliability. Not only had she inexplicably caused him to lose this formidable general, but now it had escalated to the point of enmity between both parties. It had even reached a stage where persuasion was futile. If possible, he wished to step forward and ask, what should I do? How on earth am I supposed to know? All I know is that if this matter cannot be resolved, or if I forcefully subdue Zhou Chen, Those esteemed figures of the Xianmen could tear me apart. Helpless, Hao Yin could only assert the authority of the Jade Emperor once more, looking down at the ministers below, inquiring, "Gentlemen, is there anyone willing to mediate?" Guanyin Bodhisattva represents the Buddhist pantheon. Although Zhou Chen has departed from our heavenly realm, he has rendered significant contributions to it. To resort to violence once more is rather unbecoming. Finally recalling a more suitable term buried deep within his mind, Hao Yin exhaled deeply, only to see that his ministers had all lowered their heads. A few loyal ministers he had previously cultivated gritted their teeth, wanting to speak on his behalf. Yet, before they could commence, they were silenced by a glance from Zhao Gongming, sent back to their places. The remaining few, of even greater stature, could not help but yield under a mere glance from the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. As for the others, even those with little connection to the Xianmen felt a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a rabbit and a fox, facing Hao Yin's evident favoritism. Zhou Chen had served the heavenly realm diligently for so long. Hao Yin could be said to sell him off without a shred of shame, treating him like a beast of burden. If the tables were turned, would their lives not also hang in the balance? Failing to offer Hao Yin a warning now would mean they would be the ones to suffer the consequences later. Hao Yin clenched his teeth, inhaled deeply, yet found no further opportunity to voice his thoughts. He could only watch as Zhou Chen and Guanyin Bodhisattva wreaked havoc from east to west, north to south, throwing the entire heavenly realm into disarray. Countless talismans in Zhou Chen's hands manifested various wondrous divine powers. Each talisman represented the depth of his accumulation. The assault formed by these divine powers even made a being as exalted as Guanyin Bodhisattva tremble. If one talisman was insufficient, he would use two. If two were insufficient, then 10, 100, or even 1,000. This most crude method was a luxury that felt like salt in Hao Yin's wounds. I bestowed upon you the entire compendium of Tao talismans, and you dare to use them to destroy my heavenly realm. Hao Yin barely managed to suppress his emotions from overwhelming him, but upon glancing at the Supreme Old Lord, he was compelled to calm his turbulent heart. Zhou Chen, do not be obstinate. You know that the previous maneuver was not under my control. It was that artifact that inexplicably spiraled out of control. Should you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to employ lethal force against you. Guanyin Bodhisattva, repressing her inner fury, bore numerous wounds, and the three-light divine water within her jade purity bottle was insufficient to restore her strength, compelling her to continue her hasty evasion. Fight! She stood no chance. If this continued, she sensed the peril of her own demise. This individual before her had been amassing power for this grand spectacle. A dignified Deluo golden immortal claiming his artifact had lost control? Absurd. Zhou Chen's wrist twisted, and suddenly a talisman materialized in his hand. The appearance of this talisman sent tremors through the entire heavenly court, as if it resonated with an inherent threat. The Supreme Old Lord cast a glance in Zhou Chen's direction, surprise flickering in his eyes. Even Zhao Gongming, who had remained silent thus far, exhibited a change in demeanor, and many celestial ministers fell into a contemplative silence, as if they had perceived something familiar, tears welling in their eyes. The sword intent of the Azure Lotus. Guanyin Bodhisattva hastily retreated. She had sensed this sword intent from the 9 infants before, yet the last time Zhou Chen unleashed it, it was not nearly as formidable. Merely capable of gravely wounding a Deluo. But this time was different. In this surge of sword intent, she genuinely perceived a fragment of the true essence of that ancient sage, as though the sage himself had descended. Receive this sword, and let our grievances be resolved. Go. Zhou Chen urged forth the talisman, casting it ahead with a flick of his wrist. The talisman fluttered in the wind, igniting spontaneously, and the solidified sword intent finally manifested. Zhou Chen, you go too far. Utilizing the sage's methods to humiliate us. Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed in a low growl, thrusting her palm forward. The Buddha kingdom of the palm. This too was a sacred technique imparted by the sage, originating from the teachings of the Amitabha Buddha, whom they revered. The Buddha kingdom of the palm is a uniquely spatial divine ability, containing the essence of several techniques amalgamated into a true Buddhist realm. Once one enters, they are bound to be enlightened. Even the thoughts of the mightiest will be rewritten. And now, her sole purpose in exerting this divine ability was merely to counter the impending Azure Lotus sword intent. Buzz. The Azure Lotus sword intent could not struggle in the slightest, and was swiftly absorbed into Guanyin Bodhisattva's palm. She inhaled deeply, channeling her entire magical essence into the technique. Zhou Chen, today's events are far from over. I refuse to believe you possess a second talisman. Guanyin Bodhisattva raised her head, coldly scoffing in provocation at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen remained silent, simply gazing at her, and with a gentle flick of his hand, 7 azure lotus sword intent talismans began to drift before him, while 5 chi transforming 3 purities talismans flickered with a faint glow. The azure lotus sword intent is the ultimate divine ability of slaughter in the world, and the 1 chi transforming into 3 purities talisman can even conjure 2 formidable avatars. With but a mere invocation, Zhou Chen is confident that he can slay Avalokiteshvara right here, at this moment. The entire heavenly court seems to tremble in anticipation of Zhou Chen's impending action. Hao Yan's expression shifted slightly as he took a deep breath, realizing only now the magnitude of what he had unleashed. This is, indeed, a formidable being. Keeping it concealed would have been prudent, yet, now that it is released, it can effortlessly manifest unparalleled feats. Zhou Chen, enough? At this juncture, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord finally spoke, taking a few trembling steps forward, and softly said, "One must not act recklessly. Put away your weapon, and let this matter conclude here. The Buddhist sect shall offer you recompense. Isn't that so, Avalokiteshvara?" Chapter 138. Claim for compensation. Compensation? The expression on Guanyin Bodhisattva's face darkened to an extreme. If possible, she would have preferred to continue battling Zhou Chen right then and there. However, upon seeing the 7 green lotus sword intent talismans in Zhou Chen's hand, her courage instantly dissipated. The green lotus sword intent that Zhou Chen had just summoned was still swirling within her palm's Buddhist realm, seemingly poised to tear through the fabric of space and re-emerge into this world. If that were to occur, it would be disastrous for her. Very well. Zhou Chen's gaze was icy, yet he refrained from further pressing Guanyin Bodhisattva. The fact that his master had personally intervened indicated that Guanyin Bodhisattva was indeed not in a position to perish at this moment. He retracted various talismans and spoke coldly. "I demand a lotus seed capable of nurturing a 9-grade merit golden lotus." Rather than allowing Guanyin Bodhisattva to select the treasure herself, he preferred to dictate the terms. "A 9-grade merit golden lotus? How dare you?" Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Do you not realize that it is a sacred object? Even our entire Buddhist sect possesses but a handful." If Zhou Chen had sought a 6-grade or 3-grade merit golden lotus seed, Guanyin Bodhisattva would have readily acquiesced without hesitation. However, a 9-grade merit golden lotus seed was an entirely different matter. Firstly, the 12-grade merit golden lotus had been rendered obsolete by the mosquito Taoist, which meant that the entire world had long since been devoid of 12-grade merit golden lotuses. Consequently, the 9-grade merit golden lotus had become an irreplaceable treasure. In times past, the guide Taoist had indeed harbored immense interest in cultivating the 9-grade merit golden lotus and invested considerable resources into it. Yet now, only 3 seeds of the 9-grade merit golden lotus remained. Do you disagree? Zhou Chen scoffed, clenching his fist under the watchful gazes of the assembled immortals. With a sudden burst, Guanyin Bodhisattva's palm erupted in a mist of blood, a streak of azure sword intent piercing forth and halting before her neck. In the next moment, an inexplicable aura emanated from Zhou Chen, coalescing into a unique force field that stirred the expressions of the onlooking immortals. The celestial power of the stars above and the malevolent energy from the earth seemed to converge at that moment. Strangely, the entire heavenly realm appeared to resonate in response. What kind of divine power is this? Having presided over the heavenly realm for so long, Hao Yan had never witnessed anyone wielding their divine abilities to control the heavens. He was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Zhou Chen's silhouette, feeling that this individual harbored depths beyond comprehension. Could it be that his methods were connected to the ancient demon tribes? "Do you truly dare to kill me?" Guanyin Bodhisattva's face turned ashen, disbelief etched on her features. She had never anticipated being threatened by a golden immortal, especially one who had merely been a mystic immortal just a day prior. The continuous humiliation nearly clouded her judgment with rage, yet she still sought to resist, to activate her techniques. Suddenly, just as Guanyin contemplated continuing her actions, a voice resonated throughout the heavenly realm. A sigh resonated, as if laden with boundless worries. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Gongming's expression seemed to stir, prompting him to glance towards the west. "This matter, I took upon myself on behalf of Guanyin. The past grievances end here." The Buddha spoke softly, his voice traveling from the distant Ling Mountain to the heavenly court, and then, a golden lotus seed, shimmering with brilliance, tore through the fabric of space, materializing before Zhou Chen. This lotus seed glimmered with a golden hue, already hinting at a subtle crack, imbued with an extraordinary power, seemingly poised to give birth to a brand new magical artifact. The seed of the 9-grade merit golden lotus. Could it truly be granted? The assembled immortals were left speechless. What a marvel! Indeed, what a marvel! Since the victory of the Fangcun calamity, how long had it been since the Western teachings suffered such a significant setback? They could scarcely count the times. Yet now, it was happening. Thank you, Buddha, for bestowing this treasure. The cold demeanor on Zhou Chen's face vanished as he casually stowed the lotus seed away, with a wave of his hand. The now dimmed azure sword intent reformed into a talisman before the onlookers, landing in his grasp. With a smile, he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately bowing to Taishang Laojun before addressing Haoyin. Your Majesty, I have completed my affairs and shall take my leave. Take my leave? This single statement from Zhou Chen laid bare the speculations of the crowd. It seemed this fellow had indeed submitted his resignation to Haoyin, and judging by the current circumstances, it was highly likely that his departure was not at Haoyin's behest, but rather Zhou Chen's own volition. How absurd! Since time immemorial, it has been the aspiration of mortals to ascend to the heavens and become divine. Whoever wished to depart. Even the lucrative position of the director of the Shinong Bureau could not retain him. If one were to assert there were no underlying issues, who would believe it? Who would trust it? Zhou Chenyu. Haoyin nearly choked on his words, taking a deep breath and waving his hand. Enough. Today's events stemmed from your emotional turmoil. And I too share some blame. Whenever you are willing to return to the heavenly court, we can discuss it further. I shall reserve the position of director of the Shinong Bureau for you. At this moment, having witnessed Zhou Chen's true prowess, Haoyin was even less inclined to let him go. What a jest! A being of such formidable strength would undoubtedly be a treasure in the future. Moreover, even if Zhou Chen were to depart, the glory he carried would not be lost, and he could still be called upon to act, provided it aligned with his desires. After all, once Zhou Chen departed, the king of the Yuan and his 300 loyal soldiers would also leave the heavenly court. This fellow operated according to certain heavenly regulations, yet did not fully adhere to them, causing quite the headache. Esteemed immortals, I bid you farewell. Zhou Chen smiled, ignoring Haoyin, and instead bowed to his fellow colleagues. It would not be long before news of his affairs spread throughout the heavenly court, rendering further words unnecessary. After all, he was merely a beleaguered worker who did not wish to heed his superior's commands and nearly lost his life. Hardly a remarkable tale. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers beheld Zhou Chen transform into a radiant streak, vanishing completely from the heavenly court. Only the remnants of the celestial court remained, scattered across the once majestic expanse. In the midst of this desolation stood the Bodhisattva Guanyin, rendered speechless, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, they had suffered a double loss, both in personnel and resources. Guanyin, what shall we do about the matter concerning the Monkey King? Should it be left in your hands? Hao Tian continued to inquire, genuinely reluctant to involve himself further. As the heavenly emperor, he could not simply turn a blind eye and engage directly in the fray. He feared that if this turmoil persisted, Zhou Chen might return to wreak further havoc upon him. At that point, it would truly be a cataclysm in the celestial palace. Chapter 139. Descending to the mortal realm, seeking the cave abode once again. The name Sun Wukong echoed in the air, eliciting a sense of exasperation from Avalokitesvara. Casting a glance towards the mortal realm, she inhaled deeply, her expression revealing a hint of emotion, ultimately transforming into a semblance of resignation. In truth, it was evident to Haoyin and the others that during her recent confrontation with Zhou Chen, Avalokitesvara had expended a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. Although she had not suffered a grave injury, her circumstances were far from favorable. The reserves of the three light divine water had diminished significantly. Such a high-grade celestial resource was certainly not abundant in her possession. The Vajra bracelet could no longer be utilized. I still possess a Vajra demon-subduing pestle, personally forged by the Buddha, which may serve its purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Avalokitesvara retrieved the Vajra demon-subduing pestle once more. Given the current predicament, it would be most appropriate for others to intervene. Yet Avalokitesvara found herself unable to gauge Zhou Chen's temperament. Thus, she resolved not to provide him any further opportunities to speak, and revealing one or two more trump cards at this juncture seemed inconsequential. It was time for the Bodhisattva to take matters into her own hands. Haoyin spoke again, this time with a sense of caution. He dared not let Avalokitesvara engage from a distance again. Should she cross paths with Zhou Chen once more, it might very well result in a fatal outcome for one of them. Avalokitesvara nodded and gracefully descended to the mortal realm, soaring towards Flower and Fruit Mountain. Tai-bai jinxing. You shall devise a means to restore these matters, he concluded, returning to his throne. Yet the expression on his face bore a hint of helplessness as he surveyed the courtiers below. What a predicament this had become. It appeared as though he, the heavenly emperor, had lost all semblance of dignity. not only before Zhou Chen but also in the presence of his subjects. While it seemed he had altered the situation from before the conferment of the gods, only he was aware that he had truly changed nothing. Zhou Chen strolled down to the mortal realm, encountering Yang Chan, who awaited him on the path, alongside Chang'e, who had also decided to descend for a while. "You two are still here waiting. Let us proceed," Zhou Chen remarked, his aura completely composed, as if nothing had transpired moments prior. However, both women, being celestial beings accustomed to the heavenly court, could not possibly remain oblivious to the tumultuous energies that had recently erupted above. "Zhou Chen, did you truly engage in a fierce battle with Avalokitesvara? This marks the second time. Does she not seek retribution against you?" Chang'e inquired, her confusion evident. Zhou Chen typically approached his endeavors with a steady demeanor, never embarking on ventures without certainty. Why, then, had he chosen to confront Avalokitesvara twice today? Did he not fear the consequences of such extremes? After all, she was Avalokitesvara, a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, backed by the entirety of the Western teachings, making her an adversary not easily contended with. "Has she not been attempting to take my life all along?" Zhou Chen replied with a cold laugh, his tone measured. "Her previous attempts were merely because I had yet to find my support. Now, she believes that only by suppressing me can she resolve her issues. My current engagement with her serves as a proclamation of my own strength. This time, whenever I suffer a setback, my future days will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty." Regrettably, it was she who faced defeat. Zhou Chen meandered leisurely. For not everyone possesses the innate talent he currently enjoys. With each enhancement of his strength, each elevation of his realm, and each acquisition of new knowledge, his gifts have flourished. This unique ability in this world grants him a distinct advantage while mastering the divine arts of sages. The grand immortal technique serves as a foundation, while the celestial and terrestrial divine formula fortifies his offensive and defensive capabilities. There are even numerous wondrous secret methods at his disposal, including instantaneous movement, many of which Zhou Chen has yet to fully explore. The Tome of Talismans is nothing short of extraordinary. Each divine art encapsulates nearly all paths. The cumulative effects yield even more remarkable applications. When juxtaposed, Zhou Chen could hardly fathom his own suitability for the path of cultivation when compared to the great Luo golden immortals. "Sister Chang'e, rest assured. Senior brother is well aware of his circumstances, and indeed, the Guanyin Bodhisattva has been rather oppressive." Yang Chan sighed, recounting the events that transpired in the Shenong division. "How dare she act so? Even the most ordinary heavenly soldiers should not be subjected to such treatment." Chang'e scoffed, her anger mounting as she listened. "The Jade Emperor actually condones her actions? How absurd. Let us descend to the mortal realm and find Zhou Chen a cave dwelling, preferably near Mount Fangcun. Inform the Jade Emperor that you are not without a place to return." Chang'e, with her cool demeanor, typically resides on the moon, seldom venturing out. This inclination is not solely due to the shifting powers of the moon, but also stems from her innate aversion to such matters. In her view, if the Guanyin Bodhisattva harbored any intentions towards Zhou Chen, she ought to confront him directly, rather than resorting to such subterfuge, which hardly constitutes a noble act. Zhou Chen shrugged, seemingly unfazed by these events, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. He noticed the silhouette of the Guanyin Bodhisattva heading towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Is she planning to take action herself? The Bodhisattva's movements caused Zhou Chen's brows to lift, and he exhaled deeply. Indeed, this journey to the west is not entirely fated. The participants are not all aligned in purpose. Otherwise, why would one need to intervene repeatedly? Originally, every event in the journey to the west seemed predetermined. Zhou Chen began to gently manipulate each thread, and amidst the chaos, he finally achieved some measure of success. If he held sufficient cards, the Guanyin Bodhisattva would not act at this moment. "Zhou Chen, do you intend to investigate?" Chang'e inquired, having also detected the Bodhisattva's presence. "I will not intervene. Every generation has its own fortune. That rascal Wukong naturally has his own plans. If he insists on stirring up trouble, he must also bear the consequences. Moreover, where there is calamity, there may also be fortune." Zhou Chen chuckled softly, strolling leisurely towards the mortal realm, his sights soon fixating on a cave paradise near Mount Fangcun. In any case, he has meticulously arranged many matters for son Wukong. Entering the heavenly court in this era resembles a journey of cultivation. The path of chaos in the heavenly court has also been paved for him. If he cannot find a way out of the heavenly court, then no one can assist him. Zhou Chen cannot simply confront the Buddha head-on, nor would he stand a chance in such a confrontation. Therefore, let the narrative unfold. Let son Wukong traverse this path and discover whether he can navigate it successfully. Furthermore, The current movements of the demon clan are exceedingly subtle, if their activities are truly so minimal. They cannot be deemed as heralding the onset of the journey to the West Calamity. Perhaps there are other schemes intricately woven within. Chapter 140. The Remembered Guanyin Battle. The clash of powers at the Tai Golden Immortal level erupted throughout the Flowerfruit Mountain. On this bloody battlefield, countless monkeys and celestial soldiers engaged in fierce combat. As waves of lesser demons pressed in from the outside, causing the heavenly court to retreat step by step. Nezha had already unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. With veins bulging on his forehead, surrounded by 6 demon kings, each employing diverse and formidable tactics. In that moment, he found himself unable to subdue his opponents. At the same time, Yang Jian was gradually igniting his true fire, struggling to contain the fervor of battle within him. Before him stood Sun Wukong, a true embodiment of innate beings, whose strength could be said to have already caught up with him at the Golden Immortal realm. It would not be long before he ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal level, genuinely reaching Yang Jian's stature. Indeed, Zhou Chen did not misjudge you. Your potential is truly terrifying. With a powerful strike, Yang Jian forced Sun Wukong back and traced his fingers across his brow. The heavenly eye opened, unleashing an unparalleled divine power. The might of the heavenly eye rivaled any divine art, casting a sensation akin to obscuring the heavens and blocking the sun. Freeze! Sun Wukong chuckled lightly and raised a finger. The beam of light emitted by the heavenly eye momentarily paused before him, granting him the opportunity to distance himself from Yang Jian and evade the impending danger. Such scenes had already transpired several times. Suddenly, Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and Nezha simultaneously glanced at the sky, their expressions shifting, and even the other demon kings reacted with surprise. Someone had launched an attack within the heavenly court? Who possessed such audacity to engage in battle in the celestial realm? My heavens! Could this commotion signal a significant disturbance in the heavenly court? The demon king's expressions fluctuated, as did the faces of the great and minor demons clashing with celestial soldiers on the ground. Since ancient times, few dared to incite such turmoil in the heavenly court. Who could possibly possess such boldness? It is Zhou Chen. Yang Jian's heavenly eye allowed him to perceive the heavenly court and the depths of the underworld. And he immediately spotted Zhou Chen engaged in combat with Guanyin, his expression shifting slightly. He exchanged glances with Sun Wukong and Nezha, continuing their charade, awaiting news from Zhou Chen. However, something was amiss. After a short while, it seemed Zhou Chen had abandoned his relentless assault on Guanyin, having obtained some benefit from her, and subsequently departed. Moreover, after this, Guanyin began to approach their position. This was peculiar, very peculiar. Was it possible that Zhou Chen no longer intended to account for Sun Wukong? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Previously, Zhou Chen had indicated he would keep an eye on his junior apprentice and explore the extent of the Western teaching's capabilities. Yet, so soon, he was prepared to dismiss Sun Wukong? Logically, it shouldn't be this way. No. It may not be as it seems. Could it be that he had already arranged everything above? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Yang Jian, his eyes brightening with insight. In the celestial realm, there are but a few individuals truly deserving of the title of great power. The only ones with whom one can converse are the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Elder, and top-tier beings such as Zhao Gongming. As for Zhou Chen, if he merely makes an appearance in this matter and allows these 2 formidable figures to create a stir on his behalf, even the likes of Sun Wukong would have to comply. However, what piqued Yang Jian's curiosity was why it was the Bodhisattva Guanyin who came forth. Could it be that the Western teachings have run out of cards to play? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained indifferent to the affairs of the heavenly court, oblivious to the happenings above. He raised his Rui Jingu Bang and pointed it at Yang Jian, swinging it with great force. The power of the Vajra technique surged once more, amplifying the force of each strike to its utmost limit. The 2 continued their fierce battle, causing the entire Flowerfruit Mountain to reverberate with thunderous sounds. Had it not been for the support of the spiritual veins, it would have likely collapsed by now. At that moment, a sigh echoed from the depths of the sky. Unbeknownst to them, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, clad in a flowing white gown, had appeared above. Surveying the bloody scene below, reciting a Buddhist chant, she hurled the Vajra pestle, which she had held tightly in her grasp. Sun Wukong sensed an impending intent to kill emanating from the heavens. His eyes flickered, and he hastily began to retreat. But he was already locked onto by the Vajra pestle. With a resounding clang, the pestle struck the back of Sun Wukong's head with blinding speed, causing his body to jolt and leaving him momentarily dazed, as if his skull were about to split apart. A sneak attack? Yang Jian looked up in disbelief. Having anticipated that Guanyin would employ some clever trickery, only to find it was a mere ambush. A dignified great Luo golden immortal utilizing a treasure to ambush a golden immortal. Such a notion would hardly sit well anywhere. Scoundrel, surrender at once, Guanyin declared coldly as she descended to the mortal realm, venting her frustrations on another. Zhou Chen was akin to Sun Wukong's senior brother. While she found herself unable to handle Zhou Chen, subduing Sun Wukong was a simpler task. What a fine celestial being! What a splendid heavenly court! Sun Wukong suppressed the splitting pain in his head, glaring at Guanyin as if he wished to engrave her visage in his memory. At that moment, Nezha interjected. Our celestial beings do not resort to such petty tactics. This one is the Bodhisattva Guanyin from the Buddhist realm, a great Luo golden immortal. Nezha's words drew a sharp glance from Li Jing, who wished he could silence his son's incessant chatter. Did I say something wrong? Nezha continued unabated, ignoring Li Jing's disapproval. If I am not mistaken, it was Zhou brother who was engaged in a fierce clash with the Bodhisattva just now. What prompted this conflict? It is quite the enigma. Could it be that he was caught meddling with Zhou brother? Would that not incite resentment? Knowing full well that these affairs likely involve the Western teachings, and that Guanyin is probably one of the orchestrators, yet still inserting such a remark. In an instant, the Bodhisattva Guanyin sensed a shift in the gaze of Sun Wukong, whose eyes seemed to transform. She opened her mouth, yet words escaped her for a lengthy moment. Taste my staff, Sun Wukong proclaimed, leaping with fervor, wielding his Rui Jinggu Bang as it descended upon Guanyin. He exerted nearly all his magical prowess into this strike. The chasm between a golden immortal and a grand golden immortal is akin to the vast expanse between heaven and earth, even with his utmost effort. Sun Wukong could never hope to rival Guanyin. Yet, this was a matter of resolve, a determination to strike, even at great cost. Begone, Guanyin declared, casting forth a willow branch that instantly transformed into countless tendrils, ensnaring Sun Wukong with unyielding grip. Simultaneously, the Vajra pestle returned with swiftness, delivering a resounding blow to Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, he fell into complete silence. Chapter 141. The next scheme. Sun Wukong has been defeated. All the demon kings, great demons, and lesser demons present beheld the scene of his downfall with wide, furious eyes. Yet they found themselves devoid of any reason to linger in Flower Fruit Mountain. Who could have anticipated that even a great Luo golden immortal would personally intervene to deal with a single Sun Wukong? Helplessly, these demon lords could only retreat with their respective subordinates, leaving behind a desolate and ravaged landscape. The monkeys, Sun Wukong's kin, gazed in terror at the myriad celestial beings above, seemingly pondering how to rescue their leader, but their efforts were in vain. Shall we eliminate them all? Li Jing scoffed. He believed that such a prodigious creature as Sun Wukong deserved to face the ultimate punishment upon returning to the heavenly court. And perhaps it would be simpler to eradicate all these monkeys now. That is not permissible. Both Nezha and Yang Jian interjected, exchanging glances. These monkeys shall be entrusted to us for handling. We need only to establish a formation that prevents their escape from Flower Fruit Mountain. The actions of Nezha and Yang Jian were indeed peculiar. Li Jing furrowed his brow, suspecting that many matters lay beyond his comprehension. To be cautious, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be arranged thus. Flower Fruit Mountain was originally a celestial paradise, a place that had birthed beings from some unknown immortal abode, and the creatures there had generally been well-behaved. Sun Wukong and his kin had only caused a ruckus in the heavenly court, but had never instigated further trouble. So Li Jing was disinclined to meddle in trivialities. Nezha, Yang Jian, and King Li, let us proceed together and send this monkey to the heavens. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, wishing to avoid further complications and not wishing to offend Sun Wukong, spoke gently, deftly steering the conversation away. If all these monkeys were to be slaughtered, the prospect of sending Sun Wukong to the west would be rendered impossible. It was prudent to contemplate how to eliminate the monkey without incurring repercussions. For the future could indeed become quite amusing if two rising stars were to fixate on the Western teachings. They would surely find themselves in peril. Very well. Let us embark on this journey. Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged a glance and nodded. They were indeed curious to see the heavens and ascertain the extent of the recent turmoil caused by Zhou Chen. Surely, it would not be too excessive. They could not possibly disturb the entire celestial palace. Let it be as it is. Zhou Chen, having made a decisive choice to descend from the heavenly court, would not linger on trivial matters. He casually sought out a location that could be deemed a celestial paradise, finding a cave to expand the space. And after a slight arrangement, he settled in. By the way, Yang Chan and Chang'e had also carved out a space in his dwelling, tacitly acknowledging that they would frequently visit in the future. The matter of Sun Wukong had reached its conclusion. Suddenly, Yang Chan gazed into the distance. Having been attentive to several dissipating surges of magical energy, Yang Jian had also utilized special means to send her a message, roughly outlining the events that had transpired. Sun Wukong ultimately found himself captured by Guanyin Bodhisattva, prompting a sigh from Yang Chan. It would have been unusual if the curtain had not fallen. After all, he is a great Luo golden immortal. My junior lacks my abilities, and therefore, he is destined to fail. Zhou Chen spoke softly, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Instead, tending to the celestial treasures he had acquired from the heavens. These treasures are indeed exquisite, each selected with care before his departure from the celestial court. Should the Jade Emperor learn of this, he would surely feel a pang of regret. Aren't you concerned for him? Now that he has ascended to the celestial court, the Jade Emperor will not easily forgive him, and the Western sect has its own motives for using him. Chang'e inquired, puzzled. Much of Zhou Chen's previous actions had been to pave the way for Sun Wukong, yet at this critical juncture, he seemed indifferent. Had Zhou Chen chosen to follow his earlier approach, it would have been far more prudent for him, Yang Jian, and Nezha to seek out Sun Wukong together. Regardless of the process or outcome, he would have retained the ability to manage the situation. Indeed, Zhou Chen could, to some extent, influence the will of the Jade Emperor and potentially create obstacles within this dynamic. Yet he opted for the most tumultuous course of action. I mentioned before that Sun Wukong has matured. He must take responsibility for his actions, and I wish for him to understand what others truly desire from him. Being captured will only afford him greater insight into the circumstances. In due time, Sun Wukong will make his own choices. As for my considerations as his senior brother, they now lie elsewhere, Zhou Chen replied softly. In truth, during this period, Zhou Chen had gleaned some secrets from Haoyan, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Queen Mother of the West. The transformative powers of the Western sect are a uniquely specialized form of divine ability, aimed at the mind and perhaps the soul, with mysteries that cannot be easily articulated. It is not difficult for Sun Wukong to attain benefits within the journey to the West. Indeed, even Zhou Chen could find advantages therein. The crux of the matter, however, lies in how they might obtain these benefits without incurring a cost. The existence of the transformative powers obstructs the paths of both Sun Wukong and Zhou Chen. As long as this power exists, their pursuits may very well leave them entangled in the hidden machinations of the Western sect, potentially leading them to become entrapped within its confines. While Zhou Chen may disregard other matters, he cannot accept this predicament. Do you, perchance, wish to decipher the methods of the Western sect? Suddenly, Chang'e seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing as she spoke. You intend to resolve the transformative powers of the Western sect and unravel their mysteries? Zhou Chen's thoughts were beyond Yang Chan's comprehension. Yet Chang'e had observed for far too long and had heard whispers of Zhou Chen's discussions with Haoyan and others. She quickly discerned the thread of connection. Taking a deep breath, Chang'e asked, Zhou Chen, what are you contemplating? For that is the transformative power, a saintly divine ability. Since ancient times, those who have been enlightened can only break free from such supernatural influences if a sage intervenes and they willingly choose to depart. The question remains, how can one distance themselves from Western teachings once they have been enlightened? Is it truly a matter of free will? Throughout history, no one has ever been able to unravel the powers of a sage. Even the process of learning such skills is fraught with immense difficulty, let alone the prospect of deciphering them. If the foundations of Western teachings could be so easily dismantled, they would not have endured for so many years. In the past, practitioners of the and the would not have so readily followed the sage to Western teachings. What Zhou Chen aspires to achieve is nothing short of a fantastical delusion. Chapter 142. Refining him into elixirs in this world, there exists no immutable divine art. Especially considering that I have previously experienced the formidable power of the transformative divine arts, giving me a general understanding of its nature. The transformative divine art is certainly not an insurmountable skill. Even a distorted mindset can be reverted. Moreover, who decrees that they must act of their own volition? My primary objective is not to save others, but to salvage my own divine capabilities. Zhou Chen let out a soft snort and shook his head. At present, I have drawn the attention of Avalokiteshvara. Without some protective measures, who knows what fate awaits me? Furthermore, I must also prepare for Sun Wukong. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that once I truly develop a similar divine art, the forces of the Western Church will undoubtedly seek to eliminate me swiftly. Yang Chan voiced her concerns, aware that Zhou Chen still had Bodhi Patriarch watching over him. The Western Church would not dare to act excessively. But if he were to actually create specialized methods targeting the transformative divine arts, then at that moment, not even Bodhi Patriarch could save him. Even if the Lord of Heaven descended to establish the anew, Zhou Chen would surely meet his demise. This would fundamentally undermine the foundations of the saints. That is something I need not worry about for now. I have my own plans, Zhou Chen replied with a light chuckle, a glimmer of coldness reflecting in his eyes. He was confident in his ability to navigate these challenges. As for dealing with the Western Church, he chose not to dwell on it further, for there were many secrets he remained unaware of, complexities that could not be articulated in mere words. Unable to help it, Yangchan exchanged a glance with Chang'e, both sighing in unison, their concerns lingering heavily in their hearts. By the way, how should we handle Sun Wukong? Suddenly, Yangchan seemed to remember something. That monkey. He won't be imprisoned in the heavenly prison or executed, will he? The methods of the heavenly court to eliminate immortals are numerous. Although Sun Wukong had reached a state of formidable resilience, he still had a long way to go before achieving true invulnerability. Under such circumstances, how could he expect to fare well in the heavenly court? There's no need for haste. These matters have already been arranged. While there's still time, I can return to seek out my master and converse with him. If you are worried about Sun Wukong, you can observe from the heavens. Whether it be myself or Avalokiteshvara, our thoughts align on this matter. Wukong will encounter no issues and will certainly not perish. Zhou Chen smiled gently at the two women before turning his gaze toward the sky, the direction of the heavenly court. His eyes seemed to penetrate through the endless layers of clouds, directly witnessing the unfolding scene within the celestial realm. Sun Wukong, do you understand your transgressions? Hao Tian sat majestically upon his throne in the Golden Luan Hall, fixated on Sun Wukong, his eyes emanating an aura of boundless authority. With the entire fortune of the heavenly court weighing upon Sun Wukong. Yet, within Sun Wukong's being, his cultivation had significantly advanced during this period, bringing him to a realm exceedingly close to that of the Tai Golden Immortal. With a light snort, Sun Wukong coldly remarked, "Old Jade Emperor, what sins do you accuse me of? You sought to entice me to the heavens only to judge me today? Bestowing upon me the minor title of Baima I and assigning me to tend the peach orchard, do you truly believe I possess a placid temperament? Such audacity." A celestial general stepped forward, pointing at Sun Wukong and declaring, "Do you, a mere monkey, dare question the Emperor's decree? What is your status to act so brazenly within this grand hall? Your Majesty, this demon monkey has consumed the peaches from the Garden of Immortality and ingested the elixir from the Supreme Lord, significantly enhancing his powers. Yet he is undoubtedly still unable to fully assimilate the essence of these potions. I propose we hand him over to the Supreme Lord for refinement into a pill, thus fulfilling the potential of his innate being." The general continued, exuding an air of authority, as if he were safeguarding the dignity of the Jade Emperor. However, when the gaze of Hao Tian fell upon him, it was imbued with an icy chill. Ah, how intriguing. This general is not one of my own, but rather affiliated with the Western teachings. Otherwise, why would such a proposal arise at this moment? Before suggesting that the Supreme Lord refine him into a pill, one should ascertain his consent. What say you, Supreme Lord? In a state of resignation, Hao Tian turned to the Supreme Lord, his tone softening. The general does possess a semblance of reason. Sun Wukong indeed harbors a substantial amount of unrefined medicinal energy within him. Otherwise, he would have at least reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal by now. I believe this course of action is indeed feasible. However, the consumption required to refine Sun Wukong into a pill will be rather staggering. The Supreme Lord spoke with a hint of lamentation in his voice, as if regretting Sun Wukong's current potential. Very well. All requisite expenses shall be drawn from the treasury, Hao Tian replied, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, truly remarkable. Supreme Lord, you have abandoned all pretense. Typically, you would consider what I could provide when incurring expenses, yet now you boldly demand resources under the guise of Sun Wukong's affairs. Just how much have you accrued during this time? Sun Wukong glanced up at the Supreme Lord, suddenly breaking into a grin, entirely devoid of concern. You monkey. Escort him to my Duoshui palace. The Supreme Lord shook his head, gently waving his whisk, sending several celestial soldiers to escort Sun Wukong to the 8th Scenery Palace. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Jian, and Nezha stood together. Yang Jian and Nezha exchanged glances, and Nezha stepped forward to inquire of Hao Tian. Your Majesty, just now, while we were in the mortal realm, we sensed a familiar aura emanating from the heavenly court, as if a fierce battle was unfolding. As he spoke, Nezha glanced at the large hole that had been created beside the Golden Luan Hall. The opening was vast, leaving the returning celestial soldiers in a state of astonishment. Who is so audacious as to engage in a fierce battle within the heavenly court? This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Nor do you need to inquire further. It has already been resolved. Hao Tian let out a cold snort, raising his gaze toward the Bodhisattva Guanyin, his dissatisfaction nearly overflowing. Was this a jest? Was he not acutely aware of the underlying issues? If it were not for the Bodhisattva's mishandling of her own affairs, how could Zhou Chen's situation have escalated to this extent? Upon hearing these words, Yang Jian and Nezha immediately grasped the gravity of Zhou Chen's predicament. If Zhou Chen were truly to face the Jade Emperor's reckoning, he would certainly not be so nonchalant at this moment. Oh, it seems that this Bodhisattva Guanyin has encountered significant troubles with Zhou Chen. Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Guanyin, unable to endure the peculiar gazes from those around her, offered a slight bow to Hao Tian before turning to depart. The situation is indeed troublesome. Chapter 143. The promising successor take this monkey and confine him in the alchemical furnace. Within the 8 scenic palace, the Supreme Old Lord addressed the celestial soldiers. Once they had secured Sun Wukong within the furnace, he waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. Is it truly necessary to resort to such extremes? I understand your apprehension, but there is no need for such measures. As he spoke, the Supreme Old Lord cast a glance towards the shelves adorned with various elixirs. In an instant, a talisman floated from the cabinet, igniting spontaneously in the air and transforming into a figure. It coalesced into the form of Zhou Chen. Greetings, Master Uncle. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully to the Supreme Old Lord, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. I must trouble you with this matter. Had I known you would require my intervention, perhaps the situation need not have escalated so dramatically. Fortunately, the Buddha still harbors some fondness for the former ties with the otherwise. They would not have consented to deliver the lotus seeds of the 9-grade merit golden lotus to you. Do you realize that these seeds are now irreplaceable? The Supreme Old Lord spoke with a profound tone, acknowledging Zhou Chen's prior acquisition of a 9-grade fiery red lotus, and now the 9-grade merit golden lotus. It was evident that this young man aspired to tread the fabled path of gathering 4 lotus flowers to ultimately cultivate the essence. While it was true that gathering 4 lotus flowers would not lead to the birth of a 36-grade chaotic azure lotus, for the world lacked such conditions, the Supreme Old Lord was aware that the inherent potential contained within these 4 flowers, through the ceaseless cycle of transformation, could indeed birth a miracle. At the very least, it could yield a primordial treasure. In that eventuality, Zhou Chen might embark on the path of proving his worth without needing assistance from others. While your aspirations are commendable, the task of gathering these 4 lotus flowers is far from simplistic, with nearly no opportunities for their assembly. The Supreme Old Lord shook his head. Let us not even mention the 12th grade pure world white lotus, which is yet to manifest and remains shrouded in mystery. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus, following the fall of the ancestor Rahu in ancient times, has vanished without a trace, leaving us without any leads. Currently, among the primordial realm, only 2 lotus flowers are known to have definitive locations, and they are the most straightforward of the bunch. You speak truthfully, Master Uncle, and I am well aware of this. Nonetheless, I cannot simply abandon my pursuit because the odds seem bleak. Furthermore, the 9-grade merit golden lotus is undoubtedly the finest artifact they can offer. Typically, I harbor reservations regarding treasures they fabricate themselves, Zhou Chen articulated plainly, eliciting a sharp glance from the Supreme Old Lord. This audacious lad dares to gossip behind their backs, or perhaps even to their faces. The target of his jest was not them, but rather the 2 saints. Had it not been for their incessant meddling, the reputation of the Western teachings would not have suffered so gravely. Very well, go meet with your junior brother and elucidate the situation. Soon, I shall commence the alchemical process. The Supreme Old Lord gently waved his hand, signaling the departure of others. Zhou Chen was ultimately but a talisman, harboring only a fleeting thought within, existing for a painfully brief moment, insufficient even for combat, serving merely as a pure means of communication. Alas, it is a pity that Zhou Chen was born too late. Had he arrived earlier, the teachings of the sages that were passed down might have truly elevated this being. Zhou Chen once again bowed respectfully to the Supreme Old Lord and then stepped into the alchemical furnace. Inside the furnace, Sun Wukong was seated before the sole exit, his brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to see Zhou Chen. Senior brother? What brings you here? No, wait. Is this a projection? Sun Wukong's eyes flickered momentarily as he quickly deduced Zhou Chen's current predicament. He had sensed the eruption of battle within the heavenly court. Logically, after being confined, his senior brother would have at least come to check on him, regardless of the need for discretion. However, the absence of Zhou Chen led him to surmise the truth. His senior brother had bought him considerable time. Rest assured, your monkey descendants will encounter no unforeseen calamities. Those who survive this battle will continue to thrive in the Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhou Chen seemed to perceive Sun Wukong's thoughts, frustration evident in his voice. What were you thinking back then? Did you truly intend to confront those beings? Have you ever contemplated the consequences of defecting from the heavenly court? You even provided them a rationale to attack you. Senior brother, let us not dwell on that now. Sun Wukong shook his head. If I had not intervened, I too would have been dragged into the fray. It was only a matter of time. Do not forget that Guanyin Bodhisattva is not solely fixated on you. He is equally devising ways to keep an eye on me. Sun Wukong sighed. Zhou Chen gradually regained his composure. Sun Wukong was correct. If today's errors were not addressed, tomorrow would inevitably bring more. Furthermore, with the suppression from other celestial beings, why should Sun Wukong endure such hardships? Perhaps it was better to stir up a commotion. What harm could it do to create further chaos in the heavenly palace? For now, focus on refining your medicinal strength here. Without the prowess of a Tai golden immortal, without ample means of protection, do not harbor illusions of contending with a Deluo golden immortal. With a sigh, Zhou Chen extended a finger towards Sun Wukong. The meager residual magical energy within the talisman surged into Sun Wukong's being, invigorating his physical form as though he had encountered long-awaited nectar, breathing new life into him. During this time, contemplate your next course of action. Do you truly wish to tread the path laid out for you by them? Having imparted this final sentiment, Zhou Chen's projection dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. Only Sun Wukong remained, seated in place, his expression a mixture of complexity and contemplation. He cast a glance at the alchemical furnace, exhaling a long, heavy sigh that ultimately transformed into a sense of resignation. At Fangcun Mountain, on the rear cliff, Zhou Chen once again stood at the precipice and made his way towards the abode of Patriarch Bodhi. Upon entering the chamber, he found Patriarch Bodhi seated cross-legged upon the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Zhou Chen remained silent, standing patiently by, awaiting the conclusion of Patriarch Bodhi's cultivation. As night began to descend, Patriarch Bodhi finally spoke in a slow, measured tone. What brings you here unexpectedly? Is it regarding the events that transpired in the heavenly court? Opening his eyes, he regarded Zhou Chen with a hint of wistfulness. Indeed, a truly remarkable successor. Chapter 144. The bestowal of talismans in the realm of the three worlds. Matters cannot remain concealed from Master. Wukong is now imprisoned in the heavenly court. Zhou Chen spoke softly, bowing respectfully to Patriarch Bodhi. He was uncertain of what Patriarch Bodhi intended to do regarding this matter. Yet he believed that there existed a bond between Bodhi and Sun Wukong. After all, he had personally nurtured this disciple with great care. Moreover, there must be additional concerns at play, right? Patriarch Bodhi spoke gently, glancing at Zhou Chen, seemingly able to glimpse into his very soul. From his waist, a jade slip now hung, swaying like an amulet in the breeze. Ordinary powerful beings, even the great Luo golden immortals, would be oblivious to the power within this jade slip. However, those of their caliber, the quasi-saints, could perceive it with utmost clarity. Within that slip resided a swirling intent of the sword, perpetually emanating its own formidable force. It embodied the will of a sage, representing an unalterable might. His little disciple has barely settled in, yet has already acquired a new master. Nonetheless, Patriarch Bodhi was already well aware of this news and was not overly concerned. No one understood the vast potential of Zhou Chen better than he did. If he could inherit the sage's ultimate teachings, it would undoubtedly broaden his path. Master, Zhou Chen glanced towards the jade slip, inhaling deeply, on the verge of speaking. When Patriarch Bodhi interrupted with a wave of his hand, the sage taking you as a disciple is already a remarkable deviation. I can hardly contain my joy. Speak. You did not come here merely for Wukong and to relay this matter, did you? Surely, you seek to acquire something from me. For instance, the teachings of the Western Church, the methods of the sage? Patriarch Bodhi's gaze was piercing, as if he had already discerned Zhou Chen's intentions. He sighed softly, extending his palm. Upon it lay a talisman radiating a golden light, coalescing the very essence of the transformative powers Zhou Chen had sensed on several occasions. Is this truly the fabled transformative power? Master, do you possess it as well? Zhou Chen inquired. Not quite mastery. Patriarch Bodhi casually tossed the talisman to Zhou Chen, replying, in fact, many individuals in this world have been curious about the transformative arts of the Western Church, even dabbling in them. Unlike other sage lineages, the transformative arts are fundamentally aligned with the principles of the Western Church, making it a direct entrance into their domain for an ordinary person. It could be viewed as a self-induced transformation, a willingly offered action. The Western Church has not only been transparent about their abilities, but even publicly disseminated them for a time. This talisman is something I gathered during that period, preserved until now. As Zhou Chen held the talisman, he realized it possessed an entirely different power from those recorded in the Compendium of Talismans. This particular talisman seemed to delve into the realms of the soul and mind, capable of directly altering a powerful being's will. Of course, the will of the strong is one of the most immutable forces in the world. Thus, this phenomenon can only slightly modify certain aspects, subtly guiding the other party to embrace an entirely new theory, making it less likely to encounter rejection. Is this a simplified form of transcendental transformation? Upon a brief investigation, Zhou Chen seemed to have unearthed something, his eyes flickering. After all, it is the divine power of a sage. If fully unleashed, even if recorded within talismans, it would evoke numerous questions, and even a quasi-saint could fall under its influence, necessitating careful preservation. The Bodhi Patriarch spoke softly, his gaze shimmering. It was as if he recalled past events, falling into a moment of silence. Zhou Chen, I understand that since you became my disciple, you have been contemplating how to confront future challenges and wishing to instigate change. However, you must realize that nothing in this world comes without a cost. The Western teachings may not be wholly beneficial, yet they are not entirely detrimental either. The same applies to the mystical sect. Now that you have stepped into the limelight, you represent the mystical sect, but this also entails risks. If the mystical sect desires to reclaim its prominence, it must brace for not merely a simple storm of blood and gore, but rather a true cataclysm. As the harbinger of this calamity, you may find yourself in a precarious position. You have disrupted too many of the Western teaching strategies, jeopardizing their future gains. The crisis lies within. What the Bodhi Patriarch expressed was sincere. Zhou Chen had ventured into dangerously uncharted territory, prompting many heartfelt sighs, even from himself. This disciple possesses remarkable potential, yet he has also crossed perilous boundaries. Throughout history, how many geniuses have graced this world? Countless, yet how many have survived to the end? Not to mention the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, those great Luo golden immortals. Even among the formidable beings of the witch and demon calamity, how many have endured to this day? In times of tribulation, all beings are equal, and the fallen strong are countless. Zhou Chen may not have experienced this himself, yet he has witnessed its reality. Master, from the moment I arrived at this mountain, I have already entered the fray, Zhou Chen replied with a long sigh. It is merely a matter of being targeted sooner or later. Moreover, I am genuinely unwilling. Why should my fate be subjected to their dominion? Just because the Western teachings relied on cunning to win a calamity? Merely for that reason, should we resign ourselves to being their pawns, sacrificing for their ascendance? I refuse. Zhou Chen's voice grew increasingly grave, as if a fire burned unquenchably deep within his eyes, his fists clenched, exuding a murderous intent. He was unwilling. A pawn. Sacrificed at any moment, perhaps gaining some benefits through connections. But what of it? In the end, one must still submit to bondage and await death. If only one could leap from this chessboard and even become the player. In the future, it shall truly be their future, at which point there will be no need to fret over trivial details. The Western teachings will no longer dare to act against him as they once did. Deluo? Quasi-saint? No, these titles are insufficient. A Deluo golden immortal possesses only the strength for self-preservation, and a quasi-saint is not yet worthy to ascend the chessboard. To genuinely alter the course of events, one must elevate their cultivation to unprecedented heights and achieve the status of a saint. At that moment, the fiery ambition within Zhou Chen's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal, causing even the Bodhi Patriarch to momentarily falter, letting out a long sigh. Very well. Go forth and test your mettle. Some things can only be understood after one has ventured forth to undertake them. Chapter 145. The uproar in heaven within the Doshui Palace. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, his legs intertwined, while the six-ding divine fire blazed around him, searing his form with an intense heat. Yet, this external force seemed to serve only as a catalyst, propelling him to greater heights. The potent medicinal energy coursed through his body, weaving through his meridians, gradually being absorbed. The profound techniques he had previously mastered through the 72 transformations now became even more refined. Time flowed unmeasured, and at last, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a piercing brilliance. In an instant, he shielded his eyes with a hand. His divine form had been compromised, having lingered too long in the Doshui Palace. The crafted divine eye was far from perfect. His time spent here was not solely for the purpose of refining medicinal energy. He had also diligently cultivated a remarkable technique known as the Fire Eye Golden Vision. This extraordinary skill, discovered serendipitously in the library of Mount Fangcun, was esteemed among celestial arts for its ability to penetrate illusions and transformations, offering boundless utility. However, the six-ding divine fire was overwhelmingly powerful, having injured his eyes, rendering the refined technique less than flawless. As the 49 days approached their end, the Jade Emperor commanded that the alchemical furnace be opened. What should we do? What is there to discuss? Did not our master instruct us before departing that should the Jade Emperor wish to act, we must comply with his orders? We shall open the furnace and assess the situation. Outside, two attendants whispered to one another, their voices reaching Sun Wukong's ears, igniting a spark of determination within him, his gaze sharpening further. An opportunity. With a resounding click, the alchemical furnace opened, and in that instant, Sun Wukong erupted forth. His Rui Jingu Bang transforming into an elongated staff, sweeping aside the attendants with ease. Strangely, upon leaving the furnace, Sun Wukong felt an inexplicable resentment towards it. Before he fully regained his senses, his golden staff was already raised high. With a thunderous strike, he brought the alchemical furnace crashing down towards the mortal realm. In that moment, the alarm bells of heaven rang out. Hurry, seize that monkey. Sun Wukong has emerged. Subdue him. Amidst the frantic shouts, celestial soldiers and generals rushed forth from the distance to ensnare Sun Wukong. This time, however, he showed no mercy, unleashing his full might. Each swing of his staff incapacitated numerous celestial warriors, rendering them powerless. While he did not take their lives, he ensured that they would remain incapacitated for a significant time. With resolute intent, Sun Wukong pressed on, determined to breach the southern heavenly gate. Each strike of his staff met its target, thwarting any aspirations of reinforcement among the celestial beings, as myriad tactics were employed, all of which were shattered beneath the weight of his formidable Rui Jingu Bang. It was merely a simple staff, yet it emanated an almost invincible force. The technique of the Vajra was, at that moment, fully unleashed, revealing its formidable power. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, reaching Sun Wukong's ears. He looked up to see Nezha charging towards him, his fire-tipped spear thrusting forward, aimed at the back of Sun Wukong's head, only to be easily blocked by him. Such astonishing speed. Nezha was taken aback, yet his expression soon shifted. Tai Golden Immortal? Previously, when he had encountered Sun Wukong, Nezha's cultivation had merely reached the Golden Immortal realm. Now, within a span of just a few dozen days, he had broken through to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. This rate of cultivation had surpassed his earlier predictions. Had this fellow completely digested the elixirs he had ingested? Otherwise, how could his power have surged so dramatically? Nezha, receive the staff. Last time, when Sun Wukong and Nezha clashed, neither had fully exerted themselves. Nezha had held back a bit. However, this time was different. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff and struck directly. The impact resounded with a tremendous bang as it struck Nezha, causing him to tremble. At that moment, Nezha's hands began to go numb. How heavy! Instantly, Nezha unleashed his powers, manifesting his 3 heads and 6 arms, engaging in fierce combat with Sun Wukong, their battle attracting the attention of the entire heavenly court. What is happening? Hao Yin gazed towards the direction of Sun Wukong and Nezha's confrontation, the sound evoking some rather unpleasant memories. The last time such a commotion occurred was due to the battle between Zhou Chen and Guanyin Bodhisattva. Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has escaped from the Do Shui Palace and is heading this way. At that moment, a celestial attendant rushed in, panic etched across his face. Over 100,000 heavenly soldiers have been dispatched to intercept him, and Nezha and the other deities have also arrived. Yet Sun Wukong seems to be in a frenzy, braving numerous divine powers as he approaches the Golden Luan Hall. It won't be long before he reaches it. Hao Yin had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would possess such audacity. He snorted coldly and commanded, send for Erlang Shen and Guanyin Bodhisattva. He had assumed Sun Wukong would at least retreat from the heavenly court before making a move, but to his surprise, that audacious fellow could not contain himself and had not even left before charging forward. Since that was the case, there was no need to grant Zhou Chen any further opportunity. He would simply eliminate this nuisance. Your Majesty, it may be too late. The celestial attendant spoke in a trembling voice. Yet, before Hao Yin could express his anger, his expression suddenly changed as he looked towards the entrance of the Golden Luan Hall. With a thunderous roar, a staff pierced through the clouds, striking the Golden Luan Hall, leaving a new scar on the recently repaired structure, shattering several of its pillars in the process. Sun Wukong and Nezha found themselves entwined in a fierce struggle, their figures hurtling swiftly towards the Golden Luan Hall. What had just transpired was merely the aftermath of their intense confrontation. Preposterous. The Heavenly Emperor, seething with rage, uttered a low growl. his presence momentarily exuding an overwhelming aura before it quickly dissipated. Summon Yang Jian and the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Bring forth the Buddha Tathagata as well. And do not forget to call upon Zhou Chen. This is the heavenly court. When has it become a place where a mere Tai golden immortal can act with such audacity? The emperor's voice was grave and laced with menace. Initially, he had merely intended to cooperate slightly with Sun Wukong, but it now appeared that this fellow had gone a tad too far. Chapter 146. The Arrival of Reinforcements Battle. After Sun Wukong ascended to the realm of Tai golden immortal, his Dharma body, primordial spirit, and divine powers advanced simultaneously, reaching an entirely new level. With a mere gesture, he could exert immense pressure upon others. Under the watchful gaze of numerous immortals, he nearly burst into the Golden Lotus Hall. However, Sun Wukong found himself thwarted at the entrance, as Yang Jian arrived with great urgency, blocking his path. Sun Wukong, you have gone too far. Cease your actions. Although Yang Jian yearned for Hao Yin to step down, he understood that Hao Yin's position was virtually unassailable. No one possessed the capability to alter this reality. He had once been the disciple of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Becoming the heavenly emperor was not of his own volition, but rather a decree from the Tao ancestor Hongjun. A rebellion in the heavenly palace might be feasible, but today, Sun Wukong was destined to be but a pawn. Yang Jian, you have arrived just in time. Tell me, does this heavenly emperor still deserve to occupy that throne? Sun Wukong exclaimed, brandishing his golden staff towards Hao Yin in the distance, his voice resonating with fury. With my cultivation, why must I submit to being a mere stable keeper? What of Zhou Chen? How was his title as the demon-slaying general stripped away? How was he ambushed? And what of me? How was I captured? The heavenly court never operates with honor. It always resorts to treachery. Even the common demons of the lower realms would not stoop so low. Despicable creatures. At that moment, Sun Wukong was resolute in one belief. He would never perish at Hao Yin's hands. If that were the case, given Hao Yin's cultivation and his miserly nature, he would have taken action long before reaching this point. For a quasi-saint, even concealing one's cultivation could lead to easy suppression or even annihilation. Yet, up until now, Hao Yin had not moved a muscle. Thus, it was clear that he did not wish to act but was unable to. He was also a player in this game, albeit one who had to endure more scorn before taking action. Sun Wukong, you are outrageous. Hao Yin barked, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong's words had struck at his most vulnerable spot. Previously, the sentiments expressed by Zhou Chen before his departure resonated with Sun Wukong's current outburst. However, at that time, Zhou Chen had not placed much weight on the notion of ousting him, for Hao Yin's ascent was not solely due to connections. He had also endured considerable trials in the mortal realms. Yet, Hao Yin, the Jade Emperor, was indeed just that, a Jade Emperor. He had never considered the perspectives of others, a flaw in his character that had led to the present predicament. Alas, for Hao Yin, all that he possessed now resembled the moon's reflection upon the water, seemingly abundant, yet pitifully scarce when truly needed. Sun Wukong, you must think carefully. Previously, your senior brother could assist you in times of turmoil, but should you act recklessly again, even he will be unable to save you. At that moment, Yang Jian furrowed his brow and could not help but employ the divine communication of 1,000 miles, transmitting his words directly into Sun Wukong's ears. He had employed his heavenly eye to observe the current situation. Presently, aside from his own group, the other 3 heavenly attendants who had departed from the heavenly court included one who went to the Spirit Mountain, another to the South Sea, and the last was in search of Zhou Chen. If Zhou Chen truly arrives, how could he possibly assist Sun Wukong in the presence of the Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the other celestial beings? If that individual were capable of resolving every matter, Sun Wukong would not have been captured in the first place. Senior brother. A bittersweet smile flickered across Sun Wukong's face as he recalled Zhou Chen's visage. He then transmitted his thoughts to Yang Jian. Yang Jian, do you truly believe that by adhering to my senior brother's words, I can extricate myself from this sea of suffering? They will not spare me. It is only through combat that I might carve out my own realm and truly seize my destiny. Stand aside. The moment Sun Wukong finished speaking, he raised his golden staff high and struck it down towards Yang Jian's head, wielding his skills to their utmost potential, causing the force of the staff to surge tenfold. Yang Jian gritted his teeth and resolutely countered, his heavenly eye emanating a blinding light as he unleashed an attack. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong was instantly repelled. Just as he prepared to strike again, 2 others arrived on the scene. Sun Wukong, cease your actions. Zhou Chen and Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared almost simultaneously in the heavenly court, their speed astonishing, as they arrived in an instant behind Sun Wukong. Concurrently, the golden bracelet in Guanyin Bodhisattva's hand flew forth, striking Sun Wukong squarely on the back. With a resounding clang, Sun Wukong stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He turned to see Guanyin and coldly scoffed, "You again, Guanyin. Do you truly think I cannot defeat you?" With that, Sun Wukong employed his technique, uttering a singular word towards Guanyin from afar. Freeze. The immobilization spell, which he had refined countless times and had once even restrained Zhou Chen, was once again invoked. Powerful magical energy surged forth, binding Guanyin Bodhisattva in place, rendering even her Tao body unable to break free. This divine ability. Guanyin Bodhisattva struggled against the binding as Sun Wukong raised his golden staff, preparing to strike. "Zhou Chen, will you not intervene? Are you truly going to allow Sun Wukong to attack me?" At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva suddenly exclaimed, her voice low yet commanding. "Sigh." Zhou Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his form flickering as he grasped both of Sun Wukong's hands with one hand while the other seized his neck, throwing him violently aside. Thud. The body of Sun Wukong collided with the walls of the Golden Luang Hall, creating a significant breach in the resplendent structure. Observing the subtle change in Hao Yan's expression, it was evident that the hall had already sustained considerable damage. Now, only a third of it remained intact. "Sun Wukong, cease this at once." Zhou Chen strolled forward, his gaze indifferent, yet he was incessantly employing the technique of distant communication to converse with Sun Wukong. However, for reasons unknown, Sun Wukong had not uttered a single word to him since his arrival, and despite Zhou Chen's various attempts, he received no response. Was this fellow unwilling to engage in conversation? Or perhaps he had no intention of involving Zhou Chen from the very beginning. Zhou Chen. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "Last time, we each claimed a victory, but today, I am a Tai Golden Immortal. You cannot defeat me." Chapter 147. The compassion of red warmth. Zhou Chen's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of emotion on his face. What does this young man intend to do? Does he seek to engage in battle at such a moment? I hope he refrains from employing some farewell theatrics typically reserved for a senior brother. Regaining his composure, Zhou Chen scoffed, "This is quite enough. What exactly do you wish to accomplish today?" Previously, Zhou Chen had allowed Sun Wukong to choose a path of his desire, but he had never intended for him to select a path leading to certain demise. Before the assembly of celestial beings, Sun Wukong, fully aware of Zhou Chen's inquiry, refrained from speaking the truth. His gaze wandered before finally settling on Hao Yan. "I merely wish to inquire, by what right am I denied that position? Today, I must ascend and discern for myself what that position truly entails." With that proclamation, Sun Wukong's stature suddenly surged, his form expanding limitlessly, manifesting the might of the heavens. He reached out as if to grasp the very sky, directing his hand toward the grand hall of gold. Hao Yan's countenance turned icy as he glared at Sun Wukong, prepared to annihilate him at a moment's notice. Such a situation is regrettable. Yang Jian and Nezha sighed deeply, casting their eyes toward Zhou Chen. Given the current tumult, it was imperative to bring matters to a close. Whether Zhou Chen or the ever-absent Tathagata Buddha, action was undoubtedly required. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Chen exhaled, his voice laced with a tinge of reluctance. He grasped his weapon, and in an instant, Tang Fong was firmly in his hand. Almost immediately, a lethal aura coalesced into a tangible form, enveloping the blade of Tang Fong. With a simple yet powerful slash, he unleashed a strike that resonated through the cosmos. A thunderous sound erupted as the slash cleaved through the heavens, transforming into an indelible blade aura that spanned the vast expanse, nearly severing Sun Wukong's hand. This was the earthly fiend's divine technique. To this day, Zhou Chen had scarcely employed such a method. Even with the formidable might of the celestial manifestation combined with Sun Wukong's seemingly indestructible form, evasion was essential. Sun Wukong recognized this truth. Upon sensing the earthly fiend's technique unleashed, he promptly retracted his hand, gazing at Zhou Chen with evident surprise. He had presumed that Zhou Chen would disregard him and allow him to subdue Hao Yan without interference. Could it be that Hao Yan harbors secrets unknown to him? Or perhaps this fellow's cultivation is not as straightforward as it appears. Sun Wukong, cease your actions. This is unnecessary. Avalokiteshvara recited sutras and stepped forward. The Tathagata has already arrived from the spiritual mountain. If you turn back now, there is still time. Hao Yan is the heavenly emperor and the ruler of the heavenly court. Do you not comprehend that this is not a matter of fate nor one that can be altered by mortal hands? Moreover, you are not even human. You are merely a stone monkey by birth, considered a demon. A demon? Sun Wukong responded with a cold chuckle. What of the ancient ruler of the heavenly court? Was he a demon or a human? The human race has the right to ascend, a fact I do not dispute. However, what disqualifies the demon race? Is it merely because we were defeated in the past, or do you believe I am somehow different from you? What if the Buddha himself were to descend? Could he withstand my might? Yet, could he extinguish my essence? My true form is not so easily shattered. As he spoke, Sun Wukong prepared to unleash his powers once more, but at that moment, Zhou Chen formed a mystical seal. In the unseen realm, the power of the stars was summoned downwards, creating a new celestial world within the heavenly court. Sun Wukong found himself ensnared in this world, utterly immobilized, unable to struggle against his bonds. Enough, Sun Wukong. Cease your actions. Zhou Chen maintained the descent of stellar energy, his voice gradually growing cold. He did not wish to prevent Sun Wukong from causing a ruckus. Rather, he intended for him to descend and summon some demons for assistance. At the very least, if he desired chaos, he ought to create the semblance of it. If he could rally a few demon kings or saints, it would not result in utter futility. It might genuinely threaten the heavenly court's standing. Such self-destructive assaults compelled Zhou Chen to ponder that Sun Wukong was in a state of despair. Furthermore, it must be noted that Hao Yian's cultivation was at the level of a quasi-saint, and within the heavenly court, he could command its fortune. Strictly speaking, his strength would far exceed ordinary expectations. If he were to engage in battle with Sun Wukong, it would undoubtedly lead to the latter's demise. Presently, the paramount concern was to maintain the status quo, preventing Hao Yian from taking the field personally. Is this a divine ability, a heavenly power? At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva seemed to finally discern the intricacies of Zhou Chen's methods, her heart filled with trepidation, her gaze shifting. This divine ability, is it derived from the ancient Zhou Tian star array? In an instant, her words caused the expressions of those around to shift dramatically. Among them were several formidable beings who had witnessed the cataclysm of the witches and demons. Having seen firsthand the legendary Zhou Tian star array and the 12 capital heavenly gods array, both of which were said to rival the saints. These two grand formations were once proclaimed capable of contending with the saints. However, following the fall of the ancestral witches and the demon emperor, both formations were declared lost, truly vanishing from existence. Yet today, they astonishingly re-emerged through another, even if only a fragment of their power was restored. It signified that Zhou Chen might one day have the opportunity to reconstruct the entirety of these grand formations from their remnants. Zhou Chen paid no heed to Guanyin Bodhisattva, instead fixating on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, have you considered the troubles your actions today may bring to your descendants? Flower Fruit Mountain is indeed a paradise, yet it does not guarantee perpetual existence. Sun Wukong raised his head, grinning widely. I know not about others, but I am certain that you, Zhou Chen, will assist me. After all, we are somewhat fated, are we not? Not long ago, you caused quite the uproar in the heavenly palace. Though your ire was not directed at the exalted Jade Emperor, correct? Sun Wukong's words elicited a myriad of expressions from the surrounding celestial beings, nearly provoking uncontrollable laughter. When they turned their gaze back to Guanyin Bodhisattva, they could discern a hint of embarrassment upon her visage. What a bold statement. How could one speak so indiscreetly, unearthing another's scars before their very eyes? I surmise he is referring to some cowardly scoundrel who only knows how to launch surprise attacks. The last time I was captured, it was in such a manner. Indeed, it is only fitting, for he is nothing but a wretch who has lost even his own identity. What good could possibly emerge from such a being? It is fortunate that the Bodhisattva has not sought retribution upon you, or else. Sun Wukong, cease your insolence. With a swift motion of her wrist, Guanyin cast forth her Vajra bracelet, which struck Sun Wukong squarely in the chest with a resounding clang. Zhou Chen, immediately released the binding formation. I shall engage him in a contest. Today, I wish to ascertain whether he is truly formidable or if I possess the upper hand. Let us see if I am indeed the knave he claims. Chapter 148. The intervention of the Tathagata Guanyin Bodhisattva was genuinely enraged this time. It was evident to all, including Zhou Chen, Nezha, Yang Jian, and the other celestial beings, that she could no longer suppress her inner fury. What to do? Zhou Chen glanced at Nezha and Yang Jian, seeking assistance. Perhaps they could collectively subdue this individual to prevent further complications. Handle it as you see fit. Do not inquire of me. Yang Jian and Nezha exchanged glances of helplessness, raising their brows, unwilling to squander time on such matters. Their primary focus was to resolve the issue concerning Sun Wukong and ensure his survival. Zhou Chen, Guanyin Bodhisattva approached with measured steps. Her gaze chilling. Our previous grievances have been settled. Do not instigate further discord over such a trivial individual. Zhou Chen turned to her, narrowing his eyes slightly. A palpable aura emanating from him. Care to test me? Last time, Zhou Chen emerged victorious, and he had no intention of losing this time either. Although he had yet to transcend to the status of a supreme golden immortal, he had diligently cultivated for over 40 years, accumulating profound strength. Not to mention the sheer number of talismans at his disposal, which had drastically increased. Moreover, he had always kept his true capabilities hidden. Now, with the audacity to employ the celestial gang divine powers, it indicated he possessed even more formidable means. Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes flickered. She understood that Zhou Chen's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. The previous confrontation had already tarnished her reputation, and a second defeat would likely obliterate her standing. Yet, the crux of the matter was whether she could truly swallow her pride. In the future, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly need to be subdued, but given the current circumstances, it was optimistic to think they could meet without engaging in conflict. Besides, she was a great Luo golden immortal. To be humiliated by a golden immortal and a supreme golden immortal, using only ambush tactics, would invite scorn from onlookers. Would they deem her unskilled or suspect ulterior motives? Guanyin. Enough. Just as Guanyin Bodhisattva found herself at a loss, a soft voice called out from the distance. A colossal figure slowly approached, appearing to move leisurely yet traversing the space with the swiftness of a rainbow, suddenly standing before them. The Tathgata. Zhou Chen's expression shifted as he recognized the identity of the approaching figure. The celestial beings nearby, including Yang Jian and Nezha, were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated his personal arrival. Taishang Laojun raised his head, exchanging glances with Zhao Gongming, a hint of nostalgia flickering in their eyes. It had indeed been a long time since their last encounter. Who would have thought that their reunion would unfold under such circumstances? Tathgata, you have arrived. This rogue was subdued by Guanyin. It is now your responsibility, as part of the Western teachings, to determine how to handle this situation. As Hao Ian slowly began to speak, he deftly vanished into the air, exuding an aura akin to that of a quasi-saint, resembling a radiant sun descending upon the world. The presence of this quasi-saint radiated outward, nearly overwhelming the entirety of the heavenly court. This was a demonstration of power. How could the Jade Emperor personally intervene against a mere minor demon? A Tai Xianxia might pose a threat in other realms, yet within the heavenly court, he was but an insignificant insect. Quasi-saint. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, already comprehending why Zhou Chen had attempted to restrain him moments ago. When faced with a Deluo Jinxian, Sun Wukong still had a chance to contend. For his Dharma body provided him with a degree of resilience. He was not so easily vanquished. However, against a quasi-saint, his Dharma body was as fragile as parchment, easily torn apart with a mere wave of the hand. Unlike the title of demon saint, the designation of quasi-saint implied a cultivation and combat prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary powerful beings. This was a matter of course. The Buddha, Sakyamuni, glanced at Sun Wukong and nodded gently. He raised his hand, as if a world were gestating within his palm, and brought it crashing down towards Sun Wukong's position. In that instant, Zhou Chen's Tian Gang divine ability was violently shattered. Sun Wukong's Dharma body technique, along with the myriad protective spells he had employed, were torn asunder, rendering them utterly ineffective, and he was effortlessly imprisoned, suppressed into another realm. Sun Wukong, if you possess the ability to create turmoil in the heavenly palace, then let us see if you have the strength to escape from my grasp, the Buddha remarked with a smile. What unfolded before their eyes was reminiscent of events recorded in their memories. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat weary, realizing that he ultimately could not alter the course of what was transpiring. Sun Wukong, that fool, remained unaware of his so-called mission. He only recognized that he had become a pawn and plunged headlong into this chaos, naively believing he could change everything. Or perhaps, was it his senior brother who had pressed too hard? Zhou Chen was uncertain and could only continue observing the unfolding events. Zhou Chen, it is nearly over. Nezha approached Zhou Chen, casting a glance his way. The outcome for Sun Wukong may not bode well. However, he is a Tai Jingxian and possesses an extraordinary background. It is likely he will be subdued, allowing you some respite. Over the past 40 days, Nezha and Yang Jian had visited Zhou Chen's current abode several times. Upon learning that Chang'e and Yang Chan resided there as well, their visits increased in frequency, and on occasion, Zhou Chen even spotted the Meishan brothers wandering near his cave, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Yet, rest, it seemed, was an impossibility. Rest? How can one rest? Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation. My cultivation has progressed the slowest among the four of us. You are of the human race, and a most pure one at that. Even now, your foundation has yet to see any enhancement. To achieve the rank of Jingxian is no small feat, let alone the fact that you have already demonstrated your combat prowess. Nezha replied, somewhat perplexed, in a hushed tone. The Jade Emperor has consistently reserved the position of the director of the divine farmers for you, ensuring it remains unchallenged. And even the celestial treasures are only retrieved during your presence. Recently, however, the movements of the demon race have become quite pronounced. There are rumors that the territory of the Western teachings is on the verge of transforming into a sanctuary for these fiends. Presently, the Demon Suppression Bureau seems almost powerless to subdue these malevolent beings, and even with the combined efforts of myself and Yang Jian, we find ourselves overwhelmed. Have you not considered returning to the Heavenly Court? For Zhou Chen, this indeed presents numerous advantages. He has previously demonstrated his prowess, and with the resolution of the Sun Wukong incident, there is a collective eagerness to see a stabilizing ward deity reinstated. Thus, Zhou Chen would effortlessly reclaim his former position, perhaps even enjoying benefits far surpassing those he previously held. However, at this moment, he has no intention of engaging with such matters. Chapter 149. Wu Zishan, if I return now, will the followers of the Western sect feel at ease with me? Zhou Chen inquired softly. He glanced back at Guanyin Bodhisattva, their gazes intertwining, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as if a flicker of fire danced between them. Even Nezha could not suppress a sigh. Indeed, the last time Zhou Chen had resigned, although he had not explicitly stated the reasons, Nezha, being so close to Zhou Chen, could easily discern that he had withdrawn to avoid the Western sect, bringing their grievances to the forefront, which had caused quite a stir. The havoc in heaven was a manifestation of his discontent towards Haoyan, and simultaneously, it was directed at the Western sect, making it clear that Zhou Chen was not one to be trifled with. Excessive actions often led to unnecessary consequences, and in the meantime, Zhou Chen could finally find time for his own cultivation. Yet, Nezha found it difficult to comprehend Zhou Chen's intentions. If he truly wished for Sun Wukong to live a peaceful life, he could simply restrain him. Even if it meant allowing him to escape from the alchemical furnace only to confine him elsewhere, that would be no challenge at all. Was it possible that this fellow intended for Sun Wukong to follow a predetermined path? That seemed implausible. Zhou Chen was not someone who would easily concede. Fate, after all, is something one must experience firsthand to truly grasp. Nezha, do not hold out hope for him. He has his own plans now. Suddenly, Yang Jian spoke, patting Nezha's shoulder as he glanced at Zhou Chen. Be cautious, and do not involve my third sister in your affairs. I understand, Zhou Chen nodded, a light smile gracing his lips. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would dare to act against me as they did before. Wouldn't you agree, Guanyin Bodhisattva? Guanyin's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had heard something utterly absurd, and she scoffed. Zhou Chen, do not speak nonsense. Unless necessary, who would dare to strike against you? I have never targeted you before. Her words elicited a chuckle from Zhou Chen, who found her audacity amusing. However, he paid little heed to it and shrugged. You see, she has said so. Your third sister is undoubtedly safe. If anything were to happen, you can always look for her. With a resigned shake of his head and a bittersweet smile, Yang Jian replied, just take care of yourself. By the way, I must warn you, Jiuying has resurfaced. He seems to be searching for your whereabouts, so be wary. In the preceding days, although Zhou Chen had sought refuge in a cave, he seldom ventured outside. Coupled with his unique ability to shield himself from external detection, it was nearly impossible for anyone to trace his movements. Thus, outsiders searching for him faced great difficulty. However, this time was different. He had emerged and participated in the affairs of the Heavenly Court, and his whereabouts were surely exposed. Having slain numerous demon clans without the protection of the Heavenly Court, countless powerful beings sought his demise. In such circumstances, it was imperative that he did not reveal his sage-like powers or other hidden cards. Even Zhou Chen found it exceedingly challenging to cope with the situation. I understand. Rest assured, I have begun to formulate some ideas. Zhou Chen smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. Yet his expression suggested that he had already committed these matters to memory and devised his own strategies. Observing this, Nezha and Yang Jian felt it futile to pursue the conversation any longer and reluctantly shifted the topic. However, time passed swiftly. Not long after their exchange, the Buddha Tathagata gently turned his palm downward and applied a subtle pressure towards the ground. In the next instant, the world within his palm transformed into a colossal mountain, firmly trapping Sun Wukong beneath the five-finger mountain. This was a manifestation of worldly power, coalescing into a towering peak. Although Sun Wukong's true form was forged of bronze and iron, it could not withstand such immense force, and he was firmly bound and utterly subdued. Release me. Sun Wukong roared in fury, channeling his divine powers as the entire mountain seemed to tremble. He sought to wield his abilities to shatter the mountain. Yet, How could he elude the gaze of the Buddha Tathagata? With a casual flick of his hand, a talisman descended from the heavens and adhered to the mountain's surface. Accompanied by a soft hum, the talisman erupted with a formidable force, directly suppressing the magical power within Sun Wukong, rendering him completely subdued. Sun Wukong, from this day forth, you shall reflect upon your actions beneath this five-finger mountain. Amipa. The Buddha Tathagata intoned a sutra, his face bearing a hint of compassion. However, Zhou Chen distinctly sensed two entirely different forces emanating from the talisman. One was the suppressive power specifically intended to subdue Sun Wukong's abilities, while the other was a transformative divine power. Yet, the potency of this divine power far exceeded that of the talisman bestowed upon him by Patriarch Bodhi. After all, Sun Wukong's involvement in the grand scheme of the journey to the west necessitated the use of talismans and treasures of the highest caliber. It was over. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhou Chen could only sigh and prepare to depart, but the long-immobile Buddha Tathagata offered him a farewell. Young friend Zhou Chen, should the opportunity arise, do visit me at my Lingshan. I shall make the effort, Zhou Chen replied, nodding lightly before employing the technique of long rainbow escape, vanishing without a trace. Throughout this process, he did not even glance back at Hao Yin. Unloyal minister. Hao Yin clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of anger rising within him, only to be ultimately transformed into a sense of impotence. How infuriating. If only Zhou Chen had heeded his commands. He could have derived greater benefits from this incident and preserved his dignity, rather than facing the disgrace of having his golden Luang hall shattered to pieces. It was unbearable. Alas, the demon clan has already begun to make its moves. Having slain numerous demon kings and formidable demons, how could such actions not demand a price? Since you are unwilling to return to the celestial court, let us see the means of the demon clan and allow you to witness the depths of the celestial court's power. Do you truly believe that the celestial court would become immobile with the absence of the three of you? Hao Tian snorted coldly, contemplating silently as his gaze turned towards the distance. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, the previously destroyed cave of 10,000 demons has been re-established. There, Zhu Ying sits upon the throne, seemingly sensing the scrutiny of others, directing his gaze towards the celestial court, and ultimately catching sight of the departing Zhou Chen. As expected, I knew you would inevitably involve yourself. The intent of the Qinglian sword stings. Touching his chest, Zhu Ying's eyes began to sharpen. It appears he has discovered a glimmer of opportunity for breakthrough within Zhou Chen. Chapter 150. The Puppet of the Demon King. Pursued by the demon clan after descending to the mortal realm, Zhou Chen did not return directly to his cave abode, but instead set his course towards the Five-Finger Mountain. This time, he made no attempt to disguise the connection he shared with Sun Wukong, allowing discerning observers to note the relationship, which stirred quite a commotion. However, he found these trivial matters unworthy of his attention. Upon reaching the Five-Finger Mountain and gazing at Sun Wukong, who lay trapped at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Chen felt stripped of the calculated composure he had maintained in the heavenly court, now seated beside Sun Wukong with an air of despondency. I had warned you that this undertaking was ill-fated, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Now you find yourself ensnared beneath this mountain. Do you possess any hope of escape? A tone of resignation and sighing laced Zhou Chen's voice. The impulsive actions of Sun Wukong left him at a loss as to how to amend the already unfolding calamity. The chaos he had unleashed in the heavenly palace was a burden he could scarcely bear. Even with his ascension to the quasi-saint level and newfound strength, he remained ill-equipped to withstand the repercussions. Unlike his previous uproar, when he feigned ignorance and the heavenly authorities hesitated to offend the likes of Master Tongtian and Patriarch Bodhi, this time Sun Wukong acted with reckless abandon. In this world, no deed is accomplished without consequence. Brother, had I not acted as I did, those pursuing me would not have relented. They would have tormented me until I was utterly exasperated. Besides, where could I possibly go now? Sun Wukong struggled beneath the mountain, attempting to create even the slightest gap, but to no avail. A bitter smile graced his lips as he spoke slowly. If I return to Huahua Mountain now, I would only bring trouble upon my kin. Yang Jian and Nezha have only just managed to care for my monkeys. Returning now would only drag them into peril. Furthermore, the demons who had previously aided him each held their own agendas, and he realized he had become a mere pawn. Pawns lack the privilege to depart the chessboard. Every movement they make is dictated by the designs of others. Sun Wukong recognized the extent of Zhou Chen's assistance. Otherwise, he would not have continuously faced the machinations of others, culminating in a direct confrontation with the great Luo Jingxian. Though he had narrowly escaped in the end, how long could such fortune endure? The realms of Xianxia, Jingxian, and Tai-Jingxian are indeed capable of battling beyond their ranks, but once one reaches the great Luo Jingxian, the dynamics shift dramatically. The methods of the saints are not insurmountable. Zhou Chen is not a true saint and can only wield a fragment of the saintly power. Should matters escalate, the adversaries would not hesitate to employ all means at their disposal to seize him. Moreover, within this chessboard, Zhou Chen had become an unexpected outsider, disrupting the interests of all involved in the spoils. Should those individuals unite against him, they might even resort to direct confrontation. Even with 10 lives, he would be powerless to thwart their schemes. They would not resort to extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh and rose to his feet. For the time being, you will probably have to remain here. I shall assist you with your affairs. I cannot stay for long. Wukong, take care. With that, Zhou Chen stamped his foot, his voice turning icy. Earth arise. With a rumble, the ground trembled, and an elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared. He glanced at the imprisoned son Wukong beneath the Fangcun Mountain, and then at Zhou Chen, hastily bowing. This land acknowledges the Demon Slayer General. Zhou Chen coldly interrupted. That title has been stripped by the Jade Emperor. There is no need for it henceforth. With a swift motion, he infused a surge of malevolent energy into the Earth Spirit's body. I care not what others have instructed you. From now on, you shall look after my brother here. During festivals, ensure he has ample wine and meat, and regularly bring him fruits such as peaches. I will visit often. Should I discover any issues, this threat of malevolence will cost you your life. The Earth Spirit turned pale and hastily knelt. Rest assured, my lord. I am fully aware of my duties. However, above me are the 5 directions of revelation, and my capabilities are limited. Moreover, the Buddha has personally commanded that son Wukong be fed iron pills and copper essence. This revelation caused Zhou Chen to furrow his brow. The Buddha's instructions were laden with profound implications, as the Ksitigarbha Sutra had previously alluded to such matters. Iron donkeys and iron horses, raw leather harnesses, heated iron poured upon them, starving them with iron pills, quenching their thirst with iron essence. This was indeed a form of punishment for sinners. And even immortals were not exempt. In the short term, son Wukong could endure, but prolonged consumption would severely diminish his cultivation, despite his seemingly indestructible nature. There was no alternative. The current son Wukong was exceedingly powerful and difficult to manage. His rebellious spirit would make it nearly impossible for Guanyin to gain control over him without tempering his disposition. Follow my instructions, and the Buddha will not seek to trouble me. Zhou Chen replied, then glanced skyward, where he faintly perceived 5 figures. They were the 5 directions of revelation, each possessing the cultivation of xianxia, formidable enough to supervise son Wukong without fear of unforeseen events. How thoroughly arranged. He exhaled deeply, sensing the gaze of others upon him, before swiftly ascending into the sky. In the distance, 2 figures were approaching at great speed. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, they did not slow down. Instead, their pace quickened. The Demon Kings? Son Wukong looked up at the 2 figures, his eyes narrowing. This was the aura of the Demon Kings, both of whom were golden immortals with considerable strength. The pursuit from the demon clan indicated that a demon saint had likely taken a personal interest. Is it just the 2 of you? How disappointing that I waited so long. Zhou Chen snorted coldly, uninterested in employing any supernatural means to respond. He casually tossed out a talisman. Great glazed fire talisman. The immense flames, reminiscent of an alchemical furnace, enveloped the 2 demon kings, their scorching heat relentlessly searing everything in its vicinity. The fire, composed entirely of the legendary 3 flavors true fire, left the 2 demon kings with little hope of escape. However, what astonished Zhou Chen was that even in the face of imminent death, these 2 demon kings exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, they wore an eerie smile and relentlessly battered against the walls. No, this is not right. They are puppets. Zhou Chen's pupils contracted in alarm as he sensed a looming threat. It was said that there exists a supernatural ability capable of transforming the corpses of other practitioners into corpse puppets, retaining certain aspects of their original capabilities and even a fragment of their fighting spirit. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, but today, the situation was markedly different. Chapter 151. The Reunion with Bai Zhe Flee. The moment Zhou Chen deduced the identity of the 2 puppets, he activated the Celestial Gang Divine Art. In the realm of stars, with a mere shift, he had already flickered 1,000 miles away. The spot where he had just stood was already pierced by another puppet. What a ruthless tactic. When did it arrive? There was not a trace of aura. This was an innate corpse puppet that had mastered the art of concealing its presence. Zhou Chen glanced around, yet he still could not locate the controller. Although the corpse puppet possessed formidable abilities, it was not invincible. The controller could not be too far away, or else, with their completely withered dantians, even the basic operation of their magical power would become a significant challenge. With gain comes loss. While ordinary puppets might possess certain functions, a corpse puppet may not necessarily have them. Why should I flee? I am merely tasked with bringing you back. Logically, Brother Zhou must also be eager to meet our esteemed demon saint. Last time, you left quite an impression on us all. At that moment, two figures suddenly materialized before Zhou Chen, their forms transitioning from illusion to reality, causing his expression to darken. The first figure stood before the second, manifesting a divine art. The 10,000 years Fox King. This fellow had previously fallen at the hands of Nezha, only to have the one behind him reap the benefits. No wonder he was so difficult to find. The innate divine art that transitioned from illusion to reality was indeed exaggerated. Even Nezha could not discern its flaws and had to force his way through to find the opportunity to strike him down. Brother Zhou has not seen me before. I have long heard of the illustrious title of Demon Slayer General, chuckled the second figure lightly, dispelling the illusion to reveal his true form. He bore some characteristics of both Azuras and Foxes, emanating a strong foul odor, his entire body cloaked in a black robe. A half-blood? Zhou Chen felt somewhat resigned. In the primordial world, intermarriage among races was not uncommon, and many peculiar divine arts had emerged from such unions. Notably, the 9 dragon sons, each in existence at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, inherited significant bloodlines from their ancestral dragons and possessed immense power. However, most half-bloods often lacked considerable strength. They could not fully master their divine arts and embarked on their cultivation journeys at a slower pace than others. Yet, since half-bloods exist, they must possess an advantage. They have the potential to give birth to unique and wondrous divine arts, which cannot be inherited by any means. Only they can wield such powers. Just call me North Wind Taoist, Brother Zhou. Would you accompany me for a while? Or perhaps test the reserve of corpse puppets I currently possess? The Demon Saint has expended considerable resources and efforts to allow us to take action. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Who is your brother? Zhou Chen scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe that bringing a few defeated subordinates to seek me will suffice? Without my intervention on those few occasions, how many corpses would you have been able to gather? Do you truly believe your powers are invincible in this world? The expression on the Northern Wind Taoist's face abruptly stiffened, only to be replaced by a forced smile as if recalling something. It's merely luck on my part. Otherwise, I would not have been so courteous. Had it not been for Brother Zhou's involvement, inflicting considerable losses on the demon clan, how could a person like me ever hope to acquire the corpse of a demon king? After all, individuals of my mixed heritage have seldom had the opportunity to study under esteemed masters, let alone possess such abilities. Is this fellow trying to elicit sympathy? Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the other man closely. Suddenly, he shifted his stance, drawing a sharp sword from behind him, and with a casual motion, unleashed a surge of thunderous energy that obliterated the suddenly appearing corpse puppet. Subsequently, the Northern Wind Taoist retracted his earlier smile and formed a seal. My fellow Taoists, I have located Zhou Chen. He is currently at. Before he could finish his sentence, a sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Even with the venerable Fox King's ability to transform the virtual into the real, he could not prevent the thunder spear that was suddenly hurled towards him. With a piercing sound, the thunder spear pierced his body, the overwhelming force of lightning severing the flow of all his magical energy, even suppressing the techniques he employed to control others. A corpse puppet? A fine item, yet your true self is far too feeble. Do you truly think you can unearth something valuable beneath our hands? Even if you use special means to restore these remnants that have been thoroughly annihilated, what good will that do? With a mere gesture, Zhou Chen reduced the now uncontrollable venerable Fox King to ashes. Now speak up, aside from you. How many demon kings have come? If you can articulate clearly, I might just spare your life. To be frank, if it weren't for this fellow's somewhat taboo methods, Zhou Chen might have considered nurturing him, to see if he could become a third trusted lieutenant alongside the Monkey King and the Bull Demon King. Given sufficient corpses, he could indeed engage in combat with anyone. Alas, corpses are ultimately just that, corpses. Their utility is limited, and in comparison to top-tier demon kings, the effectiveness of his abilities is merely a matter of added flair. There are still over a dozen. Even the 9-infant demon saint has personally come. You cannot escape. The Northern Wind Taoist snorted coldly. Zhou Chen, I shall not pretend any longer. The 9-infant demon saint wishes to meet you primarily to discuss certain matters. There is no need for us to be at odds. Release me, and I shall facilitate your meeting with him. Boom. Zhou Chen remained silent, even too apathetic to let him finish, summoning heavenly thunder to descend. instantly obliterating him to nothingness. What nonsense! Speaking to me in such a manner. If there were truly matters to discuss, would the nine infant come knocking, presenting himself as if seeking to determine life and death? Is this even normal? Having observed for quite some time, are you not yet inclined to make your appearance, esteemed senior? This is not our first encounter, and there is no need for such formality. Without turning his head, Zhou Chen regarded the dissipating form of the northern wind Taoist and spoke coldly. At this moment, the long unseen figure of Bai Zhe appeared above him. This fellow had been lingering nearby for an indeterminate length of time. He shook his head and mused, in truth. This individual possesses potential worth nurturing. Perhaps he may prove useful in the future. Thus, you chose not to rescue him earlier? And now you express pity for him? Zhou Chen lifted his gaze to meet Bai Zhe's eyes and inquired, could it be that you too have been moved by Jiuying, prompting you to seek me out? Chapter 152, Promises and Rejections. The last time Zhou Chen encountered Bai Zhe, he felt as though the great Luo Golden Immortal was a veritable deity. The mere thought of contending with him was daunting. Even the prospect of facing him could lead to his swift demise. The unfathomable techniques and the extraordinary ability to rend space with a mere gesture filled him with trepidation. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically since then. Zhou Chen had now faced two great Luo Golden Immortals head-on, and he had come perilously close to annihilating the nine infants. Had it not been for the intervention of others, even Guanyin Bodhisattva might have met her end at his hands. The ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals were no longer formidable adversaries. Sensing Zhou Chen's hostility, Bai Zhe offered a resigned smile and shook his head, saying, there is no need for you to regard me as an enemy. You must understand that had it not been for the choice I presented to you last time, you would not have had the fortune to acquire the 9-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. Although we may not become friends, we certainly cannot be enemies. My relationship with your master is rather amicable. Zhou Chen's animosity lessened somewhat, and he refrained from confrontation. The Master Bai Zhe referred to as undoubtedly Master Bodhi. It must be said that Master Bodhi's connections in this world were extraordinarily vast, to the extent that even a powerful being like Bai Zhe sought his acquaintance. So, you have come to discuss the 9 infants with me? You must be aware that he is currently seeking trouble with me. Zhou Chen inquired coldly. Bai Zhe chuckled softly, his expression inscrutable. Indeed, I have heard whispers regarding this matter. However, I shall remain impartial. I will not favor you or him. The last time he attacked you, it was merely an act of self-preservation on your part, and it was entirely reasonable that you nearly vanquished him. His shortcomings in strength are his own concern, and my demon clan has no issues with you, nor will anyone come seeking trouble. Now, as he approaches you under the auspices of the demon saint, it is merely his own affair. The other demon saints and I will certainly refrain from interjecting or becoming overly involved in this matter. As he spoke, Bai Zhe regarded Zhou Chen with a penetrating gaze. To be candid, although he had heard of Zhou Chen's reputation, he had always regarded him as a mere junior. Even if Zhou Chen were to eventually stand on equal footing with them, it would undoubtedly require a lengthy period of cultivation. After all, each of these great Luo Golden Immortals had once been a prodigy in their own right, in terms of lineage and talent, which among them had ever been outshone. Yet, Zhou Chen had managed to break through to the Golden Immortal stage in such a short span of time. With his remarkable techniques, he was capable of rivaling the great Luo Golden Immortals. Such combat prowess was indeed astonishing, had one not witnessed it firsthand. Who would believe that this individual was merely a postnatal human? When did the human race's bloodline give rise to such a prodigy? I have come to seek you out to discuss certain matters, and to update you on the situation regarding the 9 infants. As you can see, I have recently acquired several new energies, which belong to Guanyin Bodhisattva. She sought me out a while ago with the intention of having me meet with you. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Guanyin, what does she wish to speak to me about? The enmity between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Zhou Chen has become a widely acknowledged affair across the 3 realms. Who would dare to meddle in their matters? This situation is far more intricate than you might imagine. That individual did not approach me to facilitate a reconciliation between you two. Rather, he sought to clarify the stance of the demon clan. The saga of Sun Wukong has concluded, and regardless of whom you represent henceforth, you must refrain from any involvement in this affair. Of course, in exchange, we are prepared to offer a portion of benefits. Under your command are the formidable demon kings, Yuan Wang and Nyoemo Wang. Should you desire to engage in the journey to the west, these two could take action on your behalf. Bai Zhe extended his hand forward and gently pointed, a stream of radiant light emanating from his fingertip, penetrating Zhou Chen's forehead and entering his consciousness. Zhou Chen felt a new memory emerge within his mind, and upon closer inspection, a cold smile crept across his face. This was an attempt to buy me off with merit, he mused. The journey to the west is fraught with 81 tribulations, each akin to celestial beings descending to assist through trials. The majority of benefits had long been allocated before the journey commenced. Presently, Zhou Chen holds sway over one of them, Wukong. Should the need arise, he could exert control over even more, potentially transforming all tribulations into something else entirely. In such a case, the inability to endure hardships would naturally preclude the attainment of complete merit, leading to significant issues in the journey to the west. At this moment, Guanyin, in her quest to quell the turmoil, has entrusted 3 of the 81 tribulations to Zhou Chen, 2 specifically designated for Wukong and Wang, while the 3rd serves to placate him or to be reserved for others as a favor. By accepting this, Zhou Chen would essentially acknowledge the situation, and any further disruptions on his part would result in harm to his own interests, as well as to those of others. Surely, she does not believe that offering such trifling tokens can bind me? With a mere flick of his hand, Zhou Chen dispelled that portion of memory, casting a cold glance at Bai Zhe as he prepared to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Do not be hasty. I have yet to conclude my discourse, Bai Zhe remarked, appearing increasingly exasperated. Heed my counsel. Compliance with this directive bears nothing but benefits. Understand that most powerful figures behind the scenes of the 81 tribulations must at least ascend to the great Luo Jingxian realm to participate, while several of the mightiest have already reached quasi-saint status. Just as your esteemed master discerned the underlying issues, he was willing to extend his assistance. Otherwise, how would he have established Fangcun Mountain? By engaging now, you effectively secure an early position akin to that of a great Luo Jingxian, which would be immensely advantageous for your future. Moreover, the 3 tribulations you possess are of exceptionally high quality within the 81. Additionally, as the elder brother of Sun Wukong, you can expect that he will seek your aid in times of trouble. Bai Zhe's assertions held a degree of validity. Yet, Zhou Chen remained indifferent to such matters, shaking his head in refusal. I do not wish to partake in this affair. As for merit, it holds little allure for me at this moment. Let it be. With that, Zhou Chen strode purposefully toward the exit. In a moment, Baze found himself at a loss, bewildered by the tenacity of this individual. Why was he so fixated on this matter? Zhou Chen, you must understand. We are no longer inclined to return to our former days. This time, akin to the previous occasions, it is a calamity of monumental proportions, a tribulation that threatens the entire world. This particular catastrophe is remarkably less lethal, the safest among all past tribulations. If you truly wish to disrupt these arrangements, even the Bodhi Patriarch may be unable to safeguard you. Chapter 153. Xianxia as a survivor of the calamity of the wraiths and liches, and a prominent figure of that era. Few could comprehend the despair accompanying the arrival of such a catastrophe as deeply as Baze. Witnessing the accumulation of countless generations of his kin obliterated in an instant, having sacrificed everything for the illusory title of supremacy, he ultimately reaped naught but the remnants of lifeless corpses. Alas, even the corpses had vanished. With a profound sigh, Baze lamented. During the calamity of the consecration, the myriad celestial beings of the gathered, only to see their hopes turn to desolation. Almost all the immortals were led astray, paving the way for the Western teachings to attain an almost invincible stature. The decline of the Xianmen has become an undeniable reality. I am genuinely intrigued, he continued. What is it that you truly desire? Are you struggling for Sun Wukong, or is it for yourself? Or perhaps, you seek to alter the course of fate at this very moment? The ultimate victor has already emerged, and this is immutable. Baze's words resonated with sincerity. Yet Zhou Chen remained silent, continuing his stride towards the exit. Only upon reaching the doorway did he glance back, remarking, the esteemed strategist of the demon race. When did you come to utter such despondent words? Your kind may have faltered, but I need not share their fate. Moreover, if I stand here without a single supporter, how have I managed to arrive at this point? Upon hearing this, Baze was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implications with a pallor washing over his face. Setting aside the presence still lingering at Zhou Chen's waist, who remained within the confines of the Zixiao Palace. How could the other 2 Xianmen sages from the east so easily concede defeat? They had sacrificed nearly everything for the sake of the consecration, only to find themselves betrayed in the end. How could they resign themselves to relinquishing all? Furthermore, Baze, allow me to correct you. The Western teachings are far from pristine. Have you ventured near their sacred mountain? Are you aware of what it means for the land to be strewn with corpses? Zhou Chen continued in a somber tone. As I prepare to step down from my position as the director of the Demon Suppression Office, I am indeed ready to make a pilgrimage to the sacred mountain. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting apparition, vanishing like a comet. Strewn with corpses? Baze pondered, his disbelief lingering. Surely, that could not be the case. Those from the Western teachings often spoke of compassion. How could they possibly be involved in such grievous matters? Nonetheless, since Zhou Chen had mentioned it, perhaps it warranted investigation. The impending journey to the west was already beginning to unfold. With a long sigh, Baze tore open a rift in space and stepped through. Shortly thereafter, Jiaoying arrived with 2 demon kings in tow. It appeared that the Northern Wind Taoist had met his demise here. His strength was evidently lacking, having been swiftly discerned and eradicated. The 2 demon kings exchanged glances, turning their attention to Jiaoying. It must be said that although they had previously witnessed Zhou Chen displaying his divine abilities, they still believed themselves to possess a significant advantage, especially with the presence of the demon Saint Jiaoying. It seemed implausible that they would fail to subdue their opponent repeatedly. However, while the strength of the North Wind Taoist may not rank among the most formidable of demon kings, his mastery over corpse control was anything but trivial. The fact that Zhou Chen could effortlessly annihilate him demonstrated an overwhelming prowess. That individual was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. Where could he have vanished to? He had lost all traces. The demon king spoke again, but Jiaoying merely waved his hand gently. No matter. Even if he escapes to the farthest corners of the earth, there will surely be clues. Furthermore, for the next 500 years, he cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Jiaoying stretched his limbs and let out a soft snort. Search. Continue the pursuit. No matter the cost, we must find him. Understood. The 2 demon kings nodded in unison, bowing to Jiaoying before hastily departing, leaving him alone in the vicinity. What a nuisance. This was merely an endeavor to locate that individual and seek a breakthrough opportunity. How had it escalated to this extent? Even Bai Zhe had become involved. Jiaoying touched his chest, where a unique sword aura radiated, severing a portion of the causal threads that bound him. This was the source of his confinement, keeping him at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. He was loath to disturb these threads unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Zhou Chen's methods were rather ruthless. Though he had not completely severed them, he had left Jiaoying in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. The causal threads were sealed by the immense bloodshed Jiaoying had caused during the calamity of the witch and demon era. A misstep, even as a great Luo golden immortal, could lead to a descent into madness. In other words, his best course of action now was to have Zhou Chen strike once more, and it had to be executed with utmost precision, without damaging his foundation. The crux of the matter was that Zhou Chen's techniques were those of a saint. Such abilities, regardless of how talented this individual might be, would not be abundant. Would he even be willing to assist? In utter desperation, Jiaoying opted for this rather conspicuous, yet assuredly survivable approach. Bai Zhe had been drawn here as well. It must pertain to those matters of the Western teachings. Hopefully, it would not create too much of a stir, lest it complicate matters further. With a long exhale, Jiaoying's form gradually faded, ultimately vanishing completely. Meanwhile, after a lengthy journey, Zhou Chen suddenly halted at the peak of a mountain. Junior Zhou Chen pays respects to the great immortal Zhen Yuan. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully to the air beside him, his expression solemn. After leaving the confines of Wuji Mountain, he had not passed through Wuzhuang Temple, nor had he previously communicated with Zhen Yuanzi. Yet, just moments ago, his primordial spirit had inexplicably stirred. Clearly, someone was indicating that they were nearby. His perception was indeed remarkably acute. He was truly deserving of being a disciple of Bodhi. Zhen Yuanzi gradually emerged, moving with a lightness that belied his age. Unlike other quasi-saints, he exuded no sharp aura. He appeared merely as an ordinary elder. Yet, Zhou Chen could perceive the immense power emanating from him, a force that far surpassed his own, ineffable in mere words. This celestial being had lived for such an extensive period that his age could nearly rival that of a sage. Has the great immortal Zhen Yuan come to see me for a specific purpose? Zhou Chen inquired. It is nothing of great significance, Zhen Yuanzi replied with a casual tone. Merely a chance encounter to observe the progress of my Bodhi disciple. But you, on the other hand, he added with a knowing smile, where are you intending to go? Surely, you do not wish to venture to the west? The Spirit Mountain is easily accessed, yet departing is another matter entirely. Chapter 154. A disciple unlike his master was the great immortal Zhen Yuan following me for this matter? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and then spoke. I initially wished to visit the origin of the human race, but upon reflection, there is little of interest there now. Given my current circumstances, returning to my own cave dwelling is rather inconvenient. The west is merely one of the options. As for the Spirit Mountain, I shall not entertain the thought of going there regardless of the circumstances. The territory of the Western teachings is now in utter chaos. Perhaps it is a prelude to the impending calamity of the journey to the West, designed to ensure that the journey is fraught with difficulties. They permit demons to rampantly slaughter. While such carnage may seem tragic in relation to other calamities, it is still a matter of life and death. And there exists no distinction between the two. Zhou Chen intended to take a glance first. Should there be any issues that could be resolved, it would be fortuitous to address them all at once. His 9-grade merit golden lotus seeds currently required merit for nurturing, and if all went smoothly, perhaps it would soon bloom into a magnificent lotus. You seem quite unfazed, contemplating involvement at this juncture. Xianxia chuckled lightly. Not surprised by Zhou Chen's decision. I share a long-standing friendship with your master, hence I took the liberty to intervene. You must understand that the Western teachings now stand at the precipice of turmoil. Your journey there is ill-advised, and once you enter the West, the decision of whether to proceed to the Spirit Mountain will no longer lie solely with you. If possible, it may be wiser for you to visit the Flame Mountain first. Flame Mountain? Zhou Chen paused, suddenly reminded of the alchemical furnace that had descended to the mortal realm. The commotion caused by the furnace's arrival was indeed considerable. According to celestial regulations, an immortal should have come down to reclaim it. Yet to this day, the heavenly court seems to have forgotten about it, allowing flames to scorch the mortal realm and even creating a striking spectacle. If memory serves, the Princess Iron Fan resides near Flame Mountain, does she not? The Princess Iron Fan dwells atop the Tsuyin Mountain, and she is among the few who possess the ability to dispel fiery treasures. As the legitimate wife of the Bull Demon King, she also serves as vital evidence in securing the support of the Azura clan. Predecessor, do you wish for me to seek out the Princess Iron Fan? The Bull Demon King is currently under my command as a personal guard. Would it not be ill-advised for me to visit her? Zhou Chen inquired. Xianxia chuckled at him. Bodhi always claims that you are an exceptional disciple. I remain unconvinced. Have you made arrangements with the old ancestor of the underworld regarding the Bull Demon King? You have stirred considerable commotion within the demon clan, leading to the fall of numerous demon kings. While these demon kings may not have been particularly formidable, their demise is certainly not trivial for the demon race. Yet, there are signs of unrest within the demon clan. Otherwise, why would the 9 infants seek to confront you, unimpeded by other demon saints? In the present era, the venerable Kunpeng is residing in the Blood Sea. Should you choose to pay a visit, you might find an opportunity to resolve the grievances of both parties and perhaps even discuss matters concerning the Bull Demon King with the Lord of the Underworld. Regardless of your intentions, it is prudent to engage in some discourse with him. After all, it is rather fortuitous. Zhou Chen has inadvertently disrupted a significant affair, yet the other party has not held it against him and even bestowed a grand gift upon him. Despite this, he has yet to pay them a visit to exchange a few words and has even taken one of their disciples under his wing. If he continues to remain silent, future encounters may prove awkward. However, with matters having progressed to this stage, he wonders if he might not be met with hostility upon arrival. Seemingly perceiving Zhou Chen's thoughts, Xianxia spoke further. Fear not, for we have existed in this realm for countless epochs. Our foundation is profound, and we shall not quibble with a junior such as yourself. My visit is merely to extend a greeting and offer you some guidance. In a few years, my ginseng fruit tree will bear fruit. Do come and join me for a gathering. I find myself quite curious about you. Xianxia regarded Zhou Chen with a penetrating gaze, as if able to unveil all the secrets concealed within him. It was indeed remarkable. A postnatal human, without resorting to any nefarious means, had effortlessly ascended to the golden immortal realm. Given the current trajectory, it seemed inevitable that in a century, he would break through to the Tai golden immortal stage. Moreover, he maintained such depth and combat prowess, even acquiring numerous saintly techniques. Had this been proclaimed in the past, who would have believed it? Such a talent, provided he does not fall, will undoubtedly reach their level in due time. Xianxia surmised that it would not be long before Zhou Chen stood at the threshold of quasi-sainthood or even the great Luo golden immortal level, conversing with him on equal footing. Furthermore, the actions of the Western Church in recent years have been rather excessive. If possible, Xianxia wishes to see if he can alter this course. A slight adjustment to the current script could suffice. With that in mind, Zhou Chen took his leave, promising to visit when time permits. He bowed once more to Xianxia, the great immortal rumored to share a lifespan with the cosmos, one of the apex beings among quasi-saints, whose strength is nearly beyond description, arguably the mightiest force apart from the saints themselves. Respect? It is merely a matter of obligation. After exchanging a few more words, both Zhou Chen and Xianxia turned their gazes toward behind him simultaneously. It seems you are entangled in quite a bit of trouble. Xianxia's expression, A blend of amusement and intrigue prompted Zhou Chen to sigh softly. Unless absolutely necessary, I truly wish to avoid further conflict with these individuals. The more I engage, the greater my list of enemies becomes. Retreat may not guarantee a vast horizon. Xinyuanzi spoke thoughtfully. You should seek out the Lord of the Underworld and Kunping. Previously, your intervention nearly cost Jiao Ying his life. He would hardly be inclined to recklessly endanger himself against you. Upon this, Zhou Chen nodded in agreement and began to take his leave. In that case, I shall visit again in the future, and I hope to sample the legendary ginseng fruit at that time. Certainly, certainly, Xinyuanzi replied with a smile, watching as Zhou Chen transformed into a rainbow and departed towards the Flame Mountain. Meanwhile, he discreetly left behind several talismans, concealed along the path that one must traverse. Is this truly a disciple of Bodhi? His actions are indeed meticulous. Yet, this method seems rather excessive. Observing the Demon King, who had just pursued him, ensnared by the talismans, Xinyuanzi couldn't help but shake his head. This talisman technique is notoriously troublesome. In Zhou Chen's hands, it is indeed formidable. One wonders how this young man possesses such an extraordinary talent for drawing talismans, scattering these precious charms as if they were mere beans. Absurd. Nevertheless, it is only a successor of this caliber who could prompt the celestial master to pause and cast a lingering glance. Chapter 155, Teasing the Red Boy at the Fiery Mountain. After an arduous journey, Zhou Chen finally arrived at this location. Feeling the temperature surrounding him, even with his celestial form, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. This heat was such that not only humans, but even ordinary demons would be incinerated upon approach. This was the sixth Ding divine fire, the flame used by the Supreme Lord Laozi during his alchemical endeavors. Imbued with such power that even immortals could be consumed by it. Even the likes of Sun Wukong, without the protection of the gates of life, could not hope to escape. Now, should he seek the Iron Fan Princess? Just as Zhou Chen was about to set off, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally fierce aura sweeping towards him. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the aura, and his form trembled abruptly. Utilizing the Tiangang divine technique, he ascended to a higher altitude, where he beheld a child who had appeared unexpectedly. The child wielded a long spear, his eyes seemingly ablaze, emanating an aura of profound immortality, on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. Moreover, Zhou Chen sensed an exceptionally fierce flame energy radiating from him. This was a divine technique, a technique wielding unique power, rivaling the sixth Ding divine fire. The Red Boy? Zhou Chen quickly deduced the identity of his opponent. According to the records of Journey to the West, the Red Boy had cultivated for 300 years within the Fiery Mountain, mastering the Three Flames' true fire divine technique, rendering him extraordinarily formidable, to the point that even Sun Wukong had once been defeated by him. This Three Flames' true fire could be described as incredibly troublesome, not easily dispelled, particularly targeting those of them who possessed exceptionally powerful celestial forms. To put it plainly, physical resistance does not equate to magical resistance, and the damage inflicted was so high that an ordinary person could hardly withstand it. Where did this fellow come from? He certainly dodged swiftly. The Red Boy snorted coldly, speaking with a biting tone. There is an aura about you that I find repugnant. Who are you? What brings you to my Fiery Mountain? What? Is this place your home? Zhou Chen, feeling playful, retorted. It is not my home. Could it possibly be yours? I have resided here for several years. Do you have an objection? Or do you think you can endure this heat? This temperature? As the Red Boy brandished his spear, he seemed to recall something. A flash of anger crossing his eyes. I remember now. That aura. My mother had me sense it. You are the demon-slaying general from the heavenly court. The one who captured my father. Return my father to me. With his spear poised to strike again, the Red Boy's celestial form was formidable as well. Having inherited the essence of the Bull Demon King alongside the techniques of the Azura clan, his innate talent even surpassing that of the Bull Demon King, Zhou Chen was reluctant to brutally beat the son of his loyal subordinate, deftly evading using the Tiangang divine technique. Each time he dodged, he positioned himself just within the Red Boy's line of sight, yet at a distance difficult for him to attack, causing great frustration. Do you only know how to run? Aren't you capable of wielding a spear? Draw it and fight me. Once my divine technique is perfected, I will surely shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces to avenge my father. Exhausted from his frantic efforts, the young red child finally paused to catch his breath, glaring fiercely at Zhou Chen. Strangely enough, there was an undeniable charm about him in this state, which elicited a stifled chuckle. Your father has not perished at my hands. He was merely confined within the Demon Suppression Division. In fact, I released him not long ago. Is it possible he hasn't returned to see you? Zhou Chen inquired with a grin. Fuming, the red child retorted, You must be jesting. Who doesn't he know that any demon entering the Heavenly Court's Demon Suppression Division is as good as lost? Throughout history, no demon has ever emerged from there alive. If my father truly returned, why would he not come to see me? If it weren't for you, my mother would not be weeping in despair. Prepare to pay with your life. With that, the Red Child launched himself at Zhou Chen again. Though he was acutely aware that his current abilities were no match for Zhou Chen, in desperation, he formed a seal. With a rumble, a sphere of flames erupted from his mouth, akin to a volcano in eruption. The formidable power within made Zhou Chen's heart race. True Dragon Wind Talisman. He swiftly released a talisman, retreating at great speed. The talisman transformed into a true dragon, its claws grasping the clouds, conjuring a tempest that collided violently with the flames. With a deafening explosion, the fire scattered, yet the Red Child completely disregarded the flames as he charged at Zhou Chen, his speed seemingly tearing through the fabric of time and space, arriving right before him. Come, savor my three-flavor true fire and test my strength. The Red Child chuckled, then formed a seal and unleashed a fiery breath towards Zhou Chen. The flames shot skyward, enveloping him and warping the surrounding space with their intensity. After a considerable time, the Red Child finally ceased his assault, gasping for breath. He had expended nearly all his magical energy for this strike. Zhou Chen's formidable essence was too strong, and it required his utmost effort to have any hope of success. Regrettably, he had yet to break through to the golden immortal stage, and his three-flavor true fire technique remained far from perfected, merely at a proficient level. Had it been fully realized, Zhou Chen would not have escaped so easily. Perhaps he could still interrogate about his father's whereabouts. You need not resort to torture. Simply ask me directly, for I have no reason to conceal the truth from you. Zhou Chen's voice resonated in his ear. The Red Child turned in astonishment, only to find Zhou Chen's hand firmly pressing down on his head. This has gone on long enough. If you persist, I may have to assume your father's role and teach you a proper lesson. Zhou Chen maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if the previous tension was merely a facade. In his hand, a burgeoning aura of malevolence was coalescing into a blade of energy, ready to sever the Red Child's head with a mere gesture. In an instant, clarity dawned upon the Red Child regarding the recent events. Blushing with indignation, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Were you toying with me? With your strength? You could easily subdue me, yet you merely watched as I made a fool of myself without retaliating? What else was I to do?" Zhou Chen shrugged nonchalantly, casually casting the red-haired child to the ground. With a fleeting glance, he inquired, "How long have you been cultivating now? How many battles have you endured? With your current prowess, you are vastly inferior to your father. Why should I harbor any fear of you? Moreover, your father is currently under my employ. Out of respect for him, I would never consider taking action against you. Now, lead me to your mother. I have matters to discuss with her. It would be a pity to have news of the Bull Demon King and not see your parents reunited, wouldn't it?" Chapter 156. If you call me again, I'll go beat your father, you. Gazing at Zhou Chen before him, the red boy took several deep breaths, managing to steady his anger with great difficulty. He forced himself to glare at Zhou Chen and retorted, "Why should I trust you? What is your purpose in wanting to see my mother? Who's to say you don't intend to reunite us just to eliminate us entirely?" Zhou Chen chuckled softly. "Bringing you here was merely to avoid a conflict. Your mother resides nearby, on Fangcun Mountain. Did you truly believe I was unaware? After all, I have served as the director of the Shinong Division for a time, and I am well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the various demon kings." Zhou Chen stepped forward, continuing, "If you are unwilling to cooperate, I can forcibly take you. Suppressing you would be quite simple for me." As he spoke, a talisman appeared in his hand, imbued with a peculiar energy, with just a slight perception. The red boy felt his essence falter, as though he could no longer sense anything. "You wretched creature," the red boy muttered under his breath, ultimately resigning himself to reality. This fellow seemed to regard him with utter disdain, as if toying with him. The chasm between them was akin to that of an adult and an infant, nearly impossible to articulate, their potential combat appearing almost farcical. There was no alternative. The red boy could only rely on the remnants of his own power, slowly making his way toward Fangcun Mountain. Zhou Chen trailed behind him unhurriedly, and before long, they arrived at a towering mountain that could be deemed a celestial abode. This place was managed with remarkable finesse, through his divine abilities. Zhou Chen could distinctly perceive the signs of habitation above, with various celestial treasures cultivated, reminiscent of the precious collections of the 10,000-year Fox King. Good heavens! It seems your mother possesses quite the collection, perhaps rivaling that of the 10,000-year Fox King. Truly befitting of a princess of the Azura clan. Zhou Chen remarked with a light chuckle. The red boy shot him a fierce glare, a torrent of unspoken words swirling within him. How dare this fellow mention the 10,000-year Fox King? Had it not been for his intrusion to pilfer from the Fox King's possessions, his father would never have dared to confront the heavenly court so recklessly, ultimately leading to their current plight. All of this is my mother's dowry. Even my father dared not disturb it. If you have the audacity to make a move here, you should consider the consequences of provoking the Azura clan, the Red Boy warned. With that, he led Zhou Chen to Fangcun Mountain, emanating his magical aura. Mother, I have arrived, and I've brought a wretched being with me. Come out and take a look. The Red Boy dashed toward the cave within, casting glances back at Zhou Chen, as if to signal that he would soon deal with him. Wretched being? Who might that be? Princess Iron Fan emerged from the cave, and upon spotting Zhou Chen, her hand instinctively grasped her banana leaf fan. Sister-in-law, do not be hasty. Zhou Chen extended his hand, and the true dragon whip materialized, firmly blocking the cave's entrance, while talismans flew from his sleeve, calming the tempest that had just erupted. Red child, how could you bring him here? Princess Iron Fan clenched her teeth and exclaimed at her son, who could only recount the events that had just transpired with a sense of grievance. As the conversation progressed, Princess Iron Fan's anger turned to incredulous laughter. Zhou Chen, you truly possess remarkable audacity. Previously, when the ancestor sought you out and spoke of the Bull Demon King, you did not release him. Now you come here pretending to be a good Samaritan? If you had even a shred of conscience, you would return my husband, and we could erase the past. From now on, let us not trouble one another. Unfazed by the prospect of Zhou Chen acting against her, she scoffed lightly. Zhou Chen's reputation had grown immensely, now rivaling even that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Both Guanyin Bodhisattva and the 9 infants had suffered at his hands, with the latter nearly losing his life. In this world, few would dare regard him as a mere junior. While other demon kings might confront Princess Iron Fan, the ancestor of the underworld would likely remain silent. However, if it were Zhou Chen, then she would brace for an inevitable confrontation. Returning the Bull Demon King, that seems implausible. Zhou Chen shook his head. You are well aware of the ancestor of the underworld's original plans for him. Given his current predicament, do you truly wish for him to return to this charade? How then would I conclude this matter? Is it solely mine to resolve, or is it also the ancestors? Princess Iron Fan, undoubtedly privy to some knowledge, narrowed her eyes. Then what do you propose? Where is my husband now? If I take on the role of his commander, I can at least ensure his safety. Zhou Chen replied, gazing deeply into her eyes. Do me a favor, and if successful, I shall grant him 100 years of leave. What favor? Princess Iron Fan remained cautious, her voice icy. You don't intend for me to bring you to see the ancestor, do you? Or do you expect me to help you subdue Flaming Mountain? Zhou Chen smiled without responding, yet Princess Iron Fan seemed to grasp his intentions. Impossible. The ancestor would never agree to meet you again. The last encounter left him utterly exasperated. If I were to take you to him, I would also face his wrath. 100 years of leave is a rare offer. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, stepping closer. In the next 500 years, this may be the only opportunity for such a respite. Are you truly not considering it? Surely, you wouldn't want Red Child to lose his father, unable even to see him? Those few words carried tremendous weight. Princess Iron Fan's face flushed crimson as Zhou Chen's remarks struck a nerve, her fists clenched in fury. She yearned to cleave Zhou Chen in half at that moment, but forced herself to suppress her rage. Fine, I will take you. But think carefully. If you are expelled once inside, it will have nothing to do with me. Agreed. Zhou Chen nodded, casting a lingering glance at Red Child, who had yet to utter a word. The young lad was unaware of when the figure had stealthily approached from behind, seemingly poised to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Sensing Zhou Chen's gaze upon him, the red-haired boy let out a cold snicker, defiantly returning the stare. Child, do not linger with your gaze. Out of respect for your father, I shall refrain from striking you. However, that does not preclude the possibility of me taking my wrath out on your father upon my return. Would it not be delightful to grant the Bull Demon King a holiday, only to have him return and deliver a beating to you? Zhou Chen spoke with an air of indifference, his words laced with a chilling undertone that caused the red-haired boy to shudder involuntarily. If you have the capability, let us engage in battle once more. The boy, harboring resentment, could only shout this in defiance. He clenched his teeth and cast a glance at Princess Iron Fan, only to find her utterly indifferent to such trivial matters. We shall depart now, Princess Iron Fan declared unequivocally. Do not forget your promise to me, should you renege. I shall certainly seek out your lair and lay it to waste. Chapter 157. The Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood is situated near the 6 paths of reincarnation, a place to which Zhou Chen had never ventured before. Accompanied by Princess Iron Fan, he found himself amidst a landscape unlike any he had encountered. Stay close, she admonished coldly. This area approaches the 6 paths of reincarnation. One misstep, and you could easily lose your way. Even with your golden immortal physique, trouble would be inevitable and escape difficult. Soon, she halted, forming a seal with her hands. Who goes there? A deep, muffled voice pierced the air, and in the next moment, a rift in space was torn open, revealing an unsightly visage. Iron Fan, why have you returned instead of remaining on your Fangcun Mountain? The Azura's gaze shifted towards Zhou Chen, his pupils quivering slightly. It's you, brat. Zhou Chen greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. This was none other than Ling, the one he had previously defeated. That time, the fellow had narrowly escaped his grasp at a considerable cost. Little did he expect to encounter him again. Zhou Chen. Ling's expression subtly shifted, as if contemplating an attack. However, after a brief assessment of their relative strengths, he ultimately sighed in resignation. Come inside, he said, tearing open the spatial rift further to reveal the vast expanse of the Sea of Blood. No wonder I couldn't find any records regarding the Sea of Blood. It merely hinted at its approximate location. It turns out, the Sea of Blood is concealed within another realm, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. Stepping into the Sea of Blood alongside Princess Iron Fan. The Sea of Blood, like the 6 paths of reincarnation, harbors secrets not easily revealed to outsiders, Ling explained, casting a sharp glare at Iron Fan. Why did you bring him here? The ancestor is not particularly eager to see him. About the Bull Demon King. You are somewhat aware, are you not? Do not inquire further. Pose your questions to him. He threatened me to bring him along, Iron Fan replied helplessly. Shifting her gaze to Zhou Chen, Ling shook his head. Zhou Chen, this is not the time for you to meet the ancestor. You are well aware of the troubles you have caused previously. The ancestor does not wish to see you, so leave. Have you even asked him? How do you know he doesn't want to see me? How long has the ancestor been receiving guests without dispersing? How can you be certain he is not waiting for someone? Zhou Chen countered. Ling's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Zhou Chen intently. How do you know the ancestor is meeting with others? That is not your concern. Just inform him, Zhou Chen insisted resolutely. Under Zhou Chen's unwavering demand, Ling could only cast a glance at Iron Fan before entering the Sea of Blood to notify the ancestor of the underworld. Before long, he emerged from the depths of the Sea of Blood, his eyes fixed on Zhou Chen with an unusual intensity. You truly managed to persuade the ancestor? He has permitted you to see him, provided you can locate him. It is not impossible for you to have an audience. As he spoke, both Ling and Princess Iron Fan wore expressions of schadenfreude. This was undoubtedly a formidable test. In the vast expanse of the Blood Sea, a murky aura intermingles without end. Even an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal would find their cultivation compromised in a matter of moments should they descend into its depths. Even if one attempted to isolate themselves with their mystical powers, losing their sense of direction could prove fatal without the intervention of the old ancestor of the underworld river. However, the old ancestor's directive was not to guide him through this treacherous terrain, but to encourage him to seek his own path. It appeared the elder was displeased. Zhou Chen, undeterred, allowed his golden eyes to shine brightly as he employed his divine abilities to probe every corner of the Blood Sea, yet he soon retracted his efforts. Indeed, visibility was an impossibility. The very essence of the Blood Sea rendered him blind to its depths. Yet, for Zhou Chen, this was not a dead end. Without invoking any defensive measures, he plunged directly into the crimson abyss below, disappearing with a resounding splash. Is he out of his mind? Aside from the Azura clan, I have yet to witness anyone enter the Blood Sea without the aid of techniques or powers. Does he truly believe the old ancestor will show him mercy? Princess Iron Fan expressed her discontent. She felt Zhou Chen's actions belittled their capabilities. Let us not forget, the method of physical refinement he inherited hails from the ancient witch clan, closely tied to the legendary witch lineage. Even the old ancestor has praised him on numerous occasions. The witch clan also wields boundless malevolent energy, employing it with equal proficiency as our Azura kin, though it depends on whether he has mastered it fully, Ling interjected. Having previously clashed with Zhou Chen, he might not claim complete understanding of his opponent, yet he was aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Undeniably, that supreme physical embodiment had become Zhou Chen's signature move. Each gesture rendered him unmatched in combat. The techniques that the Azura clan held in high regard seemed to be reduced to mere farce in Zhou Chen's hands. His formidable physical embodiment granted him an overwhelming advantage in battle. Watch closely. I may yet have to descend to lend him a hand, Ling added. As he and Princess Iron Fan began to employ the secret arts of the Azura to observe the movements within the Blood Sea. Upon entering the Blood Sea, one could perceive nothing but a sea of red. In that moment, all notions of up, down, left, and right became meaningless, and a sense of direction was utterly lost. Zhou Chen found it impossible to discern his whereabouts. However, in line with his earlier conjecture, his physical embodiment felt uniquely at home in this realm. The malevolent energy that most celestial beings would shun served merely as a tool for him to hone his corporeal form, posing no threat. Where am I? Zhou Chen closed his eyes, beginning to sense the surroundings. Just moments after Ling entered the Blood Sea without employing any evasion techniques, he emerged swiftly, indicating that the old ancestor's dwelling was not far from his current position. This Blood Sea could devour and imprison one's spiritual awareness, yet it was incapable of consuming the malevolent energy. He released the malevolent energy contained within his body, allowing it to gently caress everything around him. In no time, Zhou Chen discerned his direction and discovered an extraordinary edifice. At last, he found it. His speed was remarkable. Within mere moments, he stood before the structure, taking a brief moment to locate the grand entrance. With a decisive push, he flung open the door and stepped inside. Before him, an endless sea of blood vanished in an instant, replaced by two figures. One was the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, whom Zhou Chen had encountered before, while the other was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his demeanor chillingly stern. From him, Zhou Chen sensed an aura of demonic energy, one he had scarcely ever experienced. A semi-saint. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, instantly affirming the identity of this individual. He was undoubtedly the infamous demon master Kunpeng, as mentioned by the great master Jin Yuan. Chapter 158. Meeting Kunpeng, confronting pressure. This junior indeed lives up to your praises. He is rather impressive. Kunpeng retracted the aura emanating from him and nodded lightly. Beauty has truly acquired a commendable disciple this time. Perhaps it will not be long before he is able to converse with us on the same level. A golden immortal. How long has he been cultivating? To achieve the status of a golden immortal at such a pace is indeed extraordinary. His talent is remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that this individual tends to be rather unreliable. Would you not agree, Zhou Chen? The ancestor of the underworld river voiced his dissatisfaction. You have yet to return the Bull Demon King since you released him. Do you think that I lack the authority to command you? Despite his words, the ancestor did not emit any aura of anger. His remarks were merely an expression of his grievances. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. Ancestor, your assertion is misguided. If I were to return the Bull Demon King now, it would only serve to embarrass you and disrupt your plans. The Bull Demon King is no longer suited to continue appearing. Keeping him by my side as a personal guard is the best course of action. At least he will be spared from the Heavenly Court's pursuit, which is a win-win situation. With a disdainful snort, the ancestor of the underworld river did not voice any strong objections, but instead continued. Very well. Your visit to see me must involve more than mere conversation, correct? Kunpeng, you speak to him. The ancestor adopted an air of anticipation, while Kunpeng, seated opposite Zhou Chen, cast a penetrating gaze in his direction. That gaze gradually turned frigid, even tinged with a hint of chilling intensity. Zhou Chen, are you aware of the countless prodigies that have graced this world since time immemorial? Countless. Do not speak solely of your human race. Despite your high talents and innate Tao bodies, the number of your top-tier powerhouses is indeed limited, and those at the quasi-saint level are even scarcer. The existence of our demon race has spanned a far greater duration, and the number of prodigies we have produced is incalculable. Among them, there are vast numbers of innate beings. Yet, how many have managed to survive until today? Have you ever pondered the reasons behind this? Zhou Chen smiled, not hesitating to respond. They all perished, did they not? There is no need for the elder to elaborate. I have heard such tales countless times before. Are you seeking to discuss matters concerning the demon race? You are aware that, at present, the demon race has been persistently troubling me. The reasons are not due to any actions I wish to take, but rather because they relentlessly pursue me, leaving me rather helpless. Zhou Chen shrugged. If it were possible, I would prefer not to be in such a situation. I hope that the elder might come forth to mediate, at least to persuade that 9 infants. The demon saint 9 infants is indeed a challenging figure to placate. Should this individual be eliminated, it would irrevocably engender a bitter enmity between the demon race and himself. Yet, the fact that he has repeatedly sought out trouble indicates the prevailing circumstances. If the matter cannot be resolved, the days ahead may prove to be quite arduous. As a formidable general tasked with vanquishing demons in the celestial realm, how many great fiends and demon kings have you slain? From the perspective of the demon race, does Jiuying err in seeking your demise? Why should I intervene on your behalf? Kunpeng let out a light scoff. In the air, an imperceptible aura of oppression seemed to emanate from him, a lethal intent so subdued it appeared as effortless as crushing Zhou Chen, akin to squashing an ant. Zhou Chen smiled silently, exuding the potent essence of the Tiangang and Dizong divine technique, an overwhelming malevolence that, although restrained, seemed capable of stirring the very forces within the Blood Sea, causing even the observing ancestor of the underworld river to squint slightly. The 12 capital heavenly demon-slaying formation. The ancestor of the underworld river murmured to himself, astonished. This grand formation had been witnessed by countless individuals in the past, yet none had managed to derive any significant mastery from it. Who would have thought that the old Master Bodhi had indeed left a legacy, imparting it to his disciple? Zhou Chen's cultivation already possessed the unique aura of the 12 capital heavenly demon-slaying formation, subtly coalescing into a formidable scale. Esteemed elder, allow me to correct your earlier statement. I have not come to solicit your assistance in mediating with Zhou Ying, but rather to request that you deter him, Zhou Chen said with a light-hearted smile, his voice brimming with confidence. Otherwise, I fear, I might inadvertently take his life. The audacity of a golden immortal claiming he could slay a Deluo was a rarity throughout history. Yet today, Zhou Chen dared to utter such words. Moreover, he was entirely confident that should he strike, Zhou Ying would surely perish. Kunpeng was acutely aware of this reality. The 12 capital heavenly demon-slaying formation had already taken shape. Zhou Chen had previously demonstrated the might akin to the Zhou Tian starry formation within the celestial court. The fusion of these two formations, even at a mere 1% of their potential, could contend against a quasi-saint. It is crucial to note that during the peak of the conflict between the witch and demon races, either of these formations alone could rival a saint, representing the pinnacle of the witch and demon clan's capabilities. Alas, Kunpeng sighed softly, the earlier aura dissipating almost instantaneously. As for the matter concerning Zhou Ying, I shall speak with him and ensure he meets with you properly. His intentions are not to seek your death, but rather to request your assistance in a matter, and perhaps he may owe you a favor in return. Zhou Chen paused, bewildered. Is it customary for the demon race to pursue those they seek assistance from? The ancestor of the underworld river could not help but twitch his lips, nearly suppressing a laugh. Kunpeng's expression darkened as he snorted softly. That is a matter concerning Zhou Ying. How could I possibly know his thoughts? Furthermore, Zhou Chen, I caution you once more. While I may overlook your demon-slaying exploits, be wary of certain fiends. It is one thing to consume blood offerings, but if they are ascetic practitioners, should you indiscriminately slay them, I shall not spare you. Ascetic demons and demon kings are exceedingly rare nowadays, representing the future legacy of the demon race. Those who consume blood delicacies merely rely on cunning methods to enhance their own abilities. Their combat prowess is, in truth, rather ordinary. Where can one find the formidable strength that comes from arduous cultivation? Moreover, these formidable beings, great demons and demon kings, possess sufficient mental fortitude to confront the future. The death of even one of them would cause the ancient ancestor Kunpeng considerable sorrow for a long time. This matter is quite simple. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded, stating, I never intended to act against them. I will just be more mindful from now on. As the atmosphere between Zhou Chen and the ancient ancestor Kunpeng softened, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river waved towards him, saying, Enough standing over there. Come here and converse. Coincidentally, I have some inquiries for you as well. Son Wukong has already been confined within the Five-Finger Mountain, has he not? The ancient ancestor of the underworld river spoke in a low tone. This is not our first encounter. Speak candidly. You were present at that time. What exactly were your intentions? Were you conducting some sort of experiment? Chapter 159. Only a sage can confront a sage. The ancient ancestor of the dark river gazed intently, his eyes penetrating as if they could unveil the innermost thoughts of Zhou Chen, discerning all of his schemes. Before Zhou Chen could respond, he continued, I have observed you for an extended period. I am well aware of your character. If you truly lacked confidence, you would have intervened to protect son Wukong. By safeguarding him, you could have prolonged the situation, perhaps even employed means to assist him covertly. Yet this time, you have allowed him to create chaos on his own. While it is true that all of this was ultimately son Wukong's decision, to assert that you played no role in instigating it would be utterly unrealistic. Kunpeng smirked slightly, extending his palm where a phantom coalesced, seemingly perpetually replaying the scene from the heavenly court. Curiously, this time the Buddha Tathagata personally intervened, employing the transcendent technique, just as before. However, son Wukong has been imprisoned for several days now, and why has this transcendent technique not elicited any change? Not even son Wukong's spirit has been diminished. To claim that no one has intervened would be incredulous. The transcendent technique is renowned as a flaw in the fabric of reality, unparalleled in its potency. Those who have cultivated to the level of a golden immortal, or even a Tai golden immortal, unless aided by external forces or consuming forbidden substances, have undoubtedly undergone an arduous and prolonged period of cultivation to achieve such a state. The fortitude of such formidable beings is beyond imagination, and for the transcendent technique to alter their perceptions is an exceedingly exaggerated notion, one that has long vexed these powerful entities. Yet Zhou Chen now appears to possess the means to render the transcendent technique ineffective to a certain extent. Does this imply that those once forcibly drawn into the Western sect by this technique may have a chance of liberation? Zhou Chen gently shook his head. Could it not be that Sun Wukong's character is inherently resilient, impervious to influence? Impossible. The Dark River ancestor retorted coldly. The Azura clan is inherently ensnared in desire. Devoid of faith, knowing only chaos. Yet they too can be swayed by the transcendent technique, their very souls transformed. Only those who reach the great Luo, or even the quasi-saint realm, can hope to possess even a modicum of resistance. As for Sun Wukong, that is utterly inconceivable. Each quasi-saint and great Luo golden immortal possesses their own protective measures. Yet the Dark River ancestor and Kunping ancestor have attempted countless strategies, all futile against the transcendent technique, managing only to endure it a little longer. Zhou Chen, however, seems to genuinely possess a method to obliterate this divine art entirely. If he could comprehend the principles behind this technique, or even acquire it, with a slight refinement and the amalgamation of other quasi-saint powers, perhaps he could truly develop a specialized approach to counter the transcendent technique, uprooting the foundation of the Western sect. Of course, the act of uprooting a foundation is not something the Dark River ancestor and Kunping ancestor would pursue. Yet they have numerous descendants currently under the control of the Western sect. Should there be a chance to slightly alter the status quo, they would never decline. Under the watchful gaze of the two quasi-saints, Zhou Chen reluctantly produced a talisman. This was a talisman meticulously crafted from the entirety of the Tao Talisman Compendium, adorned with intricate patterns that defy description, so complex that they seem to emanate a faint breath of the soul at their core. Is this the essence of Sun Wukong? You have anchored this talisman to his soul, freezing his current state? No, no. The old ancestor of the underworld revealed a look of horror, employing his techniques to investigate. Before long, he gasped in astonishment. You have crystallized his inner self at the moment of their encounter, rendering him impervious to external influences? This talisman outside is more akin to a unique grand formation, expressly designed to stabilize the soul. Goodness, such a method. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Is it truly that profound? Kunpeng raised an eyebrow. He had some knowledge of formations, yet he acknowledged that it did not reach the depths of the old ancestor of the underworld's understanding. Furthermore, the talisman before him transcended the realm of formations, representing something he had never encountered. It is not merely as I have described. This talisman, if it could be transformed into a formation, could at the very least become a primordial grand array. Of course, it is still imperfect, with few aspects remaining to be altered. As he spoke, the old ancestor of the underworld extended his hand and conjured an identical talisman in midair, manipulating its various patterns. After several breaths, he completely transformed the design. This will not do. This is also incorrect. One must not act recklessly or alter it. Why is it so? The old ancestor of the underworld murmured to himself, entering a state of profound enlightenment. While Kunpeng could only cast a glance at Zhou Chen, truly deserving of the title of prodigy they speak of, with a talent and formation surpassing our own, ranking among the foremost of the quasi-saints. The grand formations laid by you juniors appear as mere refuse in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he holds you in high regard. I merely possess a few unconventional ideas. It is nothing remarkable, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head, his focus unwavering on the fine lines manipulated by the old ancestor of the underworld. The old ancestor continually sought to augment these threads, yet success eluded him. This talisman Zhou Chen crafted is solely for his own protection, which is precisely what he currently requires. Yet the old ancestor hopes to leverage his talisman to restore a soul to a state untouched by external influence, preserving certain memories while rejuvenating its former self. Undoubtedly, this presents a greater challenge. However, should he succeed, it could potentially plunge the Western Church from its zenith into a quagmire, mired in ceaseless chaos. After a considerable duration, the old ancestor of the underworld finally ceased his efforts, exhaling deeply. It has failed. Altering this talisman proves exceedingly difficult, nearly insurmountable. No wonder it remains imperfect. Even the slightest adjustment risks collapse. Zhou Chen, you are now practicing the Tao Talisman Compendium and have entered a minor achievement, correct? Upon uttering these words, the venerable Kunpeng turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen. You have truly entered this realm? Merely a reluctant achievement, Nothing more, Zhou Chen replied, gesturing dismissively before continuing. The art of transformation, after all, remains a divine power of the saints. My ability to safeguard myself is commendable. Yet to utterly sever this technique seems a distant prospect. Achieving mere mastery may not suffice, unless one attains completeness and ascends to sanctity. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river spoke with a haunting tone. Only the formidable power of a saint can alter the very fabric of existence. A saint possesses the capacity to deduce the past and present, approaching omnipotence. Furthermore, the divine powers of a saint enable the formidable practitioners of various saintly lineages to battle beyond their ranks, rendering them nearly invincible within the same realm. Only a select few of the most exalted innate beings can contend with them, or even surpass them. Should one aspire to sever the means of a saint, one must, indeed, attain sanctity to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 160. News of the 12-petal pure world white lotus dispelling the phantom in his hand. The ancestor of the river of darkness fell into a contemplative silence, though his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary sharpness. With such methods at his disposal, while it might safeguard son Wukong, it would not necessarily ensure his complete escape from peril. Setting aside the Bodhisattva Guanyin for the moment, the Buddha of the Western Paradise would undoubtedly perceive the underlying issues. At that juncture, the grave digger would likely find himself entrenched in a mire of trouble. Have you devised an escape plan? As the most critical question arose, the ancestor Kunping feigned interest and spoke. In these times, few possess the ability to surpass Bodhisattva Guanyin. As for the Buddha, he is a paragon of the foremost disciple in days of yore. Now, having attained Buddhahood and inherited the techniques of the three sages, he ranks among the preeminent quasi-saint powerhouses in this realm, with few capable of contending against him. Even we, too, harbor no certainty of victory. The ancestor Kunpeng withheld further thoughts. As a representative of the saintly lineage, the once exhibited an almost invincible foundation when facing near annihilation. Although ultimately vanquished, it was a result of internal discord. The Western Church, equally a saintly tradition, may not possess the same depth as yet the disparity is unlikely to be vast. What Zhou Chen aspires to achieve now carries a remarkably slim chance of success. These matters will require my meticulous planning over the next 5 centuries, and it is probable that the Buddha has already discerned my maneuvers. Zhou Chen shook his head, revealing a hint of helplessness. The ancestors of Kunpeng and the River of Darkness, though not directly involved, sensed the discord. How could such an entity as the Buddha overlook any details? It was merely that all parties were scheming, rendering anger unnecessary. At present, Zhou Chen has attained the combat prowess of a great Luo golden immortal, and they genuinely wish to avoid any irreparable rift with him, as well as the potential for fatal conflict. Alas, had you been born before the cataclysm of the deification, your potential might have led you to the rank of quasi-saint, whereupon few could have constrained you, save for the saints themselves. The ancestor of the River of Darkness lamented, then shook his head. During your battle with Guanyin in the heavenly court, I observed keenly, and recall you sought a 9-petal merit golden lotus seed from the Western Church. It seems you have become aware of that rumor. Zhou Chen's expression shifted as he regarded the ancestor of the River of Darkness. As the bearer of the 12-petal fiery red lotus, the ancestor possessed information far surpassing that of Nezha. As expected, the ancestor of the River of Darkness did not shy away from Kunpeng, stating plainly, the rumors are indeed true. The reconstitution of the 4 lotus flowers can directly restore their respective origins, leading to the emergence of a 12-petal chaotic azure lotus. There exists even the opportunity to harness chaotic power to mend its origins, gradually evolving it into a 36-petal lotus. Ordinary 12-petal lotuses are already considered exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The 12-petal chaotic azure lotus is a paramount existence among innate treasures, while the 36-petal lotus could be deemed a chaotic supreme treasure. Even if the primordial chaos demon god were to return, one must inevitably harbor a heart of greed. Is the ancestral master perhaps inclined to grant me a favor? To inform me of the whereabouts of the 9th grade annihilation black lotus or the 9th grade purification white lotus? Zhou Chen jested nonchalantly. Ah, such beautiful aspirations you have, young one. The Kunpeng ancestor scoffed softly. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus has been lost for countless years. Who knows where it was taken by that demon ancestor's machinations? As for the 12th grade purification white lotus, it is even more elusive. It is said to be rooted deep within the chaos itself. That realm is accessible only to those of the great Luo golden immortal caliber, shrouded by the veils of heavenly secrets. Moreover, with the treasures gathering dust, even a sage would find it as arduous as climbing to the heavens to seek them out. Zhou Chen's mind stirred. He possessed an ability unknown even to the ancestor of the underworld river, a system with a treasure-hunting function. The cost of seeking treasures escalated with their value. If he could merely trace some semblance of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, extracting a lotus seed from it would not pose a significant challenge, especially since the current Wutian had yet to be conceived. Though it involved the schemes of sages that lay in the future, he could merely play the role of a thief and seize the opportunity. As for the 12th grade Purification White Lotus, being within the chaos rendered it an unclaimed treasure. Whoever found it would lay claim to it. Just before these lotus seeds fully transformed into the 12th grade Chaos Qing Lotus, they could indeed be of use. The 12th grade Purification White Lotus is indeed within the chaos, and I possess a rough idea of its location. Zhou Chen, having met you today and acquired something from you, I shall not take it in vain. I will bestow upon you the address of this treasure. Should you manage to locate it, it would count as your fortune. Yet remember, you owe me a favor. In the future, should I require your assistance, you must repay it. The ancestor of the underworld river lightly huffed, and, with a gesture towards Zhou Chen, a beam of white light surged into Zhou Chen's forehead. Instantly, a coordinate materialized within his mind. This was a place of indeterminate chaos, accessible only through special means. Of course, Zhou Chen understood that the ancestor of the underworld river was not so benevolent. If this treasure were indeed so easily found, he would have claimed it for himself long ago, rather than entrusting it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. Ancestor, this isn't quite right, is it? Merely a coordinate does not guarantee discovery. As I said, you only owe me a favor if you find it. Now, enough chatter. Your troubles have found their way to me. Kuanping, send your kin away. Do not let them disturb me here. The ancestor of the underworld river waved lightly. And in the next moment, the blood sea roiled, an invisible force spreading forth to envelop Zhou Chen and Kuanping, transporting them out of the blood sea and back into the sky. Ling and Princess Iron Fan awaited Zhou Chen at their original position. Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted from surprise to recognition of the Kuanping ancestor. Ah, I have met the Kuanping ancestor. Very well, consider me invisible. The Kuanping ancestor gestured dismissively. He was somewhat vexed. If he had a choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the 9 infants. Yet, there was no recourse. Who has made him one of the last few pillars of the demon clan? If he were to remain indifferent, the one above would surely grow weary of him. You truly managed to enter the blood sea and discern the location. What a pity that you were not born into my Azura lineage. Ling cast a deep glance at Zhou Chen, gently sighing as if lamenting something. Zhou Chen shook his head and said, enough of that. Take me to meet the one who has arrived from outside. He is waiting for me. Chapter 161. The 9 infants ascend to the blood sea. Seated in the void, the 9 infants gazed silently at the space before him, lost in contemplation. Beside him stood 2 demon kings, their unease palpable in the air. Are you truly certain he has entered the blood sea? The 9 infants' voice was frigid. The 2 demon kings nodded hastily, affirming, indeed, we tracked Zhou Chen to Flame Mountain, then to Zulong Mountain, and finally arrived here. At this point, all traces have vanished. Yet there is a palpable sensation of spatial rending. Aside from the blood sea, there is no other realm where Zhou Chen could conceal himself so adeptly. A frown creased the 9 infants' brow, an ominous premonition swelling within him. It should not have escalated to this extent. He had merely stirred the pot slightly, and the situation had not yet spiraled out of control. Could it be that Zhou Chen intended to solicit the elder Kuanping for assistance? If that fool possessed even a modicum of understanding of human affairs, he would not have summoned others to suppress or even annihilate him. Yet the issue lay in the fact that, while others might be oblivious, the 9 infants, as a demon saint of the demon race, was acutely aware that the elder Kuanping was currently residing within the blood sea and had yet to depart. This was troublesome. With a deep sigh, the 9 infants sensed the complexity of the situation. Should the elder Kuanping intervene, he would be at a loss for how to conclude the matter. Although the elder purportedly favored the demon race, he was not bound to it by any decree. The blood sea is opened. Suddenly, the shouts of the 2 demon kings pierced his thoughts, drawing his attention to a narrow fissure that had formed in the door to the blood sea. In the next moment, a hand emerged from within. Just as the 9 infants prepared to await the full figure's appearance, he noticed that the hand was reaching toward him. What? The 9 infants exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet he found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force of stellar energy that had suddenly descended around him. Unbeknownst to him, the celestial energies enveloped him completely, rendering the 2 demon kings beside him motionless under its weight. The grand celestial formation? Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The 9 infants' mind erupted with fury, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth from within him, painting the heavens a deep crimson. Enough, Zhou Chen. If you continue to provoke him, I shall no longer advocate for peace. At that moment, the voice of the elder Kunping echoed in his ears. In the next instant, the 9 infants beheld Zhou Chen, Princess Iron Fan, and the elder Kunping simultaneously traversed the spatial fissure, standing before him. Feeling the power of the grand celestial formation, the elder Kunping's gaze was laden with complexity as he spoke softly. I never anticipated that after the passing of the 2 demon emperors, there would be another capable of wielding such a formidable formation. Though it merely reflects a fraction of its former might, it is still exceedingly domineering. Wasn't the elder already aware of another formation's capabilities? Zhou Chen replied with a light chuckle. 1%, 1,000th? Zhou Chen was uncertain about the extent of his power when exerting himself to the fullest. Yet he understood that in the presence of a quasi-saint, his foundation was far from sufficient. At best, he could barely manage to contend. In the past, the 12 capitals heavenly array and the Zhou Tian star array had nearly encapsulated the entirety of the Wu and Yao clans, and their true might could rival that of a saint. That was already quite commendable. Kunping shook his head, waving his hand as an invisible magical field dissipated the might of the Zhou Tian star array, drawing the 9 infants and the 2 demon kings before him. With a slight scoff, he remarked, "You 3 possess an audacious spirit, unaware of your own capabilities, yet you dare to pursue others?" Although Zhou Chen was currently a golden immortal, the divine powers he commanded were significantly superior to yours. Why must you insist on opposing him? As he spoke, Kunping's gaze was fixed solely on the 9 infants, clearly directing his words toward him. While he had heard some underlying truths, he was still perplexed by the 9 infants' sudden fixation on Zhou Chen. Ancestor. The 2 demon kings dared not prolong the conversation, merely calling out before falling silent. While the 9 infants sighed softly, employing his divine powers to send them away before finally speaking, Kunping, you cannot feign ignorance of my predicament. Presently, I find myself cornered by this lad. I have no choice but to confront him. Princess Iron Fan cast Zhou Chen a look of disdain, subtly distancing herself. Initially, she thought he only treated her family with such audacity, using the Bull Demon King to intimidate them, but it turned out he was equally ruthless towards others. Outrageous. Beastly. Wait, why does this concern me? Zhou Chen frowned and retorted vehemently. The last time you ambushed me, you nearly took my life. I only forced you to retreat using my trump card, and I didn't take yours, did I? What do you mean I've driven you to this state? Kunping's expression grew grave as he glanced at the 9 infants, his mind already formulating an understanding. You had been stalemated at the great Luo golden immortal level for so long, with little hope of breaking through, yet now, the possibility of advancement had arisen. Why resort to threats? Zhou Chen, allow this fellow to clarify his situation with you. Since time immemorial, who has sought aid while simultaneously pursuing the one they needed help from. The 9 infants scratched his head, attempting to elucidate his predicament, detailing the challenges they faced as remnants after the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans. Finally, he added, if I wish to break through, it is rather simple. I merely need to borrow your saintly sword intent to sever my bindings. As long as I can slightly disrupt the connections of causality and karma, I will be able to traverse the path ahead. What? Zhou Chen was bewildered and astounded, while Princess Iron Fan was equally confused. In essence, the 9 infants had sought him out for so long merely to request that he assist him once more, and with even greater intensity than before. The corner of Princess Iron Fan's mouth twitched. Then why create such a commotion? Moreover, it is rumored that after enduring that fateful strike, you were nearly brought to the brink of death. The sword of the sage is not so easily wielded. Surviving such a blow is already a testament to the profound heritage of the 9 infants. To desire another strike in hopes of a breakthrough is nothing short of absurd. The outcome now hinges upon their cooperation. Zhou Chen, do you not wish to explore the extent of power a great Luo golden immortal can unleash when cornered? While I cannot speak for others, this individual's prowess should certainly inspire you to test your limits. Suddenly, Kunping interjected, stating, in the present world, among the great Luo golden immortals of the demon race, even among these demon saints, 9 infants, when fighting with all their might, could easily rank within the top 5. Chapter 162. Establishing authority through the demon clan. Zhou Chen's expression subtly shifted as a myriad of thoughts surged within him. He contemplated that it was indeed prudent for him to test the limits of his combat prowess. Yet this seemed to contradict the intentions of Zhou Ying. The latter sought the essence of the Qinglian sword intent. Frankly speaking, the Qinglian sword intent was not particularly precious to Zhou Chen. Creating a single manifestation merely required some exertion of mental effort. Maintaining a saintly talisman, however, necessitated a certain sacrifice. Provided that the quantity did not exceed a specific threshold, this sacrifice was virtually negligible. It was evident that Kunpeng's intention was clear. He proposed that Jiuying serve as his sparring partner, exchanging injuries for an opportunity. Jiuying cast a fervent gaze at Zhou Chen, his eyes ablaze with intensity. If it means obtaining a single strike, I am willing to accept any price. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. After today, will there be any demon clans seeking trouble with me? Certainly not, Jiuying assured confidently. If it were not for my request, those demons would already fear you. How could they dare approach you? Even those who bear a grudge against you are far from your equal. Is there any need for you to fear them? Of course, if you harbor any doubts about me, I have another suggestion. Why not invite a few individuals of sufficient stature to witness our clash? Zhou Chen was taken aback, quickly realizing that Jiuying was indeed eager to break through, intending to leverage his own reputation to elevate Jiuying's standing. Regardless of the tactics Jiuying employed, he was destined to lose when receiving that single strike. After all, the powers of a saint had long surpassed the limits that an ordinary great Luo golden immortal could withstand, especially since Zhou Chen had already refined the talisman scriptures to a minor completion. What say you, Kunpeng? Jiuying inquired, addressing Kunpeng, who was considered his peer. Although there was a disparity in their strength, Jiuying maintained a demeanor of unyielding confidence. Very well, Kunpeng nodded. I shall personally witness this event to prevent any external interference. It will also serve to showcase your powers to others. My demon clan has languished in tranquility for far too long in this world. Wouldn't you agree, Baizhe? Kunpeng, Jiuying, and Zhou Chen turned their gazes to the left. At that moment, an invisible spatial barrier suddenly dissipated, revealing Baizhe's figure before them. He offered an apologetic smile. Or should I continue to act as if I do not exist? I am merely here to observe. With that, Baizhe intended to withdraw, uninterested in involving himself in a matter that would yield no benefit. However, as he began to retreat, an imperceptible formation enveloped him. The might of the constellation array descended once more, rendering Baizhe immobile. There is no need for such powers against me, Baizhe remarked with a bitter expression. Slowly turning back, I do not wish to incur the wrath of your adversaries. Is it wrong to refrain from participating for the sake of self-preservation? If they genuinely intend to act against you, it certainly would not be because of me. Zhou Chen maintained his composure and continued. Moreover, should the White Zhe demon saint choose to intervene, this battle will undoubtedly bolster the morale of our ranks. In the future, the demon clan will think twice before seeking trouble with me. What is one opponent to me? I have already triumphed over Jiuying once before. If we must engage, let it be two. This notion pleased Kunpeng, who chuckled softly and cast a mischievous glance towards White Zhe. You, who perpetually hides and observes from the shadows. Today I shall compel you to take the stage and become part of this performance. Come forth, as I personally unveil the hidden celestial secrets of this realm. Let us witness what schemes you three intend to concoct. With that, Kunpeng took action, his magical energy rippling forth to connect with the enigmatic Tao of heaven. Throughout the world, all beings of golden immortal rank and above sense this potent aura. Demon Master Kunpeng? Is he also about to make his presence known? But something felt amiss. Why was it so fortuitous that both White Zhe and Jiuying's auras were present, alongside another, Zhou Chen, in the heavenly court? The expressions of the numerous celestial beings shifted dramatically, while the figure seated upon the dragon throne, Hao Yin, wore an especially grim countenance as he gazed down towards the mortal realm. This trouble seems excessive. Could it possibly summon the intervention of Patriarch Bodhi? In ordinary circumstances, Hao Yin could overlook the provocations of a few great Luo golden immortals. However, this time was different. Zhou Chen had drawn the attention of a quasi-saint, and notably, one of the most renowned among them, Kunpeng ancestor. Should the latter take action, unless within the confines of the heavenly court, Hao Yin had little confidence in overcoming him, let alone repelling him. Something felt off. Was Zhou Chen truly planning to confront both Jiuying and White Zhe simultaneously? Why did Kunpeng adopt such a passive stance? Suddenly, one celestial being made a startling observation and exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the wealth god Zhao Gongming and the seemingly indifferent Taishang Laojun, who appeared entirely unconcerned by the unfolding events. Their relationship with Zhou Chen, while not widely known in the heavenly court, had sparked some speculation among the others. If Zhou Chen were indeed in peril, they would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, it seemed that this would be a long-awaited personal showcase for Zhou Chen, one individual, boldly facing two venerable great Luo golden immortals, both esteemed ancestors of the demon clan. These were demon saints. standing only beneath the two demon emperors and a few quasi-saints during the pinnacle of the demon clan's power. Their strength, combat experience, and mystical abilities encapsulated the essence of the ancient demon race. They were, in essence, living testaments to the existence of the primordial demon lineage. Countless successors, by merely grasping a fragment of their legacy, would find their futures irrevocably altered, attaining power with relative ease. Nezha stood silently, observing the unfolding scene below, occasionally casting a glance towards Hao Yan on the dragon throne, internally releasing a long, heavy sigh. This week, the commotion surrounding Chun has escalated with each passing day, leaving one to ponder how much longer these individuals can tolerate his presence. In the west, at Ling Mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva has already set the stage for subsequent events and is preparing to return to the South China Sea. However, she suddenly senses the surging aura of malevolence. Is it Zhou Chen, or perhaps Kunping? After a brief moment of contemplation, Guanyin's expression shifts dramatically. Has the demon clan also turned against Zhou Chen? No. Even if they were to confront Zhou Chen, Kunping would never stoop to bullying the younger generation. Could it be that they intend to bolster Zhou Chen's reputation? Given Kunping's nature, it is almost predetermined that he would not involve himself in Zhou Chen's affairs. If he has chosen to intervene, it must either be for amusement or he has already devised a plan for his involvement. With this thought in mind, Guanyin Bodhisattva hastens towards Zhou Chen's location with utmost urgency. It is imperative that she arrives, even if only to ascertain the situation. Chapter 163. Unveiling the Hidden Cards. The celestial and terrestrial formation, it is nearly time to commence. If we continue to delay, those who ought not to arrive will inevitably make their entrance. Kunping, sensing the rapid approach of various figures, chuckled softly. Indeed, Zhou Chen is quite the coveted prize. A mere hint of movement from him would draw many eager to witness the unfolding events. Alas, his strength is too formidable for him to engage at the moment. It will be necessary to wait until Zhou Chen attains the status of a great Luo golden immortal before they can spar, lest it appear as though they are bullying the younger generation. Can I leave? Bai Zhe lamented, slowly positioning himself beside Jiao Ying, only to be met with the indifference of the other three. Princess Iron Fan instinctively retreated into the sea of blood, employing her abilities to observe the external commotion. The sea churned, and figures stood upon its surface, among whom was the venerable ancestor of the underworld river, evidently joining the fray. Commence battle. With no preamble, Zhou Chen flicked his wrist, and hundreds of talismans coalesced in the sky, forming a marvelous array. A rudimentary great formation unfurled, and countless chains shot forth, aiming to suppress Bai Zhe and Jiao Ying. I truly do not wish to engage, Bai Zhe exclaimed in distress, as he conjured an invisible force that spread outward, binding the chains. In the next moment, his spatial abilities coalesced, and he fell backward, vanishing into layers of spatial barriers. Meanwhile, Jiao Ying charged violently towards Zhou Chen, harnessing his great Luo golden immortal-level formidable Dharma body to tear through all obstacles, rapidly closing the distance. Thunderlaw. Zhou Chen extended his hand forward, summoning a tempest of lightning that coiled into dragons, barely managing to halt Jiao Ying's advance. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch behind him to counter Bai Zhe's assault. Growing so swiftly, a flicker of astonishment passed through Jiao Ying's eyes as flames erupted, shredding the thunderous dragons. His claws reverted to their beastly form. He surged upward, roaring, "Bai Zhe, assist me!" Bai Zhe remained silent, merely gesturing toward him, causing Jiao Ying to plunge into a spatial rift, reappearing directly before Zhou Chen. Those beastly claws were poised to rend him asunder. Zhou Chen's lips twitched slightly. This spatial ability truly deserved its reputation as a cheat. The presence of assistance made all the difference. While Bai Zhe's raw power may not match Jiao Ying's, his techniques far surpassed those of Jiao Ying. With no room for retreat, Zhou Chen summoned the celestial and terrestrial divine powers to confront Jiao Ying directly. The suddenly materialized Tang Fong appeared as if to rend the fabric of space itself, the formless malice distorting the surrounding area, while beneath the searing flames, the surroundings seemed poised to become a land of calamity. Fortunately, Kunping intervened, skillfully controlling the chaos they had incited. The battle had truly begun. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva finally arrived, observing the spectacle of Kunping and the still-immersed ancestor of the underworld river, confirming her suspicions. These individuals have truly lost their minds. Have they not contemplated their prior commitments to the teachings of the West? Do they genuinely intend to elevate that Zhou Chen, while simultaneously devising ways to establish their authority? Is the Bodhisattva Guanyin present, observing this spectacle? Witnessing two great Luo Jingxian take action against a mere junior, my demon clan has already suffered enough disgrace. Kunping, with an unperturbed demeanor, spoke softly. What does it mean to suffer enough disgrace? Essentially, if I were to involve myself, would that equate to opposing your demon clan? The expression on Guanin's face darkened, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What should one do? Cause a commotion? Setting aside whether Kunpeng would even pay attention to him, who knows how many hidden techniques Zhou Chen has yet to reveal. Nevertheless, if they seek to establish their might and showcase their prowess, they must at least expose some of this fellow's secrets. By personally observing the scene, she should be able to discern a great deal. Such a lively commotion. At that moment, Yang Jian arrived with Yang Chan and Chang'e. The three of them glanced at Zhou Chen, who was under siege, and refrained from recklessly intervening. Instead, they respectfully saluted Kunpeng and chose to observe from the sidelines. Brother, do you think he will be all right? Yang Chan inquired anxiously, but Yang Jian gently shook his head. While watching from the sidelines, can you not trust him? When has he ever engaged in a battle without confidence? Chang'e smiled silently, her gaze on Zhou Chen now tinged with concern. Is he still relying solely on this thunder technique? The methods you employed against me earlier, why not bring those forth as well? Jiaoying suddenly roared. While Baizhe emerged from a spatial rift, he set up a grand formation around, weaving intricate hand signs. Zhou Chen, you forcibly dragged me into this. If you are subdued by me, that is your own affair. The formation unfurled, and searing flames erupted, transforming the world before Zhou Chen into a colossal furnace, threatening to overwhelm even his avatar. Indeed, relying on this thunder technique was utterly futile. Zhou Chen sighed softly. He pointed one finger at the ground and another at the sky, adopting a posture of unparalleled supremacy. Closing his eyes, he began to chant an incantation. Within mere moments, his body seemed to undergo a transformation, and the surrounding environment subtly shifted. The celestial forces from the distant stars were drawn down, while the accumulated malevolence from the ground began to churn violently. In the nebulous interplay, these two forces appeared to meld together. The great array of the heavenly stars. The 12 capital heavenly god array. Guanyin instantly recognized Zhou Chen's methods. She was already aware that he had mastered these two grand formations, having even experienced them firsthand. However, she had not anticipated that Zhou Chen could achieve such a feat quietly and without fanfare. Moreover, there was an implicit sense of complete mastery over it. Alas, Zhou Chen was neither the body of a demon emperor nor surrounded by a multitude of demon subjects. He was not one of the 12 ancestors of the Wu, possessing an inherently formidable physique and the profound heritage of countless years of the witch clan. Is this remarkable divine ability a creation of Bodhi? Truly a prodigy of the age. Kunpeng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every subtle shift within the formation. Although he claimed not to be adept at formations, such a statement was relative. This formation exuded an air of effortless perfection. No. Suddenly, Kunpeng seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards the talismans that Baizhe had earlier sealed with spatial power. From the onset until now, Zhou Chen had only unleashed a few hundred talismans, initially believing them to be mere preamble. Yet now, those talismans began to emanate a faint glow, akin to a guiding light, actively embracing the forces of celestial energy and the essence of the earth. The heavenly gang and earthly Sha formation arise. Chapter 164. Overpowering the Nine Infants. The crushing might 108 talismans served as the foundational nodes of the formation, spreading outward to envelop a radius of 10,000 miles. They then rapidly constricted, ultimately focusing on this battlefield. The Tiangang Disha Grand Formation amalgamated with the Zhou Tian Star Formation and the 12 Capital Heavenly Formation. Though not a perfect reflection of the two great formations might, possessed the nascent potential of an innate formation, exhibiting an unparalleled domineering essence. A colossal figure slowly coalesced, the stars above illuminating its form, cascading downwards, the malevolent aura coalescing into its body, with the stars serving as armor. Truly erupting with a terrifying power reminiscent of a sage in the face of calamity. What is this? Even Kunpeng turned his gaze, his expression shifting. It has indeed reached this level. A rift tore through the sea of blood, as the ancestor of the Mingyi approached Kunpeng with a grave countenance. This young man, has he truly devised a path to greatness through his own calculations? If this formation succeeds, even if he has not yet attained the status of a sage, he will possess the combat prowess of one. The Zhou Tian Star Formation and the 12 Capital Heavenly Formation were once the most formidable formations in this world, without exception. Even sages would be reluctant to confront these two formations head-on. After all, they embody the forces of heaven and earth, the manifestation of laws, and the solemn majesty of the dominators of the cosmos. Why, then, does the heavenly court remain indifferent? Their means are insufficient, their power lacking. Most importantly, Hao Yin has no hidden trump cards. Yet now, a junior who has not even entered the sight of the sages and has yet to rise has surpassed Hao Yin, genuinely possessing such capabilities. From this day forth, even those who are quasi-sages can no longer regard him as a mere junior. Observing this immense giant, with the surging malevolent energy and the power of the stars coalescing above, Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression darkened further. She clenched her fists, harboring a faint desire to descend and engage Zhou Chen in battle. How can this individual be allowed to rise? At other times, it might be bearable. But at such a critical juncture, Zhou Chen's display of potential would only ignite thoughts among the other powerful sages who have yet to fully settle down. In the future world, why should you dominate? The journey to the West aims to showcase the terrifying dominion of the Western teachings overall, utterly severing any notion they might have of resurgence. However, if Zhou Chen emerges, everything could revert to its former state, rendering all their prior arrangements a laughingstock. Must they truly resort to fatal measures, disregarding the power of the sages? Guanyin Bodhisattva's thoughts grew increasingly heavy, her eyes flickering. If it were merely a Bodhi Patriarch, they could act, but with the inclusion of the Tongtian, who possesses the audacity to strike. Once that individual returns, a reckoning will undoubtedly commence, with the Western teachings bearing the brunt. Next, they will face a great calamity. As Guanyin pondered, at this moment, Zhou Chen had fully condensed the entire formation. Casting a glance at the astonished Bai Zhe and Jiao Ying, he coldly scoffed. Come, continue. Continue what nonsense? Bai Zhe nearly exclaimed in exasperation. The space has been completely sealed. The outcome is already determined. I withdraw. Despite having other means at his disposal, Bai Zhe realized that, in the face of such a formidable array, it made little difference whether he used them or not. He was never adept at direct combat. His abilities leaned more towards support, and compared to these top-tier powerhouses, he was significantly lacking. Unlike Jiao Ying, who had promised Zhou Chen, Bai Zhe was merely dragged along against his will. Jiao Ying, however, cast a cold glance at Bai Zhe and softly instructed, watch from the sidelines. In the next moment, Jiao Ying soared into the sky, his form rapidly enlarged, ultimately transforming into his true form before the eyes of the gathered powerful beings. He became a monstrous creature with 9 heads, spewing forth water and fire, while the ground around him appeared to bubble like molten lava. With a single roar, the land beneath Jiao Ying morphed into long spears that surged toward the giant. All the powerful beings who witnessed this scene understood that Jiao Ying was driven to desperation and was now fighting for his life. The giant controlled by Zhou Chen reached out, grasping the air, and summoned the thunder from the heavens into his hand, transforming it into a colossal spear. With a mere tap of his other hand, he effortlessly deflected Jiao Ying's assault. In the following moment, the spear descended. The thunderous spear pierced through the very fabric of the heavens and earth, striking Jiao Ying with tremendous force, eliciting a howl of unbearable agony from him. This strike nearly penetrated Jiao Ying's body entirely. It was over. Bai Zhe refrained from making any further moves, for it was unnecessary. Even if Jiao Ying were to forcefully attack, it would bear no fruit. The chasm between them and Zhou Chen was simply too vast. He began to comprehend the situation clearly. The various legacies that Zhou Chen possessed were, without exception, of the highest caliber. Even this thunderous technique seemed to hold unique properties. And as it advanced, its future potential only grew. It was merely a matter of grasping the insights contained within. At last, amidst Jiao Ying's anguished roars, his form gradually diminished, reverting to human shape. The aura surrounding him dissipated, leaving no trace of resistance, and his eyes reflected a hint of unwillingness, fixed upon Zhou Chen as if pleading or awaiting his fate. Sigh. Zhou Chen sighed deeply. In the next moment, the grand formation of Tiangang and Dizhao abruptly vanished, the array of talismans expending their final remnants of power. He hovered in the air, palm outstretched, as a talisman floated down from the heavens, accelerating in speed, transforming amidst the clouds, radiating a verdant light, ultimately coalescing into an exceedingly simple long sword. The green lotus sword intent. Although Yang Jian had seen this sword before, each time he beheld it, an awe akin to witnessing the miraculous would wash over him, lingering in his heart like an indelible marvel. Upon the first encounter with the azure lotus sword intent, it emanated a formidable aura reminiscent of a saint's descent, instilling profound terror. During the second encounter, he sensed this power again, yet it had considerably diminished. Now, this sword intent appeared unadorned, akin to a genuine longsword, devoid of any semblance of threat. However, regardless of who was present, none could disregard the oppressive sensation imparted by the azure lotus sword intent. Jiao Ying lifted his gaze to the heavens, faintly sensing something amiss, Yet before he could react, the cerulean longsword had already struck him. With a sickening sound, blood spattered forth. His body crumpled to the ground, nearly cleaved in two. Life ebbed away at that very moment. Meanwhile, the longsword gracefully returned to Zhou Chen's hand. This time, it was truly the end. Chapter 165. The turmoil of human hearts is utterly terrifying. A strand of azure lotus sword intent can effortlessly rend asunder the of a Deluo golden immortal's demon saint. The Tiangang and Dizhao great formation can easily rival two, or even more, demon saints, demonstrating combat prowess nearly equivalent to that of a quasi-saint. Although there remains a considerable gap to the peak of quasi-saint, the potential to engage them in battle has already been established. Indeed, remarkable. Truly remarkable. Were it during the era of the Wu and Lich calamity, with your strength, you would undoubtedly have become a celebrated prodigy among any clan in the world. Kunpeng sighed in admiration, casually tossing several life-preserving measures onto Jiuying. Just as Jiuying faced defeat, Zhou Chen could have slain him, yet he honored his agreement with Jiuying, striking him once with the azure lotus sword intent. Though this nearly led him to the brink of death, in this world, as long as one remains alive, it signifies the possession of a future. Today, our demon clan has lost. From this day forth, no demon clan member shall recklessly lay hands on Zhou Chen. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. With that final proclamation, Kunpeng departed, and Bai Zhe began to weave his techniques, creating a spatial rift that allowed them to escape from this place, taking along the incapacitated Jiuying. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ancestor Mingi cast a profound glance at the sky, directing an unusual gaze at Zhou Chen, as if reminding him not to forget their agreement. Before turning to return to the Blood Sea, it is uncertain when, but Guanyin Bodhisattva had also departed, vanishing without a trace. Only Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and Chang'e remained. With the power of a golden immortal, you can contend against a Deluo golden immortal. The methods and divine powers you have cultivated are indeed extraordinary. Yang Jian shook his head. Even the techniques I practice are not inferior to my own 8-9 profound art. What a complete anomaly you are. That is not entirely accurate. Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Were it not for the support of my two masters, how could I have progressed so swiftly? After this battle, Zhou Chen felt that many shackles had been lifted from him, bringing him a step closer to the Tai golden immortal realm. With little time, he could break through. However, this would require a prolonged period of arduous cultivation. Furthermore, he had begun to entertain new thoughts. The colossal figure conjured by the Tiangang and Dizhao Great Formation was neither the legendary Pangu nor any individual who had ever graced this world. It was somewhat ephemeral. Yet, should it be slightly adjusted, perhaps its might could ascend to new heights. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to refine the talismans he had just employed, potentially allowing the Tiangang and Dizhao Great Formation to become his trump card. Having created such a commotion that even Guanyin Bodhisattva attended personally. How do you intend to conclude this, senior brother? At this moment, Yang Chan voiced her concerns. You have already become adversaries with the Western teachings. Now it is even more so, and you insist on determining a victor? Now, Zhou Chen has revealed his potential. At this moment, his actions seem aimed at challenging the Western Church. How could those individuals tolerate the rise of a formidable adversary? The path ahead for Zhou Chen is undoubtedly fraught with challenges beyond imagination. It need not come to this. Chang'e gently shook her head. If you can endure for another millennium, their schemes will inevitably come to an end. By then, you may act once you have fully matured. The sages, perched high above among the stars, will not descend easily. There are indeed numerous opportunities before you. Yet why do you resist? Why do you refuse to pause? Should you continue on this path, conflict is inevitable. Zhou Chen is well aware of this principle, yet he finds it impossible to halt. To stop would invite catastrophic repercussions. However, for him, this presents an opportunity. Without pressure, where lies the motivation? Since it has come to this, he shall press on. I refuse to believe I cannot seize my chance. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with resolve. He has already formulated his next plan. Yet before proceeding, he must return to his cave abode to prepare. Let us go, he declared, leading the trio toward his lair. This time, none dared to follow or observe them. In the heavenly court, within the golden long hall, Hao Ian finally averted his gaze from Zhou Chen's face, exhaling deeply as if to dispel years of accumulated dust from his heart. To his astonishment, ancient formations were indeed being resurrected by someone. Moreover, this individual had achieved remarkable progress. The Zhou Tian Star Array and the 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Array, both secret transmissions from the ancient Wu and Yao clans, represent the utmost secrecy. What Zhou Chen has manifested is merely a fraction of their power, yet it is evident he has grasped significant insights into these formations. If Hao Yin could comprehend them as well, then in the future, even those of the sage lineage would think twice before attempting anything against him. He would possess a genuine card, one that grants him sage-level combat prowess. However, these formations are notoriously difficult to master. Even if Hao Yin believed his talents rivaled Zhou Chen's, he could not guarantee success in his cultivation, especially when he must acquire the specific methods from Zhou Chen himself. Beneath Hao Yin's dragon throne, hundreds of immortals remained silent, each harboring their own contemplations. Many from the sage lineage cast their gazes toward the position of the Western Church. In the past, they had ostensibly suffered defeat. Yet in reality, they had been ensnared by the machinations of the Western Church. According to the words of the ancient Hongjun Daozu, they were supposed to be involved in the calamity of the gods, but ultimately, they had evaded participation and reaped the greatest benefits, thus rising to prominence. Now, the situation unfolds. The venerable Tathgata stands resplendent, a paragon of brilliance, emerging with the profound heritage of both the and the, a plethora of prodigies beyond count. Among them, many are disciples of their own traditions, having been abducted and subsequently indoctrinated through the art of enlightenment. If, perchance, Zhou Chen could rise anew in this tumultuous era of the journey to the West, and should they dare to manipulate the threads of fate, perhaps they might secure a slender thread of hope to alter their destiny. Perhaps, their ultimate fate would not mirror their previous apprehensions, vanishing entirely from the annals of time. The remaining sanctified lineages, be it, or may yet find the opportunity to re-emerge in this world, to rise once more. Chapter 166. Emergence from Seclusion. Taiji Golden Immortal. As the days passed, unexpectedly, Zhou Chen had not once left his secluded abode since returning. Apart from the occasional visits from Yang Jian and Nezha, even Yang Chan and Chang'e seemed to have fallen into a profound silence. This peculiar behavior caused considerable unease among the powerful figures of the Western sect. They devised numerous strategies, and even the Bodhisattva Guanyin personally intervened. Only departing once, she confirmed Zhou Chen's whereabouts to her satisfaction. A century slipped away, leading almost everyone to conclude that Zhou Chen's cultivation level was likely nearing the realm of Taiji Golden Immortal, perhaps on the verge of a breakthrough. As he remained in seclusion, striving for a brighter future, under the meticulous scheming of the Western sect, the entire world gradually adopted a solemn demeanor, suggesting that something significant was brewing, and the atmosphere grew increasingly profound. After an extensive seclusion lasting 135 years, Zhou Chen finally opened his eyes. He extended his palm, from which a talisman radiated a subtle glow. Within this talisman seemed to coalesce the essence of a giant, exuding immense pressure. The Tiangang Disha talisman, a perfect substitute for the Zhou Tian star array, served as the focal point in the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. By infusing sufficient magical energy, one could summon the Tiangang Disha array using personal strength. The potential of this talisman rivaled that of a sage's divine ability. A gentle smile graced Zhou Chen's face. This was a technique he had genuinely developed himself, a means to secure his existence in this world, truly unmatched by anyone else. To utilize this method, one must first cultivate the Dao Talisman Compendium to a minor completion, as well as the Tiangang Disha Divine Art. Only then could one hope to grasp its essence. The difficulty of cultivation and the potential of this artifact surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. It was nearly time for a breakthrough. Zhou Chen exhaled a deep breath, rising to his feet. He shook his body, and the magical energy within him surged forth, shattering all constraints. With a resounding boom, a terrifying aura capable of suppressing a Deluo Golden Immortal erupted, akin to a beam of divine light piercing the heavens, enveloping the hearts of all present. Did someone just break through to the quasi-saint level? Such a tremendous commotion. No, wait, this energy belongs to Zhou Chen. He has achieved a breakthrough and gained significant insights. Just moments ago, some had been questioning the identity of the one who had broken through, but in the next instant, many recognized that unmistakably familiar aura. This presence, absent for a century, was too conspicuous, drawing countless gazes toward the vicinity of Mount Fangcun. It was here that Zhou Chen had vanished. His abode was also in this vicinity, concealed by a special formation that made it exceedingly difficult for those lacking sufficient cultivation to discern his whereabouts. With a long exhale, Zhou Chen released a breath of turbid air, his gaze fixed upon the sky. A fierce aura flickered, reminiscent of a brilliant sun illuminating all of creation. The invisible pressure emanating from him repelled all those attempting to pry into his affairs, leaving them devoid of any further thoughts. The methods employed by this individual have become increasingly formidable with his breakthroughs in cultivation. Those unaware might even assume he has transcended to the realm of Deluo or attained quasi-saint status. Senior brother. Far away at Fangcun Mountain, Sun Wukong raised his gaze towards Zhou Chen's direction, feeling a sense of helplessness. Have you caught up to me? With your prowess? It should have been relatively easier for you to reach this stage than it was for me. Your foundation has deepened considerably. If there exists anyone in this world who truly comprehends Zhou Chen's strength better than himself, it is undoubtedly Sun Wukong. Since Zhou Chen had yet to fully embark on his journey, he often engaged in sparring sessions with him. Before ascending to the heavenly court, he specifically researched and refined the immobilization technique, preparing it just for Zhou Chen. Yet today, he finds it nearly impossible to decipher Zhou Chen's current realm. All means of assessing power, magical energy, and manifestations of their shared level seem ineffective. The only explanation for Zhou Chen's apparent stagnation lies in his accumulation, a rich foundation leading to explosive potential. Only in this manner can such combat prowess be achieved. In the South Sea, the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, who had been meditating upon a lotus, furrowed her brow and lifted her head. It seemed as though she could perceive Zhou Chen's presence across the vastness of space, along with the smile gracing his lips. Has he truly reached such heights? She pondered, filled with melancholy. Throughout the ages, countless powerful beings have aspired to attain the Tai Golden Immortal status, a number that is nearly impossible to quantify. Even the Deluo Golden Immortals are not considered particularly valuable in the lengthy history of this world. When entering the Xiao Palace, 3,000 strong beings, invited to its grandeur, managed to escape obliteration in the chaos and discover the palace, all achieving Deluo Golden Immortal stature. Conversely, innumerable others either failed to find the palace or were lost in the chaos. Upon reaching the Golden Immortal realm, the concept of fighting above one's level becomes nearly obsolete. Some practitioners of saintly lineages can contend with Tai Golden Immortals using their Golden Immortal cultivation and saintly powers, which is already remarkable. Yet Zhou Chen stands apart. He is capable of confronting Deluo Golden Immortals directly. His potential is so extraordinary that even Avalokitesvara, who bears the legacies of two saints, feels a tinge of trepidation. If one considers the remarkable abilities he has developed through his Bodhi studies, merely accounting for the entirety of his talismanic knowledge, he has mastered at least 2 saintly techniques. Should those saints choose to further empower him, it is likely that even the Western Church might struggle to withstand such immense pressure. Would this lead to a regression to the conditions preceding the investiture of the gods? Avalokitesvara finds herself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. Can these 2 figures of the Western Church truly endure such overwhelming strain? Was her departure from the Chan school truly justified? The talismanic knowledge is nearing completion. At the summit of the Spirit Mountain, beneath the Bodhi tree, the Buddha Tathagata narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. In his grasp, a phantom emerged, a shadow of a talisman, imbued with remnants of transcendent divine powers. Numerous Buddhist techniques seemed to morph within his hand. This too was a complete collection of talismans, yet it had only reached the level of mastery, unable to progress further. Truly exquisite. I found myself incapable of unraveling this particular talisman. As I casually dispersed the talisman in hand, the ethereal voice of the Buddha echoed, faintly revealing the silhouette of Sun Wukong within his palm. Surrounding Sun Wukong's apparition, a talisman radiated its own luminous aura with abandon. The esteemed Western teachings, the revered Buddha himself, they were rendered powerless before this single talisman. It appeared as though this talisman was designed to thwart their meticulously plotted schemes, which had spanned countless millennia, utterly severing their future. The transcendent divine power had, for the first time, revealed a flaw, and it was beyond repair. Chapter 167, Confronting the Celestial Servant, presenting a grand gift. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. At this moment, Zhou Chen remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The familiar sound of the system resonated in his ears, nearly engulfing him in a haze of bewilderment. How many years had passed? He had almost forgotten the existence of the system. Host, Zhou Chen, cultivation level, Tai Golden Immortal, lower grade. Background, postnatal human race, top grade. Techniques, basic chi nourishing art, perfect, great celestial technique, minor accomplishment. Comprehension, 6,500, law body, 13,000, magical power, 56,000, divine abilities, heavenly gang, and earthly Sha divine art, minor accomplishment. Thunder law, minor accomplishment. Complete volume of Tao talismans, minor accomplishment. Magical artifacts, verdant pearl. Postnatal upper grade, celestial dragon whip, innate middle grade. Tsunami pearl, innate middle grade. Drink thunder, postnatal upper grade, Tang Fong, postnatal upper grade, 9 grade infernal fire red lotus, innate upper grade, 9 grade merit golden lotus seeds, not yet cultivated. Cultivation value, 3. 500,000. Upon accessing the system panel, Zhou Chen marveled at how his current status had transformed since his arrival in this world, now an opulence beyond measure. Notably, he possessed 3 innate grade magical artifacts. Yet, his background remained merely postnatal, his gaze fixated on his background, a top-grade postnatal status that could be deemed the pinnacle among postnatal beings, without exception. Unless he could transcend the innate realm, this would be his fate. However, in the realm of cultivation, innate beings often reaped greater rewards. Zhou Chen, blessed with an almost extraordinary comprehension, could effortlessly grasp ordinary saintly divine abilities and even decipher them to a degree. Yet, he still sensed a hint of discomfort, stemming from the inadequacy of his background. Transcending the innate realm would require further contemplation. As Zhou Chen pondered, Yang Chan, having heard the commotion outside, entered the room. "Senior brother, you have emerged from seclusion?" Snapping back to reality, Zhou Chen chuckled softly. "Not merely that. My gains from this seclusion are immense. What prompts your urgent visit? Is someone awaiting me outside?" Yang Chan's expression shifted slightly as she nodded. "To be precise, someone has been waiting outside all along. The Jade Emperor must have learned of the events occurring in the Blood Sea. During your retreat, a celestial servant has been waiting outside for a full century." Originally, considering the Jade Emperor's arrogance, he would have expected Zhou Chen to present himself to deliver the treasure, even if he were reluctant. The Emperor would have made several attempts to interrupt Zhou Chen's cultivation, forcibly dragging him to the heavenly court, prioritizing the acquisition of the treasure above all else. However, Zhou Chen's temperament was indeed inscrutable to Haoyan. Thus, there was no recourse but to continue waiting, allowing the celestial servant to endure outside until Zhou Chen was willing to meet him, until he was inclined to ascend to the heavenly court. Regardless, at present, Zhou Chen possesses the 12 heavenly gods great array, the Zhou Tian star array, and the recently unveiled Tiangang Dijao array, all of which he desires. Celestial slave? Zhou Chen stepped out of the chamber with resolute strides and coldly remarked, "Let him come to see me." Yang Chan nodded, exchanging a glance with Chang'e, and the two promptly exited the cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen found a suitable spot to sit and continued his wait. The celestial slave hastened his steps, swiftly entering the cave and approaching Zhou Chen. He held aloft a yellow decree imbued with the celestial aura, intoning solemnly, "Zhou Chen, do you not hasten to receive the edict?" Zhou Chen remained as immovable as a mountain, casting a glance at the celestial slave as if he were invisible. Before addressing Yang Chan and Chang'e, "Why do you stand there? Come, sit, and enjoy some tea." At this, Yang Chan and Chang'e exchanged glances, ultimately complying with Zhou Chen's words and settling down to savor the tea. The corners of the celestial slave's mouth twitched, and his expression began to darken. In the past, whether within the heavenly court or in the outside world, anyone would grant them deference due to Haoyan. Moreover, he had come bearing a decree. In previous times, Zhou Chen would at least feign a semblance of receiving the edict, yet now, he showed not the slightest inclination to do so. Could it be that he intended to rebel? "Zhou Chen, I bear a royal decree, the will of His Majesty. If you do not accept it, do you intend to defy the edict?" The celestial slave demanded harshly. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze and coldly cast him a glance. The faint glimmer of murderous intent emanating from his eyes caused the celestial slave to tremble involuntarily. What does it mean to defy the edict? Am I, Zhou Chen, still in service to the heavenly court? Surely, I am not oblivious. The heavenly court is the court of all beings in the 3 realms, the sovereign of heaven and earth. Must you not accept the decree upon hearing it? The celestial slave continued to inquire. Zhou Chen chuckled derisively. Who recognizes it? Today, if I acknowledge him, then he is. Among the 3 realms, if the demon race does not recognize him, it is perfectly reasonable for me, Zhou Chen, to choose not to recognize him either. I respect him as the sovereign of the heavenly court. However, it is regrettable that he is no longer my sovereign. As for the decree, I have no desire to hear it, let alone to see it. It merely seeks to summon me to the heavenly court, promising me various positions and treasures in exchange for the means at my disposal. If he desires it, I can certainly show it to him. As he spoke, a talisman materialized in the palm of Zhou Chen's hand. This was a talisman he had previously utilized in the Sea of Blood, serving as the focal point for the Tiangang Dijao array, imbued with both stellar power and the essence of malevolence. This talisman, born from his modification process, was rendered a failed talisman. Once cast, it would unleash a tremendous explosion. No one could escape its effects, not even a quasi-saint. You may take this back to the heavenly court and inform His Majesty that the means he seeks lies within. Should he unravel the mystery, he will certainly understand. Let us see if he will permit you to bring it back." With that, Zhou Chen casually flicked his wrist, affixing the talisman to the celestial slave's person. The celestial slave's body trembled, paralyzed with fear. Even with his limited powers, he could discern the gravity of the situation. This object is akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. For Zhou Chen, producing this item signifies ill intentions. "Zhou Chen, do you dare to bring this object to the heavenly court?" Tian Nu inquired, her body trembling with trepidation. "Why should I not? Do you lack confidence in my abilities? If I am bold enough to keep it by my side, I have no fear of it exploding. Now, go forth, and please do not forget, Your Majesty. I have already departed from the heavenly court. There is no need to expect any favorable outcomes concerning me, but as for relinquishing this item, I shall decline." Zhou Chen offered Tian Nu a smile, gesturing with his hand. A talisman, which had appeared behind Tian Nu unbeknownst to her, tore open a rift in space. Consequently, she fell directly into it, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Within the cave, silence swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Chang'e and Yang Chan exchanged astonished glances with Zhou Chen, as if encountering him for the first time. "Zhou Chen, when did you become so audacious?" Chapter 168. Transforming into the Three Pure One's Arrogance? Zhou Chen let out a cold snort. "If I do not adopt a more resolute stance today, it is likely that Hao Yin will not let me off so easily in the future." He still believed that he was currently serving in the heavenly court and needed to heed Hao Yin's commands. Within the heavenly court, Zhou Chen feared Hao Yin to a certain extent. In the past, his cards were not abundant, and he had no chance against the quasi-saints, as his cultivation had yet to reach a level where he could disregard certain rules. However, the circumstances had now changed. Zhou Chen could almost directly proclaim that he was entirely capable of ignoring the pressures from Hao Yin, even disregarding him entirely. After all, he had now stepped into the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. At the Golden Immortal level, he could crush the great Luo Golden Immortals, and now, with an enhancement of his abilities, he even possessed a chance of being undefeated against quasi-saints. Strictly speaking, Zhou Chen had already ascended to the world stage, wielding the might of a truly top-tier powerhouse. Nonetheless, the Jade Emperor remained the Jade Emperor. The depth of his foundation far exceeded expectations. Chang'e opened her mouth, her expression shifting slightly, shaking her head as she remarked, "The Jade Emperor has existed in this world for so long without being suppressed by other powerful beings. There must be a reason for this, and he certainly has more hidden cards up his sleeve. Zhou Chen, do not forget that the Tao talismans you possess are merely a prize in the Jade Emperor's hand. He has far more treasures or similar rewards yet to be revealed. The so-called saintly divine abilities, while immensely difficult to cultivate, may not be beyond the reach of a being like the Jade Emperor, who could very well possess several akin to them." Yang Chan gently nodded, saying, "Elder brother once caused a stir in the heavenly palace, but afterward, he seemed to have tested the Jade Emperor's foundations and has since remained unresponsive. There may be issues at play here. Perhaps we should inquire with him." Years ago, Yang Jian, in pursuit of his mother Yao Ji, had disrupted the peace of the three realms. Although it eventually calmed down, many matters appeared rather perplexing, leaving Yang Chan in the dark regarding the full picture. Each time she inquired, Yang Jian exhibited an extreme aversion to discussing such matters and seldom spoke of them. Moreover, some clandestine rumors suggested that the former Hao Yin had been the disciple of the Tao ancestor, thus acquiring several saintly divine abilities and achieving a status of considerable height, with at least one technique reaching a level of great success. Though this was mere hearsay, the preceding portion had already been corroborated, and the latter half was likely not far from the truth. Zhou Chen was well aware that it would be prudent to conceal himself, yet unfortunately, he had long since lost the ability to hide. From the moment the 9 infants sought him out for trouble, he had not even had the chance to flee. Setting those matters aside for now, I must step out for a while. You all remain in the cave. Do not heed anyone who comes knocking." Zhou Chen spoke softly, casting a glance at the sky, his mind recalling the words of the old ancestor of the underworld river regarding the 12-petal pure world white lotus, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, possessing the purest white lotus capable of cleansing the heavens and earth, dispelling toxins, and even healing all ailments. Would greatly enhance his power if he could acquire such a treasure. Although Zhou Chen had very few exchange points left during this period of cultivation, knowing the location of the pure white lotus allowed for the possibility of purchasing its approximate coordinates. "Are you planning to venture into the chaos?" Chang'e suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought upon glancing at Zhou Chen. For Zhou Chen, this was indeed a perilous undertaking that necessitated his personal involvement. with Chaos and Ling Mountain being the two formidable locations. As for other realms, the vastness of the world held no restrictions for him. Chaos lies at the edge of existence. Approaching it could spell doom even for a great Luo Jingxian. Throughout history, countless powerful beings seeking opportunities within chaos have met their demise, vanishing without a trace. Despite Zhou Chen's considerable strength, he was fundamentally merely a Tai Jingxian, still a significant realm away from becoming a great Luo Jingxian. Even with means to protect himself, he could not guarantee his safe return. This is exceedingly risky. Fear not, for with this treasure, I can ensure my safety, Zhou Chen declared, opening his palm to reveal a lotus emanating a crimson glow at its center. The 9-grade fiery red lotus. This item was his most formidable assurance for entering the chaos. With his current magical prowess, he could effortlessly surpass an ordinary great Luo Jingxian, fully unleashing the lotus's potential, complemented by his formidable Dharma body and the aid of the Tiangang and Dijao divine art. Entering chaos would be as effortless as returning home. Brother, if you intend to depart, the outside world will be aware of your whereabouts. What if they come searching for you? Yang Chan posed the next pressing question. Presently, countless individuals were fixated on Zhou Chen, many wishing for his demise. The Western Church had already made various preparations, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate him. Who cared about the celestial master at this point? If they delayed any longer, they might truly face a reversal of fortunes. Killing was merely a matter of being forced into action. Since Zhou Chen dared to involve himself, even the return of the celestial master could not be contested. Zhou Chen remained silent, extending his hand as a talisman flew forth, transforming into a figure identical to him. Not only was it identical in appearance, it even mirrored his aura, cultivation, and formidable realm perfectly. Is this the one Qi transforming into 3 purities? Yang Chan and Chang'e exclaimed in unison. The one Qi transforming into 3 purities was one of the sacred abilities wielded by the esteemed Dao de Tianzun and is considered among the foremost techniques among saints. It is said to be a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, closely tied to the legendary Pangu, the creator of the universe. Delving deeper into its origins reveals the essence of the 3 purities. The avatar smiled at Zhou Chen and offered a respectful bow. In the next moment, hundreds of talismans soared from various corners of the cave, clutched in his hands. In the days to come, you shall emulate me closely. Use the talismans sparingly, Zhou Chen called out, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Chan and Chang'e. With this doppelganger present, who could possibly uncover any issues? This is precisely why Zhou Chen has clutched the talisman of transforming into the 3 pure ones so tightly, at a critical moment. Deploying a clone with equal combat prowess or creating an opportunity for escape could very well be a matter of life and death. The main body remains at ease. For this task is straightforward. Should anyone come knocking, I shall handle it myself. The doppelganger chuckled softly, glancing into the distance. He could sense several gazes fixated on their every move. These individuals are indeed watching intently. Chapter 169. Has he truly changed? In the heavenly realm. At the Jade Pool, Hao Qian listened impassively as the heavenly servant recounted the entire sequence of events leading to Zhou Chen's cave dwelling, his expression devoid of any chill, even adorned with a hint of a smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. Yet those who truly understood him were acutely aware that Hao Qian was teetering on the brink of fury, perhaps with just a single provocation. He would personally descend to confront Zhou Chen. The heavenly servant bowed his head in trepidation and murmured, "Your Majesty, I would not dare to act recklessly here. Every word I speak is devoid of falsehood. That Zhou Chen is nothing short of a traitor. He dares to declare that he no longer wishes to heed your Majesty's will, and even refuses to acknowledge your Majesty's rightful position." Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth. A palpable intent to kill enveloped the Jade Pool, transforming it into one of the most perilous zones in existence. The heavenly servant dared not move, fearing he might be implicated by Zhou Chen and thus eradicated by Hao Qian. "Enough, you may leave now." A different voice reached the heavenly servant's ears. It was the Queen Mother of the West. She approached with measured steps, seemingly well prepared, and with a gentle wave of her hand, she ushered the heavenly servant away, simultaneously diffusing the overwhelming murderous intent. All the heavenly servants, upon hearing her voice, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily retreating from the Jade Pool, not daring to linger even for a moment. "Is your Majesty angry?" The Queen Mother of the West inquired softly, casting a glance at Hao Qian. Hao Qian snorted coldly. "You ask as if you did not already know. Zhou Chen is fully aware of my needs. He possesses other means at his disposal, yet he deliberately chooses to employ that grand formation to capture my attention. Does he seek to humiliate me? To demonstrate that he holds these cards in his hand? Or does he wish to confront me directly? Does he truly believe that the Western teachings can sway him, while I, Hao Yin, cannot do so? This time, Hao Yin refrained from using the term I. Yet the regal aura of a sovereign still emanated from him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. However, a single remark from the Queen Mother of the West instantly quelled the fury within Hao Yin, replacing it with a splash of cold water. Your Majesty mustn't forget. The Supreme Old Lord still remains. Not only him, but even the Wealth God is watching us closely. Should we make any move detrimental to Zhou Chen, the ensuing danger would not be Zhou Chen, but rather ourselves. Hao Yin's expression shifted, momentarily at a loss for words. Once, the intercepting teachings flourished, while the expounding teachings and human teachings were deeply rooted. Though they may have waned now, it merely signifies that most of their power lies dormant. To truly protect an individual is exceedingly simple, almost effortless. In the presence of the saintly Tao lineages, the dangers Zhou Chen faces are but mere obstacles, easily dispelled. Hao Yin is no different. The majesty of the Jade Emperor, in their eyes, is hardly of consequence. After all, it is implausible for the Jade Emperor to personally intervene in every matter. Could it be that I am truly powerless against Zhou Chen? Am I destined to merely witness the emergence of another Yang Jian? The Jade Emperor clenched his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Merely a Yang Jian has already driven him to the brink of fury, and now, another troublesome figure has appeared. How can he possibly accept this? Collaborating with the Western teachings might offer a chance to suppress him. Yet, your Majesty must understand, what you desire is not Zhou Chen's life, but the means he possesses. The Queen Mother of the West spoke softly. As long as we can obtain the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation and the grand constellation formation, it would not be unreasonable to spare Zhou Chen's life, or even grant him a position just beneath the sovereign. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered as he remained silent for a long while, already formulating a plan in his heart. The journey to the west. Since Zhou Chen has shown such keen interest in this calamity of the journey to the west, let him delve deeper into it. Assist the powerful beings of the Xianmin and allow him a glimpse into his future. Zhou Chen remained unresponsive. He did not leave after his breakthrough in the South Sea. After observing Zhou Chen's breakthrough, Guanyin Bodhisattva had been waiting for his next move, but the news that arrived only deepened her confusion. The disciple of the Buddhist sect standing before her nodded and spoke softly. Not only has he not emerged, but even Yangchan and Chang'e have shown no signs of activity. It is as if they are still in seclusion. Guanyin Bodhisattva furrowed her brow, sensing something unusual, yet unable to articulate what it was. Based on previous experiences, Zhou Chen always made a commotion upon exiting seclusion, yet why was this time different? Could it be that he was concealing some formidable move? That shouldn't be the case. As if perceiving Guanyin Bodhisattva's doubts, the Buddhist disciple spoke gently. Rest assured, Bodhisattva, we have used a magical artifact for detection, so there should be no error. These words instantly enlightened Guanyin Bodhisattva. Something is amiss. Zhou Chen would not be incapable of sensing the fluctuations of magical power, nor would he fail to notice someone probing his current location with a magical artifact. Yet he still did not react. With that, Guanyin Bodhisattva retrieved the magical artifact and personally employed her methods to investigate. Given his character, he should have severed the artifact's probe at the first opportunity, or even sought out trouble. If he had not acted, there must be deceit afoot. The magical artifact entrusted to her disciple was a mirror, a unique postnatal treasure, serving no other purpose than to probe into the scenes within others' abodes, but could be easily detected by sensitive, powerful beings. It was precisely because Yangchan and Chang'e were not skilled in combat that they could observe Zhou Chen. However, the situation had changed. With Zhou Chen present, how could such surveillance possibly succeed? Soon, the mirror revealed 3 figures. It was Zhou Chen, Yangchan, and Chang'e, idly chatting at a tea table. But suddenly, Zhou Chen glanced toward the mirror as if sensing something, and with a mere gesture of his finger, he reacted. A crimson character for danger abruptly manifested within the consciousness of Guanyin Bodhisattva. She severed her connection with the magical artifact instantaneously, yet it was already too late. Through the void, a talisman tore through space and descended upon the South Sea. Amidst earth-shattering roars, countless bolts of lightning erupted, coiling around Guanyin's form like relentless vines. Zhou Chen, how dare you? With a cold snort, Guanyin unleashed her divine power in a single pulse. Instantly, the tempest of thunder was dispelled. Her countenance darkened with fury, wrath churning within her heart. She yearned to confront Zhou Chen immediately and demand retribution. The audacity of this man. He disregarded all others who sought to investigate him, deigning not to react. Yet the moment she took action, he retaliated without hesitation. utterly intolerable. And yet, this very reaction served as undeniable proof that Zhou Chen, perhaps he truly was secluded within his abode, immersed in disciplined cultivation. It seemed he had indeed changed. Chapter 170. The small world in chaos beyond the barriers of the world. Zhou Chen stood in a corner of chaos, gazing at the nebulous and ever-changing visage of the world ahead, a subtle movement of his expression betraying his thoughts. It was, in fact, his inaugural encounter with the chaotic realm, which defied concrete description. If one were to articulate it, it would resemble a swirling mass of gray mist coalescing together. The barriers of the world effectively isolated the entire chaos, with the chaotic energy perpetually crashing against it, yet firmly repelled. This must be the way forward. After briefly attuning himself to the coordinates left by the ancestor of the underworld river, Zhou Chen's gaze flickered, and he raised his wrist slightly. A field of magical power enveloped him, transforming into a protective charm, and he extended his palm beyond the confines of the world. Under the onslaught of chaotic forces, his magical energy was swiftly depleted. Indeed, ordinary protective spells proved utterly ineffective. Even a formidable being of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm could only endure within for a fortnight, a testament to their substantial reserves. He swiftly altered his approach. Heavenly Gang and Earthly Sha Divine Decision. The malevolent aura combined with the power of the stars to form a defensive barrier, staunchly obstructing the chaotic energy, even beginning to actively attract and transmute it. The chaotic essence rapidly transformed into magical power, which he meticulously stored. Truly, the divine ability imparted by his master was remarkable. Zhou Chen stepped forward, entering the realm of chaos, where his surging magical power solidified into a barrier against the oncoming force. He then ascended upon the 9th grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus, commencing his journey deeper into the chaotic abyss. Despite his earlier nonchalance, Zhou Chen was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within this chaos. Regardless of his formidable foundation and myriad techniques, he could not surpass the ancient powers that had once become lost in the tumultuous void. Prudence was his ally, for a hint of caution could yield a sliver of survival. As he advanced through the chaos, the scenery before him remained static. Even the concept of time seemed to dissipate. Yet, Zhou Chen increasingly sensed he was drawing nearer to the coordinates set by the ancestor of the underworld river. Suddenly, he perceived something amiss, directing his gaze toward a particular corner. There, within the chaos, an entirely different landscape emerged, revealing a glimmer of green. Green signifies life. Could there be a small world thriving here? Zhou Chen moved forward, employing his abilities, casting hundreds of talismans that pinpointed the location of the small world. Utilizing the connection between his divine powers and the talismans, he forcibly tore open a rift to enter. Before him lay a realm strikingly distinct from any he had previously encountered. Towering forests and throngs of various beasts vividly illustrated the integrity of this small world's ecological chain. However, surprisingly, the spiritual energy in this small world was bountiful, yet not a single being of cultivation was present. What could this mean? Zhou Chen found himself perplexed. Only two types of entities could establish a small world amid chaos. One possessed innate spatial divine powers, capable of partially shielding against the chaotic incursions, while the other was a sage. Yet, regardless of the nature, as long as a small world is created, and this world is imbued with spiritual energy, it is inevitable that beings naturally capable of harnessing this energy will emerge. However, at present, these beings have yet to manifest, while the spiritual energy persists, which fundamentally contradicts the most elemental laws of existence. There is something amiss. This world is far more complex than it appears. Zhou Chen began to exercise caution, gradually advancing forward. Yet, not long after, his expression shifted. It seems I have been awaited here. The moment his words fell, tremors resonated from the ground, and then, numerous tendrils erupted skyward, firmly ensnaring his feet. Zhou Chen's countenance remained unchanged as flames blossomed around him. The dual crimson lotus fire. Even amidst chaos, this fire is formidable beyond measure. The flames scorched, effortlessly incinerating the tendrils, tracing their origins back to two towering trees within the forest. Simultaneously, the two trees emitted eerie cries that pierced Zhou Chen's ears, causing his spirit to tremble in fear. What manner of creatures are these? Zhou Chen's face contorted with unease as he suppressed the strange sensations within his spirit, intensifying his wariness. Though the trees posed no significant threat, their inherent abilities could directly affect his spirit. It is worth noting that his foundation rivals that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, and his spirit is equally formidable. Yet these entities barely qualify as celestial beasts. In this small world, there should be no cultivated beings. Could it be that it is solely populated by these bizarre entities? If all else fails, shall I incinerate them? Zhou Chen contemplated as he observed the two colossal trees gradually turning to ash, pondering how to address the situation. Setting aside other matters, at the very least, there existed one method to ensure his safety: ignite a great conflagration. Thoroughly incinerate these massive trees. However, perhaps it is prudent to explore further to avoid destroying any crucial clues. From what these entities suggest, this world may very well present opportunities one have never encountered before. Zhou Chen mused quietly. In the depths of chaos, beings once emerged, collectively referred to as chaos demon gods. The legendary Pangu, who split the heavens and the earth, was among them, and he was one of the most powerful. Yet even he ultimately perished in his quest to validate his path through strength. Yet, if one were to contemplate differently, considering Pangu's desire to validate his path through strength, could it not be that the other chaos demon gods also anticipated risks and established small worlds, leaving behind traces? This is not impossible. According to the great Luo Golden Immortals, opportunities may very well exist within the chaos. Search. Zhou Chen commenced his methods, meticulously probing every inch of the small world. At this moment, a pair of eyes observed him from afar, ultimately transforming into a sigh. One tree after another. Under his gaze, the surroundings gradually shifted towards Zhou Chen, forming an intricate maze within mere breaths, intent on ensnaring him. This world, was it in motion? Such a phenomenon could not elude Zhou Chen's keen perception. He swiftly discerned the anomaly and delved into the underlying issue. Every inch of this land seemed imbued with a peculiar force, as if it possessed a vitality of its own, nurturing all living beings upon it. To be precise, it was not the trees that sought Zhou Chen, rather, it was this world that sought him. The greatest secret of this realm was not merely the long-hidden creatures, nor the trees that had just begun to exhibit strange powers, but rather the very soil of this world. In essence, this land is life itself. Chapter 171. The Legacy of the Chaos Demon God. Countless trees transformed into a colossal maze, creating layers of obstacles that enveloped him. Impassable barriers, imbued with a unique power, shared a singular essence of life. Zhou Chen surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if this world had morphed into a vast organism intent on consuming him, the intruder. This miniature realm harbored extraordinary wonders, yet it also concealed profound terrors. Those entities that had survived the chaos and remained unvanquished were far from benevolent. Zhou Chen's eyes shimmered as he unleashed the full might of his primordial spirit, simultaneously tightening his fist and delivering a powerful blow. Thunder erupted, and a myriad of lightning illuminated the sky with a cerulean glow, extending for miles and engulfing everything before him. Yet, the towering trees moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly mending the breach. Seizing the fleeting moment, Zhou Chen cast forth a multitude of talismans. Each talisman formed unique beams of light in the sky, piercing through the fabric of this miniature world, standing tall like beacons, releasing a tremendous surge of stellar energy from within. At that very moment, from an unknown distance, another realm sensed the impending peril, as if drawn by an unseen force. The stellar energy transcended the void, making its way directly to this location. Zhou Chen deftly crafted several seals, harnessing the dispersed stellar power, and finally beheld the entirety of the world before him. So it is you. At last, Zhou Chen's gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous little tree in the distance. This tree bore no remarkable features. In comparison to its brethren, it was notably humble and diminutive. Yet, there was one remarkable attribute. It possessed an immense vitality. Its vast root system sprawled across the entire world, transforming the very realm into its sustenance, with all living beings therein serving as its nourishment. Moreover, at the core of this little tree, a force seemed to be gestating, one imbued with the aura of magical artifacts and rare natural treasures. Refusing to grant those entities the chance to entangle him further, Zhou Chen formed a seal and began to channel the celestial tactics. With a resounding splash, his body plunged into a spatial conduit, traversing an immeasurable distance until he stood near the little tree. At that moment, the tree trembled, sensing a grave threat, and hastily attempted to burrow into the earth. However, Zhou Chen was swift, seizing its trunk with a firm grip. Do not attempt to escape. Zhou Chen's hand clenched tightly, a smile gracing his face. Yet his voice carried a hint of lethal intent. In the next instant, the small tree transformed before him into the visage of an elderly figure, hastily displaying an apologetic grin. Great One, please spare me. Zhou Chen remained silent, exerting pressure that rendered the old man's breath labored, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Still pretending? I have seized your form, but this is not your true essence. The roots that extend into this miniature world are what truly constitute your being." As soon as Zhou Chen's voice fell, the old man's expression shifted, his heart racing with trepidation. Even the vines that had silently crept beneath Zhou Chen's feet, poised to drag him into the depths, began to recede. The old man forced a smile and murmured, "If the Great One is already aware, why trouble me? If you refrain from seeking me out, given your prowess, you could depart from this place at any moment. We could coexist in peace, unperturbed by one another. Wouldn't that be splendid? If it were possible." He certainly would not wish to provoke a formidable adversary like Zhou Chen. A misstep could lead to direct confrontation, even a deadly struggle. For every powerful entity emerging from that realm harbored secrets capable of claiming their lives. Moreover, Zhou Chen exuded a far more perilous aura, one that, upon mere perception, sent chills down his spine. Were it not for the unavoidable nature of this small world, he would prefer to retreat and bide his time rather than confront Zhou Chen. Yet, your recent actions seem to suggest not only an intention to drive me away, but also a desire to test my strength. Should I prove inadequate, you surely intend to seize my life essence to extend your own existence, you peculiar being. I must admit, I am quite curious about how such extraordinary entities as yourself emerged from the chaos. It is as if you were created expressly for this diminutive world. The power of the stars gradually permeated every corner of this realm, entwining itself around the old man's very being. At this moment, Zhou Chen truly grasped the old man's lifeblood, gaining complete dominion over his existence. With but a gentle squeeze, he could wield the divine might of Tiangang to obliterate him entirely. The notion of longevity, of possessing special abilities, was but a jest, with the right means. There exists no being in this world that cannot be extinguished. Even those colossal forms, nearly as vast as the entire small world, are not exempt. Is this your first foray into the chaos, Great One? Unfamiliar with its intricacies? The old man thought to himself, cursing silently but maintaining a gentle smile. He softly continued, "In ancient times, the chaos demon gods possessed unparalleled abilities, crafting many small worlds as their abodes. Even after their fall, these realms have persisted to this day. Furthermore, numerous entities have emerged from the central world, where you reside, creating their own realms. For instance, there was once a great sage with long brows and beard, who left many traces in the chaos. As for beings like myself, we largely align with the unique laws of this small world, allowing for limitless growth. My very essence derives from a drop of blood of the chaos demon god." In an instant, Zhou Chen grasped the implications. This diminutive elder is, in essence, a minor chaos deity, having evolved from a single drop of the adversary's essence. He possesses considerable depth, yet has not ascended to the extraordinary level. Indeed, the treasures contained within a chaos deity are remarkable. How many beings akin to you exist within this chaos? How many miniature worlds? Zhou Chen continued to inquire. The elderly figure shook his head in resignation. How would I know? I am merely a meager match for the so-called Great Luo Golden Immortal level of power within the central world. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of my form, I am unable to venture into the chaos. However, based on my previous encounter with the World Guardians, there may be thousands of similar worlds, or perhaps even more. Chapter 172. A journey through the void in search of treasure. Thousands of small worlds. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly inquired, "You just mentioned World Guardians, which implies that other worlds possess beings akin to yourself. How do their powers compare to yours, and what is the extent of the disparity?" The old man's face revealed a bitter expression as he reluctantly presented the information. "I belong to the intermediate tier, and I am among the weakest of them. In the chaos, opportunities abound. Numerous world guardians can survive for short periods in the chaos, seeking avenues for advancement, like myself. However, I can only maintain this level of strength throughout my life, unable to progress further. If I were to encounter a crisis, I might not even have the opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, I can be considered one of the longest lived among them. Thus I possess considerable knowledge about these matters. If needed, I can provide you with the coordinates of several other small worlds. Although the small worlds within the chaos can shift locations, they cannot stray too far. Better a dead friend than a poor priest." To demonstrate his worth, the old man was determined to sell off everything he could from his former acquaintances. Naturally, he was also harboring thoughts regarding Zhou Chen. If Zhou Chen wished to venture into other small worlds, he would undoubtedly have to assume certain risks. A misstep could very well cost him his life. Zhou Chen discerned his intentions, but did not decline. The more he could learn about the chaos, the better. After thoroughly questioning the old man about all he knew regarding other beings, Zhou Chen's expression grew serious as he pointed a finger at the old man's forehead. Perceive this location and see if there are any issues. Zhou Chen transmitted the coordinates given to him by the ancestor of the river of the underworld to the old man. As the old man contemplated the coordinates in his mind, he shook his head in confusion. That place is not remote from here. I have been near it before and did not sense any particular aura. However, it is rather peculiar that the small worlds near this coordinate tend to shift their positions, as if sensing some kind of danger. Of course, such behaviors were not uncommon in the chaos. After all, this was chaos, an extraordinarily perilous domain amid the heavens and earth, unparalleled in its dangers. It perpetually harbored crises that ordinary beings could not withstand. Zhou Chen nodded. It appeared that the ancestor of the river of the underworld had not deceived him regarding this matter. However, it was unfortunate for this old man. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen clenched his hand, unleashing the full force of the stellar energy, and before the old man could react, he began to obliterate his entire being. No matter how vast or vibrant with life his form was, when it was fully shattered into fragments, it became nothing more than a farce. You are untrustworthy. You promised not to kill me. The old man's visage contorted in extreme anguish as he roared in fury, tendrils of vine erupting from the ground. Attempting to engage Zhou Chen in a final struggle, yet remaining suspended in midair, unable to descend. The stark disparity of their life essences was laid bare before them. Even though he possesses endless means, they are rendered utterly ineffective. I have not promised you anything. The information you provide is entirely voluntary on your part. Moreover, do you not wish for me to seek out other guardians of the small worlds and meet them? Do you harbor no thoughts of wanting me to perish at your hands? Zhou Chen spoke with a smile that was not quite a smile. With a loud bang, the old man was instantly reduced to a cloud of ash. An unfathomable power, akin to the depth of the ocean, combined with the force of the stars to form a grand formation, drawing all the spiritual energy of the small world towards his location. Much like a colossal whale opening its gaping maw to devour everything within its realm. To be frank, this was Zhou Chen's first time employing such tactics. This exhaustive approach was nearly impossible in the world of Journey to the West, yet here, in this small world, it was perfectly suited. After effortlessly eliminating the old man, he grasped a small piece of wood that floated before him. After thoroughly draining the small world of its essence, Zhou Chen swiftly departed from the scene. Consequently, this place could only sustain ordinary beings, but it was destined to face annihilation within a mere 10,000 years, ultimately becoming a part of the chaos. What is this? Zhou Chen mused, observing the wood in his hand. It was the extraordinary object he had sensed within the old man, containing an incredibly formidable life force that far surpassed that of the green shade pearl. This item was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. Yet Zhou Chen felt it could also be utilized for crafting weapons or concocting elixirs. Perhaps he should take it back for Master to study. Stowing the wood away, Zhou Chen cast a lingering glance towards the direction of the small world, but ultimately chose to forge ahead. Since the instinctive feeling of the small world indicated some danger in the vicinity spoken of by Ancestor Mingi, he decided to employ subtle measures to assess the situation first. Soon, Zhou Chen arrived at the coordinates vicinity. Ahead lay the depths of chaos, and moving further could lead even him to lose the coordinates of the journey to the west. Clone talismans. Go. Thousands of pre-prepared clone talismans were cast into the air, each transforming into unique avatars infused with 1/10 of his power. These clones possessed the ability to temporarily protect themselves in the chaos and inherited his true form, making them nearly impossible for anyone to dismantle. Go explore, Zhou Chen commanded, and the clones surged forth in groups into the depths of chaos. Clones are far more perceptive than the world itself. Each clone acted as Zhou Chen's eyes, allowing him to sense any potential issues that might arise. Simultaneously, Zhou Chen began to peruse the items within the system. Divine abilities? Not feasible. Too expensive. Magical treasures? Also unfeasible, excessively costly. Other techniques and spells? Their levels were far from sufficient to be utilized in the chaos. Must it truly come to purchasing the coordinates directly? Now that he was nearby, acquiring the coordinates would be relatively inexpensive. Zhou Chen continued to rummage through his inventory, his brow furrowed in concentration. It is indeed somewhat disheartening. The vast majority of the cultivation value he currently possesses has been acquired through plundering the demon race. Now, having stepped down from his position at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Zhou Chen finds himself with few opportunities for sudden wealth. Gradually, he has transformed his method of plunder into arduous cultivation, and he has nearly depleted his cultivation value. 3,500,000. What can one even purchase with such a sum? Ah, right, I have been waiting for this. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. Before him appeared a most suitable divine ability, the skyward treasure-seeking technique. This technique is remarkably unique. Unlike other divine abilities with distinctive treasure-hunting capabilities, it can pinpoint the location of other artifacts based on the essence of the treasure. As long as they share the same origin, nothing is beyond reach. Chapter 173. The Traces of the Pure World White Lotus. This supernatural ability is indeed remarkable, and the price is quite reasonable. 1 million cultivation points, and it can trace the movements of others, almost rendering all tracking prevention methods negligible. Perfect, it can be put to use. System. Exchange for the void-seeking treasure technique. Zhou Chen swiftly made his decision. Accompanying his words, an ethereal essence suddenly entered his body, a vast stream of information flooding his mind. The void-seeking treasure technique lacks any hierarchical classification. It is merely a simple supernatural skill. Its principle lies in tracing back to the source, utilizing treasures, blood, or any other item that can lead back to its origin to investigate the whereabouts of related objects. Of course, such a method, priced at merely 1 million, undoubtedly harbors numerous issues. The primary concern regarding this technique is its overwhelming versatility. Regardless of the location, direction, or quantity, it can simultaneously track everything down. Therefore, it is only effective when one is certain of the item or person being sought and has a general idea of their location. Though the position of the clone has yet to be determined, it is fundamentally assured that it will not lose itself in the vastness of the world. To be cautious, I shall leave a clone here as well. Zhou Chen cast a 3 clears talisman. A clone materialized in the sky. This clone possesses 90% of his combat power, if not more, and can effectively address almost any problem, even standing a chance against formidable foes of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. These talismans are left for you as a backup, in the face of a strong enemy. You may activate the Celestial and Terrestrial Talisman. Zhou Chen handed 1 Celestial and Terrestrial Talisman and 1 Azure Lotus Sword Intent Talisman to the clone, then shared the location of the journey to the West World with it. Only after this did he leisurely fly towards the position that his clone had already scouted. Finally, he arrived at the focal point shared by the ancestor of the Underworld River. This vicinity should be the right place. 9th Grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus, arise. Zhou Chen summoned the 9th Grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus. The 4 distinct lotus flowers share a profound connection with the legendary 36th Grade Chaos Azure Lotus, and ultimately, they can even converge, indicating that the source can indeed lead to the target. Void-seeking treasure technique. Seek for me. Forming a hand seal. Zhou Chen felt his entire being resonate with magical energy, which he then infused into the supernatural technique, directing it into the 9th Grade Infernal Fire Red Lotus. Rapidly analyzing the power within, in but a few breaths, a cerulean essence was absorbed from the Infernal Fire Red Lotus, subsequently devoured and refined by the magical field of the void-seeking treasure technique. In the next moment, the void-seeking treasure technique astonishingly transformed into a mouse. Its nose twitched as it sensed something, and it hurriedly scurried away into the distance. The speed of this creature was astonishing, and it showed no signs of stopping. Zhou Chen, in a state of resignation, could only shield himself with the 9th-grade Infernal Flame Red Lotus as he propelled himself deeper into the chaos. In the profound depths, even his avatars could not reach. It was not that they were entirely unable to access this realm, but rather that their considerable distance from Zhou Chen would lead to their sudden dissolution. At last, guided by a mouse, Zhou Chen beheld a diminutive world, one that was more than twice the size of the previous one he had encountered, its world barrier deemed nothing short of flawless. If the former world had been nearly eroded by chaos, this one appeared as if it had just been born anew. Intriguingly, its longevity could suggest either the original master had not perished or that it was a relic from the world of journey to the west. Zhou Chen's gaze flickered as he extended his hand to probe the world's veins, sensing the internal energies. Here, the absence of any ominous aura indicated that this place might resemble an unclaimed entity. However, it was peculiar, according to the old man's earlier assertions. Most of the chaos worlds that had endured to the present had already spawned world guardians. Otherwise, their survival in chaos without detection would have been impossible. The distance from the central world was indeed considerable. Zhou Chen squinted slightly. The central world, synonymous with the journey to the west, stood as a beacon amidst the chaos. A world capable of enduring for long stretches, with many smaller worlds orbiting around it. These smaller worlds resembled tiny satellites, shielding the central world from adversity while simultaneously enriching its foundation. Of course, the central world offered advantages to the smaller realms as well, such as facilitating their access to resources, thus prolonging their existence. Yet, all of this seemed unrelated to the small world before him. Was the 12-grade pure world White Lotus truly contained within? And why was it here? The treasure-seeking communication artifact had not indicated the presence of similar items elsewhere. Perhaps they lay in even more distant realms. If the old ancestor of the underworld river had not deceived me, the object should indeed be within. Let us venture inside. If all else fails, I can employ an avatar of the one chi transforming into 3 clears to navigate the impending deadlock. Zhou Chen silently resolved, tearing open a small aperture in the world barrier to enter. What unfolded before his eyes startled him, plunging him into despair. It was not that the world was desolate. Rather, it was overwhelmingly prosperous. This small world resembled an enlarged mountain gate, divided into numerous sectors, and in the area before Zhou Chen, an abundance of celestial materials and earthly treasures flourished, with medicinal herbs piled high like mountains. Moreover, many treasures long extinct in the journey to the West world lay among them. The cultivation of these items had clearly spanned more than just a couple of years. This place was evidently under someone's stewardship, and the duration of such management far surpassed an entire calamity. Zhou Chen felt a weight in his heart. If this location bore a master, it signified that the 12-grade pure world White Lotus was likewise claimed. This is certainly not a pleasant revelation. Moreover, Zhou Chen, having thrived amidst chaos for so long, does not believe that he possesses the capacity to engage recklessly at his current level. Such formidable beings likely belong to a realm akin to that of the Bodhi ancestor. It is imperative to retreat. Zhou Chen resolved firmly. However, just as he intended to withdraw through the rift he had just torn in the fabric of reality, he discovered that the barrier had already mended itself. Furthermore, the entire world barrier now radiated a peculiar shade of green, as if enveloped by an additional layer. Young friend, since you have arrived, why not step inside for a moment? Chapter 174. The white-haired elder emerges from the willow tree. The sudden sound caused Zhou Chen's expression to change dramatically. His aura surged like the sun, yet he still could not discern anything amiss in the vicinity. There was something profoundly peculiar about this place, undoubtedly a significant issue. Until now, my senses had failed to locate the source. Even a quasi-saint could not achieve such concealment. A heavy gloom settled in Zhou Chen's heart. Only a saint could accomplish this feat. Those exalted beings, capable of regarding all existence as mere ants, could so thoroughly mask their presence. However, as far as he knew, these saints typically resided near the Western journey world, within their own self-created realms, and would never venture so close to the depths of chaos. After all, chaos is not a safe domain even for saints. A moment's carelessness could lead to being lost within, becoming an integral part of the chaos itself. Could it truly be a saint? Zhou Chen warily glanced around and called out loudly, "Elder, may I have the honor of meeting you?" Elder? With that, Zhou Chen began to explore further. This miniature universe was overwhelmingly vast, with its various neatly divided regions managed by an unknown force, operating in perfect harmony. Yet, there was another issue. Apart from the earlier voice, no other sounds emerged. Onward, he pressed, prompted repeatedly by a notification sound echoing in his ears, urging him to continue. At last, before him stood a colossal willow tree. This tree was exceedingly strange. Only upon approaching could its true nature be perceived. While stepping back merely 2 paces rendered it invisible, eluding all sense. Was this a spatial divine ability? Far more intricate than that of Guanyin. Zhou Chen's thoughts sank, his mood plummeting. The good news was that this entity before him was perhaps not a being of saintly caliber, significantly inferior to ordinary saints. The bad news was that this figuresque realm was likely at the pinnacle among quasi-saints. Junior Zhou Chen pays his respects to the elder, Zhou Chen said. Bowing towards the willow, his voice soft. The willow trembled slightly, and with a voice rich and resonant, it spoke. I sense the aura of the central world within you. Quite rare. To this day, a new descendant from the central world has ventured so far. The trunk of the willow twisted and contorted, ultimately coalescing into a humanoid form that slowly emerged. It was an elderly man with white hair and beard, a smile gracing his face, his eyes emanating a gentle warmth devoid of malice. Yet, inexplicably, the moment Zhou Chen beheld him, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. This was a formidable being he could never hope to rival. Moreover, it seemed this powerful figure bore an irreparable wound. I sense within you the essence of several saintly divine abilities, along with the potential of exceptionally high rank. Whom do you serve as a disciple? The white-haired elder inquired. Zhou Chen replied, I have 2 esteemed mentors, one known as the Bodhi ancestor, and the other referred to as the celestial master. The elderly man with white hair nodded gently. The Bodhi ancestor is a scholarly figure of remarkable talent. I hold a vague impression of him. As his potential is indeed extraordinary, standing out among the many quasi-saints. The Celestial Master is unparalleled. His combat prowess among the sages is second to none. Zhou Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The Celestial Master is well known to anyone who has ventured into the journey to the West world. Yet the Bodhi ancestor is different. This master of his rarely emerges to engage with worldly affairs. And yet, here he is, recognized by others. Presently, Zhou Chen has formed a conjecture. Either the individual hails from the journey to the West world, or has once traversed it, perhaps even having lived there for an extended period. Sensing Zhou Chen's tension, the white-haired elder chuckled lightly. There is truly no need for such concern. You must also perceive that I bear significant injuries. While my realm exceeds yours, should you unleash your full strength, I may not prevail. Moreover, this is the realm of chaos. As a disciple of the Celestial Master, he would undoubtedly intervene during your time of peril, and I, this old man, would likely find myself at the receiving end of his blade. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered. There was a certain depth to this statement. Previously, as a disciple of the, even without truly entering the fold, his mentor would indeed intervene in times of danger. However, now, the Celestial Master is confined within the Purple Cloud Palace. As long as one can sense the location of the central world, the Purple Cloud Palace is omnipresent. At this moment, the white-haired elder continued. Furthermore, even in confinement, the power of a sage far exceeds your imagination. To strike out of thin air is merely a trivial matter. A weakling like me would not survive even a fleeting moment in their presence. Ignoring Zhou Chen's suddenly contracted pupils, he spoke in a somber tone. The strength of the central world surpasses your comprehension. Within this chaos, though remnants of the chaotic demon gods linger, in terms of potential and combat strength, the central world is undoubtedly in a league of its own. If it is true that all beings must eventually return to chaos, the central world will certainly be the last to endure. Zhou Chen was taken aback, gazing deeply at the elder. Are there many beings within the chaos? While he had previously been aware of the general number of small worlds, he had never considered that a substantial number of other beings might exist within the chaos. According to the white-haired elder's words, perhaps some small worlds do not resemble the two he currently encounters. Rather, other small worlds adhere to the most fundamental rules, existing independently like the journey to the West world, thriving with numerous living beings. In that case, while there may be discrepancies in peak combat strength, when it comes to potential, it is indeed possible that they could surpass these worlds inhabited solely by solitary beings. Do you not see the injuries I bear, which reveal the truth? The elderly man with silver hair retracted his smile and gently waved his hand. The branches and leaves of the willow parted, revealing the true form within. Beneath the foliage, amidst the trunks, lay a colossal opening, from which a fierce blaze surged forth. The power emanating from that flame, along with its unique essence, bore a striking resemblance to the red lotus karmic fire, yet the disparity was immense, rendering it unforgettable at a mere glance, while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation. The might of this flame had ascended to the realm of celestial fires. Regardless of the methods employed, it was nearly impossible to extinguish. Chapter 175, Chaotic Beasts. This flame. Zhou Chen extended his hand to grasp a flicker of fire. Holding it within his palm, he felt its power, peeling away its layers. This flame is entwined with karmic forces and feeds on vitality, making it particularly lethal to living beings, especially to entities such as yourself. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze, casting a look of subtle regret towards the white-haired elder. It was no wonder the elder had yet to reveal himself or even meet her in his true form until now. So it is. This flame has likely been consuming him for countless years, having already burned away the majority of his life force, and has developed to the point of threatening to completely incinerate him. If Zhou Chen does not intervene, he would merely continue to exist in a state of mere survival, unable to endure for long. Death is merely a matter of time. The beings of chaos are always thus, born without understanding the reasons for their existence, and departing without knowing the cause of their demise. The white-haired elder gently waved his hand, shrouding the branches and leaves once more, and smiled lightly at Zhou Chen. Now, you may speak the truth to me, for we stand on equal ground. You could kill me, and I could just as easily kill you. What transaction does the elder wish to discuss? Otherwise, there would be no need for such entanglement. Are you not going to release me? Zhou Chen inquired softly. Could it be that you desire my assistance in extinguishing this flame? For the white-haired elder, resolving this fire is indeed a formidable challenge, as it has taken root deep within his being, continuously burning, fueled by his vitality. His spatial abilities cannot extinguish this fire. However, Zhou Chen is different. His comprehensive array of talismans and techniques, particularly those within the celestial and earthly decrees, encompasses numerous methods to eliminate all hazards. Of course, this would demand a significant investment of time, yet time is the very resource they possess in abundance at present. To extinguish this flame is merely one aspect. The most crucial element is this object. The white-haired elder's smile faded as he summoned forth a white lotus. Upon its emergence, it exuded an overwhelming aura, capable of purifying all in existence. Even the incessantly burning quieted considerably at that moment. The 12-petal pure world white lotus. This is precisely the treasured artifact Zhou Chen has been seeking. If my conjecture is correct, your arrival in chaos must also be in pursuit of this item, yes? Considering your realm, you hold merely the cultivation of a tiny golden immortal in the central world. To have arrived here is already quite the feat, remarkable indeed. Moreover, you possess the means to locate the position of this 12-petal pure world white lotus and find me. The white-haired elder's expression was one of mirth. Yet it bore an air of having the upper hand over Zhou Chen. So how about it? Am I qualified with this card? Zhou Chen, with a hint of resignation, replied, what the elder says is indeed correct. Yet I cannot help but feel that this object appears not to have been refined. The 12-petal pure world white lotus is undoubtedly a rare treasure, capable of even healing wounds with ease. Why? It is indeed peculiar. In the chaotic realm, a myriad of wondrous entities can emerge. However, it is perplexing that the guardians of the two miniature worlds he traversed possessed no magical artifacts. Or rather, they had not refined any treasures. Even in the absence of innate spiritual treasures, ordinary postnatal artifacts could significantly bolster one's combat prowess. How peculiar. Are you not aware? Although chaotic beings can wield various treasures, this is only feasible when those treasures remain unmarked by the World S designation. Since the establishment of the central world, every artifact, upon its inception, is branded with a world label that belongs exclusively to the central realm. Except for those at the sage level, no one can erase this designation. In other words, the central world arrogantly transforms all spiritual treasures and other artifacts into entities unusable by beings from non-central realms. The elderly man with white hair snorted disdainfully, his previously gentle demeanor faltering. Clearly, he was immensely agitated by this matter. Indeed, both he and other chaotic beings shared a similar stance. The central world had acted excessively in this regard. Although these chaotic entities had to seek refuge in the central world to prolong their existence, unable to establish new realms, such plundering undeniably pronounced a death sentence upon them. If chaotic beings wished to grow stronger, they could only rely on their own arduous cultivation. Casting a deep gaze at Zhou Chen, the old man remarked with a scoff, it is said that one of the three primordial treasures of the central world, the Chaos Bell, once known as the Eastern Emperor Bell, wanders through the chaos. Numerous other treasures are similarly scattered, not only those concocted by your central world of your, but also various weapons crafted by the Chaos Demon God. While these artifacts may have perished, their essence endures. The treasures birthed from them possess formidable power, but do not underestimate us. Although we cannot refine treasures, utilizing them simply poses no issue. The might we can unleash is at least 30 to 50% of their full potential. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully, casting a profound glance at the 12th grade pure world white lotus. He inquired, if that is the case, what price must I pay to acquire this 12th grade pure world white lotus? Quite simple. The old man's lips curled into a smile as he summoned a spectral image through his magical aura. It revealed a unique space, engulfed in darkness, housing over 100 chains that bound a singular, extraordinary being. This entity was a terrifying creature, engulfed in karmic flames. Merely gazing upon it caused Zhou Chen discomfort in his eyes. A chaotic aberration. This was a supreme being birthed from the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God. Not born within a miniature world, but directly from the chaos itself, devoid of any intelligence, driven solely by the desire for slaughter. It obeyed the primal instincts of life. This was the most formidable adversary encountered by those of the great Luo golden immortal status upon entering the chaos. Eliminate this creature for me. The vitality that has been consumed from my being can only return to my corporeal form, the elderly man stated with an unyielding demeanor. Yet, the words he uttered caused a subtle twitch at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth, compelling him to glance up at the elder. Senior, are you serious? This is a chaotic beast. Moreover, it is an absolute superior among chaotic beasts. The terrifying flames it possesses are so potent that merely gazing upon them sends a jolt of pain through my eyes. And now, you expect me to slay it? What a jest. I have just sensed your power, and even I felt a sense of peril emanating from you. Let alone this chaotic beast. Fear not. To vanquish it is not insurmountable. It merely requires a modicum of risk, yet it promises substantial rewards, does it not? Chapter 176. The art of plunder. The risks are undeniably present, and certainly far from the ease suggested by the white-haired elder. If we were to follow his words, with his current abilities, he could have directly entered the space to confront that being without delay. Moreover, Zhou Chen did not believe that a chaotic beast could be vanquished so easily. Its realm was at least on par with the elder's pinnacle state, with little disparity, making the endeavor to annihilate it fraught with peril. What say you? The elder chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Chen, seemingly awaiting a response. In the air, the 12th grade pure world white lotus continuously emanated a purifying aura, occasionally vibrating to draw his attention. Let us do it. After a moment's silence, Zhou Chen finally nodded. Fortune favors the bold. Should he hesitate to act now, he would forfeit any chance of pursuing the subsequent 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus. That entity was entwined with the future schemes among saints, posing even greater dangers and complexities. Excellent. The elder's smile broadened uncontrollably as he activated his spatial abilities to open a temporal passage, stating, I shall not conceal the truth from you. If we do not eliminate it now, even if my injuries were to fully heal, my demise would be inevitable. In no more than a yuan meeting. This beast will break free from its constraints. Its capabilities are formidable. It commands the flames of karma, having once been a chaotic demon lord of fire, wielding immense power, with a divine form rivaling that of a quasi-saint at its peak. If I had not sensed your potent killing intent, I would not dare send you forth. I have already inflicted a wound upon it. You need only to exploit that injury for it to perish. To breach the wound? This indeed lightened Zhou Chen's burden. However, it also subtly revealed why the elder was reluctant to confront it himself. His injuries could not be healed in a short span, whereas the beast could effortlessly escape its bindings. The two could not be compared, and coupled with elemental weaknesses and overpowering abilities, the elder's chances against that creature were exceedingly slim. Given the situation had escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. Zhou Chen spoke decisively. Regardless of the outcome, the 12th grade pure world white lotus shall be mine. Although it could not unleash its full potential without refinement, it was still better than having nothing at all. Should the situation become untenable, he would at least have an opportunity to withdraw. Very well, the elder readily acquiesced, casting the pure world white lotus to Zhou Chen. As soon as the 12th grade pure world white lotus was in his grasp, it radiated a faint white light. Upon its illumination, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if all his previous injuries had been wholly restored. This was the unique, purifying power of the pure world white lotus, capable of maintaining him at his peak, ready for the impending confrontation. Indeed, it is the 12th rank pure world white lotus. The disparity between the genuine seed of the 36th rank chaotic azure lotus and the 9th rank lotus is simply staggering. Completely refining this treasure would, even in a confrontation with a quasi-saint, significantly enhance the odds of victory. Zhou Chen's eyes glimmered as he unhesitatingly entered the spatial tunnel. After a whirlwind of motion, he found himself in a vast, enclosed space. Within this realm, myriad chains bound a chaotic beast at its core. This creature, possessing a single horn and an immensely formidable physique, evoked a sense of discomfort in Zhou Chen merely by its gaze, causing a prickling sensation in his eyes. The infernal beast was utterly terrifying. If such entities pervaded the chaos, the downfall of the great Luo Golden Immortal would indeed be explicable. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed tightly, sensing the gravity of the situation, while the infernal beast seemed to perceive his presence, lifting its head slightly. Its eyes barely opened a fraction. Yet Zhou Chen felt a resonant sound echo deep within his mind. It was as if a colossal hand sought to seize his primordial spirit, intent on annihilating him completely. This was the beast instinctively unleashing its divine abilities, a mere flicker of its power frightening beyond measure, even before it had employed its infernal fire. Seal arise, Zhou Chen commanded, his hand trembling as countless talismans erupted forth. These talismans coalesced into a unique formation in the air, extending chains that could suppress magical power, aiming to thoroughly subdue the infernal beast. Roar! At that moment, the infernal beast appeared as if truly awakened, releasing a deafening roar that unleashed its overwhelming pressure. The infernal flames ignited the sky, threatening to consume the entire void as they surged toward the talismans. Yet, the most alarming event was yet to come. The infernal beast struggled, freeing a claw that surged toward Zhou Chen with devastating force. This was a full-powered strike from a peak quasi-saint. Even in a less than optimal state, such an attack could easily obliterate a Tai Golden Immortal like Zhou Chen. Celestial Gang, Zhou Chen chanted. his form flickering as he ascended atop the infernal beast, evading the strike. The talismans he had just deployed now imbued the entire space with stellar power, granting him the possibility of repositioning. Blade of Tang Fong, unsheathed. A terrifying aura surged from Zhou Chen into the Tang Fong, which he resolutely thrust downwards, piercing fiercely into the crown of the infernal beast. Earthly Fiend. The powers of Celestial Gang and Earthly Fiend erupted simultaneously, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entire space felt as though it were being cleaved asunder. Zhou Chen's figure returned to its original position, his gaze filled with profound trepidation as he beheld the entity before him. At an indeterminate moment, the chaotic beast that had just faced an assault instinctively became ephemeral for an instant. Time and space around it seemed to misalign. That recent strike, which should have unveiled some vulnerability, had inexplicably led to its liberation. When did spatial abilities become so devalued? Was it the old man with white hair who initiated the attack? No. The recent fluctuation of the magical barrier was not solely his doing. This creature possesses an extraordinary enigma. Zhou Chen's mind raced as he meticulously contemplated every detail from the beginning to the present. Although the confrontation lasted only a few seconds, he felt almost certain that even the white-haired elder had not truly comprehended the genuine abilities possessed by this chaotic beast. The infernal flames that engulfed the creature were merely one of its myriad powers. At that moment, another spatial disturbance occurred beside Zhou Chen. The white-haired elder's avatar also entered the spatial realm and hastily exclaimed, "Young one, you must retreat with me. This fiend has actually harnessed my life essence to wield his supernatural powers. My abilities have been stolen from me." Chapter 177. A novel and unconventional strategy. The art of theft? Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Zhou Chen was uncertain. He had never encountered anything akin to this in any texts, nor had his own master ever broached the subject. Yet, they found themselves in the realm of chaos, confronting the remnants of the chaos demon god, a formidable quasi-saint level chaos beast that stood on the precipice of the saint realm, with an unparalleled strength and enigmatic abilities. Such was the nature of their predicament. After the white-haired elder uttered his previous words, he commenced the execution of his own techniques, aiming to reopen the space. However, the beast had also taken notice of him. The flames of calamity surged forth, unleashed in a frenzied manner, and utilizing the spatial techniques just invoked, the chains binding it were transferred mid-air onto the white-haired elder. Damn it! The elder's magical field underwent a sudden transformation, and he found that his powers were hindered, barely able to manifest. What is the nature of these chains? Is this not a formation, but rather a technique as well? Zhou Chen inquired hastily. He desired to assist, yet upon making contact with the chains, he felt his own power being siphoned away, rendering him unable to sense it any longer. This chain is a unique technique of mine, employing spatial methods to project magical energy elsewhere, beyond the range of perception, effectively wearing down any means of resistance. Unless one can rupture the specialized space designated for storing magical energy, escape is utterly impossible. My true self has already detected the issue and is taking action. Hold on. The elder's form began to waver. He was but a projection, and surviving this long under such circumstances was already a testament to his profound cultivation. Now, it appeared that Zhou Chen was left alone in the entire space. The chaos beast fixated its gaze upon him, its eyes reflecting the primal instinct of predation and malice. This is troublesome. Zhou Chen's expression turned bitter. He had previously thought the task would be effortless, yet it seemed he had underestimated the situation. The capabilities of the creature before him were indeed worthy of the bloodline of the chaos demon god. What followed was a deadly confrontation. With a ferocious roar, the chaos beast initiated the assault, spewing forth flames of calamity that descended upon Zhou Chen's location, nearly obliterating the very essence of starlight within the space. The conditions for utilizing the Celestial Gang technique to escape had vanished. Celestial Gang Talisman, activate. Zhou Chen extended his hand forward, and the power of the stars coalesced into a protective shield before him, while beneath his feet, a nine-tiered flame lotus of calamity surged into existence. Faced with this onslaught, he had no choice but to brace himself. The conflagration roared forth, the searing flames clashing against the crimson lotus fire, neither side yielding. Yet it was Zhou Chen's magical energy that fueled this exchange. In terms of magical power, how could he possibly contend with the Chaos Beast? Green Lotus Sword Intent Talisman. Celestial Gang Earthly Fiend Talisman. Zhou Chen's hand trembled as he simultaneously unleashed the two talismans he had been holding as trump cards. These two talismans, one representing the supreme killing techniques of the sage, remain unsurpassed even within the realm of the sage itself. The other, however, embodies Zhou Chen's own cultivated abilities and the true manifestation of all he possesses, revealing his profound essence. The talisman of the Blue Lotus sword intent floats in the air, steadfast and unyielding, while the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiend's talisman begins to descend, subtly radiating an extraordinary light. Ultimately, it spreads out beneath Zhou Chen's feet, transforming into a unique and formidable Great Formation. Activate the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiend's Great Formation, Zhou Chen declared, executing a hand seal with authority. The talisman forcibly summoned the boundless malevolent energy and celestial power from the remote realm of the Western Journey. Above the darkened sky of this originally void world, stars appeared to hang aloft, twinkling with brilliant luminescence. On the ground, beneath Zhou Chen's feet, a colossal giant materialized, rooted in the 9-grade Inferno Red Lotus. This giant bore Zhou Chen's likeness, exuding a solemn countenance, adorned in jade-like Kirin armor, resembling a deity from a myth, towering and unrivaled in might. At that moment, the Blue Lotus sword intent talisman autonomously ascended and affixed itself to the giant's weapon. With a resonant hum, azure light illuminated the entire realm, unleashing the sword intent in a spectacular eruption. Boom, boom. Outside the spatial confines, the willow tree finally managed to carve out a narrow passageway. Just as it prepared to unleash further tactics, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the opposite end of the space. This presence resonated with the ancient demon clans Zhou Tian Star Array and the 12 capital Heavenly God Fiend formation. Even the Blue Lotus sword intent of the Celestial Master was sensed. Where did this youth acquire such an array of life-preserving techniques? The elderly figure's heart echoed with astonishment, prompting an even swifter response. Good heavens! If this were merely an average disciple meeting their demise here, perhaps the sage would remain indifferent, as fate often dictates. Yet, if one were of such vital significance, does fate still hold sway? Even within the intricate schemes of sages, one must not take this youth's life, lest it invite a deadly confrontation. Strike! Zhou Chen bellowed against the backdrop of raging flames. The giant, embodying the might of the heavens, strode forward. One hand shielded against the overwhelming fire, while the other raised the long sword, conjured from the Blue Lotus sword intent, and brought it down with fierce intent. Flames erupted. The peak-level quasi-saint's Dharma body was nearly impervious, leaving little room for true injury. Yet, in this moment, the chaotic beast appeared to suffer unprecedented damage. Letting out a frenzied roar, blood streamed from its neck, a long gash nearly severing the majority of its throat. Insufficient power. Zhou Chen, too, began to intensify his efforts. As his cultivation grew stronger, the pursuit of resources became increasingly difficult. Concurrently, he acutely felt the rising challenge in the creation of talismans. The potency of a talisman is intricately linked to the time expended in its crafting. Now, every card he possesses is of the highest caliber, treasures that cannot be mass-produced in the short term. With such formidable strength, I shall employ 2 more talismans to claim your life. Once again, 2 talismans of the Azure Lotus sword intent were affixed to the giant's longsword. In the next moment, the sword's intent surged violently, reaching a level of ferocity capable of tearing apart the very fabric of this miniature world. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the longsword, amidst the chaotic beast's howls and the astonished gaze of the white-haired elder, struck fiercely at its neck. That strike, potent enough to pierce through space, unleashed its utmost power at that instant, severing everything before it with a force that threatened to rend the very sky asunder. The chaotic beast was rendered incapable of utilizing its ethereal spatial techniques, as Zhou Chen's sword cleaved it down directly, even shattering its head into fragments of sword energy. Simultaneously, at this moment, the miniature world before him approached its conclusion. With a resounding boom, everything was eroded, vanishing completely into nothingness. Chapter 178. A step further, the space, astonishingly, lay utterly shattered. At this moment, the once somewhat anxious elder with white hair stood in a state of stupefaction. The flames that had relentlessly tormented him now dissipated into nothingness. His previous reservations were cast aside, replaced by a flicker of apprehension. What a remarkable individual. Initially, he perceived this younger generation as merely formidable, perhaps a prodigy cultivated under a sage's tutelage. However, it has now become evident that this person possesses an extraordinary strength that borders on the unbelievable. Engaging in battles beyond one's rank is but a casual endeavor for him. His combat prowess rivals that of an ordinary quasi-saint. When he unleashes his full potential, he could vanquish even a quasi-saint at significant cost. After sustaining injuries, that chaotic beast retains at least quasi-saint level combat capabilities, further augmented by my spatial divine powers. The fire path in his hands can transform into infernal flames, establishing unmatched feats. Indeed, even I am far from his equal. This fellow, astonishingly, is capable of victory. My attitude towards him must inevitably change. The white-haired elder let out a long sigh, as the spatial passage he had just carved began to exhibit signs of fragmentation. He hastily called out, "Young brother, if you do not emerge soon, it will be too late. I cannot hold on much longer." Upon hearing this voice, the colossal figure beneath Zhou Chen's feet abruptly vanished. He utilized talismans to reclaim the entire corpse of the chaotic beast, then swiftly dashed towards the spatial passage, ultimately returning to the outside world. That was indeed perilous. Zhou Chen exhaled deeply, surveying the familiar little world before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he was truly reluctant to deploy his trump card, the Tiangang Disha talisman. After all, this was intended as a grand gift for the pinnacle beings of quasi-saint level in his future plans. However, it is fortunate that he used it now, for he at least recognized his shortcomings in this regard. While the Tiangang Disha talisman is powerful, it is by no means omnipotent. It harbors significant flaws. Its lethality requires enhancement and improvement. It was not merely somewhat dangerous. Indeed, I had been overly presumptuous. Given that the chaotic beast had existed in chaos for such an extended period, how could it lack means for self-preservation? Nevertheless, having emerged victorious is undoubtedly a good thing. The white-haired elder chuckled lightly, and the roots of the trees on the ground rose to form a tea table. Subsequently, a leaf floated down from the treetop, landing in the suddenly materialized teacup, releasing a delightful fragrance. "My young friend, please," he invited. The aroma emanating from the tea leaves contained an extremely potent wave of magical energy, evoking memories of a certain item recorded in books. Zhou Chen took a seat and savored the tea, his expression shifting subtly. Tea leaves from the Enlightenment tea tree. The elder truly possesses remarkable resources. The Enlightenment tea tree, a type of innate spiritual root, is exceedingly rare. Each leaf's capability varies significantly based on its quality, and obtaining the Enlightenment tea tree itself is an arduous task. Moreover, one must cultivate the finest among them. The resources expended are beyond imagination. With the planting of so many calamities, there are bound to be some gains. However, this is not of great significance, considering how much assistance my young friend has provided me. The extraordinary skills that my young friend possesses surely transcend those taught by the celestial sage and your venerable Bodhi ancestor, do they not? You have forged your own path. The grand formation employed earlier left me in awe. The white-haired elder expressed with a sigh. To be candid, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet those talents seemed to pale in comparison to Zhou Chen's brilliance. Not entirely. I have merely traversed a portion of the path ahead. Moreover, in this world, those who do not attain sainthood ultimately amount to nothing more than ants. I am merely a pawn for greater powers. Zhou Chen shrugged and smiled. Yet the words he spoke were imbued with ambition. That ambition was nearly palpable, revealing itself clearly to those who cared to look. The white-haired elder noted this shift, his gaze towards Zhou Chen now laden with depth, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. What do you intend to achieve? In the central world, amidst the chaos, there exist unspoken rules. The saints would not tolerate the emergence of another being of equal stature. Perhaps your esteemed master might allow it due to past events, even assist you. However, aside from him, others are unlikely to disrupt this tacit understanding. Furthermore, in the current era, the rigid conditions for attaining sainthood have dissipated. Your arrival is too late. The white-haired elder had once ventured into the central world, residing there for an extended period, and might have even visited the Purple Cloud Palace. He had heard of the existence of the primordial purple chi more than once. What use is Zhou Chen's ambition? The opportunity for ascension to sainthood is fleeting. Had he emerged during the calamity of the witch and demon, perhaps with his current strength and schemes, he could have altered his fate and even acquired a position that should not rightfully belong to him. After all, the primordial purple chi did indeed vanish, completely disappearing from this world after leaving the grasp of Hongyun. But now, who can guarantee the discovery of such a thing? Even if it is found, can one truly safeguard it? All quasi-saints would emerge to hunt you down at that time. To attain sainthood, one must first dominate the realm of quasi-saints, becoming the preeminent figure of this age. At the very least, one must reach the level of the former Eastern Emperor Tai. Oh no. It should be said that one must possess the strength to rival an entire force of dominion. Yet, this is utterly impossible. Zhou Chen maintained a smile, offering no reply to the elder's words. He glanced at the 12th-ranked pure world white lotus in his hand, gently plucking 3 lotus seeds from it. These seeds had been nurtured by the 12th-ranked Pure World White Lotus for an indeterminate amount of time, containing an abundance of primordial power. Initially, I had little confidence, but now I possess it. 2 lotus seeds soared into the sky, enveloped by the crimson lotus of the 9-grade Inferno, which absorbed the essence of their primordial power. At this very moment, the 9-grade Inferno lotus began to cultivate a brand new force on its own. Gradually, a radiant blend of white and gold luminescence emerged upon its petals. What path do you wish to tread? What thoughts occupy your mind? Those sages shall not permit the birth of a primordial treasure, especially not into the hands of someone like you. Do you dare to confront the sages? The elderly man with white hair was taken aback, wishing fervently that he had witnessed nothing. Has this young man lost his senses? Engaging in such audacity so openly, does he not fear the repercussions? This young man actually aspires to create the chaotic azure lotus, to resurrect the glory of the celestial treasures of yore. Chapter 179. The Secrets of the Great Tao Saints. With this treasure in hand, I may yet have the opportunity to accomplish what you speak of. Zhou Chen gazed resolutely at the transforming 9-grade fiery red lotus in the sky, slowly retracting it while a smile graced his face. He continued, moreover, everyone is aware of my intentions now. My arrival here has been influenced by others as well. Everyone seeks a change in their existence, eager to see who will ultimately emerge as the survivor, the one who transcends the confines of this reality. Scheming, an eternal theme in the world of Journey to the West. The intricate web of mutual calculations encompasses emotions, futures, and myriad details. The only constant is the drive to advance oneself. Zhou Chen is now prepared to personally engage in this endeavor. Absurdity, regardless of the world. It is merely the rebellion of the ancient chaos demon against the primordial chaos. We, the sentient beings, cannot persist eternally, for even becoming a saint does not grant immortality. Unless one ascends to the status of a great Tao saint, your struggles, no matter how prolonged, will ultimately prove futile, a feat that even the legendary Pangu could not achieve. Your struggles are merely relevant to your present. Once you leap beyond, an even grander framework awaits. Otherwise, why do you think we, these chaotic beings, do not venture into the central world to vie for survival and seek genuine recognition from it? The elderly man with white hair shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he opened his palm, presenting a token to Zhou Chen. This contains my spatial divine abilities. You may utilize it to access my powers in the void, enabling you to strike 3 times. I saw nothing earlier. I wish for your plans to succeed. And if fate permits, we may cross paths again in the future. Zhou Chen accepted the token, feeling an overwhelming aura emanating from it. As if flickers of blue light danced within. These represented small spaces created and maintained by divine powers to prevent collapse. Such is the might of a quasi-saint, capable of conjuring small realms with a mere gesture. Indeed, formidable power. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating how long it would take him to master such strength. What are you pondering? The quasi-saint, though powerful, cannot wield spatial divine abilities to this extent merely through cultivation. My spatial powers are innate to me, and I share a slight connection with the saint. Thus, my spatial abilities are exceptionally potent. These powers, even quasi-saints struggle to overcome. They can barely hold their ground against the divine abilities of saints. Of course, I must caution you, those quasi-saints who have survived to this day, particularly the ancient ones, may lack saintly powers, yet their capabilities are by no means inferior to those of saintly divine abilities. After all, the most significant disparity between them and the sages lies solely in their realms. The white-haired elder let out a light snort. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement, comprehending the essence of the matter. This was akin to a trump card held by these ancient beings, one they would not employ unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, it was indeed a considerable gift. The elder had recently suffered severe injuries. Although the source of his affliction had dissipated, he had expended a substantial portion of his life force, teetering on the brink of death. In such circumstances, his willingness to leave a contingency for Zhou Chen indicated a desire for further interaction between them. Zhou Chen drained the Tao Enlightenment tea in one gulp, rising to take his leave. He had lingered in the chaos long enough, and it was time to explore the spiritual mountain, particularly to witness the legendary Lion Turtle Ridge and ascertain its current state. Just as he was about to depart, an idea struck him, and he inquired, Senior, having dwelt in the central world for a time and resided in this chaos for long, do you know the essence of a sage? What defines a heavenly Tao sage and a great Tao sage? Though Zhou Chen had encountered these 2 distinctly different titles and had garnered some understanding, he was, truth be told, engaging with the concept of sanctification for the first time. This subject was not one to be broached with just anyone, only the white-haired elder. unencumbered by any affiliations, could impart the unvarnished truth. My young friend, your question indeed reflects a certain level of insight, the elder remarked, stroking his long beard with a gentle chuckle. If you were to ask an ordinary individual, or even most quasi-sages, they would tell you that the primordial spirit of a heavenly Tao sage is anchored in the heavenly Tao, and the same principle applies to the great Tao. However, in reality, the path of a heavenly Tao sage is incomplete. Their great Tao is ultimately fulfilled by the heavenly Tao, which binds them in the end. Although formidable in strength, there exist beings within this chaos capable of rivaling them. Their power is, in essence, illusory. As for the great Tao sage, according to the lore passed down from the chaos demon god, it entails cultivating a singular Tao to its zenith and ultimately proving it in some manner. Thus termed proving the Tao, the ancient Pangu walked the path of creating a world. His path of strength indeed approached its pinnacle, yet we all witnessed his downfall. His Tao still bore deficiencies. You, at present, are merely at the Tai Golden Immortal stage and have yet to encounter true strength. I can candidly tell you that the former Chaos Demon God was undoubtedly no less than any sage. Yet, never has a great Tao sage truly manifested in this world. The distinction between the two is vast beyond imagination. As he spoke, a blend of reverence and regret graced the elder's countenance. The reverence stemmed from the formidable power of the Chaos Demon God, while the regret lay in the knowledge that he would never witness the scene of someone proving the great Tao, even in death. I understand, Zhou Chen nodded thoughtfully, his heart enlightened. This answer, at present, appears to be the closest he has encountered to the ultimate solution. However, it is also the most ambiguous. Perhaps this ambiguity is the very reason why the ancient Pangu, the primordial deity, failed to attain enlightenment. The path to the Tao lies beneath one's feet. How far one can traverse and how much one must achieve to attain enlightenment remains shrouded in uncertainty. No one knows the means by which one might validate their path to enlightenment. In the realm of blind conjecture, who can guarantee success? Perhaps, from a certain perspective, the idea of achieving enlightenment through sheer force, directly realizing the essence of the Tao, is a road that has never truly existed. It is merely the conjecture of the ancient chaotic demon regarding its own realm. They were unable to substantiate the existence of this path. Yet, Zhou Chen harbored an inexplicable intuition that he could indeed accomplish this feat. Chapter 180. Puppets in Chaos at last. Zhou Chen departed from this small world and re-entered the chaos. Gazing into the distance, he perceived that after his exit, the white-haired elder had employed spatial techniques to conceal the small world once more. Zhou Chen felt as though the events that had just transpired were nothing more than an elusive dream. He had indeed obtained the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, and he had slain a quasi-saint. Initially, he had intended to seek an opportunity to test the extent of his current combat prowess, but now, he was able to ascertain it with certainty. Though his strength could not contend with the most formidable of the saintly traditions, he was undoubtedly capable of rivaling the majority of quasi-saints. As a Tai Golden Immortal, he possessed such power, and upon ascending to the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal, he would surely be able to match the pinnacle of quasi-saints. He might even engage with those ancient beings. The world of Journey to the West is teeming with such ancient entities, although they seldom venture into the open. When they do engage in battle, it is a phenomenon difficult to grasp and counter. Their machinations are omnipresent, yet with the current protection of the Tiangang and Dezhou formations, he believed he could pose a slight threat to them. One cannot rely solely on one's background. Once danger surpasses a certain threshold, mere reliance on connections proves utterly futile. It was time to return. After briefly locating the position of his avatar, Zhou Chen suddenly arched an eyebrow. His avatar seemed to be embroiled in a fierce struggle. In fact, several avatars appeared to have already been incapacitated. There was peril nearby. Even the avatar possessing 90% of his combat power had already entered the fray. He resolved to investigate further. With a swift change of expression, Zhou Chen propelled himself towards the location he sensed. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the battlefield where his avatar was situated. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. What manner of creatures were these? Robots? Before him, a peculiar assortment of beings were entangled with his avatar. Their forms constructed from an array of strange materials. They appeared to be haphazardly assembled, with visible seams and fragments on the verge of detachment. At times, beams of light would shoot forth from their bodies, swiftly mending their forms. Having already encountered the absurdity of the journey to the West world, now he was confronted with mechanical deities? What on earth was this? Body, are you still watching? Come quickly and assist. His avatar bellowed, maneuvering deftly amidst the chaos to evade numerous attacking spells. These avatars were mere puppets. They had recently stumbled upon a small world, and without hesitation, they sought to attack us. The small world has since concealed itself. The puppeteer must reside within that small world. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen found himself intrigued by the puppets before him. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer number of these puppets was indeed daunting. Although his avatar's strength had not reached the apex level and lacked many of his trump cards, it was still formidable enough to contend with a Luo Golden Immortal or even greater power, along with those avatars that possessed merely 1/10 of his true strength. It is effortless for him to conquer several small worlds. Yet, he now finds himself at a disadvantage against this entity. If he were to bring this object back to the journey to the West World, it might indeed yield unexpected surprises. He summoned the Heavenly Eye Talisman. With a flick of his wrist, pairs of eyes manifested in the sky, gradually surveying all movements within the chaos. Subsequently, he pointed forward with a smile, invoking the specialized immobilization technique of Sun Wukong. Under Zhou Chen's mastery, this technique had long since approached perfection. In but an instant, almost all of the puppets in the sky momentarily froze, crushed by their adversaries. Among them, the strongest puppet, embroiled in combat with the avatar created through Zhou Chen's chi transformation, sensed an imminent danger and began to retreat swiftly. Creating a puppet of such caliber should not be a simple task. I cannot believe that if I were to destroy this object, you would choose to remain hidden. Zhou Chen spoke slowly, hundreds of talismans soaring from his avatar, converging to form a colossal talisman, the Great Tiangang Talisman. The power of the stars surged forth, transforming in an instant into a gigantic longsword that pierced through the chaos, hurtling toward the direction of the puppet. Before it could make contact, the puppet erupted with a cacophony of cracking sounds. This fierce stellar force threatened to rend its very being. However, at that moment, an unforeseen power intervened. The sudden appearance of this magical force not only pulled the puppet away, but also slightly diverted the trajectory of the stellar energy. In that fleeting instant, a smile blossomed on Zhou Chen's face. I have found you. The puppet was swiftly drawn away, and Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to employ his divine power, plunging into the recently pinpointed small world. Damn it, damn it! Within the small world, a continuous roar echoed. Below sat a formidable figure, exuding an aura of boundless bloodlust and demonic energy. He had been too greedy. In that fleeting moment, had he considered escape, now, Zhou Chen could barely discern his own chances of moving the small world and fleeing. Yet, in his desire to recover his puppet, he faced the peril of being hunted down, having his position revealed, and even the risk of perishing. Should that individual ascertain my approximate location, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Initially intending to seek out the ancient tree, he instead stumbled upon this harbinger of death, who sought to plunder his very life essence. Surviving this encounter would already be considered a stroke of fortune. The figure in black robes cursed vehemently, yet his actions were swift, forming various seals as he rapidly repaired the puppet in his grasp. Simultaneously, dozens of potent auras began to rise around him. These puppets, all are the most formidable treasures in his possession. Ah, indeed, there are plenty of remarkable items. At that moment, a sudden utterance caused the figure cloaked in black to halt his actions. He slowly turned his head, and his pupils trembled, an unsettling sensation washing over him. How dare you intrude into my lair? Are you not afraid that I shall activate the formation and obliterate you entirely? The man in black shouted vehemently. Zhou Chen, unfazed, responded with a smile. Although the beings within the chaos are undeniably peculiar, each possessing their own methods, and their strangeness is not to be underestimated, I can ascertain that your little realm has likely never employed any special formations. Furthermore, your divine abilities should pertain to endowing objects with life and creating puppets. Am I correct? As he spoke, Zhou Chen took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to the figure in black. Your cultivation is commendable, reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and your strength is respectable, in full force. You could contend with an average quasi-saint, yet the cost must be considerable. The activation of these puppets requires time. Would you care to engage with me during this interval? Chapter 181. The Lord of the 100 Puppets. The expression of the man in black had turned exceedingly grim. He had just witnessed a fraction of Zhou Chen's formidable power. The might of that grand heavenly talisman was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate him. Moreover, that was but a single talisman, not some extraordinary artifact. The notion that Zhou Chen possessed no hidden means of defense was utterly implausible. The path of talismanic arts is indeed one of the 3,000 great avenues, yet even the primordial demon gods of yore seemed to have traversed less ground than you. You hail from the central world, do you not? The diminutive world of that great tree was also your doing. Should you choose to depart now, I shall act as though I have never laid eyes upon you. However, if you linger within the chaos, you shall undoubtedly encounter significant troubles. The tone of the man in black was grave, as if he were imparting an order that must not be defied. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. If you wish to discern my origins, ought you not first disclose your own name? Lord of the 100 Puppets, we are descendants of the primordial demon gods, each possessing diverse abilities, and you may simply refer to me as the Lord of the 100 Puppets. Does your title imply that you can control over 100 puppets? Or do you possess such a multitude of unique puppet warriors? Zhou Chen inquired, genuinely intrigued by this individual. Previously, he had dismissed the corpse-controlling entity as distasteful and had dealt with it swiftly, but in hindsight, it was somewhat regrettable. That being's combat prowess might have been capable of contending with a great Luo golden immortal. As for this one, he was indeed a true powerhouse who had forged his own path. Should he choose to serve under Zhou Chen, many matters could be resolved without his direct involvement. With combat strength at least rivaling that of a great Luo golden immortal, he could, when fully unleashed, engage with quasi-saints without fear of defeat. Of course, it seemed this individual currently lacked decisive means to secure victory, likely facing either escape or demise once his puppets were exhausted. There were no other options. This title merely attests to my ability to establish a foothold within the chaos. The great tree you previously vanquished, though formidable, was ultimately confined to its own realm. In comparison to my strength, it is woefully inadequate. Furthermore, allow me to caution you, there are allies within the chaos. Should you persist in your aggression against me, you shall bear the consequences. The Lord of the 100 Puppets continued, yet Zhou Chen interjected with a cold scoff, if memory serves. My avatars are not inclined to initiate attacks against others. The one who struck at me moments ago was none other than yourself, was it not? Zhou Chen's words caused the lips of the Lord of the 100 Puppets to twitch involuntarily. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed a valid point. However, one could hardly blame him. Within the chaos, guardians of these diminutive worlds could slightly influence the trajectory of their realms. He had initially intended to meander outside the destroyed world of the Great Tree, yet who could have anticipated encountering such a host of avatars? What was more, these beings were adorned in the garb of the central world, brimming with life force. By merely absorbing a portion, one can indeed create several puppets anew. In a moment of impulsiveness, this is how it came to be. Resources in the chaotic realm are scarce. To forge puppets, one cannot solely rely on the prolonged accumulation of time. At times, one must employ certain tactics to achieve their goals. But so what? In the midst of chaos, the capable shall prevail. Furthermore, I have already paid a price. At worst, I can offer some compensation. The voice of the 100 Puppets Taoist began to diminish. Zhou Chen remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing. Do I truly need your meager resources? Do not forget, I hail from the Central World. The Central World is the wealthiest among all realms. Even though my current foundation is nearly depleted, should I desire to amass wealth, it merely requires a bit more time. At this moment, the 100 Puppets Taoist found himself utterly speechless, opening his mouth yet struggling to articulate a response. Considering your talents, why not venture to the Central World? Although you may be unable to utilize certain treasures there, you could still acquire fundamental artifacts. Zhou Chen inquired softly, noticing that the other was momentarily disinclined to take action. The 100 Puppets Taoist replied, it is not so simple. The Central World is exceptionally unique, and its powerful inhabitants tend to band together, harboring wariness towards us outsiders from chaos. Resources within chaos are inherently limited, and the same applies to the Central World. For every portion we claim, they lose a portion as well. To reside in the Central World for a time without them seeking us out requires considerable favor from our kind. Without protection, how could one even enter? As he spoke of this matter, an expression of sorrow and indignation appeared on the 100 Puppets Taoist's face. My divine ability, known as the 1,000 Mechanisms Puppet, can bestow life upon puppets and is, by all accounts, an exceedingly rare skill. However, upon entering the Central World, due to the immense cost of this divine ability, I was promptly expelled. They were unwilling to expend resources on me, for despite my expenditure, I did not belong to the Central World. Thus, they cast me out. His countenance bore the mark of unyielding dissatisfaction. He was genuinely unwilling to accept it. There was a brighter future ahead, the prospect of acquiring superior resources, and his talents were better suited for existence within a grand power. Yet, he was compelled to fight alone. At that moment, a multitude of puppets revived, their formidable auras of the great Luo Golden Immortal surging forth. Indeed, there were over 100 puppets exuding the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While they may not quite measure up to ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals, they were not without their excellence. A typical great Luo golden immortal might contend with 2 or 3 puppets, yet with such a swarm emerging, even a quasi-saint would feel a sense of trepidation. Zhou Chen surveyed his surroundings without a hint of concern, remaining utterly relaxed, even neglecting to invoke any protective techniques of his Dharma body. You, my friend, still possessed means yet to be revealed. You believe you can slay me. The 100 puppets Taoist spoke with utmost seriousness. The puppets began to gradually withdraw. If Zhou Chen did not continue to act against him, he would never dare to provoke this individual. This fellow was exceedingly terrifying. Who knows what other methods were yet to be revealed? Do you wish to venture into the central world? Zhou Chen extended an invitation. The Lord of the 100 Puppets responded with heightened vigilance. What do you mean? I find your puppets quite intriguing. Do you wish to enter the central world? I can assist you in establishing a foothold there. In due time. Although the resources may not be particularly abundant, life would certainly be far more stable than in the chaos. Moreover, I have many adversaries in the central world. The essence of life that you desire is plentiful. Zhou Chen smiled, and within the depths of his eyes, a hint of an inscrutable ambition seemed to emerge. The Lord of the 100 Puppets' 1,000 mechanism puppets offered him a glimmer of hope for realizing extraordinary methods. Chapter 182. A misplaced investment in swine. What do you mean? Do you genuinely wish to draw me into the central world? The Lord of all puppets was unable to fathom such a jest. The splendor of the central world is something the chaotic realm could never conceive of. After striving for so long, the meager resources they sought are barely enough to be unearthed from beneath the fingernails of those formidable beings who emerge from the central world. If only he could gain entry, he was confident that he could cultivate his strength to a quasi-saint level. While reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint status may remain elusive, it would still be a far superior existence compared to languishing in the chaos. What is there to hesitate about? All that is required is your willingness to sign this contract. Zhou Chen's mystical energy coiled in the heavens, intricately inscribing celestial characters with a complex script. This was an exceptionally unique contract, invisible to all but the signatory, and most importantly, it would be witnessed by the great Tao and the celestial Tao. Should one dare to breach it, the heart's demons would come knocking. At that time, even a quasi-saint would find themselves in dire straits. You understand? The purpose of presenting this contract is not born from distrust in you, but rather to foster trust in others, enabling your continued presence in the central world. What say you? Are you willing to sign? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. The Lord of all puppets inhaled deeply, recognizing there was no turning back. He raised his left hand and made a seal in the air. This gesture was akin to inscribing his signature across the sky, allowing the contract to penetrate deeply into his being. In just a few breaths, he sensed an extraordinary power emerging within him, gripping his dantian. Under normal circumstances, it would pose no issue, but should he take any action, at that instant, he would become mere flesh on the chopping block, potentially facing complete annihilation. What a cunning strategy. The Lord of all puppets cast a lingering glance at Zhou Chen, letting out a long sigh. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that someone could wield such a talisman with such finesse. With a mere flick of his hand, he could resolve nearly any dilemma. Zhou Chen's mastery of talismanic arts had transcended the conventional understanding possessed by others. Every conceivable method was at his disposal. As long as one had seen it, it could be replicated. Naturally, the divine abilities of saints remained an exception, as their prowess surpassed all imagination, requiring direct transmission from a master. Shall we tidy up? Perhaps you should take your puppets with you? Maintaining all these puppets in constant operation must weigh heavily upon you. This small world, however one might view it, does not seem to be entirely yours. Yet it contains numerous treasures. How about temporarily relocating them to the periphery of the central world? Zhou Chen suggested. The Lord of all puppets nodded gently, responding thoughtfully. There is no objection to that. With that, he began to act, employing his great powers to chart a course for the future within this small world. Subsequently, he retrieved a unique treasure of storage, specially crafted by a powerful entity of chaos, to reclaim all the puppets, leaving only a few long-term production puppets and one for the use of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Once prepared, he immediately followed Zhou Chen into the chaos. At this moment, the life of the 100 Puppets Tao Lord was essentially in Zhou Chen's grasp, and the two had achieved a complete harmony. After all, their relationship had evolved beyond mere cooperation, approaching a bond of shared existence. The 100 Puppets Tao Lord could only rely on Zhou Chen to secure his survival. The coordinates of the central world were likely in that direction. Zhou Chen dispelled all his avatars and reabsorbed the coordinates of the central world into his mind, locking onto a specific location. Was the central world about to undergo a calamity? At this moment, The 100 Puppets Tao Lord's gaze fell upon the coordinates of the central world, his brows furrowing slightly. This was not an opportune time. Once the calamity commenced, the beings within the chaos would be divided into two categories. Some would flee from the central world, while others would seek to exploit the turmoil. If we proceed now, we may easily encounter those individuals. The calamity of the central world is a unique phenomenon that arises to ensure the longevity of the world, wherein countless great opportunities and grave crises await all. During this period, the heavenly laws of the central world will treat all equally. Outsiders, too, may gain further opportunities and might even attain recognition for inheritances and treasures. However, for outsiders, these so-called treasures pale in comparison to practical cultivation resources. Did you not consider seizing the opportunity in the central world? Zhou Chen inquired as they journeyed. The 100 Puppets Tao Lord possessed considerable strength and was quite formidable even within the world of journey to the west. If he were to encounter top-tier great Luo golden immortals, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva, he would certainly have the capability to contend. Yet, without decisive means, it would likely devolve into a war of attrition. He could only hope for an equal dialogue, as their areas of expertise were somewhat distinct. Are you not aware? Regardless of the circumstances, the powerful beings within the central world are exceedingly exclusionary towards outsiders. Moreover, what of the great Luo golden immortal? During the last calamity, even quasi-saints fell in droves. Under such conditions, what could I possibly bring into the fray? The 100 Puppets Tao Lord's countenance darkened as he sighed deeply. This entry into the central world left him uncertain of what outcomes awaited. Hopefully, all would turn out well. Meanwhile, in the world of journey to the west, over 100 years had swiftly passed. Guanyin Bodhisattva finally noticed the anomaly without any prompting. Why had Sun Wukong not yet been influenced by any transformative divine powers? She stood atop the Five-Finger Mountain, gazing down, observing Sun Wukong unabashedly consuming various offerings, his expression darkening. This fellow had been suppressed beneath the mountain for so many years, yet showed no signs of suffering. Rather, he appeared to be on a vacation. Each day, the land was abundantly supplied with fine wine and exquisite dishes. The splendid array of delicacies brought immense joy to Sun Wukong. As for the guardians tasked with overseeing him, the Five Directions revealers, it was likely that they had been forewarned by Zhou Chen. They showed no concern for Sun Wukong's affairs. As long as he did not attempt to escape, everything was deemed acceptable. It must have been Zhou Chen who had taken measures regarding Sun Wukong. It was feared that even after 500 years, Sun Wukong's rebellious nature could not be entirely subdued, and capturing him in the future would require considerable effort. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed softly, casting her gaze toward the heavens. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in focus as a figure plummeted from the sky. During its descent, the figure's incorporeal form rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a soul-like entity, which then directly entered the belly of a mother pig. The marshal of the heavenly canopy, Yang Chan and Chang'e, who had been residing in Zhou Chen's cave dwelling and keeping watch over the outside world, were equally astonished upon witnessing this scene. Had he been reincarnated incorrectly? How could this be possible? Was he the target of a scheme, or were there other underlying reasons? Chapter 183. Return. How intriguing, how delightful. My true self ventured into the chaos, inadvertently missing such a grand spectacle. Gazing at the heavens and wielding the might of divine powers, my avatar could almost discern the subtly smiling visage of Haoyan. It is indeed amusing. This fellow is even wary of his own subordinates, fearing that an undercover agent might be sent to another side? Or perhaps, Marshal Tianpeng is not entirely under Haoyan's control? The nine-toothed rake in his grasp is no ordinary artifact. If memory serves, it was forged by the Supreme Old Lord. This journey to the west grows increasingly fascinating. Soon, it may be the turn of the curtain-lifting general, I presume. Stroking my chin, my avatar has begun to form certain thoughts. Jin Chanzi is nearing his rebirth as well. Should I seize this opportunity to create some commotion? If the timing is right, perhaps I could further complicate the plans of this journey to the west. In the ensuing chaos, there might be greater gains to be had. Marshal Tianpeng is truly overstepping his bounds. Suddenly, Chang'e exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, taking a deep breath. What is it? Yang Chan inquired. Marshal Tianpeng, after indulging in spirits, ventured to my lunar palace, seeking me, to tease my rabbit. Fortunately, my rabbit possesses some self-preservation skills and managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, he would have succeeded in his antics. Chang'e replied. My avatar's lips twitched at this, stifling a laugh instead of interjecting. What a jest. Marshal Tianpeng's actions are not merely excessive, they are utterly desperate. According to the original script, he was supposed to tease Chang'e, ultimately subdued and cast back to the mortal realm. However, Now all actions must yield to the journey to the west. Xianxia has not returned to the heavenly court for 2 centuries, and no one remembers this affair, leaving her with no choice but to resort to her rabbit. How pitiful. Marshal Tianpeng not only chose the wrong path, but will also find that others' introductions of him will require some adjustment. Behold, this is the Marshal Tianpeng who once flirted with the rabbit of the Lunar Palace. The moment such words escape, his reputation will surely be irrevocably tarnished. To continue the plan and attain the merits of this calamity, Marshal Tianpeng has indeed paid a significant price. My avatar shook his head, yet suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Within his perception, a familiar and potent aura was approaching. What is it? The slightly bewildered demeanor of my avatar immediately drew the attention of Yangchan and Xianxia. They turned to him in unison, as if to confirm their suspicions. The true self has returned. However, it seems another formidable presence accompanies him. One whose strength rivals that of a great Luo golden immortal. No. Why do I also sense this powerful being? A newly acquired subordinate? My avatar felt a tinge of confusion. At this very moment, the barriers of the world were abruptly cast aside by Zhou Chen, who confidently emerged from the chaos alongside the 100 Puppets Dao Lord, entering the realm of journey to the west. Who is that? Waves of formidable primordial spirits began to probe in Zhou Chen's direction. The weakest among these spirits were already formidable beings of the Tai golden immortal realm, while those slightly stronger were quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals. Notably, a significant number of these powerful entities hailed from the Western teachings. After all, they were the ones overseeing this cataclysmic event, fearful of chaos beings meddling in their affairs. Zhou Chen, how could he return from the chaos? Wasn't he supposed to be confined within his cave? This spells trouble. Could it be that he has left behind a mere avatar to mislead us, while his true self ventures into the chaos for training? And who is that accompanying him? Radiating the aura of a great Luo golden immortal? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. At this moment, even the mightiest beings like Haoyan, Mingyi, Kuanpeng, and the Buddha turned their gazes towards Zhou Chen. Every time he made a move, it would inevitably stir up a significant commotion. Otherwise, it would seem as if nothing had transpired. Bringing back a great Luo golden immortal. Could it be that the coordinates I provided him actually led to something substantial? Mingyi Ancestor felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it truly be that he owes me a considerable karmic debt? At present, even Mingyi Ancestor found himself at a loss for words. A primordial spiritual treasure alone could upheave the power dynamics of the current journey to the West Realm, let alone the exquisite 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Moreover, Mingyi Ancestor was acutely aware of Zhou Chen's intentions. If he were to acquire the 12-petal pure world White Lotus, it would signify that he was merely a step away from the 12-petal Chaos Green Lotus, needing only the seed of the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Securing that seed would grant him half the qualification to sanctify and become an ancestor. Entering the journey to the West Realm, Zhou Chen exuded an air of confidence, smiling faintly at the probing primordial spirits around him as he handed over the coordinates of his cave to the 100 Puppets Dao Lord. You may return to my cave first. I have matters to attend to. Very well. The 100 Puppets Dao Lord nodded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of so many powerful beings. Yet he discerned that their inaction signified Zhou Chen's impressive foundation. After the 100 Puppets Dao Lord departed, Zhou Chen strolled through the skies, swiftly locking onto the coordinates of Marshal Tianpeng. He casually tore open a rift in space and slipped inside, effectively severing any chance these powerful beings had of tracking his whereabouts. This individual's strength has undoubtedly advanced further. A great Luo golden immortal from the Western teachings let out a soft sigh. Indeed, Patriarch Bodhi has trained a true powerhouse. It won't be long before he achieves the status of a quasi-saint, standing alongside the other ancestors. Alas, such an existence does not belong to our Western teachings. Nor is he among the fated individuals destined for the journey to the West Calamity. We have sorely missed our chance. Not only did we miss it, but he even seeks to interfere with our journey to the West Calamity. It has only been 200 years since his return from the chaos. It seems we must prepare for yet another upheaval. The powerful figures shook their heads in resignation, clearly expressing their helplessness. In circumstances devoid of desperation, who would willingly engage in combat with Zhou Chen? His combat prowess far surpasses his cultivation talent. Alas, let us disperse. Suddenly, the Tathagata spoke, and his words instantly dissipated the surrounding primordial spirits. In the absence of any other ethereal beings, the Tathagata could only emit a faint sigh. Had a calamity manifested sooner, perhaps they would not have fallen into such dire straits. What a pity. As his words faded, the Tathagata's spirit vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, above the pigpen, Zhou Chen gazed at the newly born piglets below, his eyes subtly shifting. Has the time begun? Chapter 184. Meeting with Tianpeng, where am I? How did I end up here? Tianpeng opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze a mixture of confusion and astonishment. As he began to speak, a series of guttural sounds emerged from his mouth. Although he had been reborn, his primordial spirit's power still lingered. As his spirit expanded, he caught sight of his own reflection, and upon beholding his pig-like visage, his countenance darkened in profound dismay. How could this be? Why has this happened to me? Regardless of where he had been reincarnated, Tianpeng had always been confident in his ability to swiftly cultivate back to his former glory within a century, if not ascend to immortality. Yet now, he had mistakenly been reborn as a pig. This was the utmost humiliation. Not only was he not a primordial being, but he also belonged to the lowest tier of postnatal creatures, a mere domestic pig. It must have been Hao Yan's doing. A flurry of thoughts raced through Tianpeng's mind, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Hao Yan. No one else would dare to torment him in such a manner, and he believed he had neither the reason nor the opportunity to warrant such treatment. From this moment forth, even if he were to enter the Buddhist realm, he feared he would never have the chance to advance further. Tianpeng's heart brimmed with resentment and despair. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have severed his own path. But the crux of the matter was that he had no choice in the matter whatsoever. The illustrious Tianpeng Marshal, once a formidable figure among the celestial beings, had now fallen to such depths. At that moment, the voice of Zhou Chen suddenly reached Tianpeng's ears. He glanced sideways and instantly recognized Zhou Chen. Gurgle, gurgle. Tianpeng struggled mightily, attempting to articulate something, yet in his current form, he was utterly powerless. It was only when Zhou Chen cast a spell upon him that he could finally speak. Tianpeng, I greet the slayer of demons. Perhaps you should refrain from that. Zhou Chen replied with a dismissive scoff. It has been many years since anyone has called me by that title. Not only have others forgotten it, but even the heavens have long since let it slip from memory. Moreover, I no longer belong to the celestial realm. Tianpeng's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Zhou Chen was not merely detached from the celestial court. He was far worse than Erlang Shen. Yang Jian would occasionally step forward to assist the heavens, making some sacrifices to do so, and Hao Yan could still summon him. But Zhou Chen, he wouldn't even entertain the thought of returning to the heavenly domain, exuding an air of complete disinterest in any ties to it. However, if the roles were reversed, Tianpeng likely would have made the same decision. There was no need for him to engage with the heavenly court, nor was there any necessity to exchange words. The array of celestial and terrestrial forces he wielded was simply too dazzling. Returning to the heavenly court would only serve to render him a pawn once more. What is the matter? Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? As it stands, because of my actions, your reputation is hardly commendable. Zhou Chen chuckled. To tease a rabbit, I am surprised you could even conceive of such a notion. Tianpeng's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. If he had a choice, he would prefer not to engage in such frivolity. It was well known which sounded more appealing, to flirt with the rabbit of the Moon Palace or with Chang'e herself. Yet, the reality was thus. Time had passed, and Chang'e, unwilling to return, continued to reside with Zhou Chen. Should he attempt to tease her, even a mere avatar of Zhou Chen could inflict severe harm upon him, sending him to the heavenly court. Moreover, no one would advocate for Tianpeng. This was the harsh truth. The last time Zhou Chen wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, even Hao Yan treated it as if nothing had occurred, turning a blind eye. Such was the advantage of power. Tianpeng, lacking in strength and confidence, sighed. Zhou Chen, you have come here for a reason, I presume. Rather than merely to mock me, if your sole intention is derision, you may depart. A person of your stature cannot possibly comprehend the plight of a mere pawn. You have ascended to the role of the player, while I remain a mere piece on the board. Zhou Chen replied, if I looked down upon you, I would not have come at all. It would have been Chang'e seeking you out for trouble. You, who tease her rabbit, should expect her wrath. Tianpeng fell silent once more. Zhou Chen's words struck deep, rendering him momentarily speechless. I have come merely to ascertain your next course of action, to discern whom you intend to represent in the future. After all, what I plan should be evident to you. I have already spoken with Wukong. You must have surmised that there is some connection between us, and I have been paving the way for him. Tianpeng's heart jolted, and he abruptly glanced upward. Such words could not be spoken openly. As a being of descent, he was constantly observed by the celestial servants above, who reported his every action to Hao Yan. Yet unexpectedly, his divine essence ventured forth, receiving no response at all. Now, Tianpeng could only regard Zhou Chen with an expression of profound complexity, inhaling deeply, his demeanor shifting to one of peculiar strangeness. This individual, Could he even easily shield himself from the celestial servants? He harbored no fear of Hao Yin's wrath. Here, you may speak freely. This is your final opportunity to express the truth for the next several hundred years, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. Tian Peng opened his mouth, collapsing to the ground in a manner that was somewhat comical, given his current state. Yet, he spoke in an utterly fatigued voice, strictly speaking. While I belong to the Xianmen, I am under Hao Yin's direct jurisdiction. This time, Xianmen has contributed very little to the journey to the west, mostly just causing some trouble. Zhou Chen, you cannot be seriously considering causing a ruckus, can you? You must think carefully. The Western teachings are not as easily managed as you might believe. They do not care for 1 or 2 Tai golden immortals, or even Deluo golden immortals. Even if a quasi-saint stands in their way, they would not hesitate to strike. Those beings, in their pursuit of ascendance, are capable of anything and are willing to sacrifice much. The matter of the great calamity is of utmost significance. This journey to the West could very well establish the opportunity for the resurgence of the Western teachings. Regardless of what Zhou Chen undertakes, should he create a considerable disturbance, it will inevitably attract the attention of powerful adversaries who will suppress him. Even if retribution from the saints is a possibility in the future, they would not hesitate to proceed. After all, without a rise, there can be no future. The Western teachings have awaited 2 great calamities to reach their current state and will certainly not be swayed by the mere words of others. To put it plainly, in the eyes of Tian Peng, the disturbances caused by Zhou Chen previously were nothing more than a child's play. Even if he truly managed to slay the Bodhisattva Guanyin, what difference would it make? What impact would it have if he severely injured Tathagata? In the heavens, 2 miniature worlds are suspended, radiating the light of Buddha. In the realm between heaven and earth, there are but 7 beings possessing such formidable power. Zhou Chen stands no chance. Chapter 185, Disturbance in the Celestial Court. Therefore, do you comprehend my intentions? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile, casting a profound gaze upon him. I do not impose any obligations upon you, nor do I require your involvement. However, I feel it necessary to convey this to you in advance. I do not wish for a day to come when we find ourselves at odds. He then offered a protective charm, adding, this item will serve as your safeguard. With those final words, Zhou Chen departed swiftly, leaving behind 3 talismans. These talismans contain 3 distinct life-preserving spells, sufficient to enable Tian Peng to navigate the coming centuries unaided, and even to expedite the restoration of his former peak cultivation. Is this how it ends? Tian Peng murmured to himself. Previously, he had maintained a respectable reputation within the celestial court and had fostered decent relationships with others. Yet, it seemed that only Zhou Chen had descended to meet him. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, silently stowing away the 3 talismans. Tian Peng let out a deep sigh, gazing skyward. Your Majesty, how did it come to this? Was it truly necessary? Within the jade pool, Hao Tian observed the Kunlun mirror before him, inhaling deeply. Indeed, Zhou Chen's power has advanced significantly. His mastery of divine abilities is likely approaching completion. A complete compendium of Taoist talismans has not been seen since antiquity, especially considering Zhou Chen's celestial and terrestrial divine decision. If it were not for necessity, I would refrain from witnessing the full extent of this individual's prowess. At present, nearly all of his aspirations seemed within reach. After so many years of cultivation, he had ascended to this level. If he were to truly break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, or even approach the status of a quasi-saint within the next 5 centuries, this adventure into the West could indeed turn into a personal exhibition for him. The Western Queen Mother sighed deeply, her heart heavy with concern. They had cast too many pieces into the game during their journey to the West. Moreover, Hao Tian was indeed ill-suited to be the chess master. He had allowed the pawns he cast aside to harbor resentment. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, regardless of what Zhou Chen said to Tian Peng, the latter would likely never fully pledge his loyalty to Hao Tian again. An irreparable rift had developed between them, having made a poor choice, severing his prospects. And perhaps due to his own inadequate foundation, he might even struggle to complete his transformation. Such resentment accumulates day by day. How could one willingly become a pawn of Hao Tian under these circumstances? This was a concern that should rightfully belong to the Western sect, not to me. Hao Tian sighed once more. Though he spoke these words, he was acutely aware of the actions he needed to take. Zhou Chen's foundation was remarkably profound. Within the celestial court, he had the likes of Lao Jun and Zhao Gongming to support him. In the mortal realm, he had the assistance of Patriarch Bodhi, and he maintained connections with formidable beings of quasi-saint caliber, such as Kuanping and the river of the underworld. Given the current situation, it appeared that these individuals had begun to see him as a future powerhouse, a prospective quasi-saint. They had already regarded him as their peer. Controlling individuals of such high caliber is indeed a formidable challenge. Initially, Hao Yin had never anticipated that Zhou Chen could ascend to this level in such a brief period. He had presumed that the first to reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal would likely be the farthest traveling Yangjian. Yet, it turned out to be Zhou Chen, who had the least favorable beginnings. Your Majesty, just as Hao Yin was at a loss, the celestial servant hastily entered the Yaoqi, whispering, Zhou Chen, he has come to the heavenly court. What? Before Hao Yin could respond, the Queen Mother of the West interjected with a soft scoff. Zhou Chen? He wishes to visit the heavenly court? Is he here to see your Majesty? No, not at all. He has gone to visit Taishang Laojun. He did not send anyone to announce his arrival. It was merely by chance that the servant encountered him. The celestial servant cautiously regarded Hao Yin as he replied in a hushed tone. Since leaving the heavenly court, Zhou Chen has become exceedingly audacious, no longer considering himself one of their own and openly presenting his demands. The Queen Mother furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Hao Yin, unable to make a decision in that moment. If he were to visit another place, they might still have recourse, but if he were to seek out Taishang Laojun, would they dare to apprehend someone in the presence of the Laojun? That would indeed be excessively presumptuous. Zhou Chen is truly quite clever. In the chaos, he has surely discovered considerable advantages. Hao Yin chuckled, surprised that even to this day, such a junior could deceive him. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, Very well, let him be. He may do as he pleases in the heavenly court without needing to inform me. Unless he chooses to seek me out, I shall not concern myself with him for the time being. Understood. The celestial servant nodded and hurried away, fearing that lingering might turn him into a target for Hao Yin's frustrations. Is it truly acceptable to allow this young man to continue unchecked? The Queen Mother felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Not to that extent. That fellow has many schemes in mind. Sooner or later, he will come to realize that within this universe, many matters cannot be accomplished merely by one's own desire. Hao Yin smiled faintly. The Western sect has too many contingencies. If he truly wishes to sever their path ahead or seeks to carve out a sliver of opportunity, he must earnestly collaborate with me. At this moment, Hao Yin exuded a regal air as he gazed toward the rear of the Yaoqi, seemingly able to perceive the general of the rolling curtains through the wall. Even for the sake of his junior disciple, he had no choice. In the heavenly court, within the Doshui Palace, Taishang Laojun tended to the immense alchemical furnace before him, occasionally waving his whisk to infuse it with his spiritual energy. The constantly swirling field of power transformed the medicinal properties within, ultimately coalescing into the elixir he desired. Having already arrived, why linger outside? What purpose does that serve? Taishang Laojun's voice resonated, prompting Zhou Chen, who stood at the threshold, to offer an awkward smile. He felt somewhat guilty for interrupting his esteemed elder. Unfazed, Zhou Chen found a mat to sit upon, adopting a posture of waiting for Taishang Laojun to finish his tasks. You seek me out, is it not to request my assistance? Pray tell, what is it that you desire from me? Could it be yet again related to the affairs of son Wukong? The Supreme Old Lord uttered a light snort. This fellow, Zhou Chen, has indeed acted with great audacity. Utilizing his ability to transform into the three pure ones to confuse others, he ventured directly into the chaos. Even he remains unaware that, fortunately, his training within the chaos has not led to any issues, and he has even reaped considerable benefits. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits, unable to effectuate any rescue. This latest expedition into the chaos has yielded significant rewards, some of which necessitate my esteemed master's discerning eye, or perhaps even his direct intervention. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen spoke, casually retrieving 3 items from his possession. The green shade treasure pearl, a small fragment of the heartwood from a diminutive tree within a miniature world, and the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Chapter 186. The strong in chaos. Upon entering the realm of chaos, your gains have indeed been significant, as you have managed to acquire the 12th rank pure world white lotus. Even amidst several epochs of tribulation, few Luo golden immortals have achieved such remarkable fortunes. The expression on the face of the Supreme Old Lord bore a hint of astonishment. The 12th rank pure world white lotus, as a premier innate spiritual treasure, possesses unimaginable power. Its myriad functions are capable of purifying all things within heaven and earth. Throughout history, countless powerful beings have desperately sought it, yet none have found even a trace. While it has fortuitously fallen into the hands of Zhou Chen, it is merely a stroke of good fortune. Zhou Chen smiled, offering no further explanation. Were it not for the system at his disposal and the 9th rank Karma Fire Red Lotus in his possession, he would not have dared to hope for the 12th rank Pure World White Lotus. This treasure lies concealed within the chaos, rendering even the mightiest of powers futile in the search. There is simply no place to seek it. This tree heart is also a remarkable treasure. It can be used for alchemy and artifact refinement. However, now that you have procured this green shade pearl, you must have some intentions in mind. Do you wish for my assistance in refining it into a magical artifact? The Supreme Old Lord spoke in a contemplative tone. Although the green shade pearl possesses reasonable capabilities, it is ultimately a postnatal spiritual treasure. With the tree heart, advancing it to a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure is not an insurmountable task. Its power could potentially increase by several folds, even up to 10 times. Yet, what purpose do you have for the 12th rank pure world white lotus? Surely, you do not wish for me to assist in its refinement? This treasure could become your trump card, and now that you have gathered 3 lotus flowers or seeds, revealing them is not wise. At this juncture, the Supreme Old Lord, with his extensive experience, was well aware of Zhou Chen's machinations. The 12th rank Chaos Green Lotus, an innate supreme treasure, even holds the potential to evolve into a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Only this item could compel Zhou Chen to invest such great resources and time in meticulous polishing and opportunity seeking. This individual harbors ambitions of sanctification, displaying an audacity that leaves even the Supreme Old Lord feeling somewhat helpless. What to do? Should he feign ignorance, simply allowing matters to unfold? Master Uncle, my cultivation time is too brief, and my remaining time is limited. If I could enlist your assistance, it would indeed be most beneficial. Should I attempt to refine it myself, the 12th rank pure world white lotus would require at least 100 years, if not 1,000, for its preliminary refinement. The disparity in time is far too vast. Zhou Chen candidly conveyed. If not for dire necessity, he would certainly prefer to keep his trump card concealed. However, the matter at hand had transcended mere preference. Time was of the essence. Moreover, Zhou Chen's current plans, while appearing ambitious, did not seem overly extravagant. In this world, who lacks ambition? Regardless of who it is, even those newly embarking on the path of cultivation yearn for the attainment of sanctification. For the Supreme Old Lord, it would be abnormal for Zhou Chen to lack ambition. Yet, this fellow indeed possessed a greater likelihood of success compared to others. So be it. I shall lend you a hand. The Supreme Old Lord exhaled a breath of impure air, his magical power surging forth like waves sweeping across the 12-grade pure world white lotus. The heart of the tree and the green shade pearl fell directly into the alchemical furnace, where they were refined with the 6th ding divine fire. The 12-grade pure world white lotus shimmered in the air as the Supreme Old Lord extended his hand to channel a strand of Zhou Chen's magical essence directly into it. Accompanied by a gentle humming sound, a marvelous force was unleashed from the 12-grade pure world white lotus, an essential step in the refinement of magical treasures, followed by the infusion of the primordial spirit. Gradually, through meticulous effort, the true power of the 12-grade pure world white lotus would be brought forth. Of course, these tasks were meant for Zhou Chen to undertake himself, without the need for the Supreme Old Lord's directive. Zhou Chen infused his primordial spirit into the 12-grade pure world white lotus. In an instant, the lotus was refined directly. Was this the might of a sage? Treasures that would take me thousands of years to refine could be transformed in mere moments in their hands. Zhou Chen squinted, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. Indeed, only when he truly approached the status of a quasi-saint or neared the level of a great Luo golden immortal could he discern the true nature of these so-called sages. The powerful beings he had previously witnessed were merely weaklings in comparison. With a mere thought, a sage could alter the heavens and the earth, even reversing the fabric of existence itself. This kind of power. It is no wonder that the most formidable beings in the chaos regard the central world with trepidation, even refraining from entering to seek trouble. That should suffice for now. The next step is your meticulous effort, the Supreme Old Lord spoke softly, channeling his magical power into the alchemical furnace to assist Zhou Chen in refining the heart of the tree within. You just brought back a chaotic powerhouse, did you not? Their abilities are commendable, and if you are confident in your control, it would indeed be suitable for them to remain in our central world. However, you must exercise caution. Although chaotic beings wield limited power here and cannot refine magical treasures, they have not been idle over the years. A few have emerged with strength akin to that of a sage, and they have always kept a watchful eye on our central world. Each has their own agenda. As you engage with others and undertake tasks, be sure to think carefully and remain vigilant. In the Supreme Old Lord's admonitions lay some truly valuable information. Beings with strength comparable to sages. This was knowledge Zhou Chen had not gleaned from the white-haired elder. He hastened to inquire. During my recent ventures into the chaos, I encountered several formidable entities. They seem to have never been privy to such information and had not communicated to me the existence of beings that could rival sages within the chaos. What secrets lie within this? The Supreme Old Lord tapped his head lightly. The chaos is vast. How much can they truly perceive? Even sages are but obstructed by a single leaf. Those who truly comprehend the chaos, even among the former chaotic demon gods, likely only Pangu possesses such stature. It is the decisive factor that determines one's divine abilities, magical arts, and the realm of strength. Among those who are considered sages, or formidable beings who have yet to attain the sagehood, their elevated status allows them to compete with sages on equal footing. This is commonly referred to as sage status. Once, Pangu was the most advanced entity among the myriad known chaotic deities. Within the chaos, there are only 3 beings capable of posing a threat to the central world. These 3 indeed possess sage-level combat prowess and carry not just one, but multiple bloodlines of chaotic deities. Your strength is insufficient, and such matters are not appropriate to discuss with you. Just understand that creatures within the chaos, particularly those who have achieved sage-level power, can, to a certain extent, defy established rules. Of course, the rules I speak of are akin to a unique order governing the evolution of beings. You may perceive them as a peculiar form of disorder, endowed with extraordinarily strange and unreasonable powers. Chapter 187. The punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, reminiscing about the first small world he had entered. Before witnessing it with his own eyes, who could have imagined that within such a vast realm, only a single being existed? If the other chaotic beings possessed similar abilities or even more peculiar traits, he might indeed become a formidable adversary to the central world. All right, the items you requested have been successfully refined, he remarked. In the midst of their conversation, the Supreme Elder had finally completed the refinement of the verdant gem. At this moment, the verdant gem had undergone a complete transformation, entering the ranks of the supreme postnatal spiritual treasures, emitting a rich aura that could nearly rival that of innate spiritual treasures. Its overwhelming vitality, even in its mere presence, made Zhou Chen feel an awakening force surging from the depths of his being. His previously unhealed injuries were rapidly mending. This treasure is quite commendable. You have a discerning eye, he acknowledged. In the future, should you encounter further opportunities to elevate it to the level of a postnatal supreme treasure, it may barely possess some semblance of the power of the path of life, thus enhancing your ability to safeguard your life. The Supreme Elder nodded in satisfaction. Until now, he had been unconditionally benevolent towards Zhou Chen, partly due to the endeavors Zhou Chen was currently undertaking. If Zhou Chen were to succeed, it would yield significant benefits for him as well. By the way, there is something I have yet to inquire. Although you have only recently broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, you must inevitably aspire to ascend to the ranks of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Have you contemplated which path you wish to pursue? Suddenly, the Supreme Elder shifted the conversation, tossing the verdant gem to Zhou Chen, his expression gradually becoming serious. The pursuit of a path. I must admit, I have never entertained such thoughts, Zhou Chen replied with a hint of a wry smile. Typically, each formidable being's chosen path correlates with the divine abilities they command. Zhou Chen's situation was rather unique. While his abilities were indeed powerful, the fundamental force of his path was rather ordinary among the myriad paths. Even the all-encompassing talisman technique bore certain limitations. The path of talismans may seem illustrious, yet in terms of combat strength, it could only rank within the top 100. Although it could be deemed powerful, it was by no means unparalleled. Zhou Chen harbored grand ambitions. He yearned to substantiate his path through strength, necessitating a more potent avenue or an opportunity for his current paths to undergo a transformative evolution. Master Uncle must also be aware of my aspirations. The divine abilities I am currently approaching do not quite enable me to advance further. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, articulating his dilemma in a somewhat subtle tone. The Supreme Elder had anticipated this response, a faint smile gracing his lips. If everyone in the world thought as you do, then the 3,000 paths would ultimately be reduced to 330, or even merely 3. Do you understand that the combat prowess exhibited by each practitioner on the path of enlightenment, as well as the powers they wield, are entirely distinct? Are you aware of the reason behind this? Zhou Chen, filled with confusion, pondered this question long ago. In the realm of existence, there exists wondrous fire. In essence, this is merely another manifestation of the path of fire. Each type of flame possesses unique capabilities, and the methods each formidable being employs are also varied. The flames commanded by each individual are completely different. For instance, the 3 flames of true fire and the 6 Ding divine fire can both be used for alchemy and magical combat, as well as for healing and other remarkable applications. To encapsulate this in a few words is simply inadequate. The ever-changing nature of fire belongs to the path of fire. Yet, among the myriad paths, there exists a hierarchy, which is indeed peculiar. Can the path of fire not achieve what the paths of time and space can? In truth, it can. There are not as many paths as one might think. The so-called 3,000 paths merely represent a particular inclination. Has your master not already imparted the entire compendium of the Tao to you? To borrow the myriad laws of heaven and earth, to utilize countless divine abilities as one's own. Could this not be the essence of the path of symbols? Sometimes, a genius like you may become overly blinded by a singular view. Laozi smiled, offering guidance that concluded there. For someone like Zhou Chen, who has grown through self-cultivation, sometimes a single phrase can prompt profound contemplation, even solidifying the direction he intends to pursue. At this moment, a glimmer of confidence shone in Zhou Chen's eyes as he bowed to Laozi, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I shall descend to the mortal realm and strive to break through to the great Luo golden immortal within these few centuries. Go forth. Before returning to your cave abode, do remember to visit Flower and Fruit Mountain and take a trip to the human realm to enjoy the scenery. Flower and Fruit Mountain, the mortal realm? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered with understanding of Laozi's intention. Calculating the time, it seemed that Jin Chanzi was due for reincarnation. Just as Zhou Chen was about to speak further, he suddenly turned to look behind him. Amidst the cries of lament, a figure was plummeting swiftly from the heavenly court, bound by an incomprehensible divine power that rendered him incapable of utilizing any abilities to resist the relentless agony coursing through him. Ultimately, that figure fell into the river of quicksand. Arrows descended from the heavens, piercing through his chest. The punishment of 1,000 arrows through the heart. General Zhuanglian? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. What an impressive individual. General Zhuanglian's cultivation was not weak in the heavenly court, and he could barely be considered a powerful figure at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Ordinary demon kings in the mortal realm were no match for him. Yet now, as he descended, not only was his cultivation restrained, but he was also subjected to such a punishment. Haoyan, driven mad for a mere sliver of merit for the Western teachings, truly did not consider whether his subordinates would continue to serve him in the future. It seemed that everyone had gathered. You may attend to your own matters. Laozi spoke expressionlessly, his gaze fixed upon General Zhuanglian without a trace of compassion. For those individuals lacking substantial backing, their involvement in this grand spectacle signifies both fortune and misfortune. Whether it be Tianpeng or Zhuanglian, there exists a commonality among them. Upon their descent to the mortal realm, there, and all other elements potentially linked to their cultivation are invariably severed by various means, obstructing any future paths they might traverse. There is no alternative. The dominance of the Western teachings is overwhelming, and no one wishes to witness the emergence of a formidable figure from their ranks in the Western sect. The most effective course of action is to eliminate them all at once. At the very least, they must have their hopes of advancement extinguished, compelling them to willingly accept their roles as mere pawns. Observing the already tormented and suffering General Zhuanglian, Zhou Chen shook his head in pity. How tragic. Chapter 188. Applying pressure in the mortal realm amidst the shifting sands of the river. The general of the rolling curtain emitted a series of pained groans as arrows rained down from the heavens, piercing through his chest and penetrating deeply, as if an unending storm of arrows sought to sever the essence he had cultivated over countless years, leaving him with irreparable wounds. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! The anguished cries echoed as if they could reach the heavens. His eyes, filled with unyielding defiance, seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Yet, there was none to answer him, nor would anyone dare respond. Was he merely a pawn, truly believing that he could alter his fate by boarding this vessel? It was nothing but a fleeting illusion. How pitiful! Zhou Chen's sigh reached the ears of the general of the rolling curtain as he strolled forward. Appearing at the side of the beleaguered warrior, with a gentle lift of his hand, he unleashed a surge of magical energy that temporarily alleviated the general's hidden wounds. You are the slayer of demons. Save me, save me. The general's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Zhou Chen. In this vast realm, few could maintain their autonomy before the might of Haoyan, and Zhou Chen was undoubtedly among the most renowned of them. His strength and prowess were nearly equivalent to that of the ancient ancestors, wielding authority that even Haoyan had to reckon with. It would not be a challenge for him to forcibly take the general away. General of the rolling curtain, you have been a trusted confidant of Haoyan, yet you find yourself in such dire straits. Do you not have any thoughts on this? Zhou Chen spoke slowly, his gaze piercing. With your capabilities, you could easily be regarded as a demon king in the lower realms, your magical arts not weak among your peers, Yet here you are, enduring such torment. The general opened his mouth, having been a constant companion to Hao Yin and the Queen Mother of the West, laboring under their command for an indeterminate span of time. Yet, the outcome had led to his current plight. This was, for him, akin to a monumental scheme. However, he felt utterly powerless. Strictly speaking, he was akin to the attendants of other powerful beings, and the least regarded among them. After a brief moment of emotional reprieve, suppressing the pain coursing through him, the general murmured, "I shall refrain from addressing you as the slayer of demons. Your title has been stripped away. You have come to see me. And it cannot be merely to exchange a few words, can it? After son Wukong was suppressed, you sought him out. There are rumors that you recently went to find Tianpa. It appears my turn has arrived, as I too have become a pawn in this calamity, personally embroiled in it." Zhou Chen regarded him with surprise. "Indeed, you are aware of your current predicament. It seems you possess some understanding of the calamity." Discussions of the calamity were often shrouded in speculation. Few truly possessed accurate information about it. It could even be said that even the likes of Nezha, who stand as the pinnacle of combat prowess within the heavenly realm, are merely faintly aware of the circumstances. After all, the scale of this calamity is rather diminutive, having been early constrained by the sages in the realm of the unseen. However, nearly all formidable beings in the journey to the West universe are able to partake in this tribulation and reap certain benefits. This intangible restraint has paradoxically minimized the likelihood of unforeseen occurrences during the calamity. Yet, despite this, an unexpected event has indeed transpired. Apart from Zhou Chen, these pawns seem to have finally realized their status as mere pieces on the chessboard in the eyes of others. Having already entered the game, it is implausible to claim ignorance. If one were truly unaware, then their demise would be akin to a senseless loss. Wan Lian shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. "I still possess the contingency left by His Majesty. Speak your mind. Even your methods cannot sever His Majesty's insights for long. I harbor no desire to converse, nor am I interested in discussing matters. I merely came to observe you," Zhou Chen replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "By the way, may I pose you a question?" "What question?" "In a scenario where you could obtain the maximum benefits, which side would you choose to align with?" Wan Lian's pupils constricted slightly, his voice trailing off. "I do not comprehend what you mean." "In time, you shall understand." Zhou Chen nodded at Wan Lian, his form gradually fading until he ultimately vanished into the sky. Around him, the scene reverted to the initial state of Wan Lian undergoing his punishment, with only a trace of Zhou Chen's magical essence remaining, seemingly attesting to his prior visit. Zhou Chen has grown even stronger. Has he discovered his path to the Great Luo? Wan Lian inhaled deeply, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The quest for the unique path as a Tai Golden Immortal is fraught with challenges. Countless individuals have grappled with this for millennia, some even spanning numerous epochs, before barely managing to advance further. Yet what of Zhou Chen? How brief has been his tenure as a Tai Golden Immortal? If one were to consider merely the duration of cultivation and combat strength, irrespective of background or other factors, he might very well be the most gifted individual to have ever graced our world. Reflecting upon this, Wan Lian pondered whether serving as his personal guard would yield a different fate. At the very least, it would spare him from enduring centuries of punishment as he does today. In truth, the treatment afforded to Zhou Chen's personal guards is indeed commendable. They are generously provided with an abundance of cultivation resources, freely available for their use, and even given the opportunity to shed their former identities and the pressures imposed by others. The two Demon Kings, Bull Demon King and Yuan King, who rank among the strongest of their kind, now obediently remain by Zhou Chen's side, with no one daring to trouble them. Even the demon race seems to have forgotten their existence. Recently, the Bull Demon King even enjoyed a century-long respite. Strictly speaking, Wan Lian too is a personal guard of Hao Yin, yet the disparity between their circumstances is stark and leaves one at a loss for words. "Alas, Your Majesty, how has it come to this?" The general of the rolling curtain gazed skyward, the sorrow within his eyes nearly bursting forth. He remained silent for an extended moment, uncertain of what to articulate. Loyalty had ultimately become a mere jest. At this juncture, it may come as a surprise to the general that Hao Yin regarded him with an unusual gaze as well. Indeed, Zhou Chen had sought out the general of the rolling curtain, seemingly intent on assembling the entire journey to the West team. However, how did this fellow possess such precise knowledge? We had only just begun to make our presence known. It was not uncommon for deities to be relegated to the mortal realm, so why had he specifically sought out Tianpeng and the general of the rolling curtain? Hao Yin pondered, narrowing his eyes. It appeared necessary to exert some pressure on the individuals from the Western teachings. Chapter 189, Journey to the West, Mount Huagua. Sun Wukong gazed upwards, as if sensing something in the heavens, and exhaled a breath of stale air. Brother, you have arrived? Zhou Chen's silhouette gradually manifested in the sky before he settled down before him, casting a glance at the delectable feast that had just been consumed, and remarked softly, "You have been confined here. Your days appear to be rather pleasant. Hee, it is all thanks to your support, brother, otherwise I would have had to endure this torment alone." After centuries of imprisonment, Sun Wukong's temperament had softened considerably. A smile adorned his face, devoid of the arrogance he once exhibited. However, Zhou Chen could discern that this lad had merely become more restrained rather than diminished. During this period of confinement, due to Zhou Chen's strategic foresight, Sun Wukong was able to continue his cultivation. Although the efficiency was significantly reduced, his strength gradually approached its zenith, resolving the issues stemming from his hasty breakthroughs. Now, at the time of the heavenly ruckus, even if Yang Jian and Nezha were to join forces, it would not be so easily accomplished to subdue him. His sole flaw lay in his divine powers, which, while not exceptionally formidable, were still considerably more potent than those of an average demon king. Yet, they lacked the decisive means to secure a victory. That said, most individuals found themselves in a similar predicament to Sun Wukong. As long as they did not encounter particularly troublesome foes, solutions could generally be found. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, brother. If my previous perceptions were accurate, you must have ventured into the chaos? What lies within that realm? Sun Wukong inquired. Zhou Chen sighed, recounting the events that led to his journey into the chaos and all he had experienced there. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, his voice contemplative. Chaos is indeed perilous? Even the great Luo golden immortals cannot safeguard themselves? Although our world appears to retain its former grandeur, I cannot shake the feeling that it has diminished considerably. During the last calamity, great Luo golden immortals were abundant, and powerful beings united to take action, beings like myself. A Tai golden immortal were merely fodder, expendable. Yet now, I have become the protagonist of this realm. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had come to an understanding of his situation. He was but a pawn in another's game, and escaping was no longer an option. Participating in the calamity left little chance for self-preservation. Struggling, one must discern the manner of struggle. Perhaps clinging to his brother's leg would afford him a more carefree existence. That said, the waters of this central world run far deeper than one might imagine. Once you transcend to the great Luo golden immortal level, I shall take you on a tour of the chaos, where I may help you uncover some opportunities. Perhaps even equip you with additional trump cards. Zhou Chen sighed and produced an object, the Tsunami Pearl. For many years, Zhou Chen had refrained from utilizing this treasured artifact, which had been recommended by Yang Jian. Within it resides the three light divine water. At this moment, a multitude of possibilities has indeed emerged. What? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, seemingly sensing the aura emanating from the interior of the treasured artifact. I shall leave you 3 drops of the divine three light water. Use it sparingly, for I fear I shall have little time to return in the near future. As he spoke, Zhou Chen gestured, and 3 drops of the three light water flew forth from the Tsunami Pearl, landing upon Sun Wukong's shoulder, transforming into 3 strands of monkey fur. You know how to utilize this, don't you? The three light water is highly toxic in separation, yet a miraculous healing elixir when combined. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in this world. This can undoubtedly be regarded as a supreme life-preserving treasure. Rest assured, brother, I understand, Sun Wukong replied, nodding hastily with a chuckle. However, could you leave behind some talismans for me? I find myself somewhat incapacitated at present, and should I encounter any trouble, I would need the talismans for assistance. Zhou Chen's lips twitched slightly, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. If you were to encounter trouble beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, then those fellows from the Western sect would surely abandon their journey. Moreover, leaving you with too many treasures would not bode well for you, and I cannot afford to leave my true trump cards for others to decipher. With that, 2 talismans flew forth. Take these. Each talisman can summon a portion of my essence, possessing 30% of my combat prowess, capable of defeating ordinary demon kings, and even holding its ground against formidable foes like the Bull Demon King. Should you face a great Luo golden immortal, it can delay them for a quarter of an hour. Zhou Chen refrained from elaborating on what to do after that quarter hour. Sun Wukong would have ample opportunity to escape or retaliate if necessary. Thank you, brother, for your generous gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong stowed the talismans away. At this point, Zhou Chen could only shake his head in resignation, leisurely soaring towards the eastern lands, the gathering place of humanity. Brother, as Zhou Chen prepared to depart, Sun Wukong hesitated for an instant and called out, bowing to him from a distance. Take care. Best to worry about yourself, Zhou Chen retorted, sighing softly. Focus on your cultivation. We shall reunite in the future. With those words, Zhou Chen's figure transformed into a radiant streak, swiftly retreating into the distance until he vanished completely. Alas! Sun Wukong shook his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort at how little time they had spent together over the course of a century. Furthermore, the chaotic scenario Zhou Chen described filled him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Something was amiss, terribly amiss. Although Zhou Chen's strength was formidable, it stood to reason that he should not venture into the chaos, especially since he had yet to attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal, nor reached his peak. To act recklessly would entail great risk. The only explanation was urgency. He must be eager to enhance his strength swiftly, which necessitated preparation. Yet, was it not too hasty to seek preparation at this juncture? The Western sect, could they not discern this? Ah, woe! Within a quaint wooden cabin, the incessant cries of an infant resonated throughout. The interior bustled with activity. It's a boy, exclaimed a gentleman, his face alight with joy, completely oblivious to Zhou Chen passing by him. Indeed, the methods of the Western teachings can, to a certain extent, disregard the rules of reincarnation. Zhou Chen's eyes appeared to penetrate the superficial, revealing the underlying essence of matters. He directly perceived the overwhelming fortune enveloping the infant, intertwined with the strands of calamity that manifested upon his birth. According to the principles of fate, this foretold a harbinger of great tribulations. This child would not survive beyond 30 years. The future Tang Xuanzong, once known as Jin Chanzi. Zhou Chen extended his hand, lightly brushing against the torrent of fortune, sensing the latent power hidden beneath. Next, it was time to journey westward, to ascertain the situation. Chapter 190, The Daughter Kingdom, South Sea. Bodhisattva Guanyin sat serenely on a lotus blossom, her eyes closed in meditation. However, her true essence had already dispersed throughout the world. Seeking the whereabouts of Zhou Chen and simultaneously monitoring the progress of the journey to the West expedition. Yet, an unexpectedly troublesome event unfolded. Zhou Chen approached each member of the scripture-seeking team, leaving one to wonder whether he had shared something with them. It was known that they had previously employed special means to obscure their connection to the outside world, severing ties to some extent. This granted them an opportunity for contingency or even betrayal of the Western teachings. The question arose, should a change be made at this moment? If action were taken now, it might still be timely. Guanyin's thoughts shifted, her gaze flickering with contemplation. However, such thoughts were soon dismissed. The act of substitution was not overly difficult. Yet the task of retrieving the scriptures was far from the straightforward endeavor one might envision. The individuals they selected needed to be evaluated based on their strength, connections, and backgrounds. The Western teachings could not afford to have individuals who would not fully submit to them, yet they also could not accept those who would completely surrender. The former required trustworthiness, while the latter could not be entirely relied upon and would necessitate the relinquishment of certain benefits. To be frank, if possible, even Sun Wukong could be replaced, provided Zhou Chen was substituted in, yielding identical results. The only potential drawback might be that Zhou Chen was exceedingly formidable. The so-called 81 tribulations could perhaps be overcome merely with his fists. It appeared that Zhou Chen had also discovered his own path, opting for a talisman. Coupled with his own cultivated powers, he was becoming increasingly challenging to manage. Perhaps an opportunity to suppress him could arise, requiring nearly 500 years. Many matters could then be resolved. Once this calamity had passed, no matter his intentions, it would be too late. Guanyin pondered silently, contemplating her strategies. Zhou Chen aimed to alter the very fabric of this era, but could only initiate such changes amidst the calamity, for it was during this time that the sages had the least control over the various sections. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao kept the most stringent oversight, vehemently opposing the direct involvement of the sages. However, the pressing issue was that Guanyin could no longer rely on the power of the demon clan. The demon race seemed to have reached a consensus regarding Zhou Chen's existence, and from top to bottom, they had collectively chosen to remain silent about past events, achieving a peculiar tranquility. It was a daunting situation. Guanyin sighed softly, but at that moment, a young acolyte hurriedly approached her, bowing before speaking. Bodhisattva. It appears that the seal on the essence of the golden cicada has been tampered with. Guanyin's expression shifted with surprise as she raised her head. Who did this? Zhou Chen. Just moments ago, only Zhou Chen had approached the golden cicada. If anyone was likely to meddle, it would undoubtedly be him. No. The young acolyte shook his head. It is unclear who touched it. Zhou Chen merely observed the fortune we concealed within the golden cicada. Upon hearing this, A sense of foreboding surged within Guanyin. Things have indeed taken a turn for the worse. Aside from Zhou Chen, others have also begun to harbor intentions against them. Xianxia is the most crucial step in this unfolding drama. In utter desperation, Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately set off towards the direction where Xianxia currently resided. Zhou Chen truly is detestable. Were it not for his instigation, how could anyone have committed such acts? Guanyin Bodhisattva urgently needed to rectify the situation concerning Xianxia, and a stream of resentful curses erupted from her heart. Yet, she maintained a superficial smile, at least not allowing others to perceive her true feelings. A plan must be devised to locate Zhou Chen with utmost haste, for if not, our future days would be fraught with hardship. At the very least, he must be restrained, and his current authority curtailed. Allowing him to depart from the heavenly court was indeed a grievous error. Is this truly Xianxia? Upon stepping onto the soil of Xianxia, Zhou Chen sensed an unusual, bloody scent permeating this realm. This was not the vicinity of Ling Mountain, yet he observed numerous demons and spirits appearing in droves. While their numbers were not great enough to threaten the survival of the local human population, it was undoubtedly peculiar. It must be noted that the control of Buddhism over Xianxia had reached an exaggerated level. This was territory meticulously managed by two saints since several calamities ago. In preparation for the journey to the West Calamity, many measures had indeed been taken, though he wondered where the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus currently lay. Regrettably, he could not commence a large-scale treasure-seeking method, for otherwise, locating the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus would be quite simple. Zhou Chen silently mused. The treasure-seeking method invariably attracts considerable attention. Once employed, nearly everyone would be aware of his search in the Western lands. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus had vanished until now, yet it would soon emerge alongside Wu Tian, precisely entangled with the Western teachings. If there were no strategic arrangements by the saints, Zhou Chen would find it utterly implausible. If his conjecture were correct, it was highly probable that the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus had remained in the possession of those two saints until its destined emergence. Even the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, which had suffered damage, had not been relinquished. This treasure is pivotal to whether the Western teachings can genuinely rise to stand on equal footing with the Xianmen. He must search meticulously. Zhou Chen glanced around, relying on his inner perception, and arbitrarily chose a direction to proceed. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze pierced through the mountains, spotting a village emerging upon the land ahead. Behind the village, there loomed a vast city. This was a kingdom, yet it appeared exceedingly strange. A river flowed from one end to the other, and within the entire realm, there existed only females. Hardly a male could be seen. How intriguing. Is this the kingdom of women? Zhou Chen was suddenly reminded of the descriptions of the kingdom of women in Journey to the West, and the scenes within that realm sparked a sense of intrigue in him. Although it would not be until several centuries later that the monk Tang Sung would arrive, the kingdom of women had already established itself long ago, flourishing along the banks of the Mother and Sun River. This could very well be one of the most formidable trials that Tang Sung would face, the allure of beauty. Were it not for his sacred mission, even with the heart of a bodhisattva, he might have found it difficult to resist such temptations. As fate would have it, he was currently in search of something. Perhaps a visit to that enchanting place would yield fruitful discoveries. Chapter 191. The disappearance of the princess within the palace. Layers of guards patrolled with varied expressions, each face etched with an enduring anxiety. Occasionally, a guard would enter the palace to report, only to hastily exit thereafter. Search, I demand a search. The Empress's voice resonated with gravity. Why has the princess vanished so suddenly? Your Majesty, thus far, the maidens have divulged not a whisper of her whereabouts. The reports have been consistently uninformative. The princess was in her chambers, preparing herself, and then, she simply vanished before the eyes of many. Perhaps we ought to summon some sorcerers to investigate? One minister, trembling with fear, stepped forward to relay the tidings he had recently gathered. Having resided in the land of Xianxia for an extended period, he possessed some understanding of these so-called sorcerers. Indeed, there existed a peculiar force in this world capable of altering reality and facilitating disappearances from a distance. The land of the daughters had its fair share of sorcerers. However, upon discreet inquiry, the minister had nearly resigned himself to the notion that recovering the princess was a forlorn hope. The sorcerers under their employ were of mediocre skill, possessing little capability to perform such feats, let alone unravel the intricacies of this incident. The identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. The Empress opened her mouth, yet fell silent. Slumping into her throne, her eyes vacant, enveloped in a profound silence. As a reigning empress, she had governed the daughter kingdom for many years. She understood precisely what the ministers were insinuating. However, The dilemma lay in the immense sacrifices she had made to nurture the princess. Now in her 50s, she was considered advanced in age, and the prospect of cultivating another heir to the throne was uncertain. Furthermore, she pondered which of her descendants could even be worthy of such training. Continue the search, issue an imperial edict. Regardless of the cost, we must recover the princess. The empress spoke wearily. Witnessing this scene, the minister could only nod in agreement before slowly retreating from the palace. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen strolled along the Zimu River, ascending its course at a deliberate pace. At intervals, he paused to attune himself to the unique magical energies that the river harbored, falling into contemplation. This Zimu River truly deserved its reputation, capable of ensnaring even the likes of Tang Sung and his companions. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal could one attain a degree of immunity to its effects. Otherwise, one would need to wield corresponding divine abilities to counteract it. The path of life possesses such bizarre and extraordinary effects, remarkable indeed. Zhou Chen mused aloud, but soon shook his head in dismay. The daughter kingdom, reliant on the existence of the Zimu River, would inevitably face manifold crises in the future. This was not due to the kingdom being besieged by adversaries, but rather because the river itself was an anomaly that would ultimately cease to exist. It was as though this phenomenon had been birthed for the sake of the trials of the journey to the west. The future of the daughter kingdom remained uncertain, with no clear path to survival. Suddenly, Zhou Chen lifted his gaze toward the left. In the village of the daughter kingdom, a yellow wind rose, sweeping something towards him. Zhou Chen, now in the western Nyohazhou, had nearly concealed his presence, appearing as an ordinary mortal, yet he encountered an event that was typically elusive. A demon? No. A minor demon king from the golden, immortal realm. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting within him as he extended his hand to lightly touch the approaching yellow wind. Freeze. The specialized immobilization technique crafted by Sun Wukong unleashed its formidable power, instantly suspending the yellow wind in midair and dispersing the magical energy within, revealing its true form. It was a peculiar creature, a mouse, with blood-red irises that suggested a state of frenzy. In the grasp of this humanoid mouse was a young maiden, seemingly no more than 18, her beauty striking and dignified, adorned in a palace gown embellished with gold and silver threads, indicative of her noble status. A dignified demon king stooping to bully a human girl? Zhou Chen inquired, casually gesturing to release the maiden. She appeared startled, speechless, and quickly sought refuge behind Zhou Chen, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the mouse. A human mage? An immortal? The mouse growled, thrashing wildly, channeling more magical energy into its powers, forcibly breaking free from the immobilization. Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Are you not afraid of retribution? Are there others with you? Zhou Chen inquired. A faint smile gracing his lips, his interest piqued. For so long, he had scarcely found time to replenish his modest treasury. His gains from the chaos had mostly been refined into various treasures for distribution or kept for personal use. His cultivation points had dwindled to a critical level. How rare it was to find these demon kings ripe for plunder. Seeking death, the mouse demon's expression turned frigid as it summoned the yellow wind. A howling tempest arose, infused with esoteric and enigmatic powers, as if it could rend the physical body and sever the primordial spirit, leaving behind irreparable wounds of magical energy. Yet the truth was, Zhou Chen's physical form was impervious even to the chaos, let alone its magical prowess. Zhou Chen stepped forward, reaching out towards the mouse demon, his hand seemingly tearing through countless dimensions, directly seizing the yellow wind and grasping the demon's true form. Under the gaze of terror, the demon's eyes met his with a mere flicker of disdain. Who are you? At last, the mouse demon recalled Zhou Chen's identity. Within the demon clan, images of Zhou Chen circulated. He had become a figure of dread, one that all demons avoided provoking. Puppet talisman. A talisman was affixed to the mouse demon's forehead, severing its thoughts entirely, transforming it into a puppet, unable to move further. All is well now, no need to hide. Zhou Chen turned his head and called out, deftly employing his spatial abilities to capture the rat demon, intending to interrogate it later. Behind him, the girl who had been hiding all along had, unbeknownst to him, distanced herself, watching him with a hint of wariness. It is indeed peculiar. Such coincidences are rare in this world. She had been captured and suddenly found herself face to face with Zhou Chen, who conveniently resolved her predicaments along the way. The coincidences were too numerous. It was understandable that she might not accept it. What? Lost your voice? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the girl. The magical force that had been constricting her throat dissipated instantly. In the next moment, a voice as clear as a kingfisher's call emerged from her throat. Who are you? Why am I here? What is your purpose? Chapter 192. The 16th encounter purpose? I have just saved you. And this is how you question your savior? Zhou Chen inquired softly, gathering the swirling yellow winds and transforming them into talismans. Imbued with the profound secrets of the Way of Wind, which offered him some assistance on his current path of myriad methods. In this vast expanse of the world, it is, in fact, quite challenging to locate beings of extraordinary nature. They are far less numerous than one might imagine. How did you subdue that rat demon? Are you one of my kind, a human? The girl spoke, her gaze still tinged with suspicion, as she began to seek out her escape route. For an ordinary person, possessing such discernment is already a remarkable feat. Zhou Chen smiled gently. I once held a position in the heavenly court, though I am uncertain if my name still lingers in the mortal realm. You may address me as Zhou Chen. As for whether I am of human lineage, perhaps you might come closer to ascertain for yourself? Rest assured, if I truly intended to harm you, not only would you be powerless, but even this nation would be unable to evade my grasp. Zhou Chen, already possessing formidable strength, now stood on the precipice of becoming a great Luo golden immortal. With all his might, annihilating an entire nation would be but a trivial endeavor. The girl, however, was unaware of the weight carried by Zhou Chen's name. She merely raised an eyebrow and took a deep breath. You may call me Zhu Lin. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered with intrigue. Within the name Zhu Lin, he sensed a unique aura of fortune, one characteristic of the Kingdom of Daughters. This individual's identity was likely extraordinary, yet her name appeared genuine. I was merely preparing myself at home when I was unexpectedly swept away by a gust of yellow wind. My maidservants had no time to react, and before I knew it, I was captured, unable to speak or move. Though I have witnessed much in this Kingdom of Daughters, I have never heard of a mage possessing such abilities. Might you inquire as to why that rat demon targeted me? Zhu Lin spoke softly, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and curiosity. She seemed to harbor some suspicions about her predicament, but was not yet certain, wishing to rely on another's strength. Zhou Chen chose not to expose Zhu Lin's little deception. Instead, he reached out and gently touched her. Suddenly, a cascade of starlit radiance emanated from her, dispersing to reveal a unique magical field. Interesting, Zhou Chen's eyes glinted with sharp insight, but he quickly concealed this revelation from Zhu Lin. Under her astonished gaze, he continued softly, you possess a trace of innate essence from a primordial being. Although scarce, it is sufficient to induce transformation in an ordinary postnatal being. The rat demon must have sought you out for this very reason. However, it is quite peculiar. This trace of innate essence seems entirely rootless. Logically, its host should have perished long ago. How could it have found its way to you? Zhou Chen mused, stroking his chin, as he encountered such a phenomenon for the very first time. Between heaven and earth, after enduring numerous calamities, the primordial beings that remain are few. Logically, this primordial essence should have long been eradicated by the forces of nature. So how has it persisted until today? Zhu Lin's situation is rather peculiar, as if she has unexpectedly absorbed this primordial essence, thereby drawing the attention of other entities. Observing the extent to which this essence resides within you, it appears you have refined a considerable portion of it, likely having entered your body only a few days prior. Did you encounter anything extraordinary in recent days? Zhou Chen inquired. Zhu Lin shook her head. I usually remain at home. Although there are numerous treasures within, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, if what you say is true, and this substance is so precious, it surely cannot belong to someone like me. Zhou Chen had stated quite clearly that even the likes of rat demons would be moved by such an item. So how could an ordinary person like her possibly qualify to possess and retain it? There must be something amiss. Perhaps something present that she herself is entirely unaware of. Zhou Chen asked, would it be convenient for me to visit your home? This substance holds little significance for me, but if it were to be absorbed by you, your souls may not withstand the overwhelming tide of primordial essence. A small amount, as you have now, can indeed allow you to embark on the path of cultivation, even surpassing most postnatal beings. But should the quantity increase even slightly, the outcome may not be favorable. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Zhu Lin's expression turned wary. That is absolutely out of the question. My family is very exclusive and would likely not permit you to engage with them. Do you harbor a prejudice against my status? Or are you averse to so-called practitioners? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhu Lin's demeanor was rather strange, as expected. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's remarks, her face revealed a hint of unease. After a deep breath, she spoke candidly. In my youth, I encountered some unscrupulous practitioners, leading to an inherent aversion towards your kind. My family feels the same. Although there are a few practitioners in my family, their cultivation levels are rather low. In any case, I cannot possibly bring you home. This girl continues to deceive herself. Zhou Chen, having lived for nearly a millennium, had long since become astute. He paid little heed to her words, waving his hand dismissively. In that case, you may return alone. I shall not accompany you. With the substantial amount of primordial essence you have absorbed, you have already taken a step into cultivation. Given the chance, you could also seek out items imbued with primordial essence, which may offer you greater assistance. Of course, I must also advise you that if someone has intentionally infused a trace of primordial essence into your being, it is time to consider their true intentions. For us, primordial essence is of utmost importance, but for many others, the status within the kingdom of daughters is the true treasure. Zhu Lin thanked the practitioner for his guidance. Zhu Lin took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chen, clearly indicating that she would only depart after he had left. Zhou Chen smiled faintly, uttering no further words, and his form swiftly faded away, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Practitioners, immortals, mages. Observing the scene before her, Zhu Lin bit her lip and continued to wait. After standing for a full hour, she finally spoke. Mage, please reveal yourself. Mage. At last. After confirming there was no response, Zhu Lin exhaled a heavy sigh. Was this not a deliberate performance? Could it be that one of my sisters is so eager to claim my life? This marks the 16th time, I believe. A bitter smile crept across Zhu Lin's face. How fortunate I am to have snatched back another life. Chapter 193. The protection of virtue. Zhu Lin, indeed, possesses a heavy sense of caution. Standing aloft in the sky, Zhou Chen observed Zhu Lin's every move, employing his divine powers to probe into her fate. Soon, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was unexpectedly related to the journey to the west, utterly beyond his reach. Although the kingdom of women is indeed a land of the journey to the west, it should not invoke such vigilance from the heavenly order, unless, of course, Zhu Lin is of royal lineage and holds an extraordinary identity. There is at least a substantial possibility that she might become the future queen of the kingdom of women. Currently, the kingdom of women still sees occasional male visitors, and Zhu Lin must have encountered quite a few, which explains her lack of astonishment just now. Yet, as events unfold, Zhou Chen finds himself increasingly intrigued. Since he intends to travel and discover peculiar occurrences, it would be perfect to witness it all firsthand. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Zhou Chen flicked his hand, and the rat demon immediately floated before him in the sky. At this moment, the rat demon had completely shed its earlier arrogance. A puppet talisman was affixed to its forehead, effectively controlling its every essence and magical ability, severing any possibility of escape. Speak, where is your cave? Who are the demon kings causing havoc nearby? Reveal some names, and let me decide if I should pay you a visit for a chat. Zhou Chen inquired. The rat demon trembled all over, unable to control its body. Please spare me, slayer of demons. We are great demons who escaped from the cave of 10,000 demons years ago. Over the years, we have reaped considerable rewards, banding together for warmth, which has led to our current status and cultivation. We are merely 3 demons, each only at the golden immortal level, hardly worth mentioning. Our accumulation is minimal, mostly expended on enhancing our cultivation, unworthy of your personal attention. It must be said, Zhou Chen's reputation among the demon race is quite illustrious. The exploits involving the Bull Demon King, the Eternal Fox King, and the happenings within the cave of 10,000 demons have informed nearly all great demons and demon kings. This fellow is a paragon of greed. As long as there are resources, he dares to stir up trouble even in a place like the cave of 10,000 demons. Over the years, Zhou Chen has shed the title of Slayer of Demons and relinquished his positions in the Demon Suppression and Divine Agriculture departments, garnering countless cheers from demon kings. At least, unless provoked, Zhou Chen generally does not seek their trouble. Yet now, misfortune has befallen him. He has inadvertently crossed paths with Zhou Chen, bringing trouble upon himself. Curse it! Who would have thought that fleeing to the west would not spare him from Zhou Chen's pursuit? Isn't this fellow usually engaged elsewhere? 3 demon kings. How tedious. Hearing the rat demon's words, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. These trivial matters hardly warranted his personal intervention. Reluctantly, he pressed on with his inquiries. Why have you fixated on that woman? What wrong has she done to you? Or do you have designs upon her? Her innate energy is exceedingly thin. She should hardly attract your attention. The rat demon's foundation is decent, as a being of this world. Absorbing innate energy would not lead to transformation. He would generally not engage in such matters as seeking out individuals from the royal family of the daughter kingdom. Thus, it is highly probable that someone has been inciting him from behind the scenes, or other reasons have compelled him to approach. The rat demon displayed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, scratching his head and murmuring softly, "This matter is not significantly related to that girl." I merely sensed the presence of innate energy within her, which prompted me to consider her as a source of nourishment. As for the commotion and the extensive measures taken, it is primarily because other demon clans or spirits wish to take action against her. These demons and ghosts have been entangled with her for quite some time. If no disturbance is stirred, it would be difficult to extricate oneself. Indeed, there is something amiss. Zhou Chen smiled, appearing as unyielding as a mountain, yet his mind began to reflect on every detail of his encounter with Zhu Lin. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a coincidence, and it was no wonder that Zhu Lin grew suspicious. How could it be so fortuitous that he suddenly appeared on the rat demon's escape route? Upon reflection, perhaps neither he nor the rat demon were at fault. The issue lay with Zhu Lin herself. This woman is under the protection of merit. Moreover, it is a merit bestowed upon her by someone. Someone desires for her to ascend to the throne of the queen, yet simultaneously wishes to apply some pressure. The Western teachings. Only they possess the capacity to orchestrate such affairs. Zhou Chen's lips twitched. What a method to subdue the daughter kingdom, employing such tactics. The ability to invisibly influence the rat demon to flee towards his location, ensuring the other party's survival, could only stem from the protection of heavenly merit. First, creating difficulties for Zhu Lin, then gradually extending assistance, ultimately resolving all her troubles with a decisive stroke, followed by persuading her to embrace Buddhism. A flawless sequence of actions. Very well, since he has arrived, he might as well explore the inner sanctum of the daughter kingdom, mingling with Zhu Lin, who knows what intriguing discoveries await him. His intuition suggested that this time, there could be significant gains. He cast a glance at the rat demon and snorted lightly. Considering that you do not cultivate by consuming blood, I shall spare your life. But I will erase your millennia of cultivation as a lesson. As Zhou Chen's words fell, the rat demon's cultivation rapidly regressed, ultimately halting at the brink of the golden, immortal realm. His magical power was nearly exhausted, having been almost entirely siphoned by the puppet talisman. Yet, even in such a state, the rat demon exhibited no sorrow. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. Thank you, Demon Slayer General, for your mercy. In the future, I shall cultivate diligently and never again engage in such harmful acts. Begone. Zhou Chen uttered his final word before swiftly departing in the direction Zhu Lin had taken. His speed so remarkable that even the rat demon could scarcely perceive it. Unexpectedly, the Demon Slayer General has ventured to the west. I must share today's events with my peers. The rat demon murmured, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a constriction in his throat, nearly suffocating him. With his magical power beyond his control, the rat demon plummeted towards the ground. This was a warning, more so a threat. How could Zhou Chen allow anyone to reveal even the slightest detail about himself? Not even a mere thought would be permitted to take shape. Meanwhile, following Zhu Lin, Zhou Chen arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Women. However, the capital at this moment was bustling with armored guards, searching high and low for any information regarding the crown princess. Suddenly, someone caught sight of Zhu Lin's face, their expression one of astonishment. They had seen the crown princess. With a single cry, all eyes swiftly turned toward Zhu Lin, and the crowd dropped to their knees. Rise, Zhu Lin commanded, her demeanor entirely devoid of the wariness she had shown when first meeting Zhou Chen. Instead, she lowered her defenses and said, quickly take me to see mother. I have matters to discuss with her. Chapter 194. The female ghost Changyu and the unusual atmosphere in the palace following Zhu Lin. Zhou Chen similarly entered the grand palace of the Kingdom of Daughters. Within this vast edifice, the Empress had received news of her eldest daughter's return and hurried to meet her. How are you? Is everything well? The Empress sighed in relief, grateful that no unforeseen incidents had occurred. Otherwise, the subsequent matters would have been arduous to manage. Mother, allow me to recount the events I just encountered. Zhu Lin gently calmed the Empress's emotions before unfolding the extraordinary occurrences that had transpired. In a matter of mere sentences, the Empress's expression underwent a subtle transformation. You encountered a remarkably powerful mage, and he happened to save you? Indeed. Zhu Lin nodded, exhaling deeply. Much like previous occasions, I survived solely due to fortuitous luck. Had fortune not favored me, I would likely have become mere bones by now. The relentless string of 16 unforeseen events had left Zhu Lin utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. She felt as though she might not live to see the end of the year. Was the mage male? If we could enlist his assistance, perhaps it would provide us with some stability, the Empress inquired. Zhu Lin shook her head. Mother, I can no longer place my trust in anyone. Moreover, the mage's words resonate. He questioned why that innate energy would suddenly manifest within me. I fear I must withdraw from society for a while to investigate the situation thoroughly. The Empress's countenance darkened. Her concern was not for Zhu Lin's capabilities, but rather the series of 16 incidents that had led both mother and daughter to a precise understanding of their precarious condition. They lacked the strength to protect themselves, let alone the entire kingdom of daughters. The Empress contemplated, wishing fervently to summon someone of Zhou Chen's caliber, even offering him the position of national master or other promises, believing that his presence would ensure their safety. However, Zhu Lin had evidently lost faith in any external individuals. Otherwise, she would not be so intent on relying solely on herself. Very well. In her helplessness, the Empress conceded, I shall grant you 2 days. If you uncover no results, we must heed my counsel. The intentions of this individual remain uncertain, and our primary objective is self-preservation. Zhu Lin nodded in agreement, though another voice echoed within her mind. The previous rat demon had rendered the entire kingdom of daughters powerless to respond, with no one able to detect the creature's movements. Zhou Chen possessed formidable strength, effortlessly suppressing the rat demon. With his prowess, would he submit to the governance of the kingdom of daughters? Even the roles of national master or similar accolades might not entice him. The kingdom of daughters was indeed substantial. At this moment, Zhu Lin and the Empress contemplated Zhou Chen, who was meandering through the palace, scrutinizing every corner. It must be said that the decor of the daughter kingdom is remarkably unique, having developed its own distinctive style that exudes both dignified elegance and the delicate charm of femininity. Zhou Chen was thoroughly captivated, even going so far as to replicate certain items, intending to present them as gifts to Yang Chan and Chang'e. Venturing out for a stroll, he left the two to tend to the household, feeling that it was only proper to return with something in hand. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's expression shifted, as if sensing something amiss. A fleeting aura of spiritual energy seemed to flash beneath his eyelids, moving with astonishing speed, activating for but a moment before sealing itself away once more. He had found it. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept across the surroundings, swiftly locating the source of the spiritual energy. In an instant, he stood before a desolate well. A ghost? Quite a rarity. Are you not coming out? Zhou Chen murmured towards the well. His words reverberated like thunder, erupting within the confines of the well, provoking a chorus of startled gasps from within. Soon, wisps of white mist began to rise, coalescing in the air to form an ethereal figure reminiscent of a shadow. It was a female ghost. She appeared to have recently suffered a grave injury, her form swaying precariously, and her gaze towards Zhou Chen bore a hint of trepidation. I am Chang Yu, honored immortal. She introduced herself, hastily bowing in deference. Drawing several deep breaths, she struggled to stabilize her nearly dissipated soul. The cycle of reincarnation has continued for so long, yet the spirits wandering between heaven and earth have nearly vanished. Few remain clinging to existence as you do. Pray tell, what brings you to linger here? Are you perhaps contemplating a rebirth? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile, his presence imbued with a subtle authority, as if the very air crackled with latent thunder, casting a shadow over Chang Yu's heart. Should her response falter, the thunder would descend upon her in an instant, leaving no hope for escape. Honored immortal, I merely harbor a few unfulfilled wishes in the mortal realm, which is why I remain here. I have no intention of seeking rebirth. I possess some degree of cultivation, which allows me to maintain my presence here. Truly, I mean no harm. With your cultivation, you should be able to discern that I have never sought to harm others. She replied, her eyes narrowing as she shifted the topic. You speak intriguingly. Pray, elaborate on the circumstances of the daughter kingdom. What has incited such animosity towards the crown princess that others conspire against her? I have heard that various demons and spirits within the palace are fixated on her. Where are they lurking, and why is there no sign of activity? It is indeed curious. Zhou Chen had personally entered the palace, and with his perceptive abilities, he ought to have been able to detect every hidden demon within the daughter kingdom. Yet, peculiarly, he had not sensed a single aura until now. If not for the brief flash of spiritual energy from the female ghost, he might not have even located Chang Yu. This was decidedly abnormal. This signifies that there exists a means to obscure his perception, and it is only now that Zhou Chen has begun to realize this. Alternatively, it seems as though the entire fortune of the daughter nation is somehow sheltering these demons. Yet, this notion defies logic. How could the fortune of a nation be bestowed upon such fiends? There must be some hidden truth within. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's inquiry, Chang Yu hesitated for a brief moment, taking a deep breath. I, too, possess limited knowledge regarding this matter. However, I cannot shake the feeling that should we consume the Long Princess, it may alleviate the burdens of a millennium or even 10 millennia of arduous cultivation. Moreover, this sensation arises unexpectedly, often influencing our very minds. To be candid, esteemed immortal, I have, at times, been compelled by this feeling to take action against the Long Princess. Chapter 195. The Appearance of Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had never encountered such an enigmatic matter before. He stroked his chin and mused. Are you suggesting that this is entirely a sensation that occurs spontaneously? One that impacts every demon or ghost among you? As the saying goes, demons and spirits typically describe malevolent individuals. In essence, they primarily encompass two forms, demons and ghosts. Their resistances differ, and their life forms are distinct, making it rare for them to be simultaneously affected by external forces, especially when targeting a specific individual. Having already met Zhu Lin, Zhou Chen could dismiss one aspect. Zhu Lin possessed an extraordinarily unique constitution. This implied that it was highly probable that the calamity befalling Zhu Lin originated from others. A peculiar divine ability so exceptional that it could influence every unique existence. It appeared consistent with previous conjectures. Zhu Lin was akin to a seed, a foundational element for the future kingdom of women, serving as one of the 81 trials. Zhou Chen smiled faintly. Within the 81 trials of the journey to the west, not every challenge holds equal significance. Some could be substituted without consequence. However, for something to warrant the attention of Buddhism, necessitating prior arrangements, it must undoubtedly be a critical aspect, possibly linked to the pivotal stage of refining one's heart amidst worldly entanglements. Both the Taoist and Buddhist traditions speak of the nature of the heart. Those lacking in heart and character may find their breakthroughs in cultivation lead to unforeseen repercussions, entangling them in various calamities and potentially resulting in their demise. Jin Chanzi, originally flawless, encountered the desires of humanity upon reincarnation and with the accumulation of several lifetimes, without the refining of his heart amidst worldly matters, would inevitably fail to achieve a complete Buddhist heart. Very well, I understand, Zhou Chen stated. I wish you success in fulfilling your obsessions and a swift reincarnation. I shall instruct Heibai Wuchang to visit you more frequently, but do remember, do not commit malevolent acts. With a wave of his hand, having gleaned sufficient information, he felt no need to further burden Changyu. Spirits like her, unable to reincarnate, yet capable of maintaining their essence, were indeed rare. Most possessed profound obsessions, exceedingly difficult to resolve. Allowing her to continue on her path was, in itself, quite commendable. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your compassion, Changyu exclaimed, deeply moved. She bowed to Zhou Chen, inhaling deeply and feeling considerably more at ease. As long as she was not eradicated, it signified that she still had opportunities to act, even if it required a lengthy duration. Zhou Chen nodded, his form flickering before he swiftly traced Zhu Lin's aura to her palace. This place, in comparison to others, exuded a more understated elegance, filled with an abundance of books, reminiscent of a scholarly lineage. Here, Zhou Chen also sensed numerous traces left by demons and spirits. Indeed, within the kingdom of women, there must be some extraordinary artifact or divine ability obscuring his perception. Otherwise, he would not have only detected it upon arrival. He could not act recklessly, for such measures should be easily dispelled. Zhou Chen felt a sense of helplessness, yet refrained from alarming the situation. He decided to investigate further before contemplating other options. At that moment, Zhu Lin, influenced by Zhou Chen's words, began to harbor suspicions towards her own maid. Having endured numerous mishaps, she had long since retreated into seclusion, surrounding herself only with the maid she had once trusted the most. However, it seemed even these trusted attendants were now implicated in some manner. Xiaomei, you are my most trusted confidant and the head of my household. On the day preceding my disappearance, did anyone enter or exit the palace without my consent? Zhu Lin inquired, turning to the girl beside her, her childhood companion. The one she held dearest and trusted implicitly, convinced that she was the only one who would never betray her. Xiaomei shook her head and replied, Your Highness, I truly do not know. His Majesty has already ordered an investigation into these matters, but there have been no findings as of yet. Zhu Lin's expression darkened further. The inability to unearth the traitor left her with the only option of replacing everyone, which would, in turn, provide others with the opportunity to infiltrate her circle once more. It was a paradoxical dilemma. If there was a spy among them, changing personnel would only lead to the emergence of another. You need not be overly concerned about others. Simply observe if any unfamiliar items have appeared within the palace. Zhou Chen's voice suddenly resonated in Zhu Lin's ears. She turned back, startled, and beheld Zhou Chen's smiling figure. A man. How did he enter the palace? Quickly, alert the guards. The maids erupted into a flurry of panic, urging Zhu Lin to escape. Yet in that moment, Zhu Lin found her composure. Mage, are you here out of curiosity regarding the item infused with innate energy? If so, I shall indeed provide it to you once I locate it. However, if that is not the case, I doubt there is anything of value to you here. That item is of no use to me. I am merely somewhat intrigued by the matters surrounding you. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. The path of cultivation is an extraordinarily lengthy one, and at times one must seek out distractions to pass the time. Do you not find it amusing? A dignified princess being abducted within her own palace, and coincidentally encountering me along the way. Your previous precautions were indeed valid. I even began to ponder whether these events were unfolding too abruptly. Regardless, consider this entire affair as a riddle for me to solve. Zhu Lin's heart gradually sank as she absorbed Zhou Chen's words, suddenly contemplating an unsettling notion. Perhaps this mage had indeed spoken nothing but the truth all along. If she were to entertain this line of thought, the mage's prowess might very well exceed her expectations. How could one treat such matters as a mere game without possessing the strength to suppress everything? Princess, do not place your trust in him. His sudden appearance surely harbors ulterior motives. The maid whispered her concerns, while a flicker of unease crossed Xiao Mei's countenance. Stealing a glance at Zhu Lin, she seemed to be wrestling with an internal conflict. You see, your maid appears to have had a revelation. Perhaps you should inquire further? Zhou Chen suggested. Zhu Lin turned her gaze towards Xiao Mei, her brow slightly furrowed. Have there been any recent acquisitions in the palace? Indeed, there have been, the maid replied. I considered that the princess has been rather reclusive of late, often resorting to reading for entertainment. Hence I procured a new collection of books. However, I never anticipated that it would lead to such significant consequences.